Our story today is about Jin, an ordinary man with an extraordinary ability. When he puts on his glasses, he can see the hidden truth of the world. A world already infiltrated by countless demons. They disguise themselves and live as ordinary humans. But anyone who sees and fears their true form will not survive. Above all, Jin keeps dreaming about a strange girl. In his dreams, she always said she would be waiting for him. To find her, he must, but never mind. Fighting, sleep. Now that everything's done, let's heal with this masterpiece. The scene before us is dreamlike. An ancient castle rising beside a tranquil river, and on a stone bridge stands a slender girl with fiery red hair blowing in the wind. Her eyes gazed into the distance, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke. I will wait. The phone rings loudly in the quiet morning, and Jin lies motionless in bed, eyes barely open, a familiar weight already settling in his heart. He thought to himself, it was that dream again. Then, reluctantly reaching for the phone, he was met with a rapid-fire voice in the early morning. A weary Jin curtly replies, What? The person on the other end of the line spoke urgently. What else? Are you seriously still sleeping at this hour? Your lazy attitude is why your books aren't selling. He frowned, his tone slightly annoyed. What's it to you? Dia begins to get out of bed as the nagging continues. Anyway, I just called to see if you were still alive. The news has been reporting a lot of mysterious child disappearances lately, and you're no different from a child. So, I just wanted to call and make sure you were okay. Remember to lock the doors if you're home alone. The sarcastic tone on the other end made him angry, and he snapped, I'm hanging up. Now he's a little panicked. Calm down, don't get worked up, I really have something to tell you. As Jin gripped the doorknob, he replied, If this is about writing for your website again, forget it. The person on the other end of the line replied in surprise, What? No, it's not about that. What's wrong with my website that you're saying that? He said as he walked into the restroom. Not just the website. I know your company is in trouble, so don't try to drag me down with you. Hearing this, he chuckled and replied, You don't have to be so blunt. It's true my company is having financial difficulties right now, but you're not doing much better. You can't even afford rent this month. You might end up on the streets. You don't have time to be lazy. Dia gives a half-hearted reply, Sorry, I'm just too lazy. The person on the other end of the line clicked their tongue, saying, You should be a little more friendly. That's why I'm your only friend. Even back at the orphanage, you only ever talked to the headmistress. But it is entertaining to watch you be so cold to others. Seeing him constantly take advantage to mock the man, Dia responded with a brusque tone. He's really going to hang up. This startled him, and he tried to hold on to the conversation. Hey, hold on. I told you I had something to say. My friend's company needs someone for a temporary job, just moving stuff for a day. Jai-Sin was about to refuse his best friend's offer, but before he could, his friend offered double the pay, leaving Jai-Sin speechless. Where are you? So, are you going to do it? His friend eagerly asked. I should get out more often and breathe in the fresh air. Beneath the towering skyscrapers, amidst the clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds, Jai-Shin's curses echoed. This guy is such a pain, but he had to accept the reality that he really needed to pay his rent. Well, guess I'll drag myself to work then. As he strolled along the street, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hey, young man. He looked towards the voice that called out to him. Dia points to himself. Me? The old woman replied, Yes, you. The fortune teller, all smiles, beckoned him over, saying, We're quite the destined pair. How about a fortune reading? I'm known for my accuracy. Not at all impressed, he wastes no time in delivering a single chilling word, startling the fortune teller as if she'd just received a reversed reading. What is it? He said bluntly. I don't believe in such superstitious nonsense. The fortune teller tried her best to persuade him. Come on, this isn't superstition, it's science, you see. Dia nonchalantly brushed past the fortune teller's booth, repeatedly denying her claims. How could this superstitious nonsense possibly be science? The fortune teller urged him, Come on, don't be like that, just try it once before you judge. But he kept refusing. No, thanks. The fortune teller clicked her tongue, speaking offhandedly. Well, I'll give you a free reading then. If it's right, it's not too late to come back and find me. This made Jason a little scared, cursing inwardly, convinced it was a scam. Then the fortune teller spoke cryptic words. What he sought lay within the hollow of a tree root. The fortune teller casually replied, Is that so? But the old woman remained firm in her opinion. That's odd. There must be something, right? Jin wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. He knew it was a scam all along. What a waste of time. In an outdoor market filled with food stalls and souvenir shops, a voice urged him on. All right, leave them here for now and take a quick break. Having just finished working, Jay collapses wearily into a chair to rest. He sighed wearily when a voice beside him caught his attention. Hey, your name is Jin, right? A young woman with short hair and glasses appeared, offering him a cold soda. You must be tired. Here's a drink. He hesitated, then replied, "Thank you." As she left, the colleague beside her cheerfully said, "Oh ho, you've got your eye on him, huh?" The girl with glasses quickly retorted, "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? I just thought he looked tired and wanted to help." The colleague replied, "But you never treat other employees this well." Little did they know, Jin overheard everything. He eyed the soda the girl with glasses had given him. 4 more hours to go? Jin immediately went to work, wasting no time. Why does time always slow down when he's working? A moment later, a loud voice suddenly echoed, scolding someone. "What do you think you're doing? How could you lose the client list USB? Find it now." Just then, Jessen overheard the entire conversation while carrying boxes. The middle-aged man in the blue shirt seemed to be the glasses-wearing girl's superior. He ordered the woman to have everyone search for it, and she obediently bowed her head, saying, "Yes." The middle-aged man turned away, but not without scolding the poor girl, saying the deadline was next week. No one knows what she's thinking as she sulks, and her colleagues are no better. Then, the girl with glasses asked her colleagues for help, saying, "Could I please ask everyone to stop what they're doing and help me find that USB?" The others agreed in unison. All right. The USB search commenced swiftly, but one red-clad figure couldn't contain his frustration. How the hell are we supposed to find something so small in the middle of nowhere? Even Dasin joins the search for the USB. Suddenly, he noticed something. Looking down, he saw footprints in the dirt, like those of a bird. The footprints led to a nearby tree, and as he examined the clear imprints, he wondered what could have made them. Bird tracks? The more he looked, the stranger it seemed, but he couldn't explain how there was a hollow here. Jin suddenly remembered the fortune-teller's words. What he sought was hidden in the hollow of a root. Though skeptical, he bent down to investigate, just in case. Could something really be in here? Looking inside the hollow, there's actually a USB drive. This surprised him. A USB drive. Having found it, Jin quickly returns to the fortune-teller. Seeing him return, the fortune-teller clapped with excitement, welcoming him back as Jin silently sat before her. The fortune-teller dedicated to her craft asks, "So, what do you want to see?" "Ask away." After a long silence, he finally spoke his mind. "I keep having this strange dream. I can't even remember how many times I've dreamt it now. I keep dreaming of meeting the same person in the same place." Jay recalls the recurring dream. "I don't know her name, nor can I clearly recall her face, but she always repeats the same phrase. A girl with radiant hair, smiling brightly in the daylight. I will wait." With that, Dia paused for a moment, then continued her story. "I know nothing about her, so why would she wait for me? That's why I wanted to ask if you knew." Before he could finish, the old woman interrupted, "I wouldn't know." The fortune-teller's words left Ye-shin dumbfounded. "I thought I could ask anything." The fortune-teller continued to twist the knife, asking if he knew how absurd his request was. "How am I supposed to find someone for you if I don't even know their name? Is this your first time seeing a fortune-teller?" Did that make Jason shout? Immediately after, the fortune-teller began scattering rice across the table. "If you want to know more about her, bring her name and date of birth, or ask something else." This made him turn pale. He realized he'd been played, utterly swindled by the old woman. Had he just been conned? The fortune-teller gleefully continued her reading, but Jae-shin had had enough and decided to leave quickly. "Enough, I'm leaving." But as he turned to go, the old woman spoke up. "Huh? Why didn't you bring your eyes?" Confused by the old woman's words, he asks, "What?" Dia-jin replied calmly, as if it were obvious that his eyes were on his face, but the old woman denied it, saying they weren't the eyes that could see the truth. It seems he finally understands the old woman's meaning, that Dia-shin is recalling a past trauma from his childhood. Realizing this, his face contorts in horror, and Dia-shin quickly returns to the previous topic. "Go on," he says, wondering how she knows so much. The fortune-teller simply smiled, hinting, "Always keep those eyes with you. Soon you'll need them. Without them, you're sure to die." The old woman continued, "Stay calm and trust what you see through those eyes. At least that way you'll live a little longer. And you want to find someone, don't you? If you want to find her, then don't run from your destiny." Hearing this, Jane's pupils dilated slightly, and when the fortune-teller asked to see his hands, he was confused but complied. He reluctantly offered his hands, and the fortune-teller carefully examined his wrists. After completing the examination, the old woman released his hands, prompting Dia to ask, "What are you planning to do?" In a dangerous tone, the old woman replied, hoping this would be of use to him, leaving Dia confused by the change in her voice. Her voice seemed different for a moment, but then the old woman's tone returned to normal. The fortune-teller continued, "All right, now for the most important part," which made him look dumbfounded. "What now?" the fortune-teller snapped. "You think I'm an immortal or something?" That leaves him frozen, speechless, thinking, It can't be. And so Jae-shin pulls out his bank card to pay the old woman. He'll swipe it. The old woman was silent for a long moment as the sun began to set. Back home, Jae-shin opened his drawer to find his red glasses, which he took out and admired for a moment. It had been so long since he last wore them. As he admired the glasses, an unexpected call came in. Daya answers the phone to see Chiller Bossy displayed on the screen. What could this be about? The red-spectacled girl shyly thanked him, grateful that he had accepted. I didn't get a chance to properly thank you yesterday. You really saved my life. The ram replied politely. It wasn't that big of a deal. I just happened to pick it up, she replied unexpectedly. Really? I heard you found it under a tree. How did you know it was there? He didn't even know why he found it, so he had to cover it up. She offered, wanting to thank him for finding the USB drive earlier, though he wasn't sure why. Regardless, I'd like to treat you to dinner as a thank you. Let's eat here. But this made Jae-shin feel a little confused and unnatural. There's no need to make things so complicated. This coffee is enough. But before he could finish, she received an unexpected call. She quickly apologized. Sorry, I need to take this call. She turned to take the call, saying there were many paintings on display on the second floor. While waiting, he could go up and take a look around. Then she answered her phone. Yes, sir. This made Jin feel awkward, and he sighed heavily. Suddenly, he recalls his best friend's words. I don't know, but she insisted on thanking you. Just take it as fate. Jin immediately stands up, thinking it's all a bit much. The coffee on the table still sends up wisps of steam, and somehow Jin finds himself following the woman's instructions. He immediately went upstairs, where many famous paintings were on display. He couldn't just leave now. Annoyed, he glanced at the paintings on the wall, quickly moving past them. I don't understand any of this complicated art. It's just not for me. Suddenly, Jae-shin stopped beside a large antique painting depicting children playing together. Gazing at the painting, lost in thought, he looked up, and for a moment a blurred image flashed in his mind. It's like I've seen this somewhere before. A spark ignited in his eyes as a long-buried memory crept back. There she was again, the girl with the fiery red hair, smiling as she said, I'll be waiting. His pupils dilated as a forgotten memory flashed before his eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. A young woman waiting for him on that very bridge. The more he stared at the painting on the wall, the more lost he became. Dia seemed to realize that this was the place from his dream. Suddenly something caught his eye. Beneath the painting, a group of children played together, some too small to make out. He frowned, trying to get a better look, but he couldn't see anything. He then noticed the glasses hanging from his collar. So Jin puts on his glasses to take a look, hoping to see something new. But surely that won't happen, right? As Jin focused on the painting, the bespectacled girl returned, unable to resist commenting on his interest. It seems he knows a thing or two about art. Jin looks up, turning towards the voice. Does she know something about this painting? Of course, I'm the one who brought this painting here. But when Jin turned around, there was no girl with glasses, only a giant bird standing beside him, speaking to him, making him question his own eyes, his head filled with question marks. He stood frozen. What was before him couldn't be real. Were his eyes deceiving him? A chilling dread crept up his spine, raising goosebumps as his hands trembled uncontrollably. He took an involuntary step back, his heart pounding in his throat, blood rushing in his ears, his hands trembling, so cold he could barely feel them. He bit his lip, trying to remain calm. What demonic entity? It really is the same voice. Unaware that her true identity had been seen through, the woman with glasses continued to tell Jin the story. This painting originally belonged to Jong-sun. It was painted for a monk who could travel through paintings, and anyone who followed him into the painting became trapped forever. Dia kept seeing her as a monster, and it's rumored that those trapped in the painting are still alive to this day. Could they just be implying that this painting is incredibly realistic? She continued to ramble on, but John couldn't calm down. He tried to keep his voice calm as if listening intently, but inside everything was burning. His heart was pounding. Cold shivers ran down his spine, and panic tore apart every nascent thought. He couldn't concentrate, but he still smiled, still responded to her as if nothing was wrong, but every word that came out trembled slightly, as if uttered through a parched throat. That must be it. Suddenly, Jae-in notices something and glances down. Below him were the feet of the strange, bespectacled girl, causing him to break out in a cold sweat as he thought, these are the exact footprints I saw back then. Realizing the truth, he panicked, thinking, so she's the culprit. His eyes darted around in panic, his lips pursed as if to speak, but no words came out, a feeling of utter bewilderment washing over him, as if everything was closing in, questions echoing in his mind, yet no answers could be found. What should I do? In that moment of desperation, Aya recalls the words the fortune teller once told her. Always carry those eyes with you, the eyes that see the truth. Stay calm and trust what you see through them. That sentence pierced his mind like a ray of light, pushing back the chaos. Fear surrounded him like a cold night wind through a thin coat, chilling him to the bone, but he stood firm like an ancient tree, rooted deep in the earth amidst a storm. Unbroken, he carefully looked up at her, and confused by his strange behavior, she asked, "What's wrong?" Dia hums a bit, then blurts it all out. "Well, I just thought living with humans would be a little difficult for you." Slowly turning her head to look at him, without a flinch or a blink, her round black eyes silently stared, devoid of anger, surprise, or any sign of life. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was facing a sentient being or just an empty shell of flesh, animated by instinct. The air in the room suddenly thickens, and he feels stripped bare, his humanity silently falling away. A coldness not of this world creeps up the back of his neck, a silent, unheeded warning that sends every cell in his body screaming. An instinctive cry reserved for those facing something that shouldn't exist. Was I right or wrong to do that? Its large, round, black eyes, like two unextinguished coal pits, locked onto him, without a superfluous movement, not a muscle twitching. Then, as his heart began to pound as if it would tear through his chest, it tilted its head at an odd angle, just like a bird observing its dying prey. Her mouth opened, not quite matching the voice that emerged, as if the sound came from somewhere else, deeper, farther away. "You recognize me." She stared at him with eyes as cloudy as glass soaked in blood for years, her head nodding, her wings puffing up like a poorly stuffed owl carcass. "Are you a monster too? No wonder." The words didn't come from her mouth, but seemed to seep from her pores, feathers, and crooked teeth. She smiled, teeth unseen, mouth unmoving, yet the smile appeared where muscles shouldn't exist. "I thought a human like you would have noticed I stole this. Good thing you're not human, or that would have been troublesome." Even though she admitted to being a demon, he couldn't calm down. His heart pounded like a war drum in his chest, each breath tearing at his throat. He stammered. "Is that so?" He breathed a sigh of relief. "Safe. A demon." Gathering himself, Jay gestures toward the ancient architectural painting. "By the way, what is this temple-like structure?" She tilted her head slightly, a dry cracking sound emanating as she stared at him, unblinking. "You don't know the Naniac temple? How strange." Her voice was even, like a machine emanating from a talking skull. No delay, no emotion. Under that gaze, he felt he was no longer facing a living being, but something that once was, now drained of its soul, leaving only a shell acting on ancient instincts. Realizing her slip, Dia quickly glossed over everything. "That's right, I remember now. It's been so long I forgot. You said earlier that the people inside this painting are all real, right?" The girl with glasses replied, "That's right. The children in the painting you're looking at were all captured and imprisoned by me. It took quite a while to get this many. However, I still need to capture more to fill this painting." "Isn't collecting these kids the most fun?" Hearing her words, Jackson couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the painting of the children. "Are these really living people?" He stood frozen, a chill running down his spine, his neck stiff. Oh, that kid just moved. Suddenly, Jackson remembers the news reports about the mysterious disappearances of many children lately. She stared at him silently, her face as cold as wax, her eyes glossing over him as if his words were nothing more than wind whistling through a crack. Dia grew uneasy, knowing he had to save the children. But how? So he glossed over everything. "That's right." He struggled to regulate his breathing, each breath shallow and insufficient. "So there must be a way to get them out, right? How curious. You're human, aren't you?" The question was light, but the air froze. She stared through her glasses, dissecting him layer by layer. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes, like the first crack in thin ice, and cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Her gaze pierced through flesh, dissecting every trembling fiber, every drop of cold sweat flowing back into the opponent's spine. Her voice, low, cold, and grating, like claws on rusted metal. "I see. No wonder something felt off." The wooden floor cracks under her feet, each step echoing her immense weight. Without warning, without preamble, a cold hand is raised, a touch as light as a feather. And in the next instant, the man is slammed against the chair, splintering the wood, sending shards flying like bloody fireworks. The wall behind him cracks, dust fills the air as if space itself is warped by the strength of the small woman. His throat constricted, air vanished from his lungs and a cold hand tightened, dragging each heartbeat into the abyss of fear. His eyes widened, glistening with tears, not from pain, but from terror. His body flails in vain. She's too strong, The one who overpowers him doesn't need to roar or show off. Just a light sentence, cold enough to freeze his soul. How did a terrible liar like you recognize me? She stared at him, then spoke in a deep voice that felt like tearing through rotten flesh and bone. You want to know how to pull them out of the painting? There's no way, she whispered. Only Jong-soon knows. Her deathly cold hand tightened around his neck. Her crimson hair tilted slightly, and her razor-sharp eyes gleamed with a strange delight as her voice, light as a breeze but filled with chilling malice, echoed. I've been meaning to trap you in the painting anyway. This is far too convenient. His eyes widened in terror, yet he was powerless to resist, his face a mask of absolute horror, as if his very soul was being stamped and sent into oblivion. His neck is gripped by a hand as cold as an iron hook, and his body is pinned against the stone-hard wall. His spine slammed so hard he nearly broke. Breath caught in his throat, his trembling lips uttering only a desperate whimper. In his eyes, the red frames grew dim, whether from fear or lack of blood flow to the brain. Realizing he was about to be pulled into the painting, time shattered into silent fragments, his eyes reflecting humanity's most primal fear, death. The final words echoed like a bell from the abyss. Is this the end? His vision blurs, the light in his eyes like a candle flickering in a raging storm. The world faded, swallowed by an endless, abyssal darkness. But then, the red-haired girl's light, her radiant smile, brought him clarity. Gathering the last of his strength, his arm trembled as he reached up, grabbing the wrist that was choking him. No, he couldn't give up. A blue light began to emerge from his arm, shocking her. A strange light emanating from his arm before she could find its source. Glowing blue symbols ran along his skin, burning like a curse etched into his very being. A bizarre azure system blazing with light. Realizing what it was, she screamed in terror. It was the mark, the very thing she feared. She released Jin in a panic. It's a brand. She quickly reveals her true form, spreads her wings, and flees. I'll be cursed. Oh, she vanished in a flash, leaving Dia collapsed on the ground, clutching her neck. The throat, once constricted, suddenly opens, allowing a rush of air into the trachea and brain. After a few seconds of oxygen deprivation, life-giving sustenance returns, but the aftershocks linger. Dizziness, trembling, and blood vessels bulging under the skin as if about to burst. A raw throat, vocal cords nearly paralyzed by the brand's pressure. Diaxine stared at the strange ancient symbols on his forearm, a sense of unease washing over him. Is this a curse? Where did I even get this? He suddenly remembered the fortune-teller's words. I hope this will be of use to you. Diashin scratched his head in confusion, lost in thought. Was that fortune-teller a fraud? It's thanks to her that I'm still alive. Unfortunately, it was a curse. Now, he recalls memories he thought were buried deep within his heart. A blood-soaked hand reached out, calling his name. Jin. He blamed himself for all that had happened, and with her last strength, she touched his cheek, a final promise in blood. With ragged breath, she moved her lips, if only for this one last time. Blood spread across the floor like crushed flower petals in a storm, amidst the motionless bodies. On the cold, blood-stained road, a woman lay still, her eyes closed, long lashes shadowing shattered glasses. Behind her, dozens of bodies piled upon each other like a silent, immeasurable hellscape. In the whistling wind through the still wet crimson syrup, a voice echoed like a final farewell. Don't blame yourself for anything. The flashback ends and Jay hugs his head in despair. Chief, what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, something came to him, and he quickly stood up, looking at the painting on the wall. That's right, the kids. Are all the missing kids in here? Dia remembers what she said. There's no way out. If anyone knows, it's Hua Jong-soon. Yen recalls the horrific scene from his childhood as Dia desperately punches the painting. His teeth grit, another wave of helplessness washing over him. He closes his eyes in anguish, on the verge of giving up, unable to do anything. Suddenly his hand went right through the painting, shocking him. Dia desperately searched within the painting. It seems Min Seok has found something, and he quickly pulls it out. What he pulled out was a child's arm, and he dropped the kid onto the floor. This only adds to Jo-sin's confusion. What is going on? He actually pulled the kid out. Now, on to the news. The missing children we reported on have been found at an art exhibit cafe in District 20C, and the news is spreading fast. However, authorities struggled to find a suspect, as each child's testimony was inconsistent, and security cameras in the area were inexplicably damaged. After the incident, Jin returned home, quickly turning on his computer to watch the news, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Lucky for me, there's no mention of me. Getting caught up in this mess would ruin my life. Good thing I left the scene quickly. Jin looked down thoughtfully at the ancient symbols covering his arms, rubbing the marks. On the computer screen, an article about the mysterious Nanya legend appears, mentioned once again. He thought to himself that perhaps he should go. Jin remembered the fortune-teller's words. If you want to find her, don't run from your destiny. Remembering the fortune-teller's words, he recalled the old woman. That's right, I forgot. So Jay quickly packed his things and went out to find the fortune-teller, thinking he had to see her, that there was so much he needed to ask. He quickly rushed to the place where he first met the old woman. But strangely, after arriving, the fortune-teller was nowhere to be found. Confused, he wondered, where is she? Is she off today? As he stood there, a kind old man approached and asked who he was looking for. Diashin turned to the old man and asked, Excuse me, sir, do you know where the fortune-teller who sits here went? Hearing this, the old man seemed puzzled, then revealed a shocking truth that Diashin couldn't believe. What are you babbling about? I've worked in this area for 10 years, and I've never seen a fortune-teller here. This left him stunned for a moment, but he pressed on, offering more details to the old man. But I met her just days ago. She was a plump, middle-aged woman covered in gaudy jewelry. The more he spoke, the less the old man understood. This place isn't even fit for the homeless. So if someone showed up, I'd know. Are you kidding me? Are you joking, old man? Oblivious, Jin argues with the old man, unaware that on the wall hangs the fortune-teller's old photo from their previous encounter. The old woman's eyes seemed to follow someone, waiting for their return. But then, the fire erupted, slowly creeping as if devouring the past, twisting like silent screams, no longer a photograph. The last vestige is incinerated, and with it, a part of the soul vanishes, leaving only a wisp of smoke and a chilling void. Jin remains oblivious to the wheel of fate turning on its next journey. The conversation continued, unresolved. Was he joking? Why would I joke about something like that? But Jessin stubbornly persisted. Just tell me the truth, please. But the old man refused because he had already told Jishin everything. I told you I was telling the truth. Heavy breathing echoed in the darkness. Suddenly, a staggering man appeared, his body trembling as if he were fleeing something terrible. In the distance, faint light filtered through the collapsed roof, casting pale streaks on the decaying walls. He quickly turned his head, his eyes filled with terror, as a chilling call echoed through the inky darkness. Uncle? Something stirs in the shadows deep within that corridor. A shapeless presence, a soundless approach, but it is definitely getting closer as that haunting voice echoes once more. Where did you go, mister? This time it sounded closer and clearer. He held his breath, afraid to move, pressed against the wall, his eyes fixed on the dimly lit corridor ahead. Hey, mister, where did you go? It circles around, searching for its prey. After a moment of silence, its head suddenly twisted unnaturally backward. In an instant, its head spun a full 180 degrees, its eyes fixed on the man before it, and the monster shrieked with glee. There you are. The terrified man recoiled, his survival instincts kicking in, but his trembling body betrayed him, tripping over broken wood on the floor. It approached the man, who was paralyzed by fear and grinned grotesquely from ear to ear. It opened its maw and devoured the man's head, his scream piercing the sky before fading into silence. Soon after, the scream seemed to have alerted an elderly woman nearby, who immediately reported everything. I swear I heard a man's agonizing scream. The incident became the talk of the town. It's her again, calling the police over every little thing, one person muttered. She's seriously damaging the reputation of this district. The officer, flustered, replied, Ma'am, according to our assessment, no one lives in that area. It's probably just some homeless people causing trouble, but the old woman was sure she'd heard something. No, I'm sure that scream came from someone in mortal danger. More and more townspeople gathered to watch. The officer simply replied, Ma'am, we don't have jurisdiction in that area. Before she could respond, the officers retreated from the scene. Let's go, the officers declared loudly, quickly getting into their car and warning the old woman not to call about anything supernatural again. After the police car left, the townspeople continued to discuss the recent events. Speaking of which, I wonder how many people have gone in there and disappeared, one person said. There might really be a monster in there, but an old man silenced everyone and everything. The old man adjusted his glasses, silencing the crowd, warning that if the rumors of demons spread, no one would want to live there anymore. All of you, shut your mouths and pretend nothing happened. The shout echoed through the old neighborhood, cutting through the frigid morning air. After that incident, it made the front page with the headline, Mystery Story, Latest News, Strange Disappearances in Nanya 4th Street. The comments below only added to the confusion, with some unaware of its location, others claiming to have passed through the terrifying place, some believing it to be real and still others refuting it. Another report surfaces about mysterious orbs of light in Naniac. Horror stories surrounding the district are spreading like wildfire. Reports surfaced of strange flickering lights and even ghostly apparitions. And the comments section was exploding. One person believes there's a mysterious spiritual phenomenon in Nania, and many articles are reporting on the strange events there. Just then, Jin asked, "Is that true?" The old woman on the street replied with certainty, "Of course it's true. You're sure to meet the man searching for masks. There, you'll also find your destined partner. If you find them, you mustn't leave their side, not even for a moment." The old woman smiled, holding out her hand as if to ask for money. "If you want my blessing for good fortune, you'll need to pay extra." "Okay, I'll use my card then." I'm out of cash, leaving the old woman speechless for a moment. The clear blue sky stretches out, a flawless summer canvas. Morning sunlight casts a gentle golden hue over the pristine white buildings, creating a scene of serene beauty. Amidst the quiet of a modern neighborhood, a voice calls out, "Hey JN, double-check to make sure we haven't forgotten anything." After confirming everything is accounted for, JN replies, "Yes, everything's here." The driver nodded, turned back and said firmly, "Then get in." The truck rumbled down the road, its engine echoing through the fading city. Inside the cab, the driver said, "We need to get there before nightfall." A bit of tension filled the air. He sat beside him, eyes forward, but his mind was elsewhere, when the driver suddenly asked, "Say, why do you have so many books? Most of your stuff is books. Are you a teacher?" The protagonist denied it. "No," he replied. Then the driver asked, his voice laced with amusement, "So what's with hoarding all these? Planning to eat books instead of food?" Hearing that, Dexon felt a surge of anger and resentment, retorting, "Is there a law against collecting books?" The driver chuckled, half serious, saying he could have bought a decent house with the money he spent on those books, instead of ending up in a place like this. Diashin turned away, forcing a smile, while the driver's playful demeanor vanished. He asked seriously, "Do you know what kind of place it is? Someone went missing there just a few days ago." The car speeds down the highway, the cityscape fading behind as Dia maintains a carefree, even teasing tone. "Don't worry about me. I'm not even human after all." The driver blurted out, his voice laced with doubt. "Then, what are you?" he continued, his tone as casual as if he were talking about the weather. "Someone like me who eats books for meals should be called a bookworm." The car screeched to a halt. "We've arrived at the haunted house of Naniac Street." Before them was a narrow path leading to the ancient house, hidden behind thick trees. As Dia stood silently before the stone wall, gazing up at the house shrouded in gloom. The weak afternoon sun couldn't pierce the cold atmosphere surrounding the place. No one had rented the house since the disappearances. A low voice echoed, as if recounting an old legend that even the speaker no longer fully believed. Jin stood silently, staring intently at the house rumored to be haunted, contemplating something. The driver, still in his car, turned back to him, half joking, half serious. "Any regrets? If you want to go back, get in the car. I'll only charge you half price." Jin remained calm, his expression slightly indifferent. "Just help me get my things out." The driver chuckled but warned, "Are you sure? This is a haunted house." But Jay remained unfazed, turning back with a calm, almost cold gaze, and replied firmly, "It's not a problem. They can't hurt people." The driver raised an eyebrow. "You've got guts. If you're determined, there's no point in me stopping you." After his last helpless words, the driver simply chuckled. "Well, let's settle up then." He pulled out his bank card, offering it to the driver in the white truck. The driver glanced at him with a weary, cynical look. His calloused arm still resting on the car door, he sighed and replied dryly, with a hint of mockery, "I don't eat books like you do." Hearing this, the man looked completely dumbfounded. The driver then neatly counted each bill, his calloused hand stopping when he reached the right amount. The man nodded, his voice deep and sincere. 15-20, that's enough. Good luck with your life. If you survive to move again, give me a call." The truck rumbled to life, its engine noise cutting through the silence. From the driver's seat, the driver muttered, "What an idiot, wanting to live with them for no reason, especially with monsters in the mix." A passing comment, yet it stopped Jin dead in his tracks, his eyes widening as if awakened from a trance. He immediately chased after the truck, a look of urgency on his face. His voice rang out, almost a shout. "Hey, stop!" The driver paused, tilting his head out the window, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Jin had caught up to the car, panting, but his eyes still shone with astonishment as he asked, "What did you just say?" The driver looked up, seemingly confused, but casually replied, I said you're crazy for living with demons. But that's not important to you. Near the end, the driver paused for a moment, then blurted out, What? Oh, demons. The driver continued, unaware he'd just dropped a bombshell. You didn't know? They call that house haunted, but it's actually full of goblins. Jinder's face went white, his eyes widened, and he froze like a statue, his normal expression turning into a blank stare. And as he was still reeling from the driver's words, a voice echoed in his ear. It's getting dark, I need to get out of this place. His face was blank, his eyes devoid of emotion. He was so shocked, his soul nearly left his body. The words echoed in the empty space, then reverberated in his mind like an alarming bell. Suddenly, a man in the distance waved in his direction. Hey, are you the goat herder? The chubby man approached, his face still beaming. Oh my, you're here so early. I apologize for not greeting you sooner, the balding man said with a gentle smile, clasping his hands together as if welcoming a VIP. Is there anything you're unhappy with? This is Bong Pu, the landowner. Hearing this, Jay calmly replies that he can't know if he's satisfied until he tries living there. I've only been here for 10 minutes. Before I settle in, I have a question for you. That statement wiped the smile off Bong Bill's face, replacing it with a bewildered expression. But he quickly regained his cheerful demeanor. His hands clasped, a smile plastered on his face, he asks, What is it? Ask away. Don't hesitate. Dai asked with a serious look, his face expressionless as he posed a question to him. Besides ghosts, is there anything else here? His words made Bong Pu's face turn purple, sweat dripping, hands still clasped, an expression of embarrassment and concealment, though still forcing a smile. Behind him, Bong Pu jumped, waving his hands frantically, his face tense as he blatantly tried to deny it. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as ghosts? But Jin had already figured it out, and with his hands in his pockets, he calmly replied, It's okay, there's no need to hide it. Jin held up his phone, his voice calm but convincing. The haunted house on Naniac Street, it's all over the news. People say they've seen ghosts in this house. The uncle began to panic, stammering, What's that supposed to mean? It can't be real. It's just a rumor, nothing but rumors. Meanwhile, Dia Shin remained serious with a sharp tone. Just tell the truth. Is there anything else besides ghosts? Like monsters, perhaps? Dia Shin asks, glaring at Bong Bu. He blurted out, What about me? Before quickly clamping his mouth shut. Bong Bu turned pale, sweating profusely, while Jin stared at him in silence. He panicked, trying to back away, still denying everything. Yes, it has to be a ghost. There's no way Jin believes it. He frowned, skeptical, thinking something was off. Ever since I mentioned the evil spirit, I knew this old man was acting suspicious. I just wanted to test him. Is it too late to turn back now? But I've already moved my things in and I'm broke. Meanwhile, the uncle tries to cover up and deny everything. Hey, there definitely was something that night. Oh, never mind. Then Jin looked towards a group of residents gathering in the alley. A group of uneasy elders stare at Jin, then furtively leave, their actions puzzling him. This left Jin wondering what's going on. He was still confused, wondering to himself, Are people curious about me moving here? They must know something. Meanwhile, Bong Pu forces a smile. Pay the rent first. Jin tried to pay with his card, but Bong Pu was too fast, throwing it away before he could even react. The bank card lay on the ground as Jin and Bong Pu faced each other in awkward silence. Darkness begins to fall, and in the still of night, beneath the faint starlight swallowed by the dense trees, the old roof of the house emerges. In that space, a frustrated grumble echoes. I have to rent a haunted house, and they won't even let me swipe my card. Paying in cash just brought a mountain of taxes. What a headache. A sigh escapes his lips as Jay Shin lowers himself. In the old room, the flickering fluorescent light struggled to illuminate, and Jin slumped into the fully reclined chair like a shadow shedding its defenses, his breath light but still tinged with fatigue. Not bad, he thought, leaning back, eyes drifting to the ceiling, a slight smile playing on his lips as if he'd just gotten away with something. At least the house is spacious and comfortable and the rent was dirt cheap. Ghosts can't hurt people anyway. Jin maintained his relaxed smile, his eyes distant as if recalling something he'd once said. The driver's words echoed in his mind. He's a fool who likes living with ghosts, and there are even monsters in there. A sudden chill runs down her spine, straight to her brain. Dia gripped the armrest tightly. Are the monsters really that kind of monster? Don't speak ill of the devil, or he may appear. He calmly puts on his glasses and slowly walks down the dark hallway. His footsteps echoed softly on the old wooden floor. He decided to check around to be sure. If there are monsters, I'm running. Dia frantically throws open the door. But before him were only old, dusty objects, cast aside in a dark, lightless room, unused and forgotten. Jain then threw open another door. He stopped short at the bathroom door, the pristine white space a stark contrast to the dusty room before. He opened yet another door, even lying on the floor to search for anything unusual underneath. Then froze, his heart skipping a beat. He stopped right in front of the staircase. A staircase? His hand gently touched the wooden railing, his eyes fixed on the staircase leading upwards, where light flickered from a crack in the door, illuminating each gray, decaying, and warped wooden step. Some of the steps looked like they could collapse at any moment. This house has 2 floors? Reaching the top of the stairs, he stopped dead in his tracks as Jin stepped into the room above. The cold blue light from the clouded window slanted into the pitch-black room, creating thin streaks that cut through the dusty air. It was an attic. Jin remained still in the attic, his eyes silently scanning the desolate room devoid of any signs of cleaning. Had the previous tenant never come up here? He looked up at the ceiling, his eyes widening, his feet frozen in place. A strange object was embedded right above him. His pupils contracted as he took in the sight. What the hell, a rod? The staff stood tall, piercing the wall, and suddenly, Ye Xin felt a strange pain jolt through his body. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing ancient characters, and felt a sudden pain in his wrist, reminding him of an encounter from days before. The girl with glasses transforms into a monstrous bird fleeing in terror. Is the brand. I'll be cursed. This made him anxious, wondering if it was truly a curse, and if he should leave this place. Gritting his teeth, he slowly descended, each footstep echoing on the old wooden stairs. No, dang now, already paid. Besides, I don't have enough money to rent another place. He clenched his glasses, a long silence hanging in the air. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath as if trying to swallow the fear rising in his chest, and decided to take a chance. After all, the reason I rented this house wasn't because it was cheap. Dia walked slowly down the dimly lit hallway, her eyes glancing through the large window. This place is certainly spacious. Even the garden is large. Perhaps I should check it out. He stood silently by the large window, gazing thoughtfully outside. Golden light flickered from the lamppost outside, filtering through the dense foliage as a dark wind carried the scent of mildew and a growing sense of unease. His eyes widened in confusion, sweat beating on his temples, dripping with each heavy breath as he forced a smile, thinking, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I wait until morning? One foolish choice after another. The scene was shrouded in an increasingly oppressive atmosphere. A path behind 2 mottled stone walls appears under the streetlights when suddenly a black void opens in midair. It is now widened, seething like a gateway to hell as the flickering streetlights are gradually swallowed into the void. Within that dark abyss, a strange light suddenly flickered, and the glowing spots slowly began to move. Meanwhile, on the other side, a crack echoed from the dilapidated ceiling as blue light filtered through the window onto a dusty bookshelf. An old computer sat silently by the window as Jin lay curled up on the sofa, eyes wide. His face was strained, eyes wide and bloodshot, pupils constricted, sweat pouring down his forehead. He gasped for breath, as if returned from the brink of death, his eyes wide as if about to burst from their sockets. He smirked, thinking he must have slept for at least 4 hours. He was nearly insane. He clutches the clock, eyes wide, mouth agape, unable to believe the truth before him. How is it still not morning? And then the awful truth unfolded before him. Only 15 minutes had passed. He clutches his head as if it's about to explode. Time has never felt so slow. Why suffer twice as much by pulling an all-nighter and failing at work? Forget it. About 30 minutes later, Jin was squatting in front of the wide-open refrigerator, his face as weary as if he'd carried the weight of eternity. He thought to himself, at this point, a ghost or demon might as well appear and end my suffering. He'd rather it be a ghost at this point, abandoning all shame. He still had a mouthful of water when a strange sound suddenly echoed through the silent space, freezing him to the core. What's that sound? It sounds like a bell. The town center is far from here. Who would be ringing a bell at midnight? He tried to smile, but his face betrayed his panic, his eyes unable to believe what was happening. He gripped his glasses tightly, his confusion turning to extreme tension as he realized it seemed to be heading this way, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing on the old wood. He darted to the window like an arrow, peering out into the night. He stared in disbelief out the window, where a procession of vibrant red was parading through the streets. A procession of people in crimson ceremonial robes marched by, the light from lanterns and torches casting an unnervingly solemn glow on their faces. A whole procession of them. Jin stared out the window, a mixture of confusion and doubt on his face, wondering what kind of festival was being held so late at night. He was silent for a long time, clutching the glasses in his hand. Could it be? He breathed a faint sigh. He carefully examined the red glasses with trembling hands, and upon wearing them, Jin's eyes widened in shock. The scene before him was a parade of monsters. He knew it. They were all demons. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The sight before him triggered a memory, and a voice as deep as stones rolling in an abyss echoed, chilling him to the bone. How strange. Dia, with Sio's terrified and mottled face, couldn't move. You look very much like a human. The monster gazes with hundreds of eyes as if looking at an insect beneath its feet. Yet it can see through my very being. It continued, its deep voice questioning. Are you human or monster? Answer me. If you're human, you'll die instantly. Jin trembled before the grotesque creature, his glasses reflecting the image of Jung-won. Then, a sea of corpses lay piled high, stained crimson. Because I despise you humans so much. Answer me quickly. Jin remained kneeling, his small frame trembling amidst a sea of cold corpses. Across from him stood the man in the purple suit, his eyes cold, his right hand still clutching the head of a victim, blood dripping onto the gray stone floor. Just what are you? His eyes widened in terror. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his face, his heart pounding like a drum. This feeling was unbearable. Outside, a solemn and eerie funeral procession makes its way down the road. A wizened face with jagged teeth and disheveled silver hair mutters mysteriously that the ritual is only a day away. He coldly threatened, "Don't even think about running. You can't escape our grasp. Do you understand?" So Chun is inside that palanquin, the one they call. So Chun is bowing her head low, and an eerie silence surrounds the crimson procession. After a moment of silence, the one inside resignedly spoke. All right. Back with Duane, he clutches his chest, struggling to catch his breath and calm his mind. What to do now? He couldn't believe these monsters traveled in packs. His hand gripped his chest as if trying to calm his racing heart. His eyes filled with fear. So this whole neighborhood is their territory. I'm done for. His eyes flashed with alertness. Maybe not. What if I just stay inside? But there are so many of them. If I run into the whole group, it's game over. Diashin forces a smile, telling himself that if he stays calm and focused, everything will be all right. He told himself, trying to reassure himself, that he should just wait until morning. Jessen quickly retreats as Jin cautiously descends the dark stairs. They probably wouldn't bother coming here, would they? Suddenly, a loud noise caught Jin's attention. Before him stood a woman with pale purple hair, dressed in dark yata robes with a green sash, her expression eerily calm, while shock and fear were evident on Jessen's face. His eyes widened, his face tensed, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his temple. A short, ash-purple-haired girl with a few light scratches on her face. Jessen thought to himself, a sense of unease washing over him. It can't be. I locked everything up tight. Does that mean she's a ghost? His thoughts raced as he looked down at her feet. No ghost could make footsteps that heavy. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl slowly raised her head, her dark eyes piercing into him. So she is G. He quickly turned away, his whole body tense, cold sweat pouring down, with only one thought in his mind. They've met. He clutches his red glasses, telling himself to stay calm. It couldn't be, could it? Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Uncle? Dia gulped, drenched in a cold sweat, eyes strained to the limit, the sound of his heart pounding, echoing in his chest. Uncle? Diashin replayed the moment she heard the chilling voice echo in her ear. It lunges before him, its long, grotesque head dangling like a boneless mass of flesh, swaying with every movement, its voice shrill and echoing like a child mimicking an adult. Hey, mister. Blood splatters the monster's face, its mouth stretched wide. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! Jin reacted quickly, turning and running upstairs. Leaping 2 or 3 steps at a time, it moved so fast that it couldn't stop, its entire body slamming against the wall from the force. Dia panted, cursing under her breath. He also pulls out his glasses and immediately puts them on, realizing this thing is no ghost. Through his glasses, Jin stared intently at the stairs as the desperate calls echoed from below. It slowly ascended, its long, winding neck leading the way, its shrill voice crying out, Uncle! Dia screamed internally. It was a demon. Hearing it call out, Uncle, he couldn't help but wonder, who's it calling Uncle? I'm not that old, am I? Suddenly, Jin noticed something shining beneath the creature's long skirt. He wondered if there was something down there. It was too dark to make out. He tried to focus on the faint light, reassuring himself that he needed to stay calm. Jin stared at the creature's sliding neck and thought, "Here we go again." He raised his hand in a greeting, forcing a smile at the demon before him. "Who did I think it was? Just a long neck." Jin continues to make up stories. Before he could finish saying they'd met before, he sensed danger and instinctively dodged as its head lunged forward, smashing into the wall behind him. He took advantage of the momentum and ran, his heart pounding, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! This isn't working!" Turning back to look at the thing behind him, he screamed, "What kind of monster doesn't listen to reason?" Seeing its prey move, it spun around and gave chase, a mournful sound still echoing from its mouth. "Uncle!" Jay tries his best to run, quickly escaping downstairs and heading towards the descending staircase. Just as he climbs the railing, planning to jump straight down, it and its dangling head leap in front of him. Dia quickly retreated. How is it so fast? In the blink of an eye, its mouth opened wide, as if to devour him whole. Jessen retreated, and the nearby beam became its next victim, snapping in two. Seeing its attack fail, it ignored its teeth, still clamped on the pillar, spun in the air, and mercilessly kneed him in the chest. It pins him to the floor, knees locking his shoulders in place, and Jessen cries out in pain from the second attack. Before he could recover, his neck was seized. He gasped for air, his eyes wide with burst blood vessels. Its voice echoed in his ears. "Uncle?" He gritted his teeth, saliva welling up in his throat as the monster pathetically called out, "Uncle?" Diashin's eyes widened as she watched the gaping maw before her, drool dripping from its mouth. Helpless, he screamed internally, unable to move, and silently begged for salvation. Neither Jane nor the monster knew that something was emerging from the ceiling, slowly descending like a bolt of lightning, striking the monster's long neck. It shrieked in agony with strange sounds, staggering backward and releasing its grip on his neck. Jin narrowly escapes, coughing and gasping for air, but his legs carry him away. What in the world just happened? But never mind that thing's mouth. He ran. Dee quickly dashed out into the yard, a wooden gate before him, thinking he could finally escape. But something suddenly flashed in his mind, and he stopped just as he reached for the door. Jin's eyes widen as he senses the presence before him. A multitude of monsters through the crack in the door. They were of all shapes and sizes, adorned in elaborate clothing, moving about as if this were their natural habitat. Despair washed over him, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor, lamenting that he'd forgotten the horde of monsters outside. Depresses his head against the door, frustrated, thinking he never should have come here, and that he absolutely has to leave at first light. Di-Yin is filled with frustration, dying senselessly before solving anything. Who wouldn't be annoyed? Meanwhile, somewhere under the night sky, light still shone in a house with slightly classical architecture, as someone inside announced, "Tomorrow is the full moon, so the ritual will be performed then." This old man, his wrinkled forehead partially hidden by a tall hat, stood before a kneeling girl saying, "After the ritual, you will become part of Jumwanim." "Isn't it wonderful?" he says, passing her with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. "Juman needs to gather more knowledge from souls, so we can still put your meager talents to good use. On behalf of everyone, I thank you in advance. Consider this a great honor." So-chun, her face hidden behind a veil, betrayed no emotion. She heard his voice echo from behind her. "You must complete everything before the full moon. Find one more sacrifice for Jumwanim." Once his footsteps faded, she thought to herself, "Just one more day?" She tilted her head, gazing at the full moon outside. So it's almost over. Back at Jin's eerie boarding house, the phone crackled incessantly. "The subscriber you have dialed is not in service." He paced around anxiously with his phone, Dia seeing the notification pop up on the screen. Long is frustrated. He remembers being able to make calls this morning. This is making him extremely anxious. Not even a phone works at night? He couldn't help but curse under his breath, while the landlord remained silent, not daring to say a word. Dia collapses to the ground, frustrated, and begins to tear at her hair. What a mess. He recalled the articles he'd read, the ones that made him think this place was only haunted. But then he remembered his dream, a red-haired girl standing by a bridge. She looked up at the fiery sky, then turned and gave him a gentle smile. Jin closed his eyes, sensing he would find her here. It was an obsession he couldn't shake. He had to find her, even if she was a ghost or a demon. Actually, the moment Jin arrived, he felt something was off. He'd been here before, but the locals were so wary that he couldn't snoop around. Some even harshly told him to leave, asking where he came from. The more Jin thought about it, the more frightened he became. Now he'd walked right into the monster's lair. Suddenly he panicked. He'd forgotten something. Oh no, his glasses. Diaxin was frantic, wringing his hands. He couldn't leave them behind. What to do? After calming himself down, Jace crept back into the house and cautiously ascended the stairs. He didn't dare go upstairs, only poking his head out, trying to look around for his glasses, his eyes widening as if he'd spotted something. Staring at the red frames less than 3 meters away, he was secretly overjoyed to see them. Dia carefully picked it up, breathing a sigh of relief that it wasn't damaged. It was then that Jin realized he had stepped on something. He sat down to examine it, wondering what it was. Stone fragments? Dia picks them up, but before she can examine them, she feels a chill down her spine. He quickly turned around, but there was nothing there but a pile of junk scattered all over the floor. He scratched his head, puzzled. He was sure he felt something. Suddenly, a blue light flashed as a staff appeared on the floor, radiating an ethereal glow. Dia instinctively recoils. This staff looks familiar. Could it be the one? He slowly recalled the scene of this thing hitting the demon's head to save him. Jin slowly approached, reaching out to touch the wooden head as if to pull it out. Surprised by how easily it came out, he hadn't even needed to use any force. He examined the staff from every angle, but it seemed like nothing more than an ordinary stick. Thinking this, he listlessly swung it through the air like a baton. So why did that monster scream like that? Before Jin could understand the principle, the staff suddenly left his hand. It crashed to the floor with a resounding thud, like a 100-pound weight had dropped. Dia was stunned, staring at his empty hand in utter confusion. What the heck was that crash? He quickly bent down to pick up the staff only to drop it again. This time, the sound of the heavy object hitting the ground was even more deafening, leaving Dia completely bewildered. He couldn't understand what was going on. A stiff smile plastered on his face. Dia scratches his head, picks up the staff again, and gives an awkward, embarrassed laugh. This toy is pretty fun. If no one claims it, I'll just keep it for now. The next morning, his voice echoed within the demon's lair where Dia resided. Huh? Why couldn't he come today? He stood in front of the mirror, examining the mark on his neck, the handprint still visible, as the voice on the other end of the phone replied, I told you, I'm swamped with work. I already have a moving appointment today. Dia desperately wanted to leave. So, could you pick me up after work tonight? He walked out of his gate, phone still in hand, listening to the other person's ranting. Forget it. I'm not as crazy as you, so there's no way I'm going there at night. Dia-sin pleaded urgently. Hey, driver. Finally, the other party relented, saying, Fine, I'll do it. I'll come move your stuff the day after tomorrow, so get ready. I told you so that day and now you regret it? Hearing the day after tomorrow, he panicked, saying, Sir, I regret it, so could you. But the driver abruptly ended the conversation, not willing to negotiate. The day is set, so have the cash ready, no transfers, see you then. But the other line had already hung up, leaving him frustrated and furious. I'm almost out of money, and I wouldn't have called if you hadn't promised half price. Suddenly, the landlord appeared behind me. Seeing him, the landlord trembled, stammering, You're still alive. Jin was furious, and the landlord quickly covered his mouth, realizing his slip-up. He smirked. Excellent, so you did know there was a demon in the house. The landlord lunged toward him. He grabbed Jae-shin's chin, scrutinizing him from head to toe, leaving Jae-shin both angry and confused. What do you think you're doing? He wondered. Nothing. This birthmark... Bongpyo was so scared his face drooped. Does he really think I'm some kind of monster? Jae-shin thought to himself, annoyed. This old man is infuriating. The Bongpyo elder suddenly clasped his hands and bowed to him. Brave young mage, please stay and help me exterminate these demons. Jin is furious. Don't even dream of it. I'm moving tomorrow, and I'm no mage. He didn't believe him and kept begging, Brave young warrior, please help me. If you can solve this, I'll give you a reward of 30 million. Despite the old man's relentless pressure, Jin refuses outright, saying he won't help and doesn't need to. However, his tone softened. All right, first, lay out the whole story so I can consider it. Of course, he had his own thoughts. Everything can be bought with enough money. The innkeeper responded, Actually, there's a temple called Naniac on top of this hill. Dai repeats the words, the temple. He explained that, as far as he knew, the temple had been abandoned for a very long time. What's more, many people have gone missing up there, and the houses around the area are abandoned, so the police don't want to waste their time investigating. Because the missing were all homeless, without IDs or backgrounds, the story became quite famous. Soon, rumors began to spread online, greatly affecting landlords like myself and even the tenants in this area. Before Jin's astonished eyes, the landlord continued. Just yesterday, Mr. Kim down the street told me he heard loud noises coming from here. Usually when that happens, the locals know someone has disappeared, but no one's foolish enough to go out and investigate. Touching his chin, he recalled someone brave like Jin venturing up there before, returning to tell of seeing a ghost in the Nanya shrine. And he didn't stop there, continuing his story. He even said the ghost was wearing strange, old-fashioned clothes and had long, flowing hair. Dia was stunned to hear about the ghost. He called out, noticing the man got goosebumps just from that part of the story, and Bong Pilu made a decision on his own. So, hero, please help me and the people here to eliminate those demons and monsters. Something felt off to him when he heard that. Wait, I wasn't finished speaking before he cut me off, saying, I'm counting on you, hero, and I've prepared a reward. With that, the old man scurried off, leaving him speechless. That old geezer is trying to get me killed. He gripped the glasses hanging from his shirt, his eyes darkening as he recalled the old man's words, his hair falling long. A woman? And she was wearing strange period clothing. He was starting to worry. What to do now? Night is falling and the clock on the shelf reads 10:39. Dia lies on the bed, covered by a thin blanket, sighing in dismay. I really want to get out of here. But now it's night and I know everything I need to. I wonder if I should go there. On the tiny bed, he lay down, turned over, sat up, and lay back down again, repeating this process 100 times. And so a defeated Daishin sits up, disgusted with himself, deciding it's best to just hold out until morning. Besides, there's no guarantee there aren't other things besides ghosts there. If I run into another monster like yesterday, I'm done for. Dia abruptly sits up, realizing it's midnight, deciding to wait it out until morning. After all, he has no weapons to fight those monsters. He glanced at the staff by his bed, a flicker of hope in his eyes, and finally grabbed it, stepping out of the house. Jin planned to take a quick look and then leave immediately. He walked on, reassuring himself that everything would be all right, slowly making his way through the silent night. But Jae-shin doesn't know that two bright lights shine in the darkness, burning intensely as they spot him. Dia wanders through the village, lips pursed, a mix of worry and anticipation. Could it be him? He suddenly recalls the recurring dreams. Why does that person keep appearing in them? Why do I feel like I've been chosen as a human sacrifice? The sky is pitch black, with only the dim streetlights shining down. He looked up the deserted slope, finding it strange. Huh? I thought you said it was just up the hill. I've been looking around for ages, but where is the Naniac shrine? Didn't we just pass this way? Jin is starting to get annoyed. Have we just been going in circles? And what's that shimmering light? Golden light emanates from the butterflies, and he stares in stunned silence. He looked towards where the butterflies gathered, hardly believing his eyes. The shimmering insects swirled around a temple. It was an ancient, mysterious temple, yet it didn't feel old. The entire structure glowed with light from within, surrounded by fluttering butterflies. Somehow Jin found himself standing before the temple. Impossible, he whispered. This place is exactly like the temple in the painting. Before he could even process it, the door before him opened. Jin was startled, wondering if the door had opened on its own as he followed the butterflies inside. Dojin felt his heart pounding. What secrets lay hidden within? He followed the stairs, his eyes fixed on the closed door. He thought to himself, if it's not a ghost, it's definitely a demon. He looked at the door, a hint of anticipation on his face. Remembering the girl from his dream, Jin slowly ascends the stairs. A large wooden door appears before him. He pushes it open, and the light inside is blinding. Through the haze, he sees a red curtain and a girl. Dia looked towards her. A girl sat on the crimson bed, her long hair half tied up, half cascading down her waist, adorned with sparkling accessories. She tilted her head, her beautiful face now clear to Jin. Butterflies fluttered around her, making her even more radiant. Jin stood there, stunned, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Jessen with sparkling eyes. A smile unlike the girl from his dream, a face that felt strangely familiar. The girl slowly stood, adorned in a tight outfit and a shimmering blue cloak. Dia watched the person approach, concluding that it wasn't her. Her golden eyes flickered as they locked gazes, and in an instant, she was before him. Dia was a little flustered, wondering if he should apologize for bothering her and then get out of here as quickly as possible. But before Jin could react, she approached him. And as Jessen watched in shock, she tilted his chin up and moved her face close to his. Jin's eyes widened. What the hell? He couldn't move his mouth. She wrapped her arms around Jin's neck as if to embrace him, but to his horror, he found himself unable to move. Her hand gently reached around Jin's neck, her seemingly harmless nails suddenly becoming as sharp as knives, her eyes full of danger. Unaware of the danger, Jin's staff sensed the threat and emitted a faint blue light. Her movements halt as she realizes something, and she quickly retreats, pushing Jin away. Her eyes warily fixate on the staff in Jin's hand. It's the light emanating from it that she fears. A terrifying aura. Is he an exorcist? She points at Jin. Who are you? When he didn't answer, she shouted again. What do you want? Jin used himself as bait. Now he can speak. He hurriedly spoke his mind. Please forgive me for entering without permission. But before he could finish, a loud noise interrupted him. They both turned toward the sound, which seemed strangely familiar. It was, before Jay could answer, a mournful sound echoed, Uncle, oh uncle. Jay sweats. A floating head with gleaming eyes slowly appears in the doorway. It moans, Uncle, the familiar head Jin met just yesterday. He's annoyed. This thing again? He unconsciously gripped his staff. Was it following him? Dia raised the staff, took a defensive stance, and said to the girl behind him, I'm sorry, it's here because of me, so I'll take care of it. She was a little surprised by his actions. What's going on? He's not here to kill me? Jin tensed up, sweat beading on his brow. So Jin secretly assesses the situation. A suspicious man wielding a sword that emits a terrifying aura. When you unsheathed that sword, you swore you'd take responsibility for it. At that moment, she simply found it unbelievable. Did he really say that? Now, hearing the duck's quack mixed with the panicked cries, wait, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Just moments ago, he boldly promised to protect her, but now he's the one running from the long-necked monster. The scene descends into chaos as the monster cranes its neck over the overturned tables and chairs, trying to bite his leg. He quickly pulls back. He begged it to stop, but soon enough he felt his back against the wall. This was it, his end. Dia swung his sword wildly. Don't come any closer. I told you not to. With no other options, he closed his eyes, screaming in desperation as he made a reckless move. The sword swung in an arc, and the monster's head tilted to avoid it. Then, as he opened his eyes, it whipped its head around and slammed it into his back, knocking him down. Dia fell flat on his face, sliding a good distance, and under So-chan's gaze he groaned as he pushed himself back up. So-chan narrowed one eye. Is this a joke? Does he even know anything about swordsmanship? Is he not an exorcist? While she pondered this, she wondered where an ordinary human would even get a sword like that. The monster stood there, swaying, its head tilting towards So-chan. Seeing the dire situation and unable to do anything, he cried out in despair. No. The monster lunged, but he intercepted it with his sword, surprising her. He wedged his blade into its jaws and forced it back. He shouts, Your opponent is right here, only to be met with the monster's massive hand grabbing his face. As his vision blurred, he squinted and swung his sword, severing the monster's arm, causing it to shriek in agony. Its arm was severed and fell to his feet as Dia watched in horror. He blankly stares for a moment, realizing he severed the arm, then turns to her, stammering an excuse for his actions. Hey, you saw it too, right? This monster forced my hand, so I had to defend myself. Though she didn't understand what he meant by self-defense, she pointed towards the monster. I have no idea what you're talking about. Just turn around and look. He turned around to see... What? He saw its arm gradually burning away. Its arm. He stared in disbelief at the monster, its arm already gone. Vanished. Then, in an instant, its arm regenerated as a faint purple aura enveloped it, and sensing the imminent danger, he quickly retreated. Dia takes a moment to assess the situation. No damage at all? He stared at the monster, the same one he'd seen lose its hand, now with long, flowing hair. Its strands of hair gathered and rushed to its hand, wrapping around it. Jet-black coils covering its entire hand. Sometime between then and now, it had grown larger, its hair hung down, covering its eyes, and it bared its teeth. It now occupied half the room. His eyes widened at its form, and he cursed under his breath. It had transformed. As he frantically searched for a way to deal with it, he wondered, what now? So-troll whispered in his ear. This was its evolved form. Before her words could fully register, the goat demon turned its head. Huh? Knowing this, she explains further, a demon cannot increase its size on its own. She looked at him sternly. Everything you're seeing now is just an illusion created by its demonic energy. So, no matter how much damage you inflict on its transformed state, it won't solve anything. He repeated her words softly, and seeing the sweat on his face, she knew what he was thinking. So she trolled him. You don't know any martial arts, do you? He pouted. Well, no. She then asked how someone with no martial arts knowledge obtained such a sword, and a strange word from her lips jolted Jae-shin awake. He stared in disbelief at his sword, now nothing more than a stick in his eyes. What did she just call this stick? So-tron sighed softly. Did you come here just to die? Sensing her disappointment, he quickly retorted, explaining, Don't say that. I just didn't expect things to get so serious that my life would be in danger. Hearing this, her brow twitched slightly. So, what exactly is your purpose here? Where did you get the confidence to waltz in here like that? Answer me. Under her relentless questioning, he mumbled, I actually came here to find someone. Her eyes widened in disbelief. To find someone in this place? Before she could finish, the monster seized the opportunity and lunged at him. In that instant, she unfurled her butterfly wings, watching in horror. Just as the monster's hand was about to sever his head, so pushed him away, and they both tumbled to the ground. An inexplicable rage swelling within her. She snapped, "What do you think you're doing, looking for someone in this place?" Annoyed, she unleashed a torrent of eloquent words. "And what then? Now that you found him? You're powerless. Were you just looking for someone to die with?" Before she could recover, she was being scolded. Dia was dumbfounded. "She just saved my life, and now I'm done for." The strange human word made her swallow her curse for a moment. Chuieo, just long enough for the monster's hand to grab her. Jin grabs her shoulders, pulling her away, their positions shifting as he ends up on top of her, acknowledging she's right while keeping an eye on the monster. "I know what you're saying is true, and hearing it from you only makes me feel more foolish." So Tron slowly asks, "Then why?" He shook his head. "I don't know either." He quietly recalled the desolate house engulfed in flames. The heat of the memory washes over him. "I went through something terrible. I should have died back then. But standing between life and death, I felt that even if I died, it wouldn't matter. Only that it was a little unfair because I hadn't met that person. Yet." From her perspective, Jay looks up. He affirmed something deep within me, whispering that this person is the final piece to unlock all my questions. So even if it costs me my life, I must find them in this lifetime. He spoke, each word carefully chosen. "If fate has ordained it, why should I run?" His answer leaves Sora stunned, and she averts her gaze. A long-haired figure's misty memories began to haunt her, as a hand reached out and a somber voice spoke. So Tron is silent for a long moment, just long enough for Dexion to realize he's put his foot in his mouth. He quickly apologizes, saying it wasn't intentional. He quickly stood, retrieved his sword, and resolved to survive this ordeal first and foremost. She sat up, still silent. Now, the two faced the monster, his eyes strained, his mind racing to find its core. But its massive size makes it a difficult task. Jin stared at its massive form, knowing direct confrontation meant instant death. His best bet was to exploit an opening and escape, a decision he had to make quickly. Then So-hyun's voice caught his attention as she calmly stepped forward. "Leave it to me." He was stunned as she calmly stepped out from behind him. "You're trying to buy time to find its true form, aren't you?" she said, removing a hairpin from her dark hair. With the hairpin gone, her dark hair fell freely before him as she held the golden ends, a faint light emanating from one. The light travels to the other end of the hairpin, butterfly wings emerge, and the hairpin transforms into a long, sharp sword. She calmly steps forward, saying, "I'll lend you a hand." The beautiful Sochan, her hair flowing, firmly grips the sword in her hand. There's no denying she's not the Sochan of old. "I have my own reasons for wanting to leave this place." Sochan, needle in hand, faced the monster, shielding Jin. He watched in surprise as she withdrew her needle with laser-like precision, then turned back to him, saying, "I'll buy you some time." Seeing it about to attack, he frantically warned her, but something slashed through the air with a ferocious sound. She nimbly flipped through the air, her feet lightly touching the ceiling before she launched herself back down. She immediately dashed forward, a blur of motion, while the monster stared blankly at Jessin. It failed to notice a point of light on its arm, where she pierced it with a single strike. Seeing this, he was taken by surprise, and was left speechless as he watched her tear through the monster. Ignoring him, she urged him to focus and quickly locate its true form. She yelled that unless they attacked its core, it would endlessly regenerate. As she spoke, the monster's body began to regenerate, and he stared in disbelief as the So-Troll continued to fight it. Dia was lost in thought, wondering, what exactly is its true form and where do I find it? Suddenly he paused, remembering something. The stone wall with the mysterious blue flame. A vague idea sparked in his mind. Could it be then? Diaxine lowered his head, carefully recalling everything, his hand instinctively clutching the glasses on his shirt. Then he shouted, "I remember now." This made Soon turn back in doubt. Jin puts on the glasses, anxiously explaining that he thinks he saw its true form while wearing them. She looks at him, puzzled and skeptical. She then turned to fight the monster, reminding him, "Do whatever you have to, but find it quickly." Hearing this, he puts on the divine glasses, comparing the troll to the black locks of hair it's facing. With just a few magical strikes, the black locks are instantly reduced to dust. She mercilessly severs the monster's hair, enraging it. As it was knocked back, Jin moved behind it, noticing something at its feet. I remember seeing something at its feet back then. He devised a plan to get closer, hoping to get a better look. Observing a small flame beneath the monster's feet, he realized, this is it. Dia, I know where its true form is hiding. It was then he noticed it had seen him, and Diason froze, flustered. She worriedly flew up, cautious as the monster suddenly stood still. Then, hair began to sprout from its shoulder, and it charged straight at So-chan, preventing her from acting. She was caught off guard and surrounded by its tendrils. She was trapped. Frantically, she screamed, "Attack it now!" And then, the monster binds her in darkness. Has it devoured her? Dia suddenly realizes in horror. He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed at it. He pointed his staff at its feet, knowing he couldn't hesitate any longer, and attacked. Just as Jin lunged to attack, a girl's face emerged from the monster's body, stunning him. Tears streaming down her face, she cried out in despair, "Uncle!" Hearing this, his face paled, and he looked around in fear, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain. Dia looked down at her stomach in confusion as the monster took advantage of his lapse in attention to attack, sending him flying. It flung aside the possessed body while battling him, sending Jin flying backward, forcing him to use his body as a brake. Despair and pain intertwined, and tears welled in his eyes as he screamed in anguish. The cane clattered to the floor, and Jin's entire focus shifted to it. The monster relentlessly calls out, "Uncle," as he reaches out, thinking he's lost everything. It unleashed dark, ominous tendrils of hair, asking suspiciously, "Auntie, is he terrified? Is he done for?" Immediately after, the strands of hair rushed toward him. As Jin awaited the call of his ancestors, he felt nothing. Opening his eyes in confusion, Min died without pain. Seeing what was before him, his eyes widened in shock. The ordinary stick was now enveloped in a strange layer of magic. He stared in astonishment at this miraculous scene as the staff unleashed its power, severing all of the monster's hair. The monster, suppressed by the staff, angrily attacks but is repeatedly blocked. Dia suspiciously observes the staff. What's happening? The staff tilts, unleashing its power, severing the restraints on So-ran. The tendrils binding her loosened, revealing her dazed expression within, and freed, she gently placed a foot on the rough ground. She gripped the hairpin, landing as light as a feather. The staff's magic had torn a hole through the monster. As the wooden staff pierced through, it left a gaping hole, moving rapidly to create more holes in the monster. The silent troll, witnessing everything, surmised that the sword could move on its own, then looked at Jin and made a guess. Is it protecting him? That cry echoed from the monster. The monster cries out, frozen in fear. Remembering the first time it fell on him, he understands. That stick didn't fall by accident. I don't know what it is, but I'm starting to get scared of it. Don't fly over here. The monster continues to wail. "Uncle, uncle!" Suddenly the sword lunged toward him. Dia cried out in fear, but when it stopped, he was puzzled. Knowing it wouldn't hurt him, he breathed a sigh of relief, but the monster still wouldn't give up. "Hey, mister, oh, mister," he hesitantly wonders, "is it over?" But it still put on a pitiful display, calling out, "Uncle, oh, uncle." As it swells larger and larger, I realize angering it only makes it grow bigger. It keeps calling out to me, and I can only think of the core on its leg. I have to strike that, right? But he hesitated until he heard its voice. "Uncle, you seem reluctant." Looking at that crying, pained face, the sword emitted a sound, drawing Jin's attention. He was bewildered, unsure of what it was trying to convey. The moment he grabbed it, a powerful force pulled him away, giving him no time to think. Dia frantically shouts, "I told you to calm down!" He tries to stop it. Don't do it. This action made Tron feel quite foolish. What is he trying to do? And he still couldn't stop it, getting dragged away instead. He went flying towards the monster, unable to stop himself. The two sides collide, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. As the dust settles, she sees him lying unconscious on the ground. She cautiously stepped forward, and as the troll warily approached to check on him, she noticed a small object lying next to Jin. A tiny jet-black puppy with a bell around its leg. A dog? After being unconscious for a while, Jin suddenly calmed down. His eyes widened, and as the pain washed over him, he groaned in agony. That hurts. He looks around, confused, as if he's just woken from a chaotic dream. Seeing So-tron, he knew it wasn't a dream. Remembering the monster, Jay quickly stood up. "That's right, the monster," she calmly replies. "It's gone." Hearing this, he couldn't believe it. "What? How is that possible?" She spoke softly. "That divine sword." Observing the sword on the floor, she curiously asks, "Where did you get this?" He hesitates. "The sword." He hesitantly explained that he'd found it in the new house he'd moved into. So Chun listened intently, in silence. Then she drops a bombshell. The sword's power completely overwhelmed the monster. Dia is understandably shocked. His astonished voice echoed through the brightly lit manor. Impossible. He pointed at the guardian spirit, asking in confusion, "That thing lying there is the monster?" He quickly accepted it. "Without the illusions, it really isn't that special, is it?" So-chan said gently, reminding him that this creature wasn't just any monster, but a god. Her eyes fixed on the bell string tied around its leg, she thought in disbelief. A bell? Recalling the monster's hideous face, he couldn't believe it. A god? Then were the illusions it created those of a monster or a deity? She observes the guardian spirit and is immediately certain, no, even if it's not a god, this creature is definitely not a demon. Dia is now at a loss, unsure of what to do. How should she deal with this? Even the troll is stumped, just like me. She reaches out and pulls a jade hairpin from it. She held it out to him, leaving him speechless as he recognized it as a hairpin. She held it delicately. That's right. But this jade hairpin was broken at the end, and she shows him the broken part. Jin reveals the jade fragments beneath her feet, the same ones she stepped on back then. Belonging to this jade hairpin, she remains silent, blowing gently into it. A faint mist emanates from the hairpin, spreading into a white expanse, gradually forming the figure of a girl. That figure was the monster's original form, and it smiled gently. Dia recoils in shock, carefully observing the creature. That was the little imp from before. Now the monster flies in and possesses So-ran's body. He gasped in horror, realizing she had been possessed. It had successfully taken control of her body, her eyes now distant and profound. Memories flood back as the man clutches the hairpin, screaming, "Someone like you doesn't need something so extravagant." It pleaded incessantly, "Please, my lord, don't do this. This was my mother's keepsake. Please, return it to me, I beg you." With that, the monster desperately bit his hand. Enraged, he slapped her across the face. "Return it to wretches like you?" The monster held onto the hairpin, but lost its balance and fell into the abyss. He could only watch as it fell into the abyss, swallowed by the darkness. Below, the water monster wept tears of blood. Its bruised hand still tightly gripped the jade needle as a stream of hot blood poured from its body. And so she perished in this place. As time passed, the jade hairpin was buried beneath the rocks. She stood silently by the rocks, gazing at the hairpin, simply observing everything before her. Behind her, a scoundrel calls out, "Little miss." The lecher spoke with a sneer, his voice dripping with sleaze. "Why is a little lady wandering around so late at night? If you have nowhere to stay, you can come to my place," the man said, slowly approaching. Hearing this, it slowly turned its head to look, and the marks from its demise began to appear. Does this great lord also want to steal the jade hairpin? So Troll is in her mind as she offers the hairpin with both hands, closing her eyes to let the memories flood her mind. She held the jade needle with both hands, and the monster's spirit materialized in response. It smiled gently, content, then relaxed and inhaled deeply, its soul transforming into rays of light that soared into the sky. Dia looks around in bewilderment, wondering if that was a ghost. So Troll replies softly, "Yes, the spirit of that young woman resided within the jade hairpin." Hearing this, he fell into silence, as she recounted how the maiden was chased by a burly man while fleeing and was pushed off a cliff during the struggle. It seems she wanted to protect the precious keepsake her mother left behind, this very jade hairpin. How tragic. So Troll retrieved the hairpin, and looking back at the guardian spirit, this creature was stabbed with the jade hairpin for some reason, so that girl's soul could control it. It's possible someone used this hairpin as a weapon. Dia, confused, immediately asks, "How do you know all this?" Then she asks him, "Why did you do that?" He was confused and didn't understand. Do what? Under the moonlit sky, So Troll reveals his true feelings. "Why did you shield the monster from the sword's attack? If luck hadn't knocked that creature unconscious, you'd surely be dead." He tilted his head, stammering awkwardly. "Well, I felt like there was something hidden, and I wanted to hear the explanation first." It wouldn't be good to kill someone without knowing the full story. She listened intently, then offered a slight critique. "Even I would be in mortal danger if I were careless, let alone you, who are weak and powerless." He cheerfully replied, "You're teasing me again. Of course I know that." Dia confidently tries to persuade her, but as you can see, this creature is just possessed, not a monster by nature. In a country ruled by law, you can't just kill people as you please. Then his mind's eye turned to the guardian spirit, which didn't necessarily have to be human. Everything has its reason. That dog, that ghost, or even any other monster. This revelation leaves Soon in shock, her eyes clouding over with sadness. She slowly opened her mouth while Sin hesitated, staring at her. Her eyes regained their determination. What about the demon who murdered my father? Remembering the monster sending her father to the afterlife, Sochan speaks. If what you say is true, am I supposed to sit here and listen to his reasons? Jum, covered in eyes, scanned the area, while behind him stood the man who had taken so many lives. At this, Jin's hand trembled, though she couldn't understand his feelings. Then his whole body began to shake, and Sochan stared ahead in shock. There, the staff floated in midair, surrounded by a surge of magic, and she frantically backed away. What does that sword want? Seeing her fear, he looked at the staff and was startled. Dia firmly grasped the staff and sternly commanded it to come down as he awkwardly raised it. Sorry, I haven't gotten used to wielding it yet. I only just picked it up. Seeing this, she was helpless. He hesitated, then said, I understand your point, because sometimes, even with a reason, it doesn't mean that reason is justified. But I saw the crying, pained face of that ghost, hidden in the cracks of the giant monster's body. As he spoke, an image of the monster crying miserably appeared. What if this person had already died unjustly once before? We can't let them die unjustly again. She was lost in thought and blurted out, You really are a strange one. His surprise fades as he retorts, Excuse me, but if we're talking strange, you're the strange one here. What's a woman like you doing alone in a place like this, so late at night? His voice echoed through the mansion, now ablaze with light. Dia's words stunned her, pointing out that even her clothes were strange, and though she hadn't said it, he'd already suspected. Looking down bashfully, he stammered, You must be, as he clenched his staff while the enraged ogre, unwilling to listen, cursed through gritted teeth. He mustered his courage and made a guess. You're an exorcist, aren't you? She cried out in bewildered shock. Huh? Jay points out the suspicious part. Your fight with the monster was truly unbelievable, especially that insane laser pull. Jin frantically looks around, and thanks to her pointing out the monster's weakness, I was able to... That's right, my glasses. He searches around frantically. Where did it fall? Sochan silently watches him. He picked up the divine glasses, exclaiming with joy, Here they are. Luckily, they're not broken. She said nothing, her eyes fixed on the divine glasses in his hand and the sword on his shoulder as Sochan turned away, her eyes filled with sorrow. She reaches out to the guardian spirit, thinking he truly is a strange one. Jin put the divine glass around his neck and looked around, noting the ruined room and scattered porcelain shards. He wondered how they were going to deal with this mess. She picked him up and casually replied, What else can I do? He was utterly perplexed by her response. Huh? Where are we going? Sochan calmly replies, To your place, of course. It's too dangerous to stay here. Under a starlit sky, a voice breaks the silence. Hey, are you sure this is okay? Sochan, clutching her guardian spirit, followed Jin and asked, What do you mean? He brandished his sword and replied, You said it was dangerous to stay at the Naniac temple, so you want to go to my house, right? Yes, you're right. Hearing this, he reluctantly tells her, The problem is, I'm not even sure my house is safe. I met our new friend in that house. She gently stroked the guardian spirit, listening calmly. She pondered, realizing there was nowhere truly safe nearby. If she hid too close, the old tree demon would find her in no time. After a moment's thought, she decides to follow Jin, thinking they should go to his place for now and figure things out later. Light spills from the temple, illuminating the area, and she warns them to leave quickly. This is the only way to save our lives right now. He suddenly recalled a recent rumor. That's right. I heard a demoness has appeared at that temple. I heard she even eats people. She stared at him, speechless. What the hell? Dia asked suspiciously. Weren't you there to deal with the succubus? She replied, flustered. That's right. He glanced at her, a little guilty as he spoke of what he'd done. How unfortunate. Because of my sudden appearance and bringing a monster with me, the female ghost had a chance to escape. With heartfelt sincerity, Hadia expressed her concerns, wondering if they would ever meet again after this incident, so she wanted to say a few things to her. So Troll asks cautiously, What do you want from me? She's shocked and quickly covers her mouth. Ju is confused by her actions, tilting his head back to look at her. Suddenly, Jin lowers his eyes, a look of sad contemplation on his face. Jin began, I apologize for what happened earlier. She listened as he spoke, walking alongside him. From the perspective of an exorcist like you, my words back then were reckless. Even I can't guarantee what I said was right, but at least they came from the bottom of my heart. Sochan was silent, unsure of what to say. The scene replayed in her mind. With both hands on his sword, never meeting her eyes, he recounted the tale. But I saw the weeping, agonized face of the spirit, hidden in the cracks of the giant monster. His words caused Soon to frown slightly, recalling some unpleasant memories. It was a clear, moonlit night. Sotron, in her traditional wedding dress, knelt with her head bowed as Gom announced, "Once the ceremony is complete, you will become one with Jum One when you are alone." Sotrol looked up at the bright moon outside, thinking that she had less than 2 days left to live. Her time was running out, and the few days she had left caused her heart to ache as tears streamed down her face, coming back to reality. Sotron closed her eyes to calm herself, Daishin's voice still echoing in her ears. What if someone was wrongly killed once? How could we let them be wrongly killed again? She began to speak. I understand. I know how to discern what you're saying. In her heart, she felt fortunate, thinking, it's thanks to you that I've heard things no one has ever told me before. Sotron silently thanked Jaishin in her heart as an old neighborhood appeared before them. Jin announced their arrival to Sotron. Suddenly, her eyes widened slightly, and Sotron stood there in stunned amazement. That's where I live. Daishin gestures towards the gate, introducing Sotron to her home. She stares in disbelief at the familiar house. What are the odds? Sochan stands frozen, unaware that Jaishin is still shyly talking about her home. I'm just worried a monster will pop out and surprise us here. It's already happened once, so I have to be careful. The two of them opened the gate and stepped into the yard, where several pieces of wood were stacked upright near the entrance. Suddenly, the guardian spirit, Sotrol was holding, woke up and began to stir. She crouched down and set him on the ground. You're awake? She praised, stroking its head. You're so adorable. Hearing the praise, the guardian spirit wags its tail, gazing fondly at Sotrol. She gazed back thoughtfully, indeed feeling a strange familiarity with this creature. Snapping back to reality, Jin hurriedly turned to head inside. Wait, let me grab you some clothes to borrow. Sotrol, puzzled, says, I don't need it, but they're gone and you couldn't stop them anyway. Once alone in the courtyard, she calmly sinks into thought. The old tree demon must have realized I escaped. Tomorrow is the ritual. I can't let my guard down. He won't let me go. Suddenly, Gomak appeared behind Sotron. You wretch! His voice, a nightmare, enveloped Sotron's mind. I had a feeling you wouldn't sit still, so I came to check. Startled, she turned to see her guardian spirit baring its fangs and barking ferociously. His eyes were cold, his words a venomous curse. You foolish wench, you can run, but you'll never escape the head shaman's grasp. As Gomak entered, calling her name Sochun, he spoke an undeniable truth. She couldn't hide her demonic energy. With a cold look, he threatened that even if she ran to the heavens, she wouldn't escape. Just then, Dia came out holding a coat. Hey, I think this t-shirt is the only thing that will fit you. Wear it for now. Seeing the scene in the courtyard, his face immediately hardened. The situation. Gomak stood facing the two of them. Who is this old codger? He grew wary, and a thought struck him. Dejin retrieved the glasses hanging from his collar. Before he could even raise his glasses, his actions caught Gomuk's attention, who regarded him with a thoughtful gaze. You're traveling with a human? The old man's question sent shivers down Soon's spine. She quickly turned and shouted a warning, but as Dia put on his glasses, he saw the Sotrol reaching out to grab him. Suddenly, a thick branch bursts from the ground, striking him in the chest, sending his coat and glasses flying. Diaxin slams against a stone pillar, crying out in pain. The red-rimmed glasses slid across the ground, coming to rest on the grass as Gomak called out to Sojong through the lenses. His lower body now a mass of thick branches intertwined. Looking through the glasses, Gomak was no longer human. His body was now just rough bark, intertwined branches, and roots. I have no intention of punishing you for running away. Tomorrow, you'll become part of Jum One. Sochun turns and runs, desperately dodging the branches, but they've grown into a massive tree, blocking her path. He commands her to return with him, obediently. Meanwhile, Daishin collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest and groaning, as the enraged guardian lunged at Sochan, barking furiously. The old man watched on, heartlessly. How many times must I repeat myself? Look at Sojol, now trapped by the tree with no escape. He smirked. Even if you find a way to escape, as long as I hold that soul vial, you'll have to come back to me. Hearing Gomo's words, she finally closed her eyes in resignation as Sotrol sadly thought, it's over. Nothing can be changed after all. Jaishin's words echoed in her mind. What if someone was wrongly killed once? She couldn't let it happen again. The hope in her eyes fades. She was only fooling herself. Suddenly, Gomak cries out in surprise. Dia smashes her sword down, destroying part of the roots, shocking Soon. She watches his actions as Gomuk shouts in terror. What? She dodges a branch and anxiously asks Duin, Are you all right? He grips his weapon, sweat pouring down, and grimaces. What a stupid question. Being hit twice in the same spot, it freaking hurts. He quickly turned to her, asking, "How do we deal with this monster?" You know its weakness, right? The exorcist is here, but So-chan remains silent, her heart filled with uncertainty. Then, pursing her lips, she said, "I've decided to give up." She stopped resisting, closing her eyes, clearly giving up. Dia-shin finished speaking and turned to look at her, surprised, as if he had misheard. So-chan was giving in? Reluctantly, he explained that this old monster was on a completely different level than that little demon, and even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match. Gomamok stared intently at Shin, his eyes gleaming, wondering how such an extraordinary sword could be in the hands of a mere mortal. As he finished speaking, Dia-shin was startled, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He was focusing his power, the ground beneath him booming, and Gomamok arrogantly decided to take the sword for himself. With that, hundreds of thousands of branches erupted from the ground around him. Shin gripped his sword, ready to defend his companions against Gomamok and the massive onslaught of branches. Every muscle tensed, sweat trickling down his cheek, he glared at the old man, while Dia, with a glimmer of hope, turned to So-troll again. "NM Mage, can you think of anything? I still have this sword." Before he could finish, the sorceress coldly cut him off, her eyes fixed on Gomok, not daring to relax. "Don't dream. Your clumsy swordsmanship can't unleash the sword's full power. Holding it is no different than wielding a rusty stick. Even together we can't defeat that old man." Deshin felt drained as he protested, "Could you not be so blunt? I know that hurts, you know." Suddenly, a branch emerged from the ground, ambushing him. So-chan quickly noticed and grabbed the needle from behind his belt, as the branch swiftly wrapped around Deshin's leg, causing him to cry out in pain. So-chun rushes in, wielding her hairpin in a powerful downward strike, unleashing a golden beam that forms a blade and severs the branch. Surprised by her actions, old Mok watched as her hands danced in the air, drawing crimson light into existence. With the final strokes, a protective barrier covered in strange symbols enveloped the two of them, and the old man roared, "So-chun, how dare you!" His tree branches struck the protective barrier, destroying it without mercy. So-tron, wary, urged Jin, "I'll buy as much time as I can. You hurry and escape from here." He unexpectedly questioned, "Me? Me alone? What about you?" With a determined look, So-chan resolves to stay and fight Gomok, as there's nowhere left for her to run. "I can't let someone like you die because of me. As for me, whether I die today, tomorrow, or the day after, it makes no difference." His words left him speechless, and he tried to say something to dispel the gravity of the situation. At this point, the exorcist didn't want to hear it, adamantly driving him away. "That's enough. Leave before I can't hold on any longer." Longon's expression darkened as he glared at So-troll. She really wanted him to abandon her. The barrier's light illuminated the slender but strong figure ahead as he gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm, knowing she would sacrifice herself. With resolve, Jae-shin stepped forward, a comforting hand briefly resting on her shoulder as he passed, leaving So-troll to exclaim in disbelief, "What are you doing?" Without turning back, he calmly replies, "If we can escape, we'll escape together, because I don't want to live with the guilt of leaving you behind." "What?" Sojol says, annoyed. "Have you not understood a word I've said?" Cutting her off, Deshin gripped his sword, entering battle stance. "Of course I heard you. I heard every word. You're quite skilled at insulting people, aren't you? Your words have successfully provoked me. Thank you for letting me know. Those who throw themselves into pointless deaths. Do you understand?" Jin calmly retorted, "Of course. I don't want to throw myself into a pointless fight, but I'd rather do that than cowardly let someone else sacrifice themselves for me." So Troll silently listened, stunned. He looked at her earnestly, pleading, "So let me fight alongside you. We'll live together." So is moved. A silence falls over them as they gaze at each other. Dia couldn't help but speak up. "I mean, you still have so much left to do, right? If I die, I won't be able to do anything. Besides, I've decided I won't run away." Suddenly, a branch breaks through the barrier and strikes So-ron in the stomach, sending her flying backward. She collapsed, hands on the ground, coughing violently as Dia frantically asked if she was all right. Meanwhile, Gomok stood amidst the interwoven branches, sneering, "You think that flimsy barrier can stop me?" Dia watched in horror as the protective circle shattered. He feigned generosity, forgiving So-tron, saying, "I understand your feelings and will not hold you responsible." She breathed heavily, wiping her mouth as branches swirled around her, aiming for So-troll. He issued one last order, saying that if she continued to resist, he would be forced to take action. But before he could finish, Yeshin charged forward with her sword, cutting him off. He roared, drawing the old man's full attention as Gomak scoffed and sent a barrage of branches hurtling towards Jin. He wields his sword, hacking through branches as the Sotrol struggles, gasping for breath and trying to alleviate the pain. Jin fights, declaring that he'll buy time and drain the old man's energy. That idiot, she cursed inwardly, frowning. Sotrol was in pain and covered in sweat, but she was even more worried about Jin. That terrible swordsmanship will only drain his own energy. Suddenly, the guardian spirit appears and snatches the needle away. Caught off guard, she could only watch as this unfolded. She quickly stood up and shouted after the guardian spirit, "Wait!" Sotrol quickly spoke up, "Stop, where are you taking it?" But the guardian spirit ignored him and ran deeper into the courtyard. He stops, turns, and gestures for the Sotrol to follow him inside. She glances back at the still fighting Jishin, then approaches him, sternly demanding he return it to her at once. The guardian spirit dropped the needle and kept barking, making Soon feel helpless. Now was not the time to play around. Suddenly she looked up in surprise, and before her stood a stone dog statue, the very one into which the guardian spirit had infused its soul. At the base, the guardian spirit stood barking, urging her to break its seal. Sotron eyed the statue warily, a sudden feeling gripping her heart. She turned to the guardian spirit, its barking growing more frantic, as if eager to join the fight. Meanwhile, Dian has been captured, bound by branches at his limbs and neck, and hung before Gomak, who coldly sneers, "What made an ant like you think you could stand against me?" He gritted his teeth, trying to move, but it was no use. "Damn it, I can't move. Danger feels so close." He's putting all his faith in the sword. This time, the fate of the god sword rests on it. Jin opened his hand, releasing a blue aura around the sword, which struck at Gomuk, but was unfortunately caught. Jin was shocked. He caught it? He wondered, gazing at the sword still glowing in his hand. Gomuk scoffs, taking the time to assess him. "How interesting. Up close, this sword is of an extremely high caliber, far beyond my initial estimations." He looked at Jin Jialong, advising him, "Innocence is a misfortune, and possessing a treasure is a crime. An ant like you should only keep mundane things to save your life. Understand?" He calmly added, "Although I'd love to know where you got this treasure, you should take that secret with you to the next world." But then, a blue head bit into his shoulder, stopping the branch. Still in shock, he watched as the wound on his forehead bled crimson, and Daya's eyes widened in astonishment. Gomak's pupils shrink as he can't believe what's happening. The guardian spirit grabs him, swings him around, and throws him away. He skidded across the ground, tumbling several times as Dia remained stunned by Gomak's beating. The guardian approached, taking a protective stance in front of him as Jason finally snapped out of it, speechless. His massive form stood tall, offering an extraordinary sense of security, while Gomak lay sprawled beneath the tree, face down on the cold stone. His body hurled a terrifying distance from its original position. The guardian roars ferociously, while Daya is still pinned by the thick branches, unable to move. The roots tighten around him, gradually weakening and crumbling into pieces. The sudden freedom sent a jolt through his body, and he fell with the broken wood. Dia gently touches the wound on his forehead, his eyes widening at the sight of the giant blue beast that has just appeared. What now? Is this giant thing a monster too? He turned back towards where So-chan stood, her bewildered expression only deepening his suspicion. Could it be her doing? So-chan said nothing, only looked up at him. Gomak slowly regained consciousness after the shocking impact, propping himself up as his body began to transform into a horrifying, hardened substance. He growls, "How dare you? To be so insolent with me?" Gomak roars furiously, his clothes torn to shreds, revealing a grotesque form of twisted branches woven into a gnarled shell. His eyes suddenly rolled back, staring in horror at the guardian spirit, who met his gaze unflinchingly. His eyes grew eerily white as he trembled and muttered to himself. The source of the golem looked at him in horror as the guardian roared with all his might. Dia tightened her grip on her staff as the Sotra also looked towards the sound in alarm, and Gomak hissed in terror. No way. A blue polygonal formation appeared right beneath him, spreading at an alarming rate. Gomak frantically turned and lunged toward the wall, smashing it to pieces as he desperately tried to escape this cursed place. But beneath him, that familiar blue light flared once more, freezing Gomak's expression as his throat tightened, sensing something was wrong. He looked down, and in that instant he realized another magic circle had appeared beneath his feet, emitting streams of blue magic like living electricity coursing through his body. That strange power began to surge upward in a straight line along the branches sprouting from his body. Gomak's golden eyes widened, watching it snake through every inch of his flesh, until a sudden sharp pain struck, causing him to scream and collapse against the broken wall, further destroying it with his massive form, his face gradually becoming covered in wooden fibers, merging with the gnarled tree. Gomok's mouth fell open as if he'd just realized something, and he turned sharply toward the guardian spirit, still growling and standing tall. He stammered, "So it really is the guardian spirit of this place?" With that thought, his life force ebbed away. Gomok was no more. He had become a mindless entity, silently leaning against the rubble. Diashin stood stunned, watching the bizarre scene unfold. The old man had turned into a tree. He couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Suddenly, he'd become a stiff, unyielding tree. Suddenly, the guardian deity approached, startling Diaxin, who reflexively stepped back. But strangely, the guardian deity simply passed by them, without any threat, and he warily watched it go. He approached a stone statue, an exact replica of himself. Then the guardian deity jumped onto the platform and merged with the statue. In an instant, his figure vanished into the gray stone. Dia frowned, a mix of surprise and confusion, wondering what the hell just happened. His mind raced with unanswered questions as Sochul continued to stare at the spot where the figure had vanished. A voice echoed in his mind, "Do you see that place?" So-chun, in a hazy memory, saw a hand pointing towards a mist-covered mountain. That place shrouded in demonic energy is the territory of the demons. Our village borders this place. So many innocent civilians suffer from the demons' disasters. It was an older man, So-chun's father, standing as he always did. A calm voice echoes, declaring that their duty is to prevent those demons from harming innocent people, and to bear that responsibility they must constantly strive to cultivate. Sotron listened intently, nodding in agreement as her father spoke. She clenched her fists, a determined smile spreading across her face. "Yes, I will definitely train diligently." Her father replied, "Very good. We must always be vigilant and ready to fight the demons." He continued, "Given the chance, these monsters will stop at nothing to steal human lives." The scene shifts to a temple as the man's voice continues. "However, there's no need to worry too much. As long as the Nanya temple exists, we will be blessed. The guardian deity watches over and protects this land, as we see its stone statue resting on a grassy hill." He suddenly cuts in, "Now, let's continue our training." So obedient. "Yes, father." "No, master." When did she come to stand before the statue, her hand reaching out to the cold stone? Beneath the statue's base hung a pair of small bells, their cords worn and weathered by time. She remembered tying these bells here as a child, her eyes distant, tears welling up. She fell into contemplation, having wandered for years, only to return and find herself alone in the world. As she reached for the small bells, she suddenly clenched her fist. Looking at her fist, she hesitated, then told herself she couldn't disappear. Her father's image flashed through her mind. She steeled her resolve, determined to reclaim her life, become human again, and fulfill her father's wish. Then she recalled that fateful moment when she was bound to the giant tree, and Gomok threatened her. "How many times must I repeat myself? Even if you find a way to escape, you'll still have to come back to me as long as I hold the urn." She pondered for a moment. To return to her human form, she must first retrieve the urn. She glanced at the tree that the goblin had become. The ancient tree spirit surely knew the urn's location. But how can she get information from him now that he's like this? Sweat dripped down her cheek as she wondered what to do. Dia pokes the tree with the wood she picked up earlier, confirming it's not moving at all. Then, as if struck by an idea, her eyes widen as she stares at him, or rather, at the splinter of wood he's holding. That's right. There's also the divine sword. Maybe it holds a solution, she thought, continuing to gaze at him. He's still clutching the wooden shard, suddenly feeling a chill as she wrestles with her conscience. But is this too much for a mere mortal like him? So Cheon breaks the silence, catching him off guard as she recalls his earlier words about listening to avoid wrongly accusing others. He hesitated, seemingly not remembering saying that. He searched his memory, then mumbled. Suddenly she lunges forward, pressing him. "What if that innocent person is forced to commit sinful acts? How would you handle that?" He stammered, "That..." Before he could answer, she continued, "If you can, please help me." Dia was confused. "Huh?" She raised an eyebrow, concerned, as the situation was now quite critical. In the dark night, the yellow light from inside the mansion spilled out. Inside, the furnishings are shattered and strewn across the floor. "Forgive me, my lord, but it was like this when I arrived." Chenshu knelt on the floor, begging for forgiveness, unable to believe So-chun had dared to escape, for even if she did, she couldn't escape his grasp. Huan paused, then slowly said, "I can't sense her." Theme 2 looks up. Strange. He pulls a chair back to sit down. "I can no longer sense So-chun's presence. Perhaps she's gone to a place extraordinarily far away." He paused, then speculated, or hidden herself in a place that conceals her presence entirely. Hearing this, the old face of Thiemthu contorted in fear as he prostrated himself, vowing, "I am ashamed. I will immediately mobilize the lesser demons to search for So-chun's hiding place." Jumwonan immediately signaled to stop, waving it off, and propped his chin up, saying absently to leave her be, before drifting back into his own thoughts. Juan's face remained expressionless as he spoke evenly, perhaps seeing an advantage in this. In the dark night, light spilled from an old, dilapidated house as Sotron's voice cut through the silence. "What is this?" Dia asked, placing the bottle on the table. "Sorry, all I have right now is water." He sat down, grabbing another bottle for himself. A little water would ease the tension from tonight. Across from him, the sorceress sat primly, her eyes fixed on the water bottle he'd given her. She lifted it, staring intently, wondering what this strange thing could be. Soft and transparent. Noticing she still hadn't drunk from the bottle, he immediately offered her a disposable paper cup. "Ah, I guess she wants to be polite and use a cup. If you don't mind, here's a paper cup." But as he speaks, she suddenly knocks the water bottle, shattering it in two, leaving him stunned as he tries to process what just happened. He trembled with fear as she accepted the cup of water. "Thank you. It seems I was a bit rough just now." Jin is still shaken from the earlier shock, while Sotrol's curiosity is now focused on the strange paper cup. "This cup isn't from—" His face paled, his expression twisting. "I'm starting to get scared of her. I'll listen to what she has to say and then find a way to politely get rid of her." As he filled his glass, he hesitated, then said, "All right." He cut to the chase. "Didn't you say you had something to tell me?" Sotron hesitated at his unexpected question. Her eyes darted around as she pondered her answer. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, and both fell silent. Sotron's heart in turmoil. What to do? Where do I even begin? She recalled telling Jin on their walk home, "I heard a succubus appeared at that temple." Her thoughts continued as she wondered, if I told him that succubus was me, would he help me? Suddenly Jin coughed, pulling her back to reality, and she stammered a reply, still searching for the right answer. "Huh? Ah, well, maybe now's not the time to tell him everything," she thought to herself as she struggled to find another story to tell. "It goes like this. It's about someone I know." She continued, and Din listened intently, tilting his head in curiosity. Was she telling a story about someone else being wronged? Resentment, you say? He urged her to continue. So Troll continued, this place used to be a village bordering the demon realm, and the dense demonic energy allowed monsters to run rampant. The scene shifts to a deserted alleyway. Every house was shrouded in darkness, with only the dim streetlights illuminating the night as her story continued. They would often come here and commit heinous acts, murdering innocent civilians, much like what happened to us earlier. A red-haired woman in her thoughts once protected this place with martial arts, but her soul can't move on. She pleads, I need you to help her, so she can be reborn and protect this place again. He frowned slightly. What's this got to do with me? He raised his glass to his lips. He countered, How do you expect me to help? She replied, First, we need to find the urn containing her remains. Upon hearing this, his face darkened, and he spat out the water he had just drunk. He hurriedly wiped his mouth, staring at her in shock. What? Wait, what kind of urn? Did I hear right? Are you talking about an urn for ashes? She casually replied, That's right. His eyes went wide with stunned fear. What? He awkwardly set his glass down on the table. But shouldn't something this important come directly from them? He suddenly realized he'd spoken nonsense. Oh, right, he's already in the other world. But she replied, stammering, I spoke with him myself, so you don't need to worry. This surprised him a little. Dia explained, I just find it hard to believe. So, what exactly is your relationship with this person in the afterlife? And how did they manage to ask you for such a significant favor? She hesitated. I can't say. He replied helplessly, Then how am I supposed to believe you? Tension etched on her delicate face. She frowned, considering the demons not only stole the ashes, but transformed him into one of them, forcing him to commit unspeakable acts against his will. She declared with conviction, We must retrieve the urn so that person's soul can be reborn, ending their suffering. He scratched his head, clicking his tongue. So, in short, we're risking our lives against the demons who stole the urn. He concluded, a bit of a troll, eyes downcast in confusion. If you can wield the power of that azure divine sword, then surely. Jin remained still, scratching his head, his eyes darting away. I'm not even sure if it'll be of any use. As you just saw, against a powerful demon, it's just a stick, not some divine sword. Besides, didn't you just say that person is a demon now? Outside, the sky began to brighten as they talked through the night. He seemed concerned. What if he's reborn and sides with the demons again? He thought to himself, sorry, Nim, but I'm not foolish enough to stir up such murky waters. He continues, he's still searching for the girl of his dreams and has no reason to risk it all. And there's no guarantee that Soul will be reborn as a human. She was stunned. Before she could speak, he cut her off, saying that if he considered it carefully, with the urn containing the person's remains in the hands of the demons, their soul would have either become a demon or a wandering spirit. And what difference is there between a wraith and a demon? He might already be on their side. He hadn't finished speaking, but Sotrol's eyes widened, her mind reeling at his words. She stood up abruptly, retorting, they're definitely not on the same side. You have to trust me and help me save him. He grimaced, forcing a smile. We've only known each other for a short time. How can you be so sure? Nam, you saved my life, so I'll trust you. Still, he worried, was this all a demon plot to harm her? Has she even considered that? Sotrol's face darkens, but she's certain there's no conspiracy. His shoulders slumped, then he threw his hands up, palms out as if to wash his hands of the whole thing, wondering where her confidence came from. You can never truly know what someone is hiding, so calm down and think it over. Before he could finish, she jumped up again, cutting him off in anger, saying it wasn't some kind of conspiracy. He was just as angry, gritting his teeth as he shouted back, "Why are you yelling at me?" "What did I do wrong?" she retorted, no longer holding back. "You're always so negative because you haven't suffered the way she has, have you?" Dia snapped, her face flushed with anger. How wonderful, Sorcerer Nim. She speaks as if she's tasted that feeling before. An exorcist empathizing with a monster? No, perhaps she is the monster herself. It seems she's reached her limit, unable to control her words. Her cheeks flushed, her brow furrowed. That's me. So what are you going to do now? He retorted furiously. Seriously? That person is... As if realizing something was wrong, his next words caught in his throat, beads of sweat already forming on his cheek. Confused and worried, facing the troll who was angrily puffing up her cheeks, he suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. He pointed at her, dumbfounded. That person is really her? He tried to confirm, unable to hide his horrified expression. You're kidding me, right? He silently begs for it to be a joke. Please, just tell me you're joking. She still looked uneasy, secretly regretting her slip of the tongue. With no other choice, she confessed, Yes, I am. But he immediately cut her off. Please, wait, he repeated twice, as if to ensure she wouldn't continue. He picked up the water bottle in front of him, took a long drink, and calmly placed it back on the table, while Sotrol remained still as a statue. Suddenly he turned, walked towards the bedroom door, waved goodbye, and said, I'm going to sleep. His sudden action left her wondering. She called after him, Why are you suddenly going to sleep? He replied absently, as if joking, I want to sleep so that when I wake up, all of this will just become a dream. I'm not ready to hear the rest of your story yet. He turned back, waving goodbye one last time before entering the room. If I wake up and I'm still dreaming about your story, I'm going back to sleep. Goodbye. Just as his hand touched the door and the farewell left his lips, Soshan leaped forward, slamming her elbow into his back. She yelled, Stop fooling around. This isn't a dream. Lie still and listen to me. She straddled Jin, who was now flattened on the ground, his hand reaching forward as if to grab the door, refusing without hesitation. She argued that everything she was about to say was true, but he remained stubborn. Leave me alone. I'll just pretend this is a dream. What can you do about it? You're trying to provoke me, aren't you? Regaining her composure, she climbs off of him and he sits up, listening intently. In my past life, I was Naniac, a disciple of the martial arts academy whose sole purpose was to fight against monsters. The image of Gomak flashes through her mind as she bows her head, recalling an old memory. A great battle with monsters erupted, and she perished in that war. Normally, a person's soul returns to the cycle of reincarnation after death, but that old tree demon stole and hid my ashes. He even resorted to tricks, turning me into a wandering soul, lost in the cycle of reincarnation. After manipulating my soul, he transformed me into a demon. My only task was to seduce humans and sacrifice them to a monster named Jum-1, she continued, while he was utterly bewildered. His eyes darting away, he asked, dumbfounded, Is this some kind of hidden camera show? So hidden cameras are getting into the supernatural these days. Not understanding, she asks, What's a hidden camera? He casually replied, You're pretending not to know what that is? It's what people use to secretly record others. The more he spoke, the more confused she became. Secret recordings, his face stiffened, shocked, and his mind spiraled. Everything about her feels ancient, and though it sounds absurd, it's convincing. His imagination runs wild. Is the person before him a demon? No, a monster? He ran his hands through his hair, overwhelmed by the thought of ghosts and demons inside. Oh, heavens. So Troll is stunned by his reaction. Dia, her face still dark, pats her cheeks in fear, places a hand on her chest and pleads, "Please help me. The demonic energy in this realm is growing stronger, and we need a guardian to protect the people." He replied, still firmly refusing, "For an outsider with no power like me, I can't do anything about what you've just told me. So even if I wanted to help you, I'm afraid my hands are tied." The scene shifts to a wooden plank lying on the floor, next to a small chair. He added, "I don't know how long the Azure Spirit Sword you mentioned will continue to help me. As I said before, I risked my life coming here to find someone," he added, as the last light faded outside. Then he suddenly lunged closer, pointing at himself. "But I still have no leads, so I must survive until I find that person. If I agree to help you, I'll end up in the clutches of those demons and lose my life." Her face fell, looking rather disappointed. She lowered her head slightly, saying nothing more, as he stared at her, awaiting a response. After a moment, he pushed himself up, saying, "Sorry, but I think I need to get to work. If you're tired, rest here for a bit before you go." With that, he turned and left, saying goodbye. She remained still and silent, not moving or looking after him. There was no sound behind him, which made him falter. He glanced back, his eyes fixed on her motionless figure. She thought of the long-haired demon, its dark eyes with golden pupils, its stitched-up mouth whispering, "Uncle." Her hands clasped together as she suddenly said, "How pitiful. Please help me. We need a guardian to protect the people." She pleads for help once more. Her sudden words gave him pause as he closed his eyes, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Her face still downcast, she didn't notice him approach. He spoke softly, "Please, explain in more detail." He knelt down to face her. "I'll do everything I can to help you." She looked up, meeting his gaze. Outside the main gate, the driver's irritated voice rings out, "We're not going anymore?" He frowned, asking, "Are you kidding me? Who was it that was crying and screaming the other day, begging to move houses?" Dia could only awkwardly reply, "I'm sorry, but he still scolded you. He was so worried about you that he came all the way here, and you treat him like this." He had no choice but to try and soothe the other man's anger, feeling he had truly caused too much trouble. Just then, the driver noticed a small figure lurking in the distance, and after a moment of contemplation, he smiled proudly and asked, "So the bookworm found himself a lady bookworm, huh? So that's why you ditched me, leaving me to explain things to her?" "No, it's not like that." Just as Jackson was flustered, trying to explain that it wasn't what he thought, a panicked voice rang out from behind. "What the hell? You're still alive?" That statement successfully silenced the surrounding atmosphere, and the driver, oblivious to what was happening, asked why he was sweating so much this early in the morning. "I'm just as surprised as you are, but don't say it out loud." Seeing that time was running short, he spoke up. "All right, I have to go now. Take care of yourself." Dia hesitated for a moment, but still apologized to the other man. "Sorry for the trouble." Even so, the driver still smiled, his eyes sparkling with pride as he praised him. "I must admit, I'm surprised to see you're still alive and kicking. This trip may not have earned me a penny, but it was worth it." He cheerfully waved goodbye, wishing him well. "Control yourself or you'll be eaten alive," leaving Dashin utterly defeated behind him. He was about to lose it and curse him out in his head. Was this guy sucking up to me or my master? Seeing him leave, Bongpu was immediately flustered, but knowing he'd made a mistake, he forced a smile and asked, "Young, brave mage, have you defeated the monsters at the Nan Temple?" "Wonderful, let's go." As he rambled on about all that Jin had done for the town. "From the moment I met you, I knew you would drive out the monsters and protect the lives and property of the people here." He couldn't take it anymore and turned around, fuming. Without any hesitation, he demanded the payment he was owed, causing the old man to pause, confused. Jin kindly repeated what he'd said before, the 10 million gold reward he'd promised. The old man, now understanding, broke out in a sweat, stammering, "Wizard?" Then, as Jin's face darkened, the old man's voice trailed off. "It was an emergency, so I just said it." As he spoke, he quickly pulled something from his pocket, saying, "We'll be neighbors for a long time, and you've brought peace to our community." With a sly smile, Bong earnestly clasped Jin's hand, placing something within it. "Please accept this small token of my gratitude. I hope the mage won't refuse." Looking at the 3 bills in his hand, as cold as the human heart, Jae-shin's face froze over. Without hesitation, he turned and went back inside. From tomorrow, there's no more neighborly affection. I'm moving, which makes him rush to grab my hand and stop me. No, don't do that, wait a minute. Seeing him leave so decisively, the landlord held on even tighter, begging even as he was dragged along the ground. I'll give you $3 million as a thank you, half off the rent. No, make it free, just don't be so cold. Later, when Jin saw the money in his account, he was filled with regret. He'd been swindled so badly, he turned pale and broke out in a sweat. He suddenly realized that even though it was a haunted house, many people must have rented it and been forced to pay up front like him. When they got scared and left, the landlord would pocket all the money. In short, the landlord loses nothing. Meanwhile, Bong Pu wears a smug expression, having realized something Jin just discovered. It seems he's caught on. This realization nearly breaks him, and he's filled with regret, trusting that swindler was a mistake. Even so, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it. He was about to be dirt poor anyway, so who needed pride? Just be careful not to let those real estate agents trample on your dignity next time. So Troll, who was behind him, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Are you hurt?" he asked, tears streaming down his face, no longer trying to hide his pain. Of course it hurts. It hurts right here, a sharp pain. This left her utterly bewildered. But even so, Jine didn't stay down for long, quickly getting up to think about other things. Okay, well, at least, with these 3 million worlds, we don't have to worry about living expenses for the next few months. But it was all so foreign to her. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," she said, reminding him of something. "Right, I forgot." With a serious face, Jin explained to her, "The language, currency, and everything else are completely different from hundreds of years ago." Sowell listened to all of that, but her expression didn't change, making him even more nervous. Bringing up the concept of time, he realizes her age is substantial and that she's from centuries in the past. His gaze softened slightly as he stared at the young woman, who was still frowning, not understanding his words. Has she been all alone for such a long time? The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached, and memories of his own lonely childhood flooded Jin's mind. That thought weighed heavily on him, a painful echo of his own loneliness, a loneliness he wouldn't wish on anyone. Under the blue sky, he spoke with regret. "Perhaps I should buy you some decent shoes and clothes." An exorcist. Moments later, So, watching the screen change rapidly, asks, "How can these paintings change so fast?" He was a little flustered, but quickly explained that it was called a computer screen, leaning in to show her the items on it. If she were to buy something online, it could be delivered to her doorstep by morning. Confused, she pointed at the screen, asking if these images could become real. He was a bit taken aback explaining it to her, but quickly responded. Roughly speaking, with the development of the world today, anything is possible. Then, suddenly, the phone rang, and he turned in surprise to look at the notification on the screen. Yang turned and left, hastily answering the person on the other end of the line. "Yes, BD Nim." "Yes," he said that and left, leaving So Troll staring at the computer screen. "Yes, about the deadline." Staring at the simple black dress on the screen, she frowned more and more, clicking the mouse intently. Meanwhile, because Deshin was on the phone, he was completely unaware of the incessant clicking in the room. Then, early the next morning, a mountain of packages were rapidly delivered to Jin's house, leaving him utterly bewildered. Where did all this come from? "I don't remember ordering this much." "Wrong address, maybe?" So Chan replied, holding a few packages. "I chose all of that, just like you told me to." The more he heard, the more confused he became, so he turned to ask her. She smiles gently as she explains that she made the selections. "I just selected the options like you told me to yesterday," but the more she spoke, the paler he became. He just wanted to try it out, and sure enough, everything turned into real items. How interesting. Then he quickly grabbed his phone. Looking at his phone screen only darkened his face further, to the point where he almost screamed. Seeing his dwindling balance, Jishin despaired, not knowing what to do. His mind raced, sweat pouring down as he imagined his bleak future. He was doomed. This could really be the end. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, wondering how he was going to solve this mess. Can you return something you've already bought? But considering what Soon did, it feels like the money was well spent. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, this money was all earned by her. If she spends the money she earned, who am I to say anything? Still, he couldn't accept it and cried inside. Even so, what will I eat in the future? Am I supposed to beg on the streets? Suddenly, her voice echoed from behind. "Is this how you're supposed to wear this?" He turned back in surprise, and there was So Troll, elegant and radiant, her beauty shining through. Still a bit confused in the outfit, she tilted her head and told Ye Xin, "This is the first time I've worn something like this." And he, seeing such beauty before him, was momentarily stunned by her radiance. His stare makes her frown as she steps back. Does it look weird? Snapping him out of his daze, he quickly explained, No, not at all, it looks great on you. Therefore, Daishin had no choice but to accept the reality before her, lamenting inwardly, This is bad. Should I return all this stuff now? Oh, well, I can't exactly starve. That outfit seems like it was made for her. But as he picked up one of the items, he was immediately stunned. He frowned, struggling to lift the box, drawing her attention. Why is this box so heavy? It doesn't feel like clothes. So-chan, realizing what it was, pointed at the box and said, Oh, right. Hurry and open that box. Her next words shocked Jin even more. Inside was an urn of ashes, and he lost all composure, screaming in shock. Meanwhile, So-chan calmly opens the box, and upon seeing the painting and the urn, she has a strange premonition. As she boldly opens it, she hears something calling out to her from within the urn. Indescribable. It was like the call of destiny itself, and it terrified Jashin, who couldn't believe she could hear it through the computer screen. He broke out in a cold sweat seeing the fearless girl before him, resolving to keep a close eye on her after this. He can't let her buy any more weird stuff online. Meanwhile, as she opens the box, she happily exclaims, revealing a jar of black ashes with eerie patterns. Unafraid, she casually asks him if he doesn't think it looks extraordinary. But seeing it, he inwardly screamed, thinking it looked haunted. Unable to hide her anticipation, she moved to open it. Open it up. Maybe we'll find something important. Dia, hearing this, flinched and quickly stopped her. Don't open it. There's no clue inside, he thought, scolding the online store. Isn't it illegal to sell something like this online? What if it actually contains the ashes of the dead? That would be incredibly disrespectful. Fearing what she might unleash, he tried to stop her. It's just an empty jar. Give it to me so I can return it. But before he could stop her, So-cheon snatched the urn away, calmly preparing to open it, much to his dismay. He reached for it again, but she refused to let him touch it. Daishin loses his composure and lunges at her, telling her to stop joking around before she drops it. They watch dumbfounded as the urn rolls across the floor, and something emerges from within, leaving them both stunned. From the ashes, a tiny, human-like figure appears, but it lies face down on the ground, seemingly unconscious, shocking them both. In a certain house, the doorbell rings incessantly early in the morning, prompting the old woman to slowly make her way to the door, complaining. Coming, she grumbled, hobbling towards the door. So, early in the morning, instead of ringing, someone's banging on the door. The old woman peeked out and asked, Who is it? But the scene before her left her frozen in shock. At the same time, the doorbell of another house rang incessantly. The male lead, now irritated, yelled, That's enough noise, as he went to see who was there. But the man was shocked to find the gate empty. There's no one here. Nearby, Jero is equally bewildered, staring at the thing before him. What the hell is this? It was a tiny girl lying on her back inside the mouth of the jar on the ground. He hesitantly reached out to touch her, wondering what was going on. A doll? Jin slowly lifted it, then felt a heartbeat. He recoiled in shock, nearly losing his mind. Jin quickly dropped the tiny being back to the floor, his mind racing. This is a living being. Could this be one of them? He stared in utter confusion at the tiny girl on the floor. He wasn't wearing his glasses, but he could still see it. It wasn't an illusion. A disguise? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Sweating, the ram asks himself, more importantly, how did it even get inside that jar? So Troll reveals the tiny girl's identity from behind, saying, She's a monster. This was just another opportunity to scare him witless. Don't just blurt it out like that. I'm a little sensitive to those words right now. Not understanding, she looked at the monster and announced, It's not dead, just unconscious. Dia hesitated, seemingly worried, and then asked softly, Hey, is it possible this monster came here to capture you? If that's the case, should I take this chance to eliminate it while it's unconscious? Looking at the monster's form, he feels a bit confident. It's so tiny, it probably isn't too strong, right? Sensing his worry, Sojong reassured him. I don't think there's a problem, pointing ahead, as the little guy wasn't reacting at all. He looked where she was pointing, but it was just a puppy. But it couldn't be that simple. Suddenly, Goathead Shin had a thought. This puppy? Could it be? She nods, confirming, Yes, the majestic sphinx-like figure that appeared in our minds that day. It's the guardian we met a few days ago. He asked in disbelief, but didn't it turn back into a stone statue? So Tron sighed. I thought so too. But the dog jumped out of the statue then, like an incarnation of the guardian. Coincidentally, you happened to be passing by and discovered it. Oh, it's you? She didn't find this too hard to understand. Its spirit energy could escape the statue and take on a different form, theoretically similar to a monster's transformation. So Tron paused, then added, "Moreover, this little one is Nania's guardian deity, and its mission is to prevent evil from invading this land, so it's very sensitive to demonic energy, and especially to murderous intent. It seems you really like him," so Tron said gently, cradling the puppy in his palm. "So, if he's not barking, that means the monster won't be a threat to us." Dia relaxes and tilts her head. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. "So," Tron pondered something, then continued to speculate. "And if I'm not mistaken, the reason that Demon Juan hasn't found me yet is thanks to this little guy." His threat still echoed in her mind. "Foolish wench, you can run, but you'll never escape the grasp of the old sorcerer. You can't hide your demonic energy, so you can't escape, even if you fly to the heavens." Jin stares at her for a moment, then asks, "Why does that demon, Juan, want to eat you?" The exorcist hesitates, but remembering the tall, imposing figure of the demon, she replies, "Juan is a monster who devours humans, absorbing their memories and knowledge." She then explained why she had been captured and that her mission was to lure humans to be sacrificed to him. The more, the better. At this, she suddenly grew suspicious. Oddly enough, while toying with the guardian spirit, Troll wondered how many humans he had sacrificed to him. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for him to keep me around to continue the sacrifices rather than devour me? Seeing her sudden silence, Dia anxiously asks, "Why the daze?" The NM sorceress replies, flustered, "Sorry, just a few random thoughts that flashed through my mind." Out of nowhere, he hopes she can recover her urn of ashes as soon as possible. Jin sighs. "If you can be reborn and live freely without being bound by anyone, then I can rest easy." Surprised by his words, So-chan blushed and shyly lowered her head. To break the awkwardness, she changed the subject. "How long are you going to keep calling me an exorcist?" He realized it was his mistake and nodded. "I misunderstood you. That's why you got that name." Now Jin is flustered, trying to figure out what to call her. "So what should I call you then?" While he was still unsure, she suddenly interrupted, "So Tron!" As he was caught off guard, she repeated her name once more. "My name is So-ron." So Tron suddenly smiles sweetly, her golden eyes curving gently. "From now on, just call me So-troll." He paused, his heart suddenly pounding in his chest as Jin sat up straight, belatedly scratching his head. "My name is Jessen," and in that brief moment he knew something had subtly shifted within his heart. Strange. A bit flustered. At that moment, the tiny demon Hong suddenly groaned faintly, just enough for him to notice. Jin stared at her and quickly exclaimed, "She's awake! She looks much better than before!" Hong slowly opened her eyes, then immediately flinched. The first thing the goblin saw was the face of the human, Jin, as the princess transformed before his very eyes. Immediately, a cloud of white smoke billows out, prompting Dia to gasp in surprise. Hong is no longer in miniature form, but has transformed into a plastic object. He frowns, realizing it's become a doll. But this monster is anything but scary, leaving Jin exasperated. Transforming now is too late. What a show. The doll-like princess breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing her cover is blown. Defeated, Hongjan reverts to his human form, reaching behind him as if to draw something. Then there's only one option left. The princess pulled out a black gun and shouted, "Take this, tiny gun with tiny bullets." She aimed straight at Jez's forehead for a painful shot, but the attack wasn't strong enough to take him down, leaving them both frozen in shock. Gritting his teeth in anger, a small bump swelling on his forehead, Ji couldn't hold back his rage any longer, roaring at the cursed object. Meanwhile, in another neighborhood, the incessant pounding continued. This time, a young woman answered the door, asking, "Who is it?" "Coming, coming." Yudong wiped her brow as she opened the gate. "Couldn't you ring the bell instead of banging on the gate like that?" But the sight before her caused the girl to cry out in shock, for before her stood a bizarre man with dull, white-blue eyes, glancing blankly around. Yet the girl called out to him affectionately, as if oblivious to anything strange. "Ah." Dudong looked at him in alarm, full of worry. "Dad, where have you been?" "Father suddenly disappeared, leaving me at home to worry myself sick." And in the distance, a mysterious man appears, watching everything from above. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small, glittering gem, and without hesitation, crushed it. The small gem shattered into dust, turning into a white smoke that vanished into thin air. And at that moment, Yu's father suddenly cried out in agony, sending her into a panic. Her father collapses to his knees before her, leaving her in shock. What is happening? Jin Lang calmly observes the girl's distress without a hint of emotion. He coldly turned and left, ignoring the heart-wrenching screams behind him. Jinlang put his hands in his pockets, slowly dragging his feet over the power cord, leaving without anyone knowing. The legend depicted in the painting tells of a simple scholar who once lived in a remote mountain village. One day, on his way home, he was possessed by a will-o'-the-wisp and vanished without a trace. As the story unfolds, the scene in the painting also changes. The villagers searched the mountain all night by torchlight, but the scholar had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. As time passed, a few days later, the scholar quietly returned home, much to the joy of his family. But their happiness was short-lived, as the scholar remained silent and withdrawn, never smiling as he once did. He was like a soulless body, and it broke his parents' hearts. Worried about his condition, the family summoned a Taoist master, who gazed at the scholar for a long time before slowly speaking. An image of foxfire appears behind the Taoist master as he speaks. Could it be that this man has seen foxfire, or worse, been possessed by it? This man's soul has been devoured by a fox spirit. It's no longer in his body. Though it may sound contradictory, he appears alive, but is, in truth, already dead. Strangely, Yu's father's condition mirrored the legends. Yu cautiously opened the door, asking, "Dad, would you like to go out to eat with me?" His silent reaction left Yudong at a loss, as she quietly gazed at the man before her, searching for a way to connect with her father. "Or I can cook something for you. Is there anything you'd like to eat?" His silence was Yu's only reply, and the little girl couldn't hold back her tears. In the small old room, Yu's desperate voice echoed, "Dad, what happened to you, back in that haunted room?" At this moment, a heated confrontation erupts between Hong'an and Jin, both armed with guns, believing that hot lead makes all men equal. Hong'an calmly aims his weapon, while Jin clutches his throbbing forehead, still reeling from Hong'an's earlier attack. He gritted his teeth, face contorted. "Is this brat trying to provoke me?" He fought back his anger, trying to think clearly, refusing to stoop to their level, forcing himself to stop trembling. "Are you agitated now? Let's talk slowly once you've calmed down." "Huh? You must be surprised and confused about what's happening, right? You're the same. No one here knows what's going on." Startled, Hong recoils, shouting, "Don't come near me!" Wielding two flintlock pistols like machine guns, Hong relentlessly fires at him, forcing him to dodge and defend. "Stop it, kid, stop!" Seeing that Jason was unfazed, Hong'an frowned. That big guy's defense is too good. Taking a deep breath, Hong'an pulls another weapon from his bag, quickly replacing the two old pistols with a heavy cannon. Seeing this, Jin pales. Where did he pull that from? Without hesitation, Hong'an fires at him, saying, "Take this!" Sensing the bullet's trajectory, Jin rushes to shield his computer. "You absolutely cannot shoot my computer." Though he saw it coming, he couldn't dodge. Staring down the bullet, So-Troll, horrified, rushes forward, pulling out her hairpin and, with masterful skill, deflects the projectile. The bullet ricocheted off her hairpin and shot into the ceiling, leaving Hong in a cold sweat as So-Chan seethed with rage. "Idiot, why do you always rush into danger? That thing may be small, but it can still kill you if it hits a vital spot. Do you have a death wish or something?" Dee pleaded. "But I can't just stand by and watch my only asset, my computer, get destroyed." Hong seems to realize something at this moment. Was that sword technique the work of a monster? He tries to explain to So-Troll, "If I can't even protect my computer, I might as well be selling salt. I won't be able to work and I'll starve." "Do you understand?" Hong hesitantly asks. Before they could finish speaking, the bullet they'd fired was deflected into the ceiling. And now, it's falling right back down on the head of the pink-haired girl who shot it. Hearing the strange noise, the two arguing people turned to see Hong John on the floor with a bump on her head, and one of them spoke up. "She's unconscious again." Dia Shin points gleefully, saying it saves them a headache to just shove her in the jar and return her. It seems his words have struck a blind spot in her knowledge. So-Chan wonders, return her? What does it mean? Meanwhile, Jackson pondered, feeling increasingly entangled with these monsters. At this rate, he's bound to be caught in a life-or-death struggle with them. Imagining a turbulent future, he realizes the road ahead will be rough. There's no guarantee I'll survive every battle with them. Suddenly, the image of the girl from my dream reappears with her familiar words. "I'll be waiting." Just then, a sudden noise startled him. Someone seems to be banging on the gate, and Jin quickly goes to open it. "Who is it?" Bongpilu's face appears. "Oh, it's you?" he said, chuckling sheepishly. "My brave young mage. I rang the bell until my fingers were sore, but you didn't answer, so I took the liberty of knocking." The old goat's voice raised suspicion. "What bell?" He quickly added, "Maybe the bell's broken because the house is so old? Then the landlord is responsible for repairs." "Brave mage, I have a favor to ask." His groveling tone put him on guard. "What's he plotting now? I'm telling you, I don't have any money for repairs. A servile voice echoed. Lately, rumors of monsters had begun to circulate among the residents. These words rubbed Jay Shin the wrong way, and he crossed his arms, retorting, I thought you said there weren't any of those things around here? He couldn't help but wonder if this guy was some kind of vengeful spirit. But ignoring his inner thoughts, he clasped his hands in a respectful bow. A handsome and skilled mage, you say? This has been happening for a while now, but I only dare to report it now. Based on what he'd heard, Bong Pu explained that recently, people's gates had been knocked on. But when the owners opened them, no one was there. Jin still looked clueless, wondering if people had just knocked on the wrong door, or if it was just kids playing pranks. He quickly explained, At first, I thought it was nothing, but the other day, Yudong's house in the lower district was also knocked on. But this time, when they opened the door, there was someone there. None other than Yudong's father, who had returned after disappearing for several days. You look like you have no idea why this concerns you. I still don't understand what the problem is. Seeing his reaction, Bong Pu could only fall silent. Sorcerer, are you not aware of the legend of the Fire Lake? Dia calmly asks him, what now? Then, in a steady voice, he recounted an old tale, a legend, or perhaps just folklore. Basically, if a person is possessed by the lake fire, they'll be led away and have their soul devoured by the fox spirit, leaving only a shell behind. Then he quickly mentioned Yudong's father's condition. Yudong's father, who I mentioned returning home earlier, was in the same state, like a soulless shell. Dia frowned in suspicion. His soul was taken, and then he returned home. The narrator continued. The night before Yudong's father disappeared, a neighbor witnessed a strange phenomenon, calling out curiously, Is that you, Mr. Yu? Are you planning to go up the hill this late? The man asked, suddenly noticing a flicker of blue flame. What is that eerie blue flame? Am I seeing things? In the darkness, the neighbor's voice echoed as the figure unconsciously drifted away. Yutrong, can you hear me? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man fondles a blue gem as Bong Pu's voice echoes steadily. If he was indeed mesmerized by a flickering blue light resembling a flame. A man with blue hair and sunglasses secretly observes the situation below, his belief reinforced by the legend of the firefox. It very well could be the legendary creature. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a middle-aged woman's worried voice called out, Shunguk, where have you gone? His silence and dark eyes fixed on the scene below were her only reply. As another incident unfolded in the district, the woman frantically asked about her son's condition. Shunguk, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Suddenly, the young man collapses, sending his mother into a panic. All of this was seen by the blue-haired man from before, who silently crushed the gem in his hand. Sunguk, wake up. What's wrong, son? Sunguk, as the other man's cold figure walked away, Bong Pu's words were filled with fear. Magician, it's highly likely that Du Yi's father has had his soul devoured by a fox spirit. Hearing this, Dia fell into thought, unwilling to get involved in this mess, and retorted, Since when did you start believing in folklore and legends? You never told me stories like this when I first moved here. He quickly tried to appease him. It's not like that. I just feel there are some suspicious points, quite similar to the legends. He then accused him, Hey, old man, you already broke your promise about the money last time. Does he really think I'd accept another offer from someone who's already broken their word? Deshin scratches his head, frustrated that his plans to gather clues about the soul jar are being complicated by this new development. Bong clasped his hands together, begging, Wizard, we common folk can only rely on you. Abandoning all shame, he grabbed his hand, pleading with teary eyes. Go on, mage. Please have mercy. Deshin's eyes softened, as Du Yi only has her father in this world. He's in this state, and she's heartbroken. He imagines the father and daughter, and what would she do if something happened to him? He closed his eyes, clicked his tongue, and sighed. Bong Pu, seeing this, understood his implication. Before he could agree, the man spoke for Jin, asking what the mage thought. He agreed to help. He immediately took that as confirmation. And just like that, before Jin could refuse, he was entrusted with the task, a piece of paper thrust into his hands. Here, take this. It's Du Yi's address. He was stunned, about to protest. Wait, when did I agree to this? But by then, he was long gone, leaving only an echo. Good luck, mage. Goodbye. Jishin stared silently at the paper in his hand, shaking his head with a sigh. Honestly. So Chun, who was beside him, asked, Will you help them? Help her? Why would I do that? He wondered. She tried to persuade him, but before she could finish, he immediately cut her off. Jin turned away, stating his worries, saying it had nothing to do with him. With so much to do at home and needing to work to cover living expenses, how can I help anyone? If I help them, who will help me? I'm the one who needs help here. And just like that, she could only watch his back as he walked away. But then he stopped, as if struck by a sudden thought, and called out. His departing footsteps suddenly halt, drawing her attention as he decides to check on things briefly. There shouldn't be any problems, right? I'll just take a stroll and happen to pass by. Hearing his words, a smile crept across her face as Dia looked around, wondering if she should grab something for protection. Remembering his divine weapon, he wondered where he'd left it. But before he could finish the thought, something zipped past his face. The divine artifact that Jejin thought of as a stick automatically flew to his feet, stunning him, and his whole body trembled with fear. He turned around anxiously, his face as white as a sheet. I'm off. I'll be back later. Jishin muttered to himself, this damn thing is definitely trying to scare me. So Chan called out from behind, wait for me, I'll go with you. Her steps gradually approached the barrier. Suddenly, a blue barrier appears, blocking So Chan's path, and she stops dead in her tracks. Jishin turns around, startled, and even So Chan is confused by this turn of events. In the distance, Jin Lang seems to sense something. Turning in this direction, his eyes fixed on Jin's lodging with a silent intensity. Back to So Chan, she now stands upon a magic circle that appeared out of nowhere, leaving her bewildered. What is happening now? Sensing something, she turns around to see her guardian spirit tugging at her dress, signaling her to return. Understanding. So Chan slowly retreats behind the doorway, and as she does, everything returns to normal. She wondered anxiously, what is it? She seems to recall Gomok's earlier words, you can't hide your demonic energy. She slowly realizes, could it be? Looking at the puppy and the guardian statue, she realizes, you created this barrier to protect me? Jae-shin and Soon shared a knowing silence, and seeing her condition, he said caringly, you don't look so good. You should stay home. So Tron worriedly tried to speak, but he confidently waved his hand, saying he'd be right back, and awkwardly added that he even had that scary stick with him. I wonder if he'll listen. Leaving her behind with her jumbled thoughts. He walked away, saying, I'm off, see you later, and turned to leave. Walking beneath the clear sky, he felt a growing unease, sighing in resignation as he wondered why he always meddled in other people's affairs. At this rate, will I even be alive to meet the girl from my dream? He looked up to the sky and sighed. Should I just forget about everything? He couldn't do much to help anyway, but he couldn't shake the image of So Troll's worried face. You said to listen so as not to wrongly accuse someone, but what if an innocent person is forced to commit a crime? If you can, please help me. The situation is quite dire. Recalling her words, his heart grew heavy as he remembered a moment from his childhood. A helpless boy runs through the dark night, his steps faltering as a nightmare memory resurfaces. Someone, please help me. The small voice of a boy hopelessly searching for help. Before him lies a woman, still and unmoving. Our director, someone please save her. He continued to run, searching for hope, his desperate cries echoing all around. Is anyone there, please? Please, someone save her. Though injured himself, he desperately searches for help. Please, no. Remembering what happened, Jin's face hardened, and he bit his lip, reminding himself that he couldn't do that. The path ahead splits in two, much like the life now forcing him to choose. Those people must have all felt the same loneliness he has. Jeshin's hand instinctively tightened around his only weapon, slowly raising the red-tinted glasses. If he doesn't face it now, when will he? At this moment, his face is cold, his eyes full of determination. What good is running away? His mental preparation complete, his heavy footsteps moved forward with resolve. Bong Pi was in his office when he heard someone call out, "Is anyone there?" He went out to see who it was. "What is it?" Facing him, a young man with striking orange hair replied, "I have a few questions for you." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "What is it?" But upon seeing the person's face clearly, Bong Pyo was a little startled. With a friendly smile, Huasheng asked about recent events, wondering if anything strange had been happening in the neighborhood lately. But he was too busy being intimidated by the scar running down his eye, wondering, where did this mismatched eye guy come from? How creepy. Seeing that the man wouldn't answer, Huachong took the initiative. Like a floating flame appearing in the middle of the night, for example. Bong Pu was terrified by those words, but he calmly continued, "Have you ever seen or heard anything like that?" He glanced at him in horror, thinking, how does he know? But outwardly, he calmly asked, "Young man, why are you asking me this?" As if just remembering, Huajong pulled something from his pocket. Ah, yes, this. He presented a business card, clearly altered by an illusion spell. Huachong used it to introduce himself, which only made Bong Pu turn pale. "Oh no, a reporter. This is bad news." He quickly waves his hands, forcing a smile to diffuse the situation. "I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything." Huajong clearly doesn't believe it. That's a suspicious reaction. Bong Poo jumps up, startled, and shouts back. Suspicious? I told you I don't know anything. He rubbed his chin and smirked, continuing to dig for information. So, did you hear it from someone, or did you see it yourself? Unable to take it anymore, the old man throws anything he can find at him, telling him to get lost with his venomous tongue. Hurry up or I'm calling the police, Huajiang said, raising his hands in defense. The landlord, trying to appear friendly, asked him to wait while he finished his cigarette, but instead he smashed an ashtray into his face, leaving a burning red mark. Meanwhile, the doorbell of another person rang steadily as Yu cautiously peeked through the slightly opened door. Seeing the strange man before her, she cautiously asks, "Who are you?" Dia smiles, explaining briefly, "I heard about you from your landlord." Yudong's eyes suddenly darkened as she listened to him. "Would you be able to see my father for a moment?" After a moment's thought, she agreed and led the way into the house. "Please, follow me." The bespectacled guest nodded. "Thank you. Then, if you'll excuse me." In that short time, Jian had also taken the opportunity to look around the front door. There was nothing unusual around the house, as Yudong led him to his father. Knowing he wouldn't react, he announced, "Father, you have a visitor." But there was no father there. But in Jin's eyes, he was just a mass of white flesh, a human-shaped blob, his eyes and mouth just gaping holes. His body was bound by a bright red rope, and strange talismans clung tightly to the flabby flesh. This horrifying scene fills him with dread, and he recoils, screaming. Yu turns, confused. "What's wrong?" Deshin was stunned, stammering a response to brush it off. "No, it's nothing." And yet his body trembled as he looked at Yu's father. "What is that? What am I seeing?" Daishin quickly reached up to touch his glasses. The image through his glasses showed that murky flesh, but with his naked eye, he still saw a normal human. Deshin's face turned pale with tension. What is this? A monster? Even so, he couldn't be sure. But if it's a monster, something's not right. Yu, in confusion, calls out softly. "Hey, mister," the little girl asked quietly. "Is something wrong with my dad?" Dia asks hesitantly, feigning ignorance. For now, he's keeping it to himself, but he's struggling inside. How can he tell her that her father is a monster? Dia is flustered, never having encountered something like this before. What should she do? Perhaps he should ask So-chun if she knows what this is? With that thought, he cautiously probes. "First, can you explain your father's current condition to me? I don't even know how to explain it. Ever since he came back, my father has just been sitting there silently. He's been sitting there motionless this whole time." Just then, the man's cloudy, pale eyes shifted, silently glancing at them from afar. Dia listened quietly, then responded, "Is that so? Okay, here's the plan. I'll wait while you run home and tell me what's up." Unnoticed, the wooden staff beside him emitted a faint aura. Yudong's father suddenly opened his mouth, groaning in broken gasps. Dia froze, staring as the humanoid mass of flesh lunged forward, eliciting a terrified scream. But instead of attacking, he frantically ran towards the main door, ignoring his daughter's desperate cries. Ah Jin, as if escaping a great disaster, gasped for breath. "Why?" Yu called out from behind. "Dad, where are you going?" Confused, the girl turned to him, asking, "Why did my father run away like that?" Dia was confused, but the man remained silent. She didn't press him, only wanting reassurance. "My father will be all right, won't he?" He suddenly fell silent, his face heavy with unspoken words. Yudong seemed to realize something was wrong, her lips pressed tight, tears welling in her eyes. Dia Shin lowered his head as if making a decision, gently placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, and promised, "Don't worry, it won't be too serious. I'll bring him back to you safe and sound, so please, wait here calmly." Grabbing his wooden staff and rushing out of the house, Dia began to regret his rash decision, cursing himself for being so foolish. Still, he rushed forward, his mind a mess of thoughts. How could he help when he didn't even know what was going on? But he'd already agreed to help. Coincidentally, Jin then saw a pale, fleshy figure soaring into the air. His jaw dropped as he saw the man. Seeing him leap onto the roof, ready to flee, he shouted to stop him. "Hey, mister, hold on." Jin tries to communicate, even knowing the man won't listen. "There seems to be a misunderstanding. Can we talk this through?" But he quickly ran across the rooftops and disappeared from sight, leaving Jin feeling discouraged as he followed. "Seriously, you're making your daughter worry sick back home." But the monstrous man just kept running forward as if he didn't hear anything. Reaching a deserted area, he leaps far, attempting to escape, leaving Doin to shout helplessly, "Uncle Jay, please stop. How am I supposed to catch something bouncing on rooftops?" Just then, the wooden staff in his hand glows with a sudden ominous light. It slipped from his grasp, hurtling forward as its master watched in disbelief. The wooden staff aimed at the man in midair, as if to shatter him. At that moment, Duin recalled the tear-streaked face of the yellow-eyed monster, fearing a repeat of that sorrowful scene. No, but the staff continued like a shot, aimed at the man. Remembering Yu Jae-in's sad face, he muttered in a panic, "No, I can't let that girl lose her father." Dia Shin angrily screamed, "Stop it now!" But at this point, the staff was already too close to Yudong's father. In that moment of life and death, the staff suddenly stopped inches from its target. Dia Shin watched in stunned silence as the wooden staff spun in the air above the man's head. Then, it paused in the air for a moment before striking down with brutal force, catching Yudong's father off guard and knocking him down. Not stopping there, the wooden staff pressed down hard on his back, as if to restrain him completely. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward, his mind racing. This thing understands what I'm saying and is always ready to attack unconditionally. But something is more important now, as he stops before a small alley. Never mind that, he has to deal with the monster first. The human-shaped pile of flesh pinned to the ground by his staff screamed incessantly. He breathed a sigh of relief. He's caught it. Dia cautiously approaches, attempting to communicate. "Calm down. Hey, mister, can you hear me? I really don't want to hurt you. But that grotesque mass of flesh begins to writhe madly like a lump of mud. Listen to me. Your daughter is waiting for you to come home." Dia watches this scene in horror. Are you even listening to me? The flower-like monstrosity suddenly roared, its form twisting into a massive, writhing tentacle aimed straight at him. The flower demon's eyes and mouth widened into gaping maws, startling him, but Jae Shin was still swallowed by the abomination. One of his legs is caught as well, and from within the monster's mouth he desperately pleads, "Don't do this, old man!" In that moment, the monster's tongue slowly slithered out, and Jae Shin watched in horror. Stop it. But Hua wasn't about to listen. Its long tongue shot out, wrapping tightly around his neck, and he felt the air rapidly leaving his lungs. In that moment of life and death, he realized what this thing was plotting. It was going to swallow him whole. Outside, the painted skin began to swallow his head, pulling his body higher and higher, slowly. Dia lost his footing, desperately trying to claw at the ground, his fingers digging into the creature as he tried to push it away. But as if sensing danger, the tattoo on Dian's arm suddenly emitted a faint blue light, and the dark red ropes binding the painted skin burst into pieces, like balloons. And as it was freed, its form began to swell, like the flesh of a drowned man. The painted skin expanding like a balloon being filled with air. Clusters of flickering blue light appeared where its body was most swollen. Then, unable to expand any further, the flower exploded, sending Jin crashing to the cold ground. His wrists grew numb with pain, and Jin cried out in agony, slowly opening his eyes to the scene before him. Fragments of Huabi's body rained down like torn paper. Jin saw the pieces falling around his wooden staff, and his scalp went cold. What is this? Jin's eyes widened as he realized what these pieces belonged to. Panic set in as he realized he had just killed Yu's father. His face turned pale. No. Could I have just... Jin felt disgusted. He stared in horror at the hands that had done it, but before he could descend further into chaos, the townspeople began to cry out. The sound seems to have come from here. It was like something exploded. They flocked to see what happened. Who could have done this? Was it him? He's a stranger to me. A man recognized his neighbor and casually struck up a conversation. Hey, Mr. Kim, didn't you just get home last night? Where have you been wandering? Why didn't you tell your family? But as the neighbors swarmed around, Z became fearful. He couldn't let anyone know what he'd done. But as he looked closer at the people in his neighborhood, his pupils contracted in fear. But little do they know, many corrupted ones have already infiltrated their ranks. Could he be too frightened to speak? Among these 10 people, 3 are disguised monsters. This reality is truly terrifying, and the man grows impatient when his neighbor doesn't respond. Hey, Mr. Kim, do you think so little of me that you won't even answer? And the 2 older women exchanged worried glances. Hey, has Mi-suk's mom been like that ever since? Jay gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by the state of the neighborhood. What is going on? He gripped his staff and charged forward. The demon has appeared again, prompting a flurry of anxious warnings from the townsfolk. Where are you going? But Shin doesn't care and hurriedly runs away. So it's not just one monster causing trouble here. I need to hurry home. Just then, the flower monsters disguised as people began to stir subtly. The man who showed concern earlier speaks up, Mr. Kim, what's wrong? The flower imp is mumbling something. At that moment, the women also noticed something strange. Mother Mi-suk, are you all right? Dai glanced back from the front of the market, guessing what was happening, and sped up. Behind him, the 3 possessed children relentlessly pursued him, step by step, together. In the newly renovated district, the last rays of sunset faded away, and Hwa Seong's voice cut through the silence. I didn't think the baldy would really call the cops. He nonchalantly wrapped his arms around his neck, closed his eyes slightly, and complained. Does this reporter face discrimination or something? Why is he so hostile? He said, leaning against the wall, resolving to think things through next time. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw something rushing towards him at an incredible speed. Dia suddenly ran past, his face etched with urgency. Sorry, excuse me. Startled by his sudden appearance, Hua-seong screamed. Startled, he watched the man run off, a surge of anger rising within him. What's wrong with that guy? Before he could understand what was happening, Hua-seong heard thumping sounds behind him. He slowly turned his head. Above the rooftops, the flower zombies relentlessly pursued Jin, creating loud noises and kicking up dust with each step. Hua-seong looked up at the flower zombies in shock, his brow furrowing as he gasped. Meanwhile, Jin was still struggling to escape their relentless pursuit. His long legs pounded the pavement as he ran, his ragged breaths echoing in the air, his eyes wide with unspoken terror. As he glanced back, he gritted his teeth, wondering why these things were chasing him, and tightened his grip on the wooden stick. Was it because I killed one of their own? The flower fiends have caught up to him. They leapt from above, blocking his path, and landed on the ground soon after. The dusty road erupted as he dodged the approaching monster, retreating with a grimace. But before he could retreat, the remaining ghouls leaped down, surrounding him on all sides. His face paled at the sight. He was surrounded not only on the ground, but also on the rooftops of nearby houses. Diashin glanced up at one of the ghouls standing there. He gritted his teeth, desperately searching for an escape. But just then, the eerie voice of the flower bee echoed, "Go!" Seeing their ferocity, he found it strange, and with a wary gaze, he lowered his glasses slightly. Have they abandoned their disguises? The corrupted flowers were undeterred by his actions, advancing steadily, a stark contrast to Jin's growing panic as he found himself surrounded with nowhere to run, desperately looking for an escape. As they closed in, they made maddening noises, and he swung his wooden staff, yelling at them to back away. He continued to threaten them, saying whether they understood him or not, this sword would hurt them, even kill them. He was so worried about the infected below that he didn't notice another one on the roof, watching his every move. It silently approached the edge of the roof. But just as Jin's mind was stretched taut, with worry and fear swirling around him, Hua-seong suddenly grabbed its shoulder, sneering. Find this little guy interesting, do you? He smirked, continuing. You think these things understand threats? Then he raised his hand and gripped its head tightly. The creature you're looking at. Upon hearing this, Dia looked up, his eyes filled with unspoken confusion. At that moment, Hua-seong, holding the flower monster's head, jumped down to him, smashing its head against the cold ground as he coldly explained their true nature. They're just cursed puppets. Seeing this, Diaxine froze, his mind flooded with unspoken questions. After a moment to process the scene, he eyed the stranger warily, stammering, Who are you? But contrary to his expectations, Hua-seong didn't explain anything about who he was, instead releasing the flower puppet's head and continuing to elaborate. They have absolutely no cognitive abilities. He looked up, saw the fear on the man's face, and frowned in confusion. Is this the first time you've seen a flower demon? Oh, right. He noticed the wooden staff in Jin's hand and said coolly, Brother, you have an interesting toy there? Hearing this, he didn't understand what the boy was talking about, and could only respond with a confused noise, but Jin had no time to answer Hua-seong before seeing the flower he had slammed into the ground, slowly rising again. The enchanted ropes binding it were already more than halfway broken, and he warned the boy before it was too late. Watch out behind you. He gritted his teeth, quickly pulling a treasure from his sleeve, muttering complaints. Annoying. Without hesitation, he hurled the treasure at the approaching monster. The treasure constricted the flower demon's neck, immobilizing it, before exploding it moments later. Shredded strings and tattered paper charms filled the air as he retrieved his weapon, lashing out at the creatures, inflicting serious damage. He carefully scanned his surroundings, seeking to inflict maximum damage. Once this is over, we'll talk. After dealing with one flower demon, he leaps towards two more, his resolve unwavering despite the power disparity. Each blow a critical strike against the mindless, master-controlled creatures. A single strike from him is enough to bisect a massive flower zombie, but another quickly appears behind him. Not only is he unafraid, but he's still muttering to himself. But he doesn't last long either, as Hua-seong's treasure quickly slices him into 3 or 4 pieces. Just like his comrades. Jin remained still, eyes wide and mouth agape, a look of horror on his face as he watched him dispatch the monsters with ease. But he didn't stop there, continuing to swing his weapon while chanting, Spirit Charm! Spirit Charm! After chanting, his treasure transformed, the clattering coins on its string hardening into a true sword in his hand, his eyes now sharply focused ahead. Zong swung the weapon, chanting incantations only he understood, then hurled it at Jin with terrifying force. Hong was scared to death, screaming miserably, but after a few seconds of shock and terror he gritted his teeth and ducked his head. His arm rose to protect his contorted face as the sword pierced the chest of the biwa behind him, sending it flying backward. Everywhere the sword passed, it left a trail of reed light like the power of its master. Even a large flower demon was no match for it. After seeing the flower demon knocked far away from Diesa, he calmly muttered the remaining incantations, Samadhi fire. Each fingertip glowed with the same light that had trailed the sword, but he quickly clenched his fist. The light was cut off, drifting to an unknown place, and a massive explosion erupted near the sword. The explosion's force scatters the talismans that once bound the cursed flower, and even Jin, standing far off, is forced to turn away. A moment later, he turned back to see only ashes and charred paper fluttering in the air. Dia stopped in his tracks. He noticed the sword he'd used lying alone on the damp ground, and even the massive flower demon was now nothing but ash. Ignoring his mood, Huasong scratched his head, grumbling about the sword not knowing its way back as he picked it up and calmly explained what it was. This pure white sword is made of excellent material and can adapt to my swordsmanship. He was stunned, wondering what just happened. As he spoke, Huachong used his power to return the sword to its original form, its only flaw being its difficulty to retract at will. After returning the immaculate blade to his sleeve, he turns back to question him. Now then, brother, you weren't just randomly chased by those flower demons, were you? Hearing this, Dia turned to look at the remains of a flower puppet on the ground, asking incredulously, Flower puppets? You mean these people? Every word he spoke left him stunned. What nonsense are you spouting? He then explained to him that the flower demons weren't human. They were just puppets using parts of human bodies to mimic their forms through dark magic. Jin's face darkens. What he's hearing is completely different from what he's witnessed. Just puppets, huh? This inadvertently makes him suspicious of Jin, a man with no knowledge, yet hunted by monsters. His eyes narrowed dangerously, every move Jin made fueling his suspicions. What is this? Is this kid not an exorcist? But then he looked down at the wooden staff in his hand, radiating a more intense aura than he'd ever seen. But if he's just a normal person, where did he get something that's emitting so much demonic energy? Then another thought occurred to him. Could he be a novice? Meanwhile, Jin breathed a sigh of relief that his fears were unfounded. His uncle and the others weren't real. He stared at the scattered, torn talismans, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. If he knows about these things, then he must know how to find the old man. After careful consideration, he turned to call out to Huaxiang, but before he could finish, the boy reached into his coat as if to retrieve something and interrupted him. I have something to ask you. But first, he froze, staring at him in confusion as Huaxiang pulled a glowing business card from his coat. He held up the card, introducing himself. I am Hoon, a member of the Yunduka. He continued. Now, can I see your ID? He wondered to himself, bewildered. Identification? He scratched his head, flustered, and replied, I don't really understand what you're saying, but my name is Jin, and I'm not a member of any gang or organization. Hearing that, he immediately frowned, but Jin, oblivious to this, continued casually. My identity? Do you mean my profession? I'm just a novelist. Hwaseong clearly didn't believe a word he said. He pointed directly at the wooden staff in his hand, exposing the truth without hesitation. Stop pretending. Aren't you an exorcist? Then where did you get that? Dia raises the wooden staff as he scratches his head, his face paling. He didn't know how to explain the item's existence. Oh, this thing? He said it so casually that he just happened to pick it up. The sky darkened, the sunset faded in the neighborhood, but Hwaseong's incredulous voice still echoed. Really, I'm telling you the truth about what happened. Seriously, I just found it while wandering around the new apartment a few days ago. His words caused the boy to freeze, but after a few short seconds, he quickly reacted to what he'd just heard. Wait, let me piece things together based on what you're saying. You carry a powerful weapon you found in your new home, and while walking, you accidentally encountered monsters, who then chased you away. Dia immediately replied. Well, there are a few more details, but that's the gist of the story. I don't know why, but hearing you tell it, it sounds kind of ridiculous. Hwasong wasn't about to argue with him. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and went with the flow. Fine, finders keepers. I believe what you say. His sharp eyes turned to the wooden staff. However, I'm going to have to take it with me. Dejin's face immediately fell. He blurted out a word. Huh? He gripped the wooden staff tightly, every movement suggesting he wouldn't let anyone take it. Sorry, but no. I don't think so. I can't give this to you. He thought to himself, no, it can't be. This is the only thing I can rely on. Without it, how can I face the demons? Huazhong's already short patience had run out. He gritted his teeth. Hey, I think you've got the wrong idea. I'm not negotiating or asking for your opinion. He once again draws the Wugo sword from his sleeve, radiating murderous intent. Someone like you shouldn't be wielding such a dangerous weapon. Hand it over to me. At the same time, Yu Chong was hurrying down the main road. The girl called out for her father, Dad. Then, from a distance, whispers began to arise. What is it? The girl immediately turned toward the voice. Yudong saw a group of people from the neighborhood gathered at a street corner, all looking serious and cautious, so she went to see what was happening. An old woman noticed her and said, Oh, you're here. The girl looked down at what everyone was staring at. The girl then noticed the severed strings and the colorful paper charms that had been attached to the possessed child, now scattered on the ground. Confused, the girl hesitantly asks, Excuse me, what is this? Especially here, in this dark and cramped alley. Huasong's voice echoed, Hey, I think you've got the wrong idea. I'm not negotiating or asking for your opinion, he coldly said, drawing the Wugu sword from his sleeve. Someone like you shouldn't wield such a dangerous weapon. Hand it over to me. Jin stood before him, no longer showing any fear or confusion. He stared into the boy's sharp eyes as he slowly drew the immaculate sword, his own gaze hardening in response. The two stood silently in the alley, each with their own thoughts. After a few short seconds for Jin to rethink his next move, he pursed his lips and remained silent. Then, grinding his teeth, he coldly retorted, Don't even think about it. Hearing this, Huaseon's patience officially ran out. He looked at him with disdain, as if he weren't even an opponent. Jin gripped his wooden staff, boldly declaring his intentions. This is very important to me right now. Do you think I'll just do as you say with a few words? Despite his anger, Hua Wung returns the Wugu blade to his sleeve, his face contorted in refusal. But then, contrary to what Jin expected, he casually put his hands on his hips and spoke cryptically before vanishing in an instant, leaving Jin utterly stunned. In a split second, Huaxiang had appeared behind him, unnoticed. His eyes, now filled with murderous intent, were a stark contrast to before. He'd just have to resort to theft. Dia frantically turns around, still trying to process what's happening, as Huazong nonchalantly snatches the wooden staff from his grasp before he can even react. But as soon as he grasped the wooden staff, he sensed a strange change emanating from it. His hand quickly faltered as if he couldn't hold it any longer. And soon, he couldn't hold on at all. The wooden staff immediately fell to the cold ground, pulling his arm with it, leaving Huachong stunned. He couldn't understand how a wooden stick could be so heavy. They stood there for a long time, frozen in place, as he stared at it, his heart full of confusion he couldn't express. He approached it again, trying to pull it from the earth, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. This only made him more confused, seeing how easily the man had handled it. He crouched down, pointed at the wooden staff, and asked, Brother, how can you carry such a heavy staff around? Dishi quickly picked it up again. He examined it in his hand, replying with confusion, It's not that heavy. This made Huazhong even more suspicious. Brother, do you possess extraordinary strength that I can't see? Lost and unsure, he wondered if admitting to superhuman strength would deter the other man from taking it. Fine. He'd just go along with it. After carefully calculating his next moves, he glanced away and quickly fabricated a lie, as if it were so strange. Clearly, Huaxiang saw through it as well, wondering why his tone had changed. Is he bluffing? After thinking it over, he pointed at the wooden staff in his hand, slowly baiting him. You need a permit to use such a powerful weapon to destroy monsters. Have you gotten a permit to use that thing? He asked, startled. What? Dia, seemingly forgetting his lie, urgently asks Huaxiang if he needs a permit to use this thing, but I only used it for self-defense. Yet, Huaxiang didn't answer, and sensing something was off, he quickly fell silent, focusing on the boy's face. After realizing it was all a trap, his face paled with fear, but he quickly regained his composure, narrowing his eyes as he sized the man up. It seems he's not a real exorcist. He doesn't know anything, and he doesn't even seem to be pretending. He watched the man rub his face, wondering what his true identity was. Then Jin hesitated and said, Oh, right. It seems like Hoa Song hurriedly asked again. What is it? He replied. You seem to know a lot about these corpse flowers, so I wanted to ask you something. Tell me again what you said and what you thought of Yu's father when you met him. You said the possessed flowers use a part of the human body to mimic their appearance. Is there a way to track down the person whose form they've taken? Hua Zhong scoffed. Of course I know, but why do you want to know, brother? Based on his tone, he probably doesn't want to talk about it. Still, I have to find a way to end this conversation. But before he could finish, Yudong's voice echoed, drawing their attention. Hey, mister? Dia turned to see the girl running towards him. Over there, Yuchong. Tears welling in her eyes, she recounted what she had overheard from the neighbor. She heard a loud explosion and saw a strange young man running for his life from the scene. Then, with a sad look, she asked, "Where's my dad?" Her question left him speechless, unsure of how to respond. He gripped her hands tightly, unable to find the words. He was too fast. I couldn't catch up. Dia raised her hand to Yu Zhong, calmly trying to soothe the girl's fragile emotions. Don't worry, he'll definitely come back. I'll go look for him now, so please be a good girl and wait at home, okay? Hearing those empty words of comfort, Huachong raised an eyebrow in silence as tears streamed down the girl's face. She never got to say goodbye. Yudong recalls the last day the girl and her father saw each other before he went missing. That night, she and her father had argued, and the next morning she'd pretended to be angry and hadn't said goodbye. She remembers his bright, smiling face and his last words to her. I'm off to work. Yudong, don't sleep in or you'll be late for school. Yuru wiped away her tears. The girl was filled with remorse, for she never got to say goodbye to her father before he disappeared. These words somewhat affected Jin's mood, and he lowered his head in silence. He then recalls his own childhood, as memories of weariness and unhappiness resurface. She's just like I was as a child, always thinking she's the cause of everyone's unhappiness. By now, the sky had turned completely black. Jin gently tells Yu Zhong that it's dark and dangerous outside. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a crumpled business card, and offered it to her. This is my cell number. Wait at home, and if anything happens, call me right away. Looking at her tear-streaked face, he couldn't help but say, Calm down and wait for me to bring your father back, okay? The girl nodded in agreement. After seeing the girl off, both Jace and Hwaseong watched her disappear around the corner, and Jace frowned, impressed by Yu's confidence. He turned to him. You don't even know what a flower demon is, so how are you going to find them? He calmly replied as if it were no big deal. I have no choice. He continued, You see, I know it's difficult, but at least saying that will help comfort her. Jae-shin's eyes held a subtle sadness, his mood clearly different from when they were fighting the flower demons. Even though I don't know where to start, I'll try to do everything I can. His words, though not grand or noble, resonated deeply within Hwazong's soul, leaving him speechless. He understood the logic in Jex's words, yet something still made him hesitate. He scratched his chin, lost in thought. Hwasong then told him what he knew about the cursed flowers, a voodoo doll often used by the fox spirit. To mimic a person's appearance, it needs a part of their body, like Yuzhong's father that he saw before. Though he may act like a normal person, his soul is no longer in his body. In other words, if a flower puppet resembles a member of the family, that person has been kidnapped. Gay waited for him to finish, then asked what was on his mind. So those people are... With a frustrated hand through his hair, Hwaseon replied, Yes, they're being held in the kidnapper's lair. Where else? He grew serious, his eyes widening as he gazed into the distance, realizing finding it would be complicated. He thought of a will-o'-the-wisp emitting a blue light, and there was only one way to find it. Locate the foxfire first. Hearing this, he asked, Foxfire? He replied, Yes, the kidnapped people will have a small blue fireball floating around them. They both stared down the dark path ahead as Hwaseon continued, explaining that it was a signature flame used by fox spirits to steal souls. Over time, that flame came to be known as a foxfire, and I came here after hearing rumors of its appearance. Dia listens intently as he continues, and now, even flower sickness has appeared. The two are almost inseparable. His words reminded him of what Bong Pilu had once told him. He followed what looked like an eerie blue flame, like a man possessed, then suddenly looked up. I know where the clue is. Hearing that, Hwasong couldn't help but rejoice. Really? Before he could finish, Jin turned to leave, offering a parting farewell. I'm off. Thanks for the important information. Hua Zhong was briefly stunned, but quickly recovered, grabbing his shoulder and sternly stopping him. Wait, stop. You still want to go there? He stopped, turning to him with a puzzled look. Of course. Why? His anger flared at those words. Have you not understood a word I've said? He snapped at him. With a weapon that powerful, you must have defeated the Kaka demon, right? But can you guarantee it's strong enough to defeat all the monsters? Though he scolded him, his voice betrayed his worry for someone so naive. You should just forget about this and go home. A vision flashes in his mind, a nine-tailed demon fox, wreathed in deadly aura. If that monster is as I imagine, you'll die the moment you see it. A fear forever etched in his mind. No matter how strong your weapon is, it's useless if you're dead. That's always been his worry. That's why he's adamant about not letting him chase after those cursed flowers. Got it? You're just a little lamb who knows no fear. But unpersuaded, he simply stared at him with piercing blue eyes, then disregarded the imminent danger, ignoring all his advice. He replied, I have to go. Seeing his stubbornness, Huazhong couldn't help but erupt in anger. Does this stubborn guy really have to act so cold? You answered you saw it too. He frowned slightly, a hidden resolve in his eyes. I made a promise to that girl. His words left the boy speechless. Meanwhile, in the house Jin rented, Hong Jaeon awoke from his long daze. The princess jolted awake, wary, her headscarf falling away, as Soon leaned in, relieved to see her awake. You're awake? Are you still in pain? Hong Die immediately dodges, and the princess looks up at her, eyes full of suspicion. This made her feel awkward and unsure of what to do, when suddenly Sotro saw the princess take out several handguns. The princess recalls the moment before she fainted, when Hong blocked most of her bullets, and then Hong pulls out an even bigger gun. But the princess remained uneasy, sweat beading on her pale face. After a moment's thought, Hong produced 2 different weapons, each larger than the princess's originals. Seeing the princess's wariness, Sotron quickly explained herself. Come on, I don't mean any harm. There's no need to be so cautious. Then she wondered to herself, where did she pull all those weapons from? She continued her deduction, noting that her attire and possessions suggested she was no ordinary person. What was she doing in human territory? Suddenly, Honggon's eyes widened, her pupils almost glowing as the princess stared at the girl before her. Strange. I sense demonic energy, but it's faint. Not enough to transform you. Does that mean your true form is very similar to a human? Though the princess's guard has lowered, some suspicion remains. The princess barraged her with questions. Are you human or demon? And why take another's form instead of your own? So Troll smiled faintly, her story not always easy to tell. I wish I could return to my original form, but sadly I can't remember what I even looked like. Sitting across from Honggon, she calmly introduced herself. My name is So Troll. Then she recounted what she remembered about herself. In life, I was the daughter of the Naniac martial arts leader. Hearing this, Honggon began to understand the story and identity of the girl sitting before him. So Huan turned your soul into a monster, but you managed to escape his clutches. So Chan gently replied that it was only temporary and not entirely successful, which relieved the princess. I see. So you're saying you're temporarily free from Huan's control? That's a relief. After a tense moment, the princess raised her hand to her chest and introduced herself. Forgive my delay in introducing myself. I am Honggon, princess of the So Kingdom. Upon hearing this, So-chan was startled, thinking, a princess? She immediately nodded in greeting. So, it's Princess Honggon. Forgive my earlier behavior, I didn't recognize you. But contrary to her attitude, Hong waved her hand and said, forget the formalities. I'm only a princess in my kingdom. Here in the human realm, I'm just a demon. The princess looked down at the treasures she had taken out before they knew each other's identities. I carry with me the most cutting-edge, powerful weapons crafted by the kingdom's smiths and combined with the demon energy of the demon realm. These things can unleash near-invincible power, but in the human realm, it's a completely different story. They're no better than scrap metal. So Troll waited for the princess to finish before slowly interjecting. She couldn't understand why someone of such high standing would hide in a cramped jar. Princess Hong, why were you in that jar? Hearing this, Hong Gaeon fell into contemplation. The princess recalled the exhausting chase before she entered the human realm. It would be a long story to explain. I was ambushed while exploring the human realm. So-chan was clearly surprised by this. She asks softly, who did it? The princess replies, who, you ask? I don't have enough certainty to name the person. I'm just vaguely guessing, I can't be sure. But from the princess's tone, she already suspects who's behind it. Could the princess think it's Jum-1? The princess replied, it's very possible. It could be a monster under Jum-1 or one of his followers. In the distance, Jin and Bong-pil are talking to each other as he lowers his eyes, trying to remember what happened. From what I've heard, it happened near Lot 105. He turns and runs, having heard all he needs to know. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked, young exorcist, how is the house? Without turning back, he simply said, I'll let you know when I'm done. He then looked down at his phone to check the address he'd just been given. Lot 105 was about a 5-minute walk from here. But before long, he stopped. Wait a minute. He turned, puzzled, to Hua Xiong, who was following him. "Why are you tagging along?" He scratched his head, retorting bluntly, "What a question to ask. I can't let a rookie like you go off to die. You should be grateful to have an expert like me assisting you." Hearing that, Jay turns around, his voice laced with exasperation. What is this? But seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, he had no choice but to compromise. Fine. Do whatever you want. Taking advantage of his inattention, Hua-sung produces a talisman, raising it high as he contemplates whether to help him or not, deciding he needs to monitor him first. A flickering blue flame landed on Jin's shoulder, then vanished into thin air as Hua-seon's talisman burned away. He needs some kind of guarantee first to feel at ease? Jin vaguely senses something strange behind all this. He turned to Hua-seon with suspicion. "Did you just touch my shoulder?" He replied nonchalantly, "No, I didn't." Though still suspicious, Jay decides to drop it and speak seriously. "I'm just a little curious, under this twilight sky." His question only added to the torment. Why would that fox demon send a fake doll back to the kidnapped person's home? Hua-seong shrugs, guessing, how would I know? Perhaps it was to deceive the world, to keep anyone from knowing they'd been kidnapped. His face stiffened as Jishin added, "Why would they do that?" Hua-seong snapped, clearly annoyed. "How would I know? Should I go ask him for you?" Dia calmly and quietly concluded, "Is that so? I thought you knew everything." In an alleyway in Yan'an, only the dim streetlights illuminated the area. Suddenly, an eerie void appears, distorting the surroundings as if they were nothing more than a false painting. A deep, dark corridor, lit by flickering lights, leads into the earth, behind which lies a prison with a heavy iron gate. The cold iron bars were just wide enough for an adult to reach an arm through. 3 adults were imprisoned together, all silently hanging their heads in despair. Suddenly, thick mud appeared on the ground, from which emerged a small, bare foot. The figure nonchalantly entered this place without hesitation. Zoho returned, humming happily with a large bowl in her hands, but her arrival terrified the 3 adults. Soho chirps, "Have you all been waiting long?" "I brought dinner for everyone." Setting the large bowl on the table, she cheerfully called out, "Dad, come sit down, and Grandma, too." Judging by their expressions, these 4 captives are clearly being forced to play this awkward family charade. Suddenly, Soho tilted her head, curiously eyeing the 2 trembling figures before her, and feigned innocence, asking, "Seriously, why isn't anyone laughing or talking?" Yudong's father broke down as she continued, "It's so annoying. My dolls sent back to the village were all destroyed. In the bowl she brought back were the small animals she had hunted. This feeling is so unpleasant." Yu's father cried out in anguish, kneeling before her and begging for mercy. "Please, let me go home. My daughter is waiting for me, I can't leave her alone." The wound on his finger hadn't healed yet as the cold-hearted Sohee continued her charade. "What strange things is Dad saying?" She moves her face close to Yu's father. "Your daughter is right here." Soho's hands reach out and touch his cheeks. "How strange. Why is father crying?" Her empty eyes betrayed her displeasure. "Why?" Her expression began to twist as she comforted Yudong's father with that tone. "Don't be sad. It breaks my heart to see you like this." Suddenly, she exclaimed happily, "That's right." Her compassion terrifies Yu's father as she asks, "If I bring your daughter here, you'll be happy, right?" Soho gripped his fingernail tightly, saying it would all be over soon. He barely had time to scream, "Wait, don't!" Soho coldly flicked away his fingernail, and his desperate scream sent shivers down the spines of the remaining 3. Soho happily attached the fingernail to his doll, then tossed it away without a second thought. The doll gradually melted into a thick black slime, reforming into the shape of Yu Zhong's father. "So, I'm going to have another sister, huh?" His face contorted in utter terror as he heard Soho's words. "Is that okay, Dad? Will that make you happier?" The woman acting as the mother couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, while Yudong's father choked back sobs, helpless. But Soho happily embraces him, hoping that if his father is happy, he will love him more. Meanwhile, Honggon raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance, probably because Sotron couldn't sit still. The princess snaps, asking what's got him so anxious. Sotron hesitantly explains that Jaejin hasn't returned, even at this late hour. Suddenly bombarded with affection, the princess flares up, suspecting that Bo Yuan is out seducing innocent women. She quickly denied it. "No, you misunderstand. It's not like that at all." Sotron's face fell as she whispered in helpless anguish. "A man with no experience fighting demons, willing to risk his life for me. Meanwhile, I'm trapped here, unable to escape my pursuers. If only I could leave, I could at least lend him a hand," she lamented. Honggon quietly pondered something, but the princess was interrupted by a knock at the door. "I have something I want to ask you." Sotron was relieved, guessing that he must be back. but the dog's guarded growl stunned her. Sotron immediately deduced that if the guardian spirit was this wary, it meant the person knocking wasn't Dai Xin. She quickly hid Hong in a safe place, asking the princess to hide there for now. "Don't open it," the princess cried out, struggling. "What? Wait a minute." Sotron himself opened the door to investigate, and sure enough, a mysterious young man stood outside. He takes off his glasses and remarks, "Interesting, you're not a flower vase." Yan Lang confidently replied, "But you're not human either, beyond my expectations." Sotron warily asked, "Who are you?" Dian Lang frankly replies, "I sensed a unique demonic energy in this area for the first time and came to investigate out of curiosity. Who knew I'd hit the jackpot?" He presents a gleaming gem, and Dian Lang explains with amusement, "The spirit stone should react to the presence of demonic energy, yet it's silent, even as I stand before a demon." Like a master magician, another blue gem suddenly appeared in his hand, and in that moment he discovered what was nullifying his treasure. Jin Lang's fingers sparked against the barrier. No wonder he couldn't sense anything leaking out. A smile crept across his face. "The master of this barrier?" Jin Lang concluded, his voice low. "It must be a god. His divine sensitivity makes Sotron extremely wary. Who exactly is this person?" she wondered to herself. Whether demon or human, he exuded an aura of extreme and unpredictable danger, as Hong eavesdropped from within the waterfall. "Outside. What are you doing here?" Dian Lang answers Sotron's question directly. "I'm here to find someone." He twirls the two magical orbs in his hand. This blue jade can track his aura. But besides finding the puppets that person created, there were no other clues. So I'm guessing they used some kind of advanced magic to escape. Yan Lang looks around, impressed. "But then I stumbled upon this place." Who knew there was a place that could completely conceal demonic energy? He held up the crimson jade, concluding that the culprit must be hiding inside. And Soon's expression faltered at his demand. "Hand the person over before it's too late." Hong is stunned. So Chan worried, thinking, could the person he's looking for be Princess Hong John? She tried to deny Dian Lang's suspicions, saying no one was hiding there. Of course, he wouldn't be fooled so easily. "What's wrong? Why are you hesitating?" "This is highly suspicious." Yan Lang presses forward. "If he's not in there, will you let me in to see for myself?" But Sotron stands firm, blocking his path. "Don't even think about it. Who do you think you are to order me around?" Jin Lang's eyes flashed with annoyance as he coldly threatened, "Don't be so uncooperative. I didn't want to waste any more time or effort, but you've left me no choice but to use force." He quickly activated the Crimson Jade, shattering the barrier that covered the area, leaving So Jiol in a panic. This turn of events forces her to realize the barrier is failing, and she jumps back to keep her distance from Jin Lang. Sotron is shocked, thinking, he pushed back the guardian deity's barrier? Jin Lang exclaims with delight that Sotron is indeed the master of that unique demonic energy, leaving her with no choice but to stand still. Meanwhile, back at Yu Zhong's house, she sits huddled in a corner, lost in gloom, when the doorbell rings, startling her. The girl rushed out, throwing open the door with hopeful anticipation, and cried out at the sight of her father's figure. Little did she know, this was just a puppet created by Seo Ho. "Please don't leave so suddenly. I worry about you so much." Yu Jae sobbed, embracing the fake father figure before her, begging him not to abandon her again. Suddenly, the puppet contorts, leaving Yu Jae utterly stunned as Yu Dong's father vanishes, replaced by a grotesque flower monster. The girl screams in terror as the monster's neck extends, swallowing Yu whole. In the desolate alley, the grotesque flower demon staggered forward, its body twitching unnaturally as it muttered mindlessly, "Let's go together." Standing within the crimson aura, Jin Lang mused, "The power of this barrier is truly formidable. I've forced the use of all the energy in this crimson jade, and yet I can only open a small space." He casually steps inside, and that's all he needs to act freely, without fear. For example, the guardian deity's sharp jaws immediately close in on Jin Lang, but the crimson jade barrier surrounding him completely blocks the guardian's attack. Dian Lang smirked at the guardian's furious roar, continuing forward unfazed. Anger solves nothing. "I'm also deploying a barrier, and as long as it has energy, even gods will have a hard time breaking through." With a cold demeanor, Dian Lang stated his demand. "Just hand over the thief, and we can avoid wasting each other's time and energy." "Do you intend to protect that thief at all costs?" Her eyes widened as suspicion filled her. "Theft? Is he talking about Princess Honggaeon? What did the princess steal from him? Even Hong, who's hiding, feels uneasy. Theft? Would a princess like me steal something so trivial? Is he mistaken? Jin Lang's red jade has completely faded. He noticed it with nonchalance. and despite the guardian spirit's presence, he muttered in annoyance. So much energy consumption? Jinlang destroyed the red jade like it was nothing, and now he has to replace it. How annoying! His decisive move stunned So-Tron, who was forced to retreat to avoid being caught in the crimson jade barrier, her feet reaching the porch steps. She glances at the jar hiding Princess Honggon, and, to protect her, So-Tron draws her divine weapon to face Jinlang, who tilts his head and whispers, "Am I only allowed to go this far?" So-Tron remains resolute, and this truly excites Jinlang. "You insist on opposing me? Then I won't hold back," he says, producing another purple gem. With domineering force, Jinlang summons a sword from the jade. Is it worth risking your life to protect someone like that? So-Tron immediately sensed the invisible pressure, anxiously hiding inside. What's going on? What's happening out there? I can't see anything. Am I the reason she's in mortal danger? The princess decides to intervene personally. She can't let this go on. She has to go out immediately. But So-Tron's firmness stops her in her tracks. I have nothing to hide. With my guardian spirit by my side, she firmly declared to Jinlang, "The owner of this house isn't here right now, and I can't allow strangers to trespass on his property." That was the only reason, Hong realized, understanding the hidden meaning. "So-Tron, are you saying that to keep me from revealing myself?" "Of course," Jinlang stubbornly ignores me. "It's too late to back out now anyway." He coldly continued, "What that person stole was the seed of disaster. I don't know if that person will. No, that person has already caused disaster." So Troll repeats, "catastrophe," inquisitively, and Jinlang sighs in displeasure. "But what's the point of telling you all this?" he retorted impatiently. "You say you're not hiding anything and don't know who that person is, so you don't care about the victims affected by that disaster?" So-Chan probed further. "Oh, wait, what do you mean by victims?" Lang cuts her off. "Enough, let's finish this quickly. I don't have much time." So Tron barely registered Jinlang's lightning-fast attack, a strike so fierce it sparked, but thankfully she blocked it. She leans to the side, dodging the attack, then quickly rises after a graceful tumble. So Chan's shoulder is already torn, and worry fills her mind. What to do? Observing her opponent, she thinks to herself that if she fights within his barrier, the guardian deity won't be able to help, a thought that intensifies as Jinlang advances. The red jade on his hand glowed, and suddenly, So-Chan had an idea. She pushed off the ground, using the momentum to leap forward, her weapon piercing the barrier and aiming straight for the red jade. Jinlang tilted his head to dodge a blow, and So-Chan, following her momentum, continued to fall forward, completely slipping out of Jinlang's barrier. He slings his sword over his shoulder, sneering, "What kind of fighting is this?" Not missing the opportunity, he throws his sword, hoping to finish her off. Was it really this easy? Just as she predicted, Jinlang's sword swung straight into the wooden pillar and got stuck. He certainly hadn't foreseen this. Jinlang's sword was stuck in the wooden pillar, costing him precious seconds. Waiting for this moment, So Troll lunges forward, kicking Jinlang's hand holding the crimson jade. Though surprised, he doesn't falter, but his hand is now empty. With her resourcefulness and skill, So Troll has successfully separated Jinlang from the all-powerful red jade. And the guardian spirit closes in. What? A sudden surge of murderous intent startles him, and he hastily summons another red jade. Jinlang narrowly escaped the guardian deity's wrath, now regarding So Troll with a newfound perspective. "I was too careless and underestimated him," Jinlang thought with a frown. "You do have some skill." The So Troll silently braced himself for battle. At that moment, Jin was still busy questioning Hua Chong about the foxfire. With a slight smirk, Hua Riong responded, "How can you avoid being possessed by the foxfire?" That's a good question, but he bluntly concludes that there's no way to prevent it. This causes Jin to gape, and Hua Xiong continues, "There's no way for humans like us to guard against it. Pretend to walk with them and ask for more information. Unless you have eyes like the monsters, it's impossible." He continued to nitpick. "What was that about? So how do we deal with that thing?" Huazhe enthusiastically revealed that while there was no way to prevent it, there was at least one way to deal with it. As he rambled on, he noticed Jin's distraction, which was when he realized that the possessed person had to quickly use a charm, causing Huashong to snap, "What's with your attitude? If you don't want to listen, don't ask. It's infuriating." But Jin pointed forward, shouting that the arm was pointing straight at the grotesque thing at the end of the alley, a possessed child. By some twist of fate, this possessed flower was the very one impersonating Yu Zhong's father, Hua Xiong said, his voice laced with confusion. "It's not, apparently, it's definitely that monster." As soon as it saw them approach, it vanished. Dia cried out urgently, "He's getting away." Hua, suspicious, pressed him. "How did you know?" He sternly questions Jin. "How did you know he was a flower servant?" He hesitated, trying to avoid the subject, but Dia kept pressing, knowing she couldn't hide it. It's a long story. Hwaseong cuts him off. Save it for later. If you don't explain after this, you'll regret it. The two searched through all the nearby alleys, and while Dia panted, Hwaseong, still energetic, muttered that it must be hiding somewhere nearby. It was then that he remembered something odd about the flower ghoul from before. Hwaseong frowned and asked, "What was strange?" Remembering its bulging form, Jin ventured a guess. It was as if something, or someone, was inside its belly. A suggestion Hwaseong immediately dismissed. How could that be? A flower monster is like a mobile leather bag, completely empty inside, without any organs. Hearing this, he suddenly felt Jin's guess was reasonable, and he quickly asked Hwaseong if it was highly likely that Hwabi had just swallowed someone. He crossed his arms, pondering, and said it seemed the person wasn't dead yet, since the flesh-eating flowers had no organs and couldn't digest anything. Zong's mind races as he deduces that the flower is kidnapping people to take them somewhere, and he asks Dia to guess where. Dia immediately understands the implication, the mastermind's location. Hwaseong responds decisively, "That's right. And the secret passage to that guy's place has to be around here somewhere. He's getting frustrated that he lost the trail. What do we do now? I don't even know where to begin looking." Jin stood before the bizarre wall, his gaze fixed on the corner, when suddenly the scenery twisted strangely, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hwaseong asked, "What is it now?" Clutching his head, he frantically pointed, "I think I just saw the road under this bridge bend." He reached out to feel the air currents in the path ahead, his hand encountering something slimy and unnatural. Hwaseong's face lit up with triumph. He'd found it. He smirked, revealing to Jin that the secret passage was hidden behind this door. Only Jin remains bewildered, wondering where this door is. Hwaseong mocked him. "You're the one who found the door, so why are you pretending?" He continued to play dumb. "No, I didn't. I really didn't know." Not wanting to argue, Hwaji took out a talisman and got to work. "Truly useless. Close your eyes." The talisman touches the air, shattering the illusion to reveal a dark, gaping tunnel. Dia is stunned. A passage has appeared. Hwaseong explains that this talisman marks their location and opens secret doors like this one. Looking into the depths, he adds, "Once you infiltrate the demon's lair through their secret passage, you must know the exact way back to the door you entered." He solemnly emphasized, as long as this talisman burns, it will continue to act as a marker, keeping this secret passage open. But if it burns out before we return, we risk being trapped. Hwaseong carefully asks for Jin's opinion. "Do you still want to proceed?" he asked seriously, emphasizing that this was the last chance to change his mind. "Let's go, you amateur." Jin stared straight into the eerie secret passage. His eyes betrayed a flicker of thought, the familiar image of Sotron easing his hesitation. Jin has finally made his decision, his voice ringing out with unwavering resolve. Jin decisively enters the secret passage. "I've gone too far into this mess to turn back now." The heavy iron gate slowly came into view at the end of the secret passage, and the wound on his finger still throbbed. Yu's father trembled in despair and helplessness, while So-ho remained excited, unlike the other hostages. A thunderous banging on the door startled everyone, and So-ho jumped up, cheering. "She's here," rushing to greet the kidnapped Yu-jong. "Your sister has arrived. Come over here." The kidnapped girl's mouth begins to contort, and she spits the girl out before everyone's horrified eyes. "Yu-dong!" the girl's father frantically called out, shaking her. "Yu-dong, wake up!" "Are you okay? See if she's still breathing," Soho said with a bright smile. Now our family is reunited, but the joy was short-lived as Yu-dong's father roared. "You monster." His bitterness silences Soho. What did Mei do to Yu-jong? Overwhelmed with worry, he couldn't stop shouting. "Why isn't she moving?" The others quickly intervened. "Don't raise your voice. He's Yu-jong's father, Yu-dong's father." The woman whispered in his ear. "Don't you remember?" Trembling, she recounts the horrifying scene. What did that girl do to the homeless man? With listless hands, Soho voices her discontent. Her face was cold and emotionless. "Am I that hateful?" Her question sent chills down everyone's spines. If everyone hates her, Soho declares that she'll hate everyone too. Suddenly, her magical barrier shattered into pieces as Soho silently watched, and the hostages were stunned. With a familiar magical aura and mocking tone, Hwaseong finally arrives. He and Jin have finally made it. Is this the legendary demon fox? Soho glares at them both, her appearance taking Hwaseong by surprise. "Why is it a child?" Soho threatens, her voice strained as she looks at the scattered flowers. "You ruined my effigy." Her feet treaded upon the thick black mud. "You displease me?" Yashin is on high alert, not daring to blink. Soho slowly walked through the iron gate to face his enemy. while Dia Xin, adjusting her glasses, secretly observed as Zoho shed his human form and reverted to his true self. This is the true form of the fox demon, its tails wagging, causing Jie Xin to quietly marvel. It has 3 tails. Hua Weng quickly warns him to get straight to the point from now on. At this point, I'll have to ignore you and focus on dealing with this monster. Wait, where did it go? In a moment of carelessness, Soho closes in on Hua Xiong, her terrifying speed leaving Jin unable to react. She strikes directly at Hua Xiong's chest, coldly declaring, "I'll devour your organs first." Hua Xiong was pushed back, and suddenly, Soho's face showed surprise. She clutched her arm, screaming in agony, and quickly moved away from Hua Xiong. He smugly taunts Soho. "Does it hurt?" He pulls out a stack of talismans hidden where she struck him. No wonder it hurts touching that. Realizing Hua Xiong's identity, Soho pales and flees. Damn it. In that moment, Hua Xiong let his prey escape. Jin asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" But Hua Sung just smirked in response. "Is that all?" Seeing Soho pathetically run away, he smacked his lips with pleasure. "I was worried I'd be facing a fully grown fox spirit, but it's just a little one." He confidently tells Jessen, "Dealing with this is easier than I thought. Stand back and learn from me." The clumsy fox spirit frantically rummages through the bag she always carries, desperately tossing out a few enchanted paper figures to confront Hua Chong. They immediately transform, blocking the pursuit of the frantic girl. Enraged, Hua Chong retrieves his weapon, roaring, "You trash! Aim for those flower puppets. I'll wipe you all out with one strike." But before the whip could strike, it slammed into the wall and fell to the ground. It's too cramped to use that move here. Under the relentless assault of the 2 flower ghouls, Jin's voice rang out decisively as he ducked down and personally used a move to defeat the first flower ghoul. Zong quickly cooperated, ducking down, creating space for Jin's close combat. After defeating the 2 monsters, he smirked, teasing Zong. "Do you even need this amateur's help?" He could only pout, trying to salvage his pride. "Just kidding, why so tense?" The slam of the prison door snaps them back to reality. Hua Xiong angrily retorts, "That little brat." He lunges towards the heavy iron door, shouting, "Open the door!" Yu's father, overjoyed, recognized Jin and Hua Xiong, and they cried out as if they had found hope. "We're alive. Someone's come to save us." Hua Xiong was even more surprised. "Are they all just normal people? Were you all trapped in here?" A familiar figure flashes before Jin's eyes. He frantically called out for Yu Zhong, his desperation driving him mad. "Yu Dong?" Jin frantically tried to break down the door. "Why won't this door open?" Hua Chong glared and shouted in anger. The flower brigade is blocking the door as Soho sits huddled in the corner, ignoring her makeshift family's screams. "Save us, please, save us," she whispered to herself in despair. "What should I do? Am I going to die here?" Sue hung her head, lamenting, "Mother, I—" But her words were cut short by the victim's cries for help. "Please save us." Their pleas seemed to pierce Sue's heart. "The monster is in here too." She glanced at their tear-streaked faces. "Please save us." Suho's eyes once again reflected indifference. Only then did she accept the illusion she had built for herself. "They're not family." Suho decisively unleashed the 2 monsters, her puppets. With a deranged tone, she commanded, "Devour them." But it was the grandmother who first sensed something was amiss. The 2 puppets closed in on their prey as Jin and Hua Xian struggled to break down the door. Suddenly, a series of terrified screams erupt. No. The 2 stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them, a sight that sent shivers down Jin and Hua Xiang's spines. What in the world is happening? The hostages are being devoured by the flowers. Even Yu Dong's father couldn't escape, leaving only the unconscious girl behind. Dia cries out in horror. "Yu Zhong?" He cried out helplessly as the monster flower moved to devour the girl. "Stop." Unconscious, Yu Zhong is defenseless, and Jin instinctively looks down at his arm. What to do? As if struck by an idea, he tells Hua Xiong to please stand away from the door for a moment. He blankly asks Jin what he's doing, and seeing his serious expression, Hua Xiong becomes even more confused. "What are you planning at a time like this?" He tightened his grip on his sword, determined to use its power to break through. Suddenly, the heavy iron door slowly creaks open. Jin and Hua Xiong exchange a bewildered glance as the flower demons swarm out, their grotesque forms a harbinger of doom. The flower zombies, with their eyes like black pits, advance, and in the narrow corridor, Jin and Hua Xiong are about to face them. He looked at Hua Xiong with concern. What should they do? He gritted his teeth, a bit on edge. Does it even need to be said? Who knew that wench would resort to such dirty tricks? They're closing in, moving faster, the distance shrinking before their very eyes. They attack first, targeting them, but the 2 manage to dodge, the ground crumbling as Hua Xiong's frustration spills out. Annoyed, he draws a weapon from his sleeve and focuses on chanting the spirit curse, the coins clinking together. Hwasong leaps, kicking off the wall, and begins his attack on the flower demons. Daring to mock me with these puppets, you think I won't do anything? Jin shouts a warning. Don't swing your sword recklessly. There are innocent people inside. You'll hurt them. He glances back, tense, and replies, I know. Just prepare to strike. I'll slice open these sacks and give them a chance to escape. The sword was about to strike when it suddenly stopped. He realized there were people inside. Hwasong cursed in surprise, and Dijin tried to stop him, eyes wide. Unwilling to harm the humans inside, he redirected his blade upwards, a sudden realization washing over his face. Turns out they had grabbed his left leg. Yawa was pulled violently, slamming him to the ground. With no other choice, he cries out, This is it, I'm done for, as they close in on the flower. Their massive foot is inches from his face, and the relentless attacks are taking their toll. Their target is Hwasong, and they converge to attack him. Suddenly, something pierces one of their heads and the red rope snaps. They all turn to face the source of the attack. Jin has saved Hwasong, successfully drawing their attention. Not enough. They're changing targets, followed by the shadow of the staff in the distance. He controls the staff, aiming it straight at them. But they were smarter than he thought, revealing their human forms to lure them in. He realized this, and hastily gave the order. Stop. The staff halts, stopping just a hair's breadth away. It turns toward Jin, and he tensely grabs his weapon. He calmly analyzed the situation, realizing they were using the unborn child as a shield. As they advanced, he thought grimly, realizing he was no longer dealing with just a sack of flesh. Seeing Hwasong collapse in pain, he asked, Hey, are you all right? They advanced menacingly, and as he braced himself, they exploited his weakness, exposing the person within, leaving Jin unable to attack, hesitant, and only able to evade their blows. His frustration mounts, unable to directly attack the flower's tricks. A lightning-fast strike lands, punching him square in the chest. Their attack sends Jin flying, his body slamming against the wall. He coughs, his whole body aching. After the brutal impact, his body revolted, and he began to vomit. No, he couldn't breathe. He clutches his chest, feeling a throbbing pain, like being struck by a hammer. It's unbearable. Dia gasped for air, her body completely drained. The flower blades surrounded him, one poised to strike. Xiao hangs his head, unable to move. Is he really going to die here? He closes his eyes, tears streaming down, but then, a miracle. They're all paralyzed, unable to move. Dia's eyes widened, struggling to grasp the situation. What just happened? Hwasong spits, coldly stating that this is a disgrace. His body still reeling from the previous attack, he's still a bit drained from casting the spell. He further explains to Jie that this is a binding spell, one that will immobilize the opponent for a short time, but his body trembles, unable to hold on much longer. But the drawback is that the caster suffers the same fate. Dia listens carefully to his advice. Though his body ached, he urged her to seize the moment and pull the others out as time was running out. How can he get them out? He clutches his stomach, the pain still lingering. His left ribs feel broken, and even breathing is difficult. Dia looks up at the flower demon still imprisoned, but time is running out. What to do now? He plunged his head into the rough mass, pulling down his sleeve to reveal the tattoo on his wrist. He hesitated, then steeled himself, saying softly, All right. Staggering to his feet, he knew this was the only way. He raised his hand and touched Hwabi's head. X stares at him, confused by his strange behavior. What is this kid planning? The charm is burning out. It won't last much longer. He reminded Jackson that they didn't have much time, but a sudden voice startled him. He turned toward the voice, his eyes wide with shock. That was my last doll. It's Soho. Her face is expressionless, and it's unclear when she appeared. Her face darkened with reproach as she called him a nuisance, then suddenly shoved Hwasong in the back, leaving him stunned and internally lamenting. The stone charm burned out and panic set in. The binding spell was broken. Meanwhile, Diashin touched their heads. The seal was nearly gone, and they began to stir. Though afraid, he had to calm himself down. They were moving, and a punch was coming his way. Jin remains determined, his face unwavering as he faces the attack, certain to transition to a scene of Sotrol being painfully thrown away. Fortunately, she manages to stand, her feet scraping against the ground as she slides back, the two now facing off in tense opposition. This situation shows Sotron at a disadvantage, while Jin Lang is unscathed, calmly asking a polite question. Now I can come and go as I please, can't I? Sotron's hand is injured, and so is the rest of her, but even in pain, her eyes remain resolute, refusing to yield. The night still hangs heavy. but a voice cuts through the silence. "Haven't you realized the difference between us yet?" Yanlang explains to Soon that this meaningless fighting should end here, as she collapses to her knees, exhausted. Hong watches her from the shadows, as Sotrol's energy grows more chaotic. The princess's eyes fall with disappointment, blaming herself. A member of the royal family forced to hide while others risk their lives. What a disgrace. Sotrol finally speaks after a long silence. Despite the pain in her arm, she rises, determined to fight. The battle has only just begun. Jin Lang assesses her, then replies, "You're persistent." He slams his sword into the ground, sending dust flying, and taunts, "Besides, you don't need a guide to search a house." He stares at the black gem, regretting not using it. "I should have used this from the start, then I wouldn't have wasted time with the likes of you." So Tron silently and cautiously watches Jin Lang, when suddenly a gunshot rings out and the voice stops. Both their eyes turn to the source of the sound. "I am the one you seek. I'm right here, no need to search inside. And don't you dare hurt So anymore." She's shocked by the appearance of Princess Hong Nim, while Jin Lang looks confused, not recognizing her. He asked, "Who are you?" Hong couldn't believe he would ask such a thing. "Who am I?" The princess, unable to contain her anger, pointed her gun at Jin Lang. "You're the one who sought me out, yet you ask who I am." "You're not the one?" He underestimated the bullet, raising his hand to block it, never expecting it to be so powerful. He felt a sharp pain, and was shocked that it could actually hurt him. Yan Lang stared intently at the spot, his face contorted in pain as he groaned. So Chan was also surprised, observing him closely, his eyes widening in disbelief. That bullet? Looking at the small figure, he wondered if she was a member of the So royal family. Suppressing his pain, he asked, "Why are you here?" Hongdi was displeased with Jin Lang's words. "You're the one who was looking for me? Why ask that now?" How ridiculous, but he still insists that the princess is not the one he's looking for. No, it can't be. Jin Lang is sure that you're not the one they're looking for. How confusing. What? His hand throbbing from the bullet wound, he spoke with bitter resentment. What a waste of effort to find the wrong person. Not only that, but he's also a tiny little guy. Yanlang turned to look at Sotron, unable to believe what was happening. "No, it can't be. You must be hiding something. I want to see for myself what's inside this barrier." Enraged, the princess fires 2 more shots, ready for a fight. Who's afraid of who? Jin Lang charges forward with injured hands, brandishing his sword and deftly deflecting bullets. Things weren't going as Princess expected. Jin Lang had managed to block all her attacks. So Chun, who had been silently analyzing, realized he wasn't here for Princess Honggan. So who is he really after? Soho tilts his head in surprise, but before he can touch Jin, they vanish. Yudong is released, leaving Soho in a panic as Jin catches the unconscious girl as she falls. Wearily glancing at Hwaseon, he says, "It's a success." He stares, astonished by his true abilities. Just what is this kid's true identity? Soho rushes forward, her mouth agape. "My puppet." Hwazong swiftly grabbed her hand. He frowned, demanding an explanation. "Where do you think you're going, you wench?" Soho bared her fangs and claws, snarling, "You wretched thing." She tears at Hwaseong's clothes, revealing a gold coin tied with a red string, and his eyes darken. She paused for a moment as he struggled to hold his sword and chant the spell. Spirit binding. The sword grazes her face, but she dodges it with incredible speed, leaping away from Hwaseong's attacks. Her feet nimbly danced across the wall as he struggled to keep up. She moved effortlessly on the wall, staring blankly at Hwaseong. He attacks again, but suddenly he senses something is wrong with his body. His face darkens as she stands on his shoulders, her toenails sharp, red, and terrifying. Soho leans down, his hand gripping Hwachong's chin, but he doesn't react. She spoke, her tone mocking, wondering what it would feel like to have his head torn off. With that, she began to pull with force, and he began to feel the pain. He strained against the force, feeling as though his head would be torn from his body, gritting his teeth and trembling uncontrollably. In this moment of peril, a noise from behind forces Soho to turn, a worried look on her face. No, he can't allow it. In that moment, Jin manages to save almost everyone trapped within the flower prison. Her voice is cut off as something whizzes past, and Lung seizes the opportunity to counterattack while she's distracted. Though she dodged the blow, her bag was grazed and the strap snapped, sending her tumbling. As she moved away from Hwashong, he began to cough violently, while So, struggling to sit up after her fall, cried out in pain. The pain is intense. The loss of her bag sends her into a panic. The bag hit the ground, spilling something gold. Her face froze, eyes wide, as she stared at the exposed object, the scene shifting to a garden with a voice pleading, "Please, but just let me check inside." So, Tro is stern, determined not to grant her wish. "I've said, the master of this house is not here, so I cannot allow you to enter." Yan Lang and she faced off tensely, and she demanded his reasons. "What is it you're really looking for? Just tell me. Maybe after a moment of silence, he'll reveal that it's a gem." She's shocked. A gem? He's certain about what he's looking for. That's right. Soho's face remained tense as he stared intently at the gem, which shimmered brilliantly in the basement. That gem is incredibly dangerous, but Jin has successfully saved the last one. Hwasong is focused on the orb, exhausted and panting. After exerting himself, he looks at the orb with a complicated expression, as amidst a snow-covered forest, a masked girl flees from angry shouts. "Catch it. It's the one who's been stealing our chickens." The village elders, torches in hand, were filled with animosity. "That child isn't human, it's a fox spirit in disguise." Zoho doesn't want to be called that. Her eyes filled with sadness. "Don't call me a fox." She tried to think of a name for herself, but couldn't. Then, an old woman with a kind face appeared. The kind woman spoke gently to Soho and gave her a name. "I'll call you Soho. That name means little fox." She recalls their first meeting when she was shocked to see Soho covered in dirt, gnawing on a rat like a trophy. "When we first met, I thought you were just a lost, orphaned girl." To the old woman, she was a beautiful fox spirit who hadn't harmed anyone. Little did she know this was a transformed fox spirit. She stroked Zoho's head, kindly inviting her to live with her. "So, what if you're a fox spirit? If you don't mind, come live with this old woman." The old woman's house stood alone, hidden behind the trees. "I'm all alone at home. Each day is monotonous and we'll become a family." Soho still can't define those words. "Family," she happily explained to her. "Yes, we'll eat together, sleep together, and have fun together. And from now on, you don't have to steal people's chickens anymore, okay?" Keeping her word, she lived peacefully with Soho, teaching her when she made mistakes. While the old woman worked, Sue fished in the stream, and at night they grilled their catch together by the fire. Then one day, as snow fell heavily, a sorrowful voice echoed, "Grandma?" Inside the house, Soho anxiously called out to Han, "Does it hurt a lot?" The old woman's face grew thin, her cheek sunken. Despite her age and frailty, she smiled, reassuring Soho, "Human lifespans are inherently short." She listened intently as the old woman spoke. "You're the only thing keeping me from passing on peacefully." In the dim light of the lamp, the kind woman urged her, "Soho, after I'm gone, please find yourself a new family." Soho stared darkly, thinking that way she wouldn't feel alone. Her eyes turned cold, her face smudged and slightly purple. She thought to herself, "Mother, you told me never to hurt humans." Lying back in the cold snow, she wondered, then why did humans hurt me? A mysterious figure appears, their face obscured in Soho's memory. They see you as nothing more than a heretical demon, a bringer of trouble. She reminds Soho that they don't need her, handing her the gem and telling her to hurt them without hesitation. The gem glowed, healing Soho's face completely. She sat up, now clear-headed, and solemnly recalled her grandmother's words. "She wants me to find a new family." She desperately wants to, but how? Yan smiles, offering a solution. "Let me show you a way." Soho listens intently as she continues, "Gather humans together to raise them, and you can create the perfect family you desire." But Soho doubts she has the strength to do so. A didn't have enough power, so she freely offered the gem to Seoho, saying, "I'll lend you this." She stared blankly at the golden gem in her hand, the one that would help her gather humanity with ease. The gem sparkled brilliantly as Yoni added, "This is the first time in your life you've seen a gem this beautiful, isn't it? Not only is it beautiful, but it also grants immense power." Yan smiles gently, yet mysteriously. "If you're not happy with the family you've created, feel free to start over until you are. Just hand over the failed trash to me." Of course, she wouldn't give anything away for free. This was a trade. "That's the condition for lending you this Deji orb, got it?" Human bodies lay scattered on the ground. Soho kept recalling the old woman's warning. She told him not to harm humans, but Mr. Nong refuted that. She held an opposing view, but harming humans was the quickest and easiest way to elicit their emotions that I desperately needed. That apathy threatens human lives, but they're just failed livestock anyway, so don't worry about it. Soho is in a difficult situation. She hesitates. She knows it, but she doesn't want to beat around the bush anymore, reaching out her hand for the gem. "If you don't agree, then give me back the orb." Soho quickly hides it behind her back. "Wait, don't," she sternly commands. "If you agree, then do as you're told, but remember this warning well. You're nothing without that orb." Back in the present, Soho is still surprised that the orb fell out. A hand reaches for the gem, and she frantically tries to stop them. "No!" Z asks curiously. "What is this?" She rushes to reclaim the gem, declaring it hers. "Mine." He's still staring intently at the gem. Suddenly it glowed, stunning him, as Soho lunged with claws bared while he was still reeling. "Give it back. She's about to attack him." Hana shouts a warning. "Watch out!" Her hand was inches away when a blinding light erupted between them. Hwaze. He's blinded by the light. As she stumbled back, she cried out, and he frowned, confused. What the hell is going on now? Diashin still clutches the gem, his eyes growing vacant. What's wrong with that kid? He sighed, his eyes losing focus as Soha's image appeared before him. He reached out to grasp the moment, Diashin still reaching out to touch him. His hand obscures her form, shifting to another image, his breath growing ragged. Soha's passing, her departure from this world. His strength waned, his consciousness fading, until finally his grip loosened on the orb and he collapsed face first onto the ground, unconscious, his glasses falling from his face. The orb rolls toward Soho, who slowly picks it up, clutches it with both hands and declares, "This belongs to me." Soho gazes intently at the orb, contemplating that no one is allowed to touch it. Suddenly she puts the orb in her mouth, intending to swallow it, and it's already going down her throat. Hwaseong angrily attacks her while she's distracted, but So is changing, veins bulging all over her body. He continues to strike her head, but Soho doesn't react, and Hwaseong is shocked. His attacks were useless. She sat silently as her body continued to transform. Not even a scratch. Hwaseong curses in frustration. Suddenly, a tremor catches his attention as the entire bunker threatens to collapse. Hey, what's going on? Why all of a sudden? He figured it must be her doing. Suddenly, a vortex surrounded her. Soho was still changing. He tries to cast a spell, but it doesn't seem to work. He realizes the time to open the gate is running out. Hwaseong tries to wake Jin, but he remains unconscious. "Hey kid, wake up. We have to get out of here." He snapped, saying he didn't want to die here, urging Jin to wake up. Seeing the others unconscious, he desperately spoke, saying they had to get them out of here too. But Jin remained unconscious, despite the urgent voice urging him on. "Can you hear me, kid? Wake up." Then, a fox-like figure begins to appear, as if transforming into something else. With no time to spare, Hwaseong was frantic. Seeing the people scattered on the ground, he cursed under his breath. Was it his responsibility to save them all? Even with Jin unconscious, he couldn't ignore this bastard. Cornered, he spoke with resignation. What to do now? Night has fallen, and silence fills the air as a voice echoes, "There are no jewels in this house. Please leave." The once-still courtyard is torn apart by a blazing red magic, spreading like a shield around Lang, as Hongjan, gripping his glowing sword, declares, "I can't leave without seeing for myself." Jin Lang asked curiously, "Why do you make such a big deal about the head of the household? At worst, I'll just come back and apologize to him later." So Troll objects, saying no means no, his eyes sharpen like blades as his voice drops. "I only trust what I see and hear." But before he could finish, a strange sound echoed, and a light flashed behind the mountain below. The suspicion in his eyes turned into an icy, steely vigilance. He quickly turned back to the source of the light, which poured out like a golden waterfall, illuminating the sky. Jinlang wandered in a panic. The jade? Why now? He turned away from the light, back towards Sogun, who wordlessly met his gaze, her cheeks flushed from the intense battle. He muttered, "Damn it!" then looked up and demanded, "Wait, let me go check over there." With that, Jinlang sheathed his dark sword and hastily turned away, preparing to leave. Before So-chan could process what was happening, she watched him leave, confused. What was that about? Hong was no different. The princess flailed her arms in anger, shouting furiously. Where did this rude guy come from? How insulting. Honggan watched Jinlang walk away without looking back, thinking, if you're so tough, come back and fight. I still have so many cannons left to fire. So-tran's eyes begin to droop. She suddenly collapses to her knees, her clothes torn, limbs covered in wounds, and face pale. Hong, seeing this, cries out in alarm, So-tran, are you okay? In her heart, she recalled Jane Lang holding the gem, thinking to herself, he's too strong. He overwhelmed me, leaving me defenseless. Her hand still gripped the hairpin, even though her hands were stained with blood. If it had been a demon hunting her, they wouldn't have shown such mercy. So-tran lowered her eyes, a hint of disappointment in her gaze. She almost blamed herself for being too weak, unable to protect anyone, and even implicating others. At the same time, in front of a gloomy, old, and steep stone staircase leading deep into the darkness, Dia lay motionless on the ground, without a stir. Turning back, Huachong's neck was smeared with blood as a brilliant light suddenly flashed. A dazzling fox spirit appeared amidst the golden glow, her long hair ablaze with fiery tails and a radiant aura. She glanced at them, her eyes now filled with an icy coldness before swiftly soaring upwards. With a frustrated grimace, Huachong cursed under his breath. Damn it. Then he retrieved a talisman from his coat. He seemed to stick the charm in the air in front of where Jin was lying. The charm quickly began to burn at one corner. The flames spread across the talisman, emitting a brilliant golden light, along with ancient characters like a myriad of fireflies gathering for an ancient ritual. Using these for now should help a little. Huasong then pulled out a stack of talismans. He ignited them and began sticking them all over his body. A hazy white smoke emanated from the burning talismans, and Huasong stood firm as a mountain. He muttered, steadying himself, "This is the first time I've burned 5 talismans at once." He looked at Soho, now in her demon form, and murmured, "I don't have much time. I have to destroy this fox spirit quickly." Huasong faced Soho, with her snow-white fur streaked with red and her eyes burning crimson. He braved her attacks and charged forward, unleashing a devastating blow. A blinding light erupts as Huachong dodges her attacks, moving with incredible speed toward Soho. Her face, devoid of any ferocity, was eerily calm as she watched Huaxiong aim the void blade at her neck. Soho swiftly caught the blade with her tail, sending both it and Huaxiong flying. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before his eyes, and Huaxiong sensed something was wrong. He looked down at his feet. The talisman, already burning, blazed even brighter, even glowing. He immediately shot high into the air, dodging Soho's attack. In a swift, decisive motion, Hua Wum spun around, his movements fluid and powerful, raising his sword toward Soho as Huaxiong shouted, "Eat this!" Unfortunately for him, he couldn't reach her, and Soho lashed out with her tail. Huazhong was sent flying, crashing painfully into the magical golden chains behind him. He groaned. "This isn't as easy as I thought. But this isn't enough." Sensing something amiss, he looked up to see Soho attacking with its fiery red tail, but luckily he managed to dodge the blow. The matrix he created managed to block the previous attack, and Huaxiong anxiously checked on Jin, who was still unconscious behind it. He was completely covered by Soho's thick fur, as Huazhong struggled and shouted, "Bastard! This isn't just a fight, it's the rise of an unyielding will." He pours all his strength into his feet, creating immense pressure on the ground. Frustrated, Huasong struggled to escape her fur. "I'm your opponent." He embraced Soho, as if to crush space itself. Huazong used the momentum to shove her back with great force, then shot forward like an arrow. Soho is pushed back, but her face betrays no fear as she attacks again with her tail. But this time, Huasong used his sword to block the blow, lessening the impact, and hastily braced himself with his right arm. The force of that massive tail sends Huaxiong staggering back, but he remains standing, panting amidst the smoke and his injuries. The talisman on his chest smolders, a testament to the magic that has consumed the space, and though his face is grimy, his eyes burn bright. He muttered to himself that those tails were annoying, and if he didn't find a solution quickly, he wouldn't be able to hold out. Outside, Jin Lang stood before the cave entrance. Before him was the flower charm that had been attached to the outside of the barrier, now reduced to a tiny ember. He realized then that the barrier had been concealing all traces of energy. Yan Lang stared intently at the half-burnt talisman, realizing someone had opened a passage into the barrier. Was that how the Wanstone's aura leaked out? Without a second thought, Dian Lang calmly stepped into the cave, where the stone gate was cracked and the smoke from the charm still lingered in the air. He waved his hand, shattering the sealing talisman instantly, causing it to fall to the ground and extinguish the flickering flame. The entrance to the cave shrinks as Dian Lang glances back at the fallen talisman before venturing deeper inside. Before long, the barrier closed completely, as if nothing had ever happened there. Meanwhile, Huasheng continued to fight the monster before him. He pulls out more talismans, holding them in his hand, and continues his assault on the monster. He affixed the talismans to Soho, but its glowing tail relentlessly struck down with terrifying speed, its powerful movements sending him flying. Huazhong frowned, anger boiling in his mind. These tails were harder than steel. He looked up, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes now sharp with confidence and burning will, but being unable to move is useless. Suddenly the monster froze, ceasing its struggles as the talismans on its body glowed with a vibrant purple light. The talismans glow brighter, their light piercing the sky as Zoho trembles and writhes under Hua Chong's seal. Taking advantage of her distraction, Hua Xiong leaps into the air, freezing space itself. Soho can only watch as the scene is torn apart by raging flames. Hua Xiong hurtling down like a meteor, eyes burning with fury, a roar echoing through the heavens. "Sleep," he says, and suddenly a massive explosion erupts like an invisible force, interrupting the battle. Hua Xiong is thrown back, dazed, sweating profusely, and with a battle-hungry expression, he stammers. Out of nowhere, Jin Lang appears, standing between Hua Xiong and the mysterious woman. Despite the urgency of the situation, he remained remarkably calm, turning to face Hua Xiong, who cursed inwardly at the newcomer. In a scene thick with tension and danger, the two figures stood in silence, creating an indescribable mystical atmosphere as Hua Xiong eyed the newcomer with suspicion and caution. He wondered where this kid came from, sensing demonic energy within him. He's not human? Contrary to his surprise, Jin Lang remained calm. He just kept staring at him as Hua Xiong suddenly burrowed into the earth, looking tense. His eyes widen as he realizes his mistake. This guy is working with the fox. Does he have to resort to his last measure? But the scene before him leaves him stunned. The monster suddenly lunges at Lang, who swiftly blocks her surprise attack with his sword. He quickly retreated, and Hua Xiong followed Jin Lang's gaze, his eyes wide with disbelief. His brow furrowed, mouth agape, realizing his assumptions were completely wrong. Jin Lang remained calm, looking at Soho but addressing Hua Xiong. "You're an exorcist, aren't you? Using that sword will do you no good." Confused by his words, he listened as Jin Lang continued. "In fact, if you're not careful, it'll only amplify the orb's power." Suddenly, Hua Xiong points the immaculate sword at Jin Lang, his face a mask of fury and suspicion. "Who are you? Who are you? And what business is it of yours?" His eyes narrowed, burning with a dangerous mix of fury. He declared that if he didn't answer, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate another demon right there. Jin Lang remained emotionless, his cold eyes gleaming with contempt. Without another word, he turned away, then tossed a crimson orb like a bolt of red lightning, filled with murderous intent. Hua Xiong could only widen his eyes, instinctively reacting in shock, but it was too late. Immediately, a brilliant red light erupted, engulfing him in a violent surge of lightning. Hua Xiong's body slammed against the wall behind him as Jin Lang sneered, "You fool." Blood trickled down Hua Xiong's lips. He gritted his teeth, and in excruciating pain he struggled to scream, his voice hoarse but full of resentment. Jin Lang approached, now standing before Soho, his voice heavy. "Stop this foolish behavior." Jin Lang continued to shout, "This isn't something you can just use." But before he could finish, Soho charged at him. But he has a shield, so the attack does nothing. Jin Lang raises his hand. A light flashes from the gem between his fingers, and with a cold look, he immediately attacks her. Why waste words on advice? Hua Xiong remains trapped within Jin Lang's barrier. The talismans on his body trembled with each ragged breath as blood trickled from his lips, but his eyes never left his opponent. This arrogant bastard, does he think he can mock me? He raises his sword, his eyes now clear, focused, and unforgiving. He gripped his trembling sword, resolving to punish every last demon. Hua Xiong slashed his wrist, letting blood flow freely, then lowered his hand, still gripping his sword, allowing the blood to coat his hand. Absorb it all. On the other side, the monster continues its charge. Meanwhile, Jin Lang hesitated, knowing he couldn't remain on the defensive any longer. Jin Lang raised his sword, ready to strike, but before he could, a purple light flashed from Soho's tail. But then it fades, the seal seemingly undone. Soho breaks free, unleashes her fiery wings, and immediately descends upon Jin Lang. He was horrified and confused by the situation before him, seeing the barrier he had created vanish in an instant. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Jin Lang to turn around. "I'm warning you one last time. Move or die." Hua Xiong raised his bloodied hands, gripping his sword tightly. He swung his sword at Soho, and Jin Lang immediately dodged. The monster was struck but remained standing, unfazed. Now consumed by rage, Hua Xiong charges forward, his roar a testament to his fury and resolve. Jin Wu knows her power better than anyone. He frantically tried to stop him. "Wait, don't fight it head on." But it seemed nothing could reach him now. He charges, landing a blow on Zoho, the wound flashing crimson. Jin Ling's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. The sword strikes from Hua Xiong spread across Soho's body, tearing the monster apart. Hua Xiong seemed to have gone mad. He roars into the chaotic space, a machine of destruction, showing no mercy as he relentlessly slashes at his opponent, blood splattering everywhere, until finally Hua Chong delivers a flurry of fatal blows to the monster. Soho couldn't keep up with him. She could only stand there and take the blows. Moments later, her head was severed from her body, and Zoho screamed in agony as blood poured from Hosseon, who still held the stainless blade. Hosseon panted, his face smeared with blood, as a bewildered but surprised Yeon Lang asked, "How could a human like you do this?" He roared for him to shut up, Hosseon's eyes blazing with a smoldering fire. He turned threatening. "Once I'm done with her, you're next." Yeonlang stared at him, recognizing what was attached to his eye. That's a demon eye. Suddenly, a stammering voice cried out in pain, and they both looked up. Just moments ago, she was brutally cut down, but now her head floats in the air. Hua Cheon gets angry and shouts, "This wench still won't die." She roared, shaking the very earth. "It hurts so much." An echo that pushed them both back. The light spread outward, reaching Jin's motionless form, and Sue stood there, her wounds seemingly healed, as if she were back to her original state. She lowered her head slightly, and Hwaseong said, "Her injuries have healed." Yeon Lang, though equally surprised, replied calmly, "That's the power of the jade." Ho Xong asks in surprise, "The jade? You mean the thing that girl swallowed?" Jin Lang replied that, as expected, this was a side effect of absorbing too much of the orb's energy into the body at once, and he began to worry. Where did such a terrifying artifact come from? Why have I never seen anything like it before? He replied that it was no ordinary gem, and continued with a heavy tone, saying that this celestial jade contained the power of 1,000 lives. Hwaseon turned to Jin Lang in confusion. 1,000 lives? Smoke and incense filled the air as he scratched his head, asking, "So is there any way to deal with it now?" Seoho, as if not having spent any energy, moaned, It hurts too much." She suddenly struck out at Hwaseon. He frantically tries to block, but a sharp pain shoots through him as he raises his sword. He's exhausted from his previous attack. His strength failing, just as the blow was about to land, something stopped it. Turns out Jin Lang created a shield to block the attack and save Hua Chong Pa. He stared at her intently, then made his offer. "I have a proposition. Join forces with me to reclaim the gem, and in return, I'll help you." Suspecting a hidden agenda, Jin Lang continues before his seal completely vanishes. "Let me be blunt. We have no other choice." He recalls the scene of Lang and the others lying motionless outside. "The worst-case scenario is that all life in this area will be wiped out, and I believe your goal is to save these people, correct?" He continued, "The talisman I placed at the gate is useless now, but I have a way to get you out of here." Even though Jin Lang explained everything, Hwaseong couldn't bring himself to trust the demon before him. He replied, "How the hell can I trust a monster like you?" Jin Lang frowned, replying, "Then we'll all die here." Hearing this, Hwaseong hesitated about his previous offer. He was worried, scared, and uneasy. Jin Lang turned back and asked, "Well, do you accept my proposal?" He closed his eyes, agreeing because he had no other choice. "Fine." His hand gripped the immaculate sword so tightly that it trembled violently. Hwaseong continued, "But first, I need to rest." His eyes grew heavy as blood poured from his mouth. "Hold on for a bit." With that, Hwachong collapsed to his knees, utterly exhausted. Confused, Dian Lang looked at him, calling out worriedly, "Hey, how can you be like this in such a critical situation?" He still held the two red orbs facing the approaching horde, but with no response, Dian Lang fell into confusion. He turned to see him resting with his eyes closed when suddenly a voice echoed from afar. He turned to see Dia Shin stumbling in from outside and said, "You're doing it all wrong." In the basement, Jae Shin stood tall amidst the fallen, his vitality seemingly drained, his face growing paler, slick with sweat. From afar, Yan Lang frowned, watching him with the crimson jade in hand, his gaze dark and wary. This man is just a mortal, so what's with the brand on his hand? Strange. As he spoke, he glanced at the glowing brand hidden beneath his sleeve. Jae Shin remained silent, lost in thought, the memories within the jade still fresh in his mind. He saw the fox's painful memories through the golden orb, even to the point of emitting white smoke. Jin relived fragments of Soho's past. These were the beautiful memories lingering in her mind, where she was cared for and nurtured by her own grandmother. Memories that would soon turn tragic as she was seduced by the one she trusted most. Betraying her promise to her grandmother, she slaughtered everyone in the village, their bodies piled high in a gruesome heap. Among them was the image of the director, whom Jin cherished. Suddenly, Jin's voice echoed, denouncing So-Ho's actions. "You haven't created a family. All you've done is kidnap people." That statement made both Jin Lang and So-ho turn to look at him, his warm voice continuing steadily, as if wanting her to understand the true meaning of family. It's not enough to just be together to become a family overnight. You need to spend time building affection and placing complete trust in each other. That's what a family is. Meanwhile, Jin Lang couldn't withstand the heat emanating from the firefox for long. Does he really think persuasion will work? He's so distracted, he doesn't even realize the red orbs in his hands have lost their power. That's when Jin Lang frantically turned around, only to see the flames rushing toward him. He had no choice but to grab the unconscious saffron flower and run in the opposite direction. But as he turned to run, an iron stake flew past his face, controlled by its master, and headed straight for So-ho's massive body. The resounding crash made Jin Lang stop and turn back, but she was no longer just a simple fox spirit. She effortlessly caught the iron stake with her powerful tail. The iron stake, once again under the control of spiritual energy, immediately returns to its origin, and Dia seizes the opportunity to catch it. With a serious face, he pointed the stake at So-ho, but instead of using it as a weapon, he threw it to the ground, slowly approached her, and asked, "You understand what I'm saying, don't you?" She paused for a moment, then tried to tell the deep story in her heart. "I have too." Her words struck deep within Jin, and he choked up, understanding what she had been through, trying. Even so, her so-called family abandoned her one by one, and with a choked voice, she spoke of her suffering. No one believed her. Humans are weak creatures. They fear you because you're different. They'll shun and isolate you. He calmly explained her wrongdoings, but even so, that's no excuse to hurt them. Even so, her obsession was too great, and she still hesitated to express the longing in her heart. So-ho's family was not yet complete. Each sorrowful word echoed, weighing heavily on Jin's heart. She had told So-ho to find a new family. Images of her happy memories with her grandmother flashed through her mind, along with his gentle question. Why do you want to fulfill her last wish? But hearing that question made her hesitate, unable to answer. Again, the image of her beloved grandmother, whom she longed to see again, smiled, as if waiting for her at the end of the road, asking a question that seemed to bore into So-ho's heart. What drives you to fulfill that wish at all costs, regardless of right or wrong? Then, before her astonished eyes, he casually offers an answer for her misguided actions. Isn't it because she's the person you love most? It's like a deep longing in your soul? It's the warm hand that always held hers each morning. You want to find someone who can give you that feeling again. Jay knows what she needs, and how beautiful the memories between the two of them are. If you can't bring joy or happiness to someone or receive it in return, and yet her actions now push her further into the darkness, then you'll always feel alone in this vast world. And what you fear most is that feeling. Sue still doesn't understand his words, nor how terrifying those two words are. Loneliness? That gives Jay a moment of pause, but he reaffirms his point. That's right. Though he doesn't want to, he bluntly says the painful words she doesn't want to hear, because no one else can give her what she wants. Her eyes are now shocked, and her voice becomes more terrifying as she tries to force out every deep word she wants to say. Mother, I want to see you again. So she cried, unable to control herself, tears of blood streaming down her face, her heart breaking. But this loss of control only made things worse. As her immense spiritual power spiraled out of control, her entire being began to transform. Faces expressing a myriad of emotions emerged from the thick white fur, their voices ancient and sorrowful, crying out, "Where is Grandma?" "I want to see you, Grandma," So-ho roared, completely losing her mind as more and more human faces appeared on her body. Grandma, she's lost control of her power, thrashing her tail against the wall with a terrifying sound. Seeing the situation worsen, Yeon Lang paled, realizing he couldn't stay any longer. He turned to leave, shouting back, "Hey, this is dangerous." No matter how loudly he shouted, Jin didn't move. It can no longer control the gem's power. Meanwhile, So-ho has completely lost control of the gem, transforming into a giant fox with an enormous tail. But the truly terrifying part is that her entire body is now enveloped in a human form, filled with resentment that has accumulated over time. The lives she has mercilessly taken. But Jin remained calm, summoning his weapon and gripping it tightly, activating the mark on his hand, his eyes unwavering as he stepped forward. This time, the crude weapon in Jin's hand, under the activated mark, broke through its simple shell, revealing a sharp sword. Even he, under the immense pressure she created, began to sweat. Jin Lang himself was momentarily stunned, but Ho, losing patience, swung his many-faced arm towards him, and Dia quickly raised her blade to block, creating sparks that shook the area. But as a mortal with power not yet fully awakened, he was forcefully pushed back. Jin Lang, observing his intense counterattack from afar, was momentarily stunned. A mortal holding back the gem's rampaging power? At that moment, Hua Xiong awoke, rubbing his throbbing head, confused about what was happening, and asked the person in front of him what the situation was. Tears of blood streamed down Zhou face as he cried out in anguish, desperate to reach Dia Xin and stop her rampage. "Wake up," he pleaded. But she wouldn't listen to another word, and with a deafening scream, she lunged forward, biting down on his blade, repeating desperate pleas. Knowing what she truly wanted, he desperately tried to dissuade her. This isn't what she wanted. If she knew you'd become like this, it would break her heart, you know? But she wasn't human and didn't understand his emotions, so she painfully asked Jin, "Then what am I supposed to do?" Under Soho's relentless questioning, "What should I do? What should I do?" Jin could only struggle to resist, preventing her from getting closer, but it didn't end there. Her tail quickly coiled around him, making him anxiously watch the terrifying appendage. What to do? What to do? That tail quickly coils around him as if trying to envelop him. Even Hua Chong, watching from afar as the tail trapped Jin, cried out, "Can you save him?" But Jin Lang could only respond with a helpless voice. "It's too late. Even I would be devoured if I got close." The words sent him reeling. "What?" The entities pressed closer, their eerie voices causing Jin to cry out in pain. "What must I do?" They surrounded Jin even more tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. He struggled to take each painful breath. The accusatory question echoed in his ears. What should he do? Even as Jin faced imminent danger on the verge of being consumed, he struggled to answer her. You must live a happy life." He affectionately used the term you, like her grandmother, conveying the words she truly wanted her to hear. That's what she desired. She seemed to understand what he was saying, repeating his words. Though sweat dripped down her face, Han Diyin replied, "Don't use this as a way to escape." Then, amidst the countless screaming doppelgangers, Dexon tries to explain to her that a true family must be built on mutual trust. Trembling, he reached out, ignoring the terrifying visages, and slowly spoke, saying that it needed to be nurtured every day. As he spoke, he activated the mark on his hand, ignoring the forms tearing at him. And taking a deep breath, he reached for her, saying, "Take my hand and let's escape this place, and let's escape." That hand reached straight for Soho's chest, ignoring the swarming doppelgangers, and a soft light emanated from her very core. Soho's innocent voice echoes once more, softened by his words. "I need to start over." Knowing she had calmed down and understood his words, he smiled gently and said, "Then look at the bodies lying all over the ground. First, apologize to the victims you've harmed. If you're too young to atone to them now, then do everything you can to ensure that something like this never happens again." As he spoke, he smiled gently, revealing the true meaning of what the old woman wanted her to do. One day, when you have a real family, she will finally be at peace. At this moment, Soho was teary-eyed, but deep within those eyes was no longer a cold, soulless gaze, but a happiness and warmth as she slowly reached for Jin's waiting hand. Meanwhile, outside, the two were unaware of what was happening inside, only feeling the powerful pressure that made Huasheng unable to bear it any longer. Even though you're severely injured, you're still trying to help. I have to give him a hand. But inside that sea of humanoids, Dia didn't struggle, simply reaching into the massive cage and gently extracting a small fox, as if asking how long the deep hatred had consumed it. Then, before the astonished and terrified eyes of the humanoids, he easily rescued the little fox, tears still clinging to its lashes, from the massive form created by the gem. From that massive form, a brilliant light erupted, scattering everywhere, as if freeing a lost soul. A sight that left Huaxian in awe. The entities, having lost their master, were unwilling to let Soho leave their grasp, and they screamed relentlessly, "What do we do?" Even as they faded away, they continued to wail until they turned to nothingness, their hatred sinking into oblivion. In the end, everything faded into white smoke, condensing into a radiant golden orb. Exhausted, Diasin collapsed, still holding Zoho in his arms. Witnessing this from afar, Jin Lang couldn't believe his eyes. What just happened? In the distance, as the white smoke faded, only Jin's silent figure remained, clutching the XO-Ho, lost in painful memories, weeping silently. But he soon noticed the gem still emitting white smoke in the distance. Staring at the orb, Jin wondered, is that the same orb from before? A fleeting image of someone both familiar and foreign flashed in his mind, leaving him lost in confusion. So, with those hazy memories in mind, he slowly sets Zoho down and picks up the gem, telling himself, "If I touch it again, maybe." But in the distance, Huazong quickly realized something and shouted a warning. "Stop, you fool!" He frantically warned the dazed Jae-shin to get away from it, while Jae-shin turned around, oblivious to the black smoke erupting from the basement, threatening to engulf him in darkness. Huazong urgently shouted, his words causing him pain, making him frown, especially with the scar running across one eye, making him look fierce. "Drop it now!" Holding the broken jade, Jin turns to look at him, dazed. Before him, a wave of black bone matter begins to emerge, engulfing the space. Suddenly, Jae-shin's hand clenched the jewel, startling him. The jewel began to absorb the surrounding black bones, transferring them into Jin, the immense power causing the veins in his hand to bulge. He gritted his teeth, struggling to resist as Jin Lang appeared beside him, swinging his sword down on Jin's hand. He struck the back of Jin's hand with the hilt of his sword, forcing him to release the jade, which flew into the air. Jin Lang swiftly snatches the gem, halting its absorption, and the bone dragon retreats and dissipates. Dia, still terrified, gasped for breath as he tested his hand. Beside him, Jin Lang quietly watched his actions, still clutching the jade. Hua Chong, supporting himself on his knees, struggled to his feet and pointed at Jin Lang. "You too. Put it down now. You've seen how dangerous it is." He glanced at him silently and replied, "I will take this." Hua Zheong's eyes widened in utter shock, and he furiously grabbed his weapon. "You two-faced bastard. Are you planning to cause more trouble with that evil artifact?" Suddenly, golden threads appeared, binding Hua Zheong's attacking arm. He tried to move his arm, but couldn't. He cursed, "I can't trust you demons." He'd just offered to cooperate, and now he's already turned on us. Even Jin, kneeling on the ground, has his hands bound, but he doesn't seem to notice, only staring in horror at the sharp sword suspended in midair. Jin Lang picks up the exhausted fox spirit, now a limp white cub. "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. However, this child must leave with me." He tucked the fox spirit under his arm and turned to leave. "Even though it committed a serious crime, I can't leave it to you humans to deal with." Huasi clearly wouldn't compromise, scoffing, "Where did you get that idea? This is the human realm, you must abide by our laws. Any demons who harm humans here must be eliminated without exception." He brushed past him, heading towards the victims lying on the ground. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Instead," Yanlang raised the jade, aiming it at everyone, and it emitted a blinding golden light. At the same time, a golden aura enveloped everyone, and Jin Lang's voice continued. "I've restored these people to the moment before they arrived here. It's not perfect, but at least their memories of what just happened have been erased." The gem still shone in his hand as a portal slowly opened in the wall. Jin Lang, having cleaned up the mess, turned to the two, gently seeking their opinions. "Is the path back to your original positions open, and is the situation outside resolved?" But Hwaseong was clearly not satisfied, turning to glare. "Resolved my foot. You use such dangerous objects without any regard. If that happens again, I'm running. No more cooperation." The jade orb, looking like a precious treasure, rested in Jin Lang's palm. After hearing this, he looked at Hwaseong in silence for a moment, then revealed a shocking truth. "That won't happen, because this belongs to me." He muttered in shock. "Are you kidding me?" Hwaseong couldn't believe it. Lianthan denied it. "How could it originally belong to you? If I remember the orb's origins correctly, it should belong to the millennial nine-tailed fox." Dian Lang remained silent, glancing at him with an eerie smile, full of hidden meaning. That smile sends chills down Hwasong's spine as his eyes widen in disbelief. "Really?" Meanwhile, Deshin stood by, listening to their conversation with a blank expression. "What's this about an orb? A 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox? Is that the legendary nine-tailed fox?" Standing by the tunnel, Jin Lang reassured them, "There's no need to be alarmed. I won't senselessly kill humans as long as you don't interfere with my affairs." He turned and entered the tunnel. Before leaving, Jin Lang turned to Jessen, saying, "I have a feeling we'll meet again in the near future. I look forward to it, especially you." Jin Lang's words were full of meaning as he left, leaving Jessen in confusion and Hwaseong on guard in the tunnel. Suddenly, Jin noticed the restraints loosening. He collapsed, bracing himself on the ground as Hwaseong escaped, cursing and swearing. He sees Yutrong unconscious nearby. Jin rushes over, lifts her into his arms, and calls out, "Yutrong?" He slipped the coin string into his sleeve, silently turning to look at him. Hwaseong's eyes burned with resentment, his expression one of disappointment and frustration. He had failed to capture the little fox. He pondered, why would such a dangerous demon appear in the human realm? Could it be related to the current state of the human world? The sky outside is still dark. The house is silent and black except for the light cast by a street lamp. Yudong wakes up, startled, next to her still sleeping father. Yudong wondered how she ended up sleeping in the yard, and noticing the person next to her, she woke them up. Grandma, in the neighborhood, the houses are built high and low, intertwined. A voice echoed in the quiet space. He finally fulfilled his promise to reunite the family, though it seems no one remembers what happened. While Zong held his stomach and walked ahead, he mocked Jae-sin. So what? Not even a hair of the demon was caught, and he followed behind him, full of questions, raising his sword. When did this stick turn into a sword? How did I not notice? Hearing this, Jane retorted, but at least we saved everyone, didn't we? So what if you turned your back on me, huh? You fool. Hua Chong points at him, her voice stern. Do you know what a terrible mistake it was to save that monster? Monsters will do anything to survive. You can't befriend them, and you certainly can't show them mercy like that. Seeing this, Dia wanted to argue, but he remembered that he once had similar thoughts. The image of So-Troll flashed in Din's mind, and he suddenly changed his mind. He couldn't let him see. So-Troll, he had to find an excuse to ditch him and run. He awkwardly gestures away, saying that since everything's settled, he'll head back. But Hoa Jae, seeing this, stops him, asking if he's trying to sneak away. You still haven't given me a satisfactory explanation. There are some things that are private and not convenient to share with others. Suddenly, Dexin fell silent, looking at him in surprise. Before him, a hand holds the familiar red-rimmed glasses as Hoa Zheng raises them in a threatening manner. I sense this item is important to you. If you want it back, you'd better speak up. So late already. I should have gone with him. Hong sits cross-legged, listening to So-Cho, her bandaged limbs bearing witness to her wounds, her face etched with worry. Even if it means being hunted by enemies again, I can't let him risk his life alone. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door draws their attention. So Tron rushed out, opening the door with hopeful anticipation, but it was Jin Lang who offered a helpless wave. Wrong person. It's me again. Recognizing the visitor, Hong Dian cursed, I've been waiting for you, and this time I'll riddle you with holes. The mood soured, the guardian spirit bristled, and Jin Lang explained it was all a misunderstanding, leaving the gun-toting princess bewildered. Confused, she asks, What? Dean Lang calmly looks at everyone. I found what I needed. He held up the broken jade orb, indicating that it was what he was looking for. Hong Dian was shocked, while Soon still looked questioningly at the person in the doorway. If you found it, why are you back to cause trouble? Dian Lang replied. Of course, I'm here to apologize. He smirks, teasing. It's just that your identity is rather suspicious, and you keep hiding things which made me misunderstand even more. So Tron angrily retorts, Did you come to apologize or accuse me? Dean Lang turned serious. Just kidding, I'll give you this. A small golden thread appeared in his hand. The other end of the string landed in So-Troll's palm as an apology, and a small, exquisite blue ring appeared in her hand. She asked suspiciously, What is this? As the moonlight illuminated a corner of the rooftop, and Dian Lang hesitated. Honestly, I don't like meddling in other people's affairs like this, but did the guardian deity create this barrier to help hide your presence? His words were like a bomb dropped into So-Tron's heart, her eyes widening in shock as cold sweat poured out. Jin Lang looked at her helplessly. I guessed right, didn't I? You need to learn to hide your emotions better. He explained the ring's power to So-Ron. Wearing it would conceal her aura and even her true identity. Is this enough to show my sincerity? She stares in disbelief at Jin Lang Soon, unsure how to react to such a powerful ring. How can this be? He turns and walks away. All right, I'll be going now. If I get the chance to come back, let me have a look around inside. So Tron dismisses him. If you come back, I'll chase you away at the gate. Dian Ling laughs as the traditional gate stands silently in the night, a protective barrier for those within. So Chan silently examines the ring in her hand, lost in thought, wondering if his words can be trusted. Could this ring truly possess such miraculous power? It's very possible that what he said is true, as the ring reflects a faint light. Hong answers her without hesitation, his expression natural. Why? Because he's a nine-tailed fox. A nine-tailed fox? An image flashes in her mind of a massive, fearsome, snow-white fox with 9 interwoven tails dancing in the air. The princess confirms that's right. Foxes must cultivate for 1,000 years to become human. Hong explains that it must steal 1,000 souls over 1,000 years to condense a celestial jade. That proves he's strong enough to become a god. No wonder even I couldn't see through his true identity. Dian Lang walked down the street, the lamplight illuminating his figure as he listened, eyes downcast in thought. Hong looked puzzled, hesitant, but perhaps for some reason he hadn't truly become a god yet. How can that be? Jin Hua-sung repeats in disbelief. What? So, to sum it up, you're repeating his words. You just happen to live in this neighborhood, happen to have glasses that let you see demons, and then happen to pick up a sword that helps you fight them. Deaf, he obediently confirms what was said, but doesn't know how else to explain it. Hua Xiong stares speechlessly at him, and the two fall into silence. He clutches his head in frustration. Where does all this coincidence come from? The wound on his hip, no longer held, bleeds, soaking his clothes. He spoke up, but that's really how it is. Hua Chong felt a sharp pain bracing himself against the wall, bending over in agony. My side, Di Xin anxiously approached to examine him. He reached out, urgently asking, "Can you give me back my glasses now?" He examines the glasses in his hand for a moment, then Hua Xiong holds them up again for confirmation. Hey, you're saying this thing really lets you see demons? Ye Xin asked, puzzled, and then confirmed. He takes out a talisman, burns it, and holds it near the glasses, passing it over the hand holding them. So that's it. The materials used to make this didn't come from the human realm. So, where did it come from? No sooner had he spoken than Hua Xiong put the glasses on his face. The glasses suddenly glowed faintly, then gradually became transparent before shattering and disappearing, causing Dia Sin to gasp and close his eyes. He opened his eyes, reaching out as if to catch the glasses, crying out in anguish. My glasses. Hua Xiong was exasperated. Fool, haven't you realized it yet? If coincidences keep happening, they're no longer coincidences, but an unavoidable certainty. In other words, it's your destiny. He declares a shocking truth. Do you feel yourself sinking deeper and deeper into this kind of thing? That's because fate has set you on a path similar to mine. De listens with a serious expression. So Chan slips the ring onto her pinky and gazes at her finger, while Long remains hesitant. Could what he said be true? Frowning, she steels her resolve and looks outside, knowing there's only one way to find out. So Chan stepped over the threshold and onto the road, now standing completely outside. So Chan stared at her hand in disbelief. It was true. She was overjoyed. She was outside the barrier and could go out whenever she wanted. Suddenly, she rushes forward, startling Hong Jun. Where do you think you're going? Princess. So Chan suddenly understood, silently watching Hong Dieu. She had asked a redundant question, it seemed. The beautiful night sky was filled with stars, and the atmosphere of the Yu district was quiet and melancholic. Suddenly, the guardian spirit cried out and ran out the door. The princess called out, Hey, you! Guardian spirit, don't just run out the door like that. It'll cause all sorts of problems. Hearing this, he stopped. The princess urged, Hurry inside. The guardian obeyed, turning back as a massive tree burst through the wall, reaching out into the courtyard. Suddenly, another branch sprouts from his body, enveloped in a golden aura, quickly growing and branching out. Meanwhile, Hongjon and the guardian remained blissfully unaware. There, your master will return soon enough. On a deserted road, Dia Sin silently walks with his sword, the image of Huazong and himself replaying in his mind. Fool, haven't you realized it yet? If coincidences keep happening, they're no longer coincidences. Do you feel yourself sinking deeper and deeper into this? That's because fate has set you on a path like mine. He pondered in silence. Destiny? That destiny. Dia remembers himself as a child, a boy with red dirt on his face, wearing glasses and crying helplessly. A pile of lifeless bodies stacked upon each other, a gruesome scene that has paved such a harsh path for him. Yet, the headmaster's face, peaceful as if asleep, surfaced in his memory. So many had died because of his destiny. Daishin despondently thought that he was indeed the cause of everything. Suddenly, a voice calling his name woke him from his thoughts. Josin. He looked up, and in the distance, Soron came around the bend, causing Diosin to exclaim in surprise. So-chan's face was covered in sweat from running, her eyes pleading as she looked at him. Diosin was concerned. Why was she here? I thought you weren't allowed to leave the house so easily. Suddenly, he noticed the bandage on her arm, and Dia quickly questioned her. So-tron, how did you get hurt? Who did this? Before he could finish, So-tron embraced him tightly. The unexpected embrace stuns him, and his sword falls to the ground. So-tron speaks softly, steadying herself on his shoulders as she confesses her feelings. I worry so much. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to you. So-tron sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Forgive me, Ryujin. I've been so selfish. Her eyes now filled with tears, she says she can't let him risk his life for her any longer. What? He asks, confused. What? She wipes the tears from her cheeks. From now on, I can manage on my own. Thank you so much for helping me all this time. Everything's okay now, really. And so it was time for her to leave this place. Her voice echoed in the stillness. In the distance, the lights from the houses push back the darkness, and Dia suddenly remembers the rookie, Hua Zhang. Is there anyone important to you? He had asked, and I hesitated. Let's see. I'm not sure. The image of So Troll flashes in his mind. There's just someone I really want to help. Then protect them. That's what he had advised him. Dia looked back up, bewildered. Hua Zhang's stern face offered sincere encouragement. That person will be your motivation to overcome your fear. Back in reality, Jin stares blankly at So Ron, her beautiful face and gentle smile flashing through his mind. Protect that person, as if you were protecting the world. Those words resonated deeply within Jin, clearing his mind. He watched So Ron wipe away her tears, and Jin suddenly spoke. I will continue. This caused her to stop in shock, as So Jong, in disbelief, tried to dissuade him. What? Jin began, but before she could finish, he cut her off. It's okay, really. He turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. So you're a troll? But I want to help you. Helping you is helping myself. And so Dia silently resolves to change. Everything is no longer a coincidence. Fate is giving me an opportunity. He firmly concludes that he must seize this opportunity to turn it into power. Because she's part of my destiny, I won't miss my chance this time. Day has broken, the sky is blue, the weather is clear, and the whole house is bathed in sunlight. Jin's sword is plunged into the grass just outside the door as Hong crosses her arms, frowning at the blade. The princess pointed at the sword, wondering, did this thing change from a staff to a sword? But how could it do that on its own? There had to be something that triggered it. So Chan watched them from the doorway. Jin knelt on the grass, both of them gazing at the strange sword, scratching his head, unable to recall what he'd done to it. Hong was beyond frustrated. It just happened yesterday, she said. That deadbeat. Dia was beside herself. How am I supposed to carry this around now? If anyone sees me, it'll be all over the news tomorrow. The princess, still curious about the electronic portals, asks for an explanation, but Hong tells her to wait. So Troll silently watches them talk. Hong reaches behind her, rummaging around. Luckily, I only carry top-notch gear crafted by master smiths, so I'm bound to have a suitable scabbard for you. The ram remembers the princess wielding the massive gun and asks, I've been wondering since yesterday, how do you hide such oversized things on your person? Hong holds up an object for him to see, a rectangular badge with a circle in the middle, attached to a swirling gold medal split like a yin-yang symbol. Complex characters are etched onto the surface of the medallion, finished with a decorative red tassel. This treasure connects to our family's armory. It's like a portable vault, the princess explains. Hong holds the badge out, muttering as he examines it. Let's see here. The badge began to glow, and the princess held it over the open ground, unleashing a brilliant light. There it is. Your luck isn't bad. An object emerged from the light above, emitted from the token, and fell to the ground with a thud. Dia looked at the princess suspiciously as Hong Dian gestured to the scabbard of the original sword, leaving him utterly confused. The princess stares blankly. You look like you don't even know what a scabbard is for. Typical clueless human. Deus reluctantly replies that of course he knows, but Ryong is skeptical, pointing out that it seems a little short. Hong orders him to try it, telling him to sheathe the sword. Day is flustered, his mind racing. This is going nowhere, or is this like one of those optical illusion tests you see online? But no matter how you look at it, the scabbard is way shorter than the blade. Despite his doubts, he takes the sword and slides it into the sheath. Let's give this a try. Suddenly, the tip of the scabbard glowed with a blue light, and the sword slid completely into the sheath. Dia was utterly astonished. What do you mean it fits perfectly? He's in disbelief that it could fit at all. Hong thought it was obvious, but he still refused to believe it, protesting repeatedly. But clearly, it was visibly different in length. Hong sighed, reluctantly pointing out the discrepancy. Don't apply human standards to things from the demon realm. He then recalled what Hua Seung had said about his glasses. The materials weren't from the human realm, so Tron suddenly stood up and spoke. How wonderful. She smiled softly, her joy evident. You can hide the sword, and I can come and go as I please, so we can fight side by side from now on. He was speechless, simply staring at her, when a sudden knock at the door made Jin jump. That familiar voice shocks him. Hey, newbie, are you home? He spun around, Hua Xiong's image flashing in his mind. How did he know? He quickly turned to So Tron, who looked back at him, confused. Jin then looked down at Hong Zhan, his expression one of utter despair. Jin clutches his head in a panic, knowing he can't let him see them, or they'll be exposed. The princess asks, What's wrong? Is it someone you know at the door? He collected himself and replied that he had only just met them. Standing outside, Huazhong impatiently demands they open the door, while Jin thinks in horror that he's a true exorcist. Huaxiong tilted his head slightly, his expression curious but certain. It had to be here. The place he's headed has half a burnt talisman. How strange. Why did the charm I secretly placed on him fall off? He realized something was wrong. His brow furrows as he ponders this, and then Huaxiong slams his fist against the door. He shouted, "Hey, you blockhead!" Seeing the door still shut and no one answering, he wondered, is no one home? Or is he pretending to be deaf and mute, hiding inside? Jin's eyes are falling on the little Hong. He hesitated to answer the princess, but what was holding him back? After a moment, he revealed his reason. The one knocking was an exorcist, Honggon, but what was so serious about that? So, what if it's an exorcist? What's the big deal? Silently observing their exchange, the princess maintained a serious expression, voicing her opinion. Why worry about an exorcist always seeing demons as enemies? Hearing this, Diaxine shook her head frantically. Neither of them pleased the other, and Dexin felt there were no words left to say. He was utterly helpless. With Huaxiong still locked out, he wondered what to do. How would he explain things if they met? Hoping Jin would listen, he kept calling out, "You fool!" With no answer, he grew frustrated, debating whether to act, and decided to break down the door. Whether someone's inside or not, whether it's even a house at all, breaking down the door will reveal the truth. But before he could break it down, the door opened, and Daishin's face met Huazong's fist, resulting in an awkward situation. Feeling he came on a bit strong, Huaseng sheepishly apologizes, while Doxin remains speechless. Finally inside, Huazhong couldn't help but complain. "Uncle, what took you so long to open the door?" But Daishin had his reasons for not opening it sooner. "I was in my room and couldn't hear you calling." He suggests getting a doorbell. He felt it wasn't necessary since it wasn't his house, telling him to take it up with the landlord. This is just a rental. Then he turned to Huazhong and asked how he knew where he lived. He plainly replied that he used special measures to track him down, which Yihan found to be a violation of privacy. He warns him lightly that what he's doing is illegal, but Huaxiong quickly retorts, "Too bad. Who told you to be so suspicious?" He walks, his eyes scanning the space around him. Surveying the interior, he grew wary. Something about this place felt off. Suddenly, a voice shattered the newfound silence. "Hello, it's a pleasure." Sochan hesitantly greets him, clasping her hands together as she gently asks, "I heard you were the one who helped Jason. Is that right?" He awkwardly asks, "Uncle, are you?" He asks directly, not caring who hears. "Are you married?" Meanwhile, Jae-shin was stunned by the unexpected question. "Do I look like someone who's married?" he retorted, refuting Huaxiong's thought. But he still wondered about the girl's identity, pointing at her as he questioned, "If not, then what is she to you?" D thinks to himself, "What the hell is going on?" Though living together is strange, why does everyone think we're married? This isn't the Joseon dynasty anymore. Despite his inner thoughts, he introduced her to Huaxiong to avoid misunderstandings. This is an exorcist. Hearing this, he finally seemed to understand. An exorcist? Suddenly he spoke, leaving Do-shin confused. "This is great. Now I don't have to waste my breath explaining things to some people." His expression darkened with displeasure as he spoke in a low voice. "Oi, oi, I smell something unpleasant." Meanwhile, Huaze casually enters the house, sensing a murderous aura behind him. "Excuse me." He surveys the spacious house, impressed. "A classic style, huh? It's beautiful. Just the two of you live in a place like this? Is it too big? Dia doesn't reveal the truth, but jokes that this house is a haunted one that no one wants to live in." Still skeptical, Huazhong plays along, asking if he's accidentally stumbled upon a monster in the house. He replies, "Yeah." On the surface, he seems normal, but deep down, he's suspicious. All the coincidences this guy encounters are bizarre. He felt awkward as the boy curiously examined the house's interior, showering it with praise. "So many books. Are you really a writer?" Huaxiong pondered, chin in hand, not seeing anything suspicious. But something felt off. What could it be? Suddenly his eyes caught something. He spots a tiny hole placed on the shelf, hidden between the books. He asks, "Is that a doll?" Jessen's eyes widened in utter shock. He hadn't expected it to be discovered so easily. "What? He found it even after I hid it so well." "Yes, and so he vaguely deflected the question. It's a gift from a friend." In contrast to Jin, who was sweating for fear of being exposed, Huaxiong remained calm. "Fruit, how laughable." He turned serious, speaking gently. "It's as clear as day, so why hide it from me? You think I'd believe that pathetic excuse?" I froze, realizing I'd been found out. Huaxiong continued, and it was only then that he realized the truth. What to do next? He pointed at Jin as if discovering something important. You like girly things, don't you? He'd been worrying for nothing, it seemed. Hwaseong's assessment left him speechless. He kept talking, feigning sympathy for the issue, saying, Don't worry, I understand your hobby. There's no need to hide it like that. Hongjon is uncomfortable being held like this. Jerk, stop squeezing me and put me down. You keep spouting nonsense. Actually, these cute things are pretty adorable. Who wouldn't like them, right? Jin is speechless as he rambles on. I suspect you're the one who likes these frilly things. A silence falls between them as Hwaseong slumps down, burying his face in his hands, feigning hurt. That's right, these cute things are adorable. Everyone likes them. There's no need to be embarrassed. I don't see a problem with it. His attitude does a complete 180, from chaotic to serious in a split second. Forgive my late introduction. My name is Yeon Hwaseong, a member of Jeonjok. The three of them face each other across the table as Sotol politely reintroduces herself, saying it's a pleasure and to just call her Sotol. He replied, So you're Miss Sotrol. As he said this, Hwaseong naturally took her hand, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. He continues to chat, while Chon and Jin are growing impatient with his actions. As expected, he's finally met a true colleague here. A comforting feeling. His persistent touching has made Hongjon uncomfortable for a while now, as he chats about the increasing number of demons appearing lately. Don't you think so, miss? The princess screams in desperation. Please, find a way to get rid of this jerk. Song is engrossed in conversation, still holding on to the person he thinks is a doll, noting that the demons are not only appearing more frequently, but are also becoming bolder. Day wasn't left with any choice. He helplessly signaled with his eyes, Bear with it. I want to get rid of him soon, too. He needed to end this visit quickly, and began to accelerate the meeting. So, you mentioned coming here for a favor? What exactly do you want me to do? With a hearty laugh, he chuckled and slowly replied, We're all professionals here. I just need a little favor from you. Dai only speaks the truth, and I don't want to help either, he said, returning to his storytelling form. Recently, more and more demons have been appearing in the human realm, as if something has happened. He glanced at him and asked, So what? Memories of cracked earth and lava surface, recalling hundreds of years ago. The earth's crust was in constant flux, becoming twisted and warped. Homes were destroyed by natural disasters, collapsing and losing their shape. The most obvious sign for humans was the earthquakes, which created rifts in space-time, opening the door between the human and demon realms. Recently, the situation has grown increasingly dire as the frequency of demons appearing has increased. Though it's hard to say for sure, this Naniac area is likely a key nexus between the two worlds. He speaks as if he witnessed events from centuries ago. He chuckled, wishing he had someone to accompany him. So I wanted to come here to investigate and get a better sense of the situation, but unfortunately, I don't have anyone to go with. Diasin senses something ominous, a premonition of trouble. Don't even mention Hoazong, who grins ingratiatingly, looking incredibly friendly. So, would you be willing to lend me your aid? He knew that's what he was after. Jin is flustered, not ready for this, and wants to negotiate further. Calm down. This needs discussion. No sooner had he spoken than Sotron agreed. We'll help. He turns in alarm at her hasty agreement, while Sotron calmly presents his opinion. Of course, we have a responsibility to act for the safety of innocent people. Jin anxiously points to the incense. He's calmly drinking water, while Sotron keeps his words to himself. He's an exorcist, after all. He's worried about her true identity. What if he discovers Sotron's true identity as a demon? Meanwhile, the two successfully strike a deal, and he seems happy and excited. Perfect. With Lady Sotron's help, everything is sure to go smoothly. I look forward to working with you. Meanwhile, Hwaseong discusses their departure time, emphasizing the urgency. They must act tonight. She responds with certainty. Very well. D feels like an outsider. No one pays attention to his feelings. Hey, can you guys stop ignoring me like that? Beneath a clear, cloudy sky, a house stands with its doors shut tight, leading to a dark and narrow corridor within. The vice minister turned, speaking first. Go Moknim. A pair of golden eyes flashed in the darkness, and sharp teeth were revealed. That's Sin's snake, it mysteriously replies. That's right. I detected a trace of Gomuknim's presence at dawn today, so I asked the toad behind me if we should report this to Lord Jumwon. He paused, considering, before finally answering, No need. The black bell rings, and his voice echoes in a mysterious conversation. Don't bother Lord Jumwon with such trivial matters. His eyes turned black and gold as he commanded, Gather the lesser demons. This may seem peaceful, but who knows what will happen. We will collect what we need. After their discussion, the three decide to join forces and set out that very night. I chased after it with this guy. Jin, beside me, looked increasingly displeased, but Sotron listened intently all the way to the demon fox's lair. It's unbelievable that a mere three-tailed demon fox could create such an intricate barrier. Finding the entrance won't be easy, and he's taking it very seriously, asking her fiercely, anyone in that situation would sense something was wrong, right? The demon fox even went berserk with power afterwards, and Sotron, caught up in the story, agreed with Huazi's words. That's right. Deshin couldn't interrupt at all and could only listen, face paling, as the other recounted the events of that time. When the fox spirit lost control, I was frantic, worried about the innocent lives, but this guy just lay there, unconscious, clueless. I was getting more and more desperate, screaming internally. So Cheon was completely engrossed, and if she slipped up and revealed something, it would be troublesome. Not to mention, she kept glancing worriedly at Hong, who had become a lifeless doll in Huashong's arms, and that little brat too. But the princess couldn't bear to listen any longer, and kept looking at him with pleading eyes, until Dexion couldn't take it anymore, and helplessly turned away. Hey kid, don't look at me like that, I'm just as eager to get rid of him. Oh well. Then Guchen interrupted their conversation with a request. Excuse me, but could you please return that doll to me? It'd be a problem if it got damaged, but all he got in return was Huasiang's mocking smile. He even toyed with Honggon in his hands, daring to ask, look, I'm taking good care of it, nothing will happen. Since we have a guest, how about a little compromise? Lest he be labeled a killjoy, he tried to explain, growing angrier by the second. Even so, he began, his eyes narrowing at the plastic doll in his hand before he frowned and asked, where did you get this doll, you amateur? Looking closely, he now sees the doll is quite elaborately crafted, as Huasiang praises it while grabbing the princess by the scruff of her neck. Its outfit is handmade, every stitch neat and meticulous, even polished. It would take a lot of time to make such a garment, not to mention the excellent quality of the fabric. Those words made Jay Shin uneasy, and he stammered, I was given this, so I don't really know. He inwardly groaned, realizing Hua Zong was scrutinizing him too closely, as Hua Song noticed a strange symbol on Hong Gaon's belt, and became curious. What is this? He couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. This exquisitely crafted and durable ornament, coupled with his actions, visibly alarmed the princess, who frantically thought, my precious. Knowing she couldn't reveal her secret, the princess disregarded being exposed and spun away from Huasung's grasp, yelling, enough! Let go! Unable to hide her anger at the bewildered man before her. What do you think you're touching? Jin and Sochan are worried that the princess has revealed her true form. The princess's scream only deepened Huasung's grim expression. Don't just suddenly transform like that. He glanced at the tiny creature before him, and after a moment of contemplation, asked coldly, a monster? The princess, startled by the question, finally realized the gravity of the situation. The princess stammered, trying to explain, I'm sorry, you must be surprised. But instead of a greeting, the princess was met with a cold accusation. You dare deceive me? Hong's face fell upon hearing that question. And now understanding the situation, Hua Chong slowly stood up and coldly said, no wonder I felt a strange aura here. It was true after all. He then quickly turned to Jin, who had been pale-faced the whole time. Hey, you amateur, you can't hide your anger, can you? He gritted his teeth and asked, what other monsters are you hiding in this house? Seeing his anger, he struggled to his feet, hoping to defuse the situation. Hey, just listen to my explanation. But before he could say anything, Dia paused, seeing Hua Chong draw his golden coin sword, his killing intent palpable as he spoke his suspicions. Ever since I stepped in here, something's felt off. His eyes sharpened. After entering, I couldn't sense any energy. I even doubted my own abilities, so it's understandable that I couldn't sense the demonic energy. He then looked around the room he was in and said, I see. So this house is surrounded by a powerful barrier. Jin's anxiety grew with every word. I didn't expect such an unforeseen incident. I'm even clenching my fist, wondering if I could win in a fight. He then suddenly brought something up. Hey Nuba, I noticed something serious yesterday. Your understanding of the demons is extremely superficial. Do you remember what I told you then? A moment of carelessness is all it takes for those monsters to harm you and your loved ones. His words caused the boy to freeze for a moment, but his grip on the golden sword remained firm. I don't expect you to understand me now. He then coldly glared down at the small Hongjun before him, as if looking at a monster to be eliminated. But in the near future, you will surely thank me for this. The lovelorn princess was in grave danger, unable to react in time. But as the sword plunged down, a deafening sound echoed, stunning everyone. Jai Xin gritted his teeth, summoning his weapon to block Hua Xiong's sword. His eyes darkened for a moment at the sight, yet he calmly questioned the one who stood in his way. Faced with that cold gaze, Jae-shin was at a loss for words, glancing down at a stunned Hong Dian beneath the table. He coldly continued, "Hey, newbie, are you really going to protect these monsters now? You want to protect the creatures that murdered your own kind?" Those words struck a chord with her. Realizing the misunderstanding, he tries to explain his actions. "I'm not protecting demons, but my friends." His answer stunned her, and she gazed at the young man with bewildered eyes. But it wasn't enough to sway Hua Xiong, who harbored deep animosity towards the monsters. Therefore, he coldly asks if having a monster as a friend means he's willing to overlook all their sins, to which Jin firmly retorts that one should at least understand the cause and effect before judging someone's sins. And so, before the bewildered eyes of So-chan and Hong Zhon, the back and forth began. "Did you really investigate? Why bother? They're demons. How do you plan to do that?" Beneath the dim light spilling from the courtyard, Jason's calm, firm voice slowly rose, offering his own answer. "Of course, I'll talk to them. What if they were forced to act against their conscience? I will never accept such a thing." With unwavering resolve, despite the disadvantage in the heat of battle, he firmly replies, "Just because you're a monster? That's the lamest excuse anyone could give to justify their wrongdoings." Memories flood back, the grotesque image of Huan still vivid. He spoke with that ghastly voice of his, saying, "Answer me. If you're human, you'll die instantly." A young, naive Jin, terrified by the bizarre creature before him, will forever be haunted by its words. "Because I utterly despise you humans." Just as the situation reached its peak, a piercing sound rang out, accompanied by dazzling sparks, as bright and scorching as if to burn away the gloomy night. Knowing he couldn't stand idly by, the troll drew his weapon and aimed it at the bewildered Hoa Zong. Realizing the girl's identity, he frowned, his face darkening as he turned to her. "So the Hwaseo have decided to do this?" But before he could finish his sentence, the guardian deity outside was threatened, frantically warning everyone inside, even startling Hua Xiong, who wondered, "Where did this dog come from? I didn't see it when I came in." Hong, behind them, also sensed the unusual killing intent outside, and warned everyone that many monsters were approaching. "Have they discovered the anomaly here? You alone remain vigilant, unable to hide your murderous intent, glaring at the people before you with suspicion." "What? You didn't summon them to deal with me, did you?" Faced with the accusatory question, Jace vehemently denies it, shouting, "Of course not!" As he struggles to fend off an attack, he explains, "Listen, we do have some demon friends, but we also have plenty of enemies." That statement earned him a cold glare, assessing and unnerving her. In this desperate situation, even Hoa Song Long was at a loss. Then suddenly, Jason tries to propose a deal, asking if he needs companions. His words slowly resonate, trying to persuade the person in front of him to join forces. "If you don't make the right decision, you'll lose 2 companions." Meanwhile, outside, the dark night is filled with the eerie footsteps of demonic figures approaching Dia's residence. Blood-red monsters with cold expressions, their faces obscured. But at this moment, 2 great armies have surrounded them on all sides. All the monsters are gathered outside his house, separated only by a shield, yet the pressure is terrifying. Inside the room, Hua Zhong pondered these words, then decisively shook off his hand, sheathing his sword. "All right, let's put this aside for now." There are many red-clad people approaching outside with a person in black at the center, wearing a red cloak. He wondered in confusion. Strange. This is definitely the place. Chen Shu stopped before Jin's home, his tone inquisitive. I can't sense any presence at all." He was portly, wore a hooded hat, and his pupils had horizontal stripes like a frog's eyes, which were glowing slightly. The traditional wooden gate stood firm, blocking the Toad clan's prying eyes as their leader gave an order. "Open the door," the man next to the envoy says respectfully. "Strange." He approaches the door, grabs the iron bolt, and the resounding knocks make Jin flinch. Hua Chong and Soon also looked towards the gate, the relentless pounding making Honggan uneasy. "Are they breaking down the door?" Diasin is extremely uneasy. Kneeling by the doorway, he lamented his misfortune. "They're breaking down the door. Where will I get the money to fix it? Surely they can't get past the raccoon dog's barrier." The princess asked confused, "What bell civet?" He glanced at the guardian baring its teeth, implying it was that dog. Hong is speechless at the strange name, wondering why the guardian deity has such a weird name. "Ringtail," Dexian calmly explains. "I named him that because his job is to be a doorbell." Hua, standing nearby, also expressed her distaste for the name, saying it sounded awful. "You should have consulted us before naming it." so Troll stood behind them, speechless with helplessness. A second later, Jin turned serious, bringing the conversation back to the matter at hand. But how did they know our location and attack? Could they have sensed our presence? So Troll refuted his theory. No way, Huazhong interjects, his face grave. This house has a guardian deity's barrier. That's the problem. Dia looked at him suspiciously, questioning his meaning as he pointed out the inconsistencies. From the moment I entered this house, I felt uneasy for some reason. All traces of energy within have vanished completely, making it impossible to sense anything. An outsider's perspective reveals the anomaly, making the house stand out all the more. Wouldn't this be the most suspicious place if you were searching with intent? Jae-shin suddenly realizes something and lowers his eyes in silence. Hwaseon glances at him. This is more serious than I thought. You realize that now, don't you? He solemnly points out the dire situation, saying he doesn't know how strong the ferret is, but it won't be able to withstand a gang of monsters beating it down. But Jason noticed another important detail. I thought everyone had to agree on a name. Once again, so Troll felt powerless against these two. Outside the door, the man was attacked by the barrier, screaming in pain as he transformed into a ferocious wolf. Bolts of lightning erupt from the doorway, engulfing him. Finally, he breathes his last, collapsing to the ground before the horrified onlookers. Everyone exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. What was that? What's going on? Chenshu closed his eyes, pondering silently. Someone hesitantly speculates that it seems to be a barrier. The night cloaks the house, highlighting the lights within. After a moment, he opened one eye, certain. The one we seek is likely inside. He coldly commanded, break the barrier and get inside. Everyone fearfully eyed Chenshu, glancing around in a panic, each hesitant to step forward. Living proof remained on the ground, smoke rising from the charred remains of the demon spawn, as Chenshu impatiently glared at the group. Didn't you hear my order? Why haven't you charged in yet? People fearfully avoided his gaze, stammering. And the girl, that thing... He frowned, looking disgusted. A bunch of useless eaters, always tiring me out. What is the worth of your little demon lives? Do your duty, Chenshu said, producing a silver bell filled with red talismans instead of a clapper. The bell and the talisman were covered in strange symbols, and as soon as it appeared, everyone fell silent. They stared blankly, their eyes gradually turning red, and in an instant, one of them tore off his mask, revealing the head of a goat. He lost control and began to scream. All those behind him revealed their monstrous forms. Dogs, tigers, wolves, deer, bears, pigs, all roaring wildly. Looking at the scene before her, Guanshu, overwhelmed with emotion, gave the order. Yes, show me your power. Inside, Dia-shin watches the barrier flicker with green electricity as it's impacted from the outside. He breaks out in a cold sweat, warily watching the door. Diaxon's heart sank and he stood up saying, looks like we're going to have to fight. This is the only house we get to live in for free. I can't just sit here and watch them tear it down. Hua Ze enthusiastically raised his hand, grinning teasingly. That's right, the house is going to be destroyed anyway, so instead of watching them do it, we might as well do it ourselves. Dia glared at him, annoyed, not needing his input. Hong, filled with fighting spirit, raises his gun and loads it. Excellent, I was itching for a fight anyway. It's been a long time since I've had a good fight. He looks at the princess, dismissing her concerns. No, you have to run and hide, don't show your face. What does Hongdi have to do with this? Di is worried that the princess is also a target. And aren't you being hunted by enemies? What if they're here for you? Wouldn't that complicate things for me? The princess is furious, refusing to accept that possibility. The reason sounds so forced. Ignoring her, he grabs Hong's cloak, pulling her towards the vase to hide the princess. No arguments, just to get inside. Hong struggled. What are you doing? Let go! Suddenly, a great clamor erupted outside, drawing everyone's attention. Through the walls, they could see the demons screaming in agony as the barrier attacked them. Yet they stubbornly pressed closer to the house. The Jae-shin group stood frozen, staring outside, while Hua Sheong watched in terror, pupils shrinking. It seems they have more numbers than we thought. Taking the opportunity, Hong waved his hand, knocking Jin's hand away, and broke free. That fool, he wasn't quick enough to stop the princess from escaping. Ignoring the three others, Sotron stared in horror at the scene before him. As the monster screamed in pain from the lightning, she noticed their red outfits and realized their target. They were here so Dean wouldn't notice Sotron's abnormality. He gripped his sword, lacking confidence. Forget it, I've changed my mind. Perhaps we should trust the ferret. Let's just sit tight and wait for them to leave. Hua Xong disagreed, telling him seriously, I told you, whatever you choose, it's the same. Even if you don't want to face the monsters, they'll still come for you. He's considering an even worse scenario. If the weasel can't hold them off and the barrier is destroyed, won't it be even harder to deal with those 7 demons? The guardian deity stood solemnly in the courtyard, a magic circle with intricate patterns beneath his feet, as Hua Xiong's calm voice echoed, suggesting they deduce the demon's purpose. So Tron, deep in thought, rested his chin on his hand. He looked at everyone and continued, "Maybe we can find a way to resolve this peacefully. I don't know." So Tron and Jie Xin were silent until he suddenly spoke. "Enough. Jie Xin has bravely made her decision. We will go out there and fight." Hua Xiong smirks. "See? Wasn't that so much easier?" he says smugly. "From now on, I'll be teaching you combat experience, so try to learn something." He couldn't bear to see him like this, so he struck a nerve, saying, "Oh, right. I remember someone getting their face smashed in yesterday." Those words clearly provoked Hua Zong. Who are you talking about? Who got their face swollen? Nonsense." Hearing this, Hung unhappily raises his gun. "Great, I'll go out and fight with you guys too." But they both ignored the princess's words. Hong frowned, annoyed that they dared to disregard her. Suddenly, the princess changed her tune, calling out to Hua Xiong's back. "You want me to hide? Fine, I know a fun place to hide." Outside, a goat demon is electrocuted, collapsing before Chu and the remaining monsters. He calmly commands, "The barrier seems quite strong, doesn't it? Let's see if quality can overcome quantity." As he finished speaking, the monsters roared and charged forward. Suddenly, he was surprised to see the gate open and a foot stepped out. Diaxin, sword in hand, emerged, standing firm and pointing his blade at the monsters. They stopped, drooling and growling menacingly, then suddenly charged Jin, but before they could reach him, their heads were severed. The swift turn of events left Thiamthu stunned, only able to watch as a foot suddenly appeared, stepping onto the roof tiles. Holding his string of coins, Hua Xiong stood above, eager to test his skills, and grinned at the monsters below. "Today's the day I can finally show off." Facing their bloodshot eyes, he was fearless, even mocking them. So many savage beasts. Hua Xiong looks left and right, searching high and low. All right, let's see. When monsters travel in packs like this, there's usually a leader. His eyes lock onto the toad demon, the only one in the horde retaining a human form. He's found his target. He was shocked to foresee what our hero would do. Hua Xiong turned his coin string into a sword, leaping through the monsters and heading straight for the toad demon. He simply stood there, watching his actions unfold, as Hua Xiong struck with full force, only to be met with the clang of metal and sparks flying. Hua Yong looked up in bewilderment, facing a monster twice his size. It stood before Chen Shu, a massive iron bar held across its face, blocking Hua Xiong's attack. It lowered its iron bar, revealing the form of a wild boar, with 4 large, protruding tusks and blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. "Come now, don't be like that." The demon, with its cruel and battle-hungry eyes, prepares to strike. Hwaseon intently watches its every move. With a single swing, it threatens to shatter everything. He barely dodged the massive blade, narrowly escaping death, but some of the other demons weren't so lucky. Seeing the bodies strewn about, he gritted his teeth, cursing the boar. It continued its assault, forcing him to face imminent danger. The demon's physique was immense, its blows threatening to crack the very earth. If Hwaseong hadn't dodged in time, he would have been crushed instantly. He reacted quickly, nimbly dodging back and forth, but he was also surprised by the monster's speed. How is it so fast? A resounding crash breaks the silence of the neighborhood. Inside a nearby house, a middle-aged woman wondered about the sudden explosion. What was that? The man seemed more knowledgeable, silencing her with a gesture. "Just play dumb. You know exactly what happens at this hour, so don't ask." Inside a brightly lit home, a minor dispute unfolds. "No, I have to go." The woman raises her voice in protest. "Have you lost your mind?" The wife, growing desperate, tries to stop her husband as he puts on his coat to leave. "Don't even think about leaving the house right now. Those noises have nothing to do with us." Unable to dissuade him, she focused on saving enough money to buy a cheaper house, as they couldn't live like this any longer. Meanwhile, another monster locked onto its target, barking as if about to pounce. It lunges at Jin, who grits his teeth and quickly uses the sword's flat to defend himself. Its jaws clamp down, ferocity burning in its red eyes as it stares him down. He mustered his strength and pried its jaws off the sword. Having dealt with one, he heard a clanging sound and turned to assess the situation. Jin looked at his simple weapon, reassuring himself that it was sturdy enough to be effective even in his hands. The monster's ferocity grows with each toll of the bell, and he grips his sword, questioning his strength. But is this enough to fight against such overwhelming numbers? Either way, he has to fight. He charges forward to face the rampaging monsters, taking a gamble. As he focuses on the front, trusting in his sword, they strike from behind. But So-Troll uses his shoulder as leverage to kick away the attacking monsters. Her ponytail whips through the air as she moves, and with a swift, powerful kick, So-Troll sends one of the monsters reeling, howling in pain. Amidst the swarm of demons poised to strike, she anticipates their every move, dodging with uncanny speed. An impressive somersault, disarming them with her bare hands. So-Tron's martial arts are so skilled, she can almost defeat them all, especially with her right leg kicks that strike their necks. As the monsters fall, So-Tron finishes her demonstration of martial arts prowess. Dia witnesses So-Tron's incredible display, his jaw dropping in admiration. Thanks, that was so cool. So-Tron, though tense, analyzes the situation. Don't be afraid, these monsters are low level, barely stronger than humans. He finally realized it and responded. She frowned, thinking to herself, these monsters are indeed subordinates of the old tree demon. Her expression remained unchanged as she calmly assessed the situation. I've seen something similar before. If I'm not mistaken, these monsters are controlled by the toad demon's bell. Seeing the controlled monsters, she knew she had to capture the old toad to undo the hypnosis, the only hope for victory. Dia asked hesitantly, by old toad, do you mean a toad monster? She rushes forward, undeterred by the danger. Hold off these lesser demons, I'll deal with the toad demon. Chenchu responds, understanding So-John's words as he watches her cut through the monsters. He shouted in disbelief, what was that? Now surrounded by monsters, he gripped his sword, calling out to So-Tron to wait. Meanwhile, Hua Xiong struggled with the giant monster, lamenting with a hint of mockery, how is this oversized pig so fast? Outside, Cheon-seo's premonition proves correct. An exorcist is involved. He shakes his bell, commanding, what are you all doing? Focus on breaking the barrier for me. Immediately, his demonic minions fought with renewed resolve. Jin felt the fear as their killing intent surged and the distance between them closed. But before he could attack, they were suddenly paralyzed. Their destination is the door, the source of the paralyzing blue light, while Dia is still in shock, unable to grasp the situation. The Grand Scholar could see what was happening from the outside and spoke with displeasure. If only you could handle this as smoothly as you organize festivals. Then this old man wouldn't have to worry. While he was distracted, So-Tron overcame the obstacles and approached him. She charges forward, concealing the golden needle behind her back. If he sees it, her identity will be exposed, no matter how well she hides her presence. She locked onto her target and lunged forward, knowing she had to strike quickly and decisively. How troublesome. Seun's snake has appeared, preventing her from approaching the toad. The unexpected encounter forces Seun into a defensive stance, sliding protectively in front of the toad. So, the troll is still standing strong. Her face is stern as she tries to hide the needle behind her back, but not very effectively. He silently observes her, a familiar feeling stirring, but he's not sure. Is she an exorcist? But why does she seem so familiar? The scene shifts to Hua Seong, who is about to cast a spell. The talisman stuck to the blade made it heavier, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. He smirks, a note of triumph in his voice. Is it heavy? Hua Xiong retaliates with his chain, relentlessly striking his opponent. He laughs, confident of victory, sneering, "You pig-headed simpleton." Suddenly, his expression changes as he clenches the chain, his muscles bulging. Hua Xiong realizes the gravity of the situation, questioning, "Why can't I pull it back?" His eyes dart to the hand gripping his weapon. He's caught. His body is pulled along by an overwhelming force. She swung her arm, pulling him along with her, and he broke out in a cold sweat, his words frozen in his throat. It's using all its strength to lift the enchanted roller, raising it towards the target everyone expects. Could it be? Huaz couldn't believe his eyes, and he cried out. This can't be happening. It's like he's locking onto a target for a single, decisive blow. He looked at the massive object and swallowed hard, finally revealing his fear. If that thing hit him, he'd be done for. He screamed, begging for it to stop. I'm not some damn ball for you to smash around. I'm terrified of being crushed to pieces. Suddenly, a small black gun barrel appeared, and a pained animalistic scream echoed. To Hua Seon's surprise, Honggon was right behind him, gleefully firing at the creature. It's Honggon's time to shine, as bullets strike vital points like the eyes and mouth, sending the beast into agonizing convulsions. Taking advantage of its distraction, Hua Seon lands safely and without a word of thanks shouts, "How long have you been hiding in there?" Hong confidently retorted, "Save the gratitude for later. This princess is busy and you're the one who doesn't need help." Diemian retorts, "Who needs your help?" Huazhong glares at the creature, declaring, "You wretched pig! You're about to be torn to shreds!" In this desperate situation, they must find a way to deal with the monster blocking their path. Even Jie Xin senses something dangerous approaching. Meanwhile, other demons relentlessly hurled themselves against the barrier around Rui's house, seeking something within, their agonizing cries echoing as they were struck by lightning. Inside, the guardian deity strained, gritting his teeth as he poured his divine power into protecting the barrier. Unusual thunder illuminates a massive tree branch nearby with an eerie light, foreshadowing an intense battle. Hong sits on Hua Seong's shoulder as the princess, holding two guns, smugly gives the order. "Human, I'm all set. Go!" He frowned and shouted, "Shut up! Who do you think you're ordering around?" With that, Huazhong took a running start, charging forward. The ferocious boar-like monster stood tall, wielding its massive weapon, ready to strike, as Hoa Zan ducked and Honggan unleashed a barrage of bullets. The bullets hit the monster's face, causing significant damage, and it roared, attacking them both. The monster swung its weapon at Hongzhen and Huazan with all its might, smoke still rising from the princess's earlier shots, but somehow it missed its targets, who were standing right there just seconds before. The beast stood still for a few seconds, taking a step forward, unaware that Hua Xian was already on its head, completely dominating it. He swung a string of coins, wrapping it around his hand. With furious eyes, Hua Xian looked ready to butcher the beast beneath his feet. Then his fist descended from above, aimed straight at the monster's head. The force of the impact tore through the air, creating a thunderous explosion. But the beast still stood. "You won't fall, huh? Fine, let's see how long you can last," Hua Xian says, annoyed. He raised his hand, ready to deliver another blow with a satisfied grin, and brought it down on the monster's head. It was in so much pain that it shed tears, each blow a merciless sentence, delivered relentlessly. But the monster still stood, as the toad shaman watched from afar, a silent figure amidst the chaos, observing in the shadows. From the other side, swift feet approached the ashen monster, which lunged forward with a savage look and a massive hand outstretched. So Troll's fight pounded the earth as he leaped to dodge the blow, attacking with lightning speed. A large group of monsters gathered. Thiem Thu thought to himself that these meddling creatures were quite troublesome. He continued, realizing that many of the cannon fodder had already died, and he needed to quickly find a way to change the situation. Suddenly, a powerful aura of killing intent rushed toward him with lightning speed, and in a panic, Xianshu could only raise his hands to defend himself. A green wave of killing intent hurtles toward him, sending him reeling despite his block. So Tran and Huazong turned to see Thiem Thu take the blow, his sleeve smoldering as if to burn away. Thiem Thu cries out in pain. Diasin has appeared, wielding a glowing green sword, calling him a warty toad? He warned, "Order them to stop and get lost, or your toad life ends here." Outside, the monsters writhed in agony from the sword's electric aura, their screams echoing. The toad croaks, "Insolent mortal, how dare you?" Then he pauses, thinking, that sword. It radiates a dangerous aura. Without hesitation, Jay lunged forward, sword in hand, giving his opponent no chance to react. A hair's breadth to the right would mean certain doom. The damage was done right next to his cone-shaped hat, and the toad screamed in terror. Daya's relentless sword strikes landed with blinding speed, and the toad finally cried out in pain and terror. "Stop! Enough! I yield!" Daya doesn't seem to hear the toad surrender, and continues to attack, so he yells for it all to stop. So Troll is surprised, and Huaxiang looks at him in shock, exclaiming, "Am I seeing things?" That amateur actually subdued the leader. He secretly suspects that there must be another exorcist hiding, secretly controlling the sword. Diasin takes the sword in his hand, continuing to think about how to deal with the enemy, but before he can finish his thought, a long tongue comes out of nowhere and wraps around Jin's hand, catching him off guard. The toad kneeling there ensnared his hand with its tongue, and he wondered in horror, "What is this?" In an instant, he's no longer passive, preparing to attack. Moving like lightning, he rushes towards Jin without hesitation. The toad delighted, only needing to stop the sword from flying freely. Horror and disgust are etched on his face as the hideous tongue covers his hand. Jioshin worried about being on the defensive, but suddenly the sword in his hand reacted, glowing and attacking the toad's head on its own. Even though he didn't move the sword, the man cried out in shock, and Jin stood stunned, unsure of what was happening. The toad's head bleeds from the sudden attack, and his earlier confidence crumbles as he cries out, "Impossible! I had it pinned!" Jin stood there dumbfounded, yet his hand struck him repeatedly, even to his own surprise. "That was a good move. But unfortunately, my sword is a tempen. It's trying to hit you, not me," the toad said as he was being attacked. "What? What's tempen?" Speechless at the scene before him, Sotron cried out as his right eye slowly opened and a golden bell shimmered from his sleeve. Hwasong just stood there, uncomprehending, as Sochan was intercepted by the monster, which lunged to attack. Sochan quickly dodges the monster's attack, grabbing a hairpin, ready to throw it at Jessen. She desperately called out his name. Jin was lost, frozen in place, his eyes flashing red, as if possessed by a demon. Soeol hesitated, distracted by Jin's catatonic state, a fatal error as she lost awareness of her surroundings. From behind, the monster lands a fatal blow on her unprotected back. Sotrol collapses, losing blood and strength. The toad exclaimed in surprise. She seemed too weak to stand from blood loss. Hong shouted from above, "Sotrol!" But Ju, like a soulless corpse, remained frozen, unresponsive to anyone's calls. Silent and still, no one knew what was happening. Hong is annoyed. What's with this idiot standing around like that? The princess seems to realize something. It seems that idiot was affected when he looked at the flower. Hong is horrified as his eyes flash red, and even the flower is affected by that toad's strange magic. The princess speculates in alarm. "Don't tell me." Hong Gaeon hastily draws his gun, firing twice at Hwaseon's forehead. Snapping out of it, the dazed fool cries out in pain as Hwaseon awakens and turns to blame Hong. "Is this idiot tired of living?" The princess retorted. "You were careless. They almost hypnotized us, you know." He finally snapped out of it, looking ahead. Hypnosis? From the outside, the protective barrier shatters into pieces, destroyed by the monsters below. Hua Chong thinks in shock. This is Hong Jun, as the guardian spirit collapses, losing its light and power. The barrier is gone. Time seems to stop as Dia lowers her head, her unfocused pupils turning a fiery red. His mind hears a distant bell, along with a deep, seductive voice. "Kill them. Kill anyone who dares to stand in your way. Don't question the whispers in your head. Trust them, and the impossible will become possible. Kill him, the pathetic child who tries to escape this painful reality. But the voice still relentlessly pursues him. Just think about it. He ran, and then it asked, 'What are you most afraid of?' His steps faltered as he saw something, a pair of adult legs slowly approaching as the voice echoed. 'Is it the one standing before you?' A monster with a flower-like head and hundreds of eyes suddenly appears. The voice echoed like a bewitching spell. 'Kill him, and you'll be free from fear, once and for all.' Little Dean is terrified, his face pale and covered in cold sweat, his feet faltering. Without hesitation, Dia Sin turns and runs, as if trying to escape reality. The monster didn't chase, but another voice echoed, 'How long are you going to keep running?' Dia froze, pupils dilating in terror, and frantically turned back to see another massive monster with a mask covering its face. The monster gritted its teeth, its pale lips stretched in fury, its voice a grating challenge. 'Do you want to live with that fear for the rest of your life?' Back in reality, Jane remained motionless, but the red glow in his eyes had faded. Sotron tensely watched his movements, then bit her lip and turned to look at the battlefield behind her. The monsters were still moving forward relentlessly. Gomak stood in the center, head bowed to hide his expression, but he couldn't suppress the pain and staggered. He collapses to his knees, exhausted, gasping in pain as Team anxiously calls out. Gomak was floored, his eyes wide with rage. This accursed barrier drained my energy. And then, out of nowhere, a foot came crashing down on the monster's face. Hwaxiong gently landed on the ground, the monster he'd kicked lying behind him, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the annoying goblin. What? Where did that old geezer come from? Hong, perched on his shoulder, also pondered upon seeing their opponent. Why does he seem so familiar? Meanwhile, Gomuk slowly raised his head, revealing a fierce and murderous face. To recover, he needed to replenish his demonic energy immediately. So Chun heard every word and quickly glanced over. Understanding the meaning of those words, she closed her eyes in worry. We're done for. He wants... Just then, gnarled branches erupted from Gomak's robes, spreading like veins in every direction. They rushed towards the beast-like monsters, while others pierced the ground, shattering it and ensnared the monsters, tightening their grip until they screamed in agony. Not stopping there, the eerie entity greedily drained the monster's life force, instantly desiccating them on the spot. So Cheon frantically shouted a warning. Yinzi, get out of the way! But the throbbing wound on her back kept her from moving. At the same time, Gomak's branches rushed forward, but unexpectedly they suddenly veered off course and continued onward. So Chan's eyes widened in surprise. It ignored her? How could that be? Unbeknownst to her, the ring on her pinky finger was emitting a faint blue light. And unexpectedly, even Theme Thu became a target of the branches. He panicked, raising his hands and shouting, "Go, Mook, stop! It's me! Are you trying to devour me too?" But they didn't stop there. Luckily, the monkey-tailed monster rushed in to save him, while Jia remained motionless. He watched the branch tightly constricting the pig demon, then noticed a subtle shift, one that didn't escape his notice. The branches changed course, hurtling toward Hongan on his shoulder, but Hozan calmly reached out and crushed it before the princess could be harmed, clenching it tightly in his hand, his voice strained. Anything that emits demonic energy becomes its target. Hong is terrified by the scene before her, but the princess reveals a crucial piece of information. "I remember who he is." Hong stared in disbelief as the creature rose, a being capable of devouring other demons to increase its own power. He's one of Yongwan's most trusted subordinates, the ancient tree demon. Regaining her composure, the princess leaned back and slowly recounted, "When I first arrived in the human realm, I heard many tales of his infamy. Seeing it in person, the rumors are indeed true." Hongun, confused by his anger, heard him grit his teeth and ask, "You said Hwaxiong's face was dark? Jum?" Meanwhile, the surviving monsters from the ancient tree demon's attack have been reduced to shattered white bones, prompting a sigh of awe from Qianshu, who observes from a rooftop. "He's in a bad mood. I almost got drained dry." Thiem Thu grumbled, looking at his companion. "Every time he doesn't care who his target is." That's right. Ancient Tree Fiend doesn't even care about that, only focusing on his prey. He seems to have recovered quite a bit, now, to deal with that round-faced bitch. But then, a series of cursed spirits suddenly appeared, floating in the air. "Wandering spirits, halt and gather here at my command." Noro Santiantianshu watched tensely, fear gripping him as he hurriedly warned Go Mok Nim, who remained confused. But the warning came too late. Hua Chong, consumed by rage, charged toward the cursed spirit. 2 strikes echoed, followed by an explosion of spiritual energy, unleashing a scorching heat that threatened to incinerate everything. Outside, Thiem Thu anxiously called out to Go Mok Nim as the dust settled, revealing a large, rough object. It turns out interwoven trees formed a shield, protecting him from the sudden attack. Confused, Go Mok muttered, "What happened?" But once again, something flashed before his eyes, a brilliant golden light from Hua Chong's hand slicing down, cutting the rough wooden armor in two as he shouted furiously, "Where is he?" But he dodged it. "Where is that bastard hiding?" Huazong glared at Gomok with rage. He was slow to understand what was happening. What in the world? But Go-Mook didn't need to understand. He was already ready to fight back, thinking, "You want to deal with me?" The wood demons on his orders flung themselves forward. Without hesitation, Huachong draws forth a string of coins, calling upon the power of great mercy to descend upon him. Next, he pulls out a half-burnt talisman, places it on the coin string, and chants, "Hong Dak Lap Thop, Huazeong, arise." That's when a protective barrier of coins rose up, just in time to block the wood elves' attack. He didn't stop there, continuing his assault, but almost everything was useless. Tian Shu Ha was stunned by the sight, and even the So Troll was shocked, speechless, while Gomok stopped and snorted coldly in annoyance. This exorcist is skilled, but that's not all. From within the barrier, a red light erupts, accompanied by an incantation. Om Mani Padme Hum. He bursts forth, coins scattering, as Wasion cries out, and the coins fly, striking the old man's chest. But Gomok, unfazed, reached out, trying to block the money grub. Wasion's power was too great, and he was continuously pushed back. Unwilling to accept this, he roars in fury, finally knocking the coin needles away. Gomok scoffs, looking at his burnt and scratched hands. He glared at Hwaseon, who was retracting his weapon, and roared, "Just who are you?" After a moment, Huachong looked up sternly. "You don't need to know who I am. Just tell me where Huan is." Gomok paused, retorting, "What was that?" He remained silent as the little demon girl behind him watched on. Hongsha frowned, wondering how a human like him could know. Princess Jum-Won stared at that calm face, her heart heavy. No human had ever seen Jae Onan and lived. Though he narrowly escaped, she observed the layout from afar and realized the situation was dire. She bit her lip, urgently thinking that she couldn't give up hope, that there was still a chance he could buy them some time. Then she looked at Jin, who was still silently standing still. She had to find a way to awaken Jin. So Tron clenched the golden needle in her hand, determined that they would all escape together. At that moment, the toad suddenly stepped in front of her, along with the monster beside him. It is the needle. Unmistakable. His eyes turned a vibrant gold as a sly grin spread across his face. "So, you had some trick to completely hide your presence, which is why you dared to hide so close." so Tron was terrified, her face pale when she heard the other party's shrill greeting. "Long time no see, so troll." She stared straight ahead, not at the demons, but at that solitary figure. Diashin remained motionless, as if he didn't care about her at all. Then Jin suddenly began to move his lips, as if to say something. He frowned, his crimson eyes flashing with murderous intent. "You're starting to annoy me." Jae-shin's mind plunges into darkness once more, as the masked man asks through gritted teeth, "Do you intend to live with that fear for the rest of your life?" Jackson remained silent, standing motionless as he stared directly at his opponent. His mouth gaped in horror, but then, as if wanting to escape something, he lowered his head, then hugged it, trembling with fear as his voice quivered in the vast expanse. "You remember now, don't you?" He smirked, a look of admiration mixed with undisguised mockery. "It's been a while, hasn't it? I must say your will is quite strong." Dai collapses to his knees, whimpering and begging him to leave. He neither agrees nor refuses, but instead asks if he can continue to be stubborn this time, his voice like a demonic incantation from hell, brutally touching his pain. "Just give in. You haven't changed at all since then." That time was when Jin was just a child, covered in blood and standing in a daze. He opens his eyes, now an adult without his glasses. The masked figure speaks again, urging him to take his hand without hesitation. But then he coldly refuses? He seems dumbfounded. He frowned, rebuking him. "Why are you being so stubborn? You can't accomplish anything alone." Dia didn't respond, instead placing the blame. "You're the one who killed the headmaster. Are you surprised, masked one?" He crouches down, sneering at Daya's pain. "You're the one who killed her, but Diaxin vehemently insists that you are the culprit." He stopped smiling, his golden eyes blazing as he stared down at him. Slowly, painstakingly, he rose to his feet, unyielding. He accused, "You're a monster too. All of you." Daya looks up, her face pale, and snarls through clenched teeth, "You're all monsters." The masked man stood motionless, his reptilian eyes fixed on the boy before him. Then he smirked, "You're starting to annoy me." Back in reality, Gomek glared at the person before him. "How dare you?" His voice trembled with rage. "A mere human dares to call him by name." Seeing Hua Chong show no fear, he threatened again. "Looks like you've grown tired of living." Gomek then pointed at Soon, exclaiming with glee, "The Sotron wench is here too!" She glanced at him worriedly, knowing her life was over. Hearing this, Gomook was a little stunned. "What?" He scrutinized her body with a piercing gaze. "Is that really her? But I can't sense any energy from her at all." "She's like a mortal." Seeing that he was being ignored, Huazhong lost his patience and strode forward irritably. "Old man, are you deaf? Answer me now. Where is Huan?" Clearly, he doesn't care, silently attacking him with wood spirits rising from the ground. They surged forward, circling around as if to bind the flower. He stared, his face betraying no fear. These trees rapidly grow to enormous size, clamping down on him and the princess. Unconcerned, Gomek slowly approaches Sotron. "I'd love to devour you in one gulp, turn you into nutrients instantly." Gomek stopped in front of her, clasped his hands behind his back, and said with false mercy, "But only because Lord Huan needs you. You get to live." Sensing something, he gazes into the distance, Jin's figure now within Gomek's sight. He reveals, "That's the mortal who helped you escape." Without another word, he unleashed his wooden demons. Knowing escape was impossible, Jae-sin screamed for him to stop, but a sudden explosion behind him startled him into halting his attack. The wood spirits are blown to bits, and Hwaseong coughs in the center of the explosion, complaining that she should have warned him before detonating the bomb. Unfazed, the princess pulls out another bomb, boasting that her mind just saved him again. He didn't even bother arguing, deciding to settle things later, and immediately changed his tone. "You old geezer." Hwasong attacks with the coin-covered chain. Gomek turns around just as the coins wrap tightly around his hand, and Sojal seizes the golden needle while he's distracted. She raised it, decisively pointing the needle's tip at his throat as the toad grew worried. Gomek remained silent, his eyes deep in thought, before glancing down at the needle and asking in a menacing tone, "What is the meaning of this?" Seo clenched her teeth. It had been a long time since she'd been this angry. "Stop! His wood spirit is getting close to Jessen," she shouted, threatening him. "If you dare hurt Jessen, I'll chop off your dog head right now." Gomek's eyes widened, and he grunted in defiance. Hwaseong, standing outside, believed she could really take him, and quickly tried to intervene. Hey, mage, the threats are enough. Don't kill him yet. I have questions." Hong worried, wondering what would happen if this idiot news troll was also a monster. The princess's face darkened, deciding to remain silent. Best to keep it a secret for now, with the situation so tense. But then, Gomok casually turns and exposes her, asking if she thinks he sees her as an ally. What trickery did you use to fool him? Hojong frowned. What? Bypass? The princess cursed inwardly. I just said that, but that old Gomo didn't give him much time and immediately focused all his attention on her, daring her to strike. Seeing her silence, he provoked her further. What's wrong? You talk a big game. Try and strike me down, and you'll never find a burial urn for your remains. Gomok grinned, revealing his jagged teeth. You don't dare, but I do. So Troll bit her lip, her sharp eyes falling into thought as the wood spirit lunged towards Jin, its touch a hair's breadth from piercing his temple. So, Troll lowered her head, her eyes downcast, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she immediately set her terms. I'll go back with you, but you have to release Jin first. His expression darkened, a hatred even greater than before, flickering within him. Gomok looked at her and nodded in agreement. Very well, I promise to spare him. The golden needle was still at his throat, but soon, bound by his promise, had to release it. Hong anxiously urged him on, but Hua Chong rudely snapped, Shut up, kid. He ignores the princess and points his weapon at the old man. Old man, do you know her? Is she a demon too? Hua Chong flung more coins, warning that if he didn't get an answer, the old man wouldn't be leaving. Growing annoyed, Go orders Do Shin's capture. The Toad Elder agrees to deal with the human first, bowing respectfully. Yes, Go Mok Nim. He narrows his eyes, assessing, This one has some interesting qualities. Bring him here, and I myself will offer him to Lord Jamonayan. These words filled her with dread. She cried out in frustration, You broke your promise! But the surrounding wood spirits rushed forward and bound her. The arrogant tree spirit scoffed. You overestimate yourself if you think you can make demands of me. His expression darkened with disappointment. It's a pity, you're still too soft. Do you know how much effort and expectation I placed on you? Then he decided, This time let Lord Yongonean purify your soul. Meanwhile, the bronze bell has been retrieved. Can you hear this? Thiemthu asks, ringing it in Jin's face. But he remained expressionless, shocking the old man. Why wasn't he reacting? Thiemthu continued to ring his bronze bell, whispering seductively, Come, follow me. But without a sound, Jin calmly swung his sword, slicing through him. He stared blankly, as if not comprehending what had happened. Sir. Then Thiemthu staggered, his throat still emitting unintelligible sounds of shock. Finally, his upper body fell to the cold ground, as Jin's deep voice echoed. Get lost, he says, casting a cold glare downward. It was clearly Jin's face, but something was different. Take that filthy face away from me. Neither Sohan nor Gomok could react to his sudden action, and even Hua Zhan, who was standing far away, was stunned. What? The black monster suddenly lunged, claws bared. Jai-Shin didn't even bother to look, slowly tilting his head to dodge as his eyes locked onto the enemy, his face a mask of murderous intent as he lunged forward. With a powerful leap, Jin obliterates the monster's upper body with a single flick of his wrist. Jessen's face remained as cold and resolute as ever. So Chan was truly unaccustomed to that look, her eyes wide with shock, as Jin once again raised his sword, unleashing a brilliant flash of light. Jessen lunges at the monster, effortlessly severing its arms with a mere wave of his hand, sending blood spraying into the air, a whirlwind of power and a shocking sight for the two onlookers. The power he unleashed stunned Soon and the goblin, and though Jessen vanquished the monster, something was different about him. His eyes, now a chilling red, coldly surveyed the others. This was not the Jin they knew. But in another dark abyss, the solitary figure of Jin is desperately trying to prevent a terrible event from happening. Stop, don't do it. His arm was trapped in a pool of crimson liquid, and as he reached down to free himself, a demon watched his every move, a maniacal grin plastered across its face. Do you really think you can stop me when you're still buried in that fear? As he spoke, he glanced around at the bloody scene he had created. Look at your surroundings. Who do you expect to come and save you from your fear? Not forgetting to glance at Jay, who was struggling to look at him, he offered a simple piece of advice. Just blame me if you want. Jin stared intently at his sword in the distance, reaching out as if to command it, causing it to stir slightly. The sword responded quickly, enveloping itself in his blue aura. But before he could react, Deng Zhong effortlessly took the sword, reminding him, It's useless. He gripped the sword tightly, raising it high as blue energy enveloped the blade, and spoke, This belongs to me. In the deep, dark night, his deep voice echoed with satisfaction. And you as well, hear me? Just like that, Jin's body is now controlled by Deng Zhong, wielding the sword towards the group before him with blood-red eyes and a cold, murderous aura. So Tron could only widen her eyes in fear as the cold blade rushed towards her, but before it could reach her, a gentle light flashed by. Gomak won't let anyone ruin his plans, and with a flick of his wrist he summons 2 wooden trees to block Jin's blade. Calmly, the old man gazed at the young man before him with ancient eyes. "You dare attack me?" he sneered, watching him relentlessly strike at his wooden constructs. "Just a mere mortal dares to—" Little did Gomak know, the wooden restraints binding Sother were also retracting, giving her a chance to escape, prompting her to turn back in shock. But then he noticed the tree he'd created was being chopped down. Diasin swung his sword decisively, using his strength to completely sever Gomak's wooden restraints. The shockwave sent him reeling back, and with a pained cry, Gomook stared at the deep gash in his arm. His eyes, now wary and grim, turned to Jae-shin, sensing something was amiss. Was this truly the mortal from before? The sinister aura and crimson eyes of the youth sent a chill down his spine. "Who are you?" Hearing the question, Jin responded with arrogance. "Your impending death makes my identity irrelevant." This haughty reply infuriated Gomak, who scoffed and unleashed hundreds of tree trunks, twisting like venomous snakes towards him. He stood there, calmly watching the wooden onslaught hurtling toward him. Diasin didn't flinch, calmly raising his hand, the tattoo on his arm immediately glowing, creating a powerful shield with a single gesture, completely stopping Gomook's attack and destroying the wooden mass. Hua Zhong and Hong Jaeon watched in disbelief, especially Hong Jaeon, who noticed the light emanating from Jin's arm. A tattoo? Seeing his attack so easily nullified enraged Gomook, who summoned another barrage of wooden constructs. This time they've merged into a giant tree, and with his praise he sends them hurtling towards Jin. Try stopping this. In Jin's form, Yongxiong watched the creatures rush toward him, immediately on guard. Sensing its power, he immediately raised his sword to meet it, but the combined force of the wood sent him reeling back. Seeing him falter, Gomak relished the moment, grinding his teeth as he issued a stern warning. "You think you can resist? I'll grant you a swift death." Meanwhile, Dia continues to struggle against the wooden onslaught, but as if achieving his goal, he smirks and proudly declares, "Those words should be mine." And while Gomook wasn't paying attention, his sword had appeared behind him. Before he knew it, the cold blade pierced through Gomak, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief as everyone watched in shock. Meanwhile, Jin obliterates the wooden constructs with ease, weaponless. With a grim face, he charged through the shattered wood, effortlessly summoning his sword back to his hand. Not stopping there, he prepared to strike Gomak, who frantically summoned wooden defenses around himself. But they were nothing to him. With a single strike, he easily destroyed them. Then, a flurry of blows rained down, preventing the wooden figures from regenerating and sending Gomak flying backward, unable to react. Unable to bear it any longer, Hwasong rushed to intervene, shouting, "Stop! I told you not to kill him yet," almost screaming at Jin, "Are you even listening to me?" But all he received in response was a cold turn of the head and Jin's bloodshot eyes, filled with murderous intent. This caused both Hwaseon and Hongon to freeze for a moment. Before he turned, blade aimed directly at Hwaseon. Thankfully, he swiftly blocked the attack with his coin sword, startling the princess. What was that? Jin's rage was incomprehensible, as if he'd become a different person, and knowing he couldn't hold out for long, he quickly activated his magic. Damn it, a Theotat Lap Bakur spirit. A massive seal appears, blasting Dexin backward, protecting Hua Sheng in the nick of time. Hong Della, next to Tron, watched as Jin was pushed back by the technique, a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. Meanwhile, Gomook, severely injured, desperately tried to staunch the bleeding, gasping for air as the toad warned him from afar. "Gomook-nim, something's not right with that human," he said, struggling to raise the control string in his hand. "He's still under the influence of hypnosis, but I can't control him anymore." Suddenly, a foot stomps down, breaking the string. So-chan, realizing the problem, decisively shattered the chain, then anxiously glanced towards the others, calling out for Master. Meanwhile, Hwa-chong used his golden ring to block Jin's sword, angrily shouting, "Will you stop already? I'm losing my patience." Having broken free, Jin's eyes regained some clarity, though he still breathed heavily. Hwa-chong remained vigilant, but then Yang-chong within Jin seized control once more. He leapt into the air, completely disregarding the cord holding his sword. With a click of his tongue, Hwa-chong yanked his golden string, reactivating the spirit curse, driving him mad once more. The spirit curse. Following that statement, golden electricity surged from the money string, with the sword acting as a conduit, severely impacting Jin. From afar, Cheon observed their struggle, seemingly realizing something. Seeing Jin's face, eyes rolled back from the electric shock, she couldn't understand how he was still under the hypnosis even after she'd destroyed the bell. But within his mind, Yongsong's mocking voice echoed, "So many people care about you, it seems. You have friends? Friends are wasted on someone like you?" Gritting his teeth, he was disgusted by his attitude. "Your jokes aren't funny anymore, just stop it." But he didn't see it as a threat, instead reminding him, "I'm saving your life." Dia couldn't bear to hear such platitudes and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." But Dungzong, unfazed by his outburst, calmly recalled the horrific monster that was Go-mook. "You just saw it with your own eyes. Do you think you can stand against those monsters?" Then, like a fatal blow, he recalls the heartbreaking death of the director in his memory. This situation is just like back then. A realization that leaves Jin utterly stunned. Dungsong's cold voice echoed calmly, "If you want to survive, do as you did this." The "then" he speaks of is the moment Jin's face was covered in blood, his cold, emotionless eyes fixed on something. "Stop trying to justify yourself." Each word he spoke was like a shackle, binding Shin and dragging him deeper into the pool of blood below, until he was completely submerged, and then his voice echoed again. "Sleep now." Outside, Hwaseong was at his limit, desperately urging him, "How much longer are you going to be stubborn, you fool?" But in a moment of carelessness, he saw Gu Wong's fist coming straight for his face, and in that instant he remembered Jian's single punch that obliterated the monster and its arms. Even Honggon, seeing the fist coming, shouted, "Be careful. One hit and you're—" He knew it too well and quickly retracted his golden thread. "Shut up, I know." Just as the golden thread wrapped around his arm, the fist struck. The punch landed on the arm wrapped in wire, creating a powerful force that sent him crashing into the ground and far away. He struggled to sit up from the dust cloud, then frowned at his painful, deformed arm. His arm is broken, but before he can react, Jin is already upon him. Seeing the dire situation, Sotron rushes in, shouting anxiously, "Please, snap out of it." But in response, she only received a cold, blood-red glare, as Diason sank deeper into the swamp that Hwasong had created. Following that, the blood-red lake became eerily silent as Diason cast a frigid glance towards Sotron. He swung his arm, throwing her back as Sotrol cried out, stumbling. Diashin continued to attack Hwasong with his sword. He quickly retreated, dodging the merciless attack as the sword carved a deep scratch into the ground, sending dust and stone flying. Sotron rushes in, using the power of her hairpin to stop him, as golden butterflies flutter around her. Dia felt she was in the way and frowned, coldly glaring at her. Sotron became alert, holding her hairpin like a sword pointed at him, but Dia expressionlessly glanced at her before immediately turning away. Sotron is stunned, as he's only focused on chasing after the flower demon, forcing him to flee while desperately throwing talismans. "Wait." He threw a stack of talismans at him, angrily shouting, "Have you really gone mad?" The talismans automatically flew up, sticking to Jin's sword. Suddenly, the heavy sword fell to the ground, dragging him down with it. Huchung warily avoids the sword, scolding, "I warned you that sword was extremely dangerous. It has to be sealed, or else—" Before he could finish, Jin appeared before him in a flash. He spun in the air, one leg cocked, eyes fixed on Hwasong, before kicking him with such force that he flew several meters into the wall, shattering the bricks. With great effort, Hwajong propped himself up, staring in shock at Jin. Was this guy really beyond reason? He slowly approached Hwajong, but Tron was one step ahead, standing in front of him. Jin stared at her, coldly ordering her to move. She readied her needle sword, assuming a defensive stance. "No, I will stop you no matter what." Hwaseong tried to say something. "Hey you," he said coldly. "Are you so eager to die?" So Troll stood there, resolute. She responded, "That's right. If you want to kill anyone here, you'll have to go through me first." Gomok clutched his chest wound, shocked by her words. He hastily cried out, "What did you just say? Who are you trying to protect when you can't even decide your own fate?" Ignoring Go-mook, Yashin glanced at him before turning to Hwaseong, asking, "You want to protect that human's life?" She frowned and replied, "Yes, I'm doing it for you." Dejin fell silent, and after a moment he spoke with confusion. "What do you mean?" The sky was nearing dawn, but the neighborhood remained silent. The houses on either side of the street were dark and silent, their owners taking advantage of the rest. Sochan closed her eyes wearily, as if resigned to her fate. "Because you're doing the very things my Jin detested. Though our time together was short, I know Jin well enough to know he hated harming friends and senseless killing." Hua Qiong leaned against the wall, listening silently, while Gomok and Thiam Thu quietly watched the two. The troll lowered his eyes, his voice suddenly light. At least when Jin wakes up, his conscience won't be burdened by what he's done. Though her words were touching, Jin remained unmoved, still indifferent. Very well. He extends his hand, summoning his sword. I will grant your wish. The sword sensed its master's intent and flew into his hand, scattering the charms that were attached to it. Hua Chong and Soon exchange tense glances as Miss Hoa desperately calls out the true name of the boy before her, Jin. But Jin only responded with a cold stare. So Tron had no choice but to focus, swiftly striking at Jin's shoulder with her needles. He reacted just as quickly, raising his sword to parry as she resolved to stop him at all costs. They exchanged blows. She attacked his flank, but he dodged her sword strike, sending her tumbling through the air. Her arm lashed out, only to be blocked by Jin's sword once more, and he switched to offense, swinging his sword as she fell, defenseless. She narrowly avoids hitting the ground, but Jay suddenly turns and grabs So-chan's ankle, catching her completely off guard, and she cries out in surprise. He grabs her leg, spins, and throws her out. Sojol slides across the ground, kneeling, hands on the ground, panting. Suddenly, she braced herself for his next attack, raising her sword to block. Dia swung her sword down, but the difference in strength, combined with her kneeling position, made it hard to defend. She barely dodged, tilting her head as the sword struck the ground. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as Jin's kick landed squarely on her waist. Once again, So-chan was sent flying, crashing into the gate and rolling towards Hua Chong. He frantically called out to her, but she lay still on the ground, unresponsive. Hua Xiong glared at him as he approached, angrily snapping, "You incompetent fool!" Suddenly, a voice stopped him. "Don't interfere. It's my fight." With incredible will, she forced herself up, speaking between gasps. "This battle is mine." Hua Xiong looked at her, covered in dirt, one hand clutching the wound on her waist, his face full of disapproval. Foolish girl, despite being weakened and covered in sweat, So-troll stubbornly persists. "I am a demon, after all. You and I cannot walk the same path, and you don't need to help me." Hua Xiong was shocked and reached out to support her as So-chan stood up, her tone apologetic as she sincerely apologized for deceiving him. To her apology, he frowned in confusion and said worriedly, "What's the point of saying that now?" Facing Jin, So-chan calls out to Jessen with heavy breaths, struggling to get the words out. He leaned in, ready to strike again, but suddenly branches erupted from the ground, ensnaring his sword arm as Dia looked back in shock. So those branches were part of Gomok, who raised his hand to control them and ensnare Jin. Why? He stared at her, uncomprehending. Why would you sacrifice everything for a mere mortal? His words stir painful memories. A blue-clad figure lying lifeless on the ground, a fallen sword, both stained crimson, as two pairs of shoes stood by, mere observers. Back in the present, Gomok faces the trio, urging So-troll to consider that even if he weren't mad and agreed to help, there's no guarantee he could ever become human again. Hearing those words, Hwasong was filled with doubt. Return to being human? What do you mean? So Tron warily eyes Gomok. All right, I won't pursue you for desertion. I just want to ask you this. He still doesn't understand and just wants to hear her answer. Why insist on being a weak and lowly human instead of a demon with eternal life? No sooner were the words out of Gomok's mouth than an attack came. A blue light cleaved from the back of his hand, along his arm, to his shoulder. Dia couldn't wait any longer and attacked Gomok. This weed still dares to sway in the wind? The branches binding him shattered, proving that to kill a weed, you must destroy the root. Jin's sword flew, piercing him from all directions, then bursting out from within, as Gomok screamed in agony. So Tron quickly presses her needle sword to Gu Weishin's neck, stopping him and shouts, "I said, if you want to kill someone, you'll have to go through me first." He glanced at her indifferently, then Daishin raised his hand and grabbed So-ran's chin, threatening, "You're annoying me. Do you want to die that badly?" Unafraid, she retorts, "If you insist on hurting others, then kill me." With murderous intent, Daishin decides, then die. Without moving a muscle, he controls his sword with his mind. Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind. So-troll in a white dress, kneeling and talking to Jin. "Jessen, please forgive me for dragging you into this." In reality, her voice was filled with regret. If only we hadn't met, none of this would have happened. Her words left Jin reeling. The sword automatically withdrew from the ogre and floated in the air, its point aimed directly at the two of them. Hua Chong cried out in terror, "Stop! What are you going to—" The sword flew quickly, leaving only the sharp whistle of the wind. Gomok stared in terror as it flew towards them, and the ogre uttered his last words. Thank you for listening and understanding the pain I've endured. She gives a gentle, beautiful smile, freed by his sword, content. Jin stared at her without wavering, and suddenly, crimson liquid splattered before Soshan's astonished eyes. The sword's tip, soaked in blood, dripped onto the ground. She looked in astonishment at his hand. One still held her chin, while the other trembled as it gripped the blade. So-chan was stunned by the scene unfolding before her, while Dong-song was astonished by Jin's power within his own inner world. He asked Jin how he could have escaped, as Jin appeared behind him, drenched, one hand gripping the sword, stopping Dong-song from acting. Enraged, he commanded, "That's enough." Dong-song looked at him, lost in thought. You. Facing Jin's cold gaze, he suddenly understood. I understand now. He realized the reason Jin was trying to stop him. So you've found the motivation to keep going, haven't you? Outside, Sotron is sobbing uncontrollably. That idiot, Deshin. She worriedly stared at his hand, wanting to touch it but afraid of hurting him further. Is your hand okay? Let go. Inside, Deshin remained silent, continuing to glare resentfully at Rongjong. He was annoyed and frustrated, wasn't he? With a cold glare, Deng Exong ordered him to release his grip, but he remained defiant, ignoring the command. Don't even think about it. I won't let that happen. Unable to bear it any longer, Deng Exong turned to him, spitting out insults. A pathetic, contemptible brat, you always run from life and death only to live in fear for the rest of your days. He spoke in disbelief. Why is red liquid flowing from your hand, down your wrist, and onto the sword hilt? Dewey didn't deny it. Oh, you're right. I'm just a pathetic, weak kid. He recalls his childhood, the first time he faced a monster when he and the other children were terrified. Dezin reveals his feelings. I was so scared, I didn't even have the courage to run. The monster was bizarre, with blue skin covered in scales. Sharp teeth, horns on its forehead, a necklace of human skulls. Beside it, another demon lurked. He also remembered Deng Zong being there with him then. That was also the first time you appeared, promising to grant me the power to wipe out all my enemies. Smiling with amusement, Trung looked at the frightened Jin. That day, I accepted your power, Hong, to destroy the demons. I thought that by doing so, I could save everyone, my friends and her. The boy had destroyed both monsters with his bare hands. But the unfortunate truth was, the more I fought, the more my bloodlust spiraled out of control. The thrill made me want to bathe in the blood of those monsters, and after killing two, the boy lost control and laughed maniacally. I abandoned my initial purpose, ignoring all my friends and leaving them to be slaughtered. As he spoke, the distant memories continued to surface. Two more demons chased after the remaining children, who cried and ran, desperate to escape the terrifying creatures. But the children were too weak, and in the end, only their cold bodies lay scattered on the ground, dark red stains streaking the earth. By the time I looked back, it was too late to save anything. Only with the director's forgiveness was I able to bury those terrible memories of you deep within my soul. The house was engulfed in flames, reduced to charred ruins as Jay continues to recount his forgotten past. After that, I gradually forgot everything, treating it all like a nightmare as young Jine sat on the ground, terrified and in anguish, looking at the headmaster. The headmistress slowly breathed her last on the cold ground. And so did that monster. Even after so many years, Jine still feels a deep-seated fear when he recalls that thing. A monster in human form, with only a mouth and hundreds of eyes on its head, a scythe fused to an arc-shaped blade, and countless interwoven arms below. Dungax listened with disdain, saying that if he had begged for help, he wouldn't be living in such uncertainty now, but Jine retorted with a defiant look. If I had let you awaken again then, you would have only focused on slaughtering monsters. You wouldn't care about the lives of any innocent people around you. He calmly retorts. So what if I did? He asked, squinting as tears streamed down his face. Dia silently gazed at him, then finally spoke. I only meant that by experiencing utter loneliness, I realized that the greatest fear isn't what you think it is. Images of his younger self flashing through his mind. Dia gripped the sword even tighter. You're calling me weak? That's right, because I was weak, this happened, but you're wrong too. The sharp blade wounded his hand. Do you think that with enough power you can have everything you want? Wrong. It's not about how strong you are, but what you fight for. If you can't protect anything other than yourself, then your strength is meaningless. Each word represented Jin's state of mind, as he imagined standing amidst a mountain of corpses on a desolate path, and the vision horrified him. Hearing this, Deng Zhang silently glared at him, snatched the sword from Jine's hand, and sneered, Don't utter such weak words in my presence. Petty, insignificant beings always spout empty platitudes. He approached, confronting him with scorn. Did he know that only cowards cling to life with deceptive words that break their opponent's spirit? Dia doesn't care about Dongsong's criticism. He can call it a pretext if he wants. No matter what, I'll do as I did before. Dia's resolute gaze met his as something dripped into the Red Sea at his feet. I will stop you, even if it means burying all your memories once more. Suddenly, the Red Sea churned, and the waters rose to engulf Dung Seong. He watched in shock as the water enveloped him, quickly covering half his face. You, he coldly commanded. Sleep now. Dia Xin watched as Rongzong was surrounded, steadfast in his resolve. I'd rather find my own way to solve this than trade my soul for your power. You'll regret this. You'll be powerless to protect anything, even yourself. In the end, only a red and black figure stood before Jie Xin. So what? You're right. But, he coldly spat, this world wouldn't be any better if I let a monster like you run free. In an instant, Dung Sung's eyes turned terrifying, filled with murderous intent, and he plunged his sword into Jason's chest, cutting off his next words. The sudden pain swept through him. His eyes widened in horror as Jason cried out in agony. Dung Xong sneers, wondering where this coward found the courage to provoke him. Unable to stand, Jason supports himself on the figure before him as Dung Xong continues to belittle him. A coward should know their place and act accordingly. If you don't even know your position, then disappear from my sight. I'll grant you death now. Outside of reality, Jin has been stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he moves, attracting Soran's attention. She happily calls out to him, Jin! But Huazhong warily shouts, "Well, get back!" The spell on him hasn't been broken yet. He readjusts his grip on the sword. Jin raises his sword, eyeing the ogre with hostility, and she begins to panic. He's still not back. The sword's shadow loomed, and Sotrol cried out, Jin, please, wake up. Please. Her cries echoed within Jin's very soul. Wounded, he kneels before the dragon ascendant as Sojong closes her eyes and screams, Wake up! But he coldly attacks the person before him, while she desperately tries to awaken him, to not lose himself. Finally, Sojiol succeeds. He ran his sword through his own waist before her shocked face. Jin, in pain, gritted his teeth and endured. Hua Chong, Soon, and Go Mok were horrified and speechless at the sudden turn of events. Dia Xin knelt heavily, his lifeblood dripping onto the ground. You want me gone? You wish to grant me death? Sweat poured down his face as Dia Xin let out a mocking laugh. How laughable, I won't repeat myself. I'd rather die than let you escape. His body at its limit, Jin collapses, but suddenly Sotron rushes in to catch him. Jin, she sobbed in terror. What have you done? Jin? He lies in Soha's embrace. Hearing her call his name, he struggled to respond, words that stunned Sohan. With difficulty, she uttered each word, her voice barely stopping him. His eyes welled with tears as he looked at her gratefully. Sotrol looks on in horror, eyes brimming with tears, grateful that she stopped him. With that, Jaishin closed his eyes completely, falling from her arms, his head hitting the ground. Sochan couldn't react in time to catch him, and she couldn't believe her eyes as her heart began to race. No, at this moment, Huachong also quickly ran over, horrified, and asked, You idiot, what are you doing? He leaned down, urgently calling out, Wake up! Huaxiong checked his pulse, his expression a mix of disbelief and shock. It had stopped. Sochan is in anguish, unable to accept this reality, tears streaming down her face. No, no. She stares at Jie Xin lying motionless on the ground, begging, Open your eyes and look at me, please. Jie Xin? Dongshang's tone was incredulous, utterly disbelieving. Jie Xin's sharp sword pierced through him, his eyes reflecting a hint of doubt as he struggled to grasp the situation, looking down at the sword wielder's arm. You dare to do this? He gritted his teeth, gripped the sword tightly, a slight smirk on his lips as he gazed up at the massive monster before him. Indeed, even I didn't expect this. With that, Jason redoubles his strength, driving the sword even deeper. I won't choose a meaningless death and let you wreak havoc with my body. Under Dongzong's menacing gaze, he remained calm, thinking, If I'm going to die anyway, why not take you with me? Dongzong responds that if they both die like this, not only their bodies but their souls will be destroyed. You'll never have another chance at reincarnation. Both Joshin and he were impaled by each other's swords. Do you think it was worth it? He asked as Jashin's face paled from his wounds, yet he still managed to answer. It was worth it if it meant stopping you. His words gave Rongdong pause. He looked down at the small figure before him, slightly surprised. Very well. I won't play a game of mutual destruction with someone like you. Consider your stubbornness the victor this time. With those words, Dong Song retreated, fading from Jae-shin's sight, but not before leaving a threat. Their next encounter would not be so fortunate for him. The weak don't live long. Die alone if you wish. Finally, he collapsed just like him, as Soran's anguished cries echoed outside of reality. Jin, she knelt beside him, gazing at his body lying prone on the ground, his own sword still piercing his abdomen, and begged him to open his eyes. Please. Tears streamed down Sotran's face, blurring her vision as she rubbed her eyes and sobbed, while Hua Chong silently watched her. He recalled asking Jin before, "Hey noob, is there anyone important to you?" At the time, he scratched his head, avoiding her gaze as he thought, "Let's see. I'm not sure either. There's just someone I really want to help." Hearing that, Huasheng pointed towards Jessen. "Then protect that person." He had said to Jin with conviction, "That person will be your motivation to overcome your fear." Jessen's brow furrows as he understands and nods in response, while Hua-seung looks down at the girl crying for Jin. So she was the one. Hua-seong felt a headache coming on, and he ran a hand through his hair, his face twisted in annoyance, before looking back at the person lying on the ground. Shirksing couldn't understand why this guy, of all people, was a demon. Annoyed, Hua-seong gripped the sword-piercing Jin with both hands. He struggles to pull it out, muttering, "Not to mention this sword is incredibly weird. I wouldn't stab myself with this thing for all the money in the world. If I want to help you, I have to get this thing out first. It's so heavy," Hua-seong could curse. He gritted his teeth, straining, but suddenly the sword seemed to glow in the dark silence. Hua-seong couldn't believe his eyes, and he shouted with joy, "It's out!" But his face quickly fell. It wasn't the sword. It was moving on its own. As he watched, the sword slowly extracted itself from Dian's body. Before the astonished eyes of Sotrol and Hwaseon, it gently fell to the ground, radiating a soft blue light. Hwaseon stared at it in terror before quickly turning back to Jessen, who had been lying motionless since then. He stared in disbelief at the sword piercing Jessen's body. No wound, not even a scratch, as if it had pierced empty space. Hwaseon looked back at the sword, now lying on the ground, its faint blue light completely gone, looking like an ordinary blade. Indeed, both the boy and the sword held too many mysteries. Hwazong couldn't help but recall Jin's glasses from before as he reached out to grab the sword. Could this be it? But before he could touch it, he recoiled as electricity surged from the blade, nearly throwing him back. He yelled not to touch it. "So fine, I don't need to." Unable to get the grapes, he calls them sour, turning away in disdain. "I don't want to meddle with such a tainted object, especially since you didn't intend to harm your master." After his rant, he glanced at his master lying prostrate on the ground. Jessen's face was cold and bloodless. Long surmised that the holy sword must have tried to resist its master's will and minimize the damage, which explained this strange situation. Seon contemplates, pulling out a stack of talismans, hoping there's still a chance to save Jessen, while Sotrol is utterly bewildered. She looked at Jessen, then back at him, her eyes filled with confusion. What just happened? Ignoring her words, Hwaseon bit his fingertip until it bled, hoping this incantation would work. He wrote the incantation on the talisman and threw 3 of them onto Jessen's body. At that moment, Hwaseon said to Soon, "I feel he's not dead yet." Hearing this, she happily asked again, "Then can you wake him up?" Hwaseon hesitated. "I can't be sure about that." Knowing his own limits and gazing at Jin's still closed eyes, he replied softly, "My knowledge in this field is limited. Not to mention I've nearly exhausted my energy." Before Sotron's bewildered eyes, Hua Chong continued, "This isn't really my role." He turned away, annoyed. What's the right word? Healing isn't my specialty, I'm just imitating someone else. I'm a battle mage, Hua Zoeng recalled his beloved saying. He said that saving someone from the brink of death is an extremely difficult and complex process. Meanwhile, old Gomok shakily rises. So, Tron listened silently as Hwasung explained that gathering the inner strength of at least 10 grand mages was required, and the caster would bear great risk from wielding such power. Speaking of which, he was a little worried. However, the person I'm talking about is an exception. That kid can perform this technique as easily as breathing. While Hua Sueng was still reeling, Sotron's voice echoed in his ear, "I will do my best." Her eyes locked onto him with unwavering resolve. "Tell me how to do it, and how I can help." Hwaseon stared at Soron in disbelief as he sighed, crossed his arms and said, "Listen, you're a demon, and I know you're desperate to save him. The prerequisite for casting this spell is that the participant must be human, not to mention the luck involved. In short, it's a very complicated and time-consuming spell." What Hwaseon said weighed heavily on Soron's heart. Seeing her worry and thinking of what he was about to say, he blushed and looked away. There are other methods, of course, but they're a bit drastic. Huaxian awkwardly pointed to her lips, unable to imagine it. Ah, young Master Li said it's directly transferring your life force through the mouth. Not to mention how disgusting it is, but the slightest mistake could cost you your own life. I really can't imagine it. Before he could finish, a figure flashed past. Huaxiang watched in astonishment as the girl darted towards the unconscious man. Without a second thought, Sochan lifted Jessen's chin and began. Huaxiang screamed, covering his eyes, his face as red as a tomato. But he quickly regained his composure and tried to stop her. Hey, do you have a death wish? Even though I wouldn't care if a monster like you died, Old Man Gomo, watching from afar, was shocked by this scene. A dangerous glint in his eyes. Sochan attempts to transfer her life force to Jessen, slowly gathering and pushing it forward. It slowly moves from deep within her and is transferred to Jin through a kiss, causing Huazong to shyly turn away. He doesn't care what those two want to do. Oh well, let it be. So Tron focuses on transferring as much of her life force as possible to Jessen, hoping they'll survive and she won't have to intervene. From the point where their lips met, a fierce light erupted, and suddenly she was pulled backward by something. Huaseon watches in horror as Sotron is pulled into the sky. Caught off guard, she screams, and Huaxiang is bewildered. What's going on? Before he could see what attacked Sotrol, something slammed into him. 2 roots pierced his shoulders, the red liquid staining his clothes, and he cursed immediately. Damn it! Sotrol's body hangs upside down, her hair soaked with sweat. Yet, instead of worrying about herself, she only thought about transferring Sotrol over completely. Her long, curved lashes fell, concealing the coldness in her eyes. With that thought, she fainted. The old goblin slowly approached, the one who controlled those ugly roots. This is proving to be a bit much for the old man after that drawn-out fight. Huazhong grits his teeth, his body still pierced by the old man's roots, cursing the vile old man. He'd forgotten all about this monster. With each step, the ground trembled as the old man dragged Sotrol along. I have no words for my disappointment in you, Sotrol. Huachong could only watch, fear etched in his eyes, grinding his teeth in frustration. With Sotrol captured and Jin on the ground, the old man's voice echoed, "Let's clean up and go home." The wound on Huaxiang's shoulder made him frown, his breathing heavy as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, my hand is pinned, I can't move. Huayong glares at Gomok, rambling on the other side, his teeth aching with anger. What the hell is he supposed to do now? He had to somehow capture this monster alive. Gomok wanted to end this quickly, controlling another root, saying he would free him from his suffering soon. The root, controlled by Gomo, hurtles towards Huaxiang. If it hits, he's done for. Huachong shouts, whipping his arm down to release the stainless steel blade from his sleeve. Not so fast, old man. He drops it, then kicks it back up with his foot. Circling the root, pinning his right shoulder, it stopped as Huachong caught it with his teeth, using force to sever what was binding him. At the same time, Huachong dodges an incoming root, and with his right arm now free, he quickly retrieves a talisman from his pocket. He immediately used it to burn away the remaining root, pinning his left shoulder, all happening in the blink of an eye. Old man Gomok couldn't believe how easily he escaped, and without hesitation, he commanded a barrage of roots to attack Huachong once more. His hands swiftly produced a series of talismans, his mouth muttering, "Dark spell, spirit soldiers." He immediately hurled the burning talismans forward, aiming to break through Ruo Qian's crimson rage. The fiery talismans blocked the root's attack, creating a shocking explosion, and neither side would yield. They tore at each other, and Hoaseon seized the moment, grabbing the roots still embedded in his body. He gritted his teeth and pulled it out, ignoring the excruciating pain. Red liquid splattered as Huaseon screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Gomok, breathing heavily, assesses Huaseon and remarks, "This kid's stubborn." Huaseon decisively throws the detestable thing to the ground. He gasped, red liquid running down his coat. "I can't die here like this." With a fierce look, Huashong thinks he still has a trump card, but suddenly loses strength, his breath fading, his eyes losing their light. Old Gomok, sensing Hoasong weakening, seized the chance, sending roots to ensnare his arm and another to strike his face. His body couldn't react in time. In this desperate situation, the roots are suddenly blocked by sharp iron teeth, and the guardian god makes a ferocious appearance. With lightning reflexes, Huachong dodged, finally seeing the massive guardian and the tiny girl upon its form. Huazhong couldn't believe it, and even Old Man Gomo's eyes widened in shock as the little girl cheered with excitement. "Your princess has returned." Barely escaping death, Huazhong was stunned by her timely arrival, gaping. "When did you jump out?" Hong retorted, You idiot, you were so busy fighting you didn't even notice I was thrown onto the roof. When I got down to the courtyard, I sensed that the plowbell's energy was chaotic and very weak, so I wanted to find a way to restore it. Luckily, my treasure worked, not by much, but it may give us a chance to turn the tables. Old man Gomak watched the battle, seemingly noticing something. Gomak eyed the giant divine beast, sensing that the situation was turning dire, then shifted his gaze to the girl perched atop it. If I'm not mistaken, that's Gomook deep in thought. Then suddenly he speaks, drawing the princess's attention. I must say, I'm ashamed on your behalf, Hong. Hong turns back, puzzled, to see an old man with grotesque roots and a raspy voice. I wondered why Lord Huan hadn't found you yet. His eyes narrowed. To think the kingdom's heir would side with humans. What will your father say? But she didn't care, as the princess cheerfully retorted, Sorry, old man. In these chaotic times, I don't even know if I should side with humanity or the demons hunting me. If you were me, which side would you choose? Gomak was silenced by Hong Dianthu's question as she looked down at him. My little friend here can discern good from evil, and I think he's eager to punish evil. Would you like a taste? At this, the princess's youthful voice dripped with disdain, telling old Jingao to drop the arrogant tone. Go remained silent, too high and mighty to bicker with a child. Very well, I won't waste words with you. I have more pressing matters to attend to, and I'll discipline you another time. With that, he commanded Roots to surge forth and envelop him, his intentions immediately clear to the princess. The old man is running away. Hong was about to stop him when Hua Xiong's voice rang out from behind. Kid, you're too hasty. Look up there. Hearing this, Hong looked up to see a girl entangled in roots high above. Hong recognized her and urgently called out to So Ron, while Huaxiong shouted again, warning that she was about to be pulled down and to quickly cut the tentacles. Oh, wait, those are roots. Without hesitation, Hong orders an attack. The guardian spirit blinked and darted forward, jaws wide, biting down on the root ensnaring So Tron. His sharp iron teeth sank into the root, ready to sever it. But unexpectedly, the guardian spirit is forced back to its original form. He and the princess reverted to their small forms, falling from above and tumbling across the ground. The guardian spirit was ashamed of his limited power, his eyes filled with sorrow. The princess turns to him, lamenting, How did you run out of energy already? Hong clicks his tongue, reaching behind him as if to grab something, but the princess immediately realizes her treasure still hasn't recovered enough energy to be used. Seeing the dire situation, Hua Chong acted quickly, drawing his spotless sword and, ignoring his body's protests, hurled it toward the target. So Tron has been dragged down, leaving only a few roots behind. The princess's eyes were filled with fear, while Hua Xiong frowned deeply, his breath ragged, and the divine beast wore a look of regret. Unable to contain himself, Hua Xiong cursed loudly. What the hell? He stared at his money still on the ground and angrily cursed again. Damn it. The princess and the sacred beast remained silent, as if blaming themselves. Hua Hong was still furious, grinding his teeth. Son of a bitch. He stood there helplessly, muttering curses, too angry to save anything. So Troll was captured, and Dean was still unconscious. Hong Dio, the sacred beast, was gently consoled. Don't blame yourself. You did your best. Suddenly, a slightly mocking voice echoed in the princess's ear amidst the chaos. Hong looked up towards the voice. Belonging to a tall man standing casually on the power lines, hands in his pockets, face obscured by the light. Hua Song recognized him too. This man was none other than Jin Lang, his eyes bypassing Hua Xiong to focus on Jay, still unconscious on the ground. Jin Lang casually remarks that the situation looks dire for him, ignoring the princess and the sacred beast's wary gazes. Jin Lang nonchalantly says, This works out, saves me time and effort. Hearing this makes Hua Xiong grit his teeth. Meanwhile, elsewhere, beneath an ancient tree, roots burst from the earth, protecting their master. Old man Gomo has safely retreated, carrying a girl in his arms, So Ron. He looks around, saying to the unconscious girl, We're here, So Ron, as he monologues his return to the demon realm. Yan Lang gently leaps to the ground, while Hua Xiong moves to shield the unconscious Ye Xin, his brow furrowed with caution. You. Just then, Hong Diwoi arrived on her small divine beast and shouted, What are you up to this time? Hua Song was surprised by the princess's reaction. So this little one knows him too? Hong quickly responds. Of course the bell badger knows him. Hua Zhong was speechless at their competitiveness. I'm talking to you, girl. Before the princess could answer, Yan Lang replied with a smile. What a coincidence. So you all know each other. This is quite the amusing connection. Remembering the shattered barrier from before, he continued. You left the barrier and started fighting like crazy, scaring me half to death. I had to rush over here. I thought another Asura calamity was about to erupt in the human realm. What exactly happened? Huazhuang doesn't want to reveal what transpired here just moments ago. I don't know anything, and none of this concerns you, so go away, fox spirit. But Lang ignored him, scoffing. Wouldn't honesty be the wiser choice right now? His blue eyes narrowed, his voice light. Now that I'm here, your lives are in my hands. Believe it? Taking your lives right now would be as easy as snapping my fingers. Didn't you say you wouldn't needlessly kill people? Are you going back on your word? He brings up the past. His face pales as he reminds him that he still owes them from that time. Enraged, Huazhong retorts, You bastard, don't push us too far. Do you have any idea what we've been through? Go ahead and try to kill me if you can. The princess, seeing his expression, immediately retorted, Don't get worked up, idiot, or we'll all die. Jinlang was stunned by the outburst. In the end, he didn't care. Do what you want. He only cared about what had happened. It was then he realized someone was missing. He asked, Where is that young woman? She's already gone? These words froze Huazhong's rage and even gave the princess pause. Hong was silent for a moment before replying that she had been captured, and the divine beast hung its head dejectedly. Jinlang was taken aback. Captured? By whom? Honggan explained what had happened. She had been captured by J1's Treant subordinate. We have to rescue her now, or her life will be in danger. Hearing this, Yanling nodded thoughtfully. The old tree demon? He seems to remember something. This isn't good. Hearing this dumbfounded Hua Xiong, while Tao Jin Lang remembered the ring he gave So Troll before leaving. That girl is wearing the ring I gave her. If it falls into the wrong hands, there will be trouble. The word ring makes Hua Xiong repeat it in confusion, unable to understand. His voice is full of provocation. What's this about? Why are you suddenly giving her a ring? Are you interested in her? Huasong scoffs, regretting that she and the writer are a couple. Jin Lang is speechless. What is this idiot babbling about? Ignoring Hua Seong, he gets back to the point. You want to rescue that young woman, right? I'll lend you a hand. Despite Hua Seong and the princess's suspicion, he offered a deal. You must help me retrieve that ring, deal? Huazhong frowned, thinking for a moment, then replied, All right, deal. Jin Lang was satisfied with that answer. Excellent. He turns his gaze to the unconscious man on the ground. First, can you wake him up? This question troubles Hua Xiong. He says it'll be difficult, as the man is more than just unconscious this time. He's probably knocking on death's door right now, but that's no problem for Lang, who is full of confidence. But with me here, he won't die so easily, he said, brushing past Hua Sung. Startled by his actions, he turned to see Jin Lang slowly sitting next to Jessen, raising his hand a short distance from Jessen's chest to assess his condition. He frowned slightly, assessing the situation. Human energy and demonic energy too. Is he really the same mortal as before? Dian Lang asks them what exactly happened to him yesterday, as Huasheng recalls Dia fighting the demons and receiving demonic energy from Sotron. In the end, he couldn't find the right words. Too many complicated details to explain. Not knowing where to begin, Jin Lang saw the look of frustration on his face. Why did I ever team up with this useless guy? He glanced back at Jin. The man's face is pale. It's been a long time since I've seen such chaotic energy. He surmises that the stagnation is due to the incompatibility of the two energies, as Jin Lang holds the broken jade between his fingers. If I can just clear his meridians and stabilize his qi, he should wake up on his own. You intend to use that? Huachong asked, puzzled, watching Jin Lang's actions as an energy flowed from the broken jade in his hand. It spread out and covered Jin's body, slowly absorbing into him. As a result, Jin's complexion gradually regained some color. And seeing that the situation had stabilized, Jin Lang continued to manipulate his inner energy. Suddenly something blocked him and he frowned as the energy rebounded. Seeing this, Jin Lang quickly withdrew the jade, prompting Huazhang to ask, What's wrong? What just happened? Dian Lang silently stood up, not saying a word, then said, I've helped stabilize his qi flow, but his condition seems more serious than I thought. It will probably take him a few days to recover. Seeing things calm down, the princess suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Hey, while you're at it, why don't you heal this idiot too? Huaxiong couldn't believe it, his mouth agape, as he saw the mocking look on Jin Lang's face. If he begs, I'll consider it. Screw you, I don't need it, he retorted furiously. Seeing his enraged face, he suddenly brought up the past. Oh, right. Last time we met, I noticed you possessed something quite interesting. Song was suspicious, unsure what he was talking about. He listened silently. And I sense a familiar demonic energy coming from that place. Care to offer an explanation? Huazhong frowned, his eyes glinting dangerously. Why are you so curious? You're treading on forbidden ground. Yanlang wasn't interested. Fine, I won't ask, but he's still smirking, and now I really want to know. Yanlang held the gem between his fingers, a smile playing on his lips. Dangerous. I have to see this for myself. Learning from last time, he'll use something painful to save time. Huasheng gritted his teeth, eyeing Jane Lang warily. Your voice is frighteningly low, he said. Are you determined to push me to the limit? But suddenly, a clear, girlish voice echoed from behind. Appa. That voice made Hua Seoan jump, and he turned around in disbelief. Before Hua Jung could react, the girl in the short skirt spoke again cheerfully. It was her. His eyes met a brightly colored phone, the sound of constant photos being taken, and the girl's gleeful voice. I was racking my brain trying to figure out what to write in the message. This is even more interesting than I expected. The person before him was none other than X, and he cried out in a panic. X, huh? The girl pointed her phone forward, snapping photos as she muttered, Look at this mess, all caused by monsters? Unafraid, she casually continued, one hand in her jacket pocket. I wonder how much it'll cost to fix this. And you're freaking out. Why are you here? The girl continued snapping photos, eyes wide, and answered honestly, Just came to take a look and send some pictures to headquarters. Suddenly, she notices something and looks at the unconscious figure on the ground, as the princess, seeing the girl, quickly climbs off the divine beast. Sha'a averted her gaze, looked back at Hwaseon, and asked, Huh? What's this? The girl is taken aback. Why did Appa say he didn't make friends, but Hwaseon can't stand him? It's true. What are you looking at? She ignored him and continued with her questions. And who are these guys? Her eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the cool, handsome man with blue hair before her. Yanlang noticed the girl staring at him for a moment before looking over at Hoa Song, the idiot standing next to him. After a few seconds, she screamed. Wow, her cheeks are flushed. Who are these three handsome men? Seeing the girl's eyes light up at the sight of handsome men, Hwasong gritted his teeth in anger. You didn't even bother to ask about my injuries. Hong's eyes widened, equally confused, sparkling like headlights. Oppa, your friend is so cool. Meanwhile, Hwasong is speechless. I told you, I'm not. Do I look like the kind of person who'd be friends with him? Sha completely ignores him, happily hopping around Yin Lang. Appa, why are you so handsome and cool? Oppa, are you an idol? Oh my gosh, you're so tall. Is the air thin up there? And your taste is so refined, Appa. She's way better than that guy over there. Even Hong Seon is speechless. The princess asks him where this little rascal crawled out from, while Huasheng wants to disappear. Don't ask, just pretend we don't know her. Ugh. Jean Lang remained unfazed by the interruption, looking down at the girl as she asked for a photo. Xia was overjoyed, saying her friends would be green with envy. Seeing her actions, Hwaseong sensed something was amiss as she raised her phone to take a picture. Appa, look at me. Hwaseong finally realized the girl's intentions and tried to stop her. Wait, no, hold on. She presses the capture button on her phone. Unexpectedly, a dangerous glint hid beneath her phone's screen as she tapped the photo, drawing a symbol on it, and a red string suddenly encircled him. Clearly, Sai is behind this. Hwajong cries out in fear. What? Stop it. Jin Lang frowned slightly, his body bound in an instant. Seeing that he was caught, she said to Jin Lang, Among everyone here, you're the only one unharmed. Did you cause all of this? I demand an explanation, or you won't escape. To be bound for no reason, and then to be framed. Jin Lang was annoyed, his lips pursed. This was a blessing spell, and a powerful one at that. His eyes shifted from green to gold, his voice growing colder. So this is a declaration of war, is it? He struggles, ready to break free from his restraints. X is startled. The girl looks at the person before her with fear, frowning slightly, her lips pressed together warily. Hua prepares for the worst behind him as the girl turns on her phone, confirming it's a demon. A faint red light emanates from the phone as the girl fearlessly steps forward. If I catch you, there's no escape, you demon. Did Huachong call them back? That's enough. Sensing the tension, the princess, bewildered by their actions, asks her sacred beast, Why do these kids act so impulsively without thinking of the consequences? The beast seems to murmur in agreement. Suddenly, something catches Hongjian's eye. The princess looks up and Hongjian stammers in disbelief as the princess calls out to the others, and they all stop fighting. Drawn back by the voice, they turned to see Hongdian pointing at someone standing beside him. Looks like the idiot finally woke up. Jie Xin's eyes opened, but they were dull and lifeless. Jin Lang noticed something was off as a voice echoed through the endless white space. Daya's long hair fell like a curtain, her eyes still closed, lips parted, her voice gentle but carrying Soran's undeniable power. Open your eyes. His eyes slowly opened, deep and sparkling as if illuminated by the entire universe. his lips curving into a gentle, heartbreaking smile, as if carrying all the unspoken words. That's right, you absolutely must live on. His eyes gazed silently into the void, as if all the images around him had become blurred and meaningless, his mind now filled with only Soran's echoing voice. Just then, Hong's voice snaps Join back to reality. Hey, are you fully awake now? But despite the princess's words, Yen remained silent, as if nothing had happened, before finally asking, What happened? I clearly did. He gently touched the healed wound on his stomach. Seeing him like that, Hongjon replied in surprise, You don't remember anything? You were... Suddenly, he cut the princess off, and Jin instinctively looked up and called out. Hongjon's round face and emerald eyes widened in shock, while the princess's stern face was now heavy with sorrow. Though her eyes remained sharp and strong, the princess's voice trembled, revealing her helplessness. I'm so sorry, she said, her words like cold daggers piercing his heart, where the old tree demon had taken him. The goat demon's face turned pale, his pupils shrank, and his gaze was filled with utter shock. In the distance, Yanlang remains blinded and monitored by the threads. He frowns, wondering about his condition, as it will take him days to circulate his chi even once. How dare he? Seeing him distracted, Jia angrily shouts, Hey, where do you think you're looking during a fight? With a chilling gaze, she utters, Do you think I'm playing games? The situation escalates, spiraling out of control. Why is Hua Xiong trying to stop her? Ah, stop. Listen to me first. Suddenly, Sia's eyes widened and she turned, striking Hua Xiong with a palm, sending him flying. After such a powerful blow, Hua Xiong trembled, drenched in sweat, while Jin Lang remained silent and expressionless. Even Honggan couldn't hide her shock at the scene unfolding before her. The girl was surrounded by swirling cyan energy. That cyan energy surged into Hua Xiong, causing him to cry out in pain, and even as it dissipated, the lingering pain from the blow made him scream. What the hell? How many times have I told you not to heal like that? What if I die from chi deviation? Xia calmly replies, Don't panic. I've only temporarily stopped the chaotic energy within you. If you don't want internal injuries, sit down and meditate. Meanwhile, Jin Lang frowned in contemplation, his eyes as cold as if he were scrutinizing every breath of his opponent. The girl said frankly, Headquarters is furious with what you've done. You're definitely going to be punished by the disciplinary committee this time. I can't keep cleaning up after you. She sets aside her argument with Hua Xian to focus on the task at hand. She turned her head towards Jin Lang, who was still restrained, but that could wait. There was a more pressing matter at hand. With a sharp gaze and serious expression, Jia pointed at Jin Lang and commanded, If you want to redeem yourself, capture this demon alive. Who was it that told me to sit down and meditate? Though bound by the spell, Jin Lang remained eerily calm instead of losing his composure. This binding curse is stronger than I thought. No, it's just strange. Sha-e gives a confident, arrogant smile. You can't break these bonds with brute force. My curse directly links to the host's power, meaning it uses your own strength to bind you tighter. With a sardonic smirk, her eyes gleamed with absolute confidence as she coldly stated, So don't bother wasting your time. But before he could finish, a voice echoed, Is that so? Jackson stood tall before Jin Lang, pressing him. Do you really have a way to find Sotron? Everyone was stunned. Hua Yong exclaimed, The newbie knows Sotron? While Sai asked, confused, Who is Sotron? Jin Lang remained silent at Deshin's words, recalling the ring he'd given Sotron, unless she still wore it. Jin narrowed his eyes, a steely resolve hardening his gaze as he spoke each word with deliberate force. Be more specific. How can he find that ring? Hearing this, Jin Lang was silent, only offering a faint smile. Yan Lang smirked, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. All right, but don't you see I'm tied up at the moment? Suddenly, Di stretched out his hand and touched the restraints binding him, and they instantly vanished. This leaves Jin Lang stunned for a moment, though he doesn't show it, while Jia and Hua can't hide the shock on their faces. Hong was just as shocked, her mouth agape, unable to believe what she was seeing. No way. My uncle couldn't have broken free with brute force. After being freed by Deshin, he offered his thanks. Thanks for freeing me, and while we're at it, Jin Lang said calmly to Deshin, your current state is far from stable. What do you think you can do? He coldly replied, That's none of your concern. Still wary of his opponent, he stubbornly stood by his decision. I can handle it myself. Just tell me how, and I'll be grateful. Jin Lang narrowed his eyes, assessing his opponent, then glared and reached behind him to summon his sword. He swiftly strikes Jessen, the force of his blow creating shockwaves that ripple outwards. Xia screamed in terror. Even Hongon and his guardian spirit, standing some distance away, were affected. The light exploded, threatening to tear apart space itself. But Jin reacted quickly, focusing all his power to block the opponent's sword with his own throwing star sword, sparks flying between the two weapons. Jin Lang's pupils widened in surprise that his attack was blocked, his face sweaty, his eyes sharp but desperate. Jin grits his teeth, his expression a mix of resentment and desperation, muttering with a trembling but determined voice, "Please, tell me how to find the ring." His eyes wavered slightly at the other's emotional plea, as Jin Lang stared at the battered youth who now blocked his blade. He began, "I was wondering." At this, Di Sin couldn't hide his confusion. He reacted instantly. "What?" Jin Lang said coldly. "Put me in your position. You had the chance to kill me today without consequence. Will you regret it later?" Ji frowned, looking at him with suspicion. He affirmed, "I definitely won't regret it, as long as you keep the promise you made back then." Hearing this, he asked in bewilderment, "Is that the promise that I won't kill innocent humans?" He sneered, "You and that guy are really hard to understand." Seeing Jin Lang equate him to that, Huasong angrily retorted, "What's it to you?" Jin Lang placed the tip of his sword on the ground. "I will keep my promise." He frowned, listening intently as Jin Lang continued, "So if one day you're no longer human, can I kill you?" Dia tightens his grip on his sword. "I don't quite understand what you're trying to say." Jin Lang clicked his tongue and replied, "Perhaps you don't understand now, but you will eventually." But before he could finish, Jin interrupted him. "You can end me." His eyes widened slightly in surprise as Jin trembled. "If you think it must be done, then do it. But absolutely not now." Jai Shin's eyes reflected utter despair, but she gave him a glimmer of hope. "At least wait until I find Soran and return." Jin Lang paused in thought, then finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, let's do it that way." He reached out, revealing a striking blue gem, and explained, "This gem will help you sense the location of my ring." "I've tried to sense it, and it seems to be somewhere extremely far away," Diasin asked suspiciously. "Yes, it's likely in a remote mountain region far from here, or perhaps no longer in the human realm." Dia clenched her fist and muttered, "So she could very well be in the demon realm." Hong quickly added, and Sai unexpectedly looked at the princess, which made the girl uneasy. "What? What is it?" "Wait, what on earth are you guys talking about?" "What's going on, Huaxiang?" But he reacted just as strongly, as Huaxiang sweated and gritted his teeth. "It's hopeless." Hongjian doubted the blue gem's power, even after Jin Lang gave it to him, and the demon realm is as vast as the human one. Can that little gem really help? Dian Lang closed his eyes and shrugged. "I can't guarantee we'll find it right away. These gems aren't omnipotent, so it's a bit vague." Before he could finish, the guardian spirit bit the corner of his robe, confusing the princess, and then ran off, prompting Hong to ask, "What's wrong, Mutt?" As the guardian beast ran out of sight, a scream echoed from the distance. "Get away! Get away!" It was the severely wounded toad, lying helplessly on the ground, terrified of the guardian spirit, trying to drive it away, not letting it near. "Don't bite me, you beast." Soon, everyone else arrived on the scene, and seeing them, he burst into tears, lamenting, "Gomoknim, why did you leave without taking me with you?" The exhausted disciples glared at the toad, who, though unable to move, feebly waved away the guardian spirit with a wrinkled hand. "Go away. Get away. Stay away from me." Seeing the toad's struggles, Huasong suddenly had an idea. "That's it. We can have this old toad lead us straight to the demon tree's lair." Meanwhile, he fearfully screamed at the guardian spirit, "Don't bite." The chaotic situation finally caused the silent Sai to speak up. "Jean-Jacques, if you don't explain what's going on, you'll regret it." Hearing his name and food mentioned together, Huaxiong was extremely annoyed. "What the hell is a John?" He angrily questions X. "Who does this brat think she is, shouting my full name like that?" But ultimately, X still has the upper hand. "Tell me everything, or I'll go back to headquarters and make a scene." Hearing about the Flower Serpent headquarters, he clams up, knowing Zia's fiery temper means she's not bluffing. Sweating profusely, he pleaded, Hey, come on, don't get so worked up. Calm down, I'll tell you everything." Minutes later, X openly criticized Hua Song's story, and the girl, exasperated, snapped, "Ugh, in just a few days you've gotten into one mess after another." The more he spoke, the angrier X became. He even made friends with a demon. Seeing her misunderstanding, Huasong tried to clear things up. "What do you mean?" "There's no friendship there, but the girl has already lost her composure. If headquarters finds out, you'll definitely be suspended, and I'll be implicated too." Her loud mouth forces him to speak up, telling her to keep it down, as Yi hears some strange words and asks about them. Postponed use? I've never heard of that term before. Di Xin guesses, does it mean suspended from duty? But she's not finished yet. As if things weren't complicated enough, now he's planning to storm into the demon realm? Consider whether headquarters can tolerate his recklessness. No one, not even Yin Lang, could say anything in response to her questioning. But their silence seems to confirm that X is right. No matter how much he struggled before, he never crossed the line. But this is desertion. You're ending your own career. Hua Zhang offered no defense, simply accepting it. Does my acceptance surprise you, Sai? It seems I couldn't care less. Whether they accept it or not doesn't matter. It's worthless. To her surprise, Hua Chang added, "It's not where I belong anyway." But Si didn't argue, instead changing the subject. What was so special about that old monster anyway? Why are you so determined to hunt him down? Xia avoids her gaze. That's my business, Zhe retorts, annoyed. What personal matter could be so important? She pleads, hand over her heart. So, from now on, his problems are her problems? Si's sincerity doesn't seem to reach Hua Xiong. If you want to talk about shared responsibility with teammates, I suggest you go back to headquarters. She explained, that's not what I meant. After a moment of silence, Si speaks up. I've said this before. The memory of that day, when Hua Xiong risked his life to save her from the rubble, resurfaces. Repaying his life-saving grace is her responsibility. And so, Xia is even more determined. How could I let you walk to your death alone? Her actions give Hua Xiong pause. As if realizing something, he explains, Hey, listen, there seems to be some misunderstanding. It seems Sin is on the same page as X. He assures him that he won't let Ocha go with him. Suddenly, someone's making decisions for him. Hua Xiong is frustrated. Shin furrows his brow, questioning his authority. Based on the scar on your face, I'm afraid of losing a teammate. He warns sternly, once you enter the other world, anything can happen. No one wants to rush headfirst into death like that. He worries about others, but Jin doesn't think about himself at all. However, I must go, and I must go alone. How could Huazong let you do as you please? He points at Jin, calling him a fool, but before he can say more, Jin interjects, offering to meet the old tree spirit in Jukha's place. So, you don't have any regrets? Xin adds, think about how the people around you feel. Amidst their argument, Si watched nervously, thinking Huasong would stay silent. But he retorted, saying that if he wanted to meddle, he should get his own affairs in order first. How would his little wife feel if she knew he was rushing to his death? After a few silent seconds, Day lowered his eyes, saying he wasn't just going to save the So-Troll, but also to save himself. Huaxiang didn't understand, and asked what he meant. He wanted to go alone, but it wasn't that simple. Hong knew this better than anyone, and didn't want him to suffer the same hardships. Whatever your reasons, going to the demon realm alone is incredibly dangerous. For safety's sake, Hongjan and I will go with you. Jane worried that the princess would be in danger, but Honggan had been chased from the demon realm all the way here, hadn't he? But for Honggan, going back is like eating a meal. Whether in the human realm or the demon realm, I'll always be hunted by enemies. Instead of hiding, Honggan intends to face it head-on, reasoning that running away in fear gets them nowhere. The princess's words caused Saya to reflect in silence, and Jin didn't stop Honggan either. All right, we'll go together, Honggan. Even the guardian spirit agreed, letting out a few cries. He affectionately spoke to it. Yeah, and you too. The flower-plucking fool didn't know what he was planning, casually calling out his name as if to ask something. The noob, Dixon, was ignored, but Dixon glanced at the old toad. Okay, next I need to talk to the guide. No sooner said than done, he launched the blade at the speed of light towards him, making Jianshu jump and squeal like a stuck pig. Terrified by the blade's pressure, he begged for mercy. Please, master, spare me. Dixon impatiently said, What are you waiting for? Open the passage, Theme2 asked, trembling. Which portal are you talking about? He thought the old man was playing dumb. He frowned. Another act, Dee reminded him. The passage that leads directly to the demon realm, the one the old demon tree used. You make it sound so simple, but trying to find it is overwhelming. His face turned pale as he replied, But I don't know where Gomok Nim went through the portal. Just then, Jin Lang stepped forward with a soft laugh. We're out of luck. Without knowing the exact location, it'll be hard to find. Yunwei subtly played with the jade-colored gem in his hand. There's no other way. We'll have to kill him and collect his soul into this gem. Maybe it'll be useful when we go to the demon realm. Recognizing the gem, Chenshu felt like he was about to see something he shouldn't. To prevent that, he crawled towards them, begging. No, please, anything but that. Great nine-tailed fox, I do know a little something. As he spoke, he couldn't help but scream inwardly. Why was the nine-tailed fox with these humans? Seeing his quick change of heart, Jin Lang playfully asked, Didn't you say you didn't know? He added. Don't worry, I promise not to waste your life. I don't want to ascend early, Chen Shu explained desperately. My lord, with my current condition, I'm truly powerless. I can only move my upper body. My chi flow is disrupted. How can I cast spells? And in this aspect, I can be of use. I can restore him. Her ability surprises Jixin. Huh? You can just put him back together like that? The girl calmly explains that despite being cut in half, the old toad shows no signs of death, indicating his inner energy is still flowing normally, so all that's needed is to reattach the two halves. With that, Xia couldn't help but proudly puff out her chest. This was her specialty after all, though the toad seemed less than thrilled. He groaned inwardly. Who asked for your help? A moment later, following Xiahua's instructions, he grimaced as he put the toad's lower body back in place. Like this? Seeing that everything was in place, the girl replied with satisfaction. Okay. X snaps a photo of the toad and then uses every Photoshop trick in the book to paste him back together. Soon, an aura surrounded him, miraculously stitching his wounds closed. The girl put her hands on her hips and ordered, All done. Now stand up, old man. But the toad still feigned ignorance. Fair maiden, I feel weakness in my lower body. My legs are numb and I can't stand up. His lie was quickly refuted by Sai. Nonsense. My spell was perfectly cast. You can stand up straight away with a little effort. Seeing his reluctance, Jinlang resorts to his old trick, raising the orb once more. It seems he has no choice but to extract the old man's soul and imprison it within. Sure enough, Toad stood up immediately, saying, Don't do this. I'm getting up right now. The toad froze for 5 seconds, realizing his deception had been discovered. After waiting a long time, Jin urged him to open the passage if there were no more problems. To save his own life, the toad had no choice but to obey, weeping silently inside. I'm afraid I have no choice but to betray you. Even Gamaknim will understand. Who told him to abandon me here? Thinking of this, his sorrow doubled. After this, I'll have to retire and find a quiet place to live out my days. After the passage opens, you'll let me go, right? He retorted, What are you talking about? I can't just let him go. I have to go anyway. Just take us to the demon tree, then you can do whatever you want. Hearing that, he panicked, realizing this was no joke. The Gomo would impale him with a stake, but Jin didn't care. Since he was going to die anyway, they might as well kill him right here and save time. Seeing they wouldn't let him leave, Quenshu gritted his teeth, cursing these lowly humans for pushing him too far after all his patience. He reached into his bag, ready to take them all down with him. Every path led to death anyway. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. With weapon in hand, Theme Thu cried out, I refuse. You will not control me. You will all obey me. However, his weapon had long been broken, and he stared blankly, dumbfounded. Yes, Theme Thu's toy had been cut off by those pesky goats. Sweating profusely, he realizes he forgot. While Chan Chu is distracted, Sha takes another picture of him. Sensing a trap, he suspiciously asks about the sound from before, wondering what she's planning with that box. To answer, Jia performed a series of actions on her phone, lightly touching the screen and swiping to the right to unlock it. Immediately, an unseen force throws him to the right and he struggles to his feet. What? What just happened? What did you do? Why is my body moving on its own? Before he could finish, Jia swiped his hand to the left, causing Dia to fall in that direction as well. Terrified by the unseen power, Quenshu's face turned ashen. Have you trapped my soul within that unsightly box? Instead of answering, Jie simply says he's doomed, as even Honggon is seeing a phone for the first time. The princess is no slouch either. What kind of treasure is that? It can even trap souls? The princess's question left Sia momentarily speechless, or rather, she explained it simply. I focus on the target's original power, capture it, and then control it. Something like that. What's NP? Jia replied lazily. It's a long explanation. So, as the toad trembled in fear, Xia explained that she could use her own qi to manipulate and control the qi of others. Then she glanced at him with amusement, or perhaps understanding. I've now placed an invisible chain around your neck, dragging you along like a dog. Realizing he'd been caught in a trap, the toad swine wept inwardly. Things are getting bad. Jejin, having watched him stall for too long, has lost her patience. Enough games. Open the passage now. With no escape, Chenshu had no choice but to agree. Yes, I understand. Please, just give me a little more time. His energy hadn't fully recovered. Seeing that he didn't seem to be resisting, Dia looked at his own rather unclean appearance and agreed to compromise. All right, then. While we wait, would you mind keeping an eye on him while I go change? As he walked away, Hong spoke up. Don't you guys think that idiot seems a little different? But Hwaseong couldn't answer. The sky grew darker as Zixin silently gazed at the weapon in his hand, the sounds of the recent battle echoing in his mind. Consider your stubbornness a victory this time. A weakling like you won't live long anyway, so die alone. There are things in this world that find you. The more you try to avoid them, you and I share a destiny, so there's no escape. You don't have many choices left, so make the wisest decision. Like a broken record, those words echoed in Duin's mind as he struggled in vain, only to die. The last sentence was also his biggest worry. Either hand the sword over or... But worrying wouldn't help. Guy put the sword back in its sheath and walked forward with the will to find the truth. It's time for me to find my own destiny. And now it seems everyone is ready. Z asks the toad if he's recovered enough, and without waiting for an answer, orders him to get to work. Suddenly, Hwazong spoke up. Hey, can you let the rookie say what he's going to say instead of paying attention to X's actions? That's right. It's 43 Naniac Street. Everything must be settled beforehand. The girl instructed the person on the other end of the line. That's right. Please hurry over here. Thinking she was snitching to headquarters, Hwaseong anxiously shouted. Hey, what are you doing? Contacting headquarters to cause more trouble? The girl simply throws down a basket of items and, confused by her intentions, Hwaseong kneels to examine it. What is this? She calmly replied. Your clothes and belongings. It seems she knew someone as stubborn as Hwasong would need to be prepared for. I always keep some in the car. But her sudden change of pace was a little unsettling for Hwaseong. Not letting him speak further, X responds with a scowl and a hint of reluctance. I've contacted the cleanup crew and asked them to keep this mess a secret from headquarters, she said, pointing to the wreckage Jaisin's group had caused. Before you go anywhere, you need to clean up this mess. If you leave it like this, you'll have trouble with the press and the authorities. Knowing X's worries, Hwaseong was suddenly speechless, only calling out Y's name, as if Xia could read his mind. Are you worried I'll try to stop you? Looking at the scar on Hwasong's eye, she could guess part of the reason. Is your resolve so strong because of what happened to your eye? But what she said next was something Hwaseong never expected. Do whatever you want. As soon as she finished speaking, Chanthu opened the gate. Inside, it's as dark as a bottomless pit. Jin tenses up again, facing the door to life and death, but this time he's followed by his teammates. Will they survive? As for the pitch-black void that appeared in the sky, Chimthu's voice echoed, This is the passage to the demon realm. Ji said nothing, his eyes fixed on it with a chilling gaze. Then, turning to the creature, he simply said, Good, let's go in. But this was beyond his expectations, and he hastily raised his hands, stammering, Well, but you're in a hurry to find the soul fragments. Ji questioned him. What are you hesitating about? I told him to lead the way. Chenshu desperately tried to justify his strange behavior. If I go first, there will be no one to close the passage. Please go ahead, don't worry, I'll be right behind you. Dia knew immediately that he was up to no good and bit his lip before speaking in anger a few seconds later. Does he think I'll fall for that slimy trick? But Jin Lang stopped him just in time. He calmly glanced at him, saying, Leave the monitoring to me. I'll stay here until I'm sure the passage is properly sealed. Will that put your mind at ease? Hearing this, both Daishin and the toad looked at him, his hands clasped together, sweat pouring down his face, his voice full of flattery. Yes, that's what he said, but in his heart he cursed. Damn it, he thought angrily. Whose side are you on, demons or humans? But cowardly, he didn't dare speak his mind, instead saying, Yes, please trust me, sir, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Dasin didn't bother arguing further. He reached out, patted the man's shoulder, and stepped toward the passage. Fine. But before he could step through the passage, Hwaseong approached him with a warning. Hey, slow down, newbie. That old toad is suspicious. You can't trust these cunning monsters. Jin didn't dwell on it, his mind set only on subduing the trolls. And this Doc Ja. He stared at Jin's back, listening to him coldly say, Can you stop here? Then Jin turned to him, Because I can't. These words stunned Hwaseong, as if he were recalling a tragic memory, his loved one lying in a pool of blood, their face stained with crimson. He was told to stop there, and all he could do was watch him slowly die, his face already stained with tears. With a sigh, Hwaseong snaps out of his painful memories. He gritted his teeth, letting out an annoyed groan, his face contorting in frustration. That arrogant bastard, fine, let's go. As soon as he said that, Jin rushed straight into the tunnel without hesitation. Following him is Honggon, riding on his guardian deity, and the princess who stares straight ahead without fear, ready to dive in. Meanwhile, XA, who had been standing next to Huazhang, suddenly spoke up. Let's go in too. He blankly agreed. He agrees, but then realizes what she meant a few seconds later, and they lock eyes. Huaxiang asks what she meant by we, and she defiantly responds. What do you mean? What do I mean? Is it really that hard to understand? Hearing this, he widened his eyes in disbelief, jaw clenched. Then, Huaxiang's loud voice echoed from the porch of the house Jian had rented. Are you crazy? This isn't some vacation getaway. She retorted, asking why he could go, but she couldn't. He was furious at her stubbornness. There had to be a limit to how spoiled and headstrong a child could be. This is the demon realm. Who knows what dangers lurk there? You could really lose your life if you're not careful. Even though Huazhang tried to stop her, Si was determined not to give up. That's why they had to go together. Do you even know what the word teammate means? At the same time, the wolves approached Cheonchu. With a single glance, he knew the man's intentions, his eyes radiating coldness. Isn't this a passage to the demon realm? His words immediately drained the color from the old man's face, who frantically raised his hands, stammering as he tried to bargain. Nine-tailed fox, sir, can't we discuss this? I'll return the ring when I get back and hand it over to you. Can you please turn a blind eye and let me go? But contrary to his expectations, Jinlang coldly replied, looking at you now, I find those people far more trustworthy. He glanced at the passage where Si and Huaxiang were still arguing intensely, and calmly revealed Qianshu's true intentions. The reason you opened that portal was to keep them from easily entering the demon realm, wasn't it? Theme Thu knew he couldn't hide anything from him anymore. He hesitated, saying that he had truly done his best, trying to persuade Jin Lang. You know, my lord, if it comes out that I let humans barge into the demon realm, I'll have nowhere to hide here anymore. He glanced at the portal door. Either path meant death, but the ways of dying were different. If you were in my impossible position, would you choose this path? Jin Lang understood his worries, but he couldn't lead Jin's people to their deaths. The border is an extremely unstable and dangerous area. If you want to keep your life, you'll guide them honestly. He continued, if anything happens to them, I'll come for your worthless life. After warning him, Jin Lang noticed his silence and took a few more steps. Why so quiet? Lost for words, are we? You're planning to run away once we cross over, aren't you? Seeing his scheme exposed, he quickly waved his hands in denial. No. I would never. I will guide you faithfully, my lord. Rest assured. Just then, Huazhang's angry voice echoed in Jin Lang's ears. That stubborn little thing. He grimaced, struggling to maintain his composure. Now that you've grown up, you don't care about what I say anymore, do you? Do you think this is as simple as hanging out with your friends? Jia is no pushover. She points directly at him. Don't try to force your outdated views on me like some old geezer. This isn't the Joseon era, and besides, someone with no friends has no right to lecture me about mine. Hearing this, Huazhang clicked his tongue, closed his eyes, and said helplessly, Never mind, I didn't say anything, and I won't say anything more. The girl continued, Whatever, do what you want. This clearly angered Huazhang, who retorted, Once we're over there, I won't have time to look after you, so take care of yourself. The girl retorted, Worry about yourself first. As their bickering dragged on, Jin Lang, standing far off, couldn't take it anymore and interrupted, How long are you two going to argue? He followed behind the toad, whose face was pale with fear, and warned, The passage is about to close. Hearing this, Huaxiang approached the passage as well. Annoyed, he turned back, not wanting to be reminded. I'm going now. But before he could step through the portal, Jin Lang spoke. It's a shame I can't join you. He glanced at the toad, who was hanging his head low. To ensure this toad doesn't pull any tricks, I'll stay and watch until the passage closes, then find another way to you. Huayong paid him no mind, stepping onto a rock at his feet. How funny. We're supposed to be allies, but I don't want to travel with you at all. Well, thanks to you, that simpleton woke up. I appreciate that. Nine-tailed fox, he suddenly said out of the blue. Din Lang coldly tossed Meng Chanshu forward, ignoring his panicked cries. Meanwhile, he calmly introduced himself. My name is Jin Lang, not the nine-tailed fox. Then, turning to them, he said, We'll meet again soon. I'm very interested in your team and our strange partnership. Huayong turns, grabs the toad by the shoulder, and glares at Jin Lang, telling him to cut the theatrics. Toad was in so much pain that he cried, begging the evil one to be gentle, but neither of them paid any attention. He turned to the girl and asked, Ready to go? She quickly responded, Of course. And with that, the three of them plunged into the passage. Let's go. Chenshu didn't think they'd go this far. He panicked, stammering, "This one feels dizzy, will vomit, will vomit." Wait, hold on. But no one listened to him, which made him weep and scream, "How much do you want to torment this old body?" His anguished screams echoed through the passage, and soon a faint light began to appear in the distance. He quickly fell into that place as well, as Jin Lang stood outside the passage. He stared intently as the passage slowly closed, lost in thought and utterly silent. Yan Lang stares ahead, as if speaking to someone. "You're the one who called me here to save his life, no matter what. Then please, tell me more about that monster. Because of him, my already damaged jade was almost completely destroyed." No sooner had he spoken than the wooden door of Jay's rented house slowly opened, and the man emerged, calmly replying, "That orb, you say? What's the problem if it dissipates? You already lost it once. Just pretend you never found it." Jin Lang lowered his head, quietly voicing his suspicions. No, all of this was part of his scheme. He held up the remaining fragment of the jade in his palm. "I'm tired of things like this, and I want to find another way out for myself. But it seems I've been dancing in the palm of his hand like a monkey all this time. How tiresome." The man wasn't too dissatisfied with what he said because he was just like him, unable to do anything more. "Am I disappointing you? Well, I have no other choice." The man's voice continued steadily. "This may be the last chance for that kid, and for us all." Hearing this, Jin Lang turned to look at him, frowning slightly. "So, only now does he drop the sneaky act?" He cheerfully replied, "Being sneaky has its charms. It makes it easier for humans to accept me. So, that mysterious man is Bong Pilu, Jin's landlord." He grinned, scratching his chin. "Let's just quietly observe the changes. Who knows, you might need that kid's help soon." Jin Lang's eyes immediately sharpened at his words. His voice echoed in the bleak night sky. "It seems he knows things I don't. People like you irritate me." Meanwhile, on the other side, Sotrol is waking up, slowly opening her eyes, calmly sitting up, and pulling back the covers. After completing that series of actions, Sotrol froze. Before her was a room filled with meticulously carved wooden materials. She wonders where she is and how she got here, recalling the moment before she lost consciousness, her face growing tense. She only had vague memories of what happened. But then, a clear, youthful voice caught her attention. "Oh, you're awake, sister?" Su Unan said, passing by the door of the room where she was sitting. She glanced at her as she spoke. "Is that you, Su?" Seeing her pathetic state, I ignored her greeting and sneered. "Why did you run away just to be caught and brought back? Do you know how much effort our grandfather put into healing you? Sun paused at Sotron's door, even visiting you on that very day." How very strange. She couldn't help but feel confused upon hearing that. But before she could learn who it was, Seun interrupted with another sly remark. "Anyway, I'm so glad you're back safe." Meanwhile, in another room, young Onean's voice echoed steadily. "I heard the men tracking your aura have died. Though the losses were great, perhaps it was the only way to bring you back. Their sacrifice was not in vain." He closed his eyes. "I apologize for the worry I've caused." He bowed his head before the towering figure seated on the throne, before Diwam. Meanwhile, on the Toad's side, he was screaming and crying, falling closer and closer, his cries never ceasing. Soon after, he fell from the passage, head first into the dusty ground, just as Huachong and Xia landed. He cheerfully called out, "We're a little late. Did we miss anything?" But before he could finish, the scene before him left him stunned. No, before him stood Jin, Than Nungu's sword in hand, gazing intently at something, beside the corpse of a demon. The sight of Jin standing over the monster's corpse filled him with dread. Even Jin's eyes seemed vacant. Hua Riong grimaces, calling him a simpleton, his gaze fixed on the demon's face. "Don't tell me you did this." Hua Chong was stunned by the sight before him. He stared at the demon's gruesome corpse before him. "I'm talking to you. Why don't you answer?" Hearing his voice, Jin turned to look, calmly surveying the surroundings. Not to mention Hong Dian, who was riding on the guardian spirit's back, also turned to look at them. And the princess spoke up in his defense. "Everything was already like this when we arrived." He heard that and remained silent for a long moment. He closed his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. Then Daijin calmly asked, "What if you had done this? Why would that startle me?" He immediately waved his hands, confusing Sai, who stood beside him. "Never mind, it's nothing, it's okay." After a brief moment, he froze again. He noticed the monster's body had been destroyed by something terrible. Who could have done this? They looked like something exploded inside them. Suddenly, something nearby catches Huaxiang's attention. He turns to look. Not far from them on the ground is half a child's head staring right at them. Daishin also sees it, and they all stare at it as if it were something unholy. Suddenly a voice echoes out, a child's voice. The guardian spirit quickly sensed something was wrong and growled a warning, which Hong immediately understood. "No, that's not a child," the princess declared gravely. At that moment, the head slowly opened its mouth, emitting an eerie sound. It sticks out its tongue, covered in sharp protrusions. Soon, the head emerges from the ground, revealing long, sharp tongues beneath it. Hua X stares in horror at the monster, gritting his teeth as he shouts, "What the hell is that thing?" X, standing next to him, also pales. How disgusting. Its tentacles plunged into the ground, encircling the bewildered group. Seeing the increasingly dire situation, Jin couldn't help but frown, while in the distance, the guardian spirit carrying Hong Jaeon on its back was still barking at the monster. Qianshu fearfully hid behind a rock near the princess, both dreading the powerful monster and relishing the human's misfortune. He thought to himself, "Foolish humans. These mutated creatures are born from the unique power at the border." As Thiam Thu glanced at the monster crawling forward with its tentacles, he continued in his mind, "Even we demons would run for the hills if we encountered a pack of these things. Prepare to become their dessert, humans." But contrary to his expectations, June cleaved the monster in half with a single swing of her sword. Even Zong only needed a few simple moves to tear it to pieces, but unlike them, X didn't join the fight. The girl stood aside, snapping photos of the monster's corpse, muttering, "So gross, so totally gross." Seeing this from afar, Thiam Thu froze. "Oh, what's over there?" The girl approached the flower cart, still glued to her phone screen. "This is so disgusting." She pointed around, speculating. Did the demons transform into this? Just then, Hongjan hurriedly spoke up. "No, they don't seem to be transformed monsters, but—" Before the princess could finish, Hwaseong angrily shouted, "Toad, get out here!" The toad was already timid by nature, and seeing them defeat the monster worm that even the demons feared, fear began to consume him, and he immediately knelt before Jane, pleading, "Please, have mercy, and hear me out." He hastily said, "This area is the border between the human realm and the demon realm." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "The border?" Then he yelled, "You miserable toad! We told you to take us straight to the demon realm." The toad's face turned green as he clenched his fists and stammered, "My skills are limited, and I don't have enough demonic power to open a better portal. So, this is the only way I could get you all through the portal." D put his hands behind his back, not looking at him, but turning to look at the scenery. "I don't have time to linger here. Quickly open another portal right here, just big enough for me to enter." He grew more fearful that his lies would be exposed. That just makes it even harder. Hoaksong can't take it anymore. That old toad. But before he could touch him, Dean suddenly appeared. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the man's collar, his face contorted with rage, and screamed, "I'm warning you, don't mess with me. I don't have time for your petty games." Thiam Thu was instantly terrified, crying and shouting, "I'm telling the truth." Deep in the border region, there's a gate. He mustered all his strength to finish, saying that whether entering the human or demon realm, one must pass through that gate. Hearing this, Hua Jie turned to look. "What?" Thiam Thu thought of a gate made of sturdy wood and begged them to hear him out. "I know where that gate is. On the other side lies the demon realm. If you can persuade the immortal guarding the gate, you'll surely pass through easily." These words were entirely true, as he had no way to escape this place anymore, other than to follow them. Seeing that Jin was still fuming, Hong stepped in to defuse the situation. "We're all in the same boat now. He won't be able to pull any dirty tricks." He obviously knew that too, and although he was still extremely angry, he had no choice but to throw him away, causing him to cry out in pain. His face now calm, he nodded to them and led the way to the gate. In terror, Qianshu scurried ahead, saying, "Yes, please follow me." Though he put on a docile act, Si couldn't bring himself to trust his loyalty to Huan. Could the old monster's words even be trusted? Huax understood her meaning, but he had no choice. In this situation, it was better to believe it was true. Hearing this, she said nothing more, her gaze fixed ahead, on Jin's lonely figure. Was he always so hot-tempered? He curtly replied, leaving the girl puzzled. "What? You know him, but you say you don't?" His eyes remained fixed on Din. He stated firmly, "I've only known him for a short time, but the one I knew back then wasn't this guy." XA looked up at him. "What do you mean?" Hua Chong didn't answer her question, lowering his head as he walked, realizing he could clearly feel the change in him. He then recalls the time when Jae-seong lost control, his eyes burning like wildfire. What really happened back then? Was that cold-blooded swordsman really Jae-seong? Meanwhile, on Gomuk's side, young Oneon's cold voice echoed slowly. So that's the situation. The guardian spirit there hasn't completely disappeared. Resting his head on his hand, he gazed into the distance. A human who can control flying swords. It seems there are still many troubles to resolve. He turned to Gomuk. Have you found out his identity? The old man lowered his head, hesitating. Unfortunately, my subordinate. Laiwan knew what he was going to say with just a glance, and remained silent. He then recalled the difficult days of the past. Since the Great War with the human realm, humans had learned to hide themselves better, making it harder to assess their true scale and level. The longer we wait, the more time these seeds of destructions have to grow. Gomuk listened in silence, and of course, such seeds of disaster must be purged before it's too late. Having said all that, Juan braced his hands on the armrests and slowly stood up. It's fortunate you returned to the demon realm when you did. I can rest easy, leaving everything here to you. Seeing that he was about to leave, he spoke up. Where are you going, my lord? He replied. I just received a report from the border region. His aged face was filled with fatigue. It seems that thing has matured. The old man stared, eyes wide. So that means... Yan Wen calmly closed his eyes and continued. That's right. He thought of the human realm with its clear blue skies and drifting white clouds. I planned to stay there a little longer this time. Then, as if remembering something, he clasped his hands behind his back and asked how her recovery was progressing. Hearing this, Gomuk frowned, then knelt low to the ground, replying respectfully, Your subordinate is incompetent. What happened to that child is my fault. Please punish me, my lord. Seeing him like that, there was nothing more he could do. He closed his eyes, sighed, and said, Forget it. It's all right. Perhaps fate has ordained it. Meanwhile, Seo Unun sat in Soon's room, sipping tea and warily eyeing her, confirming that she sensed no aura at all. She glanced at the embarrassed woman before her, saying that if it weren't for Tafu's confirmation, she would have thought she was someone else. Her voice echoed evenly in the room, as if interrogating her bit by bit. How strange. All your demonic energy has vanished completely. It seems even the ancestor has never encountered a situation like this. So Chan subtly covers the ring on her finger, as she can't sense any demonic energy within her body either. She snapped back. Of course, I still feel like you're a different person. Soon recalled Gomuk using his powers to restore her original appearance, but all the energy her grandfather had given her was for naught, showing no signs of recovery. Because of this, your ceremony with Lord Jamwon must be postponed. She replied softly, under the scrutiny of her gaze. Is that so? Seon obviously noticed that small action. What's wrong? You just breathed a sigh of relief, didn't you? She immediately backed away, quickly denying it. Even so, it couldn't quell the dissatisfaction in Siwoo's heart as she gently lifted the teapot, her brow furrowed. She slowly poured tea into her cup, saying that countless lesser demons had been injured because of her, and she should have been punished, or even exiled. Seon frowned, lifting her cup for a small sip, but the ancestor didn't do that. Most people are unhappy with that decision, so don't act so relieved. But after a long while, receiving no response, she opened one eye in surprise, looking straight at So Troll, who was smiling. Why are you staring at me? She asked. So Troll gently replied, It's nothing. I just thought you were worried about me. That's why you came here to tell me all this, right? Thank you, she said. Upon hearing this, Seo Unun froze, and soon after slowly furrowed her brow. You're worried about me? She said angrily, quickly putting down her teacup. Don't say such ridiculous things. You're confusing concern with pity. She turned and left the room, not forgetting to close the door behind her with a warning, Stay put in this room, and don't let any other demons see you. So Chan stared at the door until she was sure the other woman was gone, then raised her hand to caress the ring on her finger, wondering what to do. So no one discovered the ring's secret. I should use this chance to escape before any judgment is passed. Suddenly, she remembered Jin lying motionless on the ground before she left, and she lost her appetite for tea. Her thoughts were in turmoil. Was Jin all right? I must have been unconscious for quite some time. Her eyes, filled with darkness, stared intently at the table. Lost in her emotions, So remained still, her eyes tightly shut as she desperately prays. While So Troll prayed, Jin and the others were in a desolate land near the border. They followed the cliff face, hoping to find the gate to the demon realm, while she complained about the dust and wind. This is so annoying, old toad. Isn't there a better way? Unable to bear her constant nagging, Hwasung tells her to be quiet. I told you not to come in the first place, she retorts. What? They've come all the way here? Are you still bringing that up to argue? On the hilltops they didn't notice, the eerie cries of the monsters living there echoed. They eyed the J clan, who were blindly walking through the fog. The scent of human flesh. The monsters licked their lips hungrily, craving flesh. They emerge into the light of human flesh, each demon bearing a brand on their wrist. I want to eat flesh. At that moment, Hwaseong's voice echoed once more. Hey, by the way, why are there no healing items left in the bag? How long has it been since you visited headquarters? Sai retorts impatiently. Are you really going to argue with me about this now? Oh my gosh, everyone, come and look at this. It's true that no good deed goes unpunished. I was just trying to help, and now I'm being scolded. He turned to look her in the eye. I was just asking if I didn't see it. Why are you being so difficult? The girl didn't agree with him and continued to argue unreasonably. This attitude is exactly why you don't have any friends. Do you understand what I mean? He retorted, Sorry, I don't understand. Hong stood by, listening to most of their conversation without a word. Then, after they were done arguing, the princess asked, Are you two siblings? The more I look, the more similarities I see. Hearing this, their faces darkened, and they both pointed at each other, angrily denying it. Siblings with this sour, stubborn brat? Siblings with this old-fashioned conservative guy? Not a chance. Looking down at little Hong Dian riding on the guardian spirit's back, he asked, Hey, shorty, want to know what my sister was like? Hwaseong closed one eye, recalling the girl etched in his memory. Beautiful, kind, friendly, obedient, and always willing to help others. These are the qualities that first come to mind when I think of my sister. Serpent, of course, had no idea of the tragic story hidden behind it, and innocently asked, Huh? What's so special about that? Besides, those are other people's qualities, so why are you bragging about them? And since when did you have siblings? I didn't know that. Hearing this, he immediately turned to her, curtly responding as if he didn't want her to know where it came from. Are dreams forbidden now? But she could sense the turmoil in his heart as he spoke those words. No one's forbidding it, but, growing impatient, he closed his eyes and cut her off. Lucky for you, it doesn't exist. Any sibling of mine would be 100 times better than you. This made Sia uncomfortable, but she chose to suppress it. But after a few short moments, she couldn't stand his strange temper any longer and grabbed his hair, despite his darkening face. He's willing to compare her to someone who doesn't even exist and trample on her character. Frustrated, she continued, her grip on his hair unyielding. Listen, Mushroom. He and I are just comrades in the same organization. Hong immediately asks if Mushroom is just a comrade. Snake replies that if this guy causes trouble, she'll have to take responsibility for it too. Hearing that, Honggon is stunned. The princess couldn't grasp the tangled relationship between the two before her, asking, So, how is that different from being siblings? Sia waves her hands frantically. I told you it's not like that, but the princess doesn't understand. Her foe retorts again, wanting it, but unable to have it. At this point, Hwaseong's pent-up frustration explodes. Come on, I haven't wronged you, so why are you acting like this? It's just cleaning up some after-battle messes. As she walked forward, she snapped, You're heartless. You think you can just brush it off with one sentence? She pointed at him. How many times have you caused chaos and gotten away with it? Just think about who always cleans up after you. At this, Hwaseong turns away, avoiding his gaze. Let's drop this topic. After witnessing their heated argument, Hong gives a small smile. Their relationship is actually quite good, isn't it? The princess expresses her heartfelt desire. I've always wanted a relationship like that with my brother. Serpent was taken aback. What? Is there something wrong with your family? The princess lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. The complicated relationships within the royal family made the girl speechless. What? The royal family? But before she could finish her sentence, Hwaseong cut her off, saying, So that's why you're hiding at that fool's house. Hong rarely spoke of his feelings. I didn't intend to hide at his house. After all, I don't have enough information about those who want me gone. So, before deciding on our next move, I need to investigate thoroughly. The girl looks down at the princess. So, this is the real reason you came here? Hearing this, Hong nods in agreement, staring intently at the toad's back. The princess gazes at his face. Perhaps that place holds the answers she seeks. Meanwhile, Shamshu's spirits sink to rock bottom. He was terrified, sweat pouring down him as he frantically calculated his options. This was a headache. If these people are transported to the demon realm, Gomak-Neem will face even more trouble. He noticed Jin and the others behind him, and he had to find a way to persuade that person to refuse to let them pass and leave them here to die. Suddenly, the guardian deity looked up, as if sensing something. He immediately became defensive, his face contorting in a way that confused Hong Dian. The princess is affected as well. What's wrong, guardian? What's wrong? The princess immediately hears the voices of the monsters. Both Jay and Huazhong heard the overwhelming, angry voices. I'm hungry. They looked up in unison toward the sound. Above them, ferocious demons watched with eyes that craved human flesh, appearing even on the highest cliffs. Human flesh. Jay's group was completely surrounded. They looked around in horror, trying to find a way out of the eerie mountains filled with hungry cries. I want to eat. The monsters, starved for years, were large and similar, yet each bore unique scars. I want to eat. I want to eat. At this point, Sia couldn't hold back any longer, and she screamed. What is with this forsaken place and all these grotesque creatures? They appeared so suddenly that even the toad was stunned. He eyed the mark on each monster's arm, thinking, the Luo Luo mark. These monsters can't wait any longer. They leaped from the cliffs, eager to devour them. Which one shall I eat? They all look equally ferocious. Soon, they were leaping down in front of Jane and the toad. Even behind Huaxiang and X, more monsters appeared. He curses, realizing they've been ambushed. The monsters salivate, eyeing the toad hungrily, but he shows no fear. Eat, eat. As they lunged toward him, panic set in, and he stumbled backward, waving his hands frantically. Hey, no, good sirs, I'm not human, but the monsters didn't seem to understand and kept charging. Luckily, he managed to duck in time. The monster flew over his head, landing on the ground, still repeating the same phrase that terrified the bat. Eat flesh, eat flesh. At the same time, Jin is wielding the flying sword. He carefully swung each blow, maximizing the damage. With each strike, he clenched his jaw, grimaced, and continued his relentless assault. But as Jin's flying sword was about to strike down another monster, it suddenly raised its arm, marked with the seal, to block the blow, causing him to freeze, his eyes wide with disbelief. The demon used both arms to block his sword, revealing bloodshot eyes filled with deep hatred, and for a brief moment, Jin's guard dropped because of the mark. The monster swatted away his sword, lunging with its razor-sharp jaws wide open. But he reacted just in time, dodging to the side, preventing it from taking a bite out of him. He then leaped into the air, slashing at the monster's vital points, bisecting it. Jin had fought countless demons like this. By now, his body was nearly drained of all strength, and he gasped for breath. He looked at the monsters charging toward him, and in frustration shouted, "These guys!" He retreated, wondering what kind of monsters were closing in, while Huaxiang faced a similar tension. Grinding his teeth, he muttered the incantation, Namo Great Compassion Empowerment, and drew forth talismans from his hands. He watched as the monsters, engulfed in flames, charged towards him, and Huaxiang hurled the talismans, finishing the incantation. Dark Enchantment Strike. These talismans are indeed taking down countless approaching demons, but behind those lifeless bodies, through the hazy smoke, another swarm of demons was closing in. Meat we want to eat. Huazhong continues his previous actions, burning a talisman while glancing back at X, who is preparing some kind of technique. They're swarming like ants. Don't you have a plan to deal with them? What are you just standing around for? The girl interrupted. Just be quiet. Can't you see I'm concentrating? There are too many to fight them one by one. The girl watched the monsters burn, realizing she needed to use widespread, total destruction, and asked him to buy her time to gather enough energy. Hearing this, Hoa Song began to panic. How long could he stall against such a horde? The girl was annoyed. You're making this difficult for me. She shouts to him, unaware that another monster is descending upon her location. For now, there's no other option. I'm the only one here who can use area of effect damage. Moments later, the monster crashed to the ground, a thunderous sound erupting from where Zia stood. Huasong nervously looks toward the girl, then shouts her name as he sees her in danger. Xia. But the demon didn't last long either, quickly defeated in an unexpected way. Hong rides his guardian spirit toward Zia, the princess wielding 2 small handguns. Will your method really work? She wondered. Little mushroom. She looked towards Jin, who was fighting the monsters alone out there. If we keep fighting them like this, we won't last, and the longer we drag this out, the harder it will be to escape. She gritted her teeth and continued, though I'm not entirely sure. Then she looked at Huasong, who was struggling to toss burning talismans and swing his sword, trying to escape the monsters. But all I could think of was gathering my energy and unleashing an attack powerful enough to wipe out a large area of enemies, creating a path for everyone to escape. Hong quickly agreed, realizing it might be the only way. The guardian's face grew serious, as if calculating something. While they fought the monsters at the border, something else was happening in Gomok's residence. So Chan cautiously peeked through the slightly opened door to see what was outside. Every corridor was heavily guarded by demons, so she slammed the door shut. Leaning against it, So-chan assessed the situation. The guards outside are too vigilant. I can't just walk out the front door. I need to find another way out of here. Hopefully the passage to the Naniac temple is still open, if I can just get there. She raised her ringed hand, gazing at it. She rubbed her wrist, thinking that the old tree spirit mistakenly believed she had lost all her power and would be off guard, all thanks to this ring. With that thought, she looked up at the window before her and jumped through it. Immediately, Sotron leapt out the window, using the temple's pillars to gain momentum for her next jumps. Soon, she was on the temple's roof. Sotron quietly looked down below, unaware that a golden eye watched her from the shadows of the room she had just left, where the curtains now billowed in the wind. Jin slashes the spirit sword into the demon, tearing it to shreds in an instant, never looking back as he presses forward. But he fought relentlessly, each strike precise, yet human stamina has its limits, and soon sweat drenched his face. Though Jin was panting, his eyes still shone with unwavering determination. He raised the glowing sword in his hand, then quickly swung it at the monster before him, but it managed to shield itself with its arm. The mark on its arm glowed like the light from Jin's flying sword, and it muttered, "Meat." In a split second, it reversed the situation and lunged toward him, ravenous. Far away, Hwasong was also engrossed in battle with his own immaculate sword, cautiously chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, while staying alert to the dangers around him. After reciting the incantation, he immediately raised his sharp, formless blade, plunging it into the horde of monsters rushing toward him. His entire body seemed to be enveloped in a protective force, shielding him and cleaving through the monsters. Om Mani Padme Hum. The monsters are quickly defeated, and he calmly descends to the ground. Hua Chung grimaced, another wave of monsters rushing toward him. He grumbled that they were like ants, and their numbers kept growing. Where are they all coming from? And those demons just keep repeating, "I want to eat." Meanwhile, behind him, Sia is still trying to gather her strength, worried about the others, and desperate to create a powerful force to wipe out the monsters. Almost there, just a little more. The monsters, of course, wouldn't ignore the small girl. However, Hongon's bullets kept them at bay, protecting her, though she was growing weary. The princess, wielding her massive gun, gasped for air in the smoky haze, then turned to Jia, shouting a warning. "How much longer, runt? I can't keep reloading like this." Sia knows this all too well, but she has no other choice but to stare at the orb of power and shout back, "Almost there." Hong urges her on. "Hurry up and use it." In the distance, the corpses of the demons lay scattered on the ground, seemingly lifeless. But contrary to what they thought, the bodies began to stir, despite their grievous wounds. Jin and Hwaseong's faces darken, their eyes wide with terror at what has just transpired. The demons grow ever more numerous, slowly advancing toward them. Meat. Meat. We want meat. Hwaryong still couldn't process what was happening. He glanced at the monsters closing in on both him and Jin. They can regenerate, huh? Meanwhile, things aren't looking much better for Sia, as the monsters crawl towards her as well. I want to eat. Unable to wait any longer, she raises the power-filled orb high above her head. "I'll take my chances," she says, throwing the orb to the ground with a shout. But before the orb could hit the ground, the guardian spirit suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole, leaving Xia speechless. Even Hongon, standing nearby, froze, his face paling as the guardian god, having snatched Xia's power orb, leaped to the ground. The girl froze, sweat pouring down her face, as the monster seized the opportunity to close in. They licked their long tongues, making sounds of ravenous hunger, and she knew she wouldn't last another moment. Resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes. But from an angle the girl couldn't see, a brilliant light erupted, growing brighter and brighter as it obliterated the surrounding monsters. Even the incense flowers had to shield their eyes from the light, and Daijin was no different. He shielded his eyes as the light spread outwards. From above, the massive orb engulfing Jin and the others was visible, its intense light penetrating every crevice. In the distance, a large temple stands alone on a great rock amidst this barren land. And on the balcony of a room within, an old man stands before a door, silently gazing into the distance. As if sensing something, the old man slowly raised his head, the immortal guardian of the border standing stock still. Seeing this, his attendant asked, "What's wrong?" The old man, gazing into the distance, replied, "How strange." He looked toward the jagged rocks concealing Jin and the others below, sensing that the slave's presence in the valley had suddenly vanished. The blindfolded man beside him speculated that they must have tried to escape the border again and been destroyed by the curse of the branding. So, what's the big deal? But the old man remained silent for a long time. Perhaps, but this time I feel something is different. He changed the subject, Has Juan responded yet? The blindfolded man lowered his head. Yes, sir. He says he'll visit soon. The immortal overseeing the border is still watching, so I'll make an exception and cooperate with him this time, though the price for that will be high. Standing high in the temple, he breathed a sigh of relief at the decision. He could finally be rid of some troublesome things. He exuded an aura of unfathomable darkness. He needed to seize this opportunity to acquire more slaves. Meanwhile, below the abyss, only withered corpses littered the ground, shrouded in a haze of smoke and dust, as Hwasong and Daishin shielded their faces. Everyone coughed in the corner, but Honggon was confused as to why C stood there, her eyes fixed on something in the distance. Hey, what are you staring at? Are you okay? Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, What is that? Before her stood the guardian deity in its original form. He was majestic and immense, possessing a terrifying, unmatched power, and his presence beside her filled the girl with dread. The guardian's territory markings are glowing all over this abyss. She cried out in terror. Where did this monster come from? Hongdian replied, a hint of doubt in his voice. You didn't know. That's the true form of the bell badger. She turned to the princess, stammering, Badger, what? Don't joke around, Huazhong retorted, seeing that the girl didn't believe him. What? I thought I told you about the civet's true form? You, she said, pointing a wary finger. No, you just briefly introduced the puppy as a guardian spirit, not that it was this huge. He immediately pointed back at her, scolding her for not being able to figure out something so simple as a professional exorcist. Look at yourself. You defend her without even listening. Come on, how would I know if you didn't introduce him? He turns away embarrassed, his face darkening. Come on, I just didn't notice it because of the barrier back then. While they were busy gossiping, the guardian spirit instantly transformed back into a tiny puppy. Xia, hands on her hips, called out loudly, Hey, mutt! She lifted him up with both hands. How dare you steal my source energy without permission? What was that noise in response? She questioned sternly. Do you even know what you swallowed? If I detonated it, you could have been seriously hurt, got it? Don't ever do that again. She couldn't bring herself to scold him further, softening her tone. Okay. He quickly responded with a loud bark. Xia spoke up. All right, behind her are Hoa, Song, and Hong, stunned. Princess Pang Huang spoke after a long silence, surprised that she could provide such a massive amount of primal energy to restore the guardian spirit's power. The princess, looking at Xia's smiling face, continued. Even though news from the human realm has been shrouded in mist for years, bright spots like her can't be hidden. At this, Hwaseon slowly replied, I've hidden her quite well over time. His eyes filled with coldness. When he first saved her, Hwaseong had some trouble, but fortunately no one has suspected her true identity. He looked at her, smiling and playing with the guardian spirit. But she still hasn't overcome the shock of what happened back then. Too much power will only bring her misfortune. Then, as if realizing something, he looked up and called out. Hwaseong gazed into the depths of the misty valley. Where's that amateur? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a monster's hand slams into the ground. Its body was covered in wounds, large and small. The demon strained, using its hands to move, muttering about death. Just as it reached out to pull itself further, Jace's feet stopped in front of it. He stood tall, looking down upon the creature. The brand on your wrist, he says, then plunges his sword into the ground. What is it? But instead of answering, it just repeats the same words as before. Human flesh. Flesh. He immediately frowned upon hearing those words. I'm hungry. His patience was wearing thin. He raised the arm bearing the mark, demanding, What the hell is this? Speak. The monster stared at the mark on his arm, suddenly pausing as if struck by something. Mark. He lifts its arm and places it on his shoulder, listening to its intermittent voice as its broken words echo. You confused? Ask again. What? It continued, mumbling, You too. Guilty? His words made him frown in confusion. However, the demon didn't care much about that, remembering how everyone fell from the sky, cast down to this place. Suddenly it burst into laughter, its tongue licking the sharp teeth stained with blood. Yes, it sees his paling face. You're just like me. Jez's face darkened. We are all sinners. Dia lowered the demon's arm, kneeling before it, his voice faltering before this horrifying truth. You called me a sinner, but I can't accept that. He growls, enraged. What the hell? Call me a sinner? Do I look like the disgusting thing you are? But it didn't answer him. From the monster's distorted face, another, more human-like face vaguely appeared and muttered, All are cast down. Noidai saw it, he was immediately stunned. What is this? He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, as if trying to prove what he'd seen wasn't an illusion. The faint face of a man hidden behind the monster's hulking form was still there, right before his eyes. This made him question his own abilities. What was he seeing? At the same moment, Si followed Hwaseong and approached him, yelling, "Hey, noob! What are you doing sitting around?" Ignoring him, Jin reaches out and touches the monster's forehead, emitting a green light. Hwaseong approached Jin, ready to speak, but Jin's actions stopped him in his tracks. From the monster, Jin extracts the soul of a middle-aged man, his face now fading. Hwaseong finally snaps out of it, wondering what kind of crazy stunt Jin is pulling now, as Sia behind him is also stunned. A soul? Then the girl seemed to recognize the face before her. She studies the man's soul, tentatively guessing that he might be a criminal, as he mutters the words sinner, leaving them in shock. Hwaseong paled upon hearing Sia's words. Huh? What's going on? Why is this guy here? After a moment of searching, she found the wanted poster on her phone and showed it to them. That's him, a wanted criminal. He repeated in shock, "Wanted?" The girl zooms in on the man's face, a notorious figure wanted for numerous kidnappings and murders. He committed suicide after a long time evading capture, and his case was closed. After hearing Sia recount the man's life in a few short minutes, Hwaseong quickly turned his head, hesitantly offering his speculation. So, could it be that these monsters... He looked at the bare skeletons on the dry land, all of them dead people. With a grimace, he roared, "You son of a toad! Get out here!" His furious voice echoed through the valley, terrifying the toad hiding below. "Come out here if you know what's good for you. Don't hide. If you don't give us a good explanation, you'll regret it." Despite the warning, he didn't dare show his face, intimidated by the Guardian's immense power. "Stop joking around. No way I'm showing my face." Mendit couldn't believe that little milk-fed pup was such a terrifying Guardian. He recalled the scene of all the monsters being wiped out by the Guardian's roar. He silently thanked his lucky stars for escaping underground, or he'd surely be blown to smithereens. His best bet was to lie low and wait for a chance to escape, never to return to the world again. Surely they wouldn't find him down here, right? But before that hope could last, the Guardian deity's small feet dug through the earth where he was hiding. His face twisted in anger, Hongon glaring at him from his back. Hwaseong saw it too, and with cold eyes began to count down. "I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Qianshu immediately leaps from the ground. "No way. Yes. I just had a little drop in blood pressure, so I was resting." He continues to gaze at the spines of the demons scattered across the land. What does he know about this place? Why do humans come here after death? Hearing this, Qianshu clasped his hands together, stammering in fear. "I don't really know the details, but I roughly know that this border area is like a gateway that people's souls must pass through after death." He continued to recount what he knew. "As I said before, and this entire area is ruled by a celestial being. The only way to clarify things is to seek them out and ask," Hwaseong said, his mood lightening slightly. "So, according to you, it's very likely that Immortal turned dead souls into his slaves," Jin said, clutching the man's soul and turning to them in shock. "Slaves, bound by this mark." The man continued to cry out, "I'm hungry!" Suddenly, the mark on the monster's arm flashed with electricity, causing the man's soul to cry out in agony. Jin noticed the monster's arm emitting light, disturbing the pebbles on the ground. What's happening to the brand? Hwaseong immediately noticed that the arms of the other dead monsters showed similar signs. Even Sai noticed it. Suddenly, the man's soul screamed in agony, then shattered into 100 pieces. He cries out in horror, "He's vanishing. What's happening?" In the temple of the Immortal who governs the border, his subordinate seems to sense something amiss. He spoke, "Great Immortal, it seems all the criminals have..." The old man simply grunted in response, as if he already knew. Sensing his certainty, he asked, puzzled, "Why? Don't they know the consequences of breaking the rules here?" But the old man had a completely different idea than his close subordinate. Anyone who dared cross the border illegally would be punished. If they dare defy the rules, they must be those who don't belong here. And they must be eliminated. The two of them gazed towards the jagged rocks in the distance, the old man issuing the order, still disturbed by the sudden surge of foreign energy. "Go there and see if you can find any clues." The subordinate quickly bowed in acknowledgement. "Understood." At that same moment, in a corridor of a solemn and noble place, bathed in the rays of the setting sun. At that moment, Sotrol reached for the door, gritting her teeth as she realized there were no open passages. Her eyes fell in contemplation. Had the old Trent sealed off all paths to the human realm? Just as panic began to set in, she heard voices echoing from the end of the corridor. Sotrol's cheeks flushed with exhaustion, but after her escape attempts, she sensed someone approaching. From the shadows at the end of the corridor, Juan's voice echoed, "Could it be?" At that moment, his figure emerged from the shadows, while Gomok's voice echoed steadily, "This subordinate cannot be certain." Juan strode forward, the wrinkles of age beginning to show on his face. He walked ahead, with Gomok following close behind as they passed the wooden pillar where Sotrol was hiding. She raised a hand to her mouth, desperate to make no sound that would betray her. The ring on her finger glowed faintly, masking her demonic aura. Suddenly, J1 stopped. "I'll ask one more time." His face darkened as he spoke coldly. "Is there anything you're not telling me?" Though Gomok had much to hide, he wouldn't dare reveal it all. He closed his eyes and bowed his head. "Please, calm your anger, my lord. How would I dare hide anything from you?" J1 didn't reply, simply informing him of his upcoming trip. "I will be gone to the human realm for half a month, returning on the night of the full moon. If the ritual is delayed until the next full moon, you and your entire family will face my wrath." Gomok froze, his eyes wide, while the man's expression remained as calm as ever. But he dared not show his dissatisfaction, bowing low and saying he understood. Just then, Jan spoke, asking if preparations were complete. Standing before Juan, she announced that they must depart quickly, lest they keep him waiting. Gomok immediately noticed her pale, bloodless face. Soon after, Juan departed with her, and only after they disappeared from view did he breathe a sigh of relief. Seun approached him cautiously, asking where Juan was rushing off to. He simply replied, "Son?" Every word he spoke sent shockwaves through the nearby. "Sotrol, he's preparing to return to the human realm." He continued, "What he's been painstakingly preparing has finally been completed." Hearing this, she frowned in confusion. What was he preparing? Seun quickly asked, understanding Juan's purpose. Someone she could never even dream of reaching. "I understand." She then turned to Gomok to ask about Sotron, wondering how her grandfather would resolve her sister's situation. Was he really going to give up? He lifted his head, a rare coldness in his eyes. "There's one more method I haven't tried yet." The two of them stood there talking as time slipped away, and the sky outside was painted with the crimson streaks of sunset. Back in the corridor, Seo Unun struggled to ask if there was another way. What was it? Gomok slowly replies, "I'll see if the urn for ashes works." Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, Jin's group is still trying to find the gate to cross over to the demon realm. Jin leads the group forward, raising a hand to shield his face from the swirling dust, his eyes narrowed with a sharp glint. Then he recalled the glasses-wearing girl revealing her true demon form, and the demon's words about the brand. "You're like me, we're all sinners." He thought of the glowing tattoo-like mark on the demon's arm and wondered, "Am I also a sinner? I've never committed any sins. Why am I branded as a sinner?" His eyes darkened as he recalled Dung Song, grasping at any excuse to explain these strange occurrences. It must be related to him. If that's the case, will I have to awaken again to uncover the truth of this stigma? Meanwhile, the Jin continue their aimless journey. Huanyong noticed the anomaly within him, yet remained silent. Suddenly, a light emanated from the top of a nearby hill. Suddenly, a gate appeared out of nowhere, glowing with an indistinct presence within. Suddenly, the trusted subordinate of the border-guarding immortal emerged from the gate, peering down into the bottomless abyss. Sotron hid behind a pillar, her face panicked as she eavesdropped on the conversation in the distance. "An urn for bones. What is grandfather planning to do with that thing? I'm not entirely sure myself." Hearing Gomok's words, Seun fell silent, while Sotron listened intently, increasingly confused by her grandfather's actions. Why was he so determined to bring her to the demon realm? Seun angrily spat at him, saying she was human, and now she didn't even have a trace of demonic energy left. But Gomok didn't respond, simply lowering his eyes in thought. After a few short minutes, he replied, "The full moon is in half a month. I must somehow restore everything to its original state. This time, I will definitely turn that little girl into a permanent demon." He recalled the lush greenery and a large ancient tree. The urn containing her essence was hidden deep beneath the altar in the border region. With that much time having passed, I guess it's accumulated a lot of primal energy. So Troll vaguely pieces together the information he just heard. My spirit urn is at the border altar. Then, suddenly, a faint sound from the pillar behind soon caught her attention. She immediately turned around, shouting, "Who's eavesdropping?" But when she leaned over to look behind it, she didn't see anyone. Seeing this, Gomok asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Seo Unun immediately replied, "No, it must have been my imagination." At that moment, Sotron had already made it onto the roof. She worriedly ran onward, narrowly escaping capture. She had to reach the altar before they did. Meanwhile, Seun lingered behind Gomak. From the shadows, a black serpent slithers forward as she calls out, "Grandfather, wait!" The serpent coiled around her neck as if it had something to say, its eyes glowing like orbs in the sky. Meanwhile, back where Jin's group was lost, Huazhong crossed his arms. "That guy is highly suspicious. You stare intently at Jin's back, but I only met him recently." Xia glances at him, questioning with irritation. "You're always suspicious of something. Can't you ever say anything different?" He pointed at him, clearly surprised by her attitude. "Hey, why the attitude the moment I mention him? Could it be—" The girl curtly retorted, "Go ahead." Then X remembers that she felt Jin's voice in the girl's memory, saying, "I have to go, and I have to go alone." Huazhong points directly at the clueless man. Despite this, he remained stubborn in his decision. "If Jukha needs to meet the old tree spirit to ask questions, I'll do it for him." After hearing those impassioned words, Huaxiang was stunned as he continued, "Care about the feelings of those around you." Even someone like C could only remain silent. Then the girl spoke up, saying he wasn't a liar or driven by ambition, at least not that she could see. She put her hands in her pockets, walking alongside him with half-closed eyes. "What's so suspicious about him anyway? By your logic, wouldn't saving a stranger like me also be suspicious? You should drop your habit of suspecting everything. All he has is an innocent soul and a straightforward personality." But at that moment, Huasung was still lost in his own thoughts. His brow furrowed, and he suddenly snapped out of it after hearing the girl defend that pervert so vehemently. "Hey, are you making fun of me?" X's face darkens as he angrily retorts, knowing his good intentions are always doubted. But in response, he smacks her on the head, telling her to watch her mouth. After the warning, Huasong immediately strides forward, leaving XA to seethe in anger behind him. "You brute! Ignore her words, slow down and be quiet. I have something to discuss privately with this simpleton." Honggon, riding on the back of the guardian spirit, approached the girl. "I must say, you handled your brother quite skillfully." XA stares at Huasong's back, but what skill is there to speak of? It's just because he's simple-minded. Someone like Ryuyan would never survive alone here. I'm a little worried about him. The princess was taken aback. The princess then asked, "In this situation, you're worried about others instead of yourself? Aren't you afraid of death?" Sia lowered her eyes, her gaze sharper than ever. I'm not afraid of death." The girl resolutely closed her eyes, for there were things far more terrifying. These words gave Honggon much to ponder. The princess thought to herself, this child has been through so much, as she stared intently at the girl's profile. If the immense source of vital energy hidden within her is discovered, she will surely become prey, hunted to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, far off in the distance, Huayan has caught up to Jin. He softly called her name, paused, then pointed at him and continued, "Perhaps I should find a different way to address you. What troubles you so?" Dia continues onward, head down. "I'm just pondering the fact that those creatures were once human. What else is Hua Soyan supposed to say? Though they were human, in life they were nothing but thieves and murderers. They ceased being human long ago. You remember the scenes you saw before? I'd wager this border region is the intersection between the mortal realm and the underworld. Those who've committed too many sins in life are exiled here before descending to hell for reincarnation. Barren lands cracked in two, dividing this vast territory. In the middle of their intersection, red flames appeared, like fires blazing in the clear sky. The so-called immortals imprisoned their souls here and manipulated them like slaves. Song recalls the demons, baring their fangs as they chased after them, moaning, so hungry. He explained that after a long time here, they'd become monsters, consumed only by hunger, what people often call ghouls. In short, they're no longer human, so there's no need for pity. He returns to reality. His eyes grew cold, but what if you still feel pity? Huaxiong looks into his face, offering to help them by destroying their souls. Though they'll lose their chance at reincarnation, it's better than eternal suffering. Jin nodded. "I understand, but you knew you couldn't sway his righteous heart, so you remained silent." The two walked side by side. "I want to ask you something else," Huaje continued. "Ever since I put the glasses into your eyes, you've been able to see demons and monsters at any time, right?" He vaguely replied, "Not really. I still feel like something's not right." The entities are still blurry, and he doesn't know why. Hearing this, Huachong strokes his chin and ponders. "It must be because you're not used to the change in your eyes yet. Or perhaps I should just teach you the opening eye technique." Dia nods slightly. "Then while we're at it, can I ask you something?" he suddenly asked. "What is it?" He turned to him, his voice hesitant, as if unsure. "Could I learn to fight monsters like Jok Ha? As he finished speaking, the boy fell silent and his expression grew serious. Suddenly, Hwaseong smiled. You want to learn? Then he seemed to brag, but I'm afraid this isn't suitable for ordinary people. But the images of Jace fighting the monsters replayed in his mind. He realized this guy wasn't exactly normal either. He scratched his cheek, embarrassed, unsure of what to say. This is a bit sudden. How should I put this? He leaned in close. I feel like it would be arrogant of me to take someone like you as a disciple, he said casually. Is that so? Hwa-chong raised a finger. Of course, he began, but stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening as he patted the man's shoulder and walked past him. I'm sorry. Let's leave this for another time. Suddenly, a strange voice cuts him off, just as he suspected. They both turned toward the source of the voice, one of the Immortal's subordinates who guarded the border. You're the ones causing trouble in this area. Speak. What is your purpose here? Startled, Hwaseong shouts, Who are you? They looked at the man before them, sizing him up. Was he even human? Or perhaps he is. Hwaseong spoke first. Are you the gatekeeper immortal? Have your subordinates get down from that rock. I am his servant, and I advise you not to address him so disrespectfully. He warned them that at the border, his master was supreme, that their lives depended on his whim, and that anyone who dared violate the border's rules would be enslaved forever. Jin, hearing this, wanted nothing more to do with the demons. He states their purpose plainly. They wish to cross the border into the demon realm and would appreciate it if he would open the gate so they could hurry through, promising not to linger or cause trouble. But things weren't as simple as they thought, as the subordinate stubbornly replied, You humans aren't even allowed to set foot in the border area, and you want me to open the gate? You've got some nerve. Hwajong was stunned, then he immediately turned to look at Qianshu, whose face had turned green. He whispered to him, Hey Toad, what's going on? Thiemthu quickly raised his hands, bravely stepping forward to face the subordinate. Greetings, my lord. I am one of Gom's most trusted subordinates. Due to certain complications, I've had to accompany these humans to the demon realm. Could you please consider Lingdong just once, my lord? The subordinate fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Gomak, that name sounds familiar? Ah, right, he's one of Huan's subordinates. If not handled carefully, this could be a headache. He then said that there's only one way to cross the border, through the gate. The only problem is, I'm not sure that person will allow humans to pass through. Is there another way? My lord, the subordinate said, raising an arm. How about we try this? From the rings on his hand emanated a strange, ethereal light in the void. These rings of light quickly linked together into a large circle, behind which was a familiar street corner in the human world. Something Jackson and the others were clearly very familiar with. The portal. The subordinate beside it calmly gave the order. That's right. This is the passage back to the human realm. Hurry back and find another way to the demon realm before the celestial master discovers you. Though his eyes are covered, the coldness in his voice is clear. Because without his permission, not even an ant is allowed to leave here alive. Without a second thought, Qianshu clasped his hands together excitedly. I understand. I will remember it forever. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. But in stark contrast to him, Jay's group remained rooted to the spot. He approached the portal, reaching out to enter, but their stubbornness darkened his expression. You foolish children, don't be so obstinate. Come back to the human realm with me. He frantically added, The passage connecting the human and demon realms only appears on the night of the full moon each month. It's better to wait and return then than to die here. Then, the princess looked at the utterly cold faces of Jin's group. They must have realized it was a trap, but Thiemthu was too impatient to wait any longer. Oh, you little brats, if you won't go, I'll go alone. You can all stay here for eternity. Suddenly, Lord Hua shouted, Old Toad, get back, don't touch it. But he stubbornly ignored the warning and reached into the passage, instantly triggering thousands of bolts of lightning. The noisy touch, those lightning bolts spread throughout his body. This sent him into a panic and he screamed, What is happening? From the arm that touched the portal, a tattoo-like mark began to glow. Diashin rushed over and pulled him out of the trap, disguised as a portal. The moment he pulled him out, the brand on his hand glowed, catching the subordinate's attention. He suddenly looks up and Jin instantly throws the toad to the ground. He's also pale with fright from what just happened. What was that all about? Hoa Song witnessed this as well, grinding his teeth and unleashing a string of curses. You son of a... He glared at the subordinate. You're trying to sabotage us. But he showed no fear of exposure, only disappointment, lamenting that he'd only caught a useless toad. Hearing this, Thiemthu grew angry, jumping up and shouting, What are you playing at? Wouldn't sending us back to the human realm be the easiest solution? The subordinate replied calmly, I already told you the rules of the border. Anyone who violates the rules of the border will be turned into a slave. Dia angrily realizes that they were deliberately set up to break the rules. He looks at him, realizing he never intended to let anyone escape. The subordinate doesn't care what they think. Too bad the simplest method didn't work. With that, he raised a hand, revealing a strange, glowing object, and in an instant, thousands of ghouls emerged from across the border, converging on their position. They were everywhere, surrounding them with their grotesque forms. As the subordinate raised an arm, a legion of demons behind him, awaiting his command to charge at Jin and his group. Though it will be troublesome, it seems we'll have to resolve this with force. The ghouls begin to wail with resentment. Hungry, I want to eat. Their appearance puts the goats faction on high alert. Chenshu, pale with fear, collapsed to the ground as the leader gestured, sending the ghouls forward to hunt their prey. Here's your food, don't leave a single scrap. The ghouls' faces are horrifying and haunting, their skin cracked and dry, their eyes a wild, burning red, their mouths gaping open to reveal rows of sharp teeth like broken bones, tongues lolling out grotesquely. I want to eat. Dia froze, her eyes wide with terror at their horrifying appearance. So hungry. They're charging, and through these ghouls you can vaguely see human shapes. A swift attack cleaves the ghoul in two, surprising Yosung. He closed his eyes, dodging the blow. It was Hua Chong. He proactively strikes the approaching ghouls, yelling to snap Jin out of his hallucination. Snap out of it, Jin. You're seeing them as humans again, aren't you? Hwaseong urged. Don't concern yourself with such trivialities. Meanwhile, the severed demon still rises, lamenting its hunger. In this situation, Hwaseong needs to bring Jin back to his senses. Have you forgotten why we risked our lives to come here? He asked, silently staring at Hwaseong as if in thought. While he was distracted questioning Jin, an ogre ambushed him with its mouth wide open, eager to devour him. But Jin was a step ahead, slicing the creatures in two with a swing of his sword, surprising Hwaseong. After a long silence, Jin finally spoke. How could I forget? If you can, please teach me. He's stunned by Jessen's words, his eyes wide with surprise, exceeding all expectations of how to fight these things. Hwaseong smiles, clearly pleased. Honestly, your last move wasn't bad either. He explained as he attacked, his hands tightly binding the monsters with a chain of shining gold coins. The most effective way to deal with them was to use exorcism spells to purify the filth. Of course, I don't expect a newbie like you to know any complicated incantations, but try to keep up. With that, he focused intently on chanting, Alma Mon Ara. His face was hazy, as if half awake, but he still followed along. Alma Mona, Hwaseong frowned. He strained to chant, Mahamani Banambara. He glanced over while continuing to chant, Mahamaniba Namabara. As Hwaseong continued chanting, she forcefully flung the chain, imbued with a crimson mana. Following the incantation, a terrifying power severed the ghoul's head from its body, a gruesome and agonizing sight. From what he's just witnessed, the man is startled by the turn of events, silently assessing Jin and Hwaseong. Exorcists, without a doubt. But why would they come all the way to the border looking for trouble? Jay stares at him intently, on edge. Suddenly, after observing everything, he realized something, and noticed the mark on the other man's wrist. Recalling the mark on Jin's wrist, he knew it had to be a brand. Could there be branded individuals beyond the border? Hong-an looks up and asks Xia if she can conjure another massive energy orb like before. She frowned, hesitant to answer. It's difficult. I can't use such energy-draining techniques continuously. My energy isn't infinite. As she continued to strategize, suddenly Toad groaned in pain, prompting her to ask in surprise, What's wrong, old Toad? Suddenly, Chanthu turned and screamed that he was hungry, attempting to intimidate her. But to his surprise, Sia remained calm and unfazed. Annoyed, she kicks him in the face and curses him out, sending him flying back, disoriented. Realizing something is wrong, the princess warns that things are not good. They see the mark on his wrist glowing, and she realizes that the old Toad is being manipulated by the cursed brand. This brand is so cruel that it could be considered forbidden. I wonder what kind of evil mastermind is using this. Meanwhile, Dia is still fighting the hungry ghosts, chanting spells and tearing them apart. Madala Hong, even after being cut down, they still whisper and scream. So hungry. Diaxin is exhausted. He pants, frustrated with himself. These incantations are incredibly difficult to memorize. He frowned, gritting his teeth as he sensed something was off. Something about this feels off. Dia composes himself as he watches them struggle to rise. He thought grimly, aren't these sinners still committing crimes? If they were to escape to the human realm, they would surely bring terrible disaster to innocent people. Watching Hwaseong fight the approaching ghouls alone, he realized that whether they were aware of their actions or not, these were still crimes. Jay then recalled the man's words. Anyone who violates the rules of this border becomes a slave. He finally understood the unspoken law. If that's the game, innocent people like us could easily commit a crime and become their slaves. Plus, shouldn't those who are guilty have a chance to atone? Otherwise, they'll just continue to commit more sins, and Hua-Xiang was right. We should help them by destroying their souls. Though they'll lose their chance at reincarnation, it's better than eternal suffering. How can he free them from this torment? Caught off guard by their encirclement, Jin realizes they can't be defeated with a single blow. He curses under his breath, knowing a simple chant probably won't work, especially with his smoking habit. Thinking quickly, he attacks, chanting the spell he'd just been complaining about. O Moka Mia Anamaha. After being struck repeatedly, the ghouls finally manage to block Jin's attack. It suddenly grabs the sword, shocking him with its counterattack. They're moving faster than before, instantly seizing Jin. Realizing Jessen was in danger, Hua-Xiang's face turned grave as he yelled a warning. "That's dangerous!" A moment's inattention almost cost him dearly, but thankfully he reacted just in time to avoid their razor-sharp teeth. Frustrated, Hua-Xiang calls out to the others, "Hey, you two, deal with that toad!" He calls out for help, asking them to lend the newbie a hand. Immediately, the two of them and their guardian beast rushed forward, only to be suddenly blocked by the toad. The old man babbles like a madman, and Zhe, at her wit's end, tries to push him away. Enough already. Doesn't it know this is an emergency? At this moment, Jin struggles against the demon's crushing grip, its gaping maw ready to devour him whole. Helpless, Jin stares in terror. The man froze, sensing something was wrong, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, unable to speak. The demon's teeth were now inches away. Something was glowing, and he glanced over to see the mark on his wrist shining for some unknown reason. The mark on his hand suppresses the demon, but he doesn't understand what's happening. The snake also turns toward the light, sensing the mark's growing power. Dia kept his eyes on the strange phenomenon, remembering the fortune-teller's words. "I hope this will be of use to you." Trusting the old woman's words, Diaxian thinks, "I hope this is as useful as she said." The man grows suspicious when the ghouls don't attack. Why are these sinners standing still? He angrily stares at the jade bead equipped on his hand. Their actions are controlled by this celestial jade. A sword flies, accompanied by the incantation, "Manna mon man nibana ma barabar," as Jin grimly tries to finish this. The ghoul Madala froze, its tongue and teeth inches from Jin. They were face to face. Jin gripped the ghoul's hand, the seals on both their hands glowing, and a change occurred. The ghoul wailed in agony as its hand, upon touching Daxian, seemed to burn. The seal on its wrist was torn apart. Not only the ghoul attacking Daxian suffered this fate, but all of them, including the vice minister, whose wrist burst into flames as he screamed in pain. The gem in the man's hand began to crack, then shattered, falling from his grasp. Witnessing these events, he's horrified that the immortal jade used to control the criminals has been destroyed. He grits his teeth, looking up, certain he can't be mistaken. Seeing Jin calmly face the burning demon, he realized someone beyond the border also possessed the mark. The battle ended, and the monsters collapsed, turning to dust. Seeing this, Hua-Xiang's eyes widened in utter terror. That was the exorcism mantra. Panicked, he rushes towards Jin, calling out, "Chicken! No, Jin!" He watched blankly as the boy ran towards him, sweat pouring from his brow. "Why can you use the exorcism mantra?" he asked frantically. Hearing this, he widened his eyes and replied, confused, "Well, you just read it to me." This answer shocks Hua-Xiang. "You memorized it after hearing it just once? Even if you memorized it, you can't just activate the spell by mimicking it." "Is that so?" he asked as she patiently explained. "Of course, first you must cultivate the 9-syllable seals, then take time to comprehend the laws of the exorcism mantra, relying on that to transform the true energy in your body into spiritual power, sending it out." Seeing that he still looked clueless, he paused. Hua is speechless for a moment before saying, "And yet you just mumbled nonsense and stubbornly tried to remain calm while listening to everything he said." Meanwhile, Sia notices Hua-Seon acting strangely and can't help but worry. Oppa's getting suspicious again. Suddenly, the shadow cat raised an arm engulfed in blue flames, wailing in agony. "Please, someone save me," the girl screamed, startled and terrified. What a shock, this old man. He frantically cried for help. "I'm about to be burned alive." "Put out the fire quickly." The girl swiped her phone, and a picture of him appeared. With a flick of her phone, Xiasen's theme through flying. The girl's power sends him crashing at the feet of the blindfolded man, and sensing danger, he tries to escape. "This place isn't suitable for talking, so we'll stop here for now." He then activates the hidden energy within the ring, emitting a mysterious blue light. He then grabbed the terrified toad, and the masked man entered the magic gate. I'll take him with me. If you want to save him, find me at the gate. The old man struggled, desperate to escape, crying out, "Let go!" Before departing, he sneered, "Besides, you'll have to come there to leave the border anyway." Hua Woom's eyes widened as he roared, "You bastard!" He screamed in fury. "Stop, you scoundrel! You filth!" He frantically cried for help, begging for salvation, when he noticed something strange about himself. Seeing that Seomseo was about to be pulled into the gate, Hwaseong rushed forward, unleashing a powerful surge of magic. But he missed, and the gate vanished without a trace. Damn it! Witnessing this, X couldn't believe it. Oh my god, what now? It's not like I meant to throw him that far. Hong was just as shocked. Is he kidding? He wants us to find the gate, but he's taken our guide. Hua Yong pondered, carefully recalling the situation. He seemed to remember seeing something like a stele before the passage disappeared. Damn. But how are we supposed to find it if we don't know its location? Jin remained silent, carefully assessing the situation. After analyzing everything, he took something out of his pocket. There might be a way. Hearing this, he couldn't help but turn to look, curious. He noticed the radiant jade in Jin's hand. It was the nine-tailed fox's jade. Jesin calmly replied, "Yes, he told me something when he gave it to me." He stared blankly at the orb, recalling his previous question. "Can this thing track demons?" Jin Lang asked. "Yes, even exorcists, so he warned Zhou Xin about what's to come. Your journey to the demon realm won't just be facing demons. I don't even know how to explain what those beings are." He stared blankly at the jade, recalling Jin Lang's words. "When you encounter them, this gem will activate. You could even consider it your lucky charm." Back then, Yan Lang stood under the streetlights, calmly saying that this was the best he could do for them at the moment. "I wish you a safe journey," Huachong observes the jade. He realized with a start that this jade could track even non-monster entities. Without hesitation, she bluntly replies, "Well, if the nine-tailed fox said so, it must be true." Hearing this, he frowned in annoyance. His name is Jin Jiang. These words took him by surprise. "How did you know that?" Annoyed, he says he only knows what he's told, but he must have known their path and that they would encounter the immortal. Hong quietly listened to everything. The princess silently sank into thought. Could it be that he's encountered that immortal before and knows he's no good? What is this fox really plotting? Doubt flickered in the princess's eyes as the jade in Jeshin's hand suddenly glowed. A wisp of spiritual energy emerged from the jade, startling him. "Jade, something's coming out of you." Following the spirit energy's path, Hoa Zong surmises that it's guiding them, but seeing it fly up a cliff face, he wonders why it's leading them on such a treacherous route. In this desolate valley, amidst the rugged, barren cliffs, only strange sounds echo as a hand reaches out, gripping the dusty rock face. Sia, exhausted, gasps for breath as she climbs. She complained, "Oh my gosh, I'm exhausted." "Are you sure we can find it up here? This is driving me crazy. How could a frail girl like you ever—" Before she could finish, a hand reached out to her. Dia gently offered her hand. "I'm sorry, you've been through a lot." Ignoring his fatigue, he said seriously, "Give me your hand, I'll pull you up." Sia blushes, climbs onto the flat ground, and says proudly, "I don't need your help. I'm the one responsible for the toad's capture, so don't pay too much attention to me, or you'll be suspected of foul play." Suddenly, someone shouted, drawing their attention. "I found it! Hurry up here, it's up here!" Hua Jiang called to him and the girl from the mountaintop. Seeing the spiritual energy pointing straight at the stele, Xia exclaimed happily, "This is the stele you saw before. I'm sure of it. It's definitely it. If the jade's senses are accurate, then it's likely that guy led that old toad to escape this way." He carefully examines the stele. Hua Xiong gritted his teeth. At least that fox spirit didn't lie to us. But Sa realized something. It was just a cold stone tablet, or perhaps it needed a key to activate it. Hong sits down to examine the stele closely. Then the princess reminds everyone, try using the brand. The princess calmly explained that the hungry ghost had reacted to his mark, which snapped Ye Xin out of his daze, and he unleashed its power. Instantly, a door appears on the stone tablet, and Hongon, riding on the guardian spirit's back, exclaims that the brand was, indeed, the key. Hoa sighs, unsurprised, as Dia turns back and says, "All right, I'll go first then." Dia wastes no time and rushes straight into the doorway on the stone tablet. As he enters, he turns back and urges the girl to hurry and follow, lest she get lost. The girl, clutching the guardian spirit and the princess, retorted, "What was that? Do you need me to hold your hand or your hem? Do you think I'm a child?" After that, Hwaseong followed him inside, with Xia right behind. And just like that, she was inside, and the door closed behind her, fading away until it was just a stone tablet once more. With a few pieces of rubble falling, the scene returns to its undisturbed tranquility. On the other side, Sia takes a firm step onto solid ground. The girl squinted, complaining about the bright light. It's so bright. She frantically looks around, wondering, where did he go? Why is it so bright all of a sudden? Suddenly, Sia pauses, sensing something is wrong. Turning back in confusion, she wonders, why? The girl looks down at her hands in bewilderment. Everyone's gone, there's no one around, and even the little mushroom and bellflower are gone. Seeing her empty hands, Jia panics. Fearfully, she turns, searching for everyone. She was sure she had been holding them tightly. Suddenly, someone calls out to her, Jia. Hearing this, X turns around and sees the person in front of her, eyes widening. It's none other than her mother. She smiles gently, and as the girl gets a clear look at her, her pupils dilate. The girl reverted to her adorable childhood self, calling out for her mother. Elsewhere, still unconscious, Huajiang faintly heard a sweet voice. Wake up, big brother. The sun's already high in the sky and you're still sleeping in? Hearing this, he slowly awoke from his dream and opened his eyes, sitting up with a throbbing headache. Wait, how did I fall asleep? Where am I? Huajiang turned toward the voice, as his cousin asked suspiciously, What is it? Are you having an interesting dream, brother? He recognized the person and froze in disbelief, blurting out Dungin's name as his cousin smiled radiantly like a spring breeze. Meanwhile, Hong Diat, the guardian deity, shuffled across the floor, his voice laced with confusion. How did this happen? We entered together, but now it's just the two of us. Then, a scornful voice suddenly echoes, drawing the attention of the princess. A demon and a guardian spirit are traveling with a human. What an extraordinarily strange group. The princess and her guardian stopped, gazing solemnly at the towering figure. The immortal guardian of the border, watching them both. Hongdi felt a flicker of fear. Was this old man really the guardian deity of the border? The old man looked down at the princess and her guardian as she cautiously inquired, Are you the immortal guarding the border gate? He confirmed that he was indeed the old talisman, and Hongdi's face darkened, his eyes unwavering. The princess decisively raises her gun. Enough with the threats, I'll get straight to the point. Where have you taken my companions? The border guardian calmly recounts everything. Your companions are each undergoing their own trial. The princess found this hard to believe. Trials. The blindfolded man explained to Hongjian that humans were forbidden from entering the border, but now that they were here, their fate rested on the immortal venerable's decision. Under the bright light, the princess was stunned and quickly questioned the old arbiter. What do you want to do to them? Unafraid, he slowly replied, That depends on them. As long as they don't break the rules of the border, they'll be fine. Hongdi listens to the group, trying to pry for information, asking what other rules can't be broken at the border. The blindfolded man calmly spoke. I warned you all, no illegal crossings. Anyone who breaks the rules becomes a slave. Elsewhere, Jay in his child form sits blankly, devoid of life. He sits in the back seat, listening to his parents talk as the fortune teller confirms that it's a sore spot, since no adult would encourage a child to say such things. Who knows if that's true? Some things have already come to pass. Hearing her husband's words, his mother retorted unhappily, Honey, what nonsense are you talking about? His father retorted bluntly, Are you just now realizing that I'm spouting nonsense? Anyone connected to that kid will face misfortune, or worse, death. Remember the trouble you got into last year? You almost died. Meanwhile, his business suffered constant losses, and hearing her husband complain, his mother snapped in annoyance. Enough, stop spouting such nonsense. Jay silently sits behind them. His father felt he was speaking the truth, not nonsense. He doesn't think it's nonsense at all. Everywhere he goes, people tell him the boy isn't human. Enough. In anguish, he quickly covered his ears. His father vented his frustrations, and he was sick of it. How are we supposed to deal with him when he keeps seeing strange things and saying such ominous things? His mother anxiously interjected, as his father continued to rage. She couldn't deny the resentment she felt, having to raise another woman's child. Jay felt uneasy, trying to block out the words as his father continued his tirade. What unlucky mother spawned such a cursed child? His mother couldn't bear to hear anymore. Enough, shut up, a dark voice suddenly echoed, causing him to immediately lower his hand. I've found it. He looked up at the eerie black aura in front of the car. The dark aura takes the shape of a face. I've found you. His mother suddenly realizes something is wrong. Husband, up ahead! Then a scream and the screech of brakes filled the air. Afterward, Jia donned somber black mourning clothes and knelt before their portraits, when a pair of steady feet approached. The headmaster smiled warmly and asked, Hello, are you Jin? Back at Hongdi's grand estate, she cautiously probes, what if they can't pass your trials? What if the princess continues to point her gun and interrogate? The old man calmly replies, the trials they face are incredibly real, directly affecting their minds, and many things can happen. In the dark of night, the immortal guardian of the border lays out the possibilities. Either they die in the illusion, body and soul, or they may choose to stay, forever lost in its reality. Hong, unable to accept this, tries to intimidate him. What gives you the right to treat humans this way? Release them now. But the old man remained unfazed by her imposing aura, stating that once the trials had begun, there was no turning back. With that, he waved his hand, and the paintings on the surrounding walls opened up, the furnaces below them ignited, each painting depicting a trial that people were undergoing. Hong was stunned as the guardian of the border manipulated the paintings, promising them another trial, courtesy of him. The princess noticed a painting of a boy, Jin, and immediately recognized him, then shifted her gaze to a painting of the idiot, Zong Flower. Next, Hong notices the fool in another painting. They're all trapped within the artwork. The old man points at the princess and sets a time limit. They have less than an hour before the flames below ignite the painting and burn it all away. Hearing this, the princess looked down at the furnace beneath the painting, as the immortal of the borderlands revealed their fate should they fail. Eternal obliteration with the painting itself. This leaves the princess speechless, and before departing, he leaves them with one final thought. Let's see if they can overcome this trial of fate. Hong refuses to give up and prepares to shoot, determined to stop him from escaping. But the guardian rushes forward, barking to remind her of their current priority. Now the princess shifts her focus to the furnace. First things first, put out the fire. Hong rushes forward, realizing she may need to use this to save them. The princess raises her small gun, taking a firm stance to prepare to fire. Seeing this, he was a little disappointed and sighed softly. The princess, displeased, retorted, "Don't look at me like that. Watch me put out this fire." Immediately after, the gun fired a bullet that flew into the flames and was swallowed up. Witnessing this, Honggon felt helpless, and the guardian spirit was equally despondent. The crackling of the flames sent shivers down their spines. The princess screamed in panic, "Oh no, it's exploding! We're doomed!" Noticing X's painting again, the princess frantically urged everyone to stay focused, warning them that lingering too long would be their doom. Looking at the flower painting, the princess was even more horrified. "Idiot, are you even listening to me?" Inside the painting, he suddenly paused, hearing a voice. Dong-in, noticing his hesitation, asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Brother, deny it immediately." "It's nothing. You must have misheard." Hwaso looks down at the water bucket in his hand, saying that from now on he'll do the heavy lifting like carrying water since she's still weak. The cousin playfully explains, "What's the big deal? Besides, you were sleeping so soundly I didn't want to wake you." He wasn't pleased. "Too soft-hearted? If you see me sleeping in, just kick me in the face to wake me up." His cousin giggles, saying, "Oh, you're talking nonsense. Who would want a girl as rough as that?" Seeing his silence, Rong Yi couldn't help but wonder, "Brother, what's wrong?" Hua Chong took a deep breath, regained his composure, and replied, "It's nothing. It's just been a long time since I've had such a pleasant conversation with you." My cousin's face lit up as she playfully wiggled, exclaiming, "Oh my, that sounds awful." "I only slept for a few hours, brother," he said, surprised. "Huh, that's not what he meant," but then a look of relief washes over his face. Oh well. Gazing at the bright sunlight filtering through the green leaves, he felt a sense of peace. Perhaps this was just a dream, but he wished he could dream this wonderful dream forever. He was about to say that just being by her side was enough, but she vanished. Suddenly, she coughed violently, her condition worsening. Hua Chong anxiously asks, "Rung-in, what's wrong?" He sees her face turning purple and she vomits blood. He stared in shock and cried out, "Rung-in?" Soon after, she was helped back to bed with a cold compress on her forehead. Though deeply troubled, he tried to soothe her, promising to find a doctor soon. But as Hua Cheon was about to leave, she grabbed his sleeve, begging, "Brother, don't go. I'm so scared. Please stay with me." Seeing Dong-in's tear-streaked, sweaty face and bloodied lips, he couldn't help but cry. But steeling himself, he released her hand, saying, "No, you have to live." Hua Xiong rushed off, reassuring his cousin, "I will bring a doctor to heal you." Dong-in cried out, "Brother, you're still leaving. Wait for me." His cousin, unwilling to accept her fate, tears streaming down her neck, desperately tried to hold him back. "Brother, please don't." He rushed out of the house, kicking open the wooden gate to find a doctor. Dragged through the night, the doctor angrily shouted, "You crazy kid, making me cross mountains and forests in the dead of night to see a patient." Ignoring the doctor's complaints, Hua-xiong only thinks of Yong'an. "My little sister is in critical condition." The doctor, exhausted from the run to the remote village, wheezed, "I told you, your sister's condition is beyond saving. Not to mention the late hour and the long journey, my legs are weak," he threatened the old man furiously. "If your legs are weak, I'll just chop them off." Hua-xiong ran ahead, his strength waning as the doctor, clutching his medicine box, struggled to keep up, gasping for breath. Seeing the house, he cried out, "Dung in, I've brought the doctor for you." But as he entered the courtyard, a scene of devastation met his eyes, with fresh blood splattered everywhere, and a trail leading out the gate, filling him with dread. The doctor's face changed, utterly horrified. Oh my God, where did all this blood come from? Could wild beasts from the mountains be responsible? He rushed inside the house. Dung in? All that was visible was a blood-soaked hand emerging from the rubble. Stunned by the sight, a searing pain flooded his mind, his pupils contracted, and he desperately cried out, "Dung in!" In the depths of his dark mind, a faint light began to shine. "Brother, wake up! The sun is high in the sky and you're still sleeping in?" These familiar words once again awaken him from his nightmare, and he immediately sits up, cursing. His bewildered gaze turned toward the voice. What was going on? Or is Big Brother having an interesting dream? Through the small window, Dung In's bright smile illuminates the scene, adding to Hua San's confusion. In another space, Za is embraced by her mother's warmth. "Mom, is it true you're really healed?" She gently strokes the girl's hair, her voice soft. "That's right." The girl looked up, beaming. "So does that mean I don't have to go anywhere anymore?" She looked at the girl with loving eyes. "Mom won't have to send you away anymore." Within the closed walls, only a single door let in a sliver of light. Her soothing voice echoed, "You've suffered so much, Jia. From now on, I'll always be here to make up for everything," she said, cradling the girl in her arms. "Do you agree, my precious Jia? Mom knows you have so many hopes and dreams. Go to the amusement park, eat cotton candy, make lunch boxes, and go on picnics together." Za is stunned to hear the deep desires within her heart. The girl was deeply moved by these words as the woman continued, "We can even take baths together. To hear Mom tell me bedtime stories, I want to do everything with you, Mom." Then she released the girl and gently stroked Xia's soft hair, saying that from now on the two of them would do everything together. The little girl happily nodded, her eyes crinkling with joy. Through the small window, she embraced the woman, finally expressing the words she had kept hidden in her heart. "Mommy loves you so much, be good, Xia." And so, XA basked in this fleeting moment of warmth as the scene shifts to a burning orphanage, flames hungrily devouring the small building. Seeing the filthy, tearful children, the headmaster anxiously asked his subordinate, "Are there any children still trapped inside?" The man quickly reported that all the children had escaped. Then, suddenly, someone mustered the courage to blame it all on him. As Shin sat stunned on the ground, the child recounted everything. The moment Jin asked if they saw anything behind the curtain, the fire erupted. The child, frustrated and teary-eyed, asks why Jin keeps seeing the nightmare. The headmistress gently placed her hand on the child's shoulder. "Is that you, Jiaobo?" Even with the orphanage burned, she calmly explained the situation to the child, saying everyone was caught off guard. "We need to trust and support each other more than ever in times like these. Look, Jie-Shin is just as scared as we are. You should be comforting your friend right now. What do you think?" Shoba sadly agreed, listening to her words. "Yes." Then she turned to him, asking gently, "Dear son, are you hurt anywhere?" Ignoring her question, he confirms the child's words. Jiaobo is right. He saw that terrifying thing lurking behind the curtain. It's the same thing that appeared on the day of the accident. That grotesque face just stared at him. Dia Shin, without fear, takes all the blame. It's true, after all, he's just bad luck and nothing around him ever ends well. But the director ignored her words, simply embracing the insecure Dia Shin. Overjoyed, she said with concern, "I'm so glad you're safe. Don't blame yourself, Dia Shin. No matter what happens, I'll always be by your side." Overwhelmed by the unexpected affection, Zixin froze, a single warm tear escaping his eye. At the Immortal's border estate, the blue flames relentlessly spread across his portrait, and Honggan cried out in alarm, "This is a disaster!" The princess frantically worked the pump, ordering the guardian spirit to douse the flames, but it only slowed the fire's advance. It couldn't extinguish it. Not to mention there are 3 furnaces, and now the blue flames have spread to the other 2 paintings. The princess panicked, her mind blank, unsure of what to do. What now? He narrowed his eyes, a sharp, inscrutable glint in their depths. Taking a drag from his pipe, he barked softly, signaling Hong Dian. Along the long Chinese-style corridor, a man asked in a deep voice, "Immortal Lord, I have a question." He walked alongside the immortal guarding the border, continuing his inquiry. "If they fail the trial, they'll be trapped in the painting forever. Why does Your Excellency still want to use immortal fire to burn the painting, regardless of the trial's outcome?" He didn't turn back, simply pausing to explain, "It's just a precaution, because of the human with the mark you mentioned." Remembering how Ye Xin, even when controlled and restrained by the monster, tried to eliminate him, yet the opponent remained unscathed. "I sense danger, a discomforting feeling. I have a premonition he cannot be easily sealed." The immortals stand in a tower resembling Li Tianwang's pagoda, their voices echoing evenly. But if he succeeds in this trial, the old immortal will personally verify his identity. Back at the trial, the guardian deity holds the nozzle in its mouth, eyes fixed on the blue flames in the brazier. Realizing ordinary water won't extinguish the flame, it resolutely drops the nozzle and the guardian spirit suddenly recoils, gathering momentum with its small, puppy-like body. That action surprises Hong. What's going on? He doesn't answer? The small body suddenly lunges forward. The princess cried out in alarm. "What are you doing?" The guardian spirit put all his strength into ramming the unextinguishable brazier. Hong now understood his purpose, but the princess worriedly tried to stop him. "Don't do it. You're hurting yourself." He paid no attention, his eyes suddenly blazing with blue light. The guardian spirit poured all its strength into one blow, its small body lunging forward, successfully knocking the brazier askew. Unable to withstand such force, the bronze brazier soon fell and rolled across the floor. Witnessing this, Hong Zhan exclaimed in shock, "You've only knocked over one censer and you're already exhausted." The princess rushed to his side, concerned. "Bell Ferret, how could you use such a method with your tiny, weakened body?" But at least he managed to topple a threat. Hong rushes over to embrace the pup. "Are you sacrificing yourself for the greater good? This foolish dog really won't let them enjoy a single moment." They suddenly noticed the overturned brazier's flames spreading across the floor, their eyes widening in horror as the blue fire raced towards them. The two clung to each other in terror, Hongdi wailing, tears streaming down her face. Oh no, the fire's even bigger than before. Within the painting's trial world, a serene scene unfolds deep within the forest, as a gentle voice echoes softly, seeming to melt into the air. "Brother, what's wrong? What are you thinking about so intently?" Snapping back to reality, Hua Zhang mumbled, "No, it's nothing." Still, he couldn't help but lower his head in confusion, wondering, how strange. Why is it back to the way it was before? The scene shifts, and Deng Wai, who was just smiling, is now lying on a sickbed, her face flushed with fever, thick blood trickling from her mouth. Without a second thought, he raced down the mountain, leaping with all his might. Tears welled in his eyes as he sobbed, "Deng Yu, just hold on a little longer. This time, I won't lose you." But those words, "this time," awakened something within him. Hua Xiong's eyes widened as he repeated them. He stopped dead in his tracks, frozen in the middle of the forest. Hua Xiong realized something. How many times had he run like this before? To escape reality, he decides to return home instead of seeking a doctor. He rushes back, only to find his peaceful home destroyed, with traces of a snake-like monster's attack. He was horrified and rushed inside, calling out for his mother. The scene before him made Hwaseon's pupils shrink as horror etched itself onto his face. Centipede demons crawled everywhere. They had human faces, but the thick, coiled body of a centipede below, and they were surrounding Deng Yi, all turning their leering gaze toward the door. "You're back early this time, huh? You look like you're about to burst into tears." War rushes forward, screaming, "Young Yi!" Tears streamed down the face of his younger cousin as she sobbed his name. "Brother." He grabs a wooden stick nearby, using it as a weapon. "Don't you dare touch Deng Yi, you damn monsters." Seeing Hua Xiong swing his stick, the monsters just laughed, unfazed. "Don't waste your energy. No matter how many times you return, the girl is destined to sleep." Hua Xiong froze in his tracks as the centipede demon with the face of a newborn spoke from behind his younger cousin. "This is the deal your parents made with us. One of the children they bore would be sacrificed for us to devour." Hua Xiong gripped his wooden staff, his face tense as he listened to the brutal truth. This was the price they had to pay for their sins, so don't bother trying. Nothing can be changed. Then they continued to play their psychological games, throwing down a sharp sword and offering him a choice. Of course, if you don't value your life as much as hers, you can sacrifice yourself instead. As long as the deal is kept, we don't care who we eat. Seeing her brother struggle with his own moral code, Deng Yi sobbed uncontrollably. Huazhong wavered, but reason kept him from trusting them. How can I trust the words of you demons? The demon didn't care, offering a perfunctory, "Oh," before callously saying, "Whatever," and devouring Deng Wai, her blood spraying like rain, leaving Huaxiang numb with shock. Tears streamed down his usually stoic face, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed before everything fell silent once more. Then, that familiar, gentle voice echoed once more. Huaxiang blinked awake. The horrors of before, now just a dream. His Dunger is still alive. His cousin happily steps through the small door, a radiant smile on her face in the morning light. He says nothing, simply sitting up slowly. Huayong opens his eyes to his sister, his gaze filled with sorrow, as a single tear rolls down his cheek. Meanwhile, in another trial world, Sa takes on a younger form. Around her, the crowd chants, "Show us a miracle!" The man, seemingly the leader of some shady cult, speaks up. "My virtuous brothers, open your eyes and witness this miracle." Then he leaned in close to the girl's ear, slowly whispering manipulative words. Now. This is what you have to do if you want to help your mother." Before the girl could react, the cult leader began acting strangely with a corpse that had turned blue. "Ah, ooh, la, la, miracle, come to me. Magic." Jia hung her head, her eyes unfocused, the disgusting voice of the cult leader echoing in her ears. Magic. Urged on by his constant chanting, she finally reached out her small hand. Instantly, the pale corpse floated into the air, sending the cultists below into a frenzy. A miracle. A miracle. They were so moved that their eyes rolled back, tears streaming down their faces. Truly a wondrous miracle. The door creaks open, and Zia returns from that despicable cult ritual to the gentle, welcoming smile of her mother. "Xia, is that you?" Exhausted, she rushes into her mother's arms, longing for a bit of warmth. "Mom, aren't you supposed to be healed? Why do I still have to do these things?" "But what about the things you want to do?" Xie's mother suddenly fell silent, her face still plastered with that fake smile. She opened her arms, embracing her daughter, gently patting her back. "What does my good girl, Xia, want?" Xia's mother closed her eyes slightly, a gentle smile on her face. Mom remembers everything clearly. Her cheeks flushed with happiness, a smile playing on her lips, dreaming of bathing with her mother, of hearing bedtime stories. This time, they would make it all come true. Za trusted those promises, smiling happily as she snuggled into her mother's arms, while in Jin's world of trials he reverted to his childhood self, silently hiding in the small room. The director gently approaches, asking, "Jin, are you hiding in here again?" Jin, huddled in the corner, replies softly, "This time, Hai Ukshu was hurt. Every time I see something strange, someone gets hurt." The director smiled faintly and said softly, "If you don't want to see them, just take off your glasses." Jin was shocked and looked up at her, confused. "Yes," the director smiled, offering a flimsy explanation. "It's these glasses that allow you to see those strange things." "Auntie?" He pursed his lips, offering no response, and glanced over with a worried look as Dia raised her hand to eye level, asking in confusion, "The glasses? But they're not there anymore." But then, a pair of red-rimmed glasses suddenly appeared on her face, leaving young Jae Shin bewildered as the director offered a comforting smile. "If you don't want to see them anymore, take off the glasses, and you won't feel guilty for not being able to stop bad things from happening." These glasses. But just then, a man suddenly appeared behind him. In a deep, raspy voice, he says, "You want to run away again? That is the image of the C-class monster, Deng Zhang." His massive form glared at his future self. "You think taking them off will erase everything? You're just looking for an excuse for your cowardice." He stared blankly as if realizing something, and his lips moved. But someone on the other side called him back. "Jeshin?" The dean stood in the distance, his deep voice resonating with temptation. "Hurry. Cast aside your glasses and come to me." He glances back at Dungsung, conflicted, for he continues to insist that without his power he won't be able to survive. The director still smiled gently. "Do it, and your soul will be at peace." At that moment his voice echoed, drowning everything else out. "Accept my power." Daya is torn between the two sides. He reaches up and gently touches his glasses as if to take them off. Back with Hua Chong, his eyes are closed, tears still clinging to his lashes. Tragedy unfolds once more as he stares at his sister, now controlled by a demon. "Really?" Hua Zhong tightens his grip on the weapon they tossed him. He ground out, "Exchange my life for Rong Yi's." Even in the trial, his kind cousin closed her eyes, crying out to stop him. "Brother, don't do it." But the demon beside her sneered. "Of course!" The demon's words struck his mind like a hammer. He could use his own life to end this painful loop. As if truly convinced, Hwaseon sorrowfully placed the blade against his neck. Dongyi sobbed and pleaded, "Brother, no, please don't." But he seemed to have given up completely, wanting only to end this tragedy. "Dongyi, if I do this, I won't have to see you blame me again." Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, begging, "Brother, please don't." The blade slowly cut into his skin, drawing blood, but then it stopped, and his voice echoed softly. But it couldn't change what had already happened in reality. The blade still hadn't completely severed the artery. Hwaseon hesitates, painfully revealing the harsh truth. This place isn't reality. Elsewhere, a gentle voice cuts through Jin's actions as he removes his glasses. "Do you truly desire this?" He paused again, as another figure in red appeared behind him, but unlike Dungsong, Soha emerged like a warm ray of sunshine in the dead of winter. "Neither choice is what you truly desire. Is that so?" Jin quickly turned around, but only saw a flash of red hair. That figure vanishes, replaced by Soha's gentle, beautiful face, a radiant smile, butterfly sleeves fluttering in the breeze, and shimmering butterflies dancing in the spring air. Little Jin recoils, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his face in alarm, but soon seems oblivious, only offering a blissful smile. Her golden eyes shimmered in the water's reflection. "I'll be waiting." His eyes widened in surprise, pupils contracting slightly. Dia bit his lip, and in that moment, something seemed to change within him. When we look again, he has returned to his adult form. With a trembling lip, De promises, "I will come." Hwaseong's face darkens with rage. Tears stream down his grief-stricken face, and he mutters an incantation in Sanskrit. Almost simultaneously, the mark on Jin's arm began to glow brightly. Outside, after the large brazier fell, a fierce blue flame erupted, causing Hongjan to scream. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the paintings on the walls as the princess clutched her head in despair, overwhelmed by the chaos. What could she do? But then, a sudden burst of light stuns the princess. Before the painting is completely burned, the strokes within suddenly shine like the sun. From there, Hwaseon and Jin gradually emerged. Elsewhere, the immortal guarding the border suddenly turned, as if sensing something. He tilted his head, asking the person next to him, "Did two of them succeed in passing the test?" Back with Jessen's group, the surroundings were engulfed in flames, and as soon as he stepped out, he cried out in shock from the heat. Jin cried out, "Where are we?" Even Hwaseon was caught off guard. "What is this mess?" He replied, "I was about to ask you the same thing." Hong Daech says, "It's all the work of that old immortal." He asks in shock, "What? But you wouldn't believe me, would you?" The princess recounted everything. "He wants you all to enter the painting for some bizarre trial." Hwaseong frowned. "If it's a test, then that means—" He suddenly turned back to look at the painting. Within the painting, a figure reached out, begging for help, surrounded by eerie shadows, and as Hozan's eyes widened, the drawing transformed into a living memory. Tears streaming down his face, he cried, "Brother, Hwazhou couldn't take the blow." Gritting his teeth, he ripped the painting from the wall. Hwazhong tears it down, slamming it onto the ground in a fit of rage. Dust fills the air, and Hong Dion can faintly hear his choked voice. "Immortals, what the hell?" Hwazhong gritted his teeth, veins popping on his jawline. His eyes were consumed by darkness, completely overwhelmed by rage. Where was he? Dia also stares blankly at the burning painting beside her, watching the artwork turn to ash in the intense blue flames. His eyes gazed at it with sorrow, lips sealed in silence. Sensing Hwaseon's unstable emotions, Hong shouted a warning. "You big oaf, now's not the time to settle scores with him." The princess shouts that the little rascal hasn't escaped yet. Hearing this, Hwaseon rushes to the remaining painting, frantically trying to put out the fire. "She is still trapped in there? What kind of cursed fire is this that won't go out?" Seeing this, Hong reminds him, "Hey, be careful. That old man said if the painting burns, the person inside will die too." He curses in anger, not daring to move, and roars. "Damn it, Jia, get out here now. Are you even listening to me, brat?" he continued. Suddenly, the painting's contents caught his eye. He saw Sia smiling radiantly with a stranger, and his jaw dropped. Why is that woman there? Jin doesn't understand. He suddenly asked who it was, but no one answered. But Hwaseong was even more devastated. Was this X's test? "At this rate, I fear she—" His voice trembled. "Won't be able to escape," he exclaimed in surprise, but then heard Hwaseong explain, "I've never seen her so happy before." Hong had no time for their lamentations, and the princess immediately asked, "Do you have a plan? Are we just going to stand here and watch the painting burn?" With a tense look, Deshin steels himself and suggests, "Let me try." Hua X is surprised. Cold sweat slowly trickles down his temple. Despite his fear, Deshin replied, "I've pulled people from paintings like this before. The world inside is a beautiful space, with an endless blue ocean. The little girl Za happily gazes at the blue sea. Mommy, look, it's so beautiful. Oh, have you only ever seen the ocean in comics? Her mother smiled and replied, Come have lunch with me. Enjoying a delicious meal on the beach, the little girl grinned. This is so good. Mom, she giggles. Of course. That's because we made it together. See, what do you want to do next? The little serpent joyfully raised her hand, exclaiming, Let's go to the beach together. Her voice echoed as she looked forward to bedtime stories. At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared in the sky, as if piercing through space itself. It slowly reached out towards Sai and his mother as they happily played. Just when everything seemed to be going well, an old voice suddenly echoed, stopping everything in its tracks, and the blue flames at the mouth of the incense burner beneath the painting flared up violently. The aged voice echoed again, declaring that interfering with another's painting violated the trial's rules. The raging flames forced him to painfully withdraw his hand from the painting, shattering the incense burner in the process. The immortal slowly approached, his voice stern. This is a warning. If you break the rules and interfere again, I will destroy that painting in an instant. The princess and her guardian fret. Oh no, it's bursting into flames! Jin cries out in pain from his burns, while Hua Ji grows even angrier. Finally, he glanced at the immortal and snapped, So the old turtle finally crawled out. The blindfolded man beside him angrily retorted, You dare address the great immortal with such disrespect? But Hua Zhong had no regard for him, yelling, Shut your mouth, old man, and hand over Jia. He paused, then slowly said, I just told you, doing that violates the rules. But before he could finish, Hua Xiong's soulless strike came crashing down. Coins flew, striking the old man's shoulder with a sharp pain as the man behind him cried out in alarm. Great immortal! Without a word, Hua Cheng swung his weapon, putting all his strength into the blow, but it was completely blocked by the masked man. He growled, I won't forgive those who... He retaliated with a furious strike, yelling, How dare you disrespect the celestial master? Hua Zhong dodged, his eyes assessing the man. The masked man relentlessly attacks with bare hands, his strange and vicious techniques forcing him to desperately evade. Hua Xiong retreats, creating distance, realizing this blind man's attacks are nothing to scoff at. Physical attacks are hard to land, he thought as he threw out several talismans, but when the talismans touched him, they simply slid off like ordinary paper. How could he be unharmed? He scoffed. Your exorcism spells are useless against me. With that, he lunged forward, attacking him relentlessly. Hua Xiong was clearly at a disadvantage. Dia anxiously offers to help, but Hua Sueng refuses, shouting, Forget me, just save Jira. Seeing the flames intensify, he worried that was the real priority. Hongjian felt even more helpless as the fire raged on. The guardian spirit, lost in thought, suddenly stares at the flames, then leaps forward, knocking away the object Hong was using, causing the princess to cry out, What are you doing now? The weasel. He rolls around on the ground with his puppy-like body, leaving Hongjian speechless. Jin glances over worriedly as the princess cries out of concern for her guardian. Enough, stop it. I smell something burning. He still wanted to salvage something, reaching out again. Wait, let me try one more time. But just then, an old hand stopped him. An ancient immortal appeared, his towering shadow casting a heavy pressure. The border guardian spoke, his aged voice deep and grave. Reveal yourself. Who are you, really? As he finished speaking, the old immortal tightened his grip on Dia's wrist, a clear threat, right where the brand resided. The immortal pressed, demanding to know who placed the strange energy-infused mark upon his arm, but Diason's struggles were in vain. He gritted his teeth, demanding to be released, but the immortal ignored him, threatening him to answer quickly. Or else. Enraged, Dia shouted, demanding to be let go. Suddenly, the mark on his arm blazed with a brilliant blue light, as the border immortal recoiled in shock, as if burned. Sensing the strange aura from the mark, the immortal hissed, This mark doesn't belong to the immortal realm. That much is clear. To his surprise, the immortal suddenly recounted, I have seen this before. It's a unique power belonging to a certain race. A power that once shattered the balance of the three realms. Perhaps this time, the immortal is truly determined to eliminate him. His palm suddenly glows as if summoning something. I thought they were extinct long ago. A long spear gradually emerges from thin air. The immortal smiled coldly, feigning righteousness, never expecting remnants of their kind to still exist, and he couldn't allow such a disaster to grow any further. He became serious, changed his stance, and circled the spear behind him, his aura overwhelming, befitting a true immortal. But the immortal's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. I'll have to cut off both your arms. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua-Xiong's golden needles had tightly wrapped around the masked man's attacking arm, and he leaped forward, raising his remaining hand to deliver a final blow. Got you. The arm comes down, and he ducks to avoid it, but still takes a hit and cries out in pain. Desperate, Hua-Xiong cried out, "Is there anyone out there?" But the guardian deity and Honggon were now unable to move. Even though Jeoksong heard his pleas to save Xia, he was powerless against the immortal's restraint. Hua-Xiong stared at the painting, his eyes burning with pain, knowing time was running out. At that moment, the blue flames began to consume the strokes of Xia's portrait, growing more intense as the painting burned away. Hua-Xiong cried out in desperation, begging for a miracle. "Xia, get out of there. If you escape, I promise to do anything you want." The masked figure continued to attack, but he didn't care. His heart was filled with worry. He couldn't lose her. Hua Seoyan cried out again. "Did you hear what I said?" He shouted the girl's name. "Mom, don't leave." Within the painting's dream, Xia closed her eyes, drowsy and wanting to fall asleep. Nestled in her mother's arms, the girl sleepily whined, "I'm so sleepy." Her mother softly replied, "Then let's go to sleep together." The mother and daughter then lay on the soft bed, the little girl hugging her mother tightly, murmuring, "Mommy, you're so warm." The mother suddenly sat up, rested her head on her arm, and cheerfully asked, "How was today for you? Happy, aren't you?" Xia's mother looks just like any other gentle mother. She suggested they go on another picnic and continue to enjoy life like this tomorrow. But CA coldly replied, "No," surprising her. The girl suddenly opens her eyes, her pupils devoid of light, her tone chilling. "There will be no tomorrow." Back in reality, Hua-Xiong curses at the masked man's underhanded attacks, while the painting behind him suddenly reflects Xia's earlier image. As if sensing something, he glanced back at Xia, abandoning the fight and throwing himself backwards, calling out her name. And the masked man seized the opportunity to close in. "Don't you know the worst thing you can do in a fight is turn your back on your opponent?" Then, without mercy, he slashed twice and struck. Hua-Xiong gasped in pain. Unable to contain himself, Hua-Seon roared while the immortal's subordinate continued to lecture, "You have crossed the line. Your fate now hangs on the whim of the celestial venerable." Despite taking a fatal blow from behind, he struggled to stand, gasping for air. Hua-Seon clenched his fist, blood dripping down. He smirked. "You said my exorcism wouldn't work on you, right?" Hua-Seon suddenly turns, his right eye now a demonic eye. "How about this?" Caught off guard, the subordinate desperately threw something out while crying out. Hua-Song's demon eyes didn't bother with strategy. He simply used brute force to deliver a powerful blow. Even with the block, Hua-Seon still manages to break his nose, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, while the immortal slams the staff of his spear into Jin's gut. He collapsed in pain, vomiting a mixture of water and stomach fluids. The old man slowly approached, stepping on his mark, his tone like a blessing. "Don't rush to blame me for breaking my promise." He raises his spear, the sharp blade pointing down, declaring, "This is personal and has nothing to do with the trial." Just as the immortal was about to sever his arm, he seemed to realize something and looked up. Then suddenly thrust the staff to the left, just as a fist came flying. It was Hwasan, having activated his demon eyes. Without a second thought, he rushed to Jin's aid, and despite the old immortal's guard, he was blasted backward by the hero's unexpected power. The old man's body slid violently backward, destroying everything in its path as dust and smoke filled the air, causing Hongjon to cry out in alarm. "Oh my!" Dia slowly got up, looking at him with surprised eyes. Before Hwa-Seong could explain, Dia urgently asked him to hold the old man back while he rescued Arya. He looked at him sincerely, pleading urgently, "You're the only one who can save her. I believe in you." Unbeknownst to him, the old immortal had appeared behind him saying, "A human with a demon eye. Is that how you escaped the painting?" Hwa-Chong turned around in shock, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and his body was kicked into the air. The old man simply approached and kicked him high into the air, then ruthlessly slammed him down. Hwa-Chong's body was sent flying like a sack, repeatedly slamming into the ground and skidding backward. The guardian deity and Honggon were shocked, not expecting him to be beaten so badly. Even Desin couldn't hide his bewilderment. On the other side, Hwa-Xiong was still alive, groaning with difficulty. Suppressing the pain tearing through him, Hwa-Song grits his teeth, unable to believe that even with his demon eye awakened, he's still no match. He looks at the serene immortal and wonders, just how strong is this old man? But he still sees him as a worthless ant, and this time, no one will interfere. Now, the spear is aimed at Jin once more, the immortal's primary target. and one strike will end it all. But just as the spear was swung, something stopped it. A spirit sword appearing from nowhere, blocking the deadly weapon at the last moment. The old immortal was stunned by the sword before him, falling silent as he recognized it. The border warden scrutinized Jin, listing his possessions, the mark and the spirit sword. At that moment, the old immortal's unease grew. As in the painting world, CA's fake mother looked confused. "CA, what are you saying? Why would there be no tomorrow?" The girl softly replied, "Going to the amusement park." The woman listened in confusion as her daughter began to list things off. Going on picnics, cooking together, bathing together. X finished, listened to bedtime stories. To her stunned expression, the girl calmly replied, "Things my real mother never knew." The sunlight streamed through the window as her innocent voice echoed in the air. "Because those are the things I imagined every night. As a child, Za would huddle, tremble, and cry in silence, locked away in that cold storage room, whispering her desires. A picnic and a bedtime story." Suddenly, Za remembered the sad light that streamed through the small window that year. I tried to think about those things as much as possible, hoping I could dream about them. Instead of nightmares, it was the only way I could comfort myself before bed, and she was strong and wise enough to expose this happy time. Was she just a dream? A beautiful dream that brought fleeting happiness and fulfilled my childhood wishes? C's fake mother stopped pretending, offering to bring him happiness every day and fulfill all his wishes if he stayed. Hearing this, the girl hung her head, her lips barely moving. After all, waking up wouldn't be any better. The dim light of the nightstand lamp shone as X simply recounted her pain. "Yes. Ever since that day, I've been lost and alone in this life, facing everything by myself. I never truly felt joy or happiness before. But now, things are different," as tears streamed down her pale face. "But now, things are much better. I'm no longer alone, no longer lost." Looking up, tears of joy welling in her eyes, she finally faced the darkness of her childhood. She no longer needs to comfort herself with dreams like these. "Mom," just as the immortal was about to execute Jane, a light from the painting drew everyone's attention. Xia completed her trial and emerged from the painting, shocking everyone. The guardian spirit was moved to tears, while Honggan was the first to react, even prompting the injured flower hermit to stand. Xiajin was the last to react, his mouth agape in stunned silence, while the immortal fell into disbelieving contemplation, then vehement denial. "Impossible!" the old immortal seethed, his body trembling with rage. Since when could a human escape a painting on their own? Their potential has wounded the old immortal's pride. The immortal shouts, "I won't allow it!" Suddenly, dozens of arms emerge from the painting, surrounding Xia. The girl gasped in surprise. "What in the world is this?" Hong urgently warns him, "Hey kid, watch out." Seeing the immortal about to break his promise, Hua Cheon was furious. "You shut-mouth old man, what are you playing at?" But before he could advance, a figure blocked his path. The blindfolded bastard. Jin couldn't help but angrily question, "Are you going back on your word?" The old man clearly broke free himself. "We didn't interfere." The immortal is clearly wrong, yet he's starting to blame us. "You are the cause. What are you spacing out for?" He continues to pour power into the spear, which is blocked by the azure jade sword. I knew it the moment that cursed sword appeared. Ignoring the sword, the immortal focuses his power to eliminate him. "Only by destroying everything related to you will I feel at peace." Is the old man resorting to dirty tricks? They all clearly passed their trials on their own. Perhaps because it was the princess, the old man slowly replied, "You probably know a little about the great war between humans and demons back then." He tightened his grip on the spear. As the bloody war between humans and demons resurfaced in the immortal's memory, he suddenly asked, "If this apostle survives, and the human-demon war reignites, can you bear the consequences? And will you side with humans or demons?" Hong's eyes widened, pausing before answering. Then the princess asked, "What do you mean by that?" The immortal replies, "It means the apostles could very well be the cause of the great war from that time." Jin struggles to withstand the spear. Hearing this, he suddenly panicked. "What?" Hong understood, but the princess still tried to argue. Yet history doesn't record apostles as ordinary humans, does it? Is he really just a commoner, a nobody? What kind of human bears a mark and wields sword techniques? The price was too high. He'd rather kill the wrong person than risk letting him live. Hong was speechless, but Jin refused to accept it. He dug his heels into the floor and asked through gritted teeth, "So you'd rather I die out of fear of what I might do?" The immortal replied with an air of superiority, "Consider it so." But then, something felt strange. The force against his spear grew stronger and stronger. The immortal was confused. Suddenly, his power. Dia looked up at him, eyes wide with defiance. Hey, let me tell you, I have no intention of dying here. Then he used his spirit sword to push forward. The weapons clashed violently, unleashing a blinding flash of light. The guardian deity and Hongan were caught off guard, instinctively shielding their eyes. Hua Chong and his subordinate stared in disbelief, but the one who faced Jin directly was the most shocked of all. He groaned in discomfort. The boy grits his teeth, eyes shut tight, and throws all his strength into pushing the sword back. The old immortal raged, "So you've revealed your true form?" The old immortal was completely stunned, exclaiming, "This brat, unwilling to be pushed back!" The immortal roared in fury. "Who is it? Who is protecting you from behind the scenes?" Jin stood tall, his eyes wide with fury, determined not to die in this forsaken place. Jin's frail sword, held with both hands, blocked the magical artifact as the border guardian exclaimed in surprise. He gripped his sword, charged forward, and roared with determination as his blade shattered the old man's weapon. A beam of light strikes the face of the border guardian, and the impact sends them both flying. His weapon shattered into fragments as the hero swiftly struck, catching him completely off guard. With one strike, he obliterates the immortal in a blaze of blue fire. A scream echoes as one of his subordinates, fighting Hua Seon, witnesses the scene and cries out for the immortal lord. His eyes widened in horror as blood streamed down his forehead, while Zia was pulled back by grasping hands in the midst of battle. The girl looks back in terror as he raises his sword, eyes burning red. She stares in horror as he fights, his face grim, eyes bloodshot, and mutters, "Hey, you!" His eyes burned crimson, mirroring his movements, and seeing him like this, she cried out, "Was it going to be like before?" He turned and slashed at the hands clutching her legs. She breaks free from the hands, falling backward with a look of surprise, crashing heavily to the ground. The girl cried out in pain, and upon hearing her, Hua Chong looked up. He called out to her in a panic, and the little puppy and Hongan rushed to her side. Worried, she groaned in pain. The subordinate rose from the rubble, anxiously asking, "Are you all right, great immortal?" He struggled to his feet, groaning in pain. The veins behind his blindfold bulged as sweat poured down his aged face. He muttered, "Impossible." He looked at Jia, who was full of murderous intent, with spells emanating from his hands, and in his aura he saw another figure appear. The image of Dongshang with his burning eyes made him exclaim, "Who released that apostle's seal?" On that long, wrinkled face, he spoke to himself. Dongshang. So it was him. No wonder this human could tamper with the painting so easily. His aura is unique in all the world. Unmistakable. The immortal guardian of the border looked up, his long white beard swaying slightly. The instigator of a cursed clan's uprising. He stared at Jay's impassive face, his eyes burning bright, and wondered with growing anxiety if the balance of power between the three realms was about to be broken once more. Hua Xiong, standing to one side, turned to Jay, who was looking down, and asked, "Hey, are you Jaxin?" He held his sword, not answering immediately. Jaxin didn't turn but looked forward, replying softly, "Rest assured, it's me. I won't make that mistake again." Despite his injuries, Hua Xiong rushed to Xia's side, asking, "Xia, are you fully awake?" Still dazed, Xia looked at him blankly and asked, "Appa, where are we? What's going on?" Doglord and the princess stood by, observing, but he offered no explanation. He simply tells Xia that it's a long story for later and that they need to deal with the old man first. The girl hesitantly asks, "Old man, are you talking about the gatekeeper?" The old man leaned against a rock and said, "I have something to ask." He looked up at him. "You wield that sword, and you intend to slaughter the demon realm again?" Hearing the old man's question, they both turned to him, and Dia, her eyes a vivid red, furrowed her brow and gently explained, as if she wanted him to understand that he had misunderstood. The old man was taken aback by those words, and the man continued, "I've come to the demon realm to save someone." Meanwhile, So-chan, looking weary, panted, sweat pouring down her face as she scanned her surroundings, her eyes darting in one direction, scrutinizing something, her brow furrowed. Dressed in red, she stood halfway up the cliff face, a sea of molten lava awaiting her if she slipped. So-chan watched the rocks fall into the fiery vortex, thinking how troublesome these flames of destruction were. She looked up at a palace nestled in the trees, quite a distance away. This was just outside Gomok's palace. Could the demon realm be deteriorating even further? She lowered her eyelids slightly, a shadow of worry darkening her eyes. She needed to find the path to the hidden bone, but unfortunately she had to abandon the upper path for this one. She looked up, surveying the terrain. This path was narrow and steep, but at least it was safer than the dark, overgrown road above. In a forest of towering trees and gloomy atmosphere, a path teeming with monsters must be traversed, and an unfamiliar foot has stepped into its darkness. A bewildered young man, sweat-drenched, clutches his cap, eyes darting around. What ungodly place is this? I don't know. The taxi driver said it was just a 10-minute walk. So, where have I been? The young man inadvertently spotted a brightly lit palace through the trees. He was taken aback. Lights? He gazed at the magnificent white palace, illuminated by brilliant lights, and couldn't help but wonder, what is this? There's a huge, old-fashioned building here? Should I go ask for directions? As he moved toward the light, a chilling voice echoed, startling him. It's a human from the outside world. Food has been scarce lately, and it's been so long since we've had a proper feast. The disembodied voice continued. Well, isn't this convenient? Food just walks right up to us. The young man, pale and drenched in sweat, stammers, "Is anyone there?" He received no response, but instead the voices began to argue amongst themselves. This one's mine. The young man's face paled even more as he saw not one, but two grotesque monsters with jagged teeth and glowing eyes. Another with three girls' heads, each looking in a different direction, crawled past, saying it had to be shared equally, while a white-faced, hairy monster with long forelimbs hugged a tree, calling dibs on a thigh and a wing. Monsters of all shapes and sizes set their sights on the lost young man, and one lunges forward, mouth agape and tongue extended. The other monsters weren't about to be outdone, charging forward, chanting, "Eat, eat!" One by one, they pounced, wrestling with their prey, tearing it apart limb by limb. A head here, a leg there. The head is mine. I want to eat this part. Want this arm? Then come and get it. Below the monster's tearing flesh above, Sojong hides. She hears everything, hands clamped over her mouth, sweat beading on her brow, eyes darting upward. Here you go, if you can catch it, it's yours. The young man's sauce-covered arm flies away, and she sees it all. The severed arm fell hanging suspended before her, and she gasped in shock. The sauce from the arm splattered, and she couldn't help but feel fear and disgust at the sight. Then a voice echoed with amusement. She turned towards the sound, spotting a long, multi-headed monster hovering above her, its excited eyes fixed on Sotron. "Why is there still food here?" it said, still chewing on the arm, its eyes full of excitement as it looked at her. As soon as it spoke, the other monsters descended, surrounding her. She released her hands in a panic, Sotrol's pupils dilating in fear of her predicament. They were thrilled to see another prey, promising to share this time. Back with Jin, he and the border guardian are still talking. The old man hesitates, then asks, "Your purpose in coming to the demon realm is to rescue a demon who once saved your life." He simply replied, "She used to be human." Hearing this, the old man rose from his seat, bowing his head in silence. Jin stood firm, sword in hand, wary of the old immortal, who pondered in silence. Had the seal weakened only slightly, or was he feigning restraint? He looked at the sword in his hand, his wrist glowing. He hesitated. Could he really trust this man? If he gambled wrong, all their efforts would be for naught. Could it be that she sent us here just to wait for the day we'd help this monster? He wondered where she got such confidence. In the painting, a girl turns away, her perfect figure rendered in black ink. Very well, I'll see if her decision is right or wrong. The Queen Mother of the West softly announces that they have all passed the test, and she will open the gate to the demon realm. His subordinates panicked at his words, but the old man ignored their cries and bowed deeply. I was remiss earlier and acted in a way unbecoming of an immortal. Is that true? You can't take back your words this time. I promise. He stood to the side, a little dazed, but still listened to the old man talk about the trial. The trial of suffering is an extremely harsh test designed to assess one's character. Its creator, driven by unfulfilled desires, once caused great damage to the demon realm. It's unheard of for 3 people to complete the trial at once, proving your wills are strong and unswayed by emotion. With that, the elder hesitated, drawing out his words before offering the 3 a piece of advice to consider. The demon realm is no place for humans. You'll struggle to adapt, and with your limited skills, venturing deep inside would be suicide. I won't stop you, but I urge you to consider this carefully. Upon hearing this, he asks, "What?" He smiles confidently. Why worry so much? It's no use. I won't die easily until Huan is eliminated. Hearing Hua Xiong mention Jum Wonayan surprised him. You know Jum Onan? He immediately asked, "Were all of you brought here against your will?" The 3 were puzzled by this question. The old man muttered, "Very well. If fate wills it, allow me to bestow a boon upon you." Hua Xiong frowned, crossing his arms in annoyance. "Forget it. We don't need anything, especially not from a cunning old man. Disappointed, Dia turned to Huasong, a hint of reproach in his voice. Still, he's offering to help. Let's see what he's up to first. You just pointed at him, glared at me, and said, "Help my ass." We were almost killed by him just moments ago. How can you expect me to trust him? Xia looks over, dumbfounded. The immortal elder who governs the immortal realm speaks up. It's understandable that you don't trust me, but this time it really is. But at this moment, the three of them begin to argue. Xi points directly at Huaxi. What are you babbling about? Oh, stop acting like you can dictate everything. He immediately retorted, You came last, so it's best you keep quiet. Do you even know the dirty tricks he's pulled on us? Even Jie Xin chimed in, saying that since the man had already apologized, they should at least hear him out. Oh, what could they lose? Suddenly, he noticed the guardian beast beside Hong. If I'm not mistaken, this divine beast is exhausted and severely lacking in vital energy. Here, swallow this elixir. The spiritual power within this elixir is enough for a worm to gain the strength of a dragon. All three stare at him in astonishment. Huh, is he bluffing? Hong, wary, immediately ordered the guardian spirit Bell Badger to back away. What was he planning? Before the princess could finish, he waved his hand at the guardian and tossed it the elixir. The guardian spirit immediately snatched the elixir, stunning Hong. The princess rushed over, scolding, Are you really a dog eating whatever's thrown at you? Seeing the guardian deity's discomfort, the princess grew worried. What's wrong? Spit it out or you'll die of poisoning. Suddenly, the guardian deity looks up with sparkling eyes, stunning Hong. What's with that gleam in his eyes? Xia rushes over. What did you just feed it? Damn it, if anything happens to that ferret, I'm going to make you pay. Suddenly, the old man spoke, startling her. Young lady, please, take this. With that, he handed her a red ribbon, the only thing left before her portrait was completely burned. The girl took the cloth, remembering something. Then the old man continued. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Your feelings for the person in the painting must be incredibly strong for dream illusions to become reality. This cloth is formed from all the spiritual energy condensed within the painting. Keep it with you. One day it will be of use. The girl silently clutched the cloth in her hand as Huashong's angry voice suddenly echoed. Stop with this carrot and stick routine, old man. You're dredging up memories we'd rather forget. And now he wants to show compassion and empathy? This old hypocrite needs to stop. He simply replied, the painting's task is merely to provide a location where the examinee confronts their own memories as recreated by the painting. Frankly, even if I wanted to, I'm not allowed to interfere with your memories. It could be a past you wish to forget, major events in your life, or someone you've always longed to meet. Everything that happened in there originated from within you. If you chose to stay or give up, your trial would fail. But you overcame the trial's torments and temptations, proving your minds are incredibly strong. I deeply regret that you were tormented by those painful memories, but it also means your will is strong enough to overcome any future disturbances. These gifts are my way of offering a most sincere apology. He gritted his teeth, angry but speechless. Then he tells him, As for you, I initially thought you were a half-demon, but in reality, you're just a human. More precisely, you've merely grafted a demon's part onto your human body. Do you have any idea how foolish this grafting is? Why would you go to such lengths for power? He frowned deeply in silence, then remembered the woman and knew he had to stop here. Kuoka is too strong. He's not someone you can deal with. Biting his lip, he growled, I told you I came to the demon realm to take down Huan. Suddenly, the old immortal retorted, No wonder you can't fully utilize the demon eye's power. Xiaohua asked, confused, Dear? He slowly explained, In fact, you'd only use it as a last resort, fearing it would corrupt your mind and body. Normally I wouldn't bother, but this time is different. Please accept this gift so I can have some peace of mind. Then, he produces a black feather. This is a feather from the Yu. This ancient strange bird can infinitely increase its power by devouring other monsters. Even one of its feathers is enough to help someone. Enraged, he swatted away the feather, yelling, I don't need it. Who wants your cursed trinket? Sa scolded him, Don't just throw it away. You never know when you might need it. Then Jin suddenly speaks up, mentioning Huan, and asks if Jock has any grudges against him. Huaxiang looks back at him in disbelief. What? Do you want revenge on him too? He paused, confused, then denied it, saying, No, it's just that Soon once mentioned that name to me. He seemed surprised, then asked, So Chan, isn't that Jumwon's fiancé's name? Huaqiang stares wide-eyed, her face a mix of shock and disbelief. Did I just hear that right? Dia hesitantly asks, So Chan is marrying which Jumwon? The old immortal was shocked. You know nothing? Do you even know her true identity? Are you friends or foes? Dia quickly denies it, saying, "Not enemies, not yet at least." Even Hong Dian is dumbfounded. A wedding? What is going on? On the other side, a demon has already been decapitated, its body falling into the lava below. The remaining demon stared intently at So-Cho, seeing her as food. So-Cho leaped upwards, glancing back with worry, realizing she'd been exposed. She had no choice but to press on. Another demon suddenly appears before her, startling her. It eyes her gleefully, calling her human, and she barely manages to block its attack. Struggling, she then uses her needle to strike back, causing it to howl in pain. They watch the attacked monster fall, but suddenly a bird-like monster snatches it up and devours it. Just as it's about to finish its meal, So-Eol severs its leg with her hairpin. She crashed through the trees below, landing on the monster from before. Looking up, she saw another horde of monsters staring at her, chanting, "Human, eat meat." Biting her lip, she worried, "What do I do?" Her hand trembled as she gripped the needle. "I can't fight this many monsters at once. As long as they mistake me for a human, they'll keep hunting me." The monsters kept chanting about eating her, and she grew more worried. At this rate, she'd be devoured. Her eyes widen as if she's realized something. And in the next moment, the monsters are all stunned. The finger that wore the ring is now bare. Where is it? Where are the humans? Why? The demon then looks at her, saying something that makes her uneasy. "You're a demon too." In her hand, she clutches the ring, affirming her plan. She's done it. Removing the ring will unleash her monstrous aura, rivaling any demon. She must escape quickly. Suddenly, a voice from behind stops her in her tracks. "Now, I can sense your demonic energy, sister." She turned around, looking towards the voice. "So you've been following me this whole time?" The voice came from Seiyun, who smiled faintly at Soron. "It seems my sister has something quite interesting. Could you let me have a look at it?" Meanwhile, the old immortal, with his back to them, slowly explained, "I told you. I only heard about it. I don't know the details of their wedding." Hwaseong glared at him, annoyed. "That old fox, I feel like he's hiding a lot of important things." Then he led them to a small tower. "This is the gateway to the demon realm. The gate is a painting, and he throws the toad at them. I'm returning this guide to you." "Well, if it isn't Toad, long time no see." He thrashes about in fear. "Please, be gentle." "I'm afraid of heights." He reaches through the painting, then looks back at the old man with suspicion. "Old man, you're not going to trick us into some crazy trial again, are you?" He quickly denies it. "No, I swear on my honor as a sage." Hong rides the guardian spirit, charging forward, advancing valiantly. After the others passed through the painting, the old man suddenly sighed to Jin. "What an interesting combination. I don't know how the princess of the Soy Kingdom joined your team, but her status alone is enough for you to travel through the demon realm. The power of the Soy Kingdom isn't just weapon crafting." Dia paused, then asked, "There's something I'd like to ask you." The old hermit immediately replied, "What is it?" Then Jin voiced his question. "What did you mean by again?" He explained, "This may be your last chance, and ours, so I hope you won't repeat your past mistakes. Every error will come at a great cost." "You're asking me to pay for mistakes I don't even know I made?" he asked, frowning. "If you can't tell me everything, at least give me the gist of it." The old man looked up to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by the celestial sovereign. The blindfolded man spoke urgently, saying a door was opening, and the old man looked back, his face growing panicked. "This aura, it's him. We don't have time to talk. You have to get out of here now." He looked at the old man, confused and flustered. "Wait, just a moment. I need to know the answer." The old man replied urgently as he looked back at the door, warning that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. Then, from that door, the face of a demon slowly emerged. Before being completely pushed into the painting, he recognized Jum-Won. He looked at the old man and the boy, wondering, "Were you waiting for me? Or did you just send someone else away?" Jin hadn't gotten an answer in time, and he was still curious. As he was about to be pushed through the gate, Jane cried out, "Wait!" and immediately fell into an endless void. Still, he regretfully looked up at the gate when a voice echoed, "Long time no see." He reverted to his childhood form, and the figure continued, "Please understand. I know it's early to come to you, but I'm in a hurry as my time is running out." Before him stood a cloaked figure wearing a strange hat, who asked, "Is this the life you longed for?" "To me, he looks just as he did before." It seems Jin has met this person before, but he can't remember. He hesitantly asks her, "Who are you?" She replies, "I'm here to give you another chance." With that, the figure pointed to Jin's hand, saying, "Take this." A pair of red glasses quickly appeared in his hand. Diashin asked in surprise, "Glasses?" The figure replied, "It's a part of you that I've collected. Will you regain your original power, or will you continue to awaken unnecessary things?" You will be tested once more. The unnecessary things he speaks of may refer to Yongxiang, Jin's past self, he continued. However, this trial isn't yours alone, as I too must bear the responsibility for my decision. Confused by what she's just heard, Diashin grows increasingly bewildered. What are you saying? I don't understand. He said sternly, remember this well and quickly, or your disciples and your life will end. Put it on and do what must be done. Knowing he meant the glasses, Yeshin puts them on, and opening his eyes, he's shocked by what he sees. Behind Jaishin, a group of children appeared, one asking, what do you see now? With a terrified expression, Jaishin trembled, unable to contain his fear. He exclaimed, demons! Monsters! Before Yashin are two hideous demons, one with rough green skin, long hair and horns, and the other with a yellow eye, a bird's beak, and black feathers. But to ordinary people, they just look like two young men, one chubby with a shaved head, and the other with brown hair and yellow eyes. The chubby one wondered, he can see our true forms? The brunette added, we've been exposed? Suddenly, the two young men began to transform, declaring there was no need to hide any longer. Jaishin and the children watched in horror. The two demons reveal their true forms amidst raging flames, filling Jiashin with dread and creeping fear. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, do you want more power? Jin then became unusually strong, fighting the two monsters alone. After the fierce battle, Jin successfully eliminates them, standing atop one of the monsters as he gazes down at the ruins. Daya, in the form of a child with red glasses, raises a battle-scarred hand, a terrifying smile spreading across his face, before gleefully replaying his maniacal laughter. But the excitement is short-lived, as Jaishin suddenly spots a familiar figure lying prone on the ground amidst the chaos. With tears in his eyes, the director weakly calls out Jin's name, as another demon impales him with its sharp tail. It stuck its tongue out at Jin, saying, you kill my kind, and I'll send yours off too. The scene before him overwhelmed Jin, and he roared in anger. Jin lunged forward, attacking the monster until it vanished, and the director fell, knowing her time had come. With her last words, she reached out to Jin, saying, Jin, you always blame yourself for the bad things that happen. Jin broke down in tears, and the headmaster wiped them away, saying, but this time, absolutely don't blame yourself. The director smiled gently, and with those words, breathed her last. In despair, Jin cries out, realizing someone he held dear has passed, as Dongsong appears beside him. Tears streaming down his face, Dia cried out, I don't need your power. Dongsong seemed to understand his feelings at that moment. He retreated into the endless darkness. Overwhelmed, Dexon frantically fled down the deserted street, desperately crying for help. Help, is anyone there? Please, help me. Diashin stumbles to the ground, splattered with a red liquid as a deep voice echoes. Are you human? Jay looked up at the person before him. It was Juan in a purple suit, holding someone's head in his hand as he continued to question. Answer me. Are you a monster or a human? Suddenly, he transforms into a multi-eyed demon, telling Jin, if you're human, you'll be obliterated, because I despise humans. Suddenly, a blue light appears behind Dai-Wan, his figure fading as a voice echoes in Jin's mind. Answer me. A blinding light flashed. Suddenly, Di-Xin leaps out of the gate. He winces at the sound, and Hua-Xiong turns back, wondering why Di-Xin is breathing so heavily. Seeing this, Hua-Zhe-Ong anxiously asks, what the hell were you doing over there for so long? We were worried sick. The princess, riding on the guardian deity's back, asked, are you all right, stupid den? Thinking back on everything that's happened, Diajin speaks. I remember now. Hua Chong looked at him in surprise, as Diashin, with tears in her eyes, continued to talk about the director, the headmaster, and that monster. The monster Jin is talking about is J1, now in another body, staring coldly at the person before him. The immortal guardian of the border speaks, you're quick to arrive. Jumwan, I only sent word a short time ago, yet here you are. The immortal's subordinate looked visibly tense as Huan, with that same cold gaze, seemed to be contemplating something. With his eyes closed, he calmly replies that he's heard it's matured, and the time is almost ripe. The immortal says, gesturing towards the gate, that while the quantity isn't yet sufficient to restore order to the demon realm, a little more time will ensure everything returns to balance. The blue portal opens to a deep, spiraling staircase. He continues, it is sealed in the deepest part of this tower. The old man urged, I've fulfilled my promise to you. Now it's time for you to fulfill yours and return my eyes to me quickly. Dai-Wan, with his own plans, closed his eyes in agreement. Of course. He held out his palm, revealing the two eyes to the immortal, and a light flashed before the old man's eyes. The immortal marvels, saying with joy, excellent, I can feel it again. He removes his blindfold, revealing his restored eyes. Now that he can see, the immortal declares their partnership over, with no further obligations between them. Juman responds. All right, he said to his companion. Yon Yang, now I must take that thing with me to the human realm, she replied. Yes. Hearing this, the immortal was momentarily alarmed. He turned to Juan and asked, Wait, the human realm? What's going on? You were supposed to take it back to the demon realm. The gate no longer emits a blue light, but instead an eerie black aura. He was confused. We agreed that this evil object could only be used to restore balance in the demon realm. Its demonic energy is too strong. If it were to erupt in the human realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. From the start, I had no interest in rebalancing the demon realm. What? Juan continued. Isn't that what you gods have always wanted? I'm just going with the flow. His crimson eyes glanced at the old man. I've always used every means to pursue my limits, to see just how much power I can devour. Therefore, I care not if the three realms collapse. Anyone who stands in the way of my ideals must die. Kill gods and Buddhas alike. The immortal can't believe what he's hearing. He was stunned. What? His gaze darkens with displeasure. I used to treat you with respect. Because you're the successor to the demon realm's leader. But the higher you climb in power, the more arrogant you become. I will not allow it. I will destroy you here and now, along with that cursed object. But before he could act, his subordinate intervened. Great immortal, wait, that man. Before he could finish, the immortal attacked, but Yungonean remained calm, stating that he was not the arrogant one here. He parries the blow and a spark ignites, revealing Juan's weapon to be identical to his own, causing the immortal to exclaim, Why do you possess an immortal's weapon like mine? Yungonean's cold gaze pierces him as he calmly explains, Simple. Because your true eyes are still in my possession. Suddenly, blood tears streamed from the immortal's eyes, and he collapsed, clutching them and screaming in agony as his subordinate rushed to his side. Suddenly attacked from behind, he cried out in pain as needles struck pressure points, immobilizing his subordinate. Appearing from behind, Yan manipulated the needles with a string, causing him to cry out in pain. She remarked, I've always wondered if gods like you even know what pain is. She gleefully pierces her disciple between the eyes with a needle. I can't wait to harvest your pain. Meanwhile, the immortal continued to groan in pain as Dian approached, sneering, Oh, immortal one, the reason you had to give up your eyes to cooperate with me stems from the mistakes you made in the past. His eyes now sealed shut, tears of blood streamed down his cheeks as he listened to him say, Out of respect for your efforts, I'll spare your life. Chuan then placed his hand on the immortal's eyes, adding, However, I'm curious to know what it feels like to devour the power of a god, and I prefer to satisfy my curiosity. The immortal laughed, surprising Juan, who looked at him. Very well, he said, so you know everything. Through Yongwan's hand, the immortal's eyes remained closed, accepting his fate. It's done. My mission here is complete. Do as you wish. Gamewanen raised his hand, and grotesque monsters sprouted from it. A swarm of tentacles with eyes and sharp teeth, rushing out like hungry tigers, emitting terrifying cries. Elsewhere, Jane sits dazed, a hint of fear still on his face as Hua Chong speaks, Hey, slowpoke, calmed down yet? Seeing Zhou Xin remain silent, he continued, Did you see something on the way here? How should I put it? It's like all the fragments of memories are flooding back at once. Hearing this, Ji's eyes widened in surprise. He stood up and said, Let's put that aside for now. We're in the demon realm, and we need to cut off Jin's screams. Nearby, a person was gagged and tied up. X shouted, I told you to stay still. You old toad, Dia asks, wondering, Why did you have to tie him up? X replies, His mission ends here. Do you want me to silence him permanently? Dia contemplates the, All right, let's see. They stood before the gate, along a massive corridor facing a magnificent palace, its rooms radiating golden light in the still of night. As Dear Girl speaks, this palace is the old tree demon's lair. And in the silent forest, Siun Unun looks at So Troll in the distance, feigning doubt as she asks, Say something, sister. Don't want me to see? Flanking her were rhino and dinosaur-like demons, and 3 triangular demons blocked Sauron's path. She turned to her and calmly replied, It's nothing. Sun knew her too well to believe it, and mocked her with a smile. Do you even know how bad you are at lying? Ironically, their grandfather pretended to believe those blatant lies, and that bothered her immensely. That favoritism made Siun hate Sotron. The golden sunlight shining through the leaves kept the forest from being too dark and scary. Siun was truly confused, wondering why someone as strict as their grandfather was so tolerant only of her. She recalled Gomok and his cold heartlessness. The more Seun spoke, the angrier and more jealous she became of Sotron. For hundreds of years, she had worked tirelessly to gain her grandfather's favor, yet her aura shifted with her emotions, becoming increasingly intense. Sia felt resentful, yet her grandfather favored a human soul. So Tron sensed something was wrong and anxiously advised her to calm down. Soon, hearing her words, closed her eyes to regain composure, but there was one thing she couldn't overlook, something far more serious that enraged her. Why is a servant marrying Lord Jumonean, whom if you hadn't appeared, his fiancé would have been me? If it weren't for you, I would be the supreme queen of the demon realm right now. She transforms into a towering demon, her eyes filled with malice as she gazes down at her diminutive sister. Though our grandfather wants me to bring you to the altar, I could just tell him you met with an accident on the way and died. Her face became covered in snake scales, her eyes narrowed into slits, and her fangs grew long and sharp. Super Yunnan smirks, pleased with her plan. Yes, if she does this, the queen's seat and Lord Dian will be hers. Meanwhile, Jin holds a small blue gem that emits a beam of light pointing outwards. Ji looks suspiciously at the forest as the gem leads the way out of the palace. Hua crosses her arms, deep in thought. So, if she's not in the palace, did the old tree demon take her, or has he not brought her back yet? Dia frowned with worry, hoping she was all right. Hongdi listened intently, looking up at them both with a warning. Be careful. The demon realm is chaotic. Not as peaceful as your human realm. It's far more dangerous outside the palace. Dia followed the voice and looked down at the princess, while Hongdi asked with a puzzled look, "What are you looking at?" Then he turned to Hua Xiong, asking if he would go. With a straight face, he gives a nonsensical reply. Of course, we're going. Seeing this, the princess angrily shouts, "Are you ignoring my warning?" Suddenly, Hua Xiong grabs Hong by the scruff of his neck and lifts him into the air. The princess, startled by his sudden action, cries out, "What are you doing?" "Let me out." He tossed the princess into the hood along with his jacket. Hong made a noise of confusion at the sudden movements, and Hua Xiong explained, "I'm just reminding you to hold on tight, because we need to move faster from now on. It'll be more comfortable and convenient for you in here than riding the bell weasel." Hong settled into the hat, looking at him in surprise. Hua Xiong glanced at the princess and calmly reminded her, "You said you're royalty, right? If the other demons find out who you are, there'll be trouble, won't there? Then you better sit tight and don't show your face." Hong, touched by his words, asked uncertainly, "Are you worried about my safety?" Unexpectedly, Hua Xiong denied it, grinning mischievously. "Don't get any ideas, rat. You're not in there to relax. You're covering my blind spots." His words successfully provoked Hong. The princess, enraged, demanded to be addressed properly. "How dare you call me a rat? I have a name, you know." But Hua Xiong ignored her and called out to X. "Hey, X, are you coming or not?" The little girl frantically replies. "All right." Then she turns away to threaten the toad. I still have his picture, so he better not dare harm anyone in the human realm again. The three could only watch X's actions helplessly. Suddenly, Dia speaks up, asking, "Hey, Duksha, who did you meet inside the painting?" He tilted his head to look at him, and with a pained tone, Hua Xiong recalled the name Dong In. My little sister, murdered by a demon years ago? The old memories flood back. He stood before the ruined door, destroyed by the invading monsters, and stared into the room in horror. Everything was a blinding red. A blood-soaked hand reached out towards the door. Hua Jung recounted, "That day, her incurable disease relapsed, and I traveled through the mountains all night to invite a great physician. But upon his return, he found her surrounded by monsters, and it seemed he was too late. She was still and lifeless, and he fled in terror. Seeing that horrific scene, the room full of monsters and scattered flesh, all he could think to do was run as fast as he could." Dai stands beside him, listening as Hua Xiong reveals that he's still haunted by one thing. When he fled, he could still hear her calling out to him, and he felt something that made him turn back. Jin quietly looked at him and asked, "Do you regret it?" If he had glanced at him silently, then even Hong John would have noticed the heavy, quiet atmosphere, and just looked up at the two talking. Hua Wung fell silent, then confessed, "Yes, I regret it. I've been tormented, eaten away inside. I even considered ending it all." His voice echoed through the palace, the light illuminating each pillar, and as Hua Xiong clenched his fist, suppressing his emotions, another thought flashed through my mind. If I had recklessly charged them that day, I wouldn't be standing here now. If I want revenge, I absolutely can't afford to sleep meaninglessly. Right? His eyes were direct, his voice resolute and firm. And so I set many goals for myself, the highest of which was to gain the strength to never run away again. I'd trade anything to erase them with my own hands. Even if my soul is cast into hell, Jin is terrified by my resolve. He warily watches as I continue. With the mindset of someone who has nothing left to lose, I frantically trained in exorcism. Clearly, Jin wasn't the only one who was frightened, even Honggon was. The princess, too, eyed him warily. Hwasong, sensing their gaze, looked at Honggon, annoyed, and corrected himself. "Why are you scared, you coward?" I've changed my goal to eliminating monsters that harm humans. No more indiscriminate attacks. Ji heard this and, without comment, changed the subject. So, the person C met in the painting was her mother? A few steps ahead, the girl crouches down, reaching out to summon her guardian spirit. "Come here." "That's right," Hwachong affirmed. "I sympathize with X's feelings. No wonder she doesn't want to escape." But Hwasong doesn't see it that way, looking at the girl with pity. He revealed the grim truth of that year. That woman was wicked. A sinister cult promised to cure her illness in exchange for her daughter. The image of a woman flashed before him, a heartless woman who chose her own gain. Upon hearing this, Jane looks disbelieving. Is it true? Reality is always different from imagination, and he felt the immense disparity. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. But back in the painting, it was like Mr. Hui's knew what I was thinking and said it out loud. "You think the bond between mother and child is sweet and tender?" The simple strokes on the paper perfectly captured Za's mother. He surmised that it was perhaps just a deep longing in Za's heart. Hwasu watched the little girl playing with her guardian spirit in her arms, and only felt sadness. C's eyes fell on the pink scarf around his wrist, and his mood suddenly soured. Jae-ha is the only one who hasn't revealed anything about himself yet. Hwase turned to him and asked, "What about you?" "You fool." He looked at him, then lowered his eyes in dismay. The images of Yongshong and the director flashed through his mind as he spoke with sorrow. I had to choose between someone who genuinely cared for me, someone I longed to see again, and a terrifying being who could grant me immense power, a being I feared. Hwasong then asked seriously, "So, who did you choose to escape?" He replied grimly, "I chose no one." I had a feeling that no matter who I chose, the outcome would be bleak. Just then, Dia spoke hesitantly. "What happened then?" He continued his questioning, as red curtains hung ethereally from the palace's canopy. He recalled Soon's beautiful face as So-chan's voice echoed in his ears, bringing him back to himself. Jin suddenly realized, remembering that this was the second time she had saved his life. Hwasong looked at him pensively, then uttered a cruel truth. "You nearly died twice because of her." His words struck him like a bolt of lightning, and Dia stared in stunned disbelief. He glared at him, ready to argue, but Hwachong spoke first. "The truth hurts." He recalls the image of his lifeless body on the ground, and overcome with grief, he unleashes harsh words. "You've nearly died twice because of her, and her desperate attempts to save you were nothing more than a way to ease her own guilt." Pointing at him, Hak declared, "Wake up, you fool. That woman has ties to the demon Jum-1. Even if she has no ulterior motives, you're the one who'll end up hurt. You can't understand what he's thinking. Why do you still want to risk your life to help that woman?" X also notices the two of them from afar. Dine bites his lip, silent, as Hong watches him with concern. The fool suddenly speaks, "I don't know anymore." A memory of So-troll smiling gently and saying, "I'll wait," flashes through his mind, leaving him confused and lost. Dia responds to Hwaseon, "I just feel like it's something I have to do." He firmly holds on to his conviction. This is someone he can't afford to lose in this lifetime. Suddenly, Dasin was horrified, frozen in place, shocked by his own thoughts. Wait, why did that thought suddenly pop into my head this time around? Suddenly, Hwaseong's voice snaps Jae-shin out of his thoughts. He looked up at him, not understanding what he wanted. But whatever, let's just see where this goes. He paused at a door, reaching out to open it, his eyes glancing at him, signaling what to do next. If they followed the jewel's guidance, they would likely encounter the Demon Lord. Jum-1. Let's scout ahead before deciding our next move. First, we need to find a way out of here. As he flung the door open, a horde of demons wearing white masks with red patterns stood waiting. The three tensed up, warily eyeing them, as Hwachong cursed his luck. The demons turned toward the door, voicing their confusion. What was this? This aura? It's human? Since when could humans freely roam Gamaknim's palace? Elsewhere, footsteps echoed through a tower as Wan and Yeon-nyang emerged onto a balcony. He turned to Yeon-nyang behind him, asking, "Has the seal been broken?" She answered respectfully, "Well, yes." The two looked out of the tower, where demonic energy soared into the sky and the cacophony of monsters roared. Deanne gazes at the creature before her, a monster formed from the amalgamation of countless demons, towering and emitting a blue glow. Yeon-nyang looks up at it expectantly, hoping it will fulfill his wish, but Huan is not satisfied and has to settle for it. It seems this isn't enough to destroy everything, but it's a good start. A close look reveals the frenzied faces of each monster within it. The old monsters in the demon world have long harbored desires, and seeing this, they will eagerly cooperate with me. They're all easily manipulated, desperate to escape the very source of their power. He calmly contemplates his plan while looking down on the demons of the demon realm. Their vision has narrowed over the years, allowing us to quickly establish a foundation, a definite advantage. Upon closer inspection, each demon bears a glowing, symbolic mark, binding them together. But something still weighs on his mind. Huan recalls the Border Guardian's cryptic words as he was about to end his life. "Very well, so you know everything." Suddenly, he remembered the old man standing before a glowing painting when he arrived and ordered, "Yongni, hunt down those who left that painting. If they're of no use, eliminate them." She clasped her hands before her chest, respectfully accepting the order. "As you command." In the forest, sunlight bathed the treetops, when suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. So Troll, exhausted and panting, wielded her needle sword and leaped through the trees. When suddenly, Suun appeared above, taunting her, "Nowhere to run, little mouse." With that, Suun opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of venom. So Troll quickly raised her hand to shield herself, but the venom landed on her sleeve, corroding a hole and burning her hand. So Troll steadies herself on a branch, hand gripping the trunk for balance, and clicks her tongue in disbelief. "Suun, do you really want to destroy me?" Suddenly, her snake tail appears behind her head, and Sauron quickly jumps away from the tree. In the next instant, Suun's tail mercilessly struck the spot where she had been standing. She spun in the air, raising her needle sword to strike Suun's back, but at the last moment, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Seon glared at her with hatred, sneering, "You're still hesitating?" Then, her tail wrapped around Sauron's leg and threw her out. She was sent flying into the trees as Suun's murderous intent intensified. Every move is fatal. If you don't fight seriously, just lie down and surrender. So Cheon's body was covered in wounds from the throw, and as she fell from above, she could no longer hold on, and the hairpin slipped from her grasp. Seon quickly gives chase, her serpentine body swiftly constricting So-chan. Her upper body coiled around a tree. She looked down at So-chan, who was being constricted by her snake tail. She cried out in pain, and Seon reveled in the sight of So-chan's beautiful face contorted in agony and tears. She scoffed, "How pathetic. It's been so long since I've offered a human to the ancestor who has grown noticeably weaker. Looking at your weak state, you must have never eaten human flesh, have you?" Soon frowned in disgust. "If you want to be strong like me, you have to eat a lot of humans. Now it's too late for regrets." She hauls her up, her stinger tail poised for a fatal strike. Soon doesn't understand, asking, "The ancestor gave you the chance to become a powerful demon. Why did you betray their expectations?" So Tron is tightly bound, struggling to breathe. She struggled to open her eyes, weakly saying, "Sister, you really love your human form, don't you? What a joke for a monster. You eat humans, yet you prefer to take human form." So Tron finds those like Sun pathetic. To prolong your lives, you must constantly take them. What's the point of living the same life over and over? Her words stunned the other woman. Suddenly, Seon tightened her grip, and So-chan cried out in agony. Seon leaned in, muttering, "Now that you mention it, my ancestor told me that a human is behind all your recent changes." Before So-chan could process Seon's words, she heard her say, "I've changed my mind. I must find that human first." She trembled as she looked at her, weakly calling out, "What?" Seon moved her face close to So-chan, laughing maliciously. "And I'll rip out that human's heart and devour it raw. Before your very eyes, that human will pay with his life for you, and you will be haunted forever." "Ah, I've made up my mind. I'll spare your life, just to see the look on your face when it happens." "Sister." The troll looks on in horror and disbelief at Jin, as Hwaseong raises his immaculate sword to block the demon's attack, the weapons colliding with a heavy thud. He tilted the string of beads down, allowing the scythe's force to strike the ground, then leapt to the side, piercing the monster's waist with the unblemished chain. He suddenly questioned this aloud as Hwa-chong stared at the demon's unscathed body. Shocked. Was it not affected at all? He raised his weapon defensively, wondering how this could be. The demon reacted instantly, sweeping its scythe in a sharp arc towards the back of his neck. Suddenly, the scythe's handle vibrated violently, causing it pain. Hong-on inside the hat was reaching out to fire the gun, and the force of the shot shattered the blade. After the successful rescue, Hong-on explains the mystery to Hwa-seon. The magic of the demon realm must have weakened your weapon. The princess's gun still smolders, a testament to the danger they face. Honggun explains that it's similar to how his weapons weakened in the human realm. He stared blankly at Hongjon, reeling from this revelation, as Hwaseon fled from another demon's attack, shouting in frustration, "Why didn't you say so, you coward?" The princess, unwilling to back down, retorted loudly, "How was I supposed to know?" Fortunately, Jin arrived just in time, sword in hand. He deflected the demon's weapon, swept his arm to push them back, and quickly gave instructions. "I'll hold them off here. You two find a way out and I'll catch up later." "What is this? You think I'm the kind of person who would let you do that, you fool?" Meanwhile, X stood at the balcony, turning to report to him. "Looks like there's no escape." Following the sound, Hoa Chung looked over, and the girl urgently explained that the palace was surrounded by a river of lava, and falling in would mean certain death. Hearing this, Hong suggests that she try using a weapon from the demon realm, prompting a surprised glance from Hua Jiang towards the princess. Hong seriously suggests that she must have something suitable in her treasures, when suddenly the scribe escapes his gag, croaking like a frog, drawing Xia's attention. He laughs triumphantly, saying they're all trapped like birds in a cage, taking pleasure in their misfortune. Thiemthu carelessly reveals there was an escape route at the back gate, but he destroyed it. Xia looks at him in surprise, asking for clarification. "Wait, so you're saying we can still escape through the main gate?" Chenshu blurts out, "That's right." Hearing his confirmation, Xia happily waved goodbye and offered her thanks. "Excellent. If we can't go out the back, we'll just go out the front. Thanks for the directions. Letting that old toad live was a wise decision after all." Witnessing everything, Chenshu froze, and suddenly the guardian spirit barked, drawing her attention. "What's wrong, Weasel?" she asked worriedly. He just stood there, stubbornly looking back this way. Dia struggled to block the staff coming at her from the side. He gazed at the monsters before him, feeling as if he were in a dream. It wasn't long ago that he couldn't even look a monster in the eye, let alone fight them like this. And yet now he feels no fear at all. He thinks of Deng Zhang and wonders if he's still being influenced by him. Suddenly, Hoa Song praises him. "Not bad, newbie." Dia turns in shock to see him wielding a strange weapon, as Hua Xiong shoos him away. "Now step aside." The weapon he wields is an axe, its surface adorned with a grinning face. He swings his axe down, cleaving a monster in two, and declares he'll handle the rest. Blood splatters across his battle-ready face as Hua Xiong grins at the axe in his hand, admiring it. "Not bad, Rat. This toy of yours isn't half bad. Now that I've had my fun, I'll go on ahead and clear the path. You guys protect." Startled, Hua Xiong turned and cursed. "Damn it!" Xia, riding on the guardian spirit, called out to get his attention. "Appa, hurry up!" Hua Xiong looked at the girl in surprise. Xia urgently relays what she overheard from the toad. "The old toad has blocked the back exit, so we can only escape through the main gate. But all he can focus on is Xia riding on the guardian spirit's back, and he says jealously, 'Riding a divine beast looks pretty cool.' What bothers him even more is that Jin is also riding on it, behind Xia. Hua Xiong scolds him. What kind of man sits in the back like that? He scratched his head, flustered, and stammered, "How was I supposed to know? The weasel just bit my clothes and threw me up there." He retorted in a fit of anger, "Do you know that being bitten by a dog doesn't hurt as much as sitting behind a girl?" Hua's eyes watched the guardian spirit carrying the two of them rampage through the horde of monsters, and spoke with concern. "Besides, it has to carry all of us at once, so it has enough power to get through this horde of monsters. When it bumps into a monster, it bursts into flames." He fell silent, only looking away awkwardly. Xia rode past him and explained that the monsters would burst into flames upon touching the bellflower hound. Hong suddenly understood, glanced at him, and pointed out the problem. "Hey, this must be the effect of that elixir the old immortal gave you. If you know how to escape, why not just ride the ferret?" Hua Chong hesitated. Finally, Hua Chong relented, and the three rode the guardian spirit straight into the horde of monsters, as he warily warned from the side. "Hey, newbie, keep your hands to yourself around LC, got it? I'm guarding the other side." "What are you talking about?" "What are you talking about?" Huzong continued to speak, creating more problems for Jin. "What if your little girlfriend saw that and got jealous enough to obliterate you?" Jin was frustrated and annoyed. Is this really the time for jokes? Back with Sotron, Seon's hand is suddenly attacked, her fingers separating from her hand. Her serpentine body was also attacked, instinctively releasing Sotron, and Seon screamed in agony. Sotron escaped her bonds, landed on the ground, and replied to Seon, "Even if I'm not a true monster." She coldly continued, "Don't think you can threaten me with that form." Soon broke out in a cold sweat, warily eyeing Sotron. Kneeling on the ground, her nails turned a fiery red. Extending into sharp claws, she glared at her enemy. Have you forgotten why I'm Yuan's senior disciple? She taunted. Seun, with her reptilian yellow eyes, was taken aback, grinding her teeth. I'll act immediately. Her lower half, covered in strange, dark blue scales, surrounded Sotron as she roared, You're too arrogant. She was not to be outdone. Seeing the tail closing in, she ran towards its movement, slashing at it with her sharp claws. Blood splatters everywhere as Sochan escapes the constricting tail, much to Seun's surprise. Her leg sweeps across, striking the still bleeding wound, causing her to wince and cry out in pain. The long red dress is no match for Sochan's power. Using her previous kick as momentum, she mercilessly slams her foot into the woman's face, driving it into the ground. The woman struggles to block the blow. She grabbed her opponent's ankle, rage building as she prepared to hurl her away, grinding out the words she'd spoken before. That hurt. Seun is incredibly strong, showing no signs of being affected by that kick. Using her strength, she hurls the Sotrol forward, sending it flying into a tree. But instead of fainting or losing like a normal person, she was completely unharmed by the throw. And Sotrol used the tree as a support. Dust billowed after the impact, and she powerfully used her legs to propel herself towards her. Someone watches Sotrol with worry as she flies in, her red nails poised to crush the face of her wide-eyed, horrified opponent. But in that instant, her face remained unchanged, untouched, save for a few drops of blood trickling down Seun's forehead as the Sotrol stared coldly, her face and eyes darkening. Then, gritting her teeth, she slams her knee into Seun's face, sending her flying backward. Red liquid filled the air as Seun's eyes widened in disgust and pain. Green liquid splatters around her face, flying directly toward Seun. Each drop of green liquid that touched Seun burst into smoke, and despite her skillful movements, she couldn't avoid them all. Sochan quickly plunged her hand deep into the layers of scales, adding more force. Scales flew in a straight line as Seun cried out in pain, her scales peeling away. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and seizing the opportunity, Sochan landed a long, deep strike. She landed safely but blood-splattered as the woman behind her writhed in agony. Hearing the pained moans echoing everywhere, the beasts peeked curiously from behind the trees. A dark voice echoes from behind her. For what reason? Are you always stronger than me? Sister, even though I've strived for hundreds of years? Seun, covered in blood and filled with resentment, stares intently in one direction, her voice echoing. How can you humans become demons and surpass us snakes? It's so unfair. Her red lips parted, eyes gleaming with resolve despite the pain gnawing at her body. But I still have one last trick up my sleeve. Suddenly she asks her, Sister, do you know why I was able to transform from a common snake into a serpent demon? I have the ability to perfectly absorb the power of my prey, turning it into my own. Besides eating humans, I secretly ate other monsters behind our patriarch's back. To achieve what I have today, I had to accumulate power bit by bit. Hearing every word, she turned, her face a mask of shock at my revelation, as Seun gritted her teeth, unwilling to give up, and continued to explain. So, if I devour you, I'll gain your power and even transform into you. Seun, she says, but the more she speaks, the more excited she becomes. That's right. Then I'll take your form in return. The ancestor will be overjoyed. Seun slowly transforms, changing her shape, her tongue lengthening, her teeth becoming fangs, her skin now extremely rough. And once I marry Lord J1, I'll finally escape this unfair fate. Before her now was no longer Seun, but a chaotic, hideous monster. A bizarre figure. Surrounded by countless claws and monster heads, the horrifying figure before her had Seun's distorted face at its center. It grinned, calling out, Dear sister, don't struggle. Accept your fate, and it will all be over. Everything you have will be mine. Hearing Seun's words and seeing the scene before her, she was terrified, her mouth slightly open, her eyes growing dark. And of course, that little toy you're trying to hide as well. She clenches her fist, a glowing thread in her hand. She stood there, listening to Seun's words. Everything will be mine. Elsewhere in the forest, a hand holds a gem that emits a light identical to Sojan's glowing thread. A voice echoes as the light intensifies. The three of them ride on the guardian spirit, chatting. We've been out here for a while, so why haven't we run into any monsters? It's almost unsettling how easy this is. Sia, sitting at the front of the guardian, cautiously looked at the person behind them and tentatively asked, Hey, are you really okay with your girlfriend marrying someone else? Do you have any plans? Hua's eyes, sitting behind, asked in a fluster, Why do you care about this guy's personal life? Are you into him? Za turned around and replied, Shut up, who's talking to you? He suddenly lowered his eyes, hesitating. I don't know either. That Huan guy sounds like a very dangerous devil. Marrying someone like that won't end well. The conversation continued, his eyes darkening and his face becoming expressionless. But if Rien is willing to go through with the wedding, he has no right to interfere with her choice. Huazong stares at him, seemingly dissatisfied with that thought. The girl turned to stare at him, realizing why he was friends with Hyoba. Hearing those words, he looked up, confused, as X added, "An idiot playing with a fool." Hearing that, the boy in the back seat yelled out, refusing to understand, refusing to understand. The girl turns and stares him down. Having come this far, he's still indecisive. He looks at the girl before him, a little surprised. Sia confronts the surprised Jace, insisting he can't dictate her choices, no matter the outcome, as Jess feels a bit awkward in the forest's twilight. Of course, what he meant was, could she please not call herself his girlfriend? Hearing this, the girl angrily shouted, "Then what should I call you?" "All right, then, how about older sister?" He hesitated for a moment, then said, "And I'm not pretending enough for you to call me Aosi." Annoyed but composed, she retorted, "Fine. If you don't like Aosi, how about Appa?" With unwavering determination, Sia declares, "If you're thinking of stopping the wedding, you have to see it through to the end." As she spoke, the girl recalled the lonely figure of a girl, a figure that seemed to be turning its back on everything. Vice President Fomak Quyen's decision is meant to lessen his own burden, but wouldn't that just shift the entire weight onto her shoulders? That's the act of an irresponsible person, not respect for women. Hua Chong and little Honggon, hiding in his jacket, were stunned, their eyes wide as they listened to Sa's every word. If you truly want what's best for her, then abandon this half-baked idea. Share her burden, don't just pass it on. Jin, like the others, was filled with shock and surprise. He risked his life to save her, so he had every right to make his own decisions. He lowered his head in thought, his eyes serious. The girl continued, urging him to speak. "Every word he says matters." The girl stares intently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What will he decide? Hua X stares at the scene before him, surprised, doubtful, and speechless. Looks like she's been reading too many romance novels. He looks up, a determined glint in his eyes. He will definitely. Before he could finish, a pair of bird legs flared up behind Ya. He screamed in panic, raising his hand to shield her, while the boy sitting behind him gritted his teeth. She ducked, and something flashed past where she had been. The guardian spirit growled, baring its large teeth. Xia looks up, glances at Hua Xiong, and asks, "What's going on?" He doesn't answer, his eyes darting around frantically. "Where's that amateur?" They both looked in one direction. From the forest canopy, a beast snatches Jin and soars into the sky. A desperate cry rings out, "He's been taken!" He looked in that direction, anger flashing in his eyes, his power growing stronger than before, as the princess, nestled in Hua Xiong's robes, hesitantly cried out. He was also surprised, staring intently in one direction. The princess added, "The monsters have caught our scent." They peered into the dark forest, where hungry eyes gleamed, watching them. It seemed that once one appeared, a whole horde of hairy monsters would show up, like the ones who snatched Daya earlier, now soaring high into the sky. Flying through the forest canopy, he was tightly gripped by its legs, and looking down from above, he couldn't help but cry out. Before him, a green landscape of trees unfolds. Dia is getting farther from the ground. He's being pulled away. He can't let this happen. As he pondered, he saw Saya's image, staring at him, awaiting his answer. "Speak, with all your heart. What is your decision?" He was stunned, then recalled Deng Xiong's voice from the depths of his subconscious. "Oh, you who hide in the endless shadows, you've come to me, and I can feel your urgency." Deng Zimiang smirked. "So, you finally accepted me?" Zixin coldly retorted, "No." He turned his back to him. "You want to know my decision?" He asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Zhu's eyes turned a fiery red, his gaze now filled with chilling indifference. "I didn't come to beg for help, but to make you obey my will." Jaishin immediately returns to reality as the demon grips his shoulder, pulling him high into the sky. He uses his sword to slice the demon in two, and in an instant he plummets from the sky into the dense forest below. His sword is the only thing protecting him from the sharp branches here. The silver thread in his hand glows, his eyes fixed on the ground. The silver thread leads toward a dark part of the forest, and he's moving so fast that everything blurs. A light flashes in the bushes, and a golden tree in someone's hand glows. The silver thread becomes clearer, weaving through the trees. With a red glint in his eyes, Jin's expression was tinged with worry as he gripped his sword and continued to run for his life. Elsewhere, Cho Chan, disheveled and in pain from a heavy blow, cries out. She sent flying several meters by the attack, landing hard. Shochon lies motionless on the ground, panting and coughing up blood, her eyes closed tight as a dark voice echoes, "Don't be stubborn, my dear sister." A dark brown tentacle emerges from nowhere, wrapping tightly around her leg. "I only desire the most perfect ending for everyone." She turned her head towards the voice with fearful eyes. "Being forced to kill humans must torment you, doesn't it?" The massive Seun, with its rocky, spiky scales, confidently declared, "I will live on in your place, sister." So Troll was slowly being swallowed, terrified as she fell into an impossible situation. Nearly lost, save for her outstretched hand and the glowing blue thread. Just as So Troll disappeared completely, she heard Jin's voice echoing from outside. His eyes flashed red as he desperately called out to So Troll, and Super Unan watched in surprise as he raced toward her. She wondered where this human came from, then took a closer look at the boy desperately running to protect the girl he loved. Super Unan, as if spotting easy prey, wore a cunning expression and seemed to know my sister. Her tone grew mocking and condescending. Without a word, Seo Unun controls her body and rushes toward him, saying, "So you must be the human grandfather spoke of." His aura is pitifully weak. With that, she turns aggressive and attacks. "I'll devour you both." But before she could finish, blood splattered through the air. Seun's moment of triumph is cut short, as Jin swiftly slashes off both of her horns. Dia continues her assault, but this time, he reaches behind her, punching straight into Seun's body, perhaps searching for the soul troll that lies deep within, causing her to scream in agony. Jin remained in place, and Seun, unable to bear it any longer, opened her mouth to retaliate. That bastard. Sensing the imminent danger, he throws his sword, which pierces straight into her mouth. So fast and powerful, it pierced through the thick layer of sharp thorns as Jin searched Seun for the So Troll within. In that moment, everything fell silent, and his emotions were about to erupt. Jin gasped, taking in the desolate and ruined landscape. Seun collapses from her grave wounds, and Jin rescues the So Troll just as she's about to fall. He carries her unconscious body away from danger, as So Troll weakly opens her eyes to the boy before her. She softly calls his name. Jin. Jin's face is etched with worry. He tenderly asks, "Are you all right?" So-ran, his eyes suddenly change, the worry replaced by shock. A familiar scene replays in his mind as he gazes at her, remembering someone else in his arms. The girl with the red hair, it's her past life. She calls out to him again. Dia keeps calling out to him, but he doesn't respond. She asks worriedly, "How did you know I was here?" Just then, Seun began to stir, groaning in disbelief that So-tron had been rescued before she could devour her. She bitterly lamented that humanity deserved to be punished, and you dared. Shin was stunned. He still hadn't escaped that memory. He stammered, wondering, Who is it?" Covered in mud and injured from the fight, she weakly asks what he's talking about. "Why would you suddenly ask such a strange question?" She continued to press him. "You weren't hurt anywhere, were you?" That smiling face still lingered in his mind. Dia muttered to himself, finally understanding the cryptic words. His expression softened as he whispered, "The girl I've been searching for all this time is you." Something stunned him, his eyes filled with panic. His hand fell to the ground, his head drooping as if he'd lost all strength. So Troll looks at him uneasily as Dian clutches his head in pain, trembling. She asks anxiously, "What's wrong, Dia?" A scene of devastation and sorrow replays in his mind, fragmented memories struggling to resurface. Dia frowned as she recalled a conversation from long ago. "Is your name Troll?" The scene at that time was truly more peaceful than ever. A clear blue sky with white clouds drifting by. A voice echoes, "What a strange name." Soha smiled radiantly in the sunlight, lowered her sword, and introduced herself. "My name is Soha." Her tone was confident, yet held no arrogance. "But from now on, you will call me Little Master." Meanwhile, Jin is still struggling, trapped in a distant memory. So Cho kept calling him Jin, and his face darkened as he muttered, "Soha?" So Troll asked, bewildered. "What do you mean, Soha?" Seun seizes the opportunity while Jin is off guard, devouring him before a stunned So-ran. Pale with fear, she screamed a warning to Jin, whose upper body was already in Seun's mouth. She smugly scoffs, "I told you." She bared her sharp fangs, reverting to her serpentine killing intent, vowing to devour the human alive before her very eyes. The troll was horrified by what she was witnessing, and Seun reveled in her fear. "Yes, that's the face I wanted to see. Perfect. Wonderful." Her face hardens as if she senses something strange within her, and a beam of light suddenly pierces through her. That was Jin's sword, moving at incredible speed to protect its master. The troll could only watch in shock as Seun's body was torn to pieces. Dia was unscathed while she screamed in agony. "No, not again." Seun collapses, gravely wounded and utterly spent. With a cold, emotionless expression, Dexon raises his sword, ready to end her with one final blow. Seon was speechless with panic. But then, Sotron rushed forward and embraced Dexion from behind, causing him to pause momentarily as she closed her eyes tightly and desperately pleaded with him. "Deshin, please, don't kill her." Sun watched them, disgusted, but Sotron still revealed her deepest feelings. "Seon is my sister." He stood silently, his eyes slowly returning to normal. The transformation is complete, and he's back to being Jin. He turns to her in disbelief, finally recognizing Sochon. Meanwhile, Seon unleashes a torrent of scornful words. "I want to rise up once more. Did you think I needed the pity of you humans?" Hearing a noise, Jason suddenly turns around, and Sojan calls out to stop Seon. "Enough, Seon, stop." "Ah, it seems I didn't heed your warning. If you stubbornly persist, you'll be consumed by the very things you've devoured." An axe spins through the air, headed straight for Sai's head, and she cries out in agony. Jin and Sotron turn to see the axe's owner, who said, "If I remember correctly, I warned you before." Stepping out from the forest, Hwasung warned that showing compassion to monsters is self-destructive. He wondered if she would ever learn. In truth, the axe hadn't struck a fatal blow, landing a hand's breadth from her head, and she cried out in resentment. Injustice. Her large form began to writhe as if wronged, her face gradually distorting. "Him and him too, why is everyone on your side?" Sotrol cries out in despair. "Soon, stop." For a moment, Soon's face completely changed. She refuses to yield, vowing to destroy them all before him. The serpent's form solidifies as the battle rages on. She declares she won't stop until everything he holds dear is destroyed. As she spoke, a blue figure suddenly blocked Siu Unun, and the guardian god bit down hard on her body. Seon stared in shock at the lightened figure that had appeared beside her. The guardian deity appears, and its mere touch causes Seon to begin to fade away. She writhes in agony, her face contorted in suffering. Sotrol is shocked that Seon's life is in danger and calls out her name with pity. Seon. Sotrol bows her head beside Seon's body, crying out in anguish. "Seon?" Seon's face returns to normal, her eyes wide with shock. She watches. Sotrol weep for her. Sun sadly acknowledges her feelings but accepts that it's too late. It seems it's too late. All is lost. Hwaseon and Jae quietly listen to the belated confession. "I never truly treated you as my sister, not by blood or status." Why is Sotrol grieving for the sister she loved so dearly? She says from the bottom of her heart, "I've always considered you my sister." Sensing her feelings, Seon is about to say something before she departs. After a moment, she reveals a secret. "Our grandfather planned to use your ashes to alter memories." Her words stirred a memory of a white cloth-wrapped urn, sealed with a golden talisman. "Ah, I revealed that inside that urn seems to be stored a large amount of your memories." Sojiol asks suspiciously, "My memories are in that urn?" She then fades to dust as the sunlight shines upon all things. Those were her final words to Sotrol. "This is perhaps the best I can do for you." There's regret in Soon's eyes, but it seems too late. Her face fading away with her words. "For the first and last time, I was your sister." Soon departs, bidding farewell. Saying goodbye to her sister, the troll sat there stunned, watching the light fade away with her. Her hair fell, concealing a deep sadness, a sense of regret for a life that was anything but peaceful. Seon turned into a tiny snake, which she carefully placed on her hand and gradually vanished into pieces. So Troll remained in that position for a long time, sadly confiding the words she never had the chance to express. "Soon, if fate allows in the next life, let's truly become sisters." Dia deeply sympathizes with her situation. "I promise I'll never let you suffer so much injustice and pain again." The guardian deity looks up, sensing something amiss as Zia picks up on whispers from deep within the forest. The scent of humans. "The demons have caught up to us. They're getting closer. I can smell humans." Dia urgently informs Soon, "So, Chan-shi, we need to leave this place. Now." "And she still grieves the loss of her loved ones?" His urgent voice whispers, "Only by retrieving the urn of ashes can she hope to be reincarnated?" The staff is raised and the flower spirit is curious. "Wait, before we leave, there's something I need to clarify." He questions her sternly, and they're both taken aback by the question. "So, what exactly is your relationship with that demonic Jummunion?" Di tries to stop him from asking such questions. "Joka, now is not the time for such questions," Hwasong warns, pointing a finger at him. "Don't interfere. This is a unique situation, and we can't proceed without clarifying her position. This is no joke. If she's truly on J1's side, I'll strike her down without hesitation." What are you saying? So Chan stood up, her eyes heavy and weary. Suppressing her emotions, she answered the question. I was originally human, but after logging out, the old tree demon stole my urn. My soul couldn't be reincarnated, so I was turned into a demon, and he's the one who forced me to marry that demon J1. Xia remained calm as she revealed the truth. I've only heard of Jung Onean as a powerful, cruel, and high-ranking monster in the demon world. I've never even spoken to him, and no one willingly marries a stranger, especially a notorious demon. Everyone listened intently to her story, even Honggon, hiding behind Huaxiong. Though I don't know why that demon wanted to marry me, I decided to run away the night I met Jason. Hong trusts Sotron's sincerity. The princess speaks to Huaseon. I don't know what you think of Sojong, but my gut tells me she's telling the truth. Dia interrupts, urging everyone to hurry. Time is of the essence. The demons are closing in on humanity, and Huasong clicks her tongue, signaling her agreement. The guardian beast nuzzles her back as if trying to say something. She calls him Bellflower. Ajay is on the back of the guardian beast, and the girl invites her to climb on. The girl shouts, for herself and everyone else, Forget him, let's get out of here. He'll follow us anyway. Huachong frowned and asked in a panic, Xia, what are you planning to do? Deep within the trees, more and more glowing eyes appear. As the monsters close in, their cries piercing the air. A monster suddenly pounces on a human, and the others, having caught their scent, howl and give chase. Realizing the danger, they flee. Sa stares intently at So Chen, seemingly assessing her. When she notices the gaze, she looks up to see XA staring back. The girl paused for a moment, considering. After a long look, she offered her assessment. Her eyes are so pure. She seems to have a good heart. Huaxiong didn't expect Xia to judge people like this, and he protested, Don't judge a book by its cover. So Troll asks, just loud enough for X to hear, Did everyone risk coming here for me? With unwavering resolve, she replied, Everyone's here for their own reasons. She's a little surprised someone called her old lady, and playfully feigns exasperation. Of course, even I have my own goal, to make sure that stubborn old man doesn't do anything stupid. So Troll had no comment on this matter. As for Huaxiong, he knows they're talking about him. Who are you implying? Xia? I'm pointing this out, but I'm putting myself in danger partly because of you. You should be thanking me, So Tron replied shyly. Thank you. The girl seemed satisfied to hear that. Good. The little girl introduces herself in the heat of the moment. From now on, just call me X. The two boys are sweating bullets from running so hard. Dia, confused, asks, What is it? Hua X complains, annoyed and helpless. Can't you be serious for once? He suddenly remembers something important and says, That's right. Speaking of the Elder Tree Spirit, only So Troll knows the location of the urn. How will we find him? Everyone is surprised by this information, and she suddenly remembers a clue. That's right. I overheard the Elder Tree talking. He hid the urn beneath the altar near the border, but they need more precise directions to avoid wasting time. Which way, specifically, should they go? So Troll continues. We have to go through this entire jungle. The altar is a giant ancient tree. He suddenly recognized the familiarity when this tree was mentioned. A giant tree. He urgently recounted what he had seen. When the monster pulled me into the air, I saw that tree. With a serious expression, Huaxiong asked, In what direction? No sooner had he spoken than So Troll urgently recalled another difficult problem. Wait, if we run to the old Treyant now, will we run into the demon Huan? Everyone stared, taken aback by the sudden question, and Huaxiong's face filled with confusion, as if his mind had been shaken. Huan said he's going to the human realm, an unexpected turn that makes him suspicious. What? He shouted, ordering them to stop, and they all panicked at the sudden halt. Was his roar not loud enough? Huan wants to go to the human realm. What's he planning, and when is he going? So Chan shyly reached up to touch her face, avoiding his gaze as she confessed, I don't know much, I just happened to overhear it. He said the time was ripe, or something had matured. Za anxiously looked at Huaxiong, who seemed worried. Oppa, what should we do? Should we return to the human realm now? But is there a portal here that leads directly back to the human realm? So, Tron, knowledgeable on the matter, seriously instructs, to go straight to the human realm, we must go through the portal located right next to this border area. Huaxiong's expression tightens as Hong Dian calmly suggests, and that's exactly where we need to go. Dia Xin urges everyone to hurry. Huaxiong's mood grows heavy as he senses something bad is about to happen. He prepared thoroughly to face him, but for some reason, he still has an ominous feeling. Suddenly he shouts, Hey, you chicken, how far is that tree from here? The guardian beast calmly ponders as Dia answers him. It's a bit far to run. Probably about... A light begins to shine, illuminating everyone's faces. He suddenly transformed into a much larger form, and everyone was astonished by his size. What's this? The guardian beast is pleased with its power. The bell weasel. Its power makes the trees tremble, transporting it in the blink of an eye. An incredible speed forces everyone to bow their heads and close their eyes as they ascend, finally seeing the giant tree. Meanwhile, beneath the roots, a secret passage appears, leading to a narrow cave. The sealed urn containing Sotroll's ashes sits quietly, when a strange voice echoes from within, Sotroll. Silent Wood picks up the urn, as if conversing with Sotroll's ashes. I'm afraid I must break the seal on this urn. Inside the hall, the painting on the wall glows within the hazy mist. On the painting, characters or images begin to appear, while below, a scene of utter devastation unfolds. Yan Nian appears with a mysterious agenda, and it seems she's up to no good. She smiles softly, but her words are cruel, and they must be punished severely. The guardian spirit continues to move through the trees, leaping through falling leaves, and Za is startled by something ahead. Even the guardian spirit sweats with worry. He leaps onto a boulder, using it as a base to launch a powerful long jump, clearing an incredibly long and deep abyss. From above, they could see flames, even burning faces in the abyss. The guardian suddenly cried out in discomfort, and Daya, hearing it, panicked, still clutching its fur. She cried out, "Guardian!" It seemed he had exceeded his limits, stopping short and plunging headfirst into the ground, sending everyone flying. Jin worriedly asks Soon, who was crouched down, "Are you okay?" as she frantically pats her hair and face, groaning in distress. The once mighty guardian deity was gone, replaced by a small dog sprawled on the ground not far away. White smoke continued to pour from the guardian's body, and those around him could only guess at his condition. It seems the weasel is weakened again, having recklessly spent its restored energy to bring us here. Both Soon and the girl looked on in horror as he lay sprawled on the ground, Dongthon exclaiming, "Are you all right?" The guardian weasel, sweating, stared at them, tongue lolling, unable to answer. Standing behind them with his arms crossed, Hua Soeng commented, "What's with that expression? Don't tell me you're torn between whose affection to accept. You really are something else." As he said this, he hesitated and glanced around. But before Huasheng now stood a giant tree with wide leaves and thick roots that had stood there for a very long time. He said, gazing at it, that they were only able to get here thanks to someone. The tree was enormous, a massive, massive tree, even bigger than a normal one due to its roots. The troll with the long hair down to her waist slowly stood up, turning to Jin and asking, "How did you find me in the forest?" Jin began to explain. "Jin Lang gave me a bead that could track the unique aura on the ring you're wearing." Never having heard the name before, she asked curiously, "Who is Jin Lang?" He explained briefly, "It's the green-haired nine-tailed fox." That was enough for Sojol to vaguely remember who he was. Her eyes widened in surprise. "It's him." Hwasung, who had been listening to the conversation, asked what secrets the ring held that he forbade it from falling into the hands of other demons. Holding the glowing ring, she shielded its light, eyes tightly shut, a mix of worry and fear on her face as she addressed Hwaseon's question. "This ring can completely conceal one's aura, even their true form. He knew I was being hunted by the old demons, so he gave it to me." Suddenly a cry rings out, filled with surprise and panic, marveling at how the ring can completely conceal one's aura. The ring still glows as she holds it up to Hwaseon. He still holds a burning talisman in his hand, peering closely to examine it. "Isn't this thing from the demon realm?" Hong, perched on his shoulder, advised him to wear it. "The elder tree spirit is likely nearby. If you're discovered, it could ruin everything." Hearing that, she retracted her hand with a gasp. "Oh, right." Panting breaths and soft complaints began to echo through the trees. What was with all this mountain climbing today? Her legs cramping repeatedly, the girl clutched her guardian spirit and grumbled as she walked. "If I'd known, I would have left you to go alone." Hwasong leads the climbing group while Jessen and Sochan trail behind. Sia's eyes darted worriedly to the princess on his shoulder. "Are you sure we'll return to the human realm once we pass this great tree?" Hong replies calmly. "You could say that." Within the tree's sturdy branches and trunk, Princess Dan's voice explains. It was here that a great and terrible war once raged between the human and demon realms. Legend has it that this great tree absorbed the lifeblood of countless fallen powerhouses, allowing it to evolve into its current form. The tree's immense form has inadvertently disrupted the surrounding space-time continuum, causing the passage connecting the human and demon realms to widen. Hearing this, he froze, slowly turning around. "Wait a minute," he asked, shouting, "The old tree demon has nothing to do with this tree, does he?" The princess hesitated. Actually, it's very likely that this great tree is his true form. He angrily cursed, wondering how he could possibly win against such a pervert. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Soon and Jin clambered over massive roots and rocky terrain as So-chan quietly questioned him. "Jink, why did you have to chase me all the way here?" She lowered her head, feeling a pang of guilt. "Because of me," she hesitated, then continued. "You've died multiple times, so why do you continue to risk your life for me?" He began to speak, seemingly easing her guilt as So-troll opened her eyes slightly, listening silently for his answer. "On the way here, I thought a lot about cause and effect, the past and my origins, even childhood memories." The sunlight streamed through the trees as he spoke steadily, and by now I had a general understanding. He gently turned to her, his eyes filled with tenderness as the sunlight softly filtered through. "The reason you appeared in my life is because fate has already arranged it." He spoke a line that was both wonderful and sincere. Her head lifts, a flicker in her eyes, and her clasped hands still, her golden gaze widening as she looks at him. Daejin continues, "So all, you may not know this." His face softens as he recalls the girl with the long, flowing hair in his hazy memories. "But we've met many times in my dreams," So-troll muttered upon hearing Jin's words. Why is she reacting like that? He was a little surprised by her response. A few strands of her hair fell forward as she asked, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Why would you dream about me?" Dia stammered, rubbing her neck, desperately searching for an explanation. With his eyes tightly shut, sweat pouring down, and a blush creeping up his cheeks, how could Dia know what he was thinking? An explanation could easily be mistaken for unrequited love, and one wrong word could ruin everything. Dia slowly opened her eyes, ready to explain. "So, Tron, actually Suddenly, So-troll cried out in pain. She hunched over and he quickly noticed something was wrong. A loud scream grabs the attention of Hwaseong and Sa, who turn to see what's happening. What's happening? So-troll is now beside her while he's diving down from above. He continues to scream. Why is this happening? Jin is horrified as he watches her trembling hands fade away. Why are her hands turning transparent? She trembles as she watches them glow and fade away. He and Si stared in disbelief at what was happening, while Hwa-seol-ong was stunned. Everything had been fine, so how did it suddenly turn out like this? The princess, realizing what was happening, exclaimed that Soon's essence was being altered. Hwa-jae-ong, confused, asked Hong-an to explain. "Hey, rat, could you be a little clearer?" The princess explained clearly, word by word. A monster's form depends heavily on the origin within its being, and any impact on that origin will lead to this situation. The princess's eyes darkened as a terrible realization dawned on her. The old tree spirit. It's after Sauron's ashes, isn't it? Everyone who heard that was a little panicked. At the same time, elsewhere, massive roots were holding a jar of ashes high in the air. Before the urn is a golden talisman, and Gomak raises his hands, seemingly performing some kind of dark magic. Massive roots clutch the urn as Gomak's eyes widen. His teeth clench, and the lines of age deepens on his face. "I didn't expect you humans to set up such a solid seal." He gleefully continues his actions, but it won't be difficult for this old man. Suddenly, a voice echoed with a figure behind him. "What are you doing?" Gomak is stunned. He turns to see Yan Neon behind him, arms crossed, perfectly calm, while Gomak can't hide his panic. "Ion Neon, why are you here?" she replied calmly. "Lord Damguan tasked me with eliminating the humans who dared to set foot in the demon realm." He asked coldly, "So why did you come here?" She explained that it was his subordinate who had pointed the way, and we see the subordinate gratefully thanking Nyan. She continues, saying that the humans are on their way to Gomak. Gomak, with eyes as sharp as knives, glares at Ionni. "A toad? Is he still alive?" "Perhaps this is just a misunderstanding. No humans are coming here at all?" she offered softly, seeing his reaction. "Is that so?" Yong gently concluded the story. "All right, let's drop it for now. I'm just a little curious what Gomak NM has been up to." The question caught him off guard as the roots continued to cling tightly to the jar above. Without explaining himself, he simply said he was here on personal business, and she didn't need to know. Calmly, she replied, understanding his intent, but wondering if he was trying to break the jar's seal for someone's remains. Her question, though soft and clear, struck like a hammer blow, throwing Gomak's mind into chaos. Yan Yong remained calm, continuing, "Even if this is a personal matter, what would happen if it reached Lord Jomonian's ears?" His eyes widened and he roared, "Are you threatening me?" Suddenly, an unidentified object hurtled toward Gomak. The old man was furious and cursing, but despite his age and lack of focus, he managed to dodge the object. Out of nowhere, Hua Chong appears, sword in hand, yelling, "The great mage has arrived! Confess, where is Huan hiding?" X sat to the side, watching him, unsure if she was praising or mocking. The girl, her face covered in sweat, blurted out, "Can't this guy give people a break?" Leo's exhausted and wants to sleep. Go and Yong just watched him in silence, letting him finish. "Confess truthfully, and I, the mage, may spare your lives." She remained silent, her lips pressed into a thin line. Because he was so perceptive and clever, Jin reached out to help Soon with genuine concern. "Are you feeling any better?" So Chan replied softly, "I feel a little better." The old man looked at her as if he'd seen a ghost, his eyes wide with alarm. He seemed about to call out her name, but stopped himself, his eyes fixed on her. He stammered, "These humans are who you seek. Eliminate them all as Lord Jum-1 commands." The four of them stood there, showing no fear or panic as he glanced at her, his gaze fixed on a single point. "But spare the long-haired woman. She's a demon I must take with me," Yong Niang asked suspiciously. "A demon? But I don't sense any demonic energy." Gomuk tersely replied, "Don't ask questions, just do as I say. I guarantee that child is a demon." Her eyes remained wary as she looked at the opposition, while Hua Chong confidently stepped forward. "I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, don't blame me for taking action. You'll be in big trouble." Yon Niang finally responded, "Very well, I shall do as you ask." He cast a cold glare her way, and Yon Niang made sure to state her terms. "However, once this is done, I'll need a satisfactory answer." She pulls out a small needle and quickly gets to work, promising to deal with them swiftly. After all, many powerful demonic entities slumber here in Xiaoluo. Waking even one could be disastrous. She waved her hand, plunging her needle into the tree she stood beside. Huaja looked confused, tilting her head and asking, "What are you planning to do?" Of course, she received no answer, only silence as the woman focused on her task, her lips moving slightly as if muttering something. The needle in the ground begins to tremble, or rather, the ground itself trembles, startling everyone. She remains still, a thread in her hand connected to the needle, which is plugged into something slowly rising from the earth. A massive monster emerges, an ancient war machine with glowing eyes, freed from its ancient seal. It wields a massive weapon, radiating power, ready to obliterate anyone who dares approach. The ancient war machine is summoned, a fearsome wolf's head atop a massive, armored body with 4 distinct limbs, its eyes burning bright as Yoni calmly controls it with a thin thread. The ancient war machine wields a massive weapon, ready for battle, so immense that one of Jin's group cries out, "It's huge!" With an impassive face, Hua Song stared at it, his pupils slightly constricted in surprise, prompting Hong to quickly assess the situation. This battle armor. Could this monster be a goner? These are vengeful spirits, and they're notoriously difficult to deal with because they do nothing but fight on command. She was completely calm, without any movement, just standing there controlling the ancient battle armor with a thin string. Hong continued, "See that string? Clearly she's the one controlling it." Huazhong stared intently, the princess calculating her next move, realizing the puppet she controlled was heavy and slow. "We can use our speed to catch her first." But suddenly, the princess stopped, noticing movement from the other side, and quietly wondered aloud. Understanding its intentions, Huaxiang quickly moved toward CF, crouching down, not forgetting his friend. He looked at Jishin and shouted, "Get out of the way!" A devastating blow from the ancient war machine landed where they were standing. Instinctively, the 4 of them scattered, and Hua Chong skillfully wielded her blade to parry the blow. Deflecting the blow, she says, "Dealing with this thing is more troublesome than I thought." The girl who narrowly escaped death with him hasn't run off yet, still clutching his sleeve. After that attack, it pressed on, raising its weapon high, readying for the next strike. A large branch exploded on impact, sending white smoke billowing everywhere. It spins its clawed weapons in a full circle, setting its sights on Jin. He's turned away, oblivious, and it seizes the opportunity, weaponizing itself to strike. Out of nowhere, So-chan suddenly appeared, running in front of the blow, her arms wrapped around him, her eyes fixed on the ancient war armor. Suddenly, its movements cease, leaving them both surprised and questioning. Seizing the opportunity, So-chan used her nimble feet to leap into the air, Jin in her arms, still clutching his sword. The ancient war armor remained still, frozen in place, as she watched the scene unfold with a mixture of surprise and delight. "Looks like I underestimated you if this isn't enough to log you out." She raised the string in her hand. Seeing this, Gomok angrily shouts, "Do you know what you've done? Why did you awaken the ancient war armor of the demon race?" Yonyang remained calm and composed, not answering his question. He looked at her and continued, "Their clan was once our enemy, so why summon one who wears human armor and betrayed the demon realm?" Showing little concern, she dismissively replied, "Sorry, I'm not interested in that story anymore. I only summoned a fragment of a soul, and of course, under my control, they won't have any memories of their past life. At this point, they're nothing more than puppets, and the thread connecting her to it is the control line." But before the sentence could finish, an object flashed by, severing the thread in two. The thread snaps, leaving her bewildered as Hwaseon's blade lands on a nearby branch. In an instant, that fearsome ancient armor slowly disintegrated in the air. She and he stood by, watching it dissolve and vanish. He sighed, and a shout made Yeon look up. So all it took was cutting the silver thread. Xia casts a spell, suspending Hwaseon and the girl in emerald magic, as he lands by his blade and says, "I thought you were more powerful than that." With his weapon in hand and a provocative look on his face, he shouts, "Show me what else you've got, before it's too late." Yang grants his wish, producing several needles that weave between her fingers, and his eyes narrow with caution. She then summoned a horde of demons, all shapes and sizes, just for him. A particularly agile one attacked with its fiery weapon as Hwaseon frantically blocked, dodged, and shouted, "What is that?" Sochan, watching from the sidelines, shouts, "Duok, that's dangerous!" He sensed the danger too, eyes wide with alarm. "Wait, what is that?" Suddenly she asked, "What's going on?" "This is," he said, holding out his hand, revealing the golden needle tree he'd found in the forest. "I found this in the forest." Meanwhile, he's wide-eyed, screaming, and frantically trying to hold them off. He switched to crow language and kept yelling, still frantically trying to block the attacks. "Too many, no fair." Meanwhile, X continued to cast her spell, glancing at her guardian spirit and shouting, "Get ready, weasel! Do what you did last time when I'm charged up." As if understanding, the weasel barked in response. She had noticed the little girl. This human could manipulate spiritual energy so skillfully. This potential threat needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. As she spoke, the monsters fighting Hwaseong stopped and turned to attack. He glances around frantically and yells at Xia, who is still casting her spell. "Run!" Just then, Jessen and she rushed forward to attack and protect Xia, when suddenly a boar-headed monster froze. She observed them, surprised. Why had they stopped? Did they no longer want to attack? "What is this?" She looked at them, Gomak right behind them. He continues to perform some kind of ritual with the jar. Seeing this, Sotrol's eyes darken as he clutches the jar, gazing at it intently and holding it with utmost care. She ignored him, focusing on the jar he clutched in his hands, and a flicker of fear flashed in So-chan's eyes. She shouts, "The urn containing my essence." The hunchback takes it and leaves without looking back, disappearing into the depths. His figure gradually faded and disappeared into the ancient tree, sending So-cheon into a panic. She charged through the monsters, pushing forward with fierce determination, as Jin watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. She stopped before the place where Gomak had disappeared. Seeing this, Yeon chuckled. "Excellent. The obstacle is gone. Now we can fight without holding back." With a worried face, Dia shouted, "So-chan, turn back! Don't go in there alone." Hearing her name, Yeonni was suddenly stunned. It was So-chan. She wondered, staring into the dark path. "What are you hiding from Lord J1? Gomakxia is still doing her best. She's summoned the guardian spirit, and the bell badger is also cooperating." A flash of light startles him, and he turns to see that both he and Yeonwoo are stunned by its brilliance. A light that grows ever brighter, engulfing everything around them. It also crept into the dark path that she and the old man had just entered. So Troll's slender feet stepped onto the tree's trunk as she entered, her eyes wary, still clutching the golden hairpin he had found in the forest. A voice echoes, "You've finally arrived, Soeol." Gomak, standing at a distance, boomed, "You may have forgotten, but this is where you were reborn as a monster." He clasped his hands behind his back, his face stern. "What happened to Seun? That little brat said she'd bring you here herself." She hesitated. "She's gone." The troll recalled that gruesome scene, Seun in her monstrous form, and began to recount her confessions. Golem, she admitted to secretly devouring monsters behind your back, in addition to eating humans. He didn't care about her at all. "All right, you don't need to dwell on these trivial matters. You disregarded her existence? Everything Seun did was for your recognition," she angrily shouted. "If you had treated her better, things wouldn't have ended up like this," she shouted, her golden pupils contracting at his callous reaction. He suddenly roared, "Enough!" Old Man Wood glared at her with a serious and contorted expression. I only casually granted that little snake some demonic energy to cultivate back then. In my eyes, that girl never even existed. So Chon, still not understanding, bit her lip and gritted her teeth as she asked, Then why do you keep picking on me like this?" With a grimace, he explained in a monotonous voice, "You have the chance to marry Lord Jomonean, and in the near future become the queen ruling all under heaven, a position second to none. Yet I still can't understand why you insist on being reborn as a human. It's an incredibly foolish choice, you know." She lowered her head, long strands of hair obscuring her weary and helpless face. "The problem is, I don't want to marry that monster." She paused, then cried out, "Why does it have to be me?" As Gomok coldly stated, "Consider it repayment for your kindness. If you hadn't saved my life back then, I would have vanished from history long ago." Listening to his every word, she looked up, a hint of panic in her eyes, and whispered, "What?" "I was once an ancient tree growing on the border between the human and demon realms. Conflicts would erupt there from time to time, and humans believed I was the cause. They called me an evil entity and wanted to burn me to the ground. It was you who stopped them then," he recalls. He recalls a strong woman standing before a group of large men with torches, saying, "Please everyone, calm down. This tree is innocent. What does it solve to unleash your anger on these innocent creatures?" After hearing her persuasion, they turned and left, while Soha stood there with her arms outstretched as if to protect. "In the end, you successfully convinced them, and I escaped with my life." Sometime later, the Interrealm War erupted, a massive, brutal conflict that claimed countless lives. The once lush tree was now barren, with only a few leaves remaining, its trunk desolate and the landscape littered with demonic corpses and raging fires. As he recalled that horrific scene, he continued, "Amidst the fierce battlefield, I not only survived miraculously, but also absorbed a massive amount of essence, seizing the opportunity to break through and completely transform into a powerful demon." So Troll stood there silently, listening to him. "In short, if it weren't for you that day, I wouldn't be who I am today. What I'm doing now is the cycle of cause and effect. I'm giving you a chance at a new life, just like you gave me one back then." She gripped the glowing needle in her hand, resisting. "But I never wanted any of this." He roared, thinking, "It's only because your obsession is too strong to enjoy it." He continued to persuade, raising his hands high, his aged face utterly serious. "Once you fully transform into a demon, you'll understand my good intentions. It's more powerful and superior than the unstable, fleeting existence of humanity. In your past life, you were a guardian of humanity, fighting to the end to save countless innocent lives. But so what? What was your end? Those people prioritized their own interests above all else, without a shred of concern for you." She listened in silence to every word he spoke. So Troll's eyes wavered slightly at his words, the urn still in Gomok's hands. He made it clear, "After you fell, they buried your ashes deep beneath my roots. It wasn't to let you rest in peace, but to ease their own minds. Consider my words carefully." So shocked by these words, Soel clutched the glowing needle in her hand. The old man continued, saying that even the young boy who was always by her side had betrayed her in the end. Hearing those words, she muttered about being close to her. Her eyes grew increasingly panicked, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Beneath the giant tree, a blue light suddenly flares. Jin and Hwaseon stand upon a blue magic circle. The serpent and the guardian deity watched from below as Hwaseon sighed in relief, saying, "Good, those two are still somewhat useful." Hong's voice echoed from within his hood. "Come on, you old geezer, they're more useful than you." Hwaseon retorted, "It's just that I can't use my weapon of choice." Meanwhile, the bickering fools were too busy arguing to notice the dust cloud behind them, from which a monster with glowing blue eyes emerged. Seeing this, the princess cried out, warning him to watch out for the fool, as a large, warrior-like monster charged forward, and Dia swung her sword, but to no avail. He exclaimed, "They're not even flinching?" Meanwhile, Hwaseong is facing another giant monster. He braces himself, using his weapon to block the attack, but the monster's massive weapon makes him wince. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell? I'm sure this move blew those monsters away last time." Dia watches nearby, worried. "Is that really the same skill you used back then? Try it again." Even the guardian weasel cheers her on, while elsewhere, a panicked Yan realizes the threads from her hands are no longer under her control. Yan wondered what's going on. All the connections have been severed. Why haven't they vanished? In fact, their numbers are growing. Before her stand monstrous demons, one even glancing at Yan. Suddenly, a monster roared and lunged at her, but Yan Neon flew up to evade it. She's bewildered. Not only have they broken free of her control, but they're attacking her. Looking at the shamans and guardian deity, Yoni thought to herself that the guardian deity's barrier is the bane of evil, especially spirits. and would purify them instantly. Why are these spirits completely unharmed? Recalling Gomok's words, their clan was once our enemy. Why did you summon one who wears the armor of humans and betrays the demon realm? Yonni suddenly realizes, that's right, the sacred beast. It's just like these vengeful spirits. They're all... Before she can finish, a monster leaps up and attacks her. It sends her flying. Below, Jin and Hwasung's group continue to struggle against the demons. Hwasung shouts that they're even harder to deal with than before, and they're coordinating their attacks. No sooner said than done. He was attacked in the gut by a monster, causing him to cry out in pain. He falls, and as the monster raises its weapon to strike, the guardian spirit appears, its sharp teeth clamping down on the monster's arm, preventing the attack. He was immediately confused, and Hong Rayon peeked out to assess the situation, causing everyone to worry. X asks, "Weasel?" The girl is in shock. The weasel's power is completely useless. The restrained demon glares at the guardian spirit before suddenly unleashing a devastating blow. The guardian spirit's face smolders, his eyes losing focus as he's sent flying, leaving a trail of faint blue light. Everyone stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened, as Hwasong frantically looked at the guardian spirit lying motionless on the ground, and Daesin stared in horror at the scene before them. The one who attacked the guardian deity was a monstrous beast resembling a tiger, gigantic in size, clad in heavy armor and radiating murderous intent as it raised its fist in a fighting stance. Its blue eyes glowed intensely as Hwasong bit down on his own wrist. He yelled, "Mouse, bring out any weapons that might suit me." Hwasong's eyes turned black, a spark igniting within them. He told X to support him from the rear as Hwasong prepared to fight the monsters to the death. "Dia, brace yourself. This is going to be tough," he yelled. Diaxin responds with determination. Understood. He was incredibly tense, thinking to himself that he was only now truly feeling the pressure of the demon realm. Remembering the guardian deity's defeat, Daesin worried. Even the ferret couldn't handle them, adding to the pressure. The tiger demon radiated danger. Zishin thought to himself, but these guys give me a feeling that's hard to describe. Whatever that feeling is, I'll just do my best and fight. Jin's eyes turn a fiery red as he prepares for battle, the wind whipping up dust all around. Elsewhere, Sochan catches up to Gomok as the demons attack Jin and Hwasong. She asks, "You mean the kid who was always so close to me?" "Who is it?" Gomok thinks to himself, then replies, "If you've already forgotten him, there's no point in me saying anything, since you're about to have completely new memories." Sochan says nothing, staring intently at him. Gom thinks to himself, regretting that if it weren't for that meddling Ione, he would have been able to break the jar's seal and transfer his demonic energy. Now he just needs her and the others to keep each other busy long enough to finish what he started. "I will help you shed your mortal coil and become a flawless immortal demon. From now on, you will no longer be bound by the petty emotions of humanity. I can even see you becoming an all-powerful demon queen, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lord Jumanian, ruling the three realms." Gomok's eyes, hidden behind his hat, revealed his less than benevolent intentions. So retorts, "That's the life you want, not the life I want." But Gomok still believes he's right. "Foolish one, I only want the best for you, the happiest life possible." But So retorts, "How could a tree understand? A person can never truly be happy if they can't do what they want." But Gomok stubbornly sticks to his own beliefs, refusing to reconsider. "That's because you're too stubborn. Let go of all that nonsense." Hanjo retorted, "If I'm forced to live the life you speak of, I'd rather disappear forever, never to be reborn. I have no patience left for you." Socheon points her weapon at Gomok, angrily declaring, "Right here, right now, I'll fight you to the death. I can't choose how I live, so I'll choose how I die." Gomok is taken aback by her resolve, calling out her name in confusion, but Socheon's eyes remain fixed on him as a branch rises from the ground. Gomok denies it, shouting, "My choice was absolutely not a mistake. Listen to me." The branches grew taller and more numerous, twisting together as So-ron leaped into the air, Gomo watching from below. She flies towards him, weapon drawn, but Gomok calmly says, "It's useless, Sochan. No matter how much you struggle, you can't escape this place." Sochan is now high above, preparing to dive towards Gomok below, who simply awaits her attack. Sharp branches lunged at Sochan from all directions. She cautiously stopped, and Gomok said, "Embrace the light." Branches wrap around her, forming a dense cocoon, when suddenly thin golden rays pierce through. So Troll broke free, her weapon emitting rays of light that severed the branches, and radiant butterflies appeared around her as she moved nimbly through the air. Gomo's eyes widened in astonishment, and soon after she landed gracefully on the ground. Chopped branches fall around her as Troll breathes heavily, a memory surfacing of a voice echoing beneath a lush green tree. Today, we will learn the first form of the Naniac school's ultimate technique, for mankind can never match demons in pure strength alone. But our family's bloodline is different. Once awakened, we can borrow immortal energy to perform martial arts. Your swordsmanship foundation is solid, so you should have no problem with this move. With that, he brandished his weapon. This sword technique resembles butterflies dancing, but its power can cut through anything. Glimmers of gold pierce the falling leaves, slicing them to pieces as they drift down. Its sword energy is unbelievably sharp, impossibly fast, and utterly invisible. The more enemies he faces, the more effective this sword technique becomes. And before him stands the shadow of Troll's father from a past life. He reveals that this technique is called Troll. He remembers now. I remember now. This technique is called Phantom Butterfly. Gomo trembled in shock, realizing the sword technique. But why did he recognize it? Gomak anxiously turns around, looking at the urn hidden in the hollow of the tree, and wonders if it's still there. It emits a faint blue light, confusing Gomak. Is it the urn? What happened? Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Streaks of light cleaved through the wood and Old Man Panic watched the splinters fly. Barefoot, Tron coldly states, "It's futile." With impressive speed, she moves, radiating light from her hairpin. Turning her back to the golem, Tron calmly states, "You can't stop me anymore." He trembled with rage. Troll, I will never let you be reborn as a human." She seemed unfazed by his words, replying emotionlessly, "Show me what you've got." But the wind howled behind her as he merged with the roots, transforming into a giant. Its eyes and killing intent locked onto Troll, but she remained eerily calm, her sharp, cold gaze flicking behind her as a massive force crashed down upon her location. The ancient war machine attacks, slamming its fist into the ground with soulless, violent eyes. A single punch caves in the earth, and to be caught by it would mean certain crushing. Hua Seong's talismans fluttered, instantly adhering to the ancient war machine. At the same time, Hua Seong leaps up, deciding to attack from behind, brandishing his sword and opening his mouth in defiance. "Who are you looking for down there?" As the sword approached, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. Hua Woon is surprised that his attack missed. Huh? He was surprised by the attack and filled with questions. He was sure he'd hit them. In a moment of carelessness, its massive hand quickly gripped him from behind, squeezing with all its might as if to crush him, its fingernails digging deep into his body. Just then, Honggon appeared from behind his collar as the princess reloaded her weapon and reassured him. "I've got your back," Den says. The tiny bullets not only failed to pierce its armor, but seemed to enrage the ancient war machine even further. The princess frowned, a look of surprise on her face, realizing the counterproductive effect. Just as it balled its fist to retaliate, a voice echoed, and a beam of light appeared from nowhere, stopping the fist and preventing its next move. "Stop," Jin said, panting heavily, one arm still outstretched. Clutching his sword, she trembled slightly as Hoazong gritted his teeth and broke free, his eyes blazing with fire. He leaped away from the danger zone, and as Hwaseon floated in the air, Si arrived just in time to help him regain his balance. Seon is furious that he's helpless against it. "Are my spells completely useless here?" The girl scolds him not to fidget or he'll fall, as she can't keep expending her energy. Hong understands. The princess leans out, explaining, "Your exorcism works, but only on common monsters. You don't quite understand, do you?" Based on her experience in the last fight, the princess analyzes that it's like how the Beltree's barrier couldn't hurt them, and even strengthened them. Looking at them, the princess recalls a history. The ancient books of her royal family record a demonic tribe that sided with humans in the Great War between the two worlds. Hong realizes that even their ferocity must have a weakness. If I remember correctly, they and humans once formed an alliance, agreeing not to harm each other to avoid friendly fire on the chaotic battlefield. Huazhong lands safely and asks, "But how can you be sure they're the same race you mentioned?" The princess replies, "To be honest, my royal family once sided with humanity, so our weapons are almost incapable of harming humans." Recalling the futile attack, the princess somberly recounts, "When I saw the bullet ricochet, it all came back to me." Huazhong was left speechless. "Your weapons can't touch them," he summarized. "So, because they were once allies of humanity, our weapons are useless against them?" No wonder I was able to cut through them earlier. But something still doesn't sit right with Huazhong. "But doesn't that seem a little illogical? We're human, so why are they attacking and hurting us?" The princess then explained that they were merely souls summoned and manipulated by another, with no memory of their past lives. The flower cart creaked mournfully, and he was frustrated that he couldn't touch them. "Seriously? If that's the case, what's the point of fighting these zombies? Not only can't we beat them, but we can't even kill them. Hong is surprised by the name he used for his minions. What did you just call them? Zombie. The sensitive princess senses something strange. But have you noticed it? They both realize it's standing still. The monster has actually stopped. Jin and the ancient battle armor stand motionless, staring at each other, as Hua rushes to call out to Yashin. His face weary, he earnestly negotiated with it. I don't know if you understand me, but please, let us pass into the tree. It seems to be listening, silently watching him. Once we rescue So Troll, we'll leave immediately and won't bother you anymore. There's no need for us to fight to the death like this. Dia sincerely pleads with it, hoping for success. Its hand still gripped the trembling sword, its eyes as vacant as before, as Huaxiong and Xia rushed forward. Jin doesn't understand his methods. Will talking to them even work? Its eyes remain the same, but suddenly a high-voltage current flashes within them. Someone spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, that's Ion Neon. She appeared, standing on their backs as if about to control them. If I can control their leader, I can control them all. Huaxiong's expression hardens. As she speaks, thin threads appear from her sleeves, piercing the creatures. She challenges, I'll increase the number of silver needles and see if you can pull them out. Their eyes changed, their rage intensified. Diaxian looked up at it, stepping back cautiously. His right eye widened, and he shouted a warning, but a flick of its hand sent Diaxian flying backward, unconscious. Crimson droplets filled the air as he crashed to the ground. Yanni remained composed, smiling, but her words were far from humble. Let's see if my guess is right. Its eyes grew more fierce, and as if hearing a command, ancient battle armor advanced to attack, leaving the two stunned by the earth-shattering noise. Huisong cursed under his breath, frustrated but worried about Jin. Is that idiot okay? Seeing the useless weapons in this battle, his voice grew more helpless. Magic is useless. Weapons are useless. I can't think of a way to deal with this. What am I supposed to do? Huasong felt frustrated and drained. Even his demonic eye was proving ineffective. But deep down, he vowed to survive and personally kill the demon Jum 1. He now recalls the words of the Border Guardian before he and the Jin clan departed. No wonder you can't fully utilize the power of the demon eye. The more he tries to survive, the more chaotic his mind becomes. The Border Guardian once remarked that he didn't use it for fear it would corrupt his mind and body, and now his eyes open wide. Recalling a peaceful time of blue skies and green trees, a strong voice objects, "Why must I borrow the power of demons? If they kill me, it's because I'm too weak, but even in death, I won't use their power. Master, they are the enemies who murdered my little sister." A mysterious figure appears, gently explaining, "I understand your feelings, Duyoka, but if you wish to continue fighting them." Huazong at that time was still a young man with far more will and vitality than he has now. The hatred in his heart was immeasurable as he angrily interrupted, shouting, "I don't need it." His resolute words echoed in the air. "I won't use such tainted power to fight." Then, Huazong recalled the day he witnessed his loved one's passing. His face was streaked with blood and tears of utter anguish. A scene of utter devastation unfolded before him. It ends here, Duyakha. He clutches the eye in his hand, blood dripping down. Returning to reality, Huachong's eyes have changed, ready to face a new battle. With incredible speed, the ancient war machine is attacked in an instant, a terrifying explosion erupting before it as Huaxiong struggles to throw something, launching a counterattack. He stands alone against many, but he will not falter, for he has resolved to unleash his full power. Huaxiong's arm is badly wounded, but he holds on tight. He was furious. "What do you know, old man?" His eyes changed, becoming more intense and brighter than ever before. Huasong's face hardened with resolve. He would no longer hold back his power. He gritted his teeth, refuting the claim. "Who said I was afraid?" With that, he unleashed a punch that shattered their heads, the ancient war machine unable to react to his counterattack. Huaxiong targeted each monster, launching a counterattack as Yoni's smile faded, silently observing the chaotic battle. Seeing Huaxiong single-handedly take down the armored ancients, she knew she couldn't underestimate him. Another nuisance, a human with superior eyes. Emotionlessly, she shifted her plans, deciding to eliminate the smaller threats first. Something changed, startling Huaseon. He looked up to see they had changed targets, landing right in front of Xia. The girl froze, unable to react as he frantically called out her name. It began to attack her, its claws and fangs bared in a terrifying display. Xia remained there, still holding Jin's head in her hands. Huaxiong cried out in despair, "No!" The girl stood frozen, watching the lightning-fast events unfold before her eyes. It had attacked, But unexpectedly, Jin's hand stops it just in time, and he speaks with difficulty. Despite his grievous wounds, he forced himself up, stopping it with his bare hand. He spoke with difficulty. Have you lost your minds? Sia is stunned by how quickly everything is happening, frozen in this moment of death. So Chan gasped for air, her breathing labored. Blood streamed down her face as she collapsed to her knees, disheveled and exhausted. Gomok somberly calls her name. So-ran. She clutches the hairpin in her hand, trembling, and musters the strength to reply, I told you. Gomuk's body was riddled with wounds, and he began to feel the pain, coughing up blood. So Chan turned her back, calmly repeating, You're not strong enough to stop me anymore. The sealed urn emanates a faint blue glow as So-ran carefully picks it up. Her expression blank, she lifts the urn, its blue light intensifying, and her eyes widen in surprise, as if unlocking a memory. A faint voice echoes, I can't stand by and let them take you. The other person didn't seem to understand, take me away. Then, another voice echoed, No matter what happens, you must fight for the sake of humanity. So his father worriedly reminded him, never to forget. He stressed that the most important thing, the purpose of your existence, is for the good of humanity. The scene shifts to deep within a forest, where someone's labored breathing echoes. A piercing scream echoes through the silent forest. Father! A figure collapses, pierced by a long sword, as the cries continue. Father! The attacker wears a red mask with cold, unforgiving, bright yellow eyes. The voice continues. Father! Soha's father has fallen face down, and Dongseong's face is revealed, stoic and emotionless, contrasting with the anguish in Soha's voice. How dare you? Gazing at the glinting sword that took his life, Yongseong coldly concedes, Yes, you better. His true expression hidden behind the mask, he says, Hate me in this life. Tears streamed down her face as Soha cried out in anguish, I will never forgive you. She gazes at the urn, stunned, and wonders, Why am I crying? Is that masked warrior him? She had a plan. If she opened the urn, could she recover all her memories? As her hand rested on the lid, ready to open it, a warning came. Once opened, you will regret it. Though stuck to the ceiling, old wood strains to warn her of the dangers of impulsive action. The urn's seal was set by a human master, at least at the Grandmaster level. Your current state is fragile. Breaking the seal carelessly will only lead to your destruction. Give me time, and I'll use what little strength I have left to break the seal for you. No way, I can't risk you manipulating my memories. So Chan confided, her voice tinged with melancholy. I don't regret saving you in my past life. Even if you were just a tree back then, no living thing deserves to die for such a reason. It's as simple as that. He listened in silence as she continued. Since this seal was created by humans, I'll seek them out to break it. So Tron makes a bold move and lays out her plan, to enter reincarnation and be reborn as a human. To continue fighting and protecting humanity, that is my purpose. What makes me happy? She stood there, lost in thought, knowing Gomo would never agree with her. He vehemently protested, So Tron, you mustn't do this. His body began to crumble into small pieces of wood. He began to scream in despair, So Tron, do you know how much effort I put in? That branch rotted away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Despite this, Gomok firmly reiterated his position, his eyes sharp and face strained. I can't let you do that. Outside, Yan was speechless with shock, and Jia was equally stunned by what she saw. Hua Xiong, preparing to strike, was stunned by what had just happened. Jin had awakened, and though injured, he could persevere. His eyes have now turned a fiery red, and the ancient war armor halts as if understanding his words. It seems to be contemplating his command, its hand slowly retracting. Though the control threads remain, Yan Nian is bewildered as to why it no longer obeys her orders. What the hell? Who told you to stand down? She commanded more forcefully, launching more threads to its head, manipulating it. I'm the one controlling you. You must obey me. Suddenly it lets out a massive roar as Dia slowly pushes himself up, struggling to speak clearly. You cling to this place, not truly dead. He spoke calmly before the ancient war armor, now struggling and out of control. Are you doomed to never find peace? Dishin seemed to see into their very souls, his face filled with sorrow and pity. How pitiful. As if understanding his words, the ancient war armor stomped its foot. Hua Chong, as if witnessing a horror, stared blankly at Jia, who stood opposite him, eyes closed and hands shielding himself from the dust and sand thrown up by the aftershock. Yanni smiled contentedly. The situation reversed, one of its legs severed. It was because Jin drew his sword, its blade unscathed. Though battered, he stood firm, untouched by the recent events. Jin gently raised the sword over his head, then swung it down with force, causing the blue blade to crack. It transforms into a sword with a red hilt and a blade of brilliant, fiery gold as he quietly commands them to kneel. The ancient war machine immediately obeyed, kneeling heavily, causing Ion Neong to stumble on its back. Hwasong was astonished that they all obeyed Jin, a man he thought was ordinary. They prostrated themselves, a scene of utter reverence. He controls them as they obey his every command, turning to Jessen as if he were their true master. A silent scene, a situation few could achieve. Hwachong and Honggon couldn't help but wonder at this turn of events. What is happening? The princess suspects the impossible. Could it be him? The princess pondered as he curiously interrupted. Coward, you know what's happening, don't you? Goat's strange words continue. It is my fault you've suffered all this time, but now is not the moment. If you still pledge your loyalty to me, Jin says, trying to reassure his former subordinates who devoted themselves to humanity's peace, then wait. They are all disappearing, fading into dust, their green eyes glowing in the haze. X looks at Jessen, who's pondering his strange behavior. They've all vanished, leaving only a white mist surrounding them. With the entrance to the tree now clear, Sojong emerged. In her hands, she carefully holds an urn of ashes, overjoyed to see everyone again. She boasts of her accomplishment. Jin succeeded. I found him. But as her eyes met the burning sword, So realized something familiar, yet terrifying. Her eyes widened, filled with a deep-seated fear. Diashin was like a different person, his eyes bloodshot, wielding the sword just like the figure in her memories. Her joy turned to panic in an instant, her eyes wide with utter horror, barely able to believe what she was seeing. Amidst the swirling dust, they stood facing each other, so wary, her eyes probing, hesitant to approach, Diashin still unreadable. Breaking the silence, Sa couldn't believe what was happening. "Did you do that?" she asked, stepping closer when a warning shout rang out. "Back off, Sia. Hwasong wants to let you know that he's not himself right now." Meanwhile, So Cheon dashed forward, landing before him and demanding, "Why do you have that sword?" He turned around, only to realize Soon had already left. So Chun and Hongjon were both astonished. When did she get here? So Chun frowned, wanting an answer directly. "Answer me." Jin's expression remained unchanged, the wound on his face now gone. The experience seems difficult to explain, but she persists. "I want to hear the answer from your own lips." His brow furrows, the corners of his eyes tilting down, a line between restraint and explosion. In his memory, he sees Soha tearfully and unjustly. Suddenly his sword hand moves and Hwaryong urgently calls out his name. Jin. Suddenly called by name, he awoke as the Jin he once was, the distant red fading from his eyes. Regaining his senses, he saw Sotron before him, grabbing her shoulders in a panic, asking if she was all right. Hwasong is surprised by Jin's erratic behavior, and Sotron isn't sure if he's someone she can understand. "Dia?" He was stunned by the question. "You don't remember anything?" His memory only goes as far as being punched by the ancient war armor and then losing consciousness. He was stunned, asking what had happened after that. The last thing he remembered was being hit by that monster. Everything after that is like someone else's memory. And where's that monster? Why did they suddenly disappear? Siha was pensive at his answer, but she didn't reply. Hwa X is annoyed by his dazed state, worried because this isn't the first time he's seen him like this. Has this idiot lost his memory again? Hong, sensing something was off, asked, "What do you mean?" Suddenly a voice cut in, revealing that he was the owner of the urn. The silent Soroan Yoeng Nyung finally speaks up. "I knew old Gomak was hiding something shady. She seems to understand everything and begins to manipulate her threads. In that case, my top priority is to bring you back to Lord Yungonian as soon as possible." She unleashed a barrage of sharp, golden needles, hurtling towards them with incredible speed. Before Jin and Soon could react, someone intervened. Hua Chong swiftly intercepted the threads before they could reach So Cheon, gritting his teeth in frustration. That wretched woman. Hearing the name Jumwan, his face contorted with animosity, even in his voice. "You're Jumwan's subordinate. Yonyang remains still." Hua Woon pressed on. "Then you must know what he's plotting against the human realm, right? Spill everything you know or else." Offended by the impudence, she felt her superior position challenged, igniting a blaze of resentment. "Insolent human. Do you believe I'll send you to hell before you meet the master?" Unfazed, Hua Chong scoffed. "Seriously, that's the only threat you demons know?" Before she could react, he closed in on Yan, saying he'd take care of it himself. Huayong attacked before she could react, sending Yan flying with a merciless blow. He emphasized, "I'll go ask him myself." Yan's screams were swallowed by his power, her body no longer whole. Yan was sent flying, sprawled out on the ground. With the last obstacle eliminated, Huasung spoke to them grimly. "Jine has found So Tron, and So Troll has found the jar of remains." "Is that it then?" Jine stammered, clenching his fist and regaining his resolve to rally the team. "All right. Let's hurry back to the human realm. There's nothing left for us in this dump." So Tron, holding the urn, raised a point. "Wait, my soul jar was sealed by a human grandmaster. Could we find someone of similar caliber to undo it?" Huase was frustrated with all the problems and pouted. "What? Who was the mastermind behind the seal?" Meanwhile, Xia stealthily approaches from behind, brimming with murderous intent, and strikes him hard in the back, catching him completely off guard. Xia scolds him, but still heals him. "Stop acting so dramatic. My energy is completely scattered. Hua is helpless. I've told you so many times not to do sneak attacks." The girl snapped, "Shut up and stop complaining." But she was clearly worried about his condition. "Uppa, don't push yourself. Recover quickly. I'm at my limit too, and even the bell has exhausted its spiritual power. We need to head back soon." Xia then reassured So-chan, saying that back at their headquarters they would surely find someone who could break the seal. "We have many grandmasters and experts in various fields. I'm sure we can find a way to help you." So, first, they must return to the human realm. So-chan hesitated, struggling to make a decision. Finally, she softly agrees, and Jia guides them toward a massive tree, beyond which lies a teleportation gate to the human realm. They were surprised by Jia's gesture. She was so happy she could cry. "Finally, I can go home and have a feast." That was Xi's desire upon returning home, but Huaxiong almost realized her intentions. He asked suspiciously, "Hey, don't tell me the reason you want to return to the human realm is—" The girl replied bluntly, "Not at all. It's just been a long time since I've had a decent meal." So-chan looked down at Jin sitting on the ground and said, "Let's go, Jessen. Let's go home." Lost in thought, he quietly replied, "Okay, let's go. I'll be right behind you." She noticed the change in him, but could only watch in silence as he turned away, his gaze fixed on the sword lying still in the corner. That memory returns to an image of Soha crying and words of resentment being uttered. "I will never forgive you." Dia struggles to recall distant memories, lost in quiet contemplation. He slowly recalls these vague memories. A memory of confronting Soha's father surfaces. He tries to threaten him. How about that? "Will you still dare to appear before Soha after doing this?" Dishin still doesn't know who that person is, or why he made her cry. He watched So-chun's retreating figure, lost in thought. Until his memories fully returned, he couldn't say anything to her. The masked face of Dong Song surfaces in his mind, but the more he remembers, the clearer that figure becomes, though he still can't see the true face of the monster in his head. Jin tries to analyze what he feels about his subconscious. It's not trying to control him, and the other half is still Dong Zong. But the truth is he was lost in thought, startled awake by Sojong's urging. "Hey Jin, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out?" He quickly picked up his sword and replied calmly, "Sorry, I'm on my way." Suddenly, golden threads bound his hands. Even all four of them were simultaneously bound. Huajong still hadn't grasped the situation. "This is X?" she says in surprise. "Appa, I can't move." They turned toward the source of the sudden voice. "You people are quite the troublesome bunch." Yanni's body is healing, being restored by the power surrounding her. "Because of you, I'm forced to use this power." The hole in her body is being filled, revealing a familiar jewel they'd seen before. And Huashang is stunned by the power. He gritted his teeth in bitter resentment. Someone recognized that jewel of immense power. "Isn't that the fox spirit's jewel? Yang Niang is certain it's hers." "So you recognize my jewel? Then you're the ones who stole half of it from that little whelp." But before she could finish, a voice rang out in denial. "Yours, my foot, it belongs to Jin Lang." She recognized that familiar name. "Jin Lang? It's been a long time since I've heard that name." "How do you know that fox spirit's name?" Huajiang asked warily. "What's your relationship?" Yanni asked, holding the orb. "I didn't expect you to be involved with Jin Lang." Just as Lord Wan predicted, I must quickly eliminate these seeds of disaster. She unexpectedly mentioned soon as a nourishing dish. "So Tron, you will become the perfect nourishment for Lord Yongonian." She was startled and carefully shielded the urn. "Yan speaks with unwavering loyalty, saying your unique abilities will help him break through to a new realm." So Troll wonders if she heard correctly. Did she say nutrients? She's certain of it, of course. Did you really think that ritual was a wedding? Holding the gem, she smiled calmly. "But enough talk, I don't need to explain myself to you. Seeing them bound by her power, she smugly felt victory was at hand. Think of it this way. Thanks to you, the entire Gomaknim family will receive a reward from Lord Jum-won. Yonyang continued to explain that they would enjoy a far greater honor than hosting a mere wedding. Suddenly, the ropes tightened, and Da found it hard to breathe. X screams in pain as they're all being strangled. Hong worriedly calls Huaxiang an idiot. So Tron calmly speaks as if to Gomak. Do you hear me clearly? The happy life you envisioned for me never existed. She calmly directs her question to the tree. How long will you remain deluded? Young doesn't understand who she's talking to. Who are you yelling at? A noise came from the tree cave, and she turned towards it. A battered, aged figure slowly emerges. It's Go-mook. His eyes widened as if he understood everything, now sharp and indifferent. A towering tree with leaves that blot out the sky. Gomak stands at its base, stunned that he trusted the wrong person. Impossible. Did Huan deceive me? He looked at her, as if suddenly understanding everything. So this was the true meaning of those words. Once the ritual is complete, So-chan will become an inseparable part of Jum-won, and he will transform her into the most perfect demon. Holding half the jade, she casually advises, don't worry. If the ritual goes smoothly, your family will have performed a great service, which is far more meaningful than that meaningless wedding. Feeling reassured, Yeon then incited Gomak. All you need to do now is finish off those ignorant humans and hand So-chun over to me. Though bound and trembling in pain, So-chan strained to look at the two of them as if she, too, wanted to know what he would choose. She spoke as if bestowing a gift, telling Gomak that she would inform Lord Huan of his actions, and that the Lord would surely be pleased with his loyalty. Though distracted by conversation, the ropes continued to tighten around Jin and the others, as he gritted his teeth against the pain. Gomak was silent for a moment, then replied in a deep voice, As you command. No sooner had he spoken than Yan sensed danger, and to her shock, a dark shadow began to engulf her. She quickly looked up to see a massive wooden pillar falling rapidly. Gomak had manipulated the ancient tree's roots to strike Ion Ni. The massive tree root slams into the ground, creating an earth-shattering boom and a cloud of dust. Being close to Ion, the dust cloud also engulfed everyone, causing them all to cough. Thanks to his attack, everyone escaped the restraints and, So-chun exclaimed in delight, looking at the golden rope on his body. The ropes are gone. Hua X worriedly called out to X. Xia, are you all right? The girl coughed, clutching her throat, and asked, confused, What in the world just exploded? Hong, clutching his hood, answered her question. Nothing exploded. That was just one of the great tree's roots slamming down. Huaxiang looks at the princess in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Cold sweat trickled down her cheek. Without a doubt, this was the work of old man Go-mook. It seems the rumors were true. This giant tree is his true form. So-chan coughed, shielding her mouth from the dust when she heard someone call her name. So-chan opened her eyes toward the voice. It was Jason who had come to find her. With a sword in one hand and the other extended towards her, he spoke with conviction. Get up, we need to get back to the human realm quickly. Her eyes met his in surprise, then shifted to the sword in his hand, a flicker of caution crossing her face as she placed her hand in his, allowing him to help her up. Huaxiang and Xia approached, and he urged them to hurry and get out of there. So Tron and Jine followed his gaze, looking towards the two figures as he spoke. Deok-ha. Suddenly tense, Jae-in stared at something, and he asked her for a favor. So Tron asks her to lead everyone to the teleportation gate, and she agrees without hesitation. Understood. As the dust settles, a golem's form is revealed. He was already standing close to them. So Tron and Jin were shocked. He immediately raised his sword defensively as Hua-wan cried out in disgust. Everyone was on guard, eyes fixed on the old man, but Go-mook did nothing, only stared at So-chan. Then the old man brushed past them, asking, You still remember the location of the portal to the human realm, don't you? So-chan and Jae-sin turned in astonishment as Gomak, standing amidst the dust, calmly urged her, Leave this place quickly. Just as you saved my life, I now return the favor. A lush tree, its leaves abundant, flashed briefly in Gomak's mind. So-chun was truly surprised, staring blankly at his back. Without looking back, Gomak urged, Go, leave this place, and find the happiness you seek, So-chan. He reminds everyone that their time is limited. This puppet possesses the nine-tailed fox's gem. Defeating her now is impossible. He will do his best to stall for time for them to seize the opportunity. With a complicated look, So-chan silently gazed at Gomak before closing her eyes to compose herself, then resolutely turned and called out to him. Let's go. As they passed him, Huaxiang pointed a warning finger. Don't you dare double-cross us, old man, or you'll regret it. Everyone hurried away, leaving Gomak standing alone before the root. He stared at the root, a pillar supporting the sky, and cried out, "Come out, old man, I know what you're plotting in there." Suddenly, a hole burst open from within the root, and a blinding golden light poured out as Yongyang lamented, "How unfortunate. I've been exposed. I was just about to taste Gomokneem's emotions." The light intensifies and the tree root shatters, sending splinters flying as Gomok deflects them. She speaks, offering a warning veiled as a threat. "At the last moment you chose to betray me. Not only you, but your entire family will be dragged into the abyss of eternal destruction. Was it worth it?" Young Neong appeared with a sinister smile, saying gleefully, "Look at your emotions surging. It seems I'll have a feast today." Meanwhile, Jessen gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead as he stared at the moss-covered tree before him, asking, "This is the teleportation gate? Where? Where is it?" With the ashes of Bin in his arms, So-chan calmly says, "Follow me." Hwaryong speaks up, confused, trying to stop her. "Huh? Wait a minute." Suddenly, he stares in shock, and X and Hongon look back in surprise. The roots in front of them suddenly moved, writhing and dancing in the air, causing him to curse. "Outworlders, it's those damn roots again. Could it be that old man?" Before she could finish, Sotron interjected. "This teleportation gate only opens when it senses someone approaching." The roots rose up, encircling them, the center dark, the edges glowing with a faint blue light as she continued to explain. Normally it remains hidden, but now the massive roots stir, unleashing a dust storm that sweeps toward them. Annoyed, the girl said, "Stop being so paranoid. If you're scared, I'll go first." Zeno frowned, advising her, "This isn't the time to joke around. Get behind me." Suddenly, something unexpected happens. A burst of golden light appears, forcing him to squint. The light strikes the center of the teleportation circle, causing a great gust of wind. Zhu quickly shielded his face, while So-Troll turned to protect the vase in her arms, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" So-Troll assured him that she was all right. Broken branches piled up as Hwaseon stared in disbelief at the devastation before her, exclaiming, "The teleportation gate is destroyed. What happened?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "Didn't I tell you? I won't let any of you return to the human realm." Snake and Hwaseon turn around in shock. It was Yon Niang, who had finally caught up, floating in the air with her 9 tails dancing behind her. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Tails? Foxtails. Hwa-chong eyed her warily. Damn, she caught up fast. What about the old tree spirit? As if knowing everyone's concerns. The kind Yon Nyang reassured them, "You don't need to worry about Gomokneem, he's resting now." Meanwhile, flames engulfed Gomok, who lay lifeless on the ground, his limbs scattered. Of course, the others are unaware of this scene. Back with them, Hwaseong warily eyes Yonni. "That orb is the source of your power." He looks at the glowing orb in her hand, wondering if there's a way to steal or destroy it. Hong firmly rejected the idea, saying it was impossible. The princess peeked out from her hood, explaining that gem contains the power of countless human souls. Destroying it won't be easy. Hearing those words, he cursed under his breath. Ignoring the others, Yon Niang targeted Sotron. "Sotron, come with me quietly, and I'll take you to see Lord G1. She looked up, surprised by his persistence. "But first, allow me to deal with these humans." With that, she unleashed her tails upon them. Sotron frantically turned to Jin, shouting, "Dodge, quickly!" Jin rushed to Xia's side, protecting her from the attacks. "Run, Xia!" The tails relentlessly pursued them, and suddenly one struck down from above. Seeing this, Hua felt the danger closing in. The golden light enveloped him, and panic set in. Unable to dodge, a blinding pillar of golden light engulfed everything. Suddenly, a figure appeared, scolding, "Is this how you treat my guests?" Dian Lang stood before them, creating an invisible shield that blocked every tail strike. He frowned, displeased. This was simply outrageous. Hua Che, kneeling on the ground, looked back at their savior, recognizing the green-furred fox. "I thought I introduced myself," Dian Lang said, clearly annoyed by the old nickname. Yon Nyong froze everyone in place and calmly greeted him. "Long time no see, Dian Lang." He faces her, clearly knowing her as well. "It's you, Yan Nian. I never imagined we'd meet again like this." Seeing his current form, she realizes, "You're still you. You weren't reincarnated." Dian Lang remembers Zoho holding the gem and realizes, "I understand now. I wondered where that little fox stole the gem from." He concludes that she awakened thanks to the gem's power, its light shining on every root around her. Yan prepares for battle. "If you've come for the orb, I'm afraid I can't allow it." Looking down at them all, she spoke with hostility. "I have no intention of returning it. I have no intention of taking it back either, since I was the one who gave it to you." He examines the dazzling, glowing half-pearl, revealing an unexpected truth. Besides, your soul is stored in the jade, so it already belongs to you. Everyone stared in disbelief as she blurted out, "Her soul is in the jade?" Yanling smiles, negotiating peacefully. "Well, these friends are guests of an acquaintance, so I can't let them die here. Could you let them go for my sake?" Yanni didn't waver, declaring they must die. Jinlang feigned helplessness, furrowing his brow in distress. "You know how much I hate trouble." She doesn't respond, and Yan raises the orb in her hand, channeling its power. The Jade people panicked and scrambled to get away as Huaxiong shouted, "Let it go and run!" Yan Lang, grim-faced, held out the other half of the jade, channeling its power as well. The two halves collided in midair, locked in a fierce struggle. They collided, creating a fierce wind that swept around them, blinding everyone. Huaxiong was horrified by the power. Is this the true power of the heavenly fate jade? Jinlang raises the jade before him, focusing his energy. Suddenly he amplified his power. The jade emitted a blinding light and Jinlang's orb exploded with force, shattering Yan Neon's energy. She cried out in pain, desperately using both hands to control the jade and defend herself. Seeing this, Jinlang was shaken, falling silent before suddenly withdrawing his power, causing the jade to dim and fade. Jinlang calmly looked at her and asked, "When did you awaken? What are you doing here? Why must we meet under such unfortunate circumstances? I have so much I want to ask you, but perhaps now is not the time." Yanni bit her lip, enduring the pain as cold sweat streamed down her cheek, silently listening to Dui Lang's every word. He stood on the ground, calmly negotiating. "I don't want to fight you at all. Can't we each take a step back?" But Yanni stubbornly refused to compromise. "I'll slaughter all these humans and feed them to the flowers. You think we'll just sit here and wait to die?" Jinlang frowned, confused. "Isn't hurting others what you hate the most?" Yanni was skeptical. "Really? I have no memory of that." The tails danced around the halo behind her as Yan was awakened in a dark and gloomy place. She lay still in a wooden coffin, and now, with unwavering resolve, she spoke of the only thing left in the depths of her heart: overwhelming resentment. "The only way to quell this resentment is to absorb the emotions of others to fill my own. That's what the Great One who awakened me told me." Awakening, she first saw Huan and was, of course, successfully manipulated. In the end, Yan made her choice without hesitation. So I couldn't just let those plump prey get away. So Chan and Jae-sin looked at her, speechless. All-knowing, Jin Lang's gaze turned cold and sharp as he probed. "The Great One you speak of is Jum One." Yan didn't answer, but retorted, "And you? Didn't you give up your chance to become a god and ascend to the immortal realm? Why are you still meddling in its affairs?" She lingered in the air, mocking Jin Lang. "Do you really think those immortals would help someone like you?" Hong John of the immortal realm looks at Jin Lang in surprise. Does he have ties to the immortal realm? He put the gem in his pocket and said with a sigh, "Your information network is impressive. You even know about that," Yan Lang stated bluntly, not caring. "In truth, I don't expect much from such lofty goals. There are just some things I must achieve. That's why I'm pouring my energy into completing the tasks they've entrusted to me." Golden sunlight streams through the leaves of an ancient towering tree as Yonni asks, confused. He closes his eyes, not in good spirits, at what she wants to achieve. It's probably useless to tell you now anyway. Jin Lang looks at her with a hint of sadness, wondering if Jumonayan deceived her, or if it was his jade that brought her to this state. If it's the latter, then it's all his fault. The sheep all watch him, wondering what Jin Lang will do next. He lowered his eyes, deeply moved, never imagining he'd destroy the jade with his own hands. For her. Suddenly Nyan swiftly closed in, catching Jin Lang by surprise. She used all 9 tails to send him flying. Yanlang couldn't dodge in time, crashing into a tree, as Neon coldly mocked, "You men are all the same, pretending to care but ignoring the feelings in others' hearts." She swiftly ensnared X and Huachong with her tails, and as Jinlang charged forward, sword in hand, one of her tails bound his sword arm, halting his advance. So Chan was also pulled toward her by her tail, and Jinlang immediately broke free from the tree, sword in hand, rushing to save everyone. But upon seeing the scene before him, he was shocked and worried, and Jin Lang hastily stopped in his tracks. Yonian has captured Jin and the others, hoisting them into the air with her tails. Are they guests from the immortal realm? Then I really can't let them leave. She laughs gleefully. Look at all those emotions surging. What a feast! Threatened, Jin Lang hesitates, warily eyeing Yan Neon. What do you want? She excitedly offers him a choice. Attack her, and she'll crush them all at once, or stand by and watch her squeeze the life out of them one by one. You should also consider what excuse you'll use to justify your failure. With each word she spoke, Jin Lang's gaze grew colder. Or perhaps you were too late, and they were doomed to die whether you intervened or not. Provoking him, Yeon also tightened her tail's grip, causing Hwa-chong and Xia to cry out in pain. That action clearly angered Jin Lang, who called out her name with a glint in his eyes. Yeon's betrayal cuts Jin Lang deeply. When did you become so heartless? Deep-haunted, enduring the pain in his arm and gazing down at the two below, he gritted his teeth and acted. The sword slipped from his grasp and flew away, as Yeon, seemingly oblivious, continued talking to Lang. I don't need your concern. The sword flies down, attacking Ioni. Suddenly, something unexpected happens. The sword changes direction and pierces Hwasong's stomach. Everyone is shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. Blood rises in his throat and he coughs up a mouthful of crimson liquid as X screams out in anguish. Opajin was also terrified, frantically calling out to Doha, but among everyone, only Yeonni remained calm, looking back at him. I anticipated your sword from the start. Such a troublesome and dangerous thing requires drastic measures. It seems she was prepared all along, Yeonni warned. Dia, you'd best leave that sword where it lies. Your mortal human bodies won't survive such blood loss. Crimson droplets fell from the sword as Diashin glared at her in fury. You! Yeonni impatiently cuts him off. It would be best if you didn't try anything reckless unless you want to add to your comrade's suffering. Frankly, I'm wary of the power of those red eyes, so I won't give you a chance to do anything. Jin Lang frantically searched for a solution, wondering what to do. It was all because that old man Chi Tit didn't explain the situation clearly. He angrily recalled the scene inside a red house where a conversation was taking place at the entrance to the demon realm. You. Bong Pi clasped his hands behind the table, looking at the person before him as he made his request. That's right, you'll meet someone you know there. Help me rescue those guests from him. Dian Lang stands before the desk, annoyed. Who else besides you would I know? Why should I have to clean up your mess? Bong Pyo was truly at a loss. Come on, just this once, do it for me. He clasped his hands, begging for help. Everyone there is important, so please bring them back safely. His mind racing, Lang tensely observes the situation. I'm afraid this request will be difficult to fulfill. Hwa-san coughed up blood as So-tron heated her hairpin and stabbed it into the tail. Why is this happening? She stared in disbelief at the tail still wrapped tightly around her, unable to shake it off. Jia wept in terror, muttering in despair. No. Oppa. She turns her head. She glared hatefully at that wretched Yang Neon, who didn't even bother to glance at Xia, as the girl spat out each word. I will never forgive you, and if you don't kill me today, I will definitely kill you. Hate filled Xia's eyes, but then a glimmer of light caught her attention. Xia looks at her wrist in surprise as the cloth tied around it begins to glow. This cloth is the condensed spiritual energy from the painting. The words of the border immortal echo in her ears. He gave her that cloth back then, telling her to keep it close, for it would help her someday. She received the cloth, cherishing it in her hands. Remembering that memory, Xia desperately pleaded as if grasping for a lifeline. If you can help me, now is the time. He's losing strength, becoming unresponsive. Jin cries out, desperate to keep him conscious, to keep him awake, to keep him from closing his eyes. Hong reaches out, firing his guns, demanding their release. Yan is startled and quickly uses her tail as a shield. As the attack subsides, she lowers her tail, bewildered. Why is there a tiny human here? Suddenly, an arrow strikes Yan's forehead, sending her reeling backward. Lasha steps in. The girl takes hold of a shining blue bow, aiming it right at her. That's right. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Lang rushes in, leaping high to strike Yan with his sword. Unfortunately, the arrow did nothing. It only lasted a few seconds before dissipating. Yan Neong quickly regained her balance and stood upright. She wrapped her tail around Xia's upper body and flung her away, leaving Dian Lang and Hoazong in shock, their pupils dilating in disbelief at what was happening. Xia A was thrown dozens of meters away, like a rag doll plummeting into the abyss with her guardian spirit. Hua Seon cries out in anguish, and Jin Lang's face darkens as he stares at where Xia A fell. A deep, dark abyss. He knows the answer. Unsalvageable. Suddenly, Jin Lang's eyes widened in surprise as Hwa-seon called out to him, drawing his attention. Though battered and bruised, sweat pouring down, and blood trickling from his mouth, Hwa-seon glared, threatening, If anything happens to X, I'll tear your skin off, even if it kills me. Jin Lang glanced at him, a complicated look on his face, then clicked his tongue in annoyance and reluctantly followed after X. Yang stares in disbelief at Jin Lang, a collector of human souls and lives, now willing to risk himself to save them, and asks, When did you change so much? Ignoring her, Jin Lang ran towards the abyss, sword in hand, not even turning back. Suddenly, Hwasung muttered to himself, Take it all. This surprised Yang and made her turn to look at him. Even Hong was confused, asking, "Who are you talking to?" But Huazong didn't respond, continuing to mutter to himself, "Work efficiently. You've had your fill of my blood, haven't you? My hands are covered in it now, and I'm as good as dead anyway." With each word, Huaseon's eyes turned white, his body trembled, and a red light suddenly enveloped him. Hong cried out in shock, raising his hand to shield his face. "But before I go, I'm taking that bitch with me as a cushion," Huaseon emphasized, as Nyan watched in horror. With that, one of Huaseon's eyes ignited with a black-red flame. Engulfing the white of his eye, his pupils turned gold, veins bulged around his eye socket, and flames erupted around his body. Huaseong destroys the tail binding him and lets out a long roar, while the destroyed tail causes Neon to cry out in pain. So Chan and Jin were terrified, unable to bear the flames engulfing Huasoeng, and Hong hurriedly jumped out of his hat. He stomps on her golden tail, his expression terrifying. Yeonmi looks on in fear and dread. Can he break free? With a ferocious look, Huasoeng exhales a white puff of smoke, then suddenly lunges at Yeonmi, reaching out to attack. Yeonmi quickly manipulates her tails to form a shield before her, as the sounds of attacks echo from the other side. She grew weaker with each attack, sweat drenching her face. He was only borrowing the demon's power, yet it rivaled, even surpassed, the power of the celestial jade. Yeonmi couldn't understand what demon's eye this was, when suddenly she gasped in horror as a pair of hands plunged into her tail, forcefully tearing it open. The hole grew larger, revealing Huazong's face, and Yeonmi quickly released Dae-sin and So-chan, flying back up high to avoid him. Dae-sin was caught off guard and landed hard on his back, while So-chan reacted quickly, bending her knees to lessen the impact. Ignoring the pain, Din rushed to his feet and turned to plead with Huazong. "Brother, don't push yourself. Your injuries will only get worse." But now Huachong has lost control, paying no attention to him, only staring intently at Ion Neon. So-chan is very worried. It seems he can't hear you at all. Dae-sin clutches his injured arm, confused. "What's going on? Why do I feel like something's different this time?" Hong, who didn't know when he was standing near the two, explained, "The idiot's body and mind are being devoured by demonic power." Dia looks down at Princess Hongdiu, worried and anxious, as he decides to unleash all the demonic energy within him to gain more power against Yuan Tianming. And now, he's completely lost control. He stares in disbelief at Huaseon as Hong Xian reveals a grim truth. If this keeps up, that idiot will either become a monster or die. The red and black energy swirling around him and the veins popping out on his skin make him look more terrifying than ever. Yeonmi gasped, hovering in the air to keep her distance. She glanced at the gem in her hand, unconcerned with her damaged tail. At most, she'd just lose a few. "As long as I have this orb, I can recover at will. But that human pierced by the sword cannot." As power surged, her tail recovered at an astonishing rate. With that done, Yeonmi lowered her head. "As the flower blooms, you're nothing but a spent arrow now. You can only delay the inevitable." Before she could finish, he vanished. She was shocked and panicked as Yeonmi frantically searched for him. "Where is he?" With lightning speed, Huaseon runs along the tree, leaping above her head. A sudden force startled her as Huaseon stood firm on her tails, looking down at her. Veins bulged across his face as Huaseon grinned savagely, a guttural growl escaping his throat. Yeonmyung's eyes widened in terror, sweat plastering her face as he gripped her tails and yanked. One by one, her tails split in two, and Yeonmyung was stomped into the air, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater near Jin and Sotron. He quickly stepped back, raising his hand to shield himself from the dust. She writhed in the pit, her tails now short and singed, trampling the roots at the edge. His clothes burned away, revealing a powerful torso, sparks flying around him as Huaseong smiled down at the figure on the ground. Yeonmi struggles to heal her tails with the orb, but Huaseong won't wait, quickly approaching to destroy them again. Each tail she healed, he destroyed. Yeonmi struggled to channel the gem's power. The gem glowed brighter, and suddenly cracks appeared on her wrist. She cried out in pain, forced to stop drawing power from the gem, which dimmed and lost its light. Without the gem's aid, her ion tail can no longer regenerate. She kneels on the ground, panting as she stares at the person before her. With a clenched fist, he focuses dark red energy around it, striking her with a resounding blow. But the blow never landed on Neon, as Jin Lang returned, raising his hand to block the punch. "Sorry, I'm a little late. It seems Huaseon's ally X has already been rescued." The girl knelt on the ground, anxiously calling out to her brother, while Neon looked at him, unsure of what to say. Huaseon remained unresponsive to the commotion, gritting his teeth as he focused his strength, his grip tightening. Jinlang watched in shock as his hand trembled, trying to stop Huazong, while Jia looked on in confusion as a thick red aura enveloped Huazong's face. She panicked, quickly setting down her guardian spirit and rushing to his side. "Appa, what are you doing?" Seon strikes Jinlang's hand again, the force so great it sends a shockwave through the air, piercing his chest and causing him to cough up blood. The serpent placed a hand on his shoulder, scolding, "You idiots, stop it, don't move, you'll die." But he had already lost consciousness, controlled by demonic energy. Unaware, Hwaseon faces the furious girl, while Jin and Soon watch him in horror. Xia wept, heartbroken, as the girl raised her hand in defense, staring at him in disbelief. "Appa, it's all because Hwaseon raised his fist to attack her." But luckily, Soon quickly intervened, stopping him, and she jumped up to kick him. Unfortunately, he blocked her kick with one hand, grabbed her leg, and threw her away. Jin tried to intervene, grabbing his arm and shouting, "Wake up!" Meanwhile, Xia stared intently at the fabric tied around his wrist, as if struck by a sudden realization. Jin is also thrown to the ground, sliding a great distance. Having dealt with the two, he attacks Xia, but she doesn't dodge, instead moving closer, placing a hand on the fabric and pleading with it. "I believe in me, so please, help me." Eyes tightly shut, she resolutely charges forward, colliding with Hwaseong. The girl pleaded with a trembling voice, begging him to stop. "Appa." Dee sat on the ground, watching intently as Xia struggled to her feet, clutching her injured shoulder. Xia sobbed, her hand on his chest, begging him not to die, as she gazed at his face, now covered in veins, his eyes glowing, and white smoke escaping his lips. Xia pleads with all her heart for him to wake up, please. Miraculously, Hwaseong stops moving, and when Xia removes her hand, an arrow is revealed in his chest. It was the arrow that stopped him. The arrow emits a faint blue light. Dia is shocked to recognize it, as Soon looks at him questioningly. Remembering the arrow that calmed Hwasong, the energy around him faded, the light in one eye dimmed, and finally it returned to normal. He saw Long Chen crying with relief before him. "Dia, are you all right?" "That's good." Exhausted, Hwaseong collapses, his eyes closing. Xia quickly reached out to support him, while Oppa Dia rushed over, urging them to help him up before he fell. He frantically asked, "Can you heal him?" Even X was flustered. "I don't know. I've never seen anything this bad before." From above, they looked like tiny ants climbing on the massive roots of an ancient tree. Dia urgently commanded them to draw their swords. Dian Lang sighed, then suddenly spoke to Yan Nian, who was kneeling on the ground behind him. "Look at you, Yan, your body is beyond its limits." Jin Lang, as if reading her mind, continued without turning around. "Are you wondering when I changed?" The question strikes a nerve, and Yan senses something ominous. Looking at Jin Lang's back, his voice suddenly turned light. It was from the day she died. "Yan." She was stunned into silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. His eyes heavy with thought, Jin Lang murmured, "Years ago, my sole purpose was to gather 1,000 souls to complete the Jade of Destiny. 1,000 lives are but a hair's breadth to him, the heavenly jade in his hand. At first he schemed and deceived to collect souls, but soon realized there was an easier way. Many humans don't want to live anyway, and if I can help them fulfill their wishes before they die, they'll gladly give me their souls." Time passed, until one day, I found the last soul fragment for the orb. It was her. Once, Yan was repeatedly stabbing a straw doll when a voice echoed, "My lady, who are you trying to curse?" She turned to face a tall figure emerging from the mist, like a statue carved by a master artist, regarding her with cold eyes. She responded bluntly, her hand still clutching the knife inside the straw doll. Yan Nian confessed, I am but a weak and helpless woman with no support, unable to take his life or those of his lackeys, so I can only vent my hatred in this way." The scene froze, with only the wind whistling through the old tombstones, as he coldly asked the kneeling Yan Nian, "Why do you want him dead?" Without hesitation, she replied, "That tyrant wanted me as his wife, so he ordered the murder of my husband." Unwilling to accept this fate, she vows that she and he are irreconcilable enemies, and she's willing to risk everything to eliminate him. Jin Lang replies, "I can help you fulfill your wish." She looked up at him and asked, "What must I do?" Jin Lang countered, asking if she truly meant she'd give anything. He continued, "I won't lie. I am a 9-tailed fox demon. My cultivation is at the half-step god transformation stage. I only need to collect 1,000 souls to forge the Heaven's Mandate Jade, and I can break through the bottleneck and ascend to the immortal realm." Dian Lang held a golden jade in his hand. "I only need one more soul to complete this jade. If you're willing to be a part of it, I'll start a massacre and help you avenge your blood feud." His lips parted slightly. but his eyes were filled with coldness. But immediately, Jan expressed a deep-seated hatred, filled with resentment and despair, replying, "I give you my body and soul just so I can see his head chopped off." "Is this it? He's in this palace." "That's right." As Yeon Lang and Yeon Neon approached the palace, she calmly said, "At long last, I can put an end to all this suffering." Looking at the orb in his hand, Yeon Lang replied, "Yes. Once this final deal is done, I too will obtain what I've long sought. Is there anything you regret about this life?" Just as she was about to achieve her desire, that question echoed like a small scratch in her seemingly rock-solid determination. She softly replied, "Actually, I'm not human, but a half-demon." This confession hangs in the air, causing Jin Lang to pause. He turns to Yeon Neon, who reveals everything. "I am the offspring of a human and a fox spirit. Because I've lived among humans for so long, my demonic energy has almost completely faded." She recalled the past, remembering her habit of laughing at everything. Men loved it and wanted to marry her, but when they discovered she was a fox spirit, they shunned her, some even trying to kill her. Yeon Neon continued, saying that he was the only one who didn't care about those things. He was always by her side, ignoring his family's objections, the rumors, the scrutiny, and the prejudice of the world. He was her everything. His mother always scolded me, fearing my habit of smiling would bring disaster to the family. In truth, even I didn't know how to control my emotions back then. And after killing him, that tyrant told me he had fallen in love with my smile at first sight, and he had to ensure that it would be for no one but him. And so, I was forced to order her execution. Her eyes were sunken, red-rimmed with tears, and her words caught in her throat. "If he sees me smile at anyone, he'll eliminate them. And if anyone dies for that selfish reason, it'll be my fault." In other words, the enemy who killed my husband placed all the blame on me. The resentment, hatred, and burdens in my heart drove me mad. Her gaze drifted into the distance. "If even joy and laughter are sins in this world, then it is not a place for me," Yeon Neon whispered. "If I give you my soul, there's no chance of reincarnation, is there?" she whispered. "I don't wish to meet you in the next life either, my lord, for you will live on in my heart forever." Yeon stares into the distance, her gaze empty yet full of emotion. A tenderness mixed with helplessness, as if she's accepted her fate. Yeon's smile was so beautiful that even Jin Lang was moved, looking at her with an expression he'd never shown anyone before. He wondered if it was their shared demon fox blood, or if her expression truly held some mystical allure. How could a fleeting smile be so deeply etched into his mind? On the cold ground, stained with strawberry syrup and a crimson cloak, Yeon spoke, "It's over. My wish has finally been fulfilled." They stand before lifeless corpses. She can rest easy in the afterlife, and his vengeance is complete, allowing him to be reborn. "I have no regrets left in this world, and as agreed, I will give you my soul." Jin Lang glanced at her, then stared intently at the golden gem in his hand. He spoke, "I've changed my mind. If possible, I'd rather continue to see your smile in this world." She turned, her eyes somber, and frowned at Jin Lang. Even though he said that for Ni it was a worthwhile exchange, her purpose was fulfilled. And as she approached him, she took the gem from his hand and gently refused. "This world is no longer a place where I can smile. I'm sorry. The only thing I can give you is my soul." Though smiling, her eyes were filled with sorrow and deep pain, and without hesitation, Yeon Ni swallowed the pearl. A desperate cry echoes, his voice filled with turmoil. "What? Wait, no, but it was too late." Yeon Neon slowly closed her eyes, her long lashes gently falling as a warm light began to emanate from her chest. Her hair floated as if suspended in nothingness, and the light radiating from her body was like a sacred flame. The jade then took Yeon Neon's soul, revealing itself in a glittering golden light. Witnessing everything, something he was used to, his heart now felt crushed. No blinding light, no voice, just a soulless corpse. Dean Lang didn't cry, but the way he hung his head, that helpless posture, spoke of pain worse than 100 sobs. Amidst the tombstones, a voice echoes, "You're giving up the chance to become a god, to ascend to the immortal realm?" Jin Lang pauses, then replies, "If I become an immortal, wouldn't I inevitably continue to interfere with the lives of others?" Looking down, he whispers, "After hearing her story, I realized the lives I took into this gem might have been everything to someone." The fortune teller asks in surprise, "Am I wrong? Do you mourn the dead? If sacrificing a few brings greater good to many, why not embrace it?" Even that young woman's sacrifice was for the greater good. Jin Lang frowned slightly and replied, I don't appreciate your reasoning. He continued, I've never cared much for what you gods say. Or am I starting to become like you people now? The fortune teller chuckled. How amusing. You've taken nearly 1,000 mortal lives, but you hesitate when the last one is your own kind. Yan Lang calmly replies, Think what you will, it's not wrong anyway. And then he declares, From now on, let's not be apart. Back in reality, Jin Lang is injured and coughing up blood. I never expected to see her again like this. Her inability to control her emotions is partly due to the conflict of souls trapped within the jade. Yon Niong cries out, You're the one who made me like this, and you're the one who wants to destroy the orb and erase my soul? Yin Lang clutches half the jade and declares, That's right. He looked at her and whispered, I'd rather do this than see her living a life worse than death. She's provoking you, so what are you waiting for? Looking at the jade in his hand, Lang was silent for a moment. On the other side, a black and red feather was surrounded by blue energy, and a voice said, What a relief, his life force has stabilized. Hua lies motionless on the ground, surrounded by everyone. Xia says, Appa, you're not allowed to move. Just stay still. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed as Zia and So Troll looked up. Amidst the desolate, smoky landscape, a brilliant golden light erupted like the sun rising in a storm. Yanni, suspended in midair, declares, Enough. I'll bid you farewell here. And it seems there's no need to report this situation to the master. Xia cries out, Nine-tailed fox, how could you let her escape? Yanni's eye turned a furious red, blazing with a light of bloody resentment, for she had witnessed everything. His words cut through the silence like a blade, and the faces of those around him paled. What? That eye is an ion. I hope our next encounter will be more stimulating, Neon emphasized. From the shadows, Jumonean whispered with blazing red eyes, So that's what you're after. The tall Queen Mother of the West stood silently before the window, the light from 1,000 buildings unable to dispel the darkness in her eyes. She thought to herself, I will wait. A faint blue light emanates from the gate behind him, like the breath of another dimension, as Yan slowly steps inside. X frantically shouts, Why are you just standing there? She's getting away. Meanwhile, Yan Lang remained calm, as if he saw something others didn't. That eye belonged to him. Yon Nyong slipped through the gate, asking, Is that Demon Jum-Won watching us? She continued, raising her voice, Why did you let her leave so easily? Are you on their side or something? A voice echoes, clarifying that he's not with Huan, but an ally of the immortals. From beneath the earth, a small voice speaks, The celestial realms sent you here, surely not just to help us. Their goal must be Jum-Won's right-hand man. Hong Zeon continues to speculate. Does this have something to do with the rumors of the Queen Mother of the West's disappearance? Is Huan behind it all? If that's the case. Jin Lang's brow furrows slightly, a deep wariness settling in. He subtly praised her, worthy of a kingdom's princess. You have quite the information network, but I prefer to avoid troublesome matters. If you're curious, go ask those gods directly. Duyak Ha has awoken. All three of them froze and turned towards her voice. Without a second thought, Jia rushed over, calling out to her brother. Seeing him lying there weak, she cried out, Stay still! Don't try to sit up! Hua stammers, whispering, Ah, my child. Seeing Hua Xiong silent, the girl bursts into tears. Oppa, wake up! Jin pleaded. Jin Lang, could you please open a portal back to the human realm? We need to get him to a hospital immediately. Jin Lang replied, Fine. I'd rather not deal with any of you dying on me. Let's go back together. Without a moment to lose, Jin Lang held a piece of golden jade in his palm, and a swirling wave of energy shone brightly, opening a spatial gate. Xavier and Jay help her carry the flower pot onto their shoulders, and the girl grows anxious. Appa, please hang in there a little longer, she whispered, holding the guardian deity and her urn of ashes. Are you all right? A voice echoes. I'll stay with the bewildered So Troll. Princess Honggon spoke. I must return to the Soyo kingdom. Honggon continued. Recently, my father has become close with Jum-Won and has begun to alienate humans, which makes me very uncomfortable. That's also why I left my homeland to seek the power to fight Jum-Won. Hong recalls the words Yon Niang once spoke. But after hearing her words, I realized the situation was far more serious. I need to investigate the current situation thoroughly because it's no longer just confined to the Soy Kingdom, but involves all three realms. So Chan worriedly asked if it was dangerous for the princess to stay here alone. But Hong replied, Just because I came here with you doesn't mean I'm like you? The princess looks up, a challenging smile playing on her lips. Don't forget, this is the demon realm, where I belong. Here, I am royalty. At that moment, Jay Shin urged So to hurry, while Jen Lang offered to help. Let me help. I'll take him back to the human realm first. The atmosphere is thick with tension. Jin says worriedly, Hurry, we don't have time, she replied, not wanting to stay here. Surprised? Hong asks. I have urgent business back in the kingdom, so I must return. Rest assured. I know the way back to the human realm now. I'll be joining you soon. From behind, Jin Lang called out a warning. Hurry, the passage won't hold for long. The princess is resolute, and I'll find Jumwon's weakness soon. Trust me. With Hong Dion's determined gaze, Deshin replied with trust. Understood. We'll await good news from you. Let's go. So Troll hesitated, glancing back at the princess, unable to tear her gaze away. Hong responds to So Troll with a warm, comforting smile as the princess waves goodbye with a serene expression. Jin and Soon slowly approached the passage, as Hong watched them silently, lost in thought. A blinding light tore through reality as they entered the passage. Daya asked nervously, Are the passages between worlds always this long? So Troll replies, No, it should only take... Before he could finish, a brilliant blue light suddenly flared, overwhelming the space ahead. A piercing screech shattered the silence, as if the very sky was tearing apart at the heart of the radiant light. A colossal form begins to materialize, a sacred and mysterious female figure with eyes tightly shut. X cries out as they encounter another monster. It seems that Yan Lang knows what it is and says in confusion, No, this is... Suddenly, the female form passes through all four of them in an instant. The girl clumsily passes through, leaving everyone confused as the sacred body pushes Jishin and the ogre into another dimension. He yells out as So Troll is thrown back, accidentally dropping his urn and guardian spirit. She screams, No! Suddenly, the soul jar and the dog guardian were seized. It was Hua Xiong who had recovered and managed to grab them in time. The three are thrown deep within, and Hua Chong cries out, Shin! A voice echoes through the air. Where are you taking them? Suddenly, an intense light flashes, engulfing everything. In a tranquil, light-filled forest, dense trees and sun-dappled leaves create a sense of peace as Sotron and Jin arrive, both bewildered by their surroundings. Where are we? Are we still in the demon realm? Jin asked, bewildered. So Tron replies, No. She surveys their surroundings, realizing this is neither the demon realm nor the human realm, but rather a unique otherworld. He crossed his arms, thinking, Another world, huh? Why does this place feel so familiar? How strange. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from a nearby thicket, not loud, but enough to break the forest's absolute silence. Inside, three eyes glowed ominously, and Sochan and Jin scrambled away from the bush. Suddenly, a figure bursts forth like lightning, wearing a crimson mask with glowing golden eyes like a demon. Strangely, the masked figure passed right through Jin and Sochan, leaving them bewildered and wondering what was happening. From behind, a voice echoes, Forgive my intrusion, but I have brought you here. A woman appears, adorned in a magnificent gown with ancient embroidery, its long skirt shimmering faintly, her silver hair tied high, crowned with a small tiara. Seeing the mysterious woman suddenly appear, Diashin cautiously asks a question, full of wariness. Who are you? The white-haired woman responded cryptically. We've met before, long ago in a past life, and recently in this one. Seeing the old woman's familiar form, Diashin couldn't help but shout, It's you, the fortune-teller. The fortune-teller smiled, her voice echoing through the forest. Our connection runs far deeper than you realize. He froze, finding it difficult to speak. Why? I don't remember anything? The old woman didn't answer, but instead asked Jae-shin, Do you want to recover those memories? Or are you deliberately trying to avoid it? So Tron glanced at him worriedly, noticing the hesitation in his expression. The old woman wasn't too harsh and was willing to point them to the final path. Follow the kid who just ran past and you will find the memories you seek. But this time, Dia seems to be the hesitant one. Before he could dwell on it, Sotron stepped forward and spoke. Are you sure we'll really recover our memories? He asked, looking at Sol. Without turning back, she firmly replies, There are some things I need to clear up. This time, she's the one questioning him. Jin, are you really trying to avoid your own memories? The fortune-teller smiled knowingly, as if seeing through everything, and remarked that they seemed to have a difference of opinion. Then she waved her hand, creating a blue energy with a smile on her face. But no matter, let nature take its course. Soon and Jin were immediately enveloped in the glowing aura. They look down in surprise as a distant memory surfaces. A young demon suddenly appears, shouting, I will defeat you. But a sword from above strikes down, stopping Deng Zong in his tracks. He collapses to the ground in pain as a red-haired girl looks down at him. You're still green. Flailing around like that just exposes your weaknesses. The fortune-teller's blue power surged again beneath Jin and Sotron. He stared in shock at the girl, while on the other side, Song staggered to his feet, rubbing his sore, red nose, muttering that the red-haired girl was So-ha. She noticed something strange on his hand and quickly asked about it. Hey, what does that tattoo on your hand mean? It looks so weird. Sotron also looked over in surprise, recognizing the seal of Shin. An watched with a stunned and tense expression, while Zhang hid his hands behind his back, but spoke calmly. My ancestors were criminals, so their descendants like me were born with this mark. So-ha looked at him in surprise as he spoke of his origins. Grandpa says this is why no one wants to be near me. She smiled and sat down right next to him. Who says everyone wants to avoid you? At least you still have your grandfather and me. Tilting her head, she makes a promise. Whenever you're bored, come and play with me. Dongxian looked at her in a panic as she asked, Do you agree? But even when revisiting this past, the two could only watch from afar. The fortune teller waves her hand again, and the scene before us shifts. It's the same forest, but So-ha is wielding a wooden sword, somersaulting through the air and performing a series of sword maneuvers. Dong X looked at her with admiration. They practiced swordsmanship together, and she carefully bandaged his wounds each time. Sometimes So-ha would smile and share interesting stories of her day. And as time passed, the way Song looked at her began to change. Once again, the seer waves her hand, shifting the memory. In the demon realm, dark-skinned demons glare down with unfriendly eyes. You're sneaking off to the human realm again? No wonder we're under suspicion. As if that weren't enough, they continued to berate him. Not only do you carry the blood of a sinner, but you even look like a human. Why does Elder C. Yuk favor you so much? Yongshu just looked up, silent and unresponsive. What are you looking at? Aren't you ashamed at all? The two demons growled, even more enraged. Do you know how much trouble you've caused Elder Tehayop? Remembering their respected elder, they couldn't help but speak frankly. Because of your recklessness, the demon realm is now gossiping that Elder Tehayop is plotting with humans. While the tribe doesn't want to waste time on unnecessary conflicts with humans, that doesn't mean we want to betray the demon realm. He looked up in a daze, not expecting things to be so serious, but it didn't end there. Even the impure demon clans were being misunderstood because of this. They continued to berate him, saying they didn't care how strong he was. As long as his power was sealed, he was useless. They should have just killed him, saving Elder Tehayop the trouble of dealing with this mess. With that, the two demons left, grumbling. A moment later, a voice suddenly echoed as it noticed the pile of fruits before it. Has the world turned upside down? I never expected you to bring me such gifts. Tehop smiled gently at his foolish grandson. It seems you've made a new friend recently. Tell me, what are they like? Dungza awkwardly explained that every time they met, the person would ask him to come over, to which the benevolent elder replied that it was fate and he should cherish it. But he was an understanding child, and though reluctant, Dongse would always consider the bigger picture. If seeing her caused trouble for his grandfather and everyone else, he wouldn't see her again. Sadly, Taehyup gazed at him, suddenly feeling heartbroken for the child. He raised his wrinkled hand and gently stroked the boy's head, reassuring him, I don't mind at all. Feel free to do what you like, as if afraid his grandson would feel inferior about his identity. The elder added wisely, The mark on your hand isn't proof of sin, but a sign of the fear your power inspires. Looking out at the peaceful forest, his tone softened. Don't let meaningless words consume you and push you to the brink of destruction. With those words, Dongzong once again does what he wants and seeks her out. So-ha smiles, playfully greeting her friend. Come here. He stares intently at the girl before him, his face etched with tension. Then, with a kick of his heels, Yongzhong lunges forward, embracing her tightly. So-ha's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden gesture as Dongzhong buried his face in her shoulder, whispering, I will train seriously in martial arts. So-ha was momentarily stunned by his sudden, strange behavior, but she smiled and patted his shoulder in reassurance. Okay, she said, unaware that Dongzhong's resolve was growing even stronger where she couldn't see. I must become strong to break free from this mark and protect those who are important to me. From afar, the two observers stood in silence, already knowing how this memory would end. Time slowly passed, and Dongxiang fell to the grass once more, grumbling, Damn it, I almost hit you. So-ha, on the other hand, looked delighted, her face flushed after the intense sparring match. She showers him with praise. You did great, I almost lost. You're improving so fast. So-ha then offered him her own weapon, saying, I'm giving you this wooden sword. Practice with it when you have time at home. Dongzhong hesitantly accepted her gift, his heart swelling with emotion. So-ha, Dongsong muttered, tightening his grip on his sword. Would she understand if I told her I was a demon? But then, the wooden sword he cherished was mercilessly snapped in two by another. Dongsong cried out, "What are you doing?" But the one-eyed demon only grew angrier. "You ignorant brat." He froze, hearing that Elder Tiop had been imprisoned in the ice cave. Confused, Dongsong cried out, "Why?" But the demon was even more furious. "You dare ask why? It's all your fault," he growls, tightening his grip on the boy's collar. "Your frequent trips between realms have implicated Elder Tiop, who's been accused by the upper echelons of the demon world of colluding with humans. The ice cave is a place of only ice and snow, which is why that demon was so afraid he lost his composure. The ice cave's prison is notorious for torturing traitors with its terrible cold. With the elder already so old and frail, if we don't clear his name and save him soon, he'll surely die." The demon gave his final decree. "There's a human martial arts clan on the border that's constantly at odds with us. The leader of that martial arts clan has a daughter named So Tron, also known as Kim Truyen Nanwai." Hearing that familiar name, the two Jins were stunned. The demon recalled the human martial arts clan, then said in a deep voice that although they had tried to hide the secret, they could not escape the eyes and ears of their scouts. "It is said that the woman has awakened the bloodline of an immortal and can borrow the power of the immortal realm." Hearing this, Sin couldn't help but glance suspiciously at So Tron beside him. "The blood of a god?" The one-eyed demon pointed at Rongzong, assigning him a mission to redeem himself. "If you can kidnap that woman and bring her here, we can deal with the current situation much more easily." Dongsong listens intently as the fiend lays out his plan. Even if humans wage war, they can deny any collusion and betrayal of the demon realm. "We'll explain to the higher-ups that your frequent trips to the human realm are to find an opportunity to capture that woman." The one-eyed demon continued to ramble on. "If you succeed, we can clear Elder Shu's name, and those scoundrels will have no reason to detain him." But Rongzong was hesitant. But knowing he couldn't do that, he immediately replied, "I understand. We don't want to waste time and lives fighting humans either, but we can't just sit by and watch Elder Xiao suffer." Finally, he relented, giving him an easier task. "If capturing someone alive is too difficult, then bring back a dead one." Receiving this order, Dongsong once again flees to the human realm, gazing at a babbling brook. His hand trembled as he steadied the mended wooden sword. "They want me to kill someone." Lost in turmoil, he knew if he didn't kill, his grandfather's life would be in danger. "Grandfather, what am I supposed to do?" he lamented. Behind him, Sohon and Jae also appeared, following this memory. He tilted his head, asking her with curiosity, "Hey, So Troll, is it true you carry the blood of a god?" She lowered her head, answering uncertainly, "I'm not sure either. My memories are hazy. I don't know if I'm the So Troll they're talking about." Just then, So suddenly approached Dungaeon, asking, "What's got you so lost in thought? What's on your mind?" He looked up at her, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. After a moment of internal struggle, Dongsong finally spoke, but a voice from afar interrupted him. "Young Miss So Ha." Hearing that name, Rongzong's pupils contracted slightly, and the two people standing outside couldn't help but panic at this turn of events. Little did So Ha know. She bit her lip and turned around, lamenting that she'd been caught after finally sneaking out. It was as if someone had struck Rongzong's brain. "What?" a voice echoed from afar, urging them on. "Miss So Tron, the leader has summoned you." So-ha turned back, offering a troubled smile. "Sorry, I guess I can't play with you today." Dongsong couldn't believe it, stammering, Your name is So Tron? Why did you introduce yourself as—" So-ha turns back, a playful smile on her face, explaining that her real name is So Tron. So-ha was just a nickname my late mother gave me because I was born in the summer. Dungchul can't believe that the person he has to eliminate is his best friend, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, the two observers were also taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Afterward, the two met again under the tree. Soha called out from afar, "Choa, I'm here." She smiles apologetically. "Please don't be mad at me for running off like that last time." But something seems off about Yangshu today, and she stares in alarm at the sword in his hand. Soha immediately reacted, scolding him, "Why would you carry something so dangerous?" But all that answered her was the sound of the wind tearing past her ear. Dungshong roughly pushes her to the ground, sword in hand, poised to strike, but he can't bring himself to do it. And in despair, he stammers, I'm actually a demon." Soha's eyes widened in shock as he finally confessed his true feelings. "Because I met with you every day, my family was imprisoned for treason against the demon realm. They said the only way to clear my grandfather's name was to kill you, so Dungzong's motives become clear. He was in anguish, apologizing to her, as Soha watched the sword inch closer, his sorrowful voice echoing in her ears. "I have no choice." But then, Yongsong began to tremble, gritting his teeth, unable to bring himself to strike. Dongshang gasped, sweat beading on his face, and finally collapsed onto the grass, unable to betray his own heart. Or no, he couldn't do it. He couldn't kill another. His mind was now a tangled mess. That's right, maybe? Dongshang turned the blade on himself, choosing the easiest path he could. If he died, could they blame him for everything and spare Ji? The sharp blade was now pointed at his throat, and Dongsung began to break down, believing that everything would be better if someone like him simply disappeared. He trembled, his voice cracking with emotion, saying that he only brought misfortune to those around him. Soha reacted instantly, rushing forward to grab the sword's hilt. "You fool, stop!" Dongxiang was stunned as she tried to persuade him. "You are not the cause of others' misfortunes, so don't blame yourself." Soha's eyes reflected a subtle pity. She pleaded, "The sword you wield must protect the innocent. That is the true way of the warrior, do you understand?" Soha paused, looking at the boy with pity, and gently raised a hand, removing his mask for the first time on their journey. Dongshang's face was now stained with tears. Though a demon, he possessed a human appearance and a heart as warm as any other. "Never deny your own existence." She gently reached out to wipe away his tears, but instead she chose to embrace him. As sunlight streamed through the leaves, she softly asked, "Are you calm now?" Dongsang shyly nodded, then stammered an apology. "About what happened earlier, I'm sorry." Soha knew her limits and sighed in frustration. "I can't really help you much, can I? All I can do is listen. But it's a good way to relieve stress," she said with a smile, "because it's better than bearing everything alone. So from now on, if you have anything on your mind, just tell me. We'll meet here under this ancient tree every day, okay?" Her emerald eyes crinkled as Soha made a promise. "I'll be waiting." Dongzu hesitated, wondering why she was always so unconditionally kind, but before he could speak, hurried noises echoed from afar. A martial artist suddenly passed by, staring at the horn on his head, his face stuttering in fear as he shouted, "There's a monster trying to harm Miss Soha." Soha jumped up, desperate to clear his name, but her weak denials were useless as the man shouted for help, claiming there was a demon. Knowing there was no explaining, Soha urged him, "Run." But others began to arrive, weapons in hand, and she screamed for him to hurry, even running towards them to buy him time. The adults began to restrain her, not wanting her to play with the monster any longer. And in that moment, Dongsang, distracted by his worry for her, didn't notice the figure suddenly appearing behind him. The attacker swung his sword, slashing across his back, and dark red blood gushed out. Soaha's eyes widened, her gaze losing focus as she witnessed the scene. Dongshang's eyes glazed over as he gritted his teeth in pain. But instead of falling, he roared, and a blinding light erupted around him. The others are blown back, and they panic, wondering what's happening. How is he still alive? Not only them, but even the bystanders Sohan and Jay were astonished by the sight before them. He began to recall the mysterious masked man who always appeared in his subconscious. Back with Dongzong, the brand on his hand suddenly glowed brightly. His head hung low, heavy white breaths escaping him. The martial artist stared at the ghastly scene, while another barely glanced down before his body was cleaved in two. The remaining fighters are now being slaughtered. Screams of agony echo through the air as Soha looks on in disbelief. Dongshang's demonic nature is unleashed as he slaughters the others, leaving Jin and his companion in stunned silence. Having broken free, Soha immediately rushed forward, as Dongzong leaped to attack another martial artist. But Soha raised her wooden sword, perfectly blocking his sharp claws, and cried out, begging him to wake up. "Joe, please, wake up!" But Dongshang showed no signs of regaining his senses, and while Soha hesitated, he did not. Instantly, a deep gash appeared on her forearm, and her wooden sword was cleaved in two. Soha cried out in pain, alarming the surviving warriors. Dongshang should have continued his rampage, but something compelled him to return. He slowly regained his senses, his eyes returning to normal. Seeing Soha's injury, which he had caused, Dongshang was overcome with guilt, stammering, "No, Seeing her tearful face, Dongzong stammered even more anxiously. But what is there to explain?" Tears streamed down his face as he rejected the truth and ran away, leaving Soha standing there, unable to hold him back, a scene Soha and Jin witnessed with the seer's help. The old woman closed her eyes and calmly explained, "That day, your seal was broken." Dia stared wide-eyed at the fortune teller, realizing it was unavoidable. Then the old woman waved her hand again, her tone a bit sympathetic. However, it was still a bit too early, and once again the martial arts of the family headed by Soha's father appeared. From within the martial arts, a firm voice rang out steadily. "We can't continue to let those damned monsters run rampant." Leader. Tensions have been rising ever since the incident a few years ago. Inside the council chamber, 3 figures who appear to hold the highest authority deliberate. For now, these are just minor skirmishes at the border, but soon the flames of hatred will erupt into war. Soha's father scratched his chin, hesitant, then turned to his daughter. "What do you think?" The red-haired maiden softly replies, "I'm hesitant." This is Soha, years later, now fully grown. At this point, she was strong enough to participate in the council and offer her opinion. Do all demons hate humanity? Is there no way for our 2 races to coexist peacefully? He frowned at her naive thoughts, instantly irritated. Even now, do you still cling to such naive and feeble notions? But before he could say more, an announcement came from outside. "Chief, urgent news. Our border patrols are clashing with demons, and it's escalating into a potential war." "You too, Sotrol?" She obediently nodded. "Yes, but the messenger continued to speak. There are a few more problems." He began to get annoyed and scolded. "What is it? Spit it out." The informant hesitated and lowered his head. "Yes," the informant replied. "The demon who framed the young lady years ago?" Soha's emerald eyes darted over as she heard those words, and she saw that the man was also there. Meanwhile, Dongshang had matured into a great demon with a towering physique and overwhelming power, as if he could easily annihilate an army. Panting filled the air as Soha ran for her life, her heart screaming. Has he returned? Before her, a chaotic scene unfolds. Young men with wooden sticks and swords relentlessly attacking Dongzong. They gritted their teeth and tried to attack him, but strangely, upon approaching, they were immediately thrown back, crying out in pain. He lunges at the young men, sending them flying with a single punch. One clutches his bloodied arm, fear in his eyes. Soha watches silently from afar, and as if sensing her gaze, Dongzong turns his head slightly in her direction. She softly asks, "Dongzong, is that really you?" Before she can finish, Dongzong suddenly lunges forward with a fierce attack. He doesn't hesitate to deliver a powerful blow. Soha barely manages to block with her sword, the force of the impact making her hair stand on end. A member of the Soha clan cried out in a panic. "Soran!" Soha's face is red. "Are you trolling me?" "Why?" She kept asking herself, struggling to hold her sword and parry his relentless attacks. But her sword was knocked away, and somehow Dongzong had drawn another sword, for reasons unknown. He swung it, continuing his attack, aiming directly at her. Soha desperately tried to evade his attacks, the sword narrowly missing her neck. To avoid the sword, Soha failed to notice the cliff behind her, lost her footing, and fell into the abyss. Dongzong stared down at her, struggling in terror, and then he jumped after her, embracing her tightly. The young men who attacked Dongzong cried out as they looked down into the ravine, where a raging waterfall plunged from above, as Soha scolded. "This idiot suddenly attacked me with a sword." Dongzong's arm was carefully bandaged, but even through the thick gauze, a dark red stain was visible. Dongzong sat cross-legged on a rock by the stream as Soha stood behind him, still grumbling about jumping off the cliff. Dongzong replies that they're both still alive, to which Soha nearly shouts, "Ah, shut up, you idiot." Her face darkened. "I'd hoped you'd return to explain what happened that day just once, but you vanished completely." Dongzong listened silently, only to meet again under these circumstances. "What reason could you have for waging war against humanity?" Her brow furrows, but Dongzong cuts her off. "You said my sword should be used to protect others, that is the true way of the warrior." Mixed with that was surprise. After a moment of silence, Yongshang continued, "I haven't forgotten because I've gritted my teeth and lived for it all this time." Soha's expression stiffened slightly. She stammered, "What have you been through these past few years?" Suddenly, an enormous shadow appeared behind her, nearly twice Soha's height, rising violently from the water. She frantically turns around. "What in the world is that?" Just then, Rongsong speaks up, as if he had foreseen this. "So it was you causing trouble in the human realm," she gasped. It was a disheveled demon with piercing yellow eyes, thick lips, and a long, sharp tongue lolling out. Dongshang explained, "This fiend is the culprit behind the recent massacres in both realms near the border." His fist clenched. "As long as it lives, it will continue to devour humans and even other demons." They both looked up at the grotesque, towering demon before them. Back in the present, So stands before Jessen, both looking up at something massive, and she hesitantly asks, "Eating demons too?" She recalls Seun's monstrous form, cold sweat beating on her cheek. Suddenly, a voice from behind Jin and So startles them, and they turn around. From this moment on, the idea of monsters eating each other begins to emerge, leading to the continuous birth of mutant monsters. The seer approaches, and the creature begins to stir. Her voice echoes through the mortal realm, speaking of devouring humans, then impersonating them to hide in plain sight. In a past life, Dongzong lunges toward the sharp-tongued monster, sword in hand, face full of murderous intent, while Soha grips her weapon, ready to strike. The image of the old woman reappears, the only goal he wants to achieve, as the two attack the monster, seemingly devouring everything at once. After a long while, the monster lay defeated on the ground. Rongsong surveyed the scene. I've never seen such a bizarre species, not even in the demon realm. Beside him, Soha wearily wipes the sweat from her cheek, her upper body limp as she leans on her thighs for support. He continues, "Someone deliberately released it here, and I must find them." She frowned, her face troubled, her eyes wide as she stared at him, finally realizing she had misunderstood him all along. "So you came here to stop this thing from causing chaos and misunderstandings?" Suddenly, shouts echoed towards them. "Miss, where are you?" Rongsong immediately rushes off. "I hope we never meet again." "Being by my side will only bring you misfortune," she cried out. "Hey, wait! Come back to reality!" Dia wonders, who exactly is he, that hidden being in the mortal realm you spoke of? The old woman is surprised. He doesn't remember? He falls silent, thinking he only vaguely recalls. An image of a mysterious figure flashes in his mind. But who is he? The scene shifts to the past. Soha sits dejectedly beneath the ancient tree, her head bowed, a hint of anger in her voice. "I've always waited for you here, you know." "Really? I thought you'd never show up." Hiding on the other side of the tree, Dongzong flinches as Soha adds, "But the truth is, you come here every day, so don't hide." He stood up abruptly, looking at Soha, who immediately said, "Sometimes I wonder why I always smell a faint floral scent when I sit here. I can say for sure that there are no flowers with that scent within 100 miles. The scent she speaks of belongs to a melancholic purple flower, its petals, stem, leaves, and pistil all sharing the same singular hue." Soha recalls the moment Dongzong embraced her as they plummeted down the cliff. "It was then that I realized that strange scent was coming from you." Her hands clasped together, her voice questioning herself. "Don't flatter yourself, you're not the reason I came here." Upon hearing this, Soha's eyes widened, but she kept her head down, not expecting this answer. He looked into the distance. "I came to eliminate the dangers in the border region." "That's it then. Once I'm done here, I'm returning to the demon realm. So you don't need to—" Mid-sentence, a pair of gentle hands reached up to his mask, startling him. They lifted it, removing it from his face. He was still in shock, unable to react as he grabbed her arm and shouted furiously, "Don't be reckless!" Startled, she screamed in fear. He didn't lower his voice. "No matter how close we were as children, you and I are still enemies. Because of you, my demon clan has suffered many losses." Her eyes widened at his words, and lines began to form between her brows. He growled, "Listen to me one last time. After I clean up the mess at the border, I will continue to oppose you. We will never live in peace." At this, she frowned, her face etched with long-suppressed emotions, and whispered, "I don't care about that. I just want you to look me in the eye and answer my question." His face remained stoic as he stared at her. She continued, "Have I been the only one carrying this torch all this time?" Deep within his eyes, something flickered. Suddenly, Yongxiop embraced Seo, catching her by surprise as they stood amidst a forest of swaying grass and towering trees. He closes his eyes, furrowing his brow in frustration. "It's so hard, you have no idea." She frowned as well, telling herself to ignore it. They parted. Rongsong kept his eyes fixed on her, his expression bursting with emotion, while Soha's cheeks flushed red as she gazed back at him, her eyes filled with countless thoughts. Her eyes closed and their lips drew closer beneath the ancient tree's sprawling canopy. Dongzong's voice echoes beneath the trees. "Not all demons want war and the invasion of the human realm. Recently, the demon realm has been spiraling out of control, causing a surge of demons crossing into the human world. If we don't find the mastermind inciting these crossings, war is inevitable." Dongzong sat beneath the ancient tree as Soha nestled against him, falling asleep. She opened her eyes slightly and replied, "Even if we could resolve the misunderstanding, would it even help? My father wants the blood debt of the innocent repaid in blood." He gazed into the distance. "I don't know. Even if we can't stop the war, I'll do everything I can to delay it. It was my grandfather's last wish." Soha gaped, her face frozen as she looked up at him. He continued, "Since my grandfather's restraints were lifted, the warmongering demons have become increasingly ambitious. That's why I'm here, to hunt down those who would disrupt the balance between our worlds." Her eyes narrowed, a hint of sadness in them. "So that's why you haven't come to see me." She hesitated. Your grandfather? Dungsong remained silent, neither daring to complete Soha's unfinished sentence. Suddenly, with newfound resolve, she declared, if we join forces, we can definitely stop them. Before she could finish, judging by your skills, you're much stronger than before, even stronger than me. And I, as the successor of the Nan School of Martial Arts, will try to persuade my father and everyone else. At least for now, we can work together to prevent minor conflicts. She patted her chest and vowed, when you are strong enough to rule, you can crush their war plot. Soha suddenly hesitated, her eyes darting away. And when it was all over, she knelt beside Yongsong. I'll surround the Naniac temple with a garden full of orchids, so that if your mind ever strays into darkness. The rustling of leaves filled the air, mingling with her soft voice. Follow that scent, and it will guide you back to the righteous path, back to where I'll be waiting. After a moment of silence, Dungsong replied, I will return, no matter what. She smiles, her eyes squinting, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Let's both do our best. A voice echoes from within the temple, nestled amongst desolate cliffs. Preparing to wage war? Soha cries out, I told father, the demons aren't responsible. I faced that monster myself. Her father's subordinate replied that any monster is a demon, and she's too naive. He's told her countless times not to be deceived by those demons. She suddenly tensed up, her cheeks flushed slightly. Why is Master acting so strange? He's eager for war. She couldn't help but wonder, how did someone so moderate become like this? Soha's father, who was actually Jum Oneon in disguise, had been silent until now. He paused for a moment, then interjected himself into their argument. Perhaps we should delay and assess the situation more clearly, while also sending people to hunt down the new monsters this girl mentioned. Soha sighed in relief. Thankfully, even though father wants revenge, at least he can still distinguish right from wrong. The subordinate also fell silent, lost in thought. When the temple lights were extinguished, the night deepened, and Soha stepped out, gripping her sword. A voice challenged her from behind, making her spin around. Where do you think you're going at this hour? She hesitated. Father, I was just going for a walk. Have you lost your mind, wanting to breathe in the air? Soha's father stood in the doorway, glaring at her against the cold. You know there are monsters out there, yet you still want to go out alone. He glared menacingly. If you deliberately cause trouble and affect the bigger picture, don't blame me for showing no mercy, is that clear? Soha obediently replied, a hint of bewilderment on her face. Yes. She wondered to herself why her father's face was so unusually frightening. The temple once again fell silent. A window on the upper floor opens, and Soha climbs out onto the temple's tiled roof. Looking around cautiously, she realizes it's late, and the troll must have been waiting for a long time. She dashes into the forest, determined to tell him what she knows, no matter what. She runs deeper, the slender trees flashing past. She ran, breathless. Back in the present, Soha seemed to realize something, her brow furrowing, teeth grinding. Dia, standing behind her, was equally shocked, her brows furrowed, her eyes wide as she stared into the distance. This place? Back to her previous life. Soha was still running for her life. Before her, two figures appeared. A tall man swinging his sword, piercing another. She recognized them and cried out, Father! Father! So Troll was shocked and terrified, covering her mouth with her hand. Dia carefully looked ahead, remembering these were the memories she didn't want to relive. Memories flood back, causing Jin's head to throb as he clutches it in pain. Soha's father collapses to the ground, crimson liquid following the blade's withdrawal. She glared at Tron, the murderer standing tall, and screamed in fury. Tron, how dare you? Tears well in her eyes as she grits her teeth. So all this time you approached me for this very reason. Dungsong is flustered, as if he didn't know about this. Is that your father? How can this be? Suddenly, a group of young men with torches appeared behind her. They shouted, Master Overseer, the young lady is colluding with the trolls. Dungsong stammered, reaching out to her as if to explain. Impossible. A youth lunges forward, piercing his chest with a sharp spear, an attack so sudden he couldn't react. Take this, you damned monster! One by one, the youths charged forward, weapons raised, ready to strike him down. With a single, swift strike, Dungsong unleashed a whirlwind of crimson, leaving his attackers no time to even scream. Their eyes rolled back, bodies strewn across the ground in a horrific scene. I will never forgive you. Yangsheng worriedly gritted his teeth. He was still in shock, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the sword, causing it to glow with a fiery red light. That's right, you better hate me in this life. Dai's jaw dropped, his mouth agape. He glanced at So Troll beside him, still in shock, her hand clamped over her mouth to stifle any sound. This event ignited the great war between the human and demon realms. Ironically, the attempt to prevent war only fueled its flames. Back in the past, as the fortune teller narrates, the people discuss amongst themselves. One person angrily declares, "We must seal the border passage immediately. From this moment forward, any demon who dares to cross the border will be killed without exception." Soha's face was pale and emotionless as she glared. "Agreed. Spread my orders." Her face darkens as she issues a resolute command. "Kill any demons on sight." Meanwhile, in the demon realm, the troll is imprisoned for instigating war between the realms. Deep within the darkest dungeon, Yang Song kneels, head bowed, not alone, but with the entire demon clan under Elder Saiho, bound by cold chains, marched alongside other demons to face their judgment. Jin and Soon have now returned to confront the fortune teller. I know what you're thinking. Yes, all of these events were orchestrated. To openly eliminate their opponents, they needed a valid reason to start a war, so they planned everything. And when the scheme succeeded, it was time to execute their overt plot. The temple doors burst open as a man rushed in, shouting the news to Chief Soha, who immediately turned around. The demons have begun their assault, and the sky darkens despite the dawn. In the distance, obscured by ancient trees, a horde of demons rushes closer and closer. A piercing voice echoes through the dark prison. "Tron, wake up!" An old demon rushes in with grave news. Dongsong remained unmoved, languidly sprawled on the cold ground, until the old demon continued. They've finally made their move, startling him. He turned in shock, his face filled with fear, as the old demon continued. The troops have marched on the human realm and the war has officially begun. Dongsong stammers, unable to speak, as another red-haired demon clutches the bars of his cell, questioning the green-skinned demon with the ugly teeth outside. "So you were plotting this from the start, you vile cowards." Dongsong caught the red-haired demon, as the old demon glared at the lone green demon who continued to curse. "What right do you weaklings have to interfere with our grand plan? You gutless cowards who hide behind legends to live in peace have no right to speak here." He cackles, hoisting his club. "After we slaughter the humans, you're next." Dongsong reached out, gripping the blue monster's neck, giving him no time to react, only a gasp of pain. He roared, "What are you doing? Do you have a death wish?" The old monster behind Dongsong hurriedly interjected. "Troll, stop. Fighting them now isn't wise." His cold voice stunned the old demon, and the red-haired one and another monster shared the same feeling. "Are you just going to sit there and wait to die?" the old demon immediately retorted. "But even if we all rise up in resistance, we're still far outnumbered." Wrong Song growled. "Grandpa once said that if the balance between the human and demon realms is broken, the demon god sealed at the border will awaken and sow terror in the world once more." Gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow, he tightened his grip on the green monster's neck with each word. The very reason why the demon realm, once larger than the human realm, had shrunk to its current state. The demon he was choking gurgled, struggling for breath. The old demon still disagreed. "But you only know this from hearsay, and the only one who saw the demon, Elder Shi Hop, is no longer with us." The other demons, enraged by the blue demon's plight, brandished spears and charged forward, shouting, "Kill him!" His hand threatened to tear the green monster's throat as a blue light and strange symbols appeared on his hand. What if the story was true? They'll all die, and then it'll be our turn. The monsters with weapons approached, hurling spears at him. His grip remained firm on the blue monster's throat, eliciting endless cries of agony as his body flickered with the same blue light that had appeared on his hand. If they're all going to die anyway, the blue power erupts, engulfing the entire prison, and even the hard stone floor is easily torn apart. "If you continue, I will risk my life to fulfill Grandfather's last wish." The monsters wielding weapons were blasted backward by the surge of power, and the wooden bars of the cell twisted and snapped, creating an opening as the imprisoned creatures struggled to shield themselves. Strangely, Dongsong was completely unaffected by the sudden surge of power, standing still as if rooted to the spot. The blue monster's head was crushed into tiny pieces, its body collapsing to the ground. The wooden bars of the prison cell were bent and broken, pitifully contorted. He quietly asked, "And what about you?" The other demons in the prison stared blankly at each other as his solemn voice echoed throughout the damp dungeon. "To us, Elder Sayop is a god, our pride, our leader who unites us all. Under his leadership, we are all one family. Elder Tsiop taught us to cultivate, to gain strength, not to use it as a spear to subjugate others, but as a shield to protect what is important to us. He stood tall, looking down upon the weapon-wielding demons below. He dedicated his life to fighting the selfish and greedy, those who point their swords at others to sow hatred and suffering. In a chaotic world consumed by war and plunder, he cried out in indignation. They took the elder's life with a despicable trick, and now they trample his life's ideals by spreading hatred and suffering to humanity, just as they did to us. Now, here in the human realm, the humans advance, each with eyes full of murderous intent, ready to fight. He didn't lower his voice. If we turn a blind eye to their actions, is the peace we risked our lives to protect just worthless? And facing them, the demon clan, each armed and grotesque. Don't forget, once humanity is broken, they will desecrate your graves. The two sides clash in a chaotic battle, blindly swinging their weapons like killing machines. We cannot sit idly by and watch them bring chaos and destruction to the human realm. His voice reached a fever pitch, saying that despite their differences, now is the time to raise their shields and protect the mortal realm. A chaotic war scene unfolds, and Soha is fighting with all her might. She swung her sword, slicing a snake demon into 3 pieces right below her, as people screamed, advanced, and cried out in pain and despair. He concluded with a command. Do exactly as Elder T. Hyop wished. Every race deserves respect and to live together in peace. A human man is kicked away, crying out in pain. This one's chest is pierced, blood staining his dark clothes. Another cries, Chief, order a retreat, we're outnumbered. At this rate, our entire army will be wiped out. She replied, but behind us are innocent civilians. Before she could finish, a series of pained screams echoed, cutting her off mid-sentence. It was unclear who was screaming. A human girl with a black veil covering half her face frantically calls out, Leader, the number of enemies is steadily decreasing. Soha is stunned. What? How? The girl continued. An entire army of demons is helping us. In the distance, a horde of demons advances, led by Dongsong. Soha's eyes widen as she sees him. On the battlefield, the bodies of men and demons lay intertwined, weapons piercing their still forms. The surviving human soldiers gathered, and Soha, their representative, questioned, What scheme are you plotting now? Dongsong was silent, offering no reply until finally he spoke. They have temporarily retreated to reinforce their front lines. The second Samlang invasion will happen soon, and I don't want them crossing the border to wreak havoc on the human realm, so I want your cooperation. Her eyes were unwavering as she stared down her opponent, coldly retorting, How can we trust the words of you demons? He produced a stack of papers covered in red writing, the pages stained and smeared. If you don't trust a demon's word, then perhaps you'll trust an alliance pact? You can drip your blood onto this prepared blood oath, which already contains the blood of my clan members. Once signed, neither side can harm the other on the battlefield. She shouted her firm opposition, saying that even this was untrustworthy. A man behind her advised, Leader, we don't have many options left. The man continued to encourage him, saying that one less enemy on the battlefield meant one more chance to win, and asked him to consider it carefully. Soha frowned, struggling internally, her eyes fixed on him as he stared back at her. Soha's brow furrows deeper, her discontent palpable. Then she turns away, saying this is the only time, and after the war, they're done. The space around her shatters like glass, and the same thing happens around Jaejin and Sotron in reality. They both looked around in a panic, and he stammered, his hands falling to his sides in fear. What in the world is happening? And the seer is the only one who isn't panicking. He's coming. They looked at the old woman, confused, asking, Who? The old woman frowned. I'll have to leave the rest to you two. I can't help you anymore. Though I tried to conserve every bit of my power, there's only so much I can do. Suddenly, cracks like shattered glass appeared on the old woman. She continued, Soon, an uncontrollable darkness will descend. The cracks deepen, and the old woman warns, Before the worst happens, you must find what you lack. If my predictions are correct, you two are the only ones left in this world who can stop him. But wait, there's so much we still needed to ask. Why did you show us all of this? The space around them shattered into shards, including the seer herself, and a powerful force pulled Soha, Dexian, and the remaining fragments into the void as the old woman uttered her final words. The rest is up to you. And so, they fell into the dark abyss, their faces frozen in fear as Sojul plummeted past a small pane of glass. That's the moment Soha's father, disguised as Jum Onion, confronted Dongzong in the forest. It turns out he was behind it all. Dai glimpses another vision. Soha lies motionless on the floor, her mouth filled with red liquid, while Dongsong seems to be suppressing his emotions, his eyes wide as he stares into the glass. A woman with long white hair obscuring her face appears. It's the old seer, mumbling a plea. The old woman hangs suspended by barbed chains, her feet dangling. Time running out. Dry footsteps echo on the stone floor. With a cold, expressionless face, Daiwan approached, his hands tucked into his pockets. I've found the culprit behind the border disturbances. The old seer looks at the newcomer as he accuses, "You're the only one in the world who could awaken him." He recalls Jay Shin with crimson eyes and dark red stains on his clothes. I was too careless. I never imagined you'd reincarnate him as a mortal. No wonder I couldn't find a trace of him, even after scouring the demon realm. He raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain on his face. Has being imprisoned here driven you to such despair that you're clinging to such a faint hope? The seer remained silent, gazing down at the sealed, icy hatch below, its surface bristling with sharp, crystalline shards. He continued, "But then again, I'm sure the Queen Mother caught you off guard, which is why you came here yourself." He sarcastically says, "For someone as busy as you with so many grand schemes, coming to this time-warped place must be quite a nuisance. Do you really think he can stop me again? The longer you immortal gods live, the more your judgment fades. You can't use the Jade Pearl for that purpose." Only now does the old woman reply, "It doesn't grant you pure power, but destroys you bit by bit." He retorts, "Who decides that? You see, the problem with you high and mighty gods is that you give yourselves the right to decide the rules of all things in this world. It seems I must make you realize the terrible mistake you've made for thousands of years." The old woman's eyes widened in surprise as he reiterated his intentions. "Stay here and watch as I show you the power to devour all of humanity and that sinner in an instant. And then I will devour all of you gods," his face half transformed into a monster with countless eyes, to become the one supreme being in this world. Standing under the familiar temple roof, the sky was now dark, so Troll spoke. "We're home," she said in disbelief. Gyojak looks around, and Dia sits down heavily next to her. He wearily holds his head, frowning as he recalls the reflection in the mirror. Soha lay dying on the ground as Dung Song collapsed beside her, weakly pleading, "Please." So Tron looked worriedly at him, as he had been sitting silently. She suddenly asked, "The reason that mysterious woman showed us those memories is because you're the troll, aren't you?" Dee looks up at her as she clutches her arm. "Is it true that you killed my father to prevent a war?" His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. "The one I killed wasn't your father." So Chan asks in disbelief, "What do you mean?" But he turns away, avoiding her gaze. "I don't remember exactly, though." His eyes drifted into the distance. "He's definitely not her father." She looked at him, confused, and quickly placed her hand on her chest, about to add something. Before she could finish, he braced himself against the stone floor, cutting her off. "Aren't you tired?" He still didn't look at her, avoiding further conversation. "There's still a lot to do. I think we should take this time to rest. It's nighttime now, and who knows what might suddenly appear. We'll look for Doksha and Zia in the morning." She listened silently as he quickly stepped inside. "Forget everything for now and get some rest." So Troll still watches him, her eyes full of thought. In the wood-tiled bath, thick clouds of steam rise with each contented sigh. "It feels like it's been decades since I've had such a refreshing hot bath." His eyes remained closed. He recalls the memories the fortune teller showed him, then opens his eyes, lost in thought. He's remembered almost all of his past life. Images of the small house he's in flash through his mind. His arrival, meeting So Troll, everything was fate. He wonders, how will he face her now? But the creaking of floorboards snaps him back to reality, his eyes widening with caution. It's Tron approaching, changed, wearing a simple pink sweater, hair loosely tied back. Just before the bathroom, a set of clothes covered in smudges is neatly placed before the door, and atop it, a sword has caught her attention. Especially the sword. She frowned and suddenly spoke. "If everything we see is true, I don't know how I'll face you from now on." He glanced at the door and lowered his head to listen. "If you really are Tron," she braced herself on the floor, leaning back to sit. She sat beside the clothes and sword, saying, "If you truly are the sword's master, the one who murdered my father," leaning against the wall away from Jin in the bath, she wonders if she can still believe his promises. Jeshin's expression stiffened, her hair falling to obscure half her face as she drew her knees up, crossed her arms over them, and buried her head in her hands. "But I still can't be sure those memories are real. I don't want vague fragments of the past to turn us into enemies." Jin's expression remained unchanged as he finally responded, saying that if she remained bound by the events of her past life, she would never be able to make sound decisions. So Chan was taken aback by these words, and she looked behind her. Dia leaned on the edge of the tub, lifting herself out of the water. As far as I'm concerned, the past died in the past. No matter what anyone says, I'm living for the here and now, for this life. So Chan's expression suddenly turns stern as the bathroom door cracks open, releasing a wisp of lingering heat. He continued, I only care about the most important thing I need to accomplish in this life. He stepped out, wrapped a yellow towel around his head, and gently rubbed his hair dry. That is to find an urn for her remains and help her reincarnate as a human. So Chan raises her eyebrows at him. As he walked out the door, Jin glanced back at her indifferently, then continued down the hallway. While she remained still, he simply said, I'm going to sleep. Good night, you troll. Even now, she says nothing. As night fell, a silent darkness enveloped every corner of the house, and Diaxin turned to face the wall. His steady breathing filled the silent air. He seemed to be fast asleep, the sword carelessly placed on the floor. So Chan slowly reached for the sword, but quickly retracted her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she lifted the sword and held it up to eye level. She startled. How could she lift it so easily? Confused, she looks up at Jin, still fast asleep. Her shadow loomed on the wall as she stared at him, her expression unchanging, as if deep in thought. So Chan kept her eyes fixed on him, her hand tightening on the sword, drawing it slightly. Then she suddenly closed her eyes, shoved it back into its sheath, and placed it back in its original position. She quietly walked out of the room, and Diashin suddenly opened his eyes. He had only been pretending to sleep. A voice echoes in his mind, using my power to seal yours. Your existence truly depends on their will. Amidst a crimson sky and desolate earth, a faceless figure stands among broken stakes and silent corpses. The white-haired figure, adorned with strange earrings, knows that your safety hinges on both sides, avoiding greed and delusion. Meanwhile, I'm sure they're arguing about how to blame you for this war's tragedy. The image of the space becomes clearer, a battlefield reeking of death, weapons and unidentified corpses piled on top of each other. Dung collapses onto the blood-soaked ground, a crimson stream trickling from his mouth as he weakly whispers, Grandfather, I understand. He lay sprawled in the middle of a desolate wasteland, a pool of red spreading beneath him, his clothes torn and tattered, his arms limp and lifeless. Dia jolted awake, his face panicked, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It seemed the scene had been a nightmare. He sat motionless on the bed, his expression frozen in fear, mouth agape. He reached for his head, brows furrowed, looking unwell. As dawn breaks, Dia Sheng invites, sit down and eat. A few simple dishes and canned goods are already laid out on the table. I don't usually pay much attention to food, so my meals are pretty simple. He picked up the opened lunchbox. He offered her the simple food, saying she needed to replenish her energy to recover, and apologized if it wasn't to her taste. She frowned, paused, and then said, Have you forgotten that I can no longer eat human food? He flinched, as if just remembering something, his eyes gazing into the distance. Jueshin spoke softly. Oh, right. And he continued to eat, finishing his meal in silence. The sound of rice being scooped and chewed filled the quiet space as So Troll stared intently at him, still silent. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. Why do you keep forcing yourself to care about me like this? Dia, mid-chew, suddenly stops, looks up at her, and clenches her fists. I'm still very wary of you, Dia. So, I don't think we should be together like this anymore. He suddenly lowered his head, stopping his chopsticks. He recalls a memory from long ago, of himself as a child dressed in black from head to toe. Sitting upright, his face betrayed a hint of sorrow, despite its lack of expression. My parents, the orphanage director who took me in, they all met at terrible ends because of my fate. He recalls the orphanage director lying on the ground, her gentle face still bearing a peaceful smile, a pool of red staining her clothes. In my past life, I failed to protect what was important. And even now, Jay put down his chopsticks. The only important thing I have left in this life is you. Seo Cheon looked at him, surprised to hear those words. He wanted to protect what was important this time, so he wouldn't have any regrets. She lowered her head, recalling the scene of Dung Zhang killing her father, and softly replied, I don't know how to face you. Diashin immediately spoke up. If Lychee doesn't know what to do, she should follow her heart. Her eyes widened in surprise. Dia leans in, looks her squarely in the eye, then closes his eyes and adds, Besides, we don't know anything for sure yet, so why not put the past aside and focus on the present? She was still frozen, unsure how to react, as Jin reached out to her, saying they would uncover the truth together. It's not too late to get your revenge after the truth comes to light, he said firmly. So Troll is still stunned, glancing down as if giving a slight nod. The wooden door bursts open, and both So and Jin are running as fast as they can. Running behind him, she wondered, "Are you sure we'll find Doha at this hospital?" He replied, "It's the only idea I've got right now." Daya added, "I'm the one who gravely injured him. To treat wounds like that, he'd have to go to a large hospital." A steep alleyway appears, and he says they should head to the main road and take a taxi to the nearest big hospital, circling around until they find a clue. Suddenly, Jay slows down and stops. He frowned, confused, looking ahead, wondering what was going on. Sotrol wore a similar expression, utterly bewildered. "What's this? The path is blocked." They immediately changed course to other intersections, but the roads remained blocked. They tried another road and another, but the result was the same. Dia looked around in shock, wondering what was happening. Before they could recover from their shock, a hungry growl echoed from behind them, freezing them in place. Slowly, Sotrol turned toward the sound. "Hey, Jin, is it possible we haven't returned to the human realm yet?" Peeking out from behind the stone wall, grotesque ghouls lumbered towards them, tongues lolling. Starving, they finally spot Jin and So, excitedly yelling "human meat" before lunging at them without hesitation. They recoiled in fear, their faces etched with terror when a foot suddenly slammed down on the ghouls from above. These damned ghouls just keep coming. Suddenly, a string of coins tied with a red string shoots straight into their shoulders. A terrifying force rips through the ghouls, tearing apart their insides and lower bodies, leaving them only time for a single, agonizing scream as their remains scatter through the air. Jessen finally snapped out of it, his face pale, and shouted, "Brother Dioka!" Hearing his name, Hua Song looked up, surprised to see Jessen. "Oh, it's you," he exclaimed, rushing to hug Jessen and patting his head affectionately. "Thank goodness. You're still breathing, you dimwit, Jessen." Unable to dodge, Jessen is caught off guard by the sudden embrace, his face contorting as he raises his hands in defense. "What happened? What about my injuries?" Hua X-Ong raised his hand to his chest, smiling. "Of course I've recovered. It's been a week, after all." Jin and Soon were both shocked. He repeated in disbelief as Hwaseon continued for another week. "After being separated from you two, we returned to find this place in utter chaos. J1 had opened a portal at the Naniac temple, connecting directly to the demon realm. John Hwaseon mobilized all available personnel, and it took a lot of effort to calm things down a bit. The neighborhood was eerily quiet. The infrastructure was fine, but there wasn't a soul in sight." He added, explaining this strange situation, "We've evacuated all the residents in the area and completely sealed off all roads leading here, claiming it's to contain a dangerous epidemic. Right now, everyone is fighting the monsters that have crossed over." Sotrol was stunned, and her face suddenly darkened. "The demon Huan opened a portal?" Day asks. "Do you know where Jin Lang went?" "I need his help with something." Hwaseong replied irritably, without hesitation. "Don't mention that fox spirit. He took off saying he was looking for you and vanished. Before he left, he said getting help from her now would be harder than ascending to heaven. Do you understand what he's implying?" Sotron's eyes widened as she noticed something unusual. Sotron hesitated, fear in her eyes as she lowered her head. Yes, it could very well be the person we're looking for. Suddenly, Hwaseong turns to Sotron. "Oh, I almost forgot. There's something I need to tell you. Hwaseong has taken your urn, Sojon, and she's understandably frantic." "Why would they do that? What do they need my essence jar for? Who gave them permission?" He could only scratch his head as he faced her barrage of questions. "I'm truly sorry. I tried my best to stop them. They said that with this soul jar, they wouldn't have to fight monsters anymore." Her pupils dilated, hardly believing what she was hearing, and she clutched at her chest in frustration. "What do they mean?" A loud noise suddenly cut her off. Jessen and Sotron stared ahead, eyes wide, as a figure landed on a nearby rooftop with such force that the tiles shattered beneath their feet. Another one with red hair and a black vest leaps across a nearby rooftop, startling Jin and Sotron. And then another one appeared, landing directly on the roof of a car parked next to Jessen. One wore a mask, another had red hair, and the last concealed his face with a reddish-orange hood. The masked one spoke, staring directly at the surrounded Jin and Soon. Where did these two come from? Their sudden appearance puts Jin on guard. The masked man wondered, never having seen these two strangers before. The old man demands to know where they came from, and Sotrol is equally surprised. Bewildered, Hwasong points at Jin and Soon, telling them to watch their words. The red-haired man interrupts Hwasong, saying they reek of demonic energy. He points at Jin, sensing a strong demonic aura emanating from him. It seems he can sense the object hidden on Jin. What did he ask? Is that enough proof that these two are monsters? So-chan, a little worried, explained, "Wait, I'm So-chan, heir to the Naniac clan, and I'm here to retrieve my urn." The hooded man speaks, Naniac sect, so you're the ones Dakha mentioned. The red-haired man eyes Sochan suspiciously. That woman is the most suspicious one. Who looks for their own urn while still alive? Seeing the blue ring on Sochan's hand, the red-haired man surmises, but she doesn't seem like a spirit. Then they must be demons in disguise. He asks Hwaseong if that's right. Dokja, listen to me. Hearing this, both Hwaseong and So-yeon looked quite worried. Hwaseong explains that things are a bit complicated, but the masked man jumps down, ignoring him, and warns Dakha not to be fooled. This demon is likely deceiving you, using the name of a sect that died out hundreds of years ago to trick you from the start. So Troll defends herself. Don't talk nonsense. That jar of remains is really mine. The masked man coldly replies, We'd rather gamble on Hwan than be forced to believe you demons. So Tron was shocked, thinking she'd misheard, and asked, What? The masked man calmly replied, Jan says he'll withdraw his troops and seal the border passage if we hand over the urn. So Tron retorts, No way, don't be so naive. If you believe that demon, you're all doomed. But the masked man remained unconvinced. So, we're just supposed to take your word for it? How do you intend to convince us? He stated firmly, his words unwavering. To us, you're both just lost demons, and the neighborhood remains as quiet as ever. The masked man continued, his tone sharp. Let's say you really are the urn's master, the heir to the once great Naniac sect. And then what? We'll wait for you to reincarnate and rebuild the Naniac sect strong enough to protect humanity? Tell me, the masked man sneered. Which side should we bet our lives on if we're all going to die anyway? Perhaps the Naniac sect wasn't strong enough to bear the responsibility, which is why it was destroyed. He seemed to have a grudge against Soon, constantly saying harsh things. So-chan remained silent until a voice suddenly cut through the air. Annoyed, Hwa-seon finally speaks up. That's enough. It seems those harsh words were too much to bear, and Hwa-seon looks quite irritated. You're defending Jisun and Sotrun, and I'm taking responsibility for them. Don't try to pick a fight. If you say another word, don't expect me to show you any respect as a fellow disciple. Seeing Hwa Seo-woong's anger, the masked man grew concerned, saying, Don't be angry. It was my fault. I was a bit out of line. The masked man spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If you're vouching for this successor, then it must be true. Annoyed by this, Dia spoke up. We're trying to have a civil conversation here, so show some respect. Seeing the silent one suddenly speak, stepping forward in annoyance, the masked man wondered, What's this about? This masked thug is trying to intimidate us with demonic weapons, is he? Want to try? Hwaseong anxiously stops him. Hey, Jin, take it easy. You sensed something terrible was coming. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, So hungry, as something leapt down, crushing a nearby vehicle. The hooded boss turned back in shock as a horde of ghouls appeared out of nowhere, fusing together into colossal figures with countless heads and glowing red eyes. A voice cried out, This isn't the time for infighting. Focus on these things. The ghouls surrounded them, chanting, Hungry! Suddenly, a beam of light flashes, slicing through the ghouls and tearing them apart. Dia speaks, while the flower assassins behind him stare in shock at the ghouls being attacked. Dia Shin's eyes are filled with murderous intent, looking incredibly dangerous as he says, Smart enough to see the difference in skill, aren't you? The ghouls are gradually annihilated as Dia stands calmly amidst the chaos. Red beams pierce through the ghouls, leaving the masked man in shock and the Hoa Chong in fear. In Jin's hand, a brilliant red object appears. He speaks, holding a flaming sword, asking if they find his sword suspicious. Jin threw the flaming sword, plunging it into the ground before the masked man, and dared him to pick it up. So-chan silently watches Jin, lost in thought as Jin continues, Who among you is confident enough to step forward? Those who were so fierce before are now silent with fear. His eyes burn with rage, a truly dangerous presence. He threatens, I wouldn't mind adding a few more souls to my sword. If you're faint of heart, keep your narrow mouth shut. Before Jin's might, the talkative masked man is silenced by fear. Seeing the situation was unstable, Hwaseong spoke up to calm things down, saying, All right, Jae-sin, this is a chaotic war. They can help protect innocent civilians. Please, for my sake, let it go. Jin, still unconvinced, asks if the chaos of war is connected to the appearance of the hungry ghosts in the human realm. The neighborhood is now shrouded in darkness. Hwaseong, have you not yet ascended to the Nani temple? He offered to take them to see the passage he had mentioned earlier, surprising both Sotron and Jae-shin. Elsewhere, in what appears to be a palace, a voice booms, You rebellious brat, you dare reject your old decrepit father's request and run away? Upon the throne sat Honggon's father, asking directly why he had suddenly returned. Speak, Honggon, what is this all about? Hong kneels solemnly below as the princess speaks with utmost seriousness. Please forgive my defiance, father. I was reckless then, but this situation concerns the fate of our kingdom, so I had to return. Hong's father replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. So, you're still defying my orders then? So, you only brazenly returned to see your old man because of the urgent situation? He stood up, his voice trembling. Do you know what I felt when you suddenly disappeared? Hong braced for his father's wrath, but instead he was met with an embrace, leaving the princess stunned. His father wept, gently saying, Do you know how worried I was? It's good that you're safe. Hong helplessly soothed her father. There, don't cry. Still overcome with emotion, wiping away tears, he exclaimed, Oh, what a relief, my heir has finally returned. Hong then tried to get to the point. Father, I have urgent news. But her father interrupted. Lately, my father has been anxious about the increasingly chaotic situation spiraling out of control. Rumor has it that a group of humans with malicious intentions infiltrated the border, assassinated the great immortal, framed the elder tree golem, and then fled. Hong was shocked, remembering his people. His father continued, saying that at this rate, humans would soon invade their kingdom. Only Lord J1, who was currently leading troops to quell the border unrest, could stabilize the situation. Therefore, let me go in your stead to support the Grand General. He has entrusted me to go as the new king. Hong Dian spoke up. Father, the princess said respectfully, I understand this is a serious matter, not to be taken lightly. I offer my life in exchange for the kingdom's peace. However, because this concerns the fate of the kingdom, I implore you to consider it carefully. Why? The princess explained gently, her tone utterly serious. The people of our kingdom are all artisans, capable of crafting top-tier weapons, and many factions want us to join them, but they harbor impure intentions. They don't care about our common folk, only their own selfish goals. Honggan's father, seemingly not understanding, asked, What do you mean? Hong replies, We can't rush to side with anyone right now. The princess is firm. If her father trusts her with this responsibility, then give her more time and decision-making power. I vow to protect our people and fulfill your lifelong wish, even if it costs me my life. Back in the district, devastation reigned. The sky was dark, and the silence was terrifying. It's as if something terrible happened here. One person cries out in dismay. How could this be? Nearly all of the infrastructure has been destroyed. Hoa Zong turns to Jin and Soon, saying, The closer we get to the Naniac temple, the worse it gets. He urged them to hurry. The trio arrived at a strange place where a purple light appeared in the distance, surrounded by trees, houses, and roads that seemed distorted, forming a slope leading to the purple light. Huazhong speaks, We're here. You can see the entirety of the Naniac temple from here. Jin and Soon are stunned by the sight before them as strange purple light spread throughout the area, illuminating the gloom. They all originate from a mysterious temple, a temple that continues to emit a purple glow. Outside, the streets teem with grotesque and terrifying monsters roaring loudly, creating a deafening cacophony. It's shocking. Not only are there unique beasts from the border region, but even demons and monsters from the demon realm have spilled over here. Jin's expression was just as grim, her eyes fixed on the bizarre monsters. They continue to roar, and she blurts out, It's only been a week. How could things have gotten this bad so quickly? Meanwhile, Huaxiong was on the phone. An ex asked, Did you find Sotrol and Jin? He replied, Yeah, I did. I ran into them in the Nanya area. He spoke, glancing at the two figures still standing dumbfounded in the distance, lost in processing the events of the past week. He continued, Is the urn still intact? The Hellhound is still guarding it, right? Could you sneak her soul jar here without the leader knowing? Xia asked, confused. What? What are you suddenly talking about? You seem impatient. I was against this from the start. If that demon Jum One keeps his promise, I'll kneel and call that hag great-grandmother 3 times. As long as the bell is there, no one will dare touch the soul jar. We should just sneak it back to Sojil to avoid any trouble. Xia frowned, her face a picture of helplessness and embarrassment. I can't do that right now. Hoa Zan shouts, You were the one who objected to handing over the urn in the first place. Now you're saying you can't? What's going on? Xia whined. The girl's tone was weary as she dragged out her words. This is awful, because she leaned on the table with both hands, blurting out awkwardly, My phone is on speaker. The higher-ups have heard our entire conversation. You're surrounded by the leadership. Everyone stared intently at the phone as the leader of the Huajian cursed in disbelief. Seon Yu, leader of the Hua clan, crossed his arms and finally spoke. We heard every single word, loud and clear. Hey, I'm not that old yet. Hua Zong coughed, looking sheepish as he held his head. So, Seonyu quickly interjects. Even if the woman you speak of is truly a successor of the Naniac clan, how could she possibly change the situation? He pauses, considering the question, then hesitates. I'm not entirely sure. Hearing this, Seonyu immediately added, then let's just decide, but was cut off. In this desperate situation, he gritted out, brows furrowed, I'd rather bet my life on someone I trust than a bunch of cowards who only know how to back down. One of the members immediately reacted. What? The bald guy next to Saya growled. Who are you calling a coward? Hurry up, you clumsy oafs, he retorted bluntly. Enough, I don't want to talk to you. You said you'd hold on to the urn until its owner came to claim it. Well, they're here now, so hand it over. Upon hearing this, X breaks into a faint smile, while Hua Chong continues to scream into the phone like a madman. You've already lost the battle by so easily giving in to their demands, groveling for a way out, a pathetic, stinking way out, you understand? It's your attitude and behavior that lost us the battle from the start. On the other end of the line, the bald man's screams were just as intense. Is this brute planning a mutiny? Hwaseon is furious. Shut up, so what if I'm rebelling? Come over here and I'll give you something to talk about. Hwaseon's voice was so loud that Dean and Sohan, standing far away, turned around in surprise. From now on, I will only fight alongside those I trust. The line went dead. She forced a smile as she picked up the phone from the table. The others began to murmur, making suggestions to Yu. Mr. IU. Leader, we must bring Jokha back and punish him severely. How dare that lawless dog defy orders at a time like this? Rhoda remained silent, her eyes shifting as if lost in thought before she finally spoke. Actually, he's right. The woman from the group who demanded punishment for Jokha is suddenly confused. She calls out, Jia, go down to the storage and get the urn. Hearing her name, Sia was startled, and Yu's thoughts turned to the black puppy. Only you can retrieve the urn from the vault, as that little pup only listens to you. It's the guardian spirit. He growls, his eyes wary, a blue aura emanating from him. Zhang Yu's voice continues, make a big deal out of this. If the urn is truly important to J1, he'll show himself. He stands before the massive door as everyone gathers around, blocked by the guardian spirit. Everyone was confused because they had work to do inside and they complained incessantly. So no one can get into the vault now. If you're so tough, tell the guardian to step aside so I can grab a broom. After hearing Zhang Yu's words, the woman looked incredulous. Chief, what are you saying? She calmly replied, we won't be reacting passively anymore. We'll lure him out. Her brow then furrowed, her tone deepening. Whether negotiations succeed or not, brace yourselves. The girl seemed tense. She vaguely mentions a life-or-death battle in Naniac. After hanging up, she angrily points at the phone, saying Jin should hold back for now and assess the situation. The foolish old men in Hoazong seem to be trying to make things difficult for them. Dia quickly turns away, his eyes distant as he furrows his brow, observing. In the distance, the monsters continue their chilling cries. Suddenly, Daishin spoke, his voice strained and abrupt. Stop, Hua Xiong, confused. With a blank expression, Jess repeats, I said Huan won't stop here. He must do something to stop the passage from expanding further. So Tron watched him worriedly, calling out Jin Shi's name in confusion as he suddenly shot forward, yelling, I'll make Gun-Won show his face. Hua Song's face turned pale as he called out to Din, and even so Tron was horrified. Jin Shi! Hua Xiong cursed. What do you think you're doing, you idiot? But Jin Shi didn't turn back or even falter. He just kept going, leaving the two behind, their eyes frozen, words caught in their throats. So Chan lowered her head, thought for a moment, then furrowed her brow as if making a decision. She also ran after him, leaving Hwasong standing there dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, then took off after them. I'll risk my life with you fools. A horned demon growls deeply. Suddenly, Jin bisects the demon with a single, clean strike, sending black and red liquid flying. The surrounding demons hissed in fear as Jin's eyes rolled back, and he roared in fury. Unable to contain his rage, Huan issued a fierce challenge, startling the surrounding demons. They bared their fangs and brandished their weapons, ready to attack, but as they closed in, a brilliant red light pierced through the gaps between them. Then, with a mighty swing of his sword, he scattered the demons into pieces, while Sotrol used her hairpin to take down the surrounding monsters. Meanwhile, Hwachong incinerates his foes with a stack of talismans, while Ji grits his teeth, his eyes darting around. Suho furrows his brow, tensely focusing on his attacks. With veins popping and eyes wide, Hwaseong charged forward as the three fought tooth and nail, balancing offense and defense. Monsters fell one after another, and as a two-whiskered beast was decapitated, a faint light flickered in its severed eye. Through that eye, Juan was silently observing the situation, a contemptuous smile on his face, his eyes burning red, his mouth grinning hideously. Behind him, Ion Ni stood silently. Exhausted, Hoa Song leaned back, surveying the monster corpses behind him. We've cleared out all the demons in this area, it seems. Suddenly, a horde of monsters appeared from behind a building. These creatures, with their jagged teeth, glowing red eyes, and massive forms, advanced, muttering incessantly about hunger. Hearing those sounds, he tilted his head towards them, a helpless smile on his face at the sight before him, unable to offer a word of praise. Damn it, these wretched ghouls are weak, but they're as sticky as glue. They're getting closer, their voices a low drone. So hungry. Seeing their expressions, So-chan and Jae-shin were both surprised and horrified, while elsewhere, Juan, who had been silently observing the scene, finally answered Yeon-yong's question. It wasn't my time to act yet. His eyes remained vacant, fixed in one direction. A massive creature covered in thick, dark fur suddenly appears, its eyes glowing with an intense blue light. It dwarfed the surrounding buildings, standing firm on a massive pillar of a body before the three of them, and all of Huazong's fatigue vanished as his mismatched eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, he sees her and Jae-shin with worried faces, their eyes filled with panic, anxiety, and helplessness as they face a grotesque green monster with glowing eyes. It's a colossal monster, constantly shedding soul-devouring demons, yet its size doesn't diminish. Giant monsters rain down like a storm, riddled with countless hits, their gray skin wrinkled, parts of their bodies missing as if gnawed away. With fiery eyes and ferocious fangs, they roar incessantly. Hungry, so hungry. They fell to the ground on their forelimbs in front of Hua Seonjin and Sotron, the earth cracking from the impact, dust billowing everywhere. If we have to fight an endless number of ghouls, the Wan said, his face pale, they'll eventually be drained of their strength. With their terrifying appearance, red eyes and huge uneven fangs bared, their tongues lolled out as they repeated the chilling words, "Eat flesh." Suddenly, Hwaseon's pupils constricted, and he reached out, shouting in a panic, "Can't we get a break?" But these demons are mindless, instinctively dragging their decaying bodies toward them. So hungry, and there they stand, weapons in hand, ready for battle. His eyes darkened, his circles deepened, and his brow furrowed as he hesitated, seeing the scene before him. Play with them a little longer. Then Juan ordered Ion to kill all but Sotron, and she respectfully obeyed. An order is given. Elsewhere, in the heart of the city, bones and smoke blanket everything, a scene of utter desolation and gloom. There was no sign of life in the area, where figures in full protective gear moved cautiously through the thick mist. Then, many more people in protective suits walked together, one carrying equipment on their back. They could clearly feel the strange atmosphere of the area, and one of them asked, "Why is the fog so thick?" Another member of the group agreed, "Damn, how can such a creepy place exist in the middle of a civilized city?" One of the team members turned and asked, "Commander, do we really have to go in there?" The one called Commander replied helplessly, "What else can we do when we're ordered from above?" A few members chatting while investigating the danger at the scene can indeed help us guard against risks. But if this is truly an area with infectious diseases, that's another story. They remained focused on their mission, unaware of the massive figures standing silently above them on the tiled rooftops. Another person chimed in, "Hang in there, guys. We need to at least do a preliminary investigation of the outer areas so we have something to report to our superiors." Above them, a large figure growled and leaped down. So hungry. Human flesh. The squad leader heard the demon's strange whispers. The commander turned to his teammates asking, "Did you guys hear something?" Unbeknownst to him, a demon lurked behind, licking its lips and preparing to strike. The man next to him heard it too and responded, but the commander's soul was snatched by the demon, leaving his face blank. Seeing his comrade trembling, the man wondered, "What's going on?" "Commander?" he wondered, looking at the trembling figure beside him. The commander's eyes rolled back, blood vessels bursting, as tears of blood streamed down his face. Seeing the commander's horrifying state, the other man screamed, scrambling away in terror. "What's wrong with you?" The screams shatter the silence, adding to the city's terrifying and gruesome atmosphere. Elsewhere, yellow barricade tape goes up as reporters swarm the scene. A reporter, notebook and pen in hand, leans forward, questioning the scene before them. Has the authority not yet determined what exactly happened in the Naniac area? Why the sudden order to evacuate the entire population and seal off the area? Have any infections been detected in the area? The guards moved slowly behind the barriers, facing reporters who relentlessly pressed for information, fueled by rumors of a secret government biochemical lab leak, a virus, or even a bioweapon. A weary guard replied, "We're still investigating." The reporters, clearly unsatisfied, questioned, "Are you deliberately withholding information from the public?" The guard replied, "I'm not authorized to answer any of your questions. All I know is that everything is still under investigation." One reporter started to protest, but before he could finish, something caught the attention of both the guard and the reporter, making them turn around. From out of nowhere, countless figures appeared, neither human nor corpse, with vacant eyes, wrinkled skin, and blood splattered across their bodies. Their sudden appearance sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy of screams. They poured out from somewhere, and some guards were trying to hold them back as onlookers screamed at the sight. "Oh God, someone help me, what's going on?" A bewildered guard, still trying to understand, reached out to help them. "Hey, are you okay?" a growl echoes. The demon bared its teeth at the terrified guard, mouth agape, screaming in hunger. Before he could react, it pounced on him, and the reporters who had been waiting finally saw the monsters for themselves. They screamed, "What's going on?" as chaos erupted. Monsters are pouring out from the restricted zone, seeking to quell their hunger. "So hungry." The others finally scattered in panic, shouting, "Are those zombies?" Amidst the chaos, a calm voice cuts through the air. "Zombies. The monsters are in complete disarray. Just look at this chaos." Looking out the car window, she saw people running in terror from the monsters. Yu, with her long hair and red glasses, remained inside, never expecting the demonic energy to leak this far. She crossed her arms, her eyes and voice still calm. "We set up a defensive spell formation to seal the demonic energy in Naniac." Sitting beside her, Madame Thi's face betrayed her surprise at the scene unfolding before them, questioning how the purple smoke and dark skies could be possible. But how did the demonic energy break through the formation and reach this far? She speculated grimly. It's possible the formation was damaged from within, weakening it. But according to the reports, it was fine. Then the only other possibility is that the demonic energy inside has become too strong, exceeding the formation's ceiling limit. The car door slowly opens and a voice rings out. Let's hope it's not the latter. She steps out of the car, hands on her hips, looking calm. Just then, the bald man and another teammate get out of the car as well. A dark-skinned man covered in gold swaggered out, followed by an old man with a scar and a long-haired girl. Xia, with a determined look, held her guardian spirit and produced a fan, holding it in front of her. Her eyes lowered slightly. All right, taking advantage of the chaos, she swung her fan forward with great force. An immense power emanated from her gesture, and Zheyu quickly commanded everyone to move inside. That power surged towards the monsters, intent on stealing human souls, piercing through their bodies. Some were cleaved in two, others screamed. One man, his soul already taken, eyes burning red, mouth agape, was about to attack when his gaze suddenly shifted, his expression blank, uttering a confused sound. The others returned to normal as well, looking at each other, wondering what was happening. They looked at each other and talked. "You don't remember anything?" You almost bit me back there," the glasses wearer exclaimed. "What?" Above the heads of those still bewildered by what just happened, the flower troops are flying away high above. Two figures swiftly moved across the rooftops, the masked man carrying the unconscious redhead. Both were covered in red liquid, but the masked man urged his companion onward, sensing their escape was near. But as they moved, a gigantic, multi-limbed monster appeared out of nowhere, shocking and horrifying them. It punched them down to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. The masked man is pinned by the red-haired man, whose eyes have rolled back. Both groan in pain and scream at the sight before them, a towering dark monster emitting a disgusting, hungry cry. They cursed, but then, from out of nowhere, appeared the Dark One. He neatly bisects the massive monster, landing safely himself, while the old man and the redhead are astonished by their narrow escape. The gold-laden youth lowered his head, breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he arrived just in time. Seeing the old man casting a spell, Jianengam shouted and quickly ran away, yelling back, "Old man, are you trying to bury me alive?" The old man retorted, "Silence, brat. You'd be dead if I hadn't intervened." The masked man, who had been watching, couldn't help but gasp. Seeing the crowd, he shouted, "Are all the flower sect members here?" Zheyu, standing nearby, then gave an order to X. "X, heal him quickly." The girl, clutching her guardian spirit, rushed forward and responded clearly. With that, the girl approached the red-haired man who sat with his head bowed. She set him down, held out her hands, and began to heal him, telling him to bear with it. While healing him, Sia heard a chilling sound, so hungry. Her eyes and his darted toward the noise. From behind the houses, another monster just like the last one approaches, still crying out for flesh. So hungry. The sunglasses-wearing man looked up, wondering just how many of these things there were. His teammate gasped, and everyone turned toward the sound. Don't let them swarm you, he warned from the sidelines. The reconnaissance team members caught by them were eaten alive on the spot. Please be careful. Hearing his serious tone, Miss Yu turned to look at him, her voice firm and unafraid. As a member of Zhonghua Xian, you must be prepared to die fighting demons, or are you already scared? He leaned forward, hesitant. Bibi, I saw it with my own eyes. Not only were their bodies torn apart, but their souls were devoured, leaving nothing behind. Images of monsters devouring both body and soul flashed through her mind. Even the soul is consumed. That terrible? She overheard and was shocked. The old woman's pupils constricted, sweat beading on her forehead. This isn't good. At first I thought they were just a type of hungry ghost, but in this situation they're more likely to be soul-devouring demons. Soul-devouring demons, she explains. Yes, they're an ancient race of demons that devour the souls of other beings to survive. Even I've only read about them in ancient records, never actually seen one. Meanwhile, the others are still fighting those monsters. The battle raged on as she continued to explain with a serious expression. As you know, living beings have two forms, the physical body and the invisible soul. If the soul exists, we can reincarnate, but if it's devoured, that being is erased from existence. No, not even a ghost would stand a chance, she said, picturing the demons devouring souls. Hearing her explanation, Xiangyu grew anxious, realizing the danger. They couldn't let them escape. That was almost impossible. A voice echoes, "What did the masked man explain?" Yes, because there were too many of them. I saw with my own eyes a giant monster, with countless soul-devouring demons falling from it. Yet its size showed no signs of diminishing. A massive monster with glowing eyes stood tall in the city, supported by a single pillar appearing in his mind. She calmly asks if he can estimate their numbers, and he hesitates. A few hundred, a few thousand, a few 100,000. Possibly more. Even with all our forces combined, a confident voice rang out, surprising both Zhang Yu and the masked man. We can handle this. Sina held her guardian spirit tightly, her eyes firm with conviction. They had fought them at the border before. Hearing this, she hesitated and asked, What? You mean... The girl replied immediately, First, we have to find Duqua and the other two. She said nothing, her eyes lost in thought, while the girl's words radiated confidence. I believe they'll find a way to break this stalemate, a web of light interwoven in the darkness. The So-Troll wields her weapon amidst the scattered remains of a monster, panting with exhaustion after a hard-won battle. Even on the ground, they continued to cry out in hunger, and behind the ones she'd just defeated, another horde was approaching. They relentlessly lunge forward, tongues wagging, crying out, "So hungry." A monster's arm reaches out, trying to grab the troll, roaring for flesh. To her surprise, a figure suddenly appeared, striking the monsters down. A radiant light engulfs the area, blurring the demons that were about to attack her. She sat next to the figure, Xion's one eye literally burning, his face contorted in a grimace, still clutching his artifact, frozen in his previous stance. He glared at the hulking green monster before him, angrily cursing. How the hell is it still so damn big? Jin, wielding his burning sword, moves forward, surprising even himself. His face grim, teeth clenched, a powerful force emanates from his blade, heading straight for the massive monster. With one eye still burning, Huoxian steps forward to shield So-Troll, his eyes wide as he takes in the scene, while behind him, she winces and cries out, affected by the immense power. The monster's body, composed of countless smaller creatures, splits in two, but the divide quickly closes. Sion's face contorted, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth and yelled in anger, "Damn, it's strong!" After using his power, sweat poured down his face. His eyes were hollow, and he panted with exhaustion as each monster bared its jagged, uneven teeth. Then they closed, and 1,000 red eyes stared in one direction, as Dai Wan, his eyes now just as red, muttered a word of interest. His face contorted, eyes bloodshot, he stared at his gnarled hand outstretched before him. Suddenly, I feel a sharp pain here. Could this be a flood of memories? His crimson pupils reflected a pensive expression. A figure flashed in his mind, face down, dying from a ray piercing through them. Jumonian placed a hand on his chest, his grip tightening slightly. Since ancient times, humanity has lived in fear of being harmed by demons and monsters from beyond the border. Their weakness led them to worship gods in search of protection. Gradually, that worship transformed into a form of energy called faith. As long as humanity's faith endures, the immortal realm will exist for all time. But as time passed, humans began to develop extraordinary abilities, capable of defeating demons without the aid of gods. As humanity's faith dwindled, the borders fell into decline. But if the demons grow stronger, humanity's fear will return. And as humanity continues to worship the immortals, the balance between the three realms will once again be restored, and I will invite you to the immortal realm to express my gratitude. A light emerges from the forest, and a voice calls out, catching Dongzong's attention. I sensed a powerful demonic aura and rushed here. So, you're the sinner. The voice belonged to a tall man with a wild beard and hair, his eyes wide with fury. He introduced himself as Jum-Won, revealing everything about himself. I can devour the power of others and make it my own, so I consumed this human and infiltrated the Naniac sect. Juman, in Soa's father's body, reached out, seeking cooperation, his eyes still serious and wary. This human's body will make it easier to incite war. Once war breaks out, we'll have the chance to seize the key to the immortal realm that Naniac protects. His voice, slow and deliberate. Right now, I desperately need someone to help me. An inside and outside force, if you'll agree. He hesitated, cutting himself off. Seeing this, Deng Zeong asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll tell everyone in Nani about this?" He scoffed. "You think they'd believe a monster? Given my current status, before I could finish my sentence, he'd be stabbed." Red liquid dripped from Juman's body as he cried out in pain, struggling to look up and stammer, "You're close with Sotron? Is that so? Then you'll regret this." He ignored the man's words, simply telling him to worry about himself first, as he desperately tried to get out a few last words. The sword in his hand suddenly glows as it pierces through his stomach. His eyes widen in disbelief, and he grits his teeth, unable to accept what's happening. Why can this sword hurt me? Its light grows ever brighter. It was then that J1 understood why the sword could harm him. So that was it. It's not a weapon of the demon realm. Suddenly a voice calls out. A voice calls out, and a girl with a high ponytail steps forward, causing him to grit his teeth in disbelief. Dionian reacted violently, his face drenched in sweat as he grimaced and shouted, "Do you think you can still face the So-Troll after doing this?" In that instant, the sword was withdrawn from his body. Blood splatters everywhere as Dengzhong, drenched in sweat, stammers, "Is that her father?" Ah, those memories are coming to an end. The current Huan stands there, his expression unreadable. His eyes grew serious and dark, all doubts erased. In the ruins of the city, that grotesque green monster still stood. Screams erupted at the sight of it. What is that thing? Never in his life had he seen anything so terrifying. The tanned man flying in the sky with his teammates couldn't believe it. He asked again, "X, are you kidding me, X?" "You actually fought that thing?" she shouts back. "I told you, it wasn't that huge before." Seong Yu remained uneasy and silent as the elder's voice continued. "We old men will head to the barrier to prevent the soul-devouring demons from escaping for as long as possible." She recalled the elder's instructions. "Remember, leader, fighting them alone is suicide. Our real problem is still Jum-Won." Slightly confused, she asks, "What do you mean? Our goal is to lure him out." She replied that it wasn't that simple, as Hwaseon continued to fight with all her might. He hypothesized about the Jum-Won demon, and she, like Hwaseon, may be able to devour the souls and power of not only humans, but also more powerful beings. Meanwhile, Jin grimaces, clenching his teeth in the face of a hopeless situation, realizing they can't win this fight. Then, one's eyes widen as he stares in one direction, his pupils dilating. "It's you! The one he's staring at is Jin." Jin's eyes blaze as he grits his teeth, channeling all his power into a single strike, a long, shining arc that tears through the monster's massive form. A piece of its body breaks away completely, burning bright as it floats down, crashing into the houses below and sending debris flying. Hua's remaining eye widened in utter shock as he exclaimed, "Oh dear." He laughed as the monster's body was torn apart, his eyes still burning with literal fire, and turned to give him a thumbs up. That was one hell of a sword strike. But suddenly, another dark, greenish monster appeared. His joy was short-lived as he witnessed the scene, breaking out in a cold sweat and gasping in surprise, while our hero remained silent, observing the single monster split into two. He shouts, "Two massive monsters, one formed from the severed part he cut off." Hojiong, who had just praised him, is now terrified, grabbing him and yelling, "Look at your masterpiece, damn it!" Dia was just as bewildered, her pupils widening as she replied, "Who knows?" A voice calls out, drawing So-Ran's attention, and the situation takes another turn for the worse as Zia appears, holding their master, shouting, "Jessen, please, So-Ran is begging you." Now, not only the girl, but also XQ, Jiangam, and another person landed in front of her. Mr. Yu calmly ordered a simultaneous attack. Upon hearing the order, the other members quickly flew off, responding with a clear acknowledgement, while Jiangam raised his fist, power gathering within it. Another member sends swords flying, while another unleashes a barrage of talismans. They coordinate seamlessly, each with their own attack, focused on destroying the monster. Saya brings the guardian spirit to her, and the girl is overjoyed to see Soon again, relieved that her sister is okay. "So, Tron, eat up," she says, patting his head with a hint of happiness in her voice. And X, as well as the weasel. Meanwhile, she stands before Huaxiong, sternly crossing her arms, wondering who among us is here. Isn't she the one who hates taking orders? He's flustered by her words and can only laugh awkwardly in response. She unleashed a powerful strike to his face, her high heel flying straight at him. Caught off guard, he couldn't dodge it and took the full force, his face contorting in pain. Mr. Yu yelled out in anger, wondering when this fool would ever change. The force of her blow was so violent that onlookers stared in fear and shock. Enraged, he roared, "Don't think being the leader will save you." She calmly pushed up her glasses, saying, "If you have the guts, then do it." With her hand still on her red glasses, she smiled and whispered, "You better cooperate and play the part of a subordinate. If I expose your true identity, you'll be a lab rat before you know it." But he was powerless against her, trembling with rage. His eyes narrowed, and he ground out each word. How did that snot-nosed brat become so cunning? Yu's car, no longer concerned with him, turned to Soon and asked, this girl must be so Ron. Seeing her like that, he angrily shouts, "Wait, what the hell?" She asked her seriously. "According to Duyoka, you're the owner of the soul jar, aren't you?" So Chan, surprised to hear her mention her soul jar, responds, "Yes, you're holding my soul jar?" "That's right, we're holding your soul jar, but we haven't decided whether to return it to you just yet." She wonders why they would say that. Meanwhile, Jiangam was still fighting with all her might against the ugly monsters, standing opposite Soon and reaching out to explain. Because she's a demon right now. But before she could finish, a voice cut them off. "Leader, there are too many of them. We can't keep fighting like this." As a member fought, a beam of light suddenly appeared, slicing through the monsters, surprising everyone and causing the creatures to fade away. He gripped his still glowing sword, his expression a mix of surprise and worry as he glanced in Yu's direction, wondering if she shared the intentions of those before. The sword in his hand continues to blaze, causing the monsters to scream, and without turning, he adds, "Then don't expect cooperation." Behind him, the monsters were falling apart, and she was stunned by his words. X advises her, "Leader, please, this isn't the time for internal strife." And Huaxiong chimes in, "Zay, please don't be so tense. Calm down." He indifferently glanced at her. Mr. Yu lowered his eyes, lost in thought, while So Troll listened intently, remaining silent. "I understand," she said. "Our rude behavior has offended you. However, please understand that some things have such far-reaching consequences that we must be cautious before making a decision. Of course, Jeha and even X have vouched for you both. That means we can trust you completely." The girl and boy were both taken aback by those words. Jin listened in silence, his eyes filled with gravity. "I will return the soul jar. How about we take the spirit pot to the Naniac temple for investigation?" The suggestion to bring the pot to Naniac takes him by surprise. She was confused and asked, "Why take my urn to Naniac?" She then asked, "Do you know how to break the urn's seal?" ZU explains that since this is the urn of the Naniac's successor, it would definitely be sealed with powerful exorcism spells, making the seal even stronger if touched by a monster. She remained silent, listening intently, realizing the key to breaking the seal likely lay within the Naniac temple. Her unique background meant she had access to some ancient spells, not many, but perhaps enough to risk a trip to Naniac to investigate. She inquired, "What do you think?" He didn't answer, but glanced in one direction before responding with a serious expression. "Then let's go. If Juan finds out you have the urn, he'll show his face." Hearing him say that, she hesitated. "We don't have much time left, you know." Dai turned to call out to the chubby girl, who seemed to understand and quickly nodded. Huaxiong stands with the girl, his face serious as he shouts, "All right, let's go to Narnia together." Suddenly his eyes widened as the monster before them seemed to grow larger, its eyes glowing brightly as it stood tall, and more of the same monsters began to materialize. The city is now overrun with grotesque, blue-black monsters, clones of each other, identical in size and appearance. The others watching this scene couldn't help but shout, "What's going on? Their numbers are increasing again." Hearing this and seeing the scene before her, her expression changes, her eyes filled with worry, sweat pouring down her face. She and he hear a voice and immediately become wary, their faces paling slightly. We meet again. He and the girl stood by, shocked and horrified, as Mr. Nyan appeared in the sky with his 9 golden tails beside the monster. Huaxiong shouts, "It's you, Fox Spirit!" The girl is also taken by surprise. She calmly states that last time was a near-death experience, yet they're still so noisy. This time, their luck will run out. As long as these sinners continue to devour human flesh and souls, their numbers will only grow infinitely. She speaks of the monster standing before them. Yang Yang looked down at the group, her voice steady. "I don't need to waste my time on you all, just one of them can take care of you." As soon as she finished speaking, they began to move forward. Mr. Yu paled in shock. Oh no, they're planning something. She turned to the members and everyone around her. "Everyone, listen up. We have to stop them at all costs." Everyone responded with a mix of confusion and fear. "They're starting to move," a voice cries out. "They're splitting up and heading our way. If they break through the elders guarding the barrier, they'll devour the innocent civilians out there." She gazed at the barrier of power ahead as everyone listened in silence, bracing for the impending disaster about to befall the human realm. The masked figure then spoke up. "But leader, even all of us together might not be able to handle just one. How can we split up at a time like this?" Yuzkar is right under the monster as she calmly gives orders. "I know, but do what you can. First get word to the elders so they can reinforce the barrier. We will do our best to delay them as long as possible." Hearing those words, the members looked at each other with some concern, hesitant to respond. Jiangam urged them on. "Didn't you hear the leader's orders? Stop them, even if it costs you your lives." He bravely charges forward, so Troll and An are stunned. "Everyone, let's seize this moment and follow me to Naniac. Even a sliver of hope is worth grasping." She hesitated. "So, you've been carrying my ashes with you." Hearing this, the woman was surprised, but then smiled gently. "Rest assured, I've placed them in the safest place in the world." Yan, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. "What are you plotting here?" She was now directly above her and Chong Yu. Seeing her, they were both surprised as she bit her lip, her expression changing before using her tail to block an incoming force. She grits her teeth, struggling to hold on. That power is coming from Zia's bow. The girl still held her bow, seated atop her guardian spirit, now transformed into a majestic protector. Her power was so immense, it pierced her defenses and aimed straight for her gritted teeth, while the Huazhong took the opportunity to strike from behind, ambushing her with another powerful force. She was completely unprepared, and Yan fell forward, crying out in pain. With eyes ablaze, veins bulging, he gleefully prepares to strike again. "Damn it, today we settle both old and new scores, seductress." The talismans scattered across the magic wall emit intense light as the bald man watches, the entire barrier now doubly reinforced. "Elder Yu, I must commend you, well done. These glowing charms will temporarily prevent the soul eaters from escaping and mortals from entering. Let's just hope they hold for as long as possible." She looked up, her expression calm despite the dire situation. Hopefully, the leader and the remaining Jeon Hoan members would seize this opportunity. A noise echoes, and she turns to see massive monsters standing in the city, their mouths agape and bodies gnarled. "Gods, are those Soul Eater demons?" she asks, standing with the bald man and the old man, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I never imagined they'd be this terrifying." Suddenly, a surge of energy flashed through her. Her eyes widened, and she frantically turned to face the wall behind her. Seeing this, he asked, "What is it, Elder?" Turning to the wall, she replied, "I just felt a tremor coming from the barrier." Hearing this, the old man turned around. "What? We're still here. Could a soul-devouring demon have slipped out without us knowing?" She lowered her gaze, hesitant. "It didn't sneak out, it snuck in." Hearing her words, everyone froze in place, as the city was engulfed in smoke and dust, carrying debris with it. Amidst the chaos, an explosion erupts, leaving the towering structures within relatively unscathed. With eyes blazing, Hoazan unleashes an attack on Ioni's tails, sending rays of light scattering. Her hair whips wildly through the dust and smoke as she grits her teeth in anger, while he, with fire in his eyes, says with a serious frown, "It's a shame I didn't get to use this last time, so I'll make it up to you now." Hearing this, she's caught off guard as countless talismans appear out of nowhere. They converge, aiming directly at her and the boy in their duel, transforming into long white strips of cloth that plunge towards Yoni and the golden tails. Hearing the commotion, Jin and Soeol turned to see Jia riding her guardian spirit, arriving before them. The girl shouts for Jin to stop, saying they'll take care of her as Elder Yu steps forward sternly. "Our most important goal is the Naniac temple." He watches her wipe her face, listening intently as she speaks. With a serious expression and steady voice, she stated that the last glimmer of hope to resolve this was to break the jar's seal. Dia turned, her eyes meeting hers, and declared, I said we could cooperate, not that I trust you. What makes you so sure you can break the seal on the soul jar? He asked, tightening his grip on his sword, demanding a convincing reason. You initially planned to hand over the soul jar to Huan. Now, give me a more convincing reason. Zheyu pushed up her glasses, the lenses reflecting the light as she began to explain the origins of Jian Hoan as a small alliance of exorcists from all over. Because it's not a unified cult from top to bottom, the teachings passed down to each generation are different, resulting in each person having their own abilities, pursuing their own goals, and having their own thoughts. A significant number of Zhonghua members want to cooperate with Huan because they don't trust you two. As she spoke to him, the girl jumped off his back, landing safely. She instinctively raised her hand, her eyes still stern, trying to persuade Jin from the perspective of John's leader. My words aren't absolute commands to be obeyed, but personally I trust you both completely. The reason? Because I am the descendant of the last exorcist, Naniac. As the words faded, So-chun's eyes flickered. She was taken aback by what she had just heard, as the girl next to the guardian quickly raised her hand. Chief, I'm going to help Huazong. You'll probably need a bell when you go to Nani, right? She silently looks at the girl and then gives a gentle smile. Okay. The girl looks at the guardian spirit, baring its large teeth with a ferocious gaze. The little girl had to gently remind him to behave. The ferret has Soon with him too, so Chan calls out softly to the goat in front of him. See? Understanding Soon's worries, she quickly responds. Don't worry, you two. I'll be there as soon as I'm done. She turned her head, smiling, assuring them that they could trust her leader. With that, she used her powers and flew off, leaving him with the others, turning to him and her with a smile. Let's get going. As she explained the details, neither she nor he spoke, their eyes fixed on her. Seeing him grinning menacingly, baring his sharp teeth, Yu was worried, wondering, You're not going to make me run, are you? Meanwhile, Hua Chong, still full of energy, clutches his weapon, his face fierce, determined to fight her. Hua Zhong's weapon flew towards her, but Yeon quickly jumped away, avoiding it. He gripped it tighter, his eyes filled with determination and a hint of rage. Don't even think about escaping. I said we're settling old and new scores once and for all. She recoils in shock, mouth agape. His burning gaze intensified as he roared, I will kill you today, right here. Seeing his reaction, she gritted her teeth, her face filled with unease. I can't stand to see my loved ones die at the hands of you demons anymore. Her expression was unreadable after hearing that. In her subconscious, she stood in a pitch-black void, not wearing her familiar mask, and looked down at her hands. This feeling is so familiar, yet I can't remember why. It's unsettling, like everything's been swallowed by darkness. She wondered what this feeling was. An image of Lu Man in black traditional robes with an emotionless face appeared, uttering one word, resentment. Only resentment and hatred can bring endless power. Yon Yang, with vacant eyes, lowered her gaze to the two Heaven's Mandate orbs glowing brilliantly in her hands, silently listening to his words. Your celestial jade is broken, so it can no longer unleash its power. The only way for a soulless corpse like you to survive and grow stronger is to absorb the emotions of others. In a dark and hazy setting, he stands before Neon, now a demon, still holding the two orbs as she looks up to hear his command. Use that power to serve me. By killing those who evoke your most familiar emotions and devouring them, your memories will return. Yes, this is the emotion. She's no longer panicked, but wears a delighted smile, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She thought that if she absorbed it all, she might regain her memories. And so, Yan acted. Her tails began to rise, and she watched with her hair flowing in the wind. Her tails focused on him, attacking relentlessly, and Hwasung cried out in pain. He was completely ensnared in the golden tails, his eyes flashing with anger and pain. That wretched fox spirit. Seeing his violent reaction, she laughed, unable to hide her utter excitement. Yes, that's it. Give me more emotion. He screamed in pain from the tightening grip, his eyes squeezed shut, when suddenly a green light appeared behind him. That power aimed straight for her forehead, a long beam of light striking her bewildered face, sending her flying backward, causing him to gasp in surprise. The girl held her familiar bow, the power causing her tormentor to fall back and release her grip. It was she. As soon as he was freed, he turned to the girl, but she, standing in her energy, didn't turn back, as if knowing what he was about to say. Shut up, idiot. This isn't the time for a lecture. I'm not done settling things with her yet, and if you want to finish her off, you better have a smart plan. Think about it. If you go all out against her, what will you do against John? Do you think he'll wait for you to recover? Her firm words were like a bucket of cold water on his hot head. He listened to her words in silence as Hua Xiong reached out and placed his hand on her head. That little runt has really grown up. The girl's face shows a hint of surprise at Huajiang's actions. The girl pouts, calling him a dumb old man as he steps over her and waves his weapon. No arguing. Fine, fine, it's such a pain. Enough talk. He approaches her motionless body on the ground, stands over her face, and points his weapon down, ready to let the old man finish the job. From Yan's mask, streaks of ketchup-like substance streamed down her face as he widened one eye. "My child?" A golden orb emerged from her mouth as she weakly muttered, "Damn it," swallowing the red liquid that coated her face. She clamped her mouth shut, the pearl traveling down her throat as Hua Chong, still clutching his weapon, hesitated, a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face. He stared at the glowing orb embedded in her chest as she grimaced and smiled, shouting, "You really swallowed it?" The girl slowly ran over, calling out, and seeing the scene, he cursed in frustration. Damn it. Before the jewel could finish speaking, an incredibly blinding light engulfed everything. Like an explosion, he and the girl were thrown back. But he stood before her, eyes fixed on the light ahead, power surging everywhere. Amidst the swirling light, debris, and dust, Neon's tails began to move, and from the sea of fire and ruin, a noble figure emerged, like an ancient spirit awakened in the heart of a devastated modern world. Around Nyan, golden halos swirl like the dance of a divine fox, powerful, majestic, and sacred. Her piercing gaze and golden eyes sweep over those before her. Huazhong and Si stood frozen, eyes wide as they faced the creature before them, who summoned a foxtail. Huazhong's eye blazes with fire, veins popping around it as he cries out in alarm, "Chai!" Immediately, Yon Neon lashed out with one of her tails, but he swiftly pulled XA behind him and blocked the attack with his arm. "Get back!" Her tail pierced deeply into his arm as if to destroy the immaculate chain he wore around his wrist. This caused Huaxian to cry out in pain, and he knocked her tail away. Sai, standing behind him, shouted in alarm, "Oppa!" The previous attack staggered Huaxian, but he remained standing, looking down at his hand, now dripping with blood from Yoni's blow. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he cursed, "That damn fox spirit." But her expression remained indifferent, as if ignoring his words. "Today, you will die." At that moment, Yan quietly muttered, "That's right, keep showing me those emotions." She immediately swung her radiant tails toward them once more. Jia, anticipating this, instantly summoned a barrier, protecting Huaxiang from behind. Huaxiang stared at her back, yelling, "What are you doing?" She retorted, saying he should be grateful for the help he's getting. Her eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Now's the time to team up and take her down. But the barrier she created couldn't withstand Yan's immense power for long, and her tail pierced right through it. Her eyes widened in disbelief, cheeks flushed from the sudden energy drain as she gasped. Yan's tails instantly impaled the girl's shoulders. Hawayong rushes to Shi's side, calling out her name in a panic. "Sha?" The pain spread beyond her skin, like sharp claws tearing straight into her chest, causing her to scream in agony. But then, Hoaseon quickly saves Xia by wrapping a thread of nothingness around her and pulling her back, taking the blow from her tails himself, pain erupting from his shoulder and spreading like a short circuit through his nervous system. The excruciating pain forces Hoaseon to grit his teeth and endure it, but despite his injuries, he still worries about Xia's safety. He frantically turned, shouting the girl's name. Chi lay motionless amidst the rubble, a fragile flower crushed by a brutal storm. 2 deep wounds marked his shoulder, a weak sound escaped his lips, and pain spread like an electric shock through every muscle. The stench of burning flesh mixed with the screams of magic, clinging to his body as his rage reached its peak, like a volcano about to erupt. Huazong recalled the words of a former comrade. "Hey, Duke Hua, this little girl follows you around all day, so I'm leaving everything related to her to you from now on." He crossed his arms, glanced at the man, and asked, a bit confused, "What, are you looking down on X? Still just a small child standing next to you. Are you kidding me?" Hua-seong's tone dripped with sarcasm. "You want me to take responsibility for raising this kid?" But even so, the little girl remained silent, her face and pale neck covered in dirt. Back in reality, Hua-seong screams in agony, tilting his head back as he grips the tail piercing him, ripping it free. Red liquid splatters through the air as she sees the fear and resentment in his heart. She smiles radiantly, thrilled. This is it. Hua-yong relentlessly throws a punch with all his might, but she blocks the attack with her tails. He was nearly out of his mind, his entire being radiating a fierce will to fight, white smoke puffing from the corners of his mouth as he gripped the string of nothingness. Seon continues to strike the tails protecting Ion, and she smiles, amused by his outburst. "Again," she says. "More. Flames sparked in Hwaseon's demonic eye as he relentlessly attacked, but instead of fear, she only laughed harder. Keep going. Veins bulged on Hwaseon's face, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he swung another blow. Before him was no longer just a demonic eye, but one burning with determination. Hwaseon suddenly recalled a time when, after speaking with someone, Seola had gently reached out her small hand and taken his. Hwaseong was stunned as he looked down at the silent little girl beside him as a powerful explosion shook the area. Youngnyang leaps from the dust, but Hwasong appears behind her in an instant, delivering a powerful kick to her back. He was now no different from a monster drowning in a sea of hatred. Suddenly, one of her tails wrapped around Hwasong's leg. She whips him away, showing no mercy as she throws him down below. Yanni turns away, muttering, "This isn't enough." From the rubble, Hwasong stubbornly rises. She says, "You don't hate me enough," confusing Hwaseong. "How about I do this? Maybe you'll show more emotion." She smirks, using Xia as her shield, further enraging Hwaseong. She relished his expression, then mercilessly drove her tail straight into Xia. The girl screamed in agony as the horrific pain shot from her nerves to her brain. Engulfed in flames, Hwasong is undeterred by Xi's desperate pleas to stop. She desperately pleaded with him, "Stop! You're out of feathers. You'll die without them." But it was no use. He couldn't hear a word she said. Hwaseong leaps from the ground, grinding his teeth in resentment, while the girl desperately calls out his name. "Appa, wake up. I hope Hwaseong can hear what I'm saying." In a fleeting moment of chaos, a memory buried deep within the girl resurfaces. She cries out his name, and Hwasong whirls around, eyes wide with alarm, sweat beading on his brow. Startling him, she puts her hands on her hips, pouting with annoyance. "Why didn't you answer me? I've been calling you." Hwasong retorts, "Who's your appa, you brat?" With a sly look and a proud smile, she tilted her head and delivered a cutting remark. "Come on, with your weird personality, you should be thanking your lucky stars for having a sister like me. Where else are you going to find a sister as smart and beautiful as me?" Hwasong's eyes showed a hint of surprise and confusion. "What? I never imagined my sister would become someone like you." Suddenly, Hwasong fell silent, snapping back to reality as a blinding surge of energy erupted from his crimson eye. His eyes burning like hellfire, fueled by unbridled rage. Though gravely wounded by Ion, he screams in desperation, tears mixing with sweat as he cries out, "Appa!" The sight brings back memories of Dungin, her face streaked with tears, calling out to him. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocks everything, sending dust and debris flying. The center of the explosion is Hwaseong, leaping into the air as he recalls the events of the past. A voice from long ago echoes in his mind. "You want me to teach you exorcism to kill the vengeful demons for your sister?" In his memory, a faceless woman stands with her back to him, saying, "Do you think your little sister would want this?" All that remains in Hwachong's heart now is hatred and revenge. "Please, take me as your disciple," he begged the woman before him. "As long as I live, I will continue to seek revenge." Back in reality, Yanni grinned with eerie excitement. "I've been waiting for this resentment." Her countless tails launch an attack, frantically rushing towards Hwachong as sparks fly from his eyes like a volcanic eruption crashing down upon the earth. He recalls the image of himself, covered in soy sauce, helplessly holding his former master in his arms, unable to do anything. It has to end here. "Juyok-ha-ah," her weak breath faltered amidst the spreading blood. "Hwan is too strong. He's not someone you can handle." Though her body was broken and bleeding, Hwaseong heard those words before her final breath. Revenge brings no power, only hatred. It is when you are determined to protect something important. Hwasong is now consumed by the flames of hatred. Xia screams in desperation, realizing that only by protecting something can true power be obtained. Suddenly, Hwaseon's eyes widened in shock as Yeon's tails pierced him. She laughed triumphantly, while Sai seemed frozen in horror. Suddenly, Hwaseon regained his senses and vanished before Yeon's very eyes. He became one with the air, swiftly rescuing X and landing on the ground. Hwaseon touched down, dragging Lei behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust. She stared in disbelief, repeatedly denying what she saw, while Za looked at Hwaseon in shock, calling out, "Appa." He simply clicked his tongue. Recalling his time in the other world, he remembers the words of the immortal who governed the border, warning him that he would not use it, fearing it would corrupt his mind and body. "All this time, I was lost." Hwachong echoed the old man's words, saying he was blinded by his obsession, confusing Xia. Yeonyang was stunned, her eyes wide as she muttered, "Why can't I sense any resentment anymore?" Meanwhile, Hwachong anxiously asks Xia about her injuries. "Are you all right?" Clutching her wound, she coughed, then turned to him. Appa, you feel different. I can't sense any chaotic demonic energy anymore. What happened? Hwaxiong averts his eyes and stammers. Well, that's a long story, roughly speaking. Shihyun rests his chin, striking a cool pose. I just unlocked an achievement by looking at you like this, Saya said helplessly. What? Where did you learn that? Hwaxiong looked at her and continued. And this is partly thanks to that vixen's help. Am I really going to thank her now? The more he talks, the more ridiculous he sounds. What nonsense is he spouting? Enraged, she muttered, No, it can't be. At this rate, I'll never regain my memories. I must devour your resentment. Damn it, what will I do next now that Hwazong and Sia are watching me? Suddenly, a voice rings out, Stop spreading resentment among humanity. Hwachong and Sia turn to look, and he replies in surprise, It's you. Luck was on their side as Jin Lang and So-Ho finally caught up. So-Ho calmly states, Happiness doesn't come from hurting others. Elsewhere, Jin roars with all his might. He gripped his sword and soared, piercing the monster's body, leaving a gaping hole. The monster defeated, Jin, Sohan, and Sion Yu land on their guardian spirit, and Sion Yu is amazed, realizing that Jin is even stronger than Jukha described. Suddenly Jin spoke up, pointing, but So-Troll just stared blankly at him as beads of sweat streamed down his face. He breathed heavily, exhausted. You see it now, don't you? These fiends. He looks down at the ghouls who are feebly begging for food. Dia looked back at the temple radiating a strange aura, knowing they all came from Nan Temple. The ghouls crawled out of the temple, their mouths crying out in hunger. Mr. Yu adjusted his glasses while she stared in bewildered awe at the desecrated shrine. A cruel irony. What was once a sacred place, humanity's bastion against demons, has become their gateway. This is far worse than I imagined. Just then, Sotron had a thought. What if we don't find a way to break the seal inside? Looking dejected, she asked, Do you really have to risk your life for us? Hearing this, Zhongyu was silent for a long time before calmly saying, It seems Miss Sotron is still worried about me. Her eyes gazed distantly at the temple, and she honestly said, In this day and age, few people believe in gods anymore, let alone that Naniac is the only place in the world where one can communicate with them. We've never actually seen them while humanity continues to survive and thrive on this land. And so, the New Day organization was born, gathering exorcists with abilities far surpassing ordinary humans. We became the bulwark at the border, protecting this land at all costs. Zhongyu envisions exorcists battling monsters as she calmly explains everything. As the leader, I must always consider the safest and most effective methods, at least in theory. First, using fences combined with sealing charms, and then negotiation. And now, I place my faith in you both, not for our safety, but for humanity's. So even if it costs me my life, I will do everything I can to help you. Hearing this, So Cheon emotionlessly stared at her, while in the distance, the corrupted demons were closing in. With heartfelt sincerity, Seo Wu pleads, I'm helping you with no ulterior motives. So, please, Lady So-chun, put that idea out of your head and think about how we're going to get through these monsters. Knowing her worries, she calmly reassured her, You don't have to worry about that. The guardian spirit stomps its foot and a defensive magic circle appears, illuminating the dark night. As long as the bell weasel is here, they can't get close. The hungry ghosts are struck by lightning the moment they touch the formation. The sound of agonizing screams filled the air, leaving Sung Yu in stunned disbelief. Can the divine power of the hemorrhoid cure prevent monsters from entering? And Jin seems frightened, as if he's seen something unholy. Seeing him stagger forward, So-ron calls out to him in disbelief. Now he's even more confused, his eyes fixed on the temple. The doors to the Naniac shrine were tightly shut, showing no signs of anything amiss, leaving her puzzled as she followed his gaze. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as the sealed doors slowly began to open. As the dim light flickered, Young-won's chilling figure appeared within, and Dia was filled with terror upon seeing him. His monstrous form seared into his mind. He was horrified as a long-buried fear resurfaced. As a child, he interrogated Jae-shin. Are you a demon or a human? Answer me. If you're human, you'll die instantly, because I despise humans. The interrogation echoed in his mind, rooting him to the spot as Zhongyu realized with a start, it was him. Suddenly, a red light flashes in his eyes as Jin stands motionless, blocking the guardian and the two others. And then, the red consumes his pupils. Suddenly, he vanishes, leaving only dust behind. His sole target, Huan in the temple. Sword in hand, he charges to attack. So-chan, worried for him, quickly warned him to watch out for Jin, who was now staring intently with blood-red eyes. Despite his exhaustion, Dia roars and makes the quick decision to attack, while Soho desperately tries to reason with her amidst the rubble. I want Yonyang to be happy too, so please stop doing these terrible things. She emitted her tentacles silently before speaking. Happiness stems from joyful memories, from the precious things hidden in the heart. Then she unleashed a radiant golden tentacle. If I can't remember those things, how can I find happiness? So to restore my memories, this is the only way. Hearing this, So was in disbelief, as Jin Lang had shielded her from Yan's tentacle attack. He earnestly tried to dissuade her. Stop, Yan Neon, you've lost your way. Before he could finish, a spray of red filled the air. The tentacle pierced his palm and struck Jin Lang's shoulder. Fresh blood splattered across his face, and he cried out in pain. Huarong cries out in alarm. You stupid blue fox, don't be careless, let me help you. Before he could react, Suho jumped in to stop him, a move that left him bewildered. She insisted that Dian Lang said this was his fight alone, but she still looked worried and uneasy. Remembering the stone cave full of iron chains, she firmly advised, let Jin Lang end this karma himself. Surprised, Zoho asked, You want me to come with you? Jin Lang, resolute, confirmed it. Yes, accompanying me will end your punishment because after this I may never return. I can't let Wan exploit Moyon any longer. So, in despair, he blames himself. If only he hadn't given her that gem. But he doesn't think that's the case? No, if only I hadn't been so blinded by my far-off dream of becoming a god. Suddenly, she realizes something is wrong. Jin Lang, despite the pain, struggles to admit he wants to return to the present. He deeply regrets that he realized it all too late. The souls he collected each once meant everything to someone, and they now haunt Di Lang's mind. Seeing Yoni's lifeless state, he was disappointed in what he'd done, while I tormented them for eternity in loneliness and isolation. Back then, Dian Lang was wearing ancient clothes, and thanks to her, I wanted to wake up. But even if I gave up that last step, I couldn't return the souls trapped in the jade to the cycle of reincarnation. And so, I agreed to work with the gods, for they promised to free those souls from the orb. Even after discovering she was missing, I secretly protected the gods' successors, while searching for her and the orb. After a full year, I delivered the jade piece. He sighed deeply as he recounted the story. But what then? It's all meaningless. The day the immortals fulfill their promise to me is far off. By then, her karma will have piled up beyond measure. But these words do not sway Yon Neung. She was simply indifferent. Is that so? Are you going to kill me now? Yan Lang lamented, his expression turning grim. No, images of her absorbing the jewel flood his mind. After she swallowed the jewel and died, he felt a surge of despair, and his knees buckled beside her body. Dismayed, Yan Lang roared in anger, then shattered the gem in two. I destroyed the orb with my own hands and buried it with her. The immortals said it was the best and only way. But now I've discovered another way to free the souls from the jade. The Huachong people were shocked. Young Yang, confused, asks, A method? He slowly raises his hand. I'm about to use it. With that, golden orbs appeared, linking together to form a circle around the village. At the great Nani temple, steeped in eerie energy, Jin's angry voice echoed, So it was you. He pierced Wan with his sword, crying out in rage, I can't believe the brutal demon I met back then was J1. Outside, Sojo Han and Xian Yu watched in stunned silence. He gritted his teeth in anger, recalling how he had to bear all the trauma and guilt when the head of the orphanage and his friends were murdered. He wouldn't have to run away like he did back then. He appeared then in the monstrous form that had haunted the hero's nightmares as Dia gripped his sword, ready to strike. Because now he held power in his hands, but then he heard Juan's chuckle. Unharmed, he spoke calmly. How interesting. It seems we've crossed paths quite a bit, he says, unfazed as sweat pours down Dia's face. Too many encounters? He glanced down at the sword, calmly stating, Yes, not just you, but this sword as well. I wondered how a cursed tribe of criminals possessed the celestial sword imbued with divine energy. Turns out, it belonged to Tsiop. Hearing this, his eyes widened with rage as he recalled the moment his opponent fell with a single strike. Dia stammered in disbelief. You calmly analyzed everything, even though you didn't know that Tsiop wasn't the sword's true master, since it was originally a divine treasure. And I never dreamed he'd pass it on to a mere sinner. His gaze shifted to Soon and Zhang Yu, then back to his horrified face as he sneered. Did you think I'd be killed by this sword a second time? Now his monster body begins to devour your sword. But back then, I simply wasn't strong enough to deal with the sword's divine energy. Jan coldly added that it was nothing now. Dia could only silently watch his sword. His monstrous body continues to mutate, gradually swallowing the sword as he coldly unleashes his demonic form, letting it run wild. He stared in shock as grotesque, sharp teeth shot out, devouring the sword and startling Jin. As he unleashed those sharp spikes, Jin narrowly dodged them, prompting a worried So-chun to call out his name. He now realizes his sword has vanished, locked onto Jumwan, slowly being devoured. Even the tip of the blade couldn't escape being devoured. After absorbing it, he retracted the demonic energy back into himself. I'll devour it all. Seeing this, he was enraged and charged forward to reclaim his sword. You bastard, give me back my sword. But as Jixin approached, he sensed something was wrong and stopped. He froze, and Bang Huang realized he could no longer sense the sword. D1, without emotion, remarked, Brother, you wouldn't give such wonderful power to me, but instead to a bunch of criminals, so they could use it to kill your own brother. Do you have any idea how bitter and disgusted I am with you? In disbelief, he stares wide-eyed and asks, What nonsense are you spouting? Are you my grandfather's blood brother? He asked, his voice suddenly low, but deciding to devour you was indeed a wise choice. As those words echoed, his face paled. Jin's pupils contracted, his hand fell limp, and he asked in bewildered disbelief, What did you say? You seem to have some lingering doubts, Huan casually admits. That's right, you heard me correctly. I was fortunate enough to have devoured him beforehand, which is how I survived that stab. At the same time, I discovered that when I devoured another monster, I gained not only their power, but their life as well. Under the dark of night, within the Nani temple stripped of its divine protection, Huan sneers, You're a fool. You and Sihep are nothing but pawns for them to use. With hollow eyes, he gazed down at Jin, revealing a terrible truth. I have no intention of being manipulated like a fool. Soon, I will lead my army to conquer the immortal realm and devour them all. You can't stop me. To me now, wiping out the human realm is as easy as flipping my hand. These words pierce his heart like a sharpened arrow, and Dia grinds her teeth in frustration. Outside, So-Troll silently listened to everything, his heart in turmoil. The scene shifts to Hua Chong and the others, where a terrifying power unfolds, engulfing everything in smoke and dust. Then, a violent explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the world. He pulled Soho and Sia away, urging them to flee before they were caught in the crossfire. Was that blue-haired fox really unleashing the power of all those orbs? She quickly corrects him, saying it's not quite the release of all the power. Jin Lang intends to... Her tone was hesitant, while Neon was left lying in the rubble. Why, even though I swallowed the jewel, am I still no match for you? She sat up, bewildered. Jin Lang, his face dark with overwhelming power, looked down at her and gently explained things, as if it were obvious. Because I am the true master of all these orbs, Yanni. With just a broken gem, you can't possibly defeat me. Give it to me willingly. She refused without hesitation. Don't even think about it. Lord Huan has granted me a new power. Seeing her defiance, Yan Lang angrily unleashed golden orbs, his tone hardening. Yongnyo, you're wasting my time. The orbs, under his control, instantly formed a barrier, trapping her within. Then the orbs continuously struck down lightning bolts, and she screamed in agony as she took every blow. He immediately rushed in, reaching out his hand, his rationality returning. He would retrieve it himself. Jin Lang placed his hand on Yan's face, beginning the process of extracting half the orb. The orb moved to her neck, then stopped, and he realized something was wrong. Suddenly, a bizarre change occurs in Neon's body, and a grotesque lump protrudes from her pale neck. Huan, knowing everything, nonchalantly scoffs. Those gods were too arrogant to believe any power could surpass them. But their hubris gave me the chance to achieve what I have today. Have you ever wondered what would happen if a demon with overflowing demonic energy also possessed divine power? He looked down upon Jin Lang with condescension, and without waiting for an answer, simply said, You'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Jin Lang stared in disbelief at the aberration before him. What kind of mutated spiritual energy is this? It's completely different from the jade's original energy. Duyonean had foreseen that the seeds I planted would begin to bloom. His arm is bitten off by the mutated power of combined demonic and divine energy, and his body is lifted high by a fox-like transformation. The three were terrified and cried out in alarm. What? She swiftly bites off Jin Lang's arm and throws it away, sending him crashing to the ground. And now she has fully transformed into a fox demon. Sensing her power from afar, Daiwon closes his eyes and calmly says, Yongnyo, it seems you've accepted my power. Jin, drenched in sweat, senses impending doom as Daiwon calmly states, Then I shall accept the power of Seth as well. With that, the sword he devoured from Jin materializes in his hand. Dia glares, grinding her teeth in bitter resentment. You dog! While he roars, no longer afraid. Give me back the sword. Meanwhile, Lang has fallen unconscious. Sai draws her bow, ready to fire, while Hoa charges forward, a terrifying, blood-filled maw in her sights. She grabs the string of coins, lunging into the attack. Meanwhile, seeing him wield the sword, he urgently calls for J1. Without much thought, he rushes to return it, but Jin Lang is met with a sharp blade. He strikes, and suddenly strands of hair fall. Sotrol immediately casts a spell, stopping him in his tracks. She firmly declares that she won't let him achieve his goals so easily. Juman glances at her, annoyed, his arm severed, before she delivers a devastating blow. This punch left him defenseless. From atop a towering building, Kong Trung was gently reminded, my life has been filled with countless battles across every era. As long as there is a struggle for profit, war will always occur in some form. From small-scale civil wars to wars between races, even interdimensional wars. But then came the day I understood that no matter how hard I fought to maintain peace and order, it would never be enough to compensate for the sacrifice and loss of countless lives. Hoping to one day refine celestial energy and not waste my perseverance, I finally succeeded and thought I saw a brighter future. At that time, Dung X was a little boy, listening intently to my explanations. But the beings up there are no different from those down here. They only care about their own interests and survival. As long as the issue doesn't threaten the immortal realm's existence, they won't bother interfering under a gloomy sky. He concludes that the path to immortality is a process of cultivating selfishness and endurance to become like them. Tethys calmly recounts the situation of the past, saying the longer he stayed in the immortal realm, the more regret he felt. Until the day I met you, you were just another one of their victims, and I couldn't let you stay there and suffer. Lost in confusion, he finally asks the question that's been haunting him. Why does he have no memory of the celestial realm? He casually reveals the reason. Of course you don't remember, because you are... At this, Tai Hiop seems to think of something and trails off, and in the quiet of the pavilion, Yongxiong asks, Grandfather, did you choose to abandon the immortal realm and descend to the mortal world for my sake? He couldn't hide his suspicion. Who told you that? He lowered his head in silence, carefully considering for a long time. Seeing his gloomy face mixed with a little sadness, he understood. It seems no one around you treats you well. I understand, Taehyup said softly, reaching out a gnarled hand in comfort. It's not your fault, he said softly, patting the boy's head. As I said, the celestial realm was not what I had hoped for, which is why I decided to renounce my status and privileges as a god and return to the demon realm. These words echoed from the pavilion. Yet he recalled the monsters who coveted his sword upon his descent. After I descended to the mortal realm, the greedy demons, knowing this, revealed their ambition to seize my sacred sword. They were naive to think that simply possessing the sword would grant them the power of the gods. With a calm voice, Tae Hyup said, I presume you know the consequences if the sword falls into the wrong hands, don't you? Then his tone suddenly turned somber. I've made up my mind. I will pass the sacred sword to you. Dungsong looked up in disbelief, but he continued, explaining that he knew the boy could discern right from wrong and had a heart that understood the small, weak creatures. Seeing him still kneeling respectfully, Tae Hyup continued, I believe you will use that power for good and noble purposes. I will entrust you with my life's ideals and aspirations. Then he asked the young man, You won't fail my expectations, will you? As Tae Hyup quietly pondered. Inside the massive mountain shrouded in mist, he stammered, Grandfather. Amidst the towering peaks, his kind voice echoed. I see. You're ashamed of who you are. Taehyup handed him the golden sword. How many times have I told you, you are not a sinner? As Dungzhong grew and donned his armor, that sword was always with him, and the monsters never took their eyes off it. At that moment, he commanded his monsters into battle, but back in the present, Jae-shin grits his teeth in frustration. Just then, Huan's severed arm, still clutching the sword, fell to the ground, the sword landing between the three, creating a tense atmosphere. He calmly mocked, So focused on the small things, I almost forgot the main event. Despite his dirt-streaked face, Juman remained arrogant, stating that the one he sent Ione to find was here. Then he looked at Dia, who had been silent until now, and said coldly, All right, I won't linger here any longer. His arm grotesquely transforms, reattaching to the severed hand and retrieving the sword. He grasps the blade, and the monstrous transformation recedes. Dia slowly regained her composure, her voice stern as she demanded, Give it back. The old man's sword? You're nothing to me. Huan taunts. Useless fool, try and take it back if you can. His face darkened, eyes flashing with murderous intent as he spat, You're not worthy to touch it. Sensing this change, Juman felt a sudden unease. Sochan worriedly called out to him, seeing that he was provoked, and he gripped his sword tightly, yelling obscenities. Huan immediately raised his sword high and charged forward. She frantically warned him to be careful, and as he approached, he struck with his sword, but his image flickered. Immediately, the mirror shattered. He stared in disbelief. The vast space now contained only Huan and shards of glass. Frustrated, he wondered if one of them was using some kind of illusion magic. Remembering Jin's murderous gaze, he flew into a rage, cursing the impudent sinner. Meanwhile, a beam of cyan light strikes Yanni's thick fur, causing her to scream in agony. After she fires the arrow, Hailong reminds everyone, "It seems these arrows are effective. Can we take it down?" Before she could even catch her breath, Yoni opened her hideous maw to threaten her. Just as she was about to be devoured, someone called out her name. Hua Jiang activates his power, leaping back as Ion Ni urges him to raise a defensive barrier, and he resolutely confronts her. This move won't be easy unless he combines exorcism techniques with demonic energy. Chanting the Avalokitesvara mantra, he unleashed a powerful strike. The unleashed attack sends debris flying everywhere, but she thankfully raises a shield to protect them. Sowa closed her eyes, waiting for it to pass, while the girl marveled at how the attack suppressed her. That was intense. Hua Chong Kong Un warns everyone to be vigilant. Though not a fatal blow, this wide-range attack should have some effect. Yanni, damaged by the attack, screamed incessantly, "Hurry and instruct the girl, don't be careless, it's not over yet." As she recovers, she opens her massive maw to attack, and Hua Jung shouts out a plan. They have to destroy the gem, or they'll be worn down. The girl listened intently as he reminded her to focus on the glowing orb within Yanni, asking if she could see it at the connection point in the monster's core. He eagerly offered to distract her and create an opening. "You don't get many chances, so make your shot count. If you want to be my sister, then act like it." Hearing those words, Jia solemnly makes her decision. The girl summons her bow once more, uttering words of defiance. Unleashing her power, she declares, "The one who always messes things up is telling others not to mess up. Worry about yourself first, and if you get seriously injured again, I'm leaving you to fend for yourself." With a chilling tone, she uttered a hateful phrase, confronting him in her nine-tailed fox demon form, fueled by pure hatred. Hua Xiong quickly draws a stack of golden talismans, angrily provoking her for a second round, but before he can counterattack, he suddenly freezes. She lunged forward, letting her demonic side consume the talismans, then spun around, lashing out with her 9 tails. Yanni decisively struck him with her tails, sending him flying into nearby buildings. Unable to dodge, Hua Xiong crashed into the rubble, writhing in pain. As she charged again, he scrambled to his feet and ran. Why had her speed suddenly increased? Panicked, he fled through the streets, but how could he cast spells when he was being herded like this? Suddenly, Yoni stopped chasing him, and Hwaseong was utterly surprised. He noticed she was staring intently in one direction. What was she looking at? It turns out she was watching as she gathered lightning into the arrow she was about to fire. Seeing this, she rushed towards the girl, startling him as she changed direction and ran away. Hwaseong was confused and wanted to pull her back. "Come back, you're the one chasing me." Seeing this, she panicked and loudly blamed him, saying it was all his fault for running his mouth. Now how was she supposed to shoot? Yeonyang lunged forward, mouth open to bite, her sharp fangs inches away, causing Xia to scream in terror. In the nick of time, a string of coins flew in, circling her mouth and clamping the demon's jaws shut. The exorcist stood firm, clutching the string of coins, restraining the demon's movements. He turned to Xia, urging her to seize the opportunity and attack. "Fire!" Xiaoyang aims her bow, but with Hua Chong so close, she can't find an opening. "You're too close," she warns. "You'll get hurt. Back away." The restrained torso above grimaces in discomfort as Hua Song grits her teeth, struggling against the monster's immense power. Hearing her plea, he shouts without concern, "Don't worry about it, just fire." X is still hesitant, but Hoa Zong urges her on. "Hurry, I can't hold on much longer." The demon's head thrashes even more violently. He shouts hoarsely, "Shoot now!" The flames in his eyes burned brighter with his intense emotions, as Jia struggled internally, glaring and gritting her teeth. Finally, she fires the arrow with determination. Damn it, the arrow draws a blue streak across the sky and strikes Yan's body. She cries out in pain as each powerful arrow pierces deeper into her body, striking the gem. Sina cheers, her arrow striking true, its power clashing with the gem's, lightning and golden light flashing. After a brief struggle, the arrow shrinks, leaving a tear between the gem and the monster's body. Seeing this, Xia was stunned, crying out in disbelief to warn Hua Chong that it wasn't enough. The gem remains intact and he stares in stunned disbelief, questioning Zia's actions, when suddenly a tentacle strikes. Hua Shang is impaled, dropping the chain as he cries out in pain, his face drenched in sweat. Ren's pupils shrink in fear as Sia calls out worriedly, "Oh, father!" He's knocked away from the monster, falling heavily to the ground. A green light still flickered, threatening to destroy the orb, and she turned her furious, murderous gaze upon the girl. "You dare touch my orb?" Her fierce aura frightens Dai. "Could it be you?" As Yonyang spoke, the gem flickered. "So, you crave my power?" As she spoke, the jade amplified her strength. The fox spirit's head eyes glowed with a fierce golden light, ready to slaughter everyone. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, striking the orb. It was Jin Ling who appeared just in time, kneeling on one knee atop the fox demon, sword plunged into its head. Sha gasped in astonishment. Hua Chong, lying on the ground, was startled to see Jin Ling arrive. He wearily looked down at the monster and advised, "That's enough, stop." Severed from its body, the jade's voice echoes through the void. The celestial jade doesn't just contain the power of 1,000 lives, but the will of those who would sacrifice everything, even the chance of reincarnation. Yang Niang stared at him, stunned, as Yan Lang sadly revealed, "The immortal realm covets those who would sacrifice everything for their goals, unless your purpose threatens the very existence of the celestial realm." He recalls a past where Jin Lang, sword in hand, annihilated countless demons, their corpses littering the ground around him. Yan Lang exposes the dark thoughts of those who pretend to be pure. If you possess a natural power or ambition that challenges the celestial realm's position, you'll either be banished to the mortal realm or hunted to the ends of the earth. They won't overlook any threat that could shake the celestial realm's position. A blood-soaked blade, a symbol of a grim truth. Dian Lang reveals a shocking truth. The immortal energy condensed by demons or humans is merely an unfinished product. Since it doesn't originate from the immortal realm, it can only help you break through to become a pseudo-immortal. The jewel radiated a light as bright as the sun, and sweat poured down her beautiful face as Yan Lang struggled to speak. "I only realized this recently, but Yan Niang doesn't believe me. She just glares at me. Do you think your lies will get the gem back? I now have the power to kill you all." Seeing this, Jin Lang mentioned Huan, saying that even J1 would never have a chance to become a true immortal. His ambition was too great, yet even the immortal realm couldn't stop him, simply because he was too powerful, strong enough to defy them. The image of Young Won in a suit flashed through his mind as Jin Lang knelt before her, sharing his theory. I wondered why she had no memories at all, even though her soul was trapped in the gem, and her body was a part of those memories. Now I understand. It's all because of the mutated power Young Won planted within her. As he spoke, Jin Lang plunged the sword deeper, trying to separate the jewel. He grimaces, straining to act. If he can just sever the source of her power, she will. But before he can finish, monstrous, tentacled heads attack Jin Lang's body. Xia Huasong and Soho stared in horror at the scene before them as Jin Lang was overwhelmed with pain, unable to make a sound. He stared at Yan Nian in terror as she coldly threatened him. "If you intend to split these jewels again, I'll take the jewel inside you." Following those words were wriggling heads and tentacles. Sweat mingled with crimson fluid, speckling Jin Lang's pale face as he paused, then weakly spoke. "She won't get the chance, because I'm keeping the promise I made her back then. For so long..." The demon spirit was stunned by his words. But then, growing impatient, it repeated itself. "I told you. My memories ignore its words." Jin Lang slowly lowered his head, finally kissing Yan Nian's lips, and with that act, the half-orb on Jin Lang's chest suddenly glowed. As if sensing it, the other half of her body also began to glow, and both halves slowly surfaced on her face where they touched. Once again, the three were shocked by the scene unfolding before them, stunned as they watched the two demons kiss. Suddenly, a change occurred on Yoni's face, as if a mask was being placed upon it. Now the mask shatters, revealing a glimpse of her true self. It's Yoni. She regains her senses, her eyes widening in surprise as memories flood her mind. In a vast classical house, Yan's voice echoes. The tyrannical king has been beheaded, but a new power struggle will soon erupt. Jin Lang, in traditional garb and sword in hand, stands beside her, sighing. "It can't be helped. It's unavoidable and I can't stop it." Before them lie a field of corpses. Jin Lang's tone was helpless. Be they human or demon, when power and profit are involved, conflict is inevitable. Yon Neon watched him silently, then spoke, drawing Jin Lang's attention. "Is there one more thing I could ask of you?" Yonni expresses her wish. "Could you stay here and watch over this place, at least until things settle down? I don't want to see any more innocent blood spilled on this land." Outside, the sky is blue and the clouds are white, a stark contrast to where they stand, as she earnestly asks Jin Lang to fulfill the final wish of this transformed woman. Jin Lang turned to Yeon Nyung, gazing intently before cautiously making a promise. I promised her I wouldn't let innocent blood spill. Back in reality, the complete jade merges, emitting a blinding light. The gem hung between Jin Lang and Yeon Nyung, who stared at it in disbelief before turning to Jin Lang with a complicated expression. Could it be that you kept a promise I don't even remember? It's over. From now on, all the souls trapped within the gem will be free, including her. Soon, they will all enter the cycle of reincarnation. And so, Hoa Song, clutching his wound, approached and called out, the two of them gazing at Jane Lang, promising to meet her in the next life as he sadly bid Yeon his final farewell. As the gem separated, her body gradually dissolved, and the demon's head and tentacles restraining Lang also vanished. As her face faded away, Yeon smiled contentedly, memorizing his features. In the end, only Lang and the orb remained, and he fell to the ground, weakened and unable to move. So Ho rushes over in a panic. Dan Long! Hwasong angrily followed. Damn it, Dian Lang! He struggles to turn to her, entrusting her with his final words. So-Ho, I leave the jade to you. So-Ho stares at him in shock as if realizing something. She bites her lip in anguish, nodding forcefully. Dian Lang's body began to disintegrate, cracks appearing on his face as he entrusted the rest to her. The disintegration reached his face, and Dian Lang turned to dust, scattered by the wind. The three stood silently, staring at the empty patch of ground before them as Hua Zhong looked on in stunned silence. Hey, just quietly look over here. Suddenly, the girl looked up in surprise as the jewel descended. As the girl reached out to catch the flower carriage, he sternly warned her. X, don't touch that dangerous thing. The girl looks at him confused. The radiant golden orb shone like a precious jewel as Soho reached out to catch it, standing amidst the rubble. Zoho resolutely tells Thayan Lang, Rest assured, I will fulfill the task you entrusted to me. In a dilapidated wooden house, a voice suddenly rings out. It seems the goat gang has appeared in the abandoned building. Seeing the scene before her, So hesitated as she heard a voice from inside the Naniac temple. Z wiped the sweat from his face and replied wearily, That's right. It's the first time I've ever cast a teleportation spell on so many people at once. I also used illusion magic to mislead that Jumanian. She looked at the guardian spirit with little optimism, guessing, He'll probably figure out we're hiding in here soon. Hopefully the guardian spirit's power will buy us some time. Why did you bring me here? I need to retrieve my sword. So Chan was surprised to see him like that, calling out to Di Shin. Song Yu replied seriously, saying they needed to think this through. We've already lost too much in this battle due to a lack of preparation. If we lose Lady So-chan's urn, it's game over. Hearing So-ran's name, Jason falls silent, glancing worriedly at Jin before turning to ask Seong Yu. Then, where is my soul jar? She hesitated before answering. Ah, that. Song Yu eyed Jin warily, as if not wanting him to know. She remembers when he was controlled, his cold red eyes in stark contrast to his current harmless appearance, making her somewhat distrustful. But eventually, Zayu had to compromise. Fine. They promised to trust each other, and besides, she didn't have much of a choice. She turns to the guardian spirit, nudging him. Hey, did you hear something? He glares back, causing her to shrink away. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, startling Zong Yu and So-heon into stepping back as a sealed jar flew out. So-chan was stunned as she took the urn containing her ashes, while Zayu watched her silently before finally speaking, drawing Soon's attention. Miss So-cheon, my master once said that the celestial realm promised to grant its power to the Naniac sect to protect humanity on its behalf. After the Great War, Nani lost its true successor, as well as its position as the world's leader, and gradually fell into decline. Zayu calmly recounted the history of the Nanya Temple, and the consequences as humanity descended further into crisis and chaos. Throughout history, humans have fought and warred with each other. Zayu closes her eyes, raising a sensitive and cruel point. If the celestial realm truly wanted to protect Nanya, no, humanity, would they allow this to happen? So Cheon hesitated, looking at her. What do you mean? Xiong Yu replied, I heard that you possess the blood of the gods, or more precisely, you are a demigod, and in the clear blue sky a halo descends, foreshadowing the appearance of a god. She gestures to the urn containing the ashes in So-chan's hand. So, whatever is in this jar, will the two young ladies regain their memories? Mr. Yu looked at her sincerely, pleading. Then please, continue to fight and protect humanity, just as you have been doing. Please. So Troll fell silent, and Jin glanced at her with concern before she spoke firmly. I am human. Her eyes met Song Yu's with composure. She stood there silently with her arms crossed, and after a moment, Song Yu relented, closing his eyes. Okay. She guides Song Yu on how to deal with the seal. Now please focus entirely on the urn. The spell I learned only serves to guide you. Focus on the urn in your hands. Zhang Yu carefully reminds her of what to do. The key is your own will, lady. The stronger it is, the sooner you'll break the seal. The black jar was bound by a thick rope and a talisman, and Mr. Yu turned to Jin for help. Jin, please protect us during this time, as I will be rendered immobile while casting the spell. He solemnly nodded in agreement, and after entrusting him with their safety, she opened her fan, relying on him completely. Master Yu's carriage faces Soyul, reminding her, "Let's begin." Lady Sowul raised her fan, obscuring half her face, and spoke cautiously. "I'll say it again. Everything depends on the young lady's will." With that, Seo Yu closed her fan and pointed it directly at the urn. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted around them, and the urn, as Socho frowned and tightly gripped the urn, while Diaxin squinted against the intense glare. Zeyu gritted his teeth, focusing on channeling power as an unknown force surged into his body. So Tron grimaced, absorbing it, and the light around them intensified, forcing Dia Shin to shield her eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space. "I can sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy. You rats are hiding in there, aren't you?" Di Shin, startled and wary, turned to look around. "Although I don't know how you're concealing your spiritual energy, I'll find you soon enough. Human illusions are not enough to fool me." One side of his face was human, while the other was covered in eyes. Dia frowned, warily eyeing something, then turned back, anxiously watching the two who were still focused on breaking the seal. Soran closed her eyes to focus, when suddenly a voice echoed in her ears. Soran's beautiful face is gradually enveloped in light, a white light that grows stronger and stronger until her whole body seems to fade into the air. In a white space, So-chan suddenly appears, wearing her butterfly dress as she stands still. So-chan looked left and right, her doubts growing. This place. Suddenly she raises her hand and a broken sword appears as if from nowhere. So-chan stares at the dark red stains on the blade, a question forming in her mind. What is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Suddenly it disintegrated into dust and blew away, leaving So-chan staring in shock as the white smoke flowed from her hand to the ground. Before her the smoke grew thicker, and a voice echoed from within. "Long time no see." It coalesced, forming an old man who spoke of the power the border demons craved to devour. "Even though your appearance has changed, your essence remains the same. It's unbelievable that you now wield this power. That means you've successfully broken the soul jar's seal." Her eyes fell to her hand, still dusted with smoke from the sword, as So-chan asked, "That fragment was from the sword you used to stab me. Were you also the one who sealed me away?" He looked at her and readily admitted, "It seems your memories have returned. That's right, I couldn't risk the jar of greed falling into the wrong hands or facing unforeseen complications. To protect the world, I had no choice but to sacrifice your mortal body and seal it away." Words that clearly angered her. So Tron questions the sacrifice, unable to believe it. "You mean everything you've done is for some noble purpose?" He didn't respond, instead rebuking her behavior, telling her to mind her manners. "At least I'm still an elder of Nanya and your teacher." So Tron found that laughable. "You're no longer my teacher. Ew, how could someone so wise and knowledgeable instigate war, angering even the guardian deity?" In the pure white space, only their voices echoed. She recalled the scene of him standing indifferently amidst the corpses of humans and demons, mocking, "You never cared about Nanya, nor did you care about the lives of humans. You're just a puppet of the celestial realm, instigating war to serve their interests." He reprimanded her insolence with a stern gaze. "Not just now, but back then. I told you this was the best choice to maintain order in the world. It's laughable. You, of all people, should be the first to respect and carry out the will of the celestial realm. And yet you dare utter such disrespectful words. No matter what you say, you cannot deny your divine status. Your mission remains unchanged." The words left her speechless, only able to stare at him. She recalls a distant past when Naniac was thriving, and a conversation unfolds in a brightly lit temple. A massacre? Because of the seal? But isn't that seal a secret passed down only to the Naniac sect leaders? Soha listened intently as he explained. "There's no other choice. If I didn't decide this, you wouldn't listen to me." He clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, entrusting her with the task. "This is the mission I'm giving you." Soha wondered, "Why is that my mission?" He declared firmly, "Because you're the only one who can break the seal now. The fate of humanity rests in your hands." A heavy burden placed upon her, she silently gazed at him. She lowered her eyes, contemplating, and suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Soha spoke, "Master, I will go and persuade him first. If I step forward, he will surely yield and stop the indiscriminate killing." He was astonished by her words. She continued, "Then we can all discuss a solution to end this war." Soha's eyes widened, hardly believing what she was hearing. A red sword pierces her abdomen, staining her clothes crimson. Pain washes over her, sweat pouring down her face. She bites back a scream and reaches out to break the blade. Soha recoils, staring in horror at the figure before her. "Master, is that you?" He gripped his sword and coldly declared, "Don't mess things up any further. To maintain the balance of the three realms, sacrificing the mortal bodies of humans is a small price to pay. Rest assured, your sacrifice will not be in vain." Back in reality, Juan raises his hand, and from it emerge eyes and mouths, forming into monsters. They fell to the ground, hideous creatures with sharp teeth, bloodshot eyes, and rough skin. Young Oneon's eyes glowed red as he coldly ordered them to find them. At his command, the grotesque monster scattered, filling the room as young Oneon stood silently, like a wicked god. From within the icy cave, a chilling howl echoes, the wind's mournful cry spreading cold throughout the space, and in the distance a figure hangs suspended by chains. Barbed wire coils tightly around his hands as a voice declares, "It seems the time has come for you to make a choice." "Unfortunately, I can no longer follow you," the seer muttered, her eyes wide. "I kept my promise to you." Jin struggles against the blinding light as the fortune-teller's words seem to implicate him. "Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise." A light erupts as Seon Yu and So-chan pierce the urn with their weapons. The power erupting from the urn throws Seon Yu back and she grits her teeth, struggling to resist as she cries out, "Why is this power hidden within the jar of plunder?" Seeing So-cheon with her eyes closed, as if controlled by some force, she can only scream and call out to So-cheon. In another space, where So-ran was pulled upon connecting with the urn, she met her master from a past life, who gravely said, "I sense a heavy aura of death outside. Has war broken out again? But I never expected your urn to end up in the demon realm." The old man's eyes darkened as he recalled the past, a chaotic battlefield where the corpses of monsters and humans lay scattered. He says that if he's not mistaken, she must have met that sinner by now, as it was their destiny. The old man recounts that this time, however, she no longer has a mortal body for him to use as a tool to strike at his spirit. They recalled the image of him then, as he carried her cold body forward. Her body was covered in blood. She had passed on without even being able to close her eyes in peace. Amidst the devastated landscape, Dong Song appeared, his bloodied sword still in hand, as he silently approached her lifeless body. He knelt beside her, a profound sorrow washing over him as he beheld his beloved's passing. He continued, "After opening the jar for the bones, you will be reborn as a human once more." But the old man's narration continued. "Then before that, take the opportunity to quell the chaos outside." Back in the space where Sotrol faces her past attacker, he continues, "Release the seal on the sinner. Once his power is fully unleashed, he will eliminate all disasters for humanity in your stead." But Sotron flatly refuses. "Don't even think about it." He frowned, confused, saying that her time as a monster had twisted her perception. She didn't respond immediately, pausing to think before the old man added, "You are a god. This is the only thing you can do right now if you want what's best for humanity." Sotron looked up and calmly replied, "I will find a way, without any sacrifice." The old man sighed, his voice hoarse. "That sapling was wrong to try and keep you in this world. If only I had let you be reborn with a clean slate, free of your past life's memories, I wouldn't have to deal with your defiance." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, grabbed her neck with both hands and glared, "If you can't make a choice, then I'll force you to choose." She flailed, desperately trying to brace herself, as the old man coldly stated, "Don't overestimate yourself. You're not qualified to decide the fate of humanity." Just then, outside the formation, a sudden burst of power erupted. A brilliant purple light emitted from the urn, forcefully throwing Yu away from Soeol. Her body slammed to the ground, and Jishin watched everything unfold in horror. Struggling to his feet, Zhang Yu frowned, dazed, and stammered, "An immense power threw me off. Could it be immortal energy, and so Troll's body is still emitting it?" Her face contorted in pain, as if something was tormenting her from within, while the urn in her hand emitted an increasingly violent aura. A piercing screech fills the air. Jin is stunned by the sight, realizing the spirit energy within the urn is transforming. He immediately looked down at his hand, where strange, ancient characters appeared and swirled around. The brand. He grabbed his hand, wincing in pain. Seeing this, Xiu rushed over in a panic, asking worriedly, "What's wrong?" Dia looks down at his hand, then up at the mysterious spiritual energy emanating from the urn in his hand. He realizes that his mark is reacting to this energy. His hand trembled as he felt the invisible force acting upon it, and suddenly the guardian spirit turned its head as if it had noticed something unusual. Shin immediately followed its gaze. From afar, a demon lurks, watching it, a spider-like monstrosity with wide, glaring red eyes. He asked, "Are those spider-like monsters appearing more and more, crawling along the edge of the battlefield? Their small bodies are swelling, growing larger and larger, with more eyes sprouting and their skin stretching grotesquely. It roars hideously as it's blocked by the barrier, the bewildered monster frozen in place. What's blocking me? It's a barrier. I've found them." Seeing it stand motionless for a moment, Xiangyu and Jin held their breath, but the monster's expression turned sly as it discovered how to enter the gap in the barrier. This barrier was still too weak. Its body continues to transform, sprouting more legs and massive arms like stone pillars, its entire form now a colossal, muscular monster. One of its massive legs slams into the ground, shattering the barrier surrounding the area, and it steps into the boundary. Seeing it move deeper, Xiaoyu exclaimed, "The barrier!" The monster's eyes scanned the space, filled with questions. It sees So Cheon holding the urn, its power still gushing out, forming purple mists around her. Then it stares intently at the urn's form. Celestial energy is leaking from the urn, while Jin struggles with his sealed arm. The monster quietly analyzed her actions, thoughts swirling in its mind. "So you hid in here to break the seal?" The monster realized with glee. "That must be what Master Wan is looking for. Seize it and bring it to him." "That's right, we're going to make a great contribution this time." Seong Yu, observing the monster, paused, then stepped forward, declaring, "I'll handle this." She raised her hand, unfurling her familiar fan, and added, tilting her head to Yeze, "We need to buy some time." As she spoke, she swung her fan, creating a powerful gust of wind that tore through the air and summoned holy spirits from the void. The monster paused, wary of the spirits appearing before it, while Jin struggled with his sealed arm and soon grappled with her newfound power. Her face paling, she turned toward the imprisoned So troll in the space connected to Yucho. The old man coldly lifted her, his eyes gleaming with menace as he said, "You can only save humanity the same way as before. It's so simple. Why are you being so stubbornly foolish? What value does that sinner's life even hold?" Meanwhile, Jin struggles against his sealed arm. The old man continued to threaten. "Your so-called destiny is nothing but a fabrication, a means to manipulate the sinner." His hand tightens around So Troll's neck as she struggles weakly. He continues, "What do you cherish about that cursed fate?" Outside, Jae-shin was in a panic, sweat pouring down. The guardian gods of Zongyu all turned to face the monster, but before they could act, it decided to strike first. Flailing its limbs wildly, it creates gusts of power that tear through the air, shattering the illusion before it. The images of the gods shatter and fall like broken glass. The monster spoke, "So you're the human." It suddenly appeared behind her. A strained, fragmented voice echoes, revealing the ability to cast illusions, while Chairman Yu's car remains still, his body drenched in a cold sweat of fear. Meanwhile, in the space connected to Yu Cho, the old man continued his threatening tone, forcing the So Troll to obey, saying, "The weak have no right to choose, so don't resist. Your role in this world has already been decided, so just accept it." She grits her teeth, her voice resolute. "No, this time it's different." He widened his eyes at her words, his voice strained. "What?" she said, slowly reaching down to feel the weapon at her hip. Gripping her familiar needle, she declared, "As you said, I fulfilled my destined role in my past life, but in this life, I am a demon." Before he could react, she abruptly raised her hand, tightened her grip on the needle, and attacked with all her might. "I'm done with you, gods," she yelled. Outside, Dia and the guardian deity suddenly noticed the urn beginning to change, cracks now appearing on its surface. The light pouring out grew stronger and stronger, forcing them to squint. Even the monster and Chong Yu paused to look at the strange phenomenon. In an instant, the urn explodes, unleashing a blinding light that engulfs the entire space. Everyone is blinded, and a terrifying pressure sweeps through, shaking the battlefield. Amidst the deafening explosion, the old man's furious voice echoed through the void. "So, Tron, you dare make such a foolish choice? You will bear the consequences of your decision today." Everyone outside can hear it too. So Tron awakens in reality, her eyes opening amidst the dissipating smoke and dust, revealing her transformed appearance as she thinks, "I no longer prioritize humanity. That also means I'm abandoning my role and responsibility as Nania's successor. But having understood the truth of the events in the past, I can no longer turn a blind eye to the sacrifices of others. She looks up, her face stern, and declares, I will protect those things. She thinks to herself, if I can't stand as Nania's successor, then I'll be the demon, So-chan. So-cheon stood silently, the fading light revealing her figure and the soft glowing wings on her back. In her hand, she clutched a small piece of a sword, squeezing it until it shattered into fragments. She calmly speaks, due to unforeseen circumstances, I cannot be reborn as a human. Jin Zhongyu and the monster stood silently, watching her as she spoke. But that also opens up an opportunity for me to embark on a completely new path. She looked up, raising her hand to gaze at the dust gathered on her palm, and said, if I can't recover all my memories, it also means I'll have to face this situation without any power. Seo Rongyu stood beside her, anxiously asking, so, Lady So-cheon, does this mean you've regained all of your memories? So-chan didn't answer, but glanced at her, a look that made Seong-yu realize something with a start. She says your memories and powers have returned, then hesitates. You'll still fight for humanity, won't you? So-chan turns, her face contemplative as she faces everyone, a frown suggesting inner turmoil. Meanwhile, the monster across from her narrowed its eyes, thinking, what the hell is it? A demon? Or a human? Then it charged at her like lightning. Never mind, just capture her and hand her over to Lord Jung Onion. Jin has already discovered my actions. He immediately roared in anger. You bastards, don't even think about it! Suddenly, something whizzed past Jin's head, and before he could react, he realized it was So-troll. She moved with incredible speed, a sharp needle in her hand, piercing the monster and releasing countless small blue butterflies. Dia stood silently, watching. The monster faltered, managing only a helpless groan as the So-troll landed on her feet. Then the monster disintegrated, its body breaking into small pieces that fell to the ground and vanished into nothingness. She landed next to the stunned Zhong-yu, her voice ringing out, Yui, I'm no longer worthy to be Naniac's successor. She looked directly into Zhong-yu's eyes and continued, but I will definitely keep my promise to you. Zhong-yu sighs in relief and manages a faint smile, while elsewhere, Huan stands in a dilapidated cabin, his face cold and impassive. He looked up at the ceiling as if realizing something, muttering, so, that's where you're hiding. His eyes filled with hatred as he spoke the troll's name. He pictured So-troll in his mind, thinking that the passage to the border only opens to those with qualified celestial blood. After I destroy the human realm, leading the army to conquer the celestial realm will be easier than ever. Jumonian lowered his head, clenching his fist as he continued to think. And she holds the key I need. Back with the Zhong-yu party, she calmly warns everyone that J1's scouts discovered their barrier while the young lady was unconscious, and he'll be here soon, so they need to leave quickly. Suddenly, So-tron spoke in a calm voice. No, we will fight here. Her words caused Zhong-yu to exclaim in surprise. So-tron calmly explains that soul-devouring demons are essentially just masses of accumulated energy, moving and acting unconsciously on command, and the tragedies they cause will look like natural disasters. Plagues, because the perpetrators can't see their true form, like monsters. Her mind flashes to the horrific devastation caused by the soul-devouring demons, houses and streets utterly destroyed, as she coldly speaks of J1. The one controlling the soul-devouring demons is none other than Jum-1. If he dies, the demons will vanish. Hearing this, Seong-yu, a little confused, raised his hand and asked, but miss, you've seen how terrifying his regenerative abilities are? Does he even have a fatal weakness? She explains that his regeneration comes from absorbing countless life essences, and despite his efforts to hide it, he still only has one heart. Raising her hand, clutching the needle, she says, I have a way to destroy his heart. Jin and Zhong-yu stared at her, and then Jin softly asked how he could help, calling her So-cheon. Hearing her name spoken like that, So-chun's eyes flickered for a moment, but she quickly brushed aside the emotion, her face hardening. Outside, a scream pierces the chaotic streets. We've reached the temple, but it seems we're too late. It's Hua Xiong, frantically shouting into his phone as he rushes forward. Hello, is everything still okay over there? On the other end of the line, a dark-skinned man replies tersely, Stable my ass. Before him, a horde of soul-devouring demons clashed with humans wielding combat powers as he anxiously urged Hua Xiong onward. These soul-devouring demons are endless, and they're getting closer to the barrier. If Hua Xiong doesn't do something, it's over. Gritting his teeth in anger, Hua Xiong cursed, yelling into the phone amidst the chaos. We're working on it. Just hold on a little longer, Hua Zheong says. Beside him, Soho clutches the golden orb he just obtained, while behind Soran's group, a loud crash echoes as something lands, creating a cloud of smoke that obscures their vision. Everyone immediately turned on guard. From within the smoke, J1 slowly emerged, his voice a low growl of menace. Got him. He reaches out to grab Zatrol, shouting her name. Sotron cries out, but Juan's hand can't reach her. Instead, faint cracks like a shattered mirror appear. He's shocked, eyes wide, as the illusory fissures around him suddenly burst like breaking ice. Suddenly, Di-Xin lunges from behind, grabbing his legs tightly as he shouts, "Gotcha!" He gripped Juan's thighs tightly, his arms glowing with a bright blue mark as Sotrol leaped from above. With a blue light emanating from the needle in her hand, she closed in at breakneck speed, her eyes narrowing to pinpoint her target. Then, her eyes suddenly glowed a brilliant blue, her sharp gaze fixed on his body. A bizarre cluster of red rays emanates from J1's chest, riddled with tiny cracks, his weakness. Gathering her strength for one final blow, she cries out, "Celestial Pearl!" and swings her needle with all her might. The downward strike was instantly blocked. Juan had summoned his blade just in time. "You," he taunts. "You could see the location of my heart?" Juan then swung his sword with great force, blowing away both the Sotrol and Jin, who was trying to hold him back. He tilted his head, looking at Jin with disdain. "Did you really think I'd let myself be stabbed so easily?" Jin silently watched him, realizing his last move had failed. Juman roared in anger. "Damn it, being reminded of being stabbed makes me think of that rotten criminal," and swung his weapon at Jessen, who was sitting on the ground. But just as the sword touched Jin, it suddenly froze, as if locked in place. Diane frowned, muttering, "What the hell? The sword in his hand won't move at all," he exclaimed in surprise. "Why?" He gritted his teeth, realizing the sword was resisting. Jessen's eyes flashed crimson, as if controlling an unseen force that held the blade at bay. Taiwan stood there, furrowing his brow in confusion, muttering, "The sword I devoured has become a part of me." Then, he thought to himself, "Yet the sword's will resists me to protect him." The blade, poised to pierce Jin's head, halts, and he glares up at Jum Anan with icy eyes. Frowning in confusion, Juman's mind flashed back to distant memories in a desolate canyon where he once angrily asked someone, "Brother, why do you always side with that criminal? Do you not care about me at all?" Sihuep then looked him in the eye and replied coldly, "Juman, you are wholly unqualified. Your cultivation is high, but it serves only your own interests." He continued resolutely, "I have nothing to give to a selfish person like you. Go back." He gritted his teeth in anger, his mind reeling with memories that had never faded. The moment he knelt before the seer, who told him, "You are not worthy to enter the immortal realm." At that moment, Juan knelt as the old woman continued, "You were neither born with nor granted any essence. What hinders you is your overwhelming desire." Those words cut deep into his pride, leaving him speechless as the old woman calmly said, "Until the day you awaken to the immortal path and break through your limits, the Queen Mother will always welcome you to the immortal realm." Back to reality, his face contorted in rage. "You all look down on me. Why, when I am so powerful and perfect?" His eyes fell on the sword in his hand, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "I am more than qualified to become a god." Dionyan, head bowed, lamented the world's injustice, bitterly recalling Deng Zhang, the sword's true master, wondering why everything. He recalled each person he begged, each rejection, thinking, "This sword, and all of them, are on your side." He gritted his teeth, then stared at the sword in his hand, sneering, "You're dead wrong." His eyes darted to Jin's face as he muttered, "I'll show you all." His eyes widened, bloodshot with madness, and he suddenly screamed, "What a terrible mistake you've made!" Below, Jin silently watches him, calmly analyzing the situation. Jumwonnen raises his hand, roaring in anger. "First, I'll show this sword who it should serve, then I'll swallow it whole." He coldly muttered, "Worthless body," and from him sprouted a grotesque mass of flesh. Long tentacles slithered out, eyes sprouted everywhere, and a colossal monster lunged forth, its massive jaws snapping at Jin. Mr. Yu's car and the others stood behind, witnessing the horrifying scene, and she cried out in terror. Jin immediately held out his hand towards the monster, unleashing a powerful blue aura that blasted it away. That action forces it back, accompanied by a fierce screeching sound. Juan watched, eyes wide as his opponent held his ground. Then, looking down, he muttered, "Sinner." Dia raises his hands in defense, a blue energy radiating from them, his eyes bloodshot. Jman doesn't hesitate, continuing to send monsters forward, sneering, "Keep it up if you can." He sneers, "Let's see how long you can hold out." Just then, the guardian deity appears, charging straight into the monsters. The monsters' tentacles are sliced apart by the sword, flashes of light leaving streaks in their wake, as Sotron rushes forward to shield Jin. Butterfly wings spread wide, shielding him like a barrier. The force of the counterattack sent them both flying backward. Shin was taken aback, watching her stand before him, and heard her say, "It seems we've officially met again." Sotron turned back and smiled at him, asking, "What should I call you?" Shin's eyes widened, filled with deep emotion, as he scratched his head and said, "Last time, I was Tro." He continued, "And this time, let me be Jay." Shin looked at Sotron and asked, "And you?" Sotrol's face revealed a clear sense of confusion. Shin waited in silence, her eyes yearning to hear something from her. She looked at him and smiled radiantly, answering softly. Sotron, known by both Shin and Tron, a voice echoes, and they both turn. "So you've both recovered your past life memories. Unexpected." Yanwan stood there, his voice strained with anger. "And yet you still have faith in those gods? How foolish. My initial plan was to manipulate you into starting a border war." He recounted, memories of his past life flooding back. "However, the Celestials seem to have a more terrifying plot in the works. You're just another victim of those gods, and yet you're willing to forgive and trust them?" His words rekindled Jin's memories of when he was still Yongseong. Amidst the rubble of battle, he lay broken and wounded, when a seer in the guise of a celestial approached. Dying on the ground, Dongxiong could only barely open his eyes. He glanced at the figure before him as the seer looked down and said, "I know there are many in the immortal realm who wish to use you to amplify fear and maintain humanity's faith in them." She continued, "But your power also makes them wary. So the ideal solution is to use the shackles already in your bloodline. As long as the lacquer mark is on your hand, you will bear that responsibility for eternity." Her face remained calm as she continued, "As expected, even my power isn't enough to completely seal you." Remembering Soha's lifeless body, she said, "In short, you were born for the sole purpose of maintaining the immortal realm. If the ambitions of either humans or demons hadn't exceeded their limits, you wouldn't have been driven to such madness." The seer paused, then concluded, "I'm sure they'll blame you for this massacre." His memories flooded back. Seeing Soha's lifeless body, his heart shattered, and Yongshong gritted his teeth. "I always suspected it, and now I know. I am the monster of legend." He choked out, "Why was Soha involved? What did she do to deserve any of this?" The fortune teller calmly replies, "That child was also a celestial being born for the sole purpose of being the key to controlling your chains." Meanwhile, she recalls Soha's strong but lonely image when she was alive. She said, "In other words, it's the girl's predetermined fate." He desperately pleaded with the seer, "Erase my soul from this world." She responded, "There's a secret neither you nor the girl knows." She said, "That's—" But the goats cut off his recollection of a past life, returning him to reality, his cold eyes fixed forward. He gritted his teeth, calling out his name in hatred. Jum-1. As the guardian spirit struggled against the monster erupting from Jum-1's shoulder, he gritted out, "What do you mean?" But Huan simply smirked, his eyes filled with contempt as he coldly stated, "I think I need to deal with these annoying flies, starting with this little dog," alluding to the attack the guardian was trying to mount from behind. Duan turned to face Zhang Yu, continuing, "Next is that illusionist," causing her to flinch in alarm. Suddenly, an immense pressure erupts from him, sending both the guardian spirit and Xiang Yu crashing to the ground. In an instant, the monstrous head on his shoulder opens its fanged maw and lunges towards Xiang Yu. Yujin and Sun rushed to help as she called out to Zhong Yuxi, but Huan remained expressionless, continuing to control the monster's advance. Suddenly, an arrow shot from out of nowhere, striking the monster's raised arm and halting it mid-air, giving Mr. Yu's car the chance to escape its targeted position. Just then, Hua Xiong appeared, grabbing her shoulders and anxiously asking, "Are you all right, Guildmaster?" Relieved, she exclaimed, "Dyoka, the arrow just now was Sia's." The girl behind Hua Xiong, bow drawn, called out to Team Jin, "Are you all hurt?" So Cheon nodded. "We're fine." Diaxin sensed movement behind him and turned to see Soha approaching, holding a glowing orb. He suddenly asked, "Who are you?" She offered him the orb, solemnly telling him to take it. Zoaho looked up, holding the shimmering orb in her palm, and said, "This is Duan Lang's celestial jade." Diaxin stared at the object in her hand and asked in surprise, "Why are you giving this to me?" Meanwhile, Jumwan watched everything unfold, calculating his next move as he eyed the flower and muttered, "This works out perfectly." He smirked coldly. "I'll take care of all these flies at once." His eyes swept towards the guardian spirit the little girl Sia was running to. "Are you all right?" Juan coldly continued. "Dealing with you is taking too much of my time, so let's end this quickly." Dia and Soon bit their lips, their faces etched with worry as something strange began to sprout from Jaewon's arm. It writhes and twists as if his body is being distorted, and from him, white branches like tree limbs crack and spread in a bizarre manner. The remaining members were equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as Jin's voice echoed softly. What everyone is witnessing is the form of the immortal who governs the border, now under Jumwon's control. Meanwhile, within the city, soul-devouring demons surge forth, their screams echoing as they destroy homes, casting a pall of ruin over the atmosphere. The moment the ghouls saw people, they swarmed, biting and tearing. People screamed and scattered in terror. The elder, his wrinkled face tight with worry, turned to the other elder and said, "Elder, the situation is growing dire. We can't hold out much longer." His eyes were fixed on the seal, floating in the air, which had begun to burn. He said gravely, "Our seal is at its limit." The elder woman stared intently, her voice laced with worry. At this rate, the demons will break through the barrier soon. Thinking of the seals placed on every building in the city, she knew they had to find another way. If they succeed in entering the human realm, a voice suddenly interjected, the balance between the two worlds will be broken. Even we don't want that to happen. The elder turned sharply, following the sound to its source, only to see the bald man. She asked, "What was that you mumbled?" He stammered, "I didn't say anything, elder." Just then, a clear voice rang out from somewhere. How can your human hearing be so bad at such a young age? There she is. All eyes turned downward to see the tiny Princess Honggaeon riding a strange, goat-like creature. The princess said, "I know you didn't have much time to prepare amidst the chaos of war, but I never imagined you'd have such a shoddy barrier." The elder was startled and cried out, "A demon! When did it get in here?" He steps forward, leaning in to say, "Elder, please step aside so I can deal with this demon." Ignoring everyone's shock, the princess said, "Enough nonsense." Hong smiled confidently and introduced herself. "If I wanted to wage war against you humans, I wouldn't have appeared at a time like this. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hong John, Princess of the Soy Kingdom, and I'm here to lend you humans a hand." The elder's eyes widened in shock. "What? This little brat is going to help us?" The elder quickly placed her hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. "Calm down, Elder Yi." She glanced at the princess, saying, "Let's hear what this little goblin wants," which made the princess fume, thinking to herself, "Little goblin." The princess inhaled deeply and declared, "Forget it. In times like these, I won't quibble with you. Our kingdom has decided to join this great war to restore balance between the human and demon realms." Everyone looked down as Hongon said, "We will support you humans in 2 ways. Then the princess pointed heroically to the sky, saying, "First." Before she could finish, a deafening explosion shook the ground. The 2 elders looked up in shock as an explosion ripped through the horde of ghouls, obliterating several of them. From the smoke, an army riding oxen, boars, and all manner of creatures charged forth, weapons in hand, to attack the monsters. The princess continued, "An army to fight alongside you." The ranks included men, old women, and children, all brandishing weapons as they surged forward, as Hong declared, "Number 2. The 2 elders looked at the princess expectantly as she drew an object from her side and raised it high. It was a weapon engraved with ancient text. Honggon happily declared, "It's a top-tier weapon." Meanwhile, inside the temple, John Onayan and the Jin clan watch as Hua Chong, holding talismans, cries out in shock upon seeing the border guardian. "What is going on? Isn't that the old border guardian? Are they on the same side?" With the eyes burning red, he gripped the spear tightly as Sotron analyzed the situation, realizing Huan could gain power from the beings he devoured. What stands before us may only be a replica of that immortal's body. His eyes burn red with murderous intent, and she continues, "Only by sending Huan to the heavens can his soul be freed." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dia asked to see the orb that Soho possessed. He reached out to touch it, but hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Soho reassured him, "Touch it, it's okay. Jin Lang gave you permission." He looked at her and asked, "Where is Jin Lang?" She stares menacingly at Huan, replying, "Jin Lang is gone." As Yeo Seng bows his head in silence, Soho speaks up. "Jin Lang has one last request. He will lend you his power." He listened silently as she continued, to help him free the innocent souls. Jin quietly pondered something, then slowly reached out to touch the gem in Exho's palm. Meanwhile, a spear flashes through the air and the immortal launches a fierce attack, so Tron and Huazong recoil in fear. With one strike, he caused the temple's dome to explode in a thunderous roar, collapsing everything in a cataclysmic wave of debris. So Troll staggers to his feet, coughing violently. The others are trapped beneath the fallen debris. Before So could give Jin the jade, a large piece of wood fell on her, knocking her unconscious. Jin, still trapped, struggled to push the wood off of himself when he suddenly heard Jamunayan's voice. For a moment I mistook it for the aura of Mr. Neon. He calmly stated that he didn't expect it to be the aura of the perfect Wantianming jade. He approached, wondering aloud what the Western Queen Mother had orchestrated, and commanded the immortal to strike down Jin, who was struggling to his feet. But suddenly, So appeared before Jin, and Huan paused in shock. In a split second, she drew a sharp hairpin to block the spear, which halted just before her face. So Troll's stunned expression was clear, as she, along with Waseo, who had just recovered, angrily shouted at the old immortal, "Not long ago, you gave us a life-saving gift, and now you're suddenly here to take our lives." Did running beyond the border drive him mad? In a rage, he cast his spell, talismans swirling around him, screaming. "Ah, you wretched old man," Huasing calls out. The guild leader, Zhang Yu, swiftly appeared behind him and unleashed her weapon, a fan covered in ancient characters, the hidden Dharma wheel. The two rush forward in unison, launching a coordinated attack, but the immortal quickly raises his glaive to defend. The old master spins his weapon at breakneck speed, reversing the force of the attack. His staff whirls violently, creating tremors that shake the earth. From afar, XA shakily rises next to the guardian spirit as Huachong pants, "How can a simulation be this difficult?" Suddenly, the old master swung his spear at Huazong, and Zheyu immediately shouted a warning to dodge. He reacted quickly, dodging the fatal blow, but the aftershock still blasted the air behind him. The shockwave rips through the earth, leaving Huaxiong aghast, while XA watches from afar, shouting, "Father, one hit is all it takes. That kid's as good as dead if she says another word." No sooner had she spoken than the aftershock of the old immortal's attack carved a deep line into the ground. Elsewhere, the wooden debris is slowly removed as Soeal desperately pulls Jessen from the wreckage. "Hang on," he said. "Let me get you out of this wreckage." She responds in surprise. "What is it?" He looked at her and continued. "The secret you told me before, is it actually the method to unlock my seal?" So Tron paused for a moment, then nodded. "That's right, Dia. Please continue." So Tron continued slowly. "Even I didn't know until later." In a flash, memories flooded back as So Dung Song asked her, puzzled, "The secret passed down through generations of Naniac leaders, you say? Why are you telling me this?" she had asked. "My teacher said you're the only one in the world capable of ending this great war." Dung Seong listened intently as she said, "And it's the only reason I'll help you." He remained silent, his lips pursed as if contemplating something, hearing the rest of her sentence. There was no other reason. Then turning away, she coldly said, "I yield to you, for you bear the responsibility of ending the Great War, but in this life, I will never forgive you for killing my father." Before she could finish, Jin suddenly grabbed her wrist, and Dia whispered, "So Tron, release my power." Just like she did back then, she blurts out, "Before this ruined house," Ji asks, "release my seal." So Tron quickly retorts, "What are you saying? Once I do that, you'll—" He immediately cut her off. "We can't defeat the demon Huan unless I'm at my peak." She knew that. She paused, then hesitantly replied, "But surely there must be another way." "Give me some more time to think," Dia pleaded, recalling her past life. "No, for me, this is the only way. In the past, the fortune teller watched Rongsong, who in his previous life said there was a secret that neither you nor that girl knew." The old woman continued, "If the girl doesn't break your seal, she'll never have a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation, meaning she can never be reborn as a human, let alone become a celestial being." He lay on the ground, weakly asking what the goal was. The fortune teller, still calm, replied, "Your existence would be meaningless without a purpose, wouldn't it? I, your royal mother, will give you a goal and a promise of honor." Thinking of So Troll's past life as So Ha, she continued, "If the girl completes her mission in her next life, I will grant her a life of eternal freedom. In other words, she would be reborn as a complete mortal, free from all constraints. And then you'll just erase my memories like last time. How can I trust a promise if I can't even remember it?" The fortune teller quickly replied, "To show my sincerity, I will not take away your memories this time, so that you can make your own choice in the next life." Dia ends the flashback with the fortune teller's final words, "Do you agree?" He gritted his teeth, staring at So-chan, and said firmly, "This is my only choice, and the only way to protect what we want to protect." So-chan still looked hesitant. "What?" But Jin and Soon were both shocked as they looked back in horror to see Juan standing right in front of the orb. He stood there, eyes fixed on the orb, and in this urgent situation, So-chan cried out. He reached for the orb, but So-chan cried out to stop him. "No, you can't." Just then, the guardian deity suddenly appeared and growled at Jum-won. Then, a blue barrier from the guardian spirit pushes him away from the orb, and X, standing beside the guardian, angrily declares, "We won't let you touch this." Jin and Soon were right behind Juan, ready to strike, but he just glared at the guardian spirit and sneered, "Insects, how dare you defy me?" Suddenly, two demons emerged from the ground, seizing Jin and So-chan. "You just keep repeating useless things." Xia, standing inside the guardian deity's barrier, was also stunned as a spear suddenly flew towards Hwasong's head, forcing him to dodge. Daiwon stepped inside the guardian spirit's shield, complaining, "You repeat useless things. Do you think this weak barrier can stop me?" Xia angrily gripped her bow, demanding he shut up, then fired an arrow straight at Young-won. Seeing the arrow hit him square in the forehead, a look of pure joy spread across La's face. But the next second, as she was about to speak, she stopped short because Jum-won was looking straight at her with genuine pity. And then the monsters rushed toward Xia. He spoke again, his voice mocking and pitiful. The guardian quickly stood before Xia, growling at the monster. The monster suddenly bites the guardian, leaving Xia stunned, and its foot accidentally kicks her leg, making her flinch. Meanwhile, Dia-shin looked at a panting So-tron and said, "Don't hesitate, So-tron." Juan stood before Xia, his demonic arm aimed straight at Xia, who was sitting on the ground. Seeing Xia's situation, Hwachong shouts out in worry, "Snake!" In that moment of distraction, the old immortal attacked, and an enraged Hwachong roared, "Get out of the way!" His eyes flashed with fiery rage, consumed by fury. That wretched old man. Ziyu yells at Hwachong, "Idiot, what are you doing? Charging in like that will—" The old immortal swings his staff, grazing Hwachong's head and leaving a large wound on his shoulder. Then the shattered glass appears as Sun Yu uses illusion magic to help Hwaseong. "This is the last time I'll use it." Hwaseong throws a punch through the old immortal, aiming for Juan, but the blow barely phases him. Hwaseong glares at Juan, who's panting and sweating slightly. Then after a moment of contemplation, he looks at Hwaseong's eye and admits, "That's right, it's this eye. No wonder it felt so familiar." He thinks of the woman, the traitor to the demon realm, who sided with humanity until her last breath. This is her remaining eye. I can't believe what I've been searching for was right in front of me. Hwasong gritted his teeth, and Juan continued, "Now I can perfectly restore and replicate her power." Suddenly blood trickled from his lips. "I have a compliment for you as well." The demon had already bitten off more than half of Hwaseon's lower body, and Wanonean's tone became mocking. "To think a mere mortal could wound me so. You should be proud of this achievement." The demon devoured Hwasong, but he glared back defiantly. "What the hell are you babbling about? If you lay a hand on Jia, you'll regret it." Xia is also being consumed by the demons as she cries out for her father. Seeing the monsters devour those people, he sighed. Well, those troublesome pests are gone. The remaining task is to negotiate with the soul-devouring demons, which, though unpleasant, is a decent source of nourishment, as ravenous ghosts gradually appear, revealing their hunger. He glanced at the gem on the ground and bent down to pick it up. It was time to end this, but then his gaze shifted to Jin and Soon, a bit bewildered as So-troll's fingertips began to bleed, drawing a mark with her own blood. Juan's gaze hardened as a purple mark appeared on Jin's hand, and his eyes turned a murderous red as the demon held him tight. In that perilous moment, Dia cried out, almost heedless of her own safety. So-tron had no time left to hesitate. She knew her weakness made Soon hesitate, but he would inevitably enter a frenzied state. And then he replied, "I know that." So-tron was silent for a few seconds, then tried to persuade him, "Your memories may have been fabricated. Only a fraction of our memories are the same, and it's too little for you to make such a risky choice for me." Jae-shin's eyelids grew heavier and heavier as her words echoed in his ears. "Instead, make the best choice for yourself." He offered a faint smile. Dia-shin stares intently at the kind girl he's always cherished and slowly reveals his feelings. "Even if the here I met in my dreams was a lie, or even if our past lives were false, I don't care." Before Jackson was completely consumed by the monsters, he managed to say, "Because the her before my eyes now is the only truth." Hearing those words, So-chun lowered her head, biting her lip as she made a silent decision. And finally, Jin regained his power, striking through the monsters that bound him. His eyes flashed a fiery red, like a demon incarnate, as he slowly emerged from the horde of monsters. And almost instantly, a blinding light erupted, as if to purge the creatures. Juman froze, unable to react to the situation unfolding before him. The tree monsters were incinerated by the mark on his hand, reduced to dust, and the troll beside him was freed, gently landing on the ground. Behind him, Huachong and the guardian spirit, who had been defeated by the monsters, were also gradually eroded and vanished. The first to be rescued was Sa, and the tide of battle turned, infuriating Jomonean. But his main concern is the jewel lying on the ground, fearing Jin will reclaim it. His monster lunges forward, its ugly maw open to devour the gem. Before it could reach the gem, a foot suddenly appeared, crushing the monster into the ground. Huan looked over in shock to see Jin. Like a changed man, he suddenly appeared behind him, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful blow that sent the bastard flying backward. Huan was sent flying into a nearby house, his body like a sack of garbage thrown through the structure. Dust filled the air as Jin stared coldly at the wreckage with furious, bloodshot eyes. Madame Yu somehow managed to stand, clutching her aching shoulder. Amazed by his power, Jin remained calm and picked up the gem. The gem was theirs, yet. So Troll remained wary, his eyes fixed on Jin's every move. Jin slowly raised the gem to eye level, and then the pale faces, as if screaming violently, suddenly erupted like a storm. They screamed in terror, and Dia recoiled in fear as if their souls were being affected. He grits his teeth, struggling to maintain his sanity against the screams. Those pale faces like tormented spirits. They stretched and strained, putting pressure on Jin, who held them. And then a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than his past life, the monster Dung Song, and the orb suddenly shattered, seeping into his hand. Seeing Jin suddenly groan in pain, So Troll felt strange, but he had no strength to respond, just as another monster lunged forward, mouth agape. It lunges, intent on devouring Jessen whole, a monstrous form whose sheer weight threatens to crush him. When did Jum Anan return to the fight? He silently controlled his body to attack, thinking Jin would give in. But with a mere wave of his hand, the boy tore through the grotesque monsters, and soon his arm pierced right through Jum Wan. His eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to mask his fear with a taunt amidst Jin's relentless assault. "Fool, you couldn't possibly pinpoint my heart." Jin had no intention of finding it, and now the mark on his hand suddenly blazed with light. Dia gritted his teeth, straining as if to pull something out. The sacred sword, thought to be stolen, was retrieved from Jae-won's body. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How could this be? The sword has returned to its master. Jin gripped the hilt, raised it behind his head, and brought it down in a devastating strike on Jae-won. His body was as hard as stone, yet the blade cut through him like mud. A deep gash appeared on the monster's body, from shoulder to waist. But Jin wasn't satisfied, his eyes burning with hatred as he stared at his opponent. The gravely wounded Jae-won groaned in pain, but his rage soon overcame it. The giant demonic hand behind him swatted Jin away, his severe shoulder wound slowly healing. But Huan remained motionless for a moment in shock, then slowly turned to Jin, hissing each word. "You've always stolen what was rightfully mine. No need to hide your trump card any longer." His voice began to change. "I have devoured countless lives." More sharp thorns erupted from his grotesque body. The horrifying transformation shocked Sohan and Seon Yu as half of Jae-won's face morphs into a bark-like surface covered in glaring red eyes. He hissed through his teeth, each word heavy. "No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat us. Defeat me and all of us." Elsewhere, a massive 20-meter monster appears amidst the town's buildings as the Goblin clan cries out in terror, "Elder, over there too!" Hong and the woman beside him were suddenly startled as the Goblin grimly watched the scene, asking hesitantly, "What's going on? Why have our weapons lost their power?" But no one could answer, as dark, augmented monsters suddenly and terrifyingly swarmed in. Witnessing this, everyone was terrified, wondering why the monsters had suddenly become so powerful. Back on the main battlefield, Huan had completely transformed, his head now nothing but a mass of writhing eyes. But Jin remained calm and expressionless. Unlike him, the two girls behind him were intimidated by the enemy's overwhelming power. Jae-won's body has completely transformed into a 23-foot-tall monster, a David and Goliath comparison to his human form. Just when all hope seemed lost, a voice echoed in Jin's mind, offering a path to greater power. The mark on his hand still burned as the voice tempted him, demanding blood essence. Soho lay crushed beneath the rubble as the sinister voice laid out its terms. The sword needed more blood essence to break through. Not only Soho, but also Sia and Hua Sheng are now like fish on a chopping board, which makes the voice even more excited. Go on a killing spree. Then you will be strong enough to defeat the enemy. Jae-shin's eyes suddenly snap open, filled with murderous intent as if he's been swayed by the voice. The sword emits a powerful aura, accompanied by the faint sound of slaughter. He gritted his teeth, gripping the sword hilt as if to control it, but the eerie, spell-like voice whispered in his ear, "Drink blood." Shin clutched his head in pain, still fighting the ravenous desire for fresh blood. Skewer them all. The thing Soeol feared most has come to pass, and she anxiously calls out Jin's name. Dian transforms into his demon form, his tone filled with excitement. Yes, that's it. Do you know how long I've craved to devour your perfect power? Jin, overwhelmed by the force within him, grits his teeth and clutches his head in agony. The crowned eagle was pleased. Is this your ultimate form? He asked with a hint of doubt. You two haven't completely broken free from your shackles. The troll with needles warily eyes him as Huan dislodges the nail on his shoulder. He didn't care if he got an answer because he would find it himself. I will examine you thoroughly before devouring you. Next came the nails in his arms, bursting forth with plumes of smoke. Jumwonayan scoffs at the inferior beings, declaring, "Open your eyes and witness the true value of power." Following Jung Onyan's actions, Seo Ji-heon and Seon Woo were terrified by what they witnessed, while Seong Woo clutched his injured shoulder, muttering in disbelief. Good heavens, what is this? She stares in bewildered shock. Are they all a part of Jungwon's body? Song-yu nearly screamed those last words. Unbelievable. These are all S-class monsters. No wonder she's shocked. Before them stands a horde of grotesque, towering demons with menacing red eyes, and facing them is Jin, kneeling on the ground. The tiny Jin was a mere fourth of their size, as Huan condescendingly laid out the rules. Prove your worth, and I shall reward you. Each monster you defeat will spare the life of one of those pathetic humans. The two girls tensed, warily eyeing the demons, while Chong-yu was stunned by what he heard. What? He boasted triumphantly. These are the strongest demons I've devoured in my conquest of the demon realm. But Jin remains unfazed. He lowered his head, enduring the pain within his body, sweat drenching his face as Jumanian gleefully taunted him. Come on, show me what you've got. Hundreds, thousands of eyes in his head and mouth all turn to look at Jin. Suddenly, he coldly shouts, "Shut up!" Jin looks up at him with disgust. Your narcissistic games are annoying me. Daiwon was stunned by the scolding. Dia raised her sword and unleashed a sweeping strike. In that instant, a fiery red sword light soared towards them. The force was so immense that the temple was destroyed by the aftershock, sending debris crashing down as the demons were torn to pieces and scattered through the air. Jin leaps, dodging obstacles as he heads straight for Huan, who quickly summons more monsters, and a spike shoots from his shoulder as a bird-like monster flies in, seizing him. Taking the opportunity, Dum Hoa slams the ground, creating a purple barrier that spreads across the earth. He looks up to see Jessen, who has dodged the demon and split its head from its body with a single strike, before landing back on the ground. Dia chimes in, You're just a dancing clown. With that little skill, you want to conquer the immortal world? How laughable. Hearing this, Dai-won falls silent, then summons more monsters, feigning praise. Well, I underestimated you. These demons are stronger and more numerous than before. I underestimated you. They roared as they charged toward Jin. He silently gathers his strength, a golden aura enveloping his body. Suddenly, a massive ray of golden light erupts, stretching across the district. The sound of explosions echoed through the area as Zhongyu and Soon stood on the ruined temple of Naniac, watching the battle unfold. She cried out in disbelief. The demons alone were already a nightmare. But Soon remained silent, frowning in thought. Suddenly, Sotron jumped down without hesitation, startling Seong Yu, who called out, Miss Sotron, wait. She looked down, deeply worried. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind her. How annoying. How long was I out? A figure approaches Seong Yu. Surprised, she turned to the voice, exclaiming, Hua Seong! He stood beside her, holding the unconscious So-ho, also gazing into the distance. Hua Seong handed So-ho to Seong Yu, asking her to look after the little fox. She looked at the person in her arms, her tone questioning. The fox didn't explain, but continued with another request. We'll wake up soon and come looking for me, so please make up a believable story to keep her here. In the Xia temple, Xia is unconscious on a pile of broken wood. Upon hearing this, Xiangyu looks at him, confused, and asks, What? She'll come looking for you. Wait, are you saying you're going after them? Looking at her, Huaxiong firmly replied, I must join the battle. I may not be of much help, but at least I won't let that fool fight alone. Hearing this, Xiong Yu angrily retorted, You're the fool. That level of combat is far beyond your capabilities. You'll be of no help at all. Think carefully. The best solution right now is to stay put and use this time to recover your energy. Hua Seon raised an eyebrow, scratching his ear, casually asking what she said, then put his hands on his hips, scratching his head, saying that Sotron had already jumped down without hesitation. If he hid up here, how could he face her? Hua Seon's attitude was resolute and caring when it came to Jin, and that fool was at least half his disciple, even if the student had surpassed the master. How could a senior like him, his master, hide up here? Far off, Yo-sung wields his sword, cutting down monsters left and right. Unable to respond to his sincerity, Xiao turns away, reluctantly ceasing her advice. Honestly, your stubbornness is incurable. You won't listen to anything I say anyway. In the end, she could only voice her concern for Hua Sueng. You've managed to survive this long. I don't want you dying here. He stared at Zhou Yu in surprise as Hua Song chuckled and teased her. What's this? Is the little one worried about me? Could it be that the little one is moved? Zhou Yu, instantly annoyed, points outside and angrily retorts, Just get out of here, will you? Having arrived, Hua Chong turns to his guardian spirit, playfully asking, Is Mr. Raccoon awake now? You want to join the fight too, huh? The guardian spirit immediately responded with a growl. In a flash, Huozong and his guardian leapt out, and he excitedly cheered for battle. Zheong Yu stood still, silently watching him, as flashes of light and loud noises occasionally erupted from the district, and 2 more monsters were destroyed. The sword energy split the monster's head in front of him before continuing to attack the one behind. With a murderous aura, Jin stepped over the bodies, swinging his sword like a madman, a voice echoing in his mind. Go. That voice is seducing Dia to kill indiscriminately, and the sea around him, connected to the sword, is condensing more densely, as if in response. A massive explosion occurs, and a blinding light engulfs the area. The voice goads Jin into a frenzy, urging him to absorb the power of any living thing nearby. He lost his mind and charged forward, driven by the constant voice promising the power to defeat his enemies. Jin cuts down the last demon, revealing Jumwon behind it, and leaps over the monster's remains to get closer. He gripped his sword and struck, but Jumwon suddenly spoke. It seems it's still not enough. He was stunned. After Jumwon's words, another wave of demons emerged, forcing Jin back, shielding himself. And with that, his voice echoed, Welcome the sinner in the most fervent way. This time, the number of demons is 2 or 3 times greater than before, their red eyes stretching endlessly into the darkness, as his cold voice echoes through the space. My loyal subjects, another battle has begun. With a single strike, he bisects the ape demon, but a horde awaits, ready to attack. He swings his sword in a wide arc. A flash of light cuts through the 7 monsters, obliterating them all as Sochan arrives, sweat-drenched and wary, observing the battle. Moments later, Huaxiong and the guardian spirit arrived where she stood. He landed on the rooftop, reluctantly asking, Is that idiot going berserk again? Sochan didn't answer, but held out a hand to stop him. Don't get close. Let me go alone. Bewildered by her actions, Huaxiong questioned her motives as she lowered her eyes to explain. To Zong, or rather Jin, everyone around him is now considered an enemy. Mr. Zong, don't risk approaching him. At worst, you could lose your life. These words only confused him more, as Hua Zhong peppered her with questions. Why did things turn out like this? What did I miss while I was unconscious? So denies it immediately. The root of everything lies in the seal the immortals placed on his body. He repeats, puzzled, A seal? In the distance, Yexin ends another monster's life. Hua Zhong considers him, then asks if she means the strange tattoo on his wrist, so nods in response. After a moment of silence, Hua Zhong asked another question, one that involved the gods. Did that mean the idiot was a bad person? Turning her back to him, she gravely explained, I released his seal, and he won't stop until he's either dead or has fulfilled his mission for those gods. It's my karma, so I must take responsibility for ending it. His words caused him to fall silent as he watched her. Suddenly, Hua Sung guessed that the fool had asked her to break his seal, saying something like, It was the only way to defeat J1. So Chan's eyes widened in surprise as she was read like a book. Speechless, she could only remain silent. He knew that was the answer. Hua Zong suddenly spoke, recounting how many times that fool had sacrificed himself to protect her. Having narrowly escaped death time and again, he remains as stubborn as ever. Meanwhile, Jessen slashes his sword, ending the 3 monsters surrounding him. Meanwhile, he glanced away and continued, "If I were in his place, I would have made the same choice." So was startled and turned to look at him. Master Hua Riong didn't let her speak and advised her, "We're comrades who've faced life and death together. Now is not the time to assign blame, but to join forces and protect our comrades." So Chon stared, processing his words, and her eyes hardened with resolve. Seeing this, Hua Heosong smiled. "Good. Now you have the motivation for a good fight." Immediately he leaps off the roof, brimming with fighting spirit. "Let's go!" Following him, So Troll and her guardian spirit gave chase. Meanwhile, a demon swung his staff at Jin's head, but he dodged it. Jin wearily wipes the sweat from his chin, as Yuman, who has been watching the battle, praises him. Pretty persistent, I'll give them that. But, he arrogantly declares, it only increases the few humans I'll spare. His fighting barely makes a dent in their numbers, as he's still surrounded by too many demons. Suddenly, Hua Seng appears and kicks one of the monsters. He loudly proclaims, "Your grandpa's here. Line up and you'll all get your turn." Landing on the ground, he stares in disbelief. It didn't even flinch after that kick? Hua Zhong quickly turned to Jin, asking with concern if he was all right, the last word disappearing in the blinding golden light of Jin's attack as Hua Zhong swiftly leaned back to dodge. He fell to the ground, staring at him in horror as the demons behind him were cleaved in two by a single strike. Hua Chong looks at them, then back at Jessen, desperately joking, "Please tell me that was you saving me." "But does he even have any reason left?" Dia raised her sword, continuing her attack. He's terrified, thinking this is a death sentence for that guy. "Mai Tse." So Chan rushes over, raising her hands to block Jin's sword arm, pleading with him with a worried look. "Don't do it. Don't swing the sword the way they want you to." Dia stands quietly, not moving. But that voice echoed in his mind once more. "Strike. Impale anyone who dares to stand in your way." His eyes glowed red with madness. "Dare to stand in my way?" Dia, consumed by the voice, pressed down harder, causing Soya to scream in terror, begging him to wake up. Sensing danger, Hwasong quickly rises, but Jin, deaf to her pleas, relentlessly attacks, making it difficult for her to defend. So Troll doesn't give up and calls out again, "Jin, please." His eyes remained red, a clear sign of his loss of control, when suddenly the ring on So Troll's hand emitted a faint blue light. Jin suddenly stops and Jin Lang's figure appears behind him. Finally, an opportunity. The ring's power is affecting him. Dia remained still for a moment, then suddenly withdrew his hand, looking surprisingly aged. He was holding his head, and when she saw this, she tried to call out to Dean. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as the eerie sounds vanished. How? In disbelief, he turns to see a figure that shouldn't be here. Dai Wan, who expresses his displeasure at the scene. "Get out of the way," he contemptuously commands the monsters to attack. "These meddling fools are becoming more and more of a nuisance." Hua Chong cursed in disbelief at the sight. More are coming. Suddenly the ground rumbles and the three look down in confusion, the monsters halting in their tracks. Dai Wan was suspicious, every eye warily looking around as massive roots burst from the ground. The monsters are ambushed by the roots, falling haphazardly. Hua Zie, struggling to keep her balance, yells, "What now?" So Troll frantically looks around as roots destroy the modern houses. Finally, the commotion subsides, and the So Troll stares in terror at a towering tree that blots out the sky. She reels in disbelief, wondering if this ancient tree is the cause of Di Xin's sudden pain, as she clutches her chest. Jin Lang stood beside him, smiling. "I'm glad you stopped. I was wondering how to communicate with you, but fate had So Troll inadvertently activate the ring." Jin regained his composure, understanding with a glance. "Was it you, Jin Lang, who helped me get rid of those strange noises?" "Oh, wait a minute. Why were you hiding inside the jade?" Jin Lang asked, looking straight ahead as he explained. "It was the only way to save Yan Niang and help you. I made the same choice you did." Hearing this, he fell silent as Dian Lang continued his narration. "Long ago, the Queen Mother of the West came to me with an offer to help me overcome the mistakes I made trying to break through my cultivation bottleneck. Though I sensed I was walking into the Immortals' trap and would become increasingly inferior to them." The image of the fortune teller flashed through his mind as Jin Lang continued to recount the origins of the powerful Jade Orb. "But I couldn't resist the allure of the celestial realm and agreed to craft immortal weapons for them. It wasn't until I met Ion Neong and stole her soul that I finally awoke." He recalls a mysterious youth and mentions the celestial realm, speaking of the gods. Since gods are forbidden from directly interfering in human affairs, they must use intermediaries like him, like us. In the past, Jin Lang gave the ring to So Troll, he said with a hint of self-mockery, the result being that we cause even more people around us to get involved. As Jin Lang speaks, Jin recalls the fortune-teller examining his hand, and more memories flood his mind. The director embracing him as a child, her murder by a demon, young Jay trembling with fear, and the director gently caressing his face one last time. Jin hangs his head, muttering in anguish. So, in the end, everyone is affected by the mark on his hand. But then, Jin Lang smiled faintly at Pooh Quiet. Actually, that's not quite right. Though angered by the manipulation, I seized my destiny. And you can't believe your bond with Soon was their doing, can you? These words awaken him, and the ram stares in stunned disbelief as Jin Lang earnestly summons his power. He raised both hands, gathering power into a brilliant golden sphere, streams of light swirling and merging within it. Jin Lang muses. There are enough souls in that gem to empower your entire army. Jin looks at him, puzzled. An army? I only have a few companions? With a slight chuckle, he asked, Really? Then Jin Lang suggested he look behind him. Jin turns to see a figure emerge from the trees, announcing someone has come looking for him. Huacho was stunned, uttering in disbelief, You're still alive? She utters the name of the person who has arrived, Gomok. He stood perfectly still on the massive tree root, silently gazing back at them all. Seeing this, Long Chen was doubtful. Is this also part of the Queen Mother of the West's plan? Sensing something, he lowered his head, carefully feeling it. A lone golden light shone on his chest, and Diaxin embraced it, apologetically saying, I'm sorry. A flickering light emanates from him as Dia sincerely apologizes and pleads for help, telling the souls buried in cold graves, tormented by vengeance, that they need wait no longer. The moment of decision has arrived. Don your armor and appear before him. As more and more orbs of light emerge and float into the air. As he finished speaking, mighty demons suddenly emerged from the roots of the trees, their eyes gleaming with a sharp gold, unlike the eerie red of J1's side. The battle lines are drawn. On one side, the newly awakened yellow-eyed monsters, and on the other, J1's red-eyed horde. With each powerful step, the stone path cracks beneath their feet. Both sides are ready, each possessing terrifying combat strength. They lunged at each other, tearing and ripping in a chaotic battle, as Daishin charged through any demons in his path. He glared at the figure before him. One spoke, Well done, Queen Mother of the West. Your scheme has exceeded my expectations. I sense something is wrong. Hua Riong and So Tron intervened, but Daishin John scoffed. Don't think you can play me so easily, not until I devour all you festering gods. Dia rushes forward, sword in hand, the mark on his hand glowing purple. Huan raises his fist, declaring, It's time for me to rule the three realms. The two sides charge, and a fierce battle is about to begin, while elsewhere the silver-haired elder unleashes his weapon, decimating the hungry ghosts. The weapon's power made him marvel, unable to believe that weapons made by dwarves could be so useful. Elsewhere, a loud shout rang out. Fire! Cannons flashed, blasting into the ghouls. Hong shouts with authority to those behind her. Good, our firepower is enough to stop them. Everyone, focus. We must hold this final line. A worried voice then says, Princess, we can't win a war of attrition against the ghouls. If this keeps up, we'll be at an even greater disadvantage. Hongdian couldn't accept that. Was there really no other way? But all hope may not be lost. Looming over the district is a mysterious giant tree, shrouded in mist and radiating a strange energy. One man speaks, Old man, have you seen the ancient tree that suddenly appeared? Its aura is familiar, and I have a feeling it's a good omen for our side. The old man asked the other person on the phone in confusion. Did I hear you right? Chairman, with benevolence and power we must join forces, he replied. I'm sure the elder has seen the giant tree rising from the earth, right? An entire army of monsters appeared with it, and now they're battling Jumwon's subordinates. She continued worriedly as Sue eavesdropped from behind. I just learned that a nine-tailed fox was behind all of this. I witnessed it myself, so you can trust me, elder. The old man on the other end of the line listened intently. Please inform the remaining members of the Huasun to cease engaging the ghouls, gather together, and prepare to unleash the power of benevolence towards Jin, who is fighting Huan. He throws a punch. Jin dodges and slashes at Jumwon with his sword, creating sparks. The slash cut through the wall behind him, but not Jumwon's arm, the neighborhood now bearing countless scars of battle. Dai-Won scoffs, unimpressed, but Daya's rage ignites, her eyes burning red, smoke billowing from her nostrils. Dai-Won raised his fist and continued, Then don't even dream of beating me. And the two clashed once more. Jin is sent flying, his body crashing through buildings, while Dia Xin lies in the rubble, crying out in pain. Daiwan sneers, saying that in his past life he was unmatched, but in this life, his power is limited by his weak, mortal body. How could he ever compare? A lifetime spent honing his physical form, was it? He glared at Jin with his countless eyes. Suddenly, Jong Oneon is slashed through the side, and he looks down at the wound in shock. Jin rises, retorting, "All this training talk. What right does a lifetime thief of strength have to speak? Instead of blathering, fight." Before he could finish, Huan threw a punch, slamming into Jin's stomach and lifting him into the air. He cried out in pain. Huan says, "I really hate your eyes." He slams Jin's head into the ground with such force that the earth cracks. He released Jin, who was now unconscious, and continued, "Before I devour you, I must pluck them out." With that, he pressed 2 fingers into Jin's eyes, but just as he was about to lose them, Huazong appeared, radiating fury. He screams, eyes full of rage, and drops the shoe. That wretch. Huacheng throws a punch at Jumonean with all his might, but it's like a mosquito bite to him. Instead, Huacheng's fingers break and turn red with pain. On Jumonen's side, Jin's earlier wound hadn't fully healed, and Soon seized the opportunity, plunging her weapon with its blue light into the wound. Blindsided, Jumonen looked down and exclaimed, "You!" Soon's eyes glowed with a fierce light as she plunged her weapon deeper. So Tron thought to herself, unwavering, "Just a little more." The sharp light from her weapon was piercing something red with many branches, looking like Jumwon's heart. He cried out, reaching for the audacious So-Tron. The guardian spirit lunges, clamping its jaws on the arm to restrain it. He glances at the one who interrupted him, Soon, who continues to drive her weapon into him. Hang in there, almost there. Jumweiner's other hand comes down in a fist, aiming to strike So-Tron. With a roar, Huacheng charged forward, bracing against the fist with all his might. But he couldn't hold out for long. His arm was pushed to its limit, tearing open wounds from within. Huazong throws off Jumwan's hand, crying out in pain as the force sends him crashing down, while So-Chan and his guardian spirit struggle to hold on. He screamed as he sent him flying, and So-Chan's green light blazed. So-Chan cries out in dismay, wondering why the distance is only growing. The light hasn't reached Jaewon's heart, and it's only getting farther away. The heart had moved up to his head, so Chan was shocked. "His heart can move?" Young threatens. "It seems you still don't know your place." "Don't worry, once you're no longer useful, I'll grant you death." So, Troll is disappointed the plan failed, but he continues, "If I let you run wild, you'll become a danger to me." With no other choice, he'll start by cutting off her limbs. Zhongwan strikes at So-Chan, who closes her eyes, expecting the end, but nothing happens. So, Tron opened her eyes to a frustrated curse. As fate would have it, Hwaseon had jumped in to shield her. She cries out in worry, "Brother Daoka." Hwaseon struggles to say, "In the end, I'm saving a life again." A panicked Soon looks back to see Jumwon's arm behind Hwaseon. He's taken the full force of the attack. Blood splatters before his eyes. Hwaseon's face darkens as he coughs up blood. He collapses, and Jin wakes up, stunned by the sight before him. A piercing scream echoes, "No!" Hwaseong was severely injured and lay motionless on the ground as Jin stared blankly at his friend. After a moment, Jumwon speaks, "I will curse this land to its very core." The monster's chaotic battle is far from over. As he spoke, he grasped the guardian deity's head, ensuring that no life would ever exist again, then lifted him high as So-Tron cried out in horror, "No." Unable to contain his rage, Zixin grabbed his sword and charged forward. Dian wonders, "You're still resisting? Then show me your true form." He then throws the guardian spirit to the ground as Jin screams and continues his assault on Huan. He parries the blows with his hand, taunting him, "More rage, more." "Unleash your true power." Jin continues to swing his sword, each strike fueled by pure rage. So Troll says worriedly, "Jin, Hoseon is still lying motionless on the ground beside you." A memory surfaces and Hoseon curses. He complained, "Don't just pawn off taking care of this kid on me just because you're the president." A small hand then grabbed his. That little girl was none other than young Seon. Seon looked down puzzled and asked, "What are you doing?" Huazong shakes her hand off, saying, "Is this kid being rejected?" X sulks, looking at Huazong. "You're just awkward and don't know what to do." Huazong seems annoyed. He takes the girl into town. The women gush over her, saying his daughter is so adorable, while another clicks her tongue, wondering if he's raising her as a single dad. Huasong denies it helplessly. Memories drift by, like the time Laia gazed longingly at an ice cream shop. So Hoa-sung would buy her ice cream, or they would bicker, like the time Sia had to cook and wake Hwa-sung, who was always lazing in bed. Sia grew up alongside Hwa-sung. They fought like cats and dogs. Back in reality, Za has now awoken. She wondered why she was suddenly dreaming about the old days, then turned to see Mr. Yu standing nearby. The girl wondered why Chairman Yu was standing with his back to her. Mr. Yu looks distraught as she recalls Hua Chong's words, and that fool is, more or less, half my disciple. I'm his senior, his master. How could I hide up here? By the way, I was planning on using the secret technique of brute force and kindness. Song Yu wondered, huh, what do you mean? You mean that secret technique you used to teach everyone back in the day? If I remember correctly, it was just a type of spatial barrier, not an offensive technique. Hua Yong responds, more precisely, that secret art was passed down by my master. She said the power of the benevolent heart strike is proportional to the purity of the one who wields it. The purer the heart, the stronger it becomes. Back then, she faced J1 alone, and the technique wasn't very effective. Hua Seon explained, remember that fierce battle? Ziyu listened intently. And now we have you and all the members of Hwaseon. And above all, we have a trump card. He says, it's that girl, the one who possesses a power I never imagined could exist in this world. Shang Yu praises, it's been a long time since I've seen you so serious. Hua Zhong replies, it's more like the first time, after years of blindly pursuing revenge. But when faced with him, I realized I lacked the courage and strength to fight. Watching Jin battle the demons, Hwaseon continued, I've chosen to entrust my faith to this boy, who possesses strength and courage greater than my own. Zongyu says helplessly, honestly, you're too stubborn to be reasoned with. You've made it this far, I don't want you to die here. Memories swirling, Zongyu Xia's voice cuts through, pulling her back to reality. President, where's Jock Ha? Where is everyone? Seeing her awake, Zongyu exclaimed, CA, she proposed that with your power we could cast a secret spell together. Meanwhile, Jin furiously attacks Huan with his sword as X looks on, confused. The sword pierces his chest, and Huan is shocked, the sensation unlike before. Blood flows from his wound as he asks, is this your true rage? Dia remains silent, seemingly consumed by anger. Daiwon continues, but you're taking it out on the wrong person. Your blade shouldn't be pointed at me. Jin is losing control, hearing voices in his head. Kill him, drink his blood. So Chan watches anxiously. Game 1 is persuading him. Be enlightened. I'm not your enemy. You and I are the same. We are all victims of those who always act superior. At this moment, Eungyang smirks as he watches us tear each other apart, reaching out to embrace Jin. So Chan frantically calls out to Jin, realizing something is terribly wrong. His hands grasp Jin, and he tempts him. If you crave blood so much, I will grant it to you. Use my power to open your eyes. Jin sinks deeper into him as Huan continues. For years, we've been pawns on their chessboard. If we can't find a way to overturn it, we'll forever be puppets for them to manipulate. Jin is now in another space, his mind plagued by the repeating voices urging him to act, to drink blood. Huan's voice echoes. Are you content to live an eternity as a pawn? Do you feel no resentment? The others he speaks of refers to the fortune teller. Game 1 continues to tempt him, take my hand and I'll grant you the power to destroy everything. A light flashes and Dia begins to transform as a figure emerges from Huan's body. He exclaims, my brother. Dengshang flew out as Jin transformed into his past life's form. The newly awakened Dengshang roared, standing tall under Game 1's surprised gaze. He says with satisfaction, good, now we will conquer the immortal realm together. The demons stop fighting, and Dengzong snaps, who do you think you are to order me around? Game 1 is surprised as Dengzong continues. The sword in your hand burns with fire, however. Conquering the immortal realm isn't a bad idea. You will pay for the blood debt you owe me with your blood, with Deng's power. Before he could finish, a voice rang out, what are you doing? The foolish Soon steps forward, saying, you said you wouldn't dwell on the past, that the present is what matters most. So Chan shouts, come back to your senses. Yangjin, Sochan, and Deng Zeon face each other in a tense standoff as Deng Zeon expresses his resolve. I can no longer allow those gods to manipulate and exploit us. Our destinies are ours to decide. But she disagreed, offering a helpless warning. You're repeating your past mistakes. Don't you realize Jumwon is manipulating you? Dui hums in agreement, feigning innocence, claiming he's offering an opportunity, even promising to spare his life if he swears loyalty. Round-eyed, he turns to glare, warning him not to interfere, but before he can finish, he's interrupted. It seems you haven't grasped your current situation. From now on, you'll do as I wish. Dongxiang is taken aback by Zheng Wan's request as he continues to probe him. What is it? His eyes were wild, his words manipulative. Your current form was created from my essence. You've seen those monsters, haven't you? You've become a part of me just like them. As he finishes speaking, and with no other choice but to obey, Rongsong lunges forward, grabbing So-Troll by the neck, catching her off guard. The sudden attack makes it difficult for her to resist. Dongxiang struggled, gritting his teeth as he spoke with difficulty. Huan trembled as the man behind him extinguished all hope. It's useless. Once you've absorbed my essence, you can't resist. Juman smugly threatens him, eyeing the ancient battle armor. Even your legion will become puppets for me to control. A blue light appears, and he stares in stunned disbelief as the ancient battle armor emanates a different kind of energy. Turning around, he senses something amiss. Where is this energy coming from? The soul-devouring demon's eyes glowed red as their energy began to shift. It seemed the others were casting a spell, focusing on controlling that energy. Jiangam frowned, somewhat doubtful of this method. Is the chairman's gamble really worth it? Following that fool's orders will get us all killed. The old man interrupts him, telling him to be quiet and focus on the ritual. Everyone is exhausted. Hong turns and shouts, "All troops, support the humans while they focus on casting their secret art." The old man beside her anxiously announced that something was wrong, that the secret art they were using seemed to be affecting them directly, but Hong insisted they endure it. Inside the house, a massive energy emerges, illuminating the area as Zia unleashes her power alone. She closes her eyes, focusing intently. Mr. Yu looks at her with pride, saying she's something else. Energy surrounds her as she gives it her all. An energy that spreads, threatening to light up the silent neighborhood. J1 finally senses something is wrong, lamenting that the pressure is mounting. He glances to the side, his voice low, wondering who is behind this. So, Troll is still being choked, and though in pain she can't resist. Dung X is still trying to break free from J1's control. Gritting his teeth, he fought against So-Troll, straining to speak, begging him to wake up. Dongxian suddenly realized something, pausing for a moment. His sword remained ablaze and full of power. In her daze, she hears a reassuring voice. Don't worry, I'm perfectly lucid. So-Troll opens her eyes, confused by his words. Huasian is behind her, his body riddled with wounds, blood flowing freely. He slowly raised his head, his face smeared with blood, his eyes shining with determination. He encouraged them. They were fighting side by side. Dongseon is stunned by Huaseon's words as he struggles to say, "I'm fighting for you." Daiwon is shocked that Huaseong is still moving. He's not dead yet. He sees Huaseon slumped on the ground and realizes, "You're using the last of your demonic eye's power to prolong your life?" Suddenly, Dongseon attacks, swinging a long sword at Huan. He was surprised by the attack. "You, Hua Soeng, haven't fully recovered your strength. Your body is completely broken." He suddenly says, after much deliberation, "I will teach you a spell." Perhaps Jin has regained his will. Hua Xiong explains that this incantation casts a barrier called the benevolent power, which eliminates evil with the power of righteousness in the human heart. Any demons within will suffer immense pressure, weakening their power. His eyes were weary, yet full of hope, as he looked to him as his last chance. So he urged him to wield his power as a human. As Jin finished speaking, he began chanting the spell, "O Mamobai Lo Chan Arshin." Seeing this, Huasong anxiously shouted, even spitting up blood, "Chant after me." He continues chanting Omabayana, and the look in the man's eyes has changed. He turned forward, chanting along with Jin, "Om Amobayana." Juman was stunned by the immense power, speechless and gaping. Hua chanted louder and louder, and Jin's mask began to crack. Attacking, he chanted Mahamula and swung his crimson sword. The cracks in his dragon-scale armor shattered in sync with his speed. Manipazola! His sword slashed across Jumwon's torso, as Hua Zun, nearing the completion of his spell, began to whisper. Jaba finally runs out of energy and closes his eyes. Baba Baluda. Jin has successfully reclaimed himself, trying his best to complete the mission. At the same time, he continued to attack Wan Babaluda, and Jin succeeded in overcoming himself. Having regained his true self after striking Jumwon, Jin relentlessly attacks, leaving him defenseless. He tries to retaliate, but he's no match for Jin's speed. Jin battles the giant Duan, but the advantage is clear. He could only freeze before Jin's attacks, each strike cutting so deep it could pierce his tough armor. He was in pain, but he refused to yield. Don't even dream of it. Huan's head is severed from his body, his eyes darting erratically, yet still defiant. Before my heart could finish speaking, a streak of light like an arrow flew toward him. It was So-Troll using her sharp needle to strike his center and destroy him. Her eyes changed, a flash of determination in this final blow. The Sotroll aimed for the center of his head, cracks spreading from the point of impact across his face. The cracks spread further and further, covering his entire head, and with that final strike, he screamed in agony. His body began to turn to ash, with crimson lines appearing like fresh blood, before shattering and collapsing before Sunan Jin. Her eyes still shone with an ocean-like blue, her face serious and focused. Jae-won's body was now like lifeless stone, shattered into pieces scattered everywhere, especially his face, where the largest eye was pierced and deeply dented. Having destroyed him with her own hands, So gradually withdrew her divine power, breathing heavily after putting everything into that last attack. Meanwhile, Jin, possessed by Dongxiang, breathed heavily. But then, as if jolted by something, his fiery red eyes faded, returning to their usual gentle blue. He seemed stunned, as if realizing something. And even so, noticing his serious expression, anxiously called out his name. Then, remembering something important, they both turned to look in the same direction, where Duyok-ha was met with a shocking sight. Duyok-ha, now riddled with wounds, sits silently in the distance, head bowed as if exhaustion has him on the verge of sleep. His eyes are hollow, devoid of light, his body soaked in blood, a testament to the battle he just fought. Jin was stunned by the sight, barely able to call out the other's name. Seeing the dust rising, Oka's heart clenched, and he cried out in anguish, "Please, no." Even So-John was choked up by the sight, but dared not cry out, only tearfully gazing at Hwa-seong. Jin completely collapsed, kneeling before the boy's already stiff body, his heart pierced by 100 wounds, screaming in despair, "Wake up." Helplessness and grief washed over him, and tears streamed down his face as he cried out in anguish. But then, amidst the ashes, a faint voice arose. He couldn't simply leave like this. As long as the celestial realm remains, Sotroll quickly realizes. She froze, turning her head to see Jum-Onion, who should have been destroyed long ago. Though his body was ruined, he still managed to speak. Yes, if all of humanity perished, the power and faith of the immortal world would collapse. Immediately, his entire body glowed red from the cracks on his charred body, and she, utterly shocked, cried out to Jin. "Jin, look. The light from Huan's cracks is pouring out, like the threads of life bringing more disaster to the world. It's not over yet." Each thread of life burst forth from his body, scattering seeds of disaster, and demonic creatures instantly swarmed the land. Strands of life attached themselves to the monsters' backs, then spread across the horizon like a volcanic eruption. They merged together, forming a colossal monster brimming with demonic energy, shocking those outside the barrier. An old man, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of fear and hastily asked the person beside him, "Elder, what is happening? Please tell me this is a side effect of benevolent power." The elder, witnessing such a bizarre scene for the first time, couldn't help but break out in a sweat. "I'm not sure either, but..." He looked at the monsters, constantly evolving into grotesque forms, and felt a growing unease. "I have a bad feeling about this." And just like that, the monsters began appearing everywhere, bringing with them terrifying destruction, engulfing everything in smoke and flames. Jin watches the monsters destroy the city in the distance, unable to understand why. Jum-won is dead, isn't he?" Suddenly, a familiar voice confirmed his words. Jum-won was truly gone. They quickly glanced over to see Gomok standing there. Gomok. He simply explained to the two of them that his physical body was destroyed, causing the energy from the imprisoned souls within to scatter in search of new hosts. These monsters are now filled with resentment and hatred, and their bodies glow as if overloaded with energy. Those weak bodies can't contain the energy, so they'll all self-destruct sooner or later. Words that immediately caught So-hyun's attention. Self-destruct. His eyes, sensing her fear, gleamed with a cold, sharp gold. He then described the devastating aftermath in Jin's familiar neighborhood, explaining that if that power were to explode, the entire Naniac district would be flattened. But he emphasized the self-destruction's devastating power would spread throughout the city, with even worse aftershocks. Hearing this, he asked, "Worse than that? Then how do we stop it?" But even Gomok himself was helpless. "It's hopeless." He coldly stated the reason for Jomunayan's deep-seated grudge. Jomunayan wanted to lead an army to attack the immortal realm after conquering the human realm, but his life's work has ended here. The troll listened intently to his every word, the number of souls he'd collected over time countless. Now that he's dead, it's inevitable that those lingering souls will be out of control. Then, as if realizing something, he frowns. She immediately posed a question that made Gomok's eyes widen in surprise. What if I opened a path to the immortal realm and led them there? If you can send them to the immortal realm, you could reduce the damage to the mortal realm, but this would threaten the very existence of the immortal realm. Can you bear the consequences alone? So what did he mean by that? But she had no intention of explaining it to him. I'm out of time. She knows time is running out, especially with the endless spawning of those vengeful spirits. Juan's remnants could self-destruct at any moment. Everyone here, and most of humanity, will be buried with them. Outside the barrier, the situation is incredibly tense, and everyone looks to their elder. Elder, what do we do? Dia asks, sensing the urgency and turning to her. But she has a way to open the immortal path? Immediately, Dinlang's image and his familiar warm voice flashed through his mind. There is a way. Use the ring I gave you. He realized there was a way to open the immortal path and muttered, the ring. His mind began to clear. That's right. The item the Queen Mother of the West entrusted to So Tron through him was this. Meanwhile, she stared blankly at the jade ring on her hand as Yeon Lang, through Jae-sin's mind, continued to guide him on how to activate it. Combine it with the celestial energy within the Heaven's Mandate Jade. Once perfect celestial energy appears, you'll be able to open the path to immortality. Seeing an opportunity, he grabbed Sotron's shoulders and said, combine her ring with Jinlang's heavenly jade within me, and together we'll open the path to immortality, leading the monsters to the immortal realm. But her eyes remained fixed on the boy before her, a sad understanding dawning in them. But knowing it's the only way, she accepts his solution, agreeing to open the gates to immortality together. Only Gomok, standing far away, understood the consequences of this decision, but remained silent. Even with her agreement, Jin couldn't help but ask about her feelings. Hey, after you open the path to immortality, will you be okay? A fleeting sadness flickered in her eyes, but she hid her feelings and smiled brightly at the boy before her. I'll be fine. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from the void, warning, what do you think you're doing? In a space filled with smoke and fire, that voice startled them both. Opening the path to immortality would surely bring disaster to the celestial realm. Dia also recognized the voice and broke into a cold sweat, realizing it was her, speaking from another dimension, desperately trying to stop them and warn them of the devastating consequences of their actions. Besides, the immortal realm never wanted the human and demon realms to descend into such a devastating war. Furthermore, what you're planning goes against the immortal realm's tenets and will. Sotron understood every word she said, and her face grew even darker as she fell silent. Especially someone like you, Sojan, who carries the will of the immortal realm. If you defy that will, you will be erased forever, with no chance of reincarnation. What? She sighed softly. Having steeled herself for this, she was about to speak. But before she could speak, Jin angrily rushed towards her, grabbing her shoulders and questioning her. Sotron, did she foresee the consequences? He couldn't accept this, shouting in protest. There had to be another way. But Sotron knew there was no other way, and willingly accepted her next action, offering only a gentle smile of reassurance. Please, let me do this. Looking at Z's body in the distance, who sacrificed himself for the battle, her warm voice continued. This place is what Doha dedicated his life to protecting. She also thought of those outside the barrier, tirelessly fighting to protect the city where everyone lived. We've all done our part to protect it. Despite his shocked and unwilling gaze, she calmly announced her decision. This moment, standing here together, is proof enough. Finally, we've regained the power to decide our own fate. Dia, not wanting to lose her again, painfully pleads, let me do it for you. But she immediately cut him off. Knowing how stubborn he was, she gently closed her eyes and patiently explained. I'm no longer human anyway. I shouldn't have existed in this world to begin with. Her following words shook him to his core, like her final will and testament. Dear, she whispered, her eyes filled with sorrow and loneliness. In the future, you must live for both of us. You have to live for me too, you hear? Before he could respond, Sochan embraced him tightly, as if it were their final, loving embrace. Knowing Jae-shin is now filled with fear and loss, and understanding his heartbreaking pain, she patiently coaxes him, don't worry. She paused, her eyes filled with longing, as if wishing time would slow down, so she would have no regrets. I promise, in the next life. As she spoke her final words, the jade ring on her hand glowed, activating the gateway to the immortal realm. I will find you. Now tears streamed silently down Jin's face. He listened to her every word, his pain fading into grim acceptance as he closed his eyes, losing his love once more. Okay, he bids her farewell, a promise of a future reunion hanging in the air. I'll wait, he said, and with that, a brilliant light shone everywhere. So Troll, bathed in the light of immortality, began to transform into his celestial form, while the demons outside screamed in agony as they were obliterated by the radiant light. Even those outside the barrier were blown away by the explosion, and the others suppressing the monsters were blinded by the light. The giant monster and its grotesque minions vanished into nothingness along with the path to the immortal realm, which was utterly destroyed. Sia stares in shock at the space before her, her breath heavy and trembling. Beside her, Seol Yu is stunned as she watches the young master collapse before her, his body stained with blood. X rushes forward, weeping, to touch him, while Zeon Yu can only bow his head in sorrow and regret. Nearby, So stood silently, observing the scene with vacant eyes before turning to Jessen, who stood amidst the dissipating smoke and dust, gazing down at his closed hand with a weary, emotionless expression. In his palm, So's ring shimmered, his heart now filled with only sorrow. The sacred temple is now nothing but rubble, with bricks scattered in ash and dust. The next day, the ruined temple became the top news story. In the comments, someone wrote, "If gods exist, please save us. I heard the explosion too. Don't blame it on ghosts. Is the area really blocked off for reconstruction? I have to go see this for myself." Thank goodness the residents of that area had already been relocated. Eyewitnesses came forward, one after another. I saw the site with my own eyes, nothing but ruins now under government reconstruction. Sometime later, news broke that the Naniac project would be redeveloped into a new urban area. Years passed, and the city gradually developed, with modern high-rise buildings rising up. At a playground, children gleefully slide down the slides, their laughter echoing in the air. In a quiet corner, a cloaked figure stood silently, watching the short-haired brunette girl running around. They watched her for a moment as she laughed with two other children. The boy sighed. "She's so harsh with her friends." "Did you just say that? You speak so carelessly." The other boy replied, "Careless over one little thing?" The girl said, "I didn't know, and kids aren't allowed to say bad words." The boy retorted, "If it's a bad word, go pee. Is that a bad word too?" The girl pouted. Then he has to apologize. Suddenly, a girl with glasses appeared, approached the children, and gently asked, "Hello, are you kids from the apartments over there?" Smiling, she introduced herself. "I'm the new art teacher at the school nearby. You kids must be thirsty after playing for so long, right? I brought some fruit juice." So she pointed to a small table with glasses of cool drinks. The black-haired boy crossed his arms like an old man, saying his mother told him not to accept things from strangers. Before he could finish, the brown-haired girl rushed forward, unable to hide her craving, and exclaimed, "Juice!" "Strange, Minana." But the other children didn't notice, happily chanting, "More, more." The children eagerly sipped from their cups, but the brown-haired girl suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed on the floor, a question in her gaze. The girl crouches down, asking, "What's this? It looks like a painting." Her eyes fixed on the image of an old temple buried beneath the ground. The woman with glasses approached, saying gently, "I drew that at art school." Then her eyes turned dangerous and she smirked. "Why don't you kids come closer for a better look?" a voice suddenly called out. "Is that so?" The hooded girl from before approached, hands in her pockets, her voice laced with sarcasm. "You were going to lure them in and kidnap them, weren't you?" The girl with glasses recoiled, shouting, "Who's there?" The hooded girl smirked. "Found you." She took another step. "Do you know how hard it was to track you down?" The woman in glasses immediately turned and ran, clicking her tongue in annoyance, as the girl in the jacket yelled, "Stop!" The children exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. The girl with brown hair grabbed all the drinks, telling her friend, "This spot is mine." The boy exclaimed, "Mina!" Meanwhile, the girl in the jacket continued to chase after the glasses-wearing woman, shouting, "Don't run!" Suddenly, the glasses-wearer waved her hand, transforming into a bird with wide, feathered wings. She flapped them powerfully, soaring into the sky, leaving the jacketed girl below, shouting after her. "Stop right there!" The bird chuckled in the air, thinking, "How will you grow wings to catch me now?" But suddenly, a chain flew from nowhere, wrapping tightly around its legs, causing it to shriek in bird form. Below, the hooded girl tightened her grip on the chain, laughing gleefully. "Gotcha." Her eyes gleam, a smirk plays on her lips as she mutters, "A sparrow doomed to die." The bird flails wildly in the air, its frantic squawks echoing as it desperately tries to escape. Elsewhere, within the Jeonhwa headquarters, a somber voice resonates. "Jum Onean and his Duong Hiet were eliminated long ago," said an old woman with snow-white hair. She asks why the number of demons fleeing to the human realm to cause trouble is constantly increasing again. Tilting her head and asking sternly, "Can you give me an explanation?" Then she called out to Hong Zhan. The princess, playing with the ferret, stroking it, said lazily, "Come on. It's been so long since I've been to the human realm, can we not talk about all this nonsense? Look how happy the bell weasel is to see me." Then, while hugging the weasel, she said, "Ever since old Trent took over the demon realm, he's been indifferent to everything." She spoke, feeling as though the old tree had lost its motivation and purpose in life. The old woman pondered for a moment, then smiled and continued, "Oh, Honggon, I heard you just held a grand coronation ceremony in the kingdom, didn't you?" Then she asked what it felt like to be king, but the door was suddenly thrown open and a scream cut her off. The old woman was interrupted by the hooded girl from before, who burst in, exclaiming, "I finally caught a monster, Grandma, and it gave me a fright." Annoyed, the old woman retorted, "Can't you see I have a guest?" She scolded the girl. "And how many times have I told you not to call me Grandma on this territory?" Lini responded. She removed her hood, revealing a lovely face and fiery orange hair, and said with a smile, "Sorry, I got a little too excited." The girl then said seriously, "Leader Sai, it turns out this old woman is none other than the young Miss X from back in the day." With her hands clasped behind her back, she nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very well, you've done well, go and rest." The girl smartly saluted. "Understood." The princess turned to her and asked, "Is that your granddaughter?" She continued, "That child reminds me of a familiar face from the past." Madame Zia nodded slightly, her eyes gazing into the distance. "Strange. I often feel the same way." She said that the girl was careless and impulsive, never thinking things through, but she had a heroic heart and hated injustice. Her eyes looked out the window, watching the girl run off, and she squinted, feeling like she was next to the Ha slope. Hong Dian remained silent, and the princess continued, "That is the reincarnation and karma of the world. As long as the bond between you remains, even if not in this life, but in the next, you will still find each other. All of samsara is subject to this law." Xia then cleverly said, "All right, so my erudite monarch has graced us with their presence today, surely not just to reminisce about the past, right?" The princess, as if remembering something, exclaimed, "If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten." She continued, "The identity of the heroic demon-slaying girl you're curious about." Then, recalling Soho facing off against the hungry ghost, Hong reveals that she is the little fox Soho, adding that she is working hard to atone for her past mistakes. Her destiny is to hunt demons and protect humanity. Soho, in her school uniform, holding a demon's head without hesitation. Xia realizes, so it was Soho. No wonder. Hong, noticing her expression, frowned and asked, "What's with that disappointed look? Were you hoping she was him?" Hong Dian then said that, unfortunately, she had searched the entire demon realm but found no trace of her. Madame Sai just looked up and closed her eyes without saying a word. Hong continues, "I haven't seen him since that incident. Perhaps he left the country for somewhere far away, or perhaps he's even," Xia said in a low voice, "It's been so long." "You jest, princess. Has it really been that many years?" "You must be over 80 years old by now," Xia replied. "Enough. It's just because you demons live too long." In a Middle Eastern country, amidst a bustling street, a young man walks calmly through the crowd when an old woman calls out from a small fortune-telling stall, "Young man, we have quite the connection. Would you like a fortune reading?" His attention is caught by the fortune-teller's voice. "My readings are always accurate." He sighed, recognizing a familiar face. It was Jin. He smiled, saying he'd only agree to a reading if he could pay by card. He sat down at the booth, and the fortune-teller recounted how the celestial realm had struggled to clean up the aftermath of that battle. "Your actions that year were a grave insult to the dignity of the gods. Corrupting divine energy by freeing the souls within the Destiny Jade was also an affront. However, the Queen Mother is also impressed that you completed it in such a short time." Diaxin calmly replies, "You didn't come down here just to praise me, did you?" The fortune-teller smirked. "You came here to avoid running into her, didn't you?" She tilted her head, saying, "You think simply hiding in a remote place will solve everything?" Dia frowned, coldly saying, "Of course. Weren't you the one who said if I got close?" The fortune-teller responded, "That's right." She analyzed, explaining that, theoretically, separating a life's original spirit into two distinct spirits is incredibly difficult. Even if successful, the two original spirits will have no choice but to merge again someday. If they get close, they'll find each other and be drawn together like magnets. If the two original souls merge under those conditions, will the consequences cancel each other out? Jia asked doubtfully. The fortune-teller replied, "Indeed, not even I can stop it. Closing his eyes, Ba recalled the past, when Jin was in such a state of despair that the Queen Mother had to grant his wish. He remembered Jin screaming, "Give Sojol back to me, or take my life, my soul, in exchange for hers." With the serene gaze of a sage, the seer spoke. "Very well. If that is your wish, I shall divide your spirit into two and imbue one with a sliver of her consciousness. However, as it is a borrowed spirit, she will only be granted this one reincarnation." Interrupting her, Dia pulls her mind back to the present. "Enough. If you're just here to rehash the past, then leave." The fortune teller stops him. She grabs his arm and whispers, "Wait a moment." Then she looks down at his hand and smiles. Dia listens intently as the fortune teller continues. "Just hypothetically, what if you only had one life left? But in return, you could achieve everything you've ever desired." Sweat beads on his brow as he nervously speaks. But she cuts him off. "Your mark has disappeared." Dia is shocked and immediately touches her wrist. "What? Not enough?" The fortune teller smiled, her eyes calm as if she knew everything, and said, "Here, you still have the ring I gave her back then, right?" He nods. "Of course. What's wrong?" "It's still intact," she said, lifting Sotron's old ring and examining it closely. "You must have treasured it. Though it's been so long, it feels like just yesterday." Dia reaches out, her voice curt, demanding her things back. The fortune teller replies, "Well, this did belong to me at one point." She reached out to return it, but the ring slipped from her grasp. Jin cried out as it fell to the ground and rolled away. He frantically gave chase, running and angrily snapping. That clumsy hag. The ring rolled far away along the crowded street as two people approached, one remarking on how different it felt to be abroad. Her companion grumbled, lamenting the lack of handsome men, but the ring suddenly bumped into someone's foot, stopping her in her tracks. She bends down to pick it up, turning the ring over in her hand. "What is this?" It's Sotrol, her long hair flowing freely as she stands amidst the bustling city. Surprised, she blurts out, "A ring." Just then, Dia arrives, her eyes widening as she sees her. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, fixated on the figure before him. Sotrol, in human form, strolling down the street in a long cloak. Their eyes meet, and she's puzzled by his stare. Dia was shocked, thinking to herself, "Sotrol? Why is Sotrol here?" He recalled the fortune teller's words. Two separated souls would have no choice but to merge one day. If they merge under these conditions, they'll annihilate each other, Diaxin thought, gritting his teeth. "No, I can't let Sochan disappear again." Sochan called out to him. Startled, he turned and ran, thinking he had to get away from this place. Seeing this, she grabbed his arm, calling out to him as she leaned in to follow. Dia turns back to look, and Sotrol holds out a ring, asking, "Is this your ring?" He cries out in alarm, staring at her beautiful face, thinking. A light suddenly flashes between them as their hands touch. Jin closed his eyes, bracing for the worst, but nothing happened. Then he heard Sotron's voice, calm and collected. "Have you never seen a pretty girl before? Why are your eyes squeezed shut?" Dia exclaims in surprise, "Why? Why didn't anything happen?" Her confused expression perplexes. "Sotron." He paused, lost in thought, then turned to the backpack discarded on the ground, cursing inwardly. That Western Queen Mother dared to deceive me. As he was lost in thought, Sotron suddenly burst out. "Oh, so you're Korean? That's great." She peppered him with questions, asking if he was familiar with the area and if he knew of any upscale restaurants nearby. Then, turning back, he waved to his friends. "Hey, come over here and meet Dong Huang." How will her friends respond? Jin looks at her in surprise, his eyes fixed on her beautiful, radiant smile. He suddenly remembered the fortune teller's words. What if you only had one life left, but in return, you would achieve everything you ever wished for? He seemed to understand something, and a happy smile crept across his face. Dia decides to introduce himself. "Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Jin." She turns to look at him. He continued, "And what should I call you?" So Cheon smiled brightly and said, "Just call me someone you enjoy talking to." Her voice was lost in the bustling city, while in a hidden corner the fortune teller silently observed everything. She thought to herself, "This is the last chance, so enjoy life to the fullest. Consider this the final karma I can bestow upon you both."